Near the Baozi Mountain on Earth, a nameless peak crowned with a grassland, basking in the warm embrace of sunlight. Luo Feng reclined upon it, his arms cradling his head. A fluffy tail sprouted from behind his waist, curling with dexterity to cover his eyes perfectly, a natural eye mask, adept at blocking out light. Warmth. Comfort. Huh. A deep breath escaped, exhaling the languor of the afternoon. Daily task. Sunbathe atop the mountain for 1 hour. Completed. Reward. Combat power 15. A faint yet distinct wave of warmth surged through his entire being in an instant. Every cell in his body felt as though it were immersed in a hot spring, rejoicing with contentment, stretching every sinew and bone. Luo Feng could distinctly sense that he had grown even slightly stronger, though seemingly insignificant. Yet, compared to the arduous training that demanded blood and sweat, this effortless path to strength felt like a tailor-made, perfect existence for him. In his previous life, Luo Feng was a weary worker who succumbed to the pressures of 996 work culture. Endless overtime, KPIs, and meetings filled his life to the brim, ultimately leading to his demise after an all-nighter spent rushing a project. When darkness engulfed him, and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a world teeming with formidable beings, where stars could explode at any moment. The realm of Dragon Ball. His identity had transformed into that of a pure-blooded Saiyan orphan. Initially, Luo Feng was overwhelmed with panic. After all, this place was perilous beyond measure. However, once he awakened the divine choice system, a golden finger of fate, everything changed. Luo Feng understood. Was this not the life he had always yearned for? The system primarily issued leisurely tasks such as savoring gourmet food and taking a nap, which, when completed, would yield combat power. When confronted with pivotal plot events, it would trigger rewarding divine choices. There was no need for arduous training. Luo Feng lay upon the grass, stretching languidly. At that moment, a chilling electronic prompt reverberated in his mind. Threat detected to the host. Raditz. Danger level. Low risk. The enemy will directly lead to the demise of Earth's core power, Sun Wukong, sparking a catastrophic chain. Reaction. Warning. The planet you inhabit is facing a grave threat. Bastard. Luo Feng's drowsiness evaporated, his gaze turning steely. Those who disturb my afternoon slumber deserve to perish. Raditz, you have chosen your path to demise. As the thought sparked, the system's interface unfolded before him. Divine choice has been triggered. Please make your selection. Upon the interface, two starkly contrasting options gradually materialized. Option 1. Be a coward and flee immediately. Raditz's target is Sun Wukong. It is not your concern. Conceal all your energy and masquerade as a native of Earth, retreating to a distant land until the crisis passes. Choice reward. Perfect Energy Concealment Experience card. Lasting 24 hours, capable of evading any combat power detector flawlessly. The consequence of choice. Sun Wukong perishes in battle that a year later, Vegeta and Nappa arrive, leaving Earth devoid of its core resistance. The host will be compelled to engage in an even more desperate struggle, with a significant chance of Earth destruction looming. Luo Feng's gaze swiftly traversed the first. Option flee? Survive for a fleeting moment? And then what? Without a shred of hesitation, Luo Feng's eyes gravitated towards the second option. Choice 2. Take the initiative, eliminate Raditz, and restore tranquility to Earth. Eradicate all disturbances that threaten your slumber in their infancy. Reward. Power level increase of 20,000. Additional reward. High probability of unlocking exclusive Saiyan combat skills. Gazing at the second option, a satisfied nod escaped Luo Feng's lips at a direct augmentation of 20,000 in battle prowess, instantly surpassing that of the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, whose power level stood at a mere 18,000. Luo Feng rose languidly, brushing off the remnants of grass from his attire, and stretched with a grand yawn. For the sake of a more tranquil year or two ahead, a glint of sharpness, starkly contrasting with his languid demeanor, flickered in Luo Feng's eyes. It seems I must take the time to deal with this nuisance. With no further hesitation, he addressed the ethereal system interface, murmuring, System, I choose option 2. The moment the words left his lips. Ding! The host has made a selection. Calculating rewards, Activating rewards. Immediate distribution. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20,000 power points. Boom. A surge of indescribable, tumultuous energy erupted fiercely from the very depths of Luo Feng's being. This was no illusion. The power was palpably real. Luo Feng distinctly felt his bones humming with excitement, their density escalating at an astonishing pace. Muscle fibers tore and twisted in a frenzied manner, only to reorganize in a stronger form. Every cell in his limbs and torso voraciously and relentlessly consumed this sudden influx of immense energy. Originally possessing a power level of merely 820, in that moment, it began to ascend wildly without any semblance of reason. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, buzz, 15,000, 20,000. Ultimately, the number stabilized at a staggering 20,820, a figure that could only be described as terrifying. Luo Feng gradually clenched his fist. Bang! The air surrounding him was instantaneously compressed by this simple motion, producing a deep, resonant explosion. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment and security washed over him. This was no longer a power that necessitated cautious calculation of gains and losses. This was an absolute strength capable of crushing all and obliterating every trouble. Raditz? A mere 1,500 in power level. Now, with a casual punch, he could reduce his opponent to ashes. This was assured. There was not a hint of uncertainty. Now, I should be able to enjoy some peace for a while. Luo Feng lifted his head, swiftly pinpointing the aura of Raditz several hundred kilometers away. In the next moment, Luo Feng's form slightly sank, and the muscles in his legs instantly tensed. With a thunderous roar, the exceedingly hard mountain rock beneath Luo Feng's feet erupted, creating a deep pit with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. Terrifying cracks, resembling a spider's web, frantically spread across the entire mountain peak. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's figure had long transformed into a fleeting white afterimage, utterly imperceptible to the naked eye as he swiftly darted towards the battleground. A colossal white sonic boom cloud, breaking the sound barrier, erupted explosively behind Luo Feng. Chapter 2. The Defeat of Raditz, Goku's Shock. At the heart of the battlefield, two figures found themselves in a state of disarray. Son Goku's orange martial arts uniform had been reduced to mere tatters as he gasped for breath. This wretched opponent is far too formidable. Beside him, Piccolo appeared even worse for wear. The once mighty Demon King now had one arm hanging limply, green blood dripping from his fingertips onto the searing ground below. Opposite them stood the Saiyan who claimed to be Goku's elder brother, Raditz. Raditz crossed his arms, his black hair whipping wildly in the tempest. A cruel smirk etched upon his face, radiating an air of condescension. "It's over, Kakarot. You worthless fool, unable even to recognize your own brother. And you, Namekian, your attacks possess a modicum of merit, but alas, they are far too sluggish." Suddenly, Raditz raised an eyebrow, as if sensing something. His gaze shifted toward a nearby white spherical spacecraft. "Oh, a little Brad's battle power is rapidly surging to 1307. The mockery on Raditz's face diminished slightly. A mere child, with battle power surpassing 1,000 in an instant? Boom. The hatch of the spacecraft was violently blasted open from within. Dressed in a yellow outfit and a 4-star ball cap, Gohan leaped out. "You better not bully my daddy." Fueled by fury, Gohan unleashed a formidable power. Yet, in Raditz's eyes, it still fell short. Before long, Gohan was sent flying, crashing heavily against the rocks, unconscious. Humph, a little brat with some potential. Raditz's patience had run thin. He slowly raised his right hand, a terrifying purple energy sphere coalescing at his fingertips, aimed directly at the barely standing Goku. "Farewell, my foolish brother." In that critical moment, a voice echoed across the battlefield. "Hey, your fighting is too loud. It's disturbing my sunbathing." At that instant, Luo Feng appeared between Raditz and Goku. "Who are you? When did this guy show up?" Raditz was taken aback, having completely failed to sense his presence. An ominous feeling surged within him as he instinctively pressed his ear-mounted power level detector. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill alarm blared wildly, the numbers skyrocketing beyond his comprehension. 5,000, 10,000, 18,000. Crack. In Raditz's horrified gaze, the precision instrument's screen flickered erratically, instantly webbed with cracks. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded. The detector blew up? How could this be? The device's upper limit was 20,000 battle power. Could it be that this individual before him possesses a power exceeding 20,000? What a joke. Even the mightiest genius of their Saiyan race, Prince Vegeta, had a battle power of only 18,000. Impossible. It must be a malfunction with the detector. Raditz forcibly suppressed the fear that gripped his heart and roared with a fa-ade of fury. You too are a Saiyan? What brings you here? Are you an accomplice of Kakarot? You may call me Luo Feng, came the response, followed by a lengthy yawn, as Luo Feng regarded Raditz with a disdainful gaze. You are rather loud, you know? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to find a sun-drenched mountaintop with a gentle breeze, where one can peacefully take a nap without disturbance? Raditz was taken aback. What nonsense are you spouting? He felt an unprecedented violation of his dignity. He was a proud Saiyan warrior, an intergalactic conqueror here to subjugate planets. This individual dared to provoke him over such a ludicrous reason as sleep? An uncontrollable rage dispelled his fear. Raditz hurled the energy sphere that was originally aimed at Goku toward Luo Feng. Since you seek death, allow me to oblige. Disappear, you scoundrel. However, Luo Feng remained unperturbed in the face of the energy sphere, capable of obliterating a city with ease. He leisurely extended his right hand, palm open. In the next moment, the purple sphere of destructive energy collided solidly with his palm. Luo Feng glanced at the energy sphere in his hand with a hint of displeasure. Then, with a gentle grasp of his fingers, there was a soft pop. The energy sphere shattered effortlessly. Raditz's expression morphed into one of pure, incomprehensible terror. Flee. I must escape. The thought consumed his every consideration. He abandoned all notions of Saiyan honor and his mission to conquer Earth, turning to flee like a streak of light from this suffocating place. Yet, he was swift, but Luo Feng was swifter. Your debts are not settled yet. Why the haste? Luo Feng's voice resonated in Raditz's ears. Raditz blinked, and suddenly, Luo Feng stood before him, blocking his path. Wow, what are you? Raditz's voice trembled with overwhelming fear, and he could distinctly hear his teeth chattering. Remember this. Do not return to invade Earth in your next life. Luo Feng raised his right hand, his fingertip condensing an energy sphere. In the next instant, the sphere struck Raditz squarely in the chest. With a resounding thud, Raditz's body was instantly pierced through, a massive hole forming as the light in his eyes swiftly dimmed. He fell limply from the air, crashing to the ground, devoid of any further motion. Goku stood with his mouth agape, staring dumbfounded at the unfolding scene, his mind unable to process the information he had just received. Meanwhile, Piccolo's face, usually marked by a stoic coldness, betrayed a profound shock. Raditz, the formidable foe who had cornered them, rendering them powerless, was a Saiyan warrior with a battle power of 1,500. And just like that, he lay defeated. Truly, he was far from resilient. Such strength was hardly worthy of an invasion of Earth. Having spoken, Luo Feng turned around and cast a glance at the still petrified Sun Wukong and Piccolo. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to utter one more remark. Do not rejoice too soon. Two far more troublesome individuals will arrive on Earth in a year's time. Train diligently. With those words, before Sun Wukong and Piccolo could respond, Luo Feng's figure transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, and vanished in an instant. After a lengthy pause, Sun Wukong swallowed hard, turning to Piccolo to ask in a hoarse voice, Did you see that Luo Feng just now? Piccolo remained silent, his gaze fixated on the direction where Luo Feng had disappeared, the shock in his eyes still palpable. Chapter 3. Mission accomplished, returning to a life of comfort. At Kame House, Krillin and Master Roshi wore expressions of bewilderment. One move? Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded emphatically. He gestured, attempting to recreate the scene. That energy sphere from Raditz struck Luo Feng's palm directly. Then, he merely squeezed gently. Imitating Luo Feng, Wukong slowly closed his fingers. The energy sphere was crushed effortlessly. Krillin and Master Roshi gasped in astonishment. To crush an energy blast barehanded. What manner of creature is this? Sun Wukong continued, his expression growing increasingly complex. Raditz attempted to flee, but was intercepted by Luo Feng. Wukong extended a finger, pointing into the air. Luo Feng had merely pointed at him, and a small point of light appeared at his fingertip. Then, with a resounding pop, a large hole appeared in Raditz's chest. Furthermore, Luo Feng also mentioned that a year from now, even more formidable foes would arrive on Earth. Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. being stronger than Raditz. Just one Raditz nearly annihilated them all. In a year's time, even stronger adversaries? Krillin's complexion turned ashen, his lips trembling as he murmured, "How can we fight them? Earth is doomed. Perhaps we should use the Dragon Balls to wish the entire Earth to the farthest reaches of the universe? The only hope lies with the Dragon Balls." Master Roshi instinctively nodded, as this was the sole solution he could conceive. Futile. A cold voice shattered their collective fantasy. Piccolo leaned against the doorframe, his expression icy. "Even if you escape to the ends of the universe, they will eventually track you down. Evading will not resolve any issues. Then what should we do?" Krillin was utterly at a loss. Piccolo did not respond. His gaze suddenly shifted past the others, locking onto the timid Son Gohan, who was peeking out from behind Wukong. In the next instant, whoosh, Piccolo's figure vanished from sight. The others barely registered the blur before a startled cry escaped as Son Gohan was seized in midair by Piccolo's single hand. "Piccolo, what do you intend to do?" Son Wukong erupted in anger, his aura flaring dramatically. This little brat. Piccolo disregarded Wukong's fury. Within him lies an astonishing potential, one that even he remains unaware of. When confronted by Raditz, the power he unleashed surpassed that of you, Son Goku, at that moment. "Entrust him to me. In a year's time, I shall transform him into a true warrior." "What?" Both Son Goku and Krillin exclaimed in unison. "No, absolutely not." Without a moment's hesitation, Son Goku vehemently refused. Gohan is still just a child. How could he be thrust into such brutal combat? Sentimental folly. Piccolo snorted dismissively. "Do you desire a son who merely weeps? Or do you wish for him to thrive in a world where survival is paramount? If you continue to coddle him like a delicate flower in a greenhouse, we shall all perish within a year, including him." With those words, Piccolo ceased any further discussion. Grasping the still sobbing Gohan, he transformed into a streak of green light. Soaring into the sky, "Piccolo, return Gohan to me." Son Goku roared as he pursued, yet it was too late. Piccolo unleashed his utmost speed, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Cursed be it. Son Goku slammed his fist into the sandy beach, sending a cloud of dust into the air. As he gazed in the direction Piccolo had vanished, the fury in his eyes gradually gave way to a profound sense of helplessness. Piccolo spoke the truth. He was too weak now, unable to even protect his own son. For Gohan's sake, and for the battle that awaited them in a year. Son Goku slowly rose to his feet, clenched his fists, and his gaze grew resolutely steadfast. "I must become stronger." Meanwhile, Luo Feng found another suitable spot. A gentle breeze wafted through, mingling the scent of fresh grass with the warmth of sunlight. At last, tranquility enveloped him. Luo Feng stretched comfortably and reclined on the grass, adjusting himself into the most perfect position. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the God-tier selection task. Eliminate Raditz. Task contribution rating, level. Comment. Annihilated the target with overwhelming absolute power. Perfectly resolving the crisis. Level assessment reward is being calculated. Luo Feng smiled slightly. The moment of reward had finally arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a level bonus reward. Mastery of the personal exclusive version of the Sky Dance technique. Boom. A torrent of intricate and complex information flooded into Luo Feng's mind instantaneously. This was not the pedestrian Sky Dance technique found in Earth's temples or the Crane School. Rather, it was a skill meticulously tailored to him, based on his physical data and soul characteristics, 100% customized. All the mysteries of flight coalesced into an instinctual ability within Luo Feng at that moment. He even felt a wondrous sensation. Should he wish, he could float and sleep in midair, soaring for days on end without so much as a gasp for breath. Indeed, Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction. The rewards have been fully dispensed. May the host enjoy a pleasant life. As the system's prompt faded, Luo Feng glanced at his combat power. 20820. This number was sufficient for him to stride confidently across the current Earth. In the coming year, I should be able to enjoy a peaceful slumber, thought Luo Feng. As for Vegeta a year from now, the proud prince with a battle power of 18,000, my current self has already surpassed him with ease. Once a year has passed, and the system casually triggers a few choices and rewards, wouldn't it be a simple matter to pin Vegeta to the ground? With this realization, Luo Feng completely relaxed, casting aside all distractions, while his consciousness gradually unwound. Just as he was on the verge of drifting into sleep, a notification echoed in his mind. Daily task updated. Nap for 3 hours on the mountaintop grass. Task reward, battle power 30. Excellent. A brief nap will enhance my strength. Luo Feng stretched lazily. Before long, his breathing became steady and deep. Meanwhile, the warriors were fiercely training to survive. With Son Gohan on the brink of a grueling training session. Name, Luo Feng. Battle power, 20,820. Skills, mastery of personal exclusive sky dance technique. Description, your strength is the greatest mockery to all those who toil across the cosmos. Chapter 4. Countdown begins, Seance approaching. In the wilderness, the fierce winds whipped up sand and gravel, striking the rocks with ferocity. Son Gohan's slight frame swayed in the gusts as he clenched his teeth, facing a roaring saber-toothed tiger. Behind him, Piccolo stood with his arms crossed, his expression impassive. Fear will only hasten your demise. Within you lies a power that even you fear. Unleash it and defeat the beast before you. Otherwise, you shall perish here. Becoming its meal. Piccolo's cold voice resonated behind Gohan. Tremors coursed through Gohan's body. He did not wish to fight. He longed to return home, to find his mother. Yet, the green figure behind him was more terrifying than the ferocious creature before him. Thousands of kilometers away from this desolate wilderness lay a vast expanse of azure ocean. The sunlight painted the sea's surface with fragments of gold. The warm sea breeze carried a hint of salt as it caressed the pristine shoreline. Luo Feng reclined on a beach chair, a pair of sunglasses perched on his nose, exuding a languorous demeanor akin to a puddle of mud. A fluffy tail extended from behind him, dexterously curling around a fishing rod. The tip of the rod swayed gently in rhythm with the waves. Beside him, a small ice bucket held several bottles of chilled beverages, emitting wisps of vapor. Suddenly, the tip of Luo Feng's tail twitched. In the next moment, it flicked vigorously. The fishing rod traced a perfect arc through the air, and a half-meter-long, lively fish was flung up. Daily task, fishing on a deserted island for an afternoon, completed. Reward, battle power 50. A familiar warmth surged through him once more. Luo Feng removed his sunglasses, yawned, and stretched luxuriously. Skillfully, he pried open a bottle of drink with the tip of his tail and tilted his head back to take a hearty swig. The icy liquid slid down his throat, instantly dispelling the heat. This is the essence of life. In the Hall of the Gods, Mr. Popo was watering the flowers in the garden. The celestial being stood at the edge of the platform, a visage laden with concern. Bobo, do you sense it? The celestial's voice was somewhat ethereal. Indeed, my lord, Mr. Bobo ceased his actions. The energy of Wukong's child and Piccolo is escalating at an astonishing rate. The celestial slowly shook his head. I am not referring to them. It is the enigmatic powerhouse, Luo Feng. Confusion laced Bobo's voice. But he seems to be doing nothing at all. Yes, nothing at all. The celestial's brow furrowed even deeper. After the Raditz incident, I presumed he would become Earth's new guardian, guiding Wukong and the others in their training, yet he is not. He merely fishes, sleeps, daydreams, and roams the world seeking beautiful vistas. The celestial's tone was filled with perplexity. We cannot fathom him, nor can we place our hopes upon him. Ultimately, Earth's future relies on Wukong and his companions to strive for it. The celestial let out a long sigh. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, seemingly idling in the celestial's eyes, was currently savoring a freshly grilled fish, his mouth glistening with oil. The combat power of Nappa is 4,000, and Vegeta is 18,000. That should suffice to deal with the two of them. Luo Feng mused rapidly in his mind while relishing the crispy fish. The true menace lies with Frieza, the cosmic tyrant. Frieza's base combat power stands at 530,000, but this is merely the beginning. He can transform 3 times, and in his final form, his power easily surpasses 10 million. At full capacity, it exceeds 100 million. Though quite comfortable, the daily task rewards of 10 and 50 are still insufficient. It feels rather trivial. The thought of facing such a monstrosity as Frieza in the future made Luo Feng lose his appetite for the grilled fish. Just then, the system's notification chimed. Daily task refreshed. Taste a rare mushroom known as the azure fungus. Task reward, 80 combat power. A mushroom? Luo Feng brushed off the sand from his body and casually tossed the fish bones into the sea. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from above the island. In the eastern mountainous region, beneath a perilous cliff, Tianjinhan and Dumpling were undergoing grueling training. Tianjinhan, bare-chested, glistened with sweat, his bronze skin showcasing well-defined muscles akin to rock. He brought his palms together, aiming at the solid cliff ahead. New key blast. Boom. A terrifying surge of energy erupted, creating a massive crater in the cliff. However, Tianjinhan himself, drained from the immense exertion, knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Not enough power. Just then, a figure descended unexpectedly from the heavens, landing near the entrance of a cave not far from them. Who? Tianjinhan and Dumpling tensed, watching warily. The newcomer was none other than Luo Feng. He disregarded Tianjinhan and Dumpling, striding directly into the dark cave. Moments later, Luo Feng emerged from the cave, clutching several blue mushrooms that exuded a peculiar fragrance. Ah, I've found them. Their scent should be delightful, he murmured to himself, carefully stowing the mushrooms away, preparing to depart. Just before he left, he instinctively glanced back at the cave. It was refreshingly cool and serenely quiet, devoid of any wild beasts to disrupt the tranquility. This place is quite splendid. When the sun is at its zenith, it would be perfect for a nap. Luo Feng mused inwardly. For him, sleeping and cultivating were akin, both serving to accumulate strength, fundamentally indistinguishable. Luo Feng did not linger. He soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Left behind were Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, exchanging bewildered glances. After a considerable pause, they cautiously approached the cave entrance. The aura of that individual was overwhelmingly powerful. They could not discern his depth at all. Jiaozi floated in midair, his voice laced with astonishment. Tianjin Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the direction Luo Feng had vanished. Could he be the mysterious powerhouse mentioned by Wukong and the others, Mr. Luo Feng? Tianjin Fan's breath quickened. Jiaozi was momentarily taken aback. What was his purpose for coming here? Taking a deep breath, Tianjin Fan's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. He must have sensed that our cultivation had hit a bottleneck, and thus came specifically to guide us. So that's it. Jiaozi suddenly understood. This cave surely harbored some secrets. Tianjin Fan, brimming with excitement, dashed into the cave. Outside, the heat was oppressive, akin to being in a steamer, causing irritation. Yet, upon stepping inside the cave, a refreshing coolness enveloped them instantly. The discomfort and fatigue seemed to dissipate in an instant. Tianjin Fan closed his eyes, savoring the sensation. Do you feel it, Jiaozi? The flow of energy here seems entirely different from the outside world. Cultivating in such an environment will undoubtedly yield extraordinary results. This enigmatic powerhouse has indeed revealed the path forward in such a subtle manner. Little did Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi know, Luo Feng had merely come to collect mushrooms for a task, and found the coolness of the cave suitable for a brief slumber. As time flowed quietly between the warrior's arduous training and Luo Feng's mundane activities, the year-long period entered its final countdown. Through persistent daily effort, Luo Feng's combat power had silently surpassed the remarkable threshold of 30,000. Chapter 5. The Saiyans are approaching. A crisis looms. The temple. This was the pinnacle of earth, towering above the sea of clouds. The deity stood at the edge of the temple, gazing down at the swirling clouds below, his face etched with concern. He had been standing there for quite some time, so long that Mr. Bobo behind him believed he had transformed into a statue. Lord Deity, Mr. Bobo spoke softly. The deity did not turn around, his voice tinged with weariness. Bobo, time is running short. The arrival of those two malevolent Saiyans on Earth draws ever nearer. A grave expression settled upon Mr. Bobo's dark visage. Sun Wukong was still training under the Great King, and it remained uncertain whether he could return in time. The deity let out a long sigh. Even if Wukong were to return, he alone would likely be insufficient. The despair from a year ago, when Raditz descended, was still vivid in memory. Had it not been for the mysterious man named Luo Feng, Earth would have long since been reduced to cosmic dust. The mere thought of Luo Feng reignited a flicker of hope in the deity's otherwise dim eyes. That individual had effortlessly raised a hand and eliminated Raditz, who had left them all powerless. Luo Feng's might transcended the deity's comprehension entirely. Popo, we must contact him. The deity's tone shifted, imbued with newfound resolve. He is Earth's sole hope. Mr. Popo's face reflected hesitation. But, my lord, if we disturb him impulsively, we might incite his wrath. His aura does not exude malevolence. Communication should be feasible. The deity, no longer wavering, closed his eyes and concentrated, channeling all his mental energy toward a distant point on Earth. In the South Pacific, on an uninhabited deserted island, the sun warmed the beach invitingly, while the salty sea breeze lulled one toward slumber. Luo Feng lay sprawled on a beach chair. A comic book draped over his face, his breathing steady, drifting towards sleep. Daily task: achieve a perfect sunbathing session on a deserted island, duration 3 hours. Task reward: combat power 50. At that moment, a gentle mental presence cautiously probed into his consciousness. Who is it? Am I not allowed to enjoy a peaceful nap? Luo Feng furrowed his brow in mild annoyance. The presence, sensing his awakening, transformed into a clear voice resonating directly in Luo Feng's mind. Greetings, powerful Earth warrior. I am the deity of Earth. The deity's voice was laced with respect, even tinged with a hint of supplication. I have sensed the unfathomable strength within you, and am eternally grateful for your act of heroism in saving Earth a year ago. However, a far greater crisis looms. 2 Saiyans, exponentially more powerful than Raditz, are en route to annihilate our home. Luo Feng merely scratched his ear and turned over, showing no intention of responding. The deity, faced with the silence, pressed on with trepidation. In order to safeguard Earth, I sincerely invite you to the temple to discuss strategies with us. Only your strength can. I refuse. Luo Feng decisively interrupted the deity. The deity was left momentarily speechless, his carefully prepared arguments abruptly stifled. Why? The deity instinctively inquired. Luo Feng shifted to a more comfortable position, pressing down on the comic book obscuring his face, and irritably replied, the temple is too high. Climbing it is a hassle. The deity's mouth hung slightly agape, his mind blank. A hassle? Is that truly the reason? The monumental responsibility of saving the world is absurdly dismissed due to the ridiculous excuse of inconvenience? Luo Feng seems to find this reasoning insufficient, lazily adding, moreover, I have heard that up there, apart from water, there is nothing, not even a morsel of delectable food. The most critical aspect is the altitude, the fierce winds, and the low temperatures. It is utterly unsuitable for sunbathing. Do you understand? It is not conducive to my way of living. The deity was left utterly petrified. He had envisioned countless possibilities. Luo Feng might impose various stringent conditions, such as demanding boundless riches or seeking unparalleled status. The deity had even prepared to pay any price. Yet, what mattered to the other party were merely good food and sunbathing. What sort of thought process does this formidable being named Luo Feng possess? Enough already. Do not bother me. Instead of wasting time, it would be more beneficial for your subordinates to exert themselves a bit more. It is better than anything else. At your age, it is wiser to fret less over trifles for the sake of your health. After uttering these words, Luo Feng unilaterally severed the mental connection. He let out a long sigh, covering his face with a comic book once more, preparing to resume his sunbathing. Meanwhile, high above in the distant temple, the deity remained frozen in place. Inconvenience, lack of food, unsuitable for sunbathing. The deity repeatedly mulled over these phrases, attempting to discern any profound meaning within them. But there was none. Nothing but pure, unadulterated disdain and rejection. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness swept over the deity. He glanced at Mr. Bobo beside him, his lips trembling. My lord? Mr. Bobo inquired with concern. The deity slowly shook his head, his face a canvas of desolation. It was as if he had aged hundreds of years in an instant, his spirit utterly diminished. He has declined. Our last hope is extinguished. Earth must rely solely on ourselves. With that, the deity hunched his back and staggered deeper into the temple. In stark contrast to Luo Feng's leisurely demeanor was the hellish training of the warriors. Planet King Kai. On this diminutive planet, it bore a terrifying gravity 10 times that of Earth. Sun Wukong, bare-chested, his muscles taut, felt the perspiration seep from his skin, only to evaporate instantaneously in the searing heat. Kaioken. Wukong roared with a thunderous bellow. A crimson aura erupted violently, enveloping him entirely. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the very ground of planet King Kai to tremble violently. The North Kai, witnessing this, was left aghast, forgetting the quip that had lingered on his lips. This Saiyan was truly an absolute monster. In just a few months, he had mastered the high-difficulty technique known as Kaioken. Yet, only Wukong himself understood that this was still insufficient. Far from enough. Those 2 impending Saiyans were vastly more powerful than Raditz. He must grow stronger, even stronger. Meanwhile, in a desolate wilderness on Earth, the young son Gohan gritted his teeth, trembling as he maintained a defensive posture, his small face smeared with dirt and sweat. Unleash your potential, Gohan. A chilling voice echoed from behind him. Your anger is your greatest weapon. Do you wish to witness your father and everyone else perish at the hands of the enemy? No sooner had the words left his lips than a sharp energy blast grazed Gohan's cheek, exploding into a massive crater upon the distant mountainside. Debris flew, etching marks upon Gohan's youthful face. Yet, there were no tears in his eyes, only an increasingly resolute glimmer. Meanwhile, atop the sacred temple, Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, and Kaiatsu engaged in a frenzied practice, pushing beyond their limits. Each clash of fists and feet unleashed a fierce wave of energy that reverberated across the sea of clouds. They all understood that in a year's time, they would confront the ultimate battle that would determine the fate of Earth. Each individual was, in their own way, igniting their very essence to protect the world they cherished. In the depths of the cosmos, two comet-like spacecraft sliced through the inky, frigid void of space. Inside one vessel, the towering, robust Nappa gazed at the coordinates displayed on the monitor, grinning widely to reveal his gleaming white teeth. Vegeta, we are nearly there. That useless Raditz must have perished on this wretched planet. What a disgrace to our Saiyan pride. Within the other spacecraft, the diminutive yet menacing Vegeta sat with his arms crossed, eyes closed, a cold expression etched upon his face. Nappa, do not underestimate any planet. However, the fate of this one is already sealed. Once we use the Dragon Balls to wish for immortality, we shall enjoy its demise like a splendid firework display. The vessels of Vegeta and Nappa raced at breakneck speed toward the beautiful, azure planet. Chapter 6. The Gathering of Earth Warriors. The arrival of the Saiyans deep within a desolate valley, the wind brushed against the rocky walls, creating a faint echo. Luo Feng sat cross-legged upon a smooth, time-worn stone. His eyes closed, breathing steadily. This was a meticulously chosen haven for meditation. Daily task: meditate for 1 hour in an utterly tranquil environment. The progress bar advanced slowly but steadily. Suddenly, a chilling electronic voice sounded unexpectedly in Luo Feng's mind. Ding! Enemy detected. Vegeta, combat power, 18,000. Nappa, combat power, 4,000. Warning! Enemies will arrive on Earth within 24 hours. Luo Feng's eyelids fluttered before he slowly opened his eyes. Rising from the stone, he stretched his slightly stiff body. Vegeta and Nappa, these two were far more formidable than the simple-minded Raditz. Especially Vegeta, with his wealth of combat experience and ruthless nature, should he find himself outmatched. He had the ace up his sleeve of transforming into a great ape, boosting his power tenfold. Although Luo Feng could also transform into a great ape, he despised that loss of reason, that brutish form that tarnished his image. Have they arrived? Luo Feng's face bore no excess expression. He merely gazed calmly toward the sky. I hope this time, I can stretch my limbs a bit. As Luo Feng's words faded, the system panel refreshed once more. Ding! Daily task issued. Taste the most exquisite spring water on Earth. Task reward, combat power 30. Ding! Daily task issued. Overlook the scenery from the highest peak on Earth for half an hour. Task reward, combat power 40. Luo Feng glanced at the task list, considering it a prelude to battle. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Earth, in a desolate rocky expanse, fierce winds whipped up clouds of dust, casting a dismal yellow hue across the sky. Piccolo stood coldly on a massive rock, arms crossed. Below him, Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, Dend, and the significantly grown Gohan gathered. Their expressions grave. A year of rigorous training had amplified their auras far beyond what they had been before. Yet, at this moment, their faces betrayed an unmistakable anxiety. Two formidable energies were rapidly approaching. What overwhelming power! Krillin clenched his fists, his voice trembling with fear. They were far stronger than Raditz from a year ago. Entirely on a different level. Tien's third eye was tightly shut as he exerted every ounce of his strength to sense that power, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His countenance grim. Is Goku not back yet? Yamcha gazed anxiously at the sky. Even if Goku returns, what difference does it make? Piccolo's cold voice ruthlessly shattered their hopes. There are two enemies, each far surpassing Raditz. In this battle, we have no retreat. We must either defeat them or be annihilated along with this planet. The young Gohan bit his lip, his small frame trembling slightly in the wind. The warriors of Earth were bracing themselves for a formidable challenge. Yet, this suffocating pressure meant nothing to Luo Feng. He had departed from the valley and now stood atop a remote snow-capped mountain. The air at the summit was crisp and thin, with pure glaciers beneath his feet. Luo Feng found a clear spring, bent down, cupped his hands to gather the water, and brought it to his lips. An exquisite chill and sweetness cascaded down his throat into his belly. Ding. Daily task. Taste the most exquisite spring water on earth. Completed. Reward. Combat power 30. A faint yet pure warmth spread throughout his body, subtly enhancing Luo Feng's already formidable strength. Having accomplished this, Luo Feng's figure vanished once again. In the next moment, he appeared at the pinnacle of the earth. The fierce wind howled past him as he stood at the edge of the peak, allowing the gale to tug at his clothes. Peering down, he beheld a sea of clouds like pure white cotton candy, blanketing his entire view, reflecting golden rays of sunlight in a breathtaking display. Ding. Daily task. Overlook the scenery from the highest peak on Earth for half an hour. Completed. Reward. Combat power 40. Immediately thereafter, Luo Feng's formidable perception swept across the entire planet. Luo Feng sensed the presence of numerous warriors, gathered in the wilderness, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the Saiyans. He understood well the excruciating toll this impending battle would exact on them. The self-detonation of Dumpling, the severing of Tien's arm, and Piccolo's sacrifice to protect Gohan. These were all trials of despair and baptism that they must endure on their path to growth. Only by personally experiencing such helplessness could they truly unlock the latent potential within their bodies, ready to unleash it in future confrontations. Vegeta. Luo Feng gazed at the distant horizon, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. This time, your ridiculous pride as a Saiyan prince shall be utterly crushed. To be defeated by a lowly warrior you disdain, you must be reveling in this unforgettable journey to Earth. Luo Feng refrained from joining Piccolo and the others just yet. The time was not ripe for his intervention. He believed it essential for the warriors to first grasp the sheer power and terror of their adversary. Yawning, he found a sheltered, level patch of snow on the mountaintop, adjusted his posture, and lay down. The tranquility before the storm was for Luo Feng the perfect opportunity for rest. In critical moments, maintaining calm and sufficient sleep was paramount. Such was the privilege of the strong. Time passed, each second ticking away. The atmosphere above Earth grew increasingly oppressive, as if shrouded in an invisible shadow, the air thickening around them. Suddenly, two fiery orbs, trailing long tails of flame, tore through the azure sky, hurtling toward the most prosperous city in the east. Chapter 7. The terrifyingly powerful Saiyans in eastern capital. Two spherical spacecraft crashed down with a thunderous roar. The Earth trembled violently, and at the epicenter of the impact, two skyscrapers were instantaneously reduced to rubble. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, leveling everything in its path. In the vast crater, the two spherical spacecraft lay quietly. The hatch emitted a soft click and slowly opened. The first to emerge was a burly, bald man, Naba. "Hey, Vegeta, the air here is quite decent." Another figure followed closely. Relatively shorter in stature, but exuding an oppressive aura far surpassing that of Naba. The Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. With his arms crossed and a cold, haughty gaze, he remarked, "Humph. A bunch of trash with power levels in single digits. Even the air they breathe disgusts me." Vegeta pressed a button on his scouter, which beeped as the screen locked onto several distant light points. Found them. Kakarote's friends. The strongest among them barely exceeds 2,000. Naba grinned, revealing his white teeth, a deep chuckle escaping him. "What pitiful insects. Vegeta, before we meet Kakarote, why not greet the inhabitants of this planet?" Vegeta's cruel smile acknowledged Naba's suggestion. As Naba chuckled, he slowly raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers to point towards the distant city. "Consider this a token of our meeting." At his fingertips, a sphere of destructive energy swiftly coalesced. In the next moment, the sphere was unleashed. The city instantly evaporated into silence. A vast, smooth crater replaced what was once a bustling metropolis. Naba surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction, laughing triumphantly. The cleanup was complete. "Damn it!" Krillin clenched his fists, his body trembling with intense rage. They had just obliterated an entire city. "Here they come," Piccolo warned. Two immense presences were rapidly approaching their location. Soon, Vegeta and Naba descended from the sky, landing heavily before the warriors. "Which of you is Kakarote?" Vegeta scanned each individual present, finally fixing his gaze on Gohan. This little brat, still sporting a tail, could he be a Saiyan?" Piccolo subtly moved to shield Gohan. "Oh, is this Kakarote's child?" Naba grinned maliciously, stretching his limbs. "Perfect. I'll take him down first, and see if Kakarote the Worthless will come crying back." "Not so fast," Naba, Vegeta interjected. We need not dirty our hands with these weaklings. From a small box at his waist, Vegeta produced several seeds, casually scattering them onto the ground, followed by a sprinkle of water. Moments later, the earth began to writhe. Several grotesque creatures, all a sickly green, emerged from the soil. Cultivated beings. Each possesses a battle power comparable to that of Raditz, the fool. Vegeta's voice dripped with derision. Have fun playing with them. The warriors' hearts plummeted. Each one as strong as Raditz? This meant they would face 6 Raditzes simultaneously. The battle erupted instantly. Tien was the first to strike, moving like lightning as he swiftly dispatched one of the cultivated beings, allowing the others to breathe a sigh of relief. It appeared these green fiends were still manageable. Seeing this, Yamcha regained his confidence. Perhaps these creatures are not so formidable, he shouted, charging forward and executing a beautiful Luo Feng fist, sending another cultivated being crashing to the ground. Did you see that? That is the result of my training, Yamcha declared proudly, turning to strike a pose he deemed impressive. However, in that moment of complacency, the down-cultivated being sprang back to life, latching onto him with surprising strength. Watch out, Krillin exclaimed. Yamcha's smile froze as he struggled to break free, realizing the creature's grip was astonishingly powerful. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed, and dust enveloped the area. When it cleared, only a charred crater remained, alongside Yamcha's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. He had lost all breath. Yamcha! Klin emitted a heart-wrenching roar, yet it was regrettably too late. On the distant mountain peak, Luo Feng sensed all that transpired and merely shook his head gently. Truly, how could there be casualties so swiftly? He mused. This fellow, Yamcha, is the quintessential example of fleeting handsomeness, eager to throw his life away. Does he not know to strike decisively before posturing? Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of sarcasm. The remaining cultivators were swiftly dispatched by the enraged Klin and Piccolo. However, the true despair was only just beginning. The ever-watchful Naba finally moved. His colossal form suddenly appeared before Tien Shinhan, who had no time to react before an overwhelming force assailed him. Crack! Tien's left arm was brutally wrenched off by Naba. A scream of agony escaped Tien's lips. Tien, Kaiatsu, witnessing this horrific scene, felt his heart shatter. Without hesitation, he lunged at Naba, clinging desperately to his back. Farewell, Tien. Kaiatsu contemplated self-destruction, intent on taking Naba down with him. Kaiatsu. No. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion, far surpassing that of the cultivator's self-detonation, engulfed the entire battlefield. Yet, as the smoke cleared, Naba stood unfazed, his battle suit slightly tattered. Irritated, he dusted off the ash. Damn little insect, you've sullied my battle attire. Kaiatsu's sacrifice rendered utterly meaningless, and his death obliterated the last vestiges of Tien's spirit. Gathering every ounce of his remaining life force, Tien directed it towards Naba and unleashed his final roar. Kick H. The immense energy wave enveloped Naba entirely. Subsequently, Tien collapsed, utterly spent. From the heart of the energy blast, Naba staggered out, appearing somewhat disheveled. Impressive fireworks, he remarked, looking down upon the fallen Tien with not a shred of compassion. Now, it is your turn. Naba's gaze fixated upon the remaining Klin, Piccolo, and the trembling Son Gohan. Just as Naba prepared to strike, Vegeta pressed a button on his scouter, his brow furrowing slightly. A rapidly ascending power level is approaching with astonishing speed. It is Kakarot. Vegeta flashed a mischievous smile at the shaken Klin and the others. Naba, halt. Listen well, you rabble. I have a keen interest in this Kakarot. Shortly, I shall slay his companions before his very eyes, and then crush this inferior warrior beneath my heel. For now, I shall show mercy. Let us wait for Kakarot for 3 hours. Enjoy these final moments of your lives. With that, Vegeta found a high rock, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes in meditation. Though reluctant, Naba dared not defy the command, casting a fierce glare at Klin and Gohan before seeking a spot to sit. Time trickled by, minute by minute, as the sun slid slowly from its zenith towards the western ridge. 3 hours. The moment was swiftly approaching. Vegeta opened his eyes and glanced at the setting sun. The time had come. It seemed that your son Goku would not be arriving. Nappa, Vegeta's voice was frigid. Enough of the games, eliminate them. Nappa grinned maliciously, rising to his feet and twisting his thick neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. I've been waiting impatiently. As soon as the words left his mouth, Nappa appeared before Gohan. You little brat, it's time to die? Gohan. Krillin's eyes widened in horror, yet he was too late to intervene. In that critical moment, Piccolo's figure resolutely stepped in front of Gohan. Chapter 8. Luo Feng instantly defeats Nappa. Piccolo spread his arms wide, using his own body as a shield for Son Gohan. The grotesque smile on Nappa's face had not yet faded when a devastating beam of energy was unleashed, striking Piccolo squarely in the chest. Boom! The deafening roar shook the very earth beneath them. The violent energy erupted, scorching Piccolo's body black with intense heat. His form swayed violently, yet he remained steadfast, not retreating an inch. Slowly, he turned his head to gaze at Gohan, who was unharmed yet frozen in shock. You are the first who has not regarded me as a monster, and who is willing to speak to me. Piccolo's voice faltered, imbued with an unprecedented sense of relief. This past year has not been so bad. With those words, Piccolo could no longer maintain his stance, collapsing heavily to the ground. The breath of life gradually faded away. High above in the distant heavenly temple, the deity who had stood silently began to shimmer, ultimately vanishing completely. Uncle Piccolo! The anguished cries reverberated throughout the desolate wilderness. Witnessing Piccolo's sacrifice to protect him shattered Gohan's sanity with overwhelming sorrow and boundless rage. An unprecedented, terrifying power, far exceeding Gohan's limits, erupted from his small frame. Boom! A tempestuous wave of energy surged outward from Gohan, causing the very earth to tremble violently. Special beam cannon. Gohan thrust his hands forward with all his might. A formidable wave of energy, infused with Gohan's wrath, surged forth in an unparalleled display, striking Nappa with tremendous force. Ugh! Nappa was pushed back by the sudden onslaught of power, an unusual expression of pain flashing across his face. This little brat. From a distance, on a rocky outcrop, Vegeta's scouter emitted a piercing alarm, its readings soaring uncontrollably. Battle power at 2,800. How is this possible? Yet, this power ultimately proved ephemeral. The fury unleashed from Gohan quickly drained him, leaving him utterly spent. Gohan collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Nappa moved his arm, which had been struck by the special beam cannon, with a hint of amusement. Interesting little brat. However, the game must come to an end. The shadow of death once again loomed ominously over the entire battlefield. The presence of Sun Wukong drew ever closer, yet ultimately, it arrived a moment too late. At this juncture, the battlefield was left with only the exhausted and grievously injured Krillin, alongside the utterly spent Son Gohan, who lay prostrate on the ground. They possessed no strength left to resist. The formidable foot of Nappa callously pressed down upon Gohan's back. Go, Gohan! Krillin shouted in a fit of defiance, summoning the last remnants of his strength to charge at Nappa. However, Nappa paid no heed to Krillin's futile assault, with a mere flick of his hand. A powerful wave of energy sent Krillin hurtling away. He crashed into a massive boulder, which shattered upon impact, burying him beneath the rubble as he emitted agonizing groans. Is this truly the end for Earth? From a distant high cliff, Vegeta observed the scene with a cold indifference, a sneer of contempt curling upon his lips. The debris of this lowly planet is exceedingly frail. Dispose of them quickly, Nappa, he urged, his voice laced with impatience. Do not squander any more time. Atop the snowy peak, a system notification echoed in Luo Feng's mind once more. Ding! Significant life signs detected. Son Gohan's life hangs by a thread, which will severely impact the host's future. Immediate intervention is required. If Gohan dies, Son Wukong will undoubtedly succumb to an unprecedented fury, Luo Feng contemplated. A deranged Son Wukong facing Vegeta introduces too many variables. Should Wukong also perish, the ensuing narrative would collapse entirely. Luo Feng understood all too well that the unraveling of the storyline would lead to insurmountable troubles. He had no desire to wander the cosmos. In all the universe, only the culinary delights of Earth truly pleased his palate, dining on nutrient paste or insects on other planets. Such an existence he could endure for but a day. It seemed that he could no longer refrain from action. Rising to his feet, in the next moment, Luo Feng's form transformed into a streak of light, imperceptible to the naked eye, vanishing instantaneously from his previous location. On the desolate battlefield, Nappa grinned menacingly as he slowly raised his enormous palm. A sphere of destructive purple energy rapidly coalesced in his grasp, swelling ominously. Say farewell to this world, little brat. Meanwhile, Krillin, having just emerged from the wreckage, could only despairingly shut his eyes. The energy sphere, imbued with the essence of annihilation, descended with a thunderous crash. Just as the brilliance was about to engulf Gohan in that fleeting moment, Luo Feng materialized at Nappa's side. An irresistible force of terror struck Nappa's flank. Boom! A resounding echo reverberated as Nappa's colossal form twisted grotesquely in an instant. The once arrogant bald giant's smile froze in disbelief, his eyes bulging, bloodshot with incredulity. Then, without warning, Nappa's body was sent hurtling backward. A cacophony ensued. Nappa's form scraped along the ground, carving an unfathomable chasm as he obliterated countless massive boulders in his wake. Ultimately, he was violently embedded into the distant mountainside. A cloud of dust surged skyward, obscuring half the heavens. Moments later, upon the mountainside, cracks spread wildly like a spider's web. The colossal form of Nappa, akin to a mass of lifeless sludge, slid helplessly down the cliff and crashed heavily to the ground. Excruciating pain instantly enveloped the senses of this battle-hardened Saiyan warrior. Severely injured, on the brink of death, all from a single strike, Krillin and Gohan stood in stunned silence, their minds blank, witnessing this surreal scene. The once formidable Nappa, a figure of despairing strength, had been hurled away by this sudden, powerful adversary, grievously wounded and near death. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he absorbed the shocking sight before him. Just moments ago, he had scarcely grasped what had transpired. How could such a thing occur? How is it possible? How could such a powerful being exist on this lowly planet? The proud Saiyan prince was unable to perceive even the opponent's complete movements. Luo Feng glanced down at Gohan, who lay on the ground, dazed and alive by mere fortune. He then slowly raised his gaze to the Saiyan prince, Vegeta, who was visibly shaken not far away. Bullying a child was not the pride of a Saiyan. Chapter 9. Goku arrives at the battlefield. The fateful duel approaches. Vegeta's expression grew increasingly grave. Nappa, boasting a combat power of 4,000, an elite warrior capable of shredding all resistance on this planet, had been eliminated in an instant. What troubled Vegeta the most was the realization that he, the esteemed Saiyan prince, had failed to even capture the complete trajectory of his opponent's movements. How could this be? This was utterly impossible. It must be an illusion. It has to be an illusion. Vegeta's heart raged. As the prince of the universe's strongest warrior race, a born fighter, how could he fail to discern the movements of some lowly creature emerging from this planet? Who are you? You possess a tail as well. Could you be Kakarot? Hearing this, Luo Feng shook his head. My name is not Kakarot. You may call me Luo Feng. It was he. Krillin in the ruins trembled, suddenly recalling something. A year ago, Goku had mentioned a mysterious powerhouse. This warrior named Luo Feng had appeared and, with a single strike, had dispatched Raditz, who had left them utterly helpless. Now, he had once again effortlessly annihilated Nappa, who was countless times more terrifying than Raditz. Salvation had arrived. Krillin's taut nerves finally relaxed. Gohan, too, gazed up at Luo Feng with wide eyes filled with admiration. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, Luo Feng summoned the system interface in his mind. Name: Luo Feng Combat Power, 30. 520, a top-tier warrior in the universe. Capable of dominating most planets. Skill: mastery of flight technique. Description: absolute strength is the sole cornerstone of manifesting one's will. Over 30,000 in combat power. Luo Feng felt a sense of reassurance. Taking on a Vegeta with a power level of 18,000 should suffice. However, if this fellow transforms into a great ape, multiplying his power tenfold, that could pose a problem. Fortunately, the transformed one's weakness lies in its tail. All I need to do is sever it when the time comes. At that moment, a golden radiance tore through the sky, rushing forth with great speed. Sun Wukong, riding on his Nimbus cloud, finally arrived at the battlefield. Upon witnessing the ravaged land before him, the lifeless bodies of Tianjin Fan and Piccolo, and the grievously injured Krillin and Gohan, a torrent of uncontrollable rage surged from the depths of his heart. Wukong's gaze ultimately settled on Luo Feng. Instantly, he deduced that it was Luo Feng who had saved Krillin and Gohan. Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong leapt from his Nimbus cloud and hastened to Luo Feng, bowing deeply and respectfully before him. Mr. Luo Feng, thank you for rescuing Gohan and Krillin. Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively. It was but a trivial effort. Do not dwell on it. Subsequently, Wukong straightened up and fixed his eyes upon Vegeta, who was positioned on a distant rock. Mr. Luo Feng, that man is my enemy. I wish to confront him personally. Please, Mr. Luo Feng, allow me to handle him. Upon hearing this request, Luo Feng first cast a glance at the nearly lifeless Nappa, then glanced at the exceedingly sullen Vegeta. Very well, I have no objections. Luo Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Since you are so eager to fight, go ahead. It saves me the trouble. He took 2 steps back, adopting a posture of anticipation. Now, let us see your performance. Allow this Saiyan prince to witness your prowess. This gesture and these words ignited Vegeta's fury completely. The Saiyan named Luo Feng had audaciously disregarded him from beginning to end. He had disdained the noble Prince Vegeta. Now, even a lower-class warrior, Kakarot, who had been exiled to a lowly planet, dared to request the right to battle in front of him. And that Luo Feng had actually acquiesced. How could he, Prince Vegeta, the most noble elite among the Saiyans, be treated as mere prey to be allocated at will? Was his dignity so trivial? This was a profound humiliation, a humiliation that Vegeta had never endured in his life. Vegeta's gaze shifted to Nappa, who lay among the rubble, barely clinging to life. At this moment, Nappa appeared utterly wretched. In Vegeta's eyes, a Saiyan who could not fight, one who had been defeated on a lowly planet, held no value whatsoever. Nappa was unworthy of being his companion. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. He slowly raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together as a blinding purple energy sphere swiftly coalesced. Useless trash. Before he could finish his sentence, Vegeta ruthlessly hurled that devastating energy towards his loyal subordinate. Nappa's eyes widened in terror, unable to comprehend that the prince he had always followed would turn against him. Why? Vegeta, I boom. Nappa's desperate wail was completely engulfed by the explosion of the energy sphere. His massive form, along with his final question and resentment, was utterly obliterated into cosmic dust amidst the purple glow. Not a trace of existence was left behind. The battlefield once again sank into profound silence. You wretch. Sun Wukong furiously interrogated Vegeta. Why do you even slay your own comrades? Vegeta slowly retracted his hand, releasing a derisive sneer. You are worthless, unworthy to exist in this world. His gaze shifted to Wukong, as if observing an insignificant insect. Lowly warrior Kakarot, you are no different. Your fate shall mirror that of that waste. B. Krillin and Gohan looked on in terror at Vegeta, unable to fathom such cruelty. Sun Wukong's fists clenched tightly, the flames of rage beginning to envelop him. Meanwhile, Luo Feng settled onto a relatively intact stone. Wukong's aura began to soar uncontrollably. A white flame erupted from within him, enveloping his entire form, causing the ground beneath him to fissure. Vegeta pressed a button on his scouter, and the readings fluctuated wildly. Beep, beep, beep. Power level, 8,000. He tore off the scouter and crushed it in his hand. Humph. A mere 8,000 of worthless trash dares to be audacious before me. My power level is 18,000. Sun Wukong's expression grew grave. 18,000. This figure amplified the pressure on him immensely. It seemed he would have to resort to the Kaioken times 3. Vegeta was too formidable. Only by forcibly activating the Kaioken times 3 could there be a glimmer of hope for victory in this battle. 2 powerful auras clashed violently in the air, stirring clouds of dust and triggering drastic changes in atmospheric pressure. Vegeta regained his prideful demeanor, locking eyes with Wukong, filled with the fervor and bloodlust of a warrior race. Kakarot, I shall make you aware of the vast chasm that exists between a lowly warrior and an elite prince. Soon, I will force your head to the ground and rub it repeatedly. Wukong adopted the initial stance of the turtle school, his gaze resolute. You wretch, for the sake of my friends, I shall not allow you to succeed. Without any superfluous words, the 2 pure-blooded Saiyans vanished from their spots. In the next moment, bang! The 2 afterimages violently collided mid-air, their fists and feet clashing, each impact unleashing a terrifying force that tore through the air. The residual shockwaves of their battle surged like bomb blasts, creating rippling waves of dust across the ground. Krillin and Gohan could barely catch glimpses of 2 blurred figures darting through the air, unable to discern their movements. The deafening roars echoed relentlessly. The earth trembled. The ferocious gusts of energy radiated outward uncontrollably. Sun Wukong and Vegeta clashed fiercely, the surrounding rocks shattering and flattening under the force of their combat. The battle had officially commenced. Chapter 10. Wukong's fierce battle with Vegeta's son Wukong exerted every ounce of strength, unleashing all he had learned on King Kai's planet without reservation. Yet, against Vegeta, he still found himself at a disadvantage. Vegeta's combat style was one of pure slaughter, while Wukong's martial arts, though formidable, could not match the overwhelming power Vegeta possessed. The disparity in power represents an insurmountable chasm. Bang! A precise elbow strike from Vegeta landed forcefully on Goku's chest. In an instant, Goku's body was propelled backward, carving a deep trench several meters long into the ground. So weak. Vegeta looked down from his elevated position, his gaze filled with disdain. Your attacks resemble those of a child, feeble and ineffective. A lowly warrior shall forever remain a lowly warrior. Goku coughed up a mouthful of blood. His foundational strength and reaction speed fell short. How infuriating. Witnessing Goku being utterly dominated, Krillin's heart plummeted. Could it be that even Goku was no match for him? Not far away, atop a boulder, Luo Feng shifted into a more comfortable position. The disparity in strength is too vast. It is purely one-sided punishment, Luo Feng mused internally. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the pit. Double Kaioken. A desperate gamble. Boom. A crimson aura erupted from within Goku, soaring skyward. Goku's muscles visibly swelled, veins bulging, his aura doubling in intensity in an instant. This technique was learned from the KO. By employing the Kaioken, he could temporarily amplify his strength, achieving a doubling effect in combat power. Under the influence of the double Kaioken, Goku's combat power surged to an astounding 16,000. The mocking smile on Vegeta's face abruptly froze. What is happening? How could this lowly warrior's power escalate so dramatically in the blink of an eye? Before Vegeta could react, Goku's figure vanished from sight. The next moment, a heavy fist struck Vegeta's abdomen with tremendous force. Ugh! Vegeta let out a muffled grunt, his body involuntarily curling into a shrimp-like shape, sent flying by the sudden onslaught. Impossible. Vegeta managed to stabilize himself mid-air, his face etched with disbelief and shock. How could a lowly warrior unleash such formidable power? This instantaneous enhancement of combat prowess was something Vegeta had never encountered. In the distance, Krillin and Gohan witnessed this spectacle, their eyes igniting with hope. He did it. Goku succeeded. Indeed, now it has become somewhat captivating. Luo Feng's voice rang out. Hey, Prince Vegeta, don't let that lowly warrior you scorn defeat you. Vegeta's gaze swiftly shifted from the heavily panting Goku to Luo Feng. Rather than being repelled by Kakarot, Luo Feng's tone, akin to that of a street performer-esque critic, incited even greater fury within Vegeta. This battle, a clash for the honor of the Saiyans, was reduced to mere entertainment in the eyes of this man, and he, the Prince of the Saiyans, was nothing more than a source of amusement? You insolent fool. Vegeta's teeth clenched audibly, a palpable aura of malevolence emanating from his eyes. Once I have dealt with Kakarot, you shall be next. The battle escalated once more. Enraged beyond measure, Vegeta engaged in a ferocious counterattack against Goku, who had activated his double Kaioken. The sound of fists slicing through the air and the explosive bursts of energy filled the battlefield, enveloping it in an oppressive atmosphere. The earth crumbled beneath their might, while rocks shattered with ease. For a time, Goku, empowered by the Kaioken, managed to dominate Vegeta, each strike overwhelming the Saiyan Prince. However, Vegeta, a seasoned warrior of numerous battles, quickly recalibrated his strategy, leveraging his extensive experience to contend with Goku. This ends now, Kakarot. Vegeta seized an opportunity when Goku briefly paused for breath, creating distance between them. He spread his legs apart, lowered his stance, and gradually raised his hands beside him, palms facing each other. A cataclysmic purple energy began to converge wildly in his palms. Behold the power capable of annihilating this planet. Gallic Gun. Goku's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, realizing he had no retreat. He could only confront the oncoming storm. Triple Kaioken. Goku let out a pained howl as fiery red energy surged dramatically. Kamehameha. A brilliant blue light intertwined with his crimson aura, coalescing between his hands into an unprecedentedly formidable shockwave. Die. A robust purple energy beam erupted simultaneously with a red and blue wave from both warriors. The collision of these titanic forces sent shockwaves through the air. The entire earth trembled under the onslaught of their energy. Krillin and Gohan were swept away by the overwhelming gusts, forced to cling to the ground to avoid being swept off entirely. Goku and Vegeta both released guttural roars, channeling every ounce of their strength into the energy waves. The purple Gallic Gun and the red-blue Kamehameha formed a terrifying equilibrium in the air. Yet, It was evident to all that the scales of victory were gradually tilting in Vegeta's favor. His battle power of 18,000 was undeniably formidable. The purple glow began to steadily consume the blue radiance. "It's over, Kakarot," Vegeta sneered, envisioning Kakarot being engulfed by his energy, reduced to cosmic dust. Witnessing this, Luo Feng could only shake his head. Does this fool seek to suffer a more humiliating defeat against the Sun family? It seems Vegeta is destined for tragedy. Indeed, the moment arrived. Quadruple Kaioken. Goku roared, extracting the last vestiges of strength from within. The crimson flames and blue waves merged completely, forming an unstoppable force that transcended limits. The Kamehameha surged exponentially, overwhelming the purple Gallic gun in an instant. Vegeta was struck head-on by the torrent of energy, propelled skyward. The residual shockwaves from their clash flattened the surrounding mountains to the ground. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward, causing cities hundreds of kilometers away to experience violent tremors. Had the battle come to an end? Wukong trembled, the crimson aura dissipating, every cell in his body crying out in agony. The side effects of the King Kai fist surged over him like a tidal wave. He gasped for breath. Standing became an arduous endeavor. Meanwhile, Vegeta crashed heavily onto the ground not far off, kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, his battle suit lay in tatters, his body marred with wounds. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he still lived. Kakarot. Vegeta struggled to rise. "You, a lowly warrior, dare to leave me in such a disheveled state." Vegeta had one final trump card. Behold the true terror of a Saiyan. Slowly, he raised one hand, palm upward, as a radiant sphere of light began to rapidly coalesce and compress. "Arise, artificial moon." The sphere shot forth, soaring into the dim sky, instantly expanding and emitting an eerie blue glow. Luo Feng furrowed his brow at the sight of the artificial moon. He still possessed a tail. To avoid becoming an ugly giant ape himself, Luo Feng instinctively closed his eyes. Just as the Blutz wave illuminated him, a notification chimed in Luo Feng's mind. Ding! High concentration of Blutz waves detected. To prevent the host from undergoing an uncontrollable transformation that could affect their image, the system has initiated an emergency protocol. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the passive ability, Blutz Wave Immunity. You have gained the active skill, Autonomous Great Ape Transformation. You can now choose whether to transform into a great ape under Blutz waves while maintaining absolute rationality. Chapter 11. Great Ape Vegeta, Luo Feng's Plaything. Sun Wukong's heart sank to the depths of despair. Under the blue light of the artificial moon, Vegeta's body began to undergo a violent transformation. Brown fur erupted from his skin, rapidly enveloping him. His form continued to enlarge, growing larger and larger still. In mere seconds, a terrifying great ape, towering several dozen meters tall with bared fangs and a fearsome visage, replaced Vegeta's original form. A thunderous roar erupted, conjuring a terrifying wave of force that swept across the battlefield. Great Ape Vegeta. In that instant, his battle power surged tenfold. 180,000. The overwhelming pressure, akin to a mountain, made it difficult for Krillin and Gohan to breathe. Oh, Great Ape Transformation? From a distance, Luo Feng crossed his arms. Now this is getting interesting. Transformed into a great ape, Vegeta immediately locked onto Sun Wukong. His colossal hand, resembling a dark cloud, came crashing down. Wukong exerted every last ounce of strength to evade, but the excruciating pain slowed his movements by a fraction. Boom! Wukong was struck down by Great Ape Vegeta's mighty palm, and in quick succession, the giant foot came crashing down. Ugh! With a heart-wrenching scream, Wukong seemed to feel every bone in his body on the verge of being crushed. Wukong! Father! Krillin and Son Gohan's eyes flared with fury. In their rage, they recklessly charged forward. The Kamehameha wave and the solar flare struck simultaneously, landing solidly on the giant ape Vegeta's shin. However, their furious assault had no effect on the colossal creature. Get lost, insects! Vegeta's massive tail swept through the air. An irresistible wave of terrifying power surged forth. Krillin and Gohan were instantly sent flying, crashing into a distant rock wall before landing heavily on the ground. The giant ape's attention turned back to Wukong beneath its feet. It opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. Soon after, a devastating purple energy beam began to gather frantically within the giant ape's maw. Vegeta aimed to utterly extinguish the life of this lowly warrior. Just then, An unexpected turn of events occurred. Struggling against the pain, Gohan lifted his head, his gaze locking onto the artificial moon in the sky. An primal impulse, rooted deep within his bloodline, overtook Gohan's consciousness in an instant. His body began to uncontrollably swell and transform. Within mere seconds, a slightly smaller giant ape appeared on the battlefield. Yet, unlike Vegeta, the transformed Gohan had completely lost his sanity, becoming a beast driven solely by destruction. The giant ape Gohan let out a furious roar, instinctively charging towards the most powerful presence on the battlefield, Vegeta. The two colossal beings clashed violently. The earth trembled beneath them. However, one was a mindless beast, while the other retained a sharp fighting awareness as an elite warrior. The outcome was inevitable. Gohan was soon battered and bruised by Vegeta, his massive form collapsing to the ground, utterly unconscious. The tail. Yes, the tail. Amidst the rubble, a barely mobile Krillin gazed at the giant ape's vigorously swaying tail. A flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Kienzan. Krillin concentrated every last ounce of his energy into a powerful Kienzan. The golden disc spun rapidly, whistling towards the tail of the giant ape Vegeta. This was their final and sole opportunity. However, sensing the impending danger, Vegeta leaped upward. The Kienzan narrowly missed the giant ape's tail, slicing through a distant mountain peak with a clean cut. Krillin sat in stunned silence, collapsing onto the ground. It was over. Everything was lost. Just at this moment of despair, a notification chimed in Luo Feng's mind. Ding. Detected enemy. Giant ape Vegeta. Combat power. 180,000. To ensure the safety of the host, the system automatically activates emergency protocols. Temporary power enhancement has been granted. Combat power increased to 200,000 points, lasting for 3 minutes. A tremendous surge of power instantly filled Luo Feng's entire being. As he felt the torrent of energy coursing through him, he nodded in satisfaction. 3 minutes would be sufficient. And in that very instant, the moment had arrived. The figure of Luo Feng vanished from the towering rock. The great ape Vegeta was poised to deliver a final blow to the fallen Gohan. Suddenly, Luo Feng appeared before the colossal figure of Vegeta, making a provocative gesture. Enraged by this audacity, the great ape Vegeta let out a furious roar, his massive hand crashing down towards Luo Feng. With a swift motion, Luo Feng effortlessly evaded the powerful strike. How sluggish you are, Vegeta. Is this truly the extent of your power after transformation? What a disappointment. Vegeta, incensed by Luo Feng's mockery, unleashed a flurry of furious strikes, his enormous arms becoming blurs as they swung wildly at Luo Feng. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Feng's figure danced through the air, leaving behind illusory afterimages, as not a single blow from Vegeta found its mark. In the next moment, Luo Feng reappeared beside the great ape's tail. Let me see, he said, grasping the tail. Your strength has certainly increased, but alas, your weaknesses have become even more apparent. Before he finished speaking, Luo Feng's arm muscles twitched, and a terrifying surge of power erupted forth. Boom. The immense form of great ape Vegeta was forcibly lifted from the ground, akin to a colossal sandbag being swung violently. Moments later, he was slammed down onto the earth. The ground let out a mournful cry as a terrifying pit formed instantly. But this was merely the beginning. Luo Feng, clinging to the tail, repeatedly smashed the great ape's body against the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield was left in utter disarray. The once mighty and arrogant Saiyan prince found himself utterly powerless, emitting pained and humiliating wails with each bone-shaking impact. Only when Luo Feng grew weary of the spectacle did he hurl the massive form of the great ape into the air. With a flick of his fingers, a golden beam shot forth, striking the base of the great ape's tail. With a soft crack, that immensely thick tail was severed. In midair, the gargantuan figure of the great ape began to deflate like a punctured balloon, ultimately reverting to Vegeta's human form, crashing heavily into the center of the deep pit. Lying among the rubble, Vegeta gazed blankly at the sky. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Luo Feng descended slowly, looking down upon the now pitiful Vegeta, and spoke coldly. The Saiyan Prince is nothing but this. Chapter 12. The battle concludes. Vegeta's humiliating retreat. Vegeta lay in the depths of the pit, utterly questioning his existence. The physical agony paled in comparison to the mental collapse he experienced. That individual named Luo Feng had treated his most powerful great ape form as nothing more than a punching bag, pummeling him repeatedly without offering a chance to retaliate. Vegeta felt akin to a mere toy in Luo Feng's hands. The humiliation transcended the pain of defeat, grinding down every ounce of pride possessed by the Saiyan prince into the dirt. Vegeta struggled, using his only remaining mobile arm to search his waist. There lay his sole hope of escaping this planet. In the distance, Krillin stared vacantly at the scene, his mind overwhelmed by an excess of surreal images, rendering him utterly incapacitated. It was no wonder, for the manner in which Luo Feng had defeated Vegeta was utterly revolutionary. The once formidable Saiyan was now toyed with as if he were a mere plaything. Beep. Key decision node detected. Saiyan Prince Vegeta. This individual, though currently an enemy, will in the future become a guardian of Earth. Please, host, make your choice. Two luminous screens, visible solely to Luo Feng, materialized before him. Option 1. Root out the problem. Completely annihilate Saiyan Prince Vegeta. Reward. A reclining chair. Effect. Isolates one from all noise and gradually restores stamina. Option 2. Invest in the future. Allow Vegeta to escape. As a significant character in the Dragon Ball narrative, his existence will yield greater returns. Reward. An increase of 20,000 in combat power. Luo Feng's brows slightly arched. A chair? It could mute noise and restore energy. Sounds appealing. Yet, a mere chair is ultimately a mundane object. What value is there in combat power? Only strength serves as the sole guarantee of survival in this perilous world. Moreover, Vegeta is the second most pivotal character in Dragon Ball. Numerous crucial plotlines rely on him for cohesion and advancement. Should he be slain now, who knows how the subsequent storylines might unravel. The arcs involving Namek, the androids, and Majin Buu could not afford to lose such a key figure. Without hesitation, Luo Feng declared, System, I choose option 2. Beep. Selection successful. Reward. 20,000 combat power. A warm surge coursed through his being, and Luo Feng distinctly felt his strength ascend to a new echelon. At the very moment Luo Feng made his choice, Vegeta, deep within the pit, finally located the button and exerted his last ounce of energy to press it. Not far away, a circular spaceship, disguised as a rock, gradually opened its hatch. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta summoned every ounce of strength to crawl slowly into the vessel. You lowly creatures of this inferior planet. One day I shall repay today as humiliation 1,000-fold. He vowed. The spaceship's door sealed behind him, and in the next instant, it soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. Luo Feng surveyed the ravaged battlefield, sensing a faint yet trembling aura from afar. He shook his head in resignation. That gluttonous bystander, hiding in the shadows, is he waiting for an invitation to dine? As if heeding Luo Feng's unspoken call, a chubby figure emerged from behind a large rock. It was the long-hidden Yachirobe. Seeing that Vegeta's ship had disappeared, Yachirobe mustered his courage, clutching his katana, and scrambled out. Goku, Krillin, I have Senza beans. The arrival of the magical beans from Yachirobe was perfectly timed. Krillin took the beans without hesitation and immediately fed one to the gravely injured and unconscious Goku. As the bean entered Goku's mouth, his wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate, visible to the naked eye. Within mere seconds, Goku suddenly sat up, his eyes sparkling with vitality. I have recovered. Krillin and Gohan each consumed a bean, instantly restoring their strength and healing their injuries to peak condition. Once rejuvenated, Goku promptly stood up, adjusted his tattered clothing, and swiftly approached Luo Feng. He bowed deeply, expressing profound gratitude. Mr. Luo Feng, thank you. Thank you for saving all of us. For saving the entire Earth. Krillin and Gohan immediately followed suit, respectfully bowing in imitation of Goku. In response to their grand gesture, Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for thanks. I was merely concerned that those two Saiyans might destroy the Earth. After all, I reside here as well. With that, Luo Feng turned to leave. For him, the matter had been resolved, and it was time to seek out a delightful meal as a reward for himself. Just then, the distant roar of propellers grew louder. A large aircraft emblazoned with a recognizable insignia descended rapidly onto the nearby flat ground. The hatch opened, and a voice rang out. Gohan, my Gohan. Chi-Chi was the first to burst forth from the aircraft, tightly embracing Gohan. Following her were Bulma, Master Roshi, Oolong, and others. Goku, Gohan, are you all right? Bulma, clad in a practical adventure outfit, wore an expression of anxiety. However, when her gaze swept over the devastated battlefield and landed on Luo Feng. Her eyes lit up instantly. So handsome. Who is this man? Such an impressive physique. His aura is so unique. Bulma swiftly cast aside her initial purpose of searching for Goku and instinctively tidied her wind-blown blue hair, revealing what she believed to be her most charming smile. As she walked briskly toward Luo Feng. Hi. Hello, I'm Bulma. Are you a friend of Goku? How come I've never seen you before? Master Roshi and Oolong exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of resigned amusement. Bulma's infatuation was a persistent trait that seemed unchangeable. Luo Feng halted, casting a bemused glance at the overly familiar woman. Your boyfriend Yamcha is still unaccounted for, and here you are, flirting with another man? Hello, I'm Luo Feng. He replied, his demeanor cool and seemingly indifferent to the beauty before him. Goku and Krillin had grown accustomed to Luo Feng's style, but Bulma and Master Roshi were taken aback, the atmosphere suddenly awkward. This man named Luo Feng is quite aloof. Chapter 13. Aftermath. The sorrowful gathering Master Roshi stepped forward, surveying the utterly ravaged landscape with a grave expression. Goku, that terrifying energy. Goku looked at Master Roshi, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of seriousness. He glanced at Bulma, his lips moved as if to speak, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Krillin took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Piccolo sacrificed himself to protect Gohan. Kaiatsu, Tien, and Yamcha also. The words that followed remained unspoken. This resilient little bald head felt his eyes welling up with tears. What? Bulma's smile vanished in an instant. Disbelief etched across her face as she turned sharply to Goku, seemingly seeking a refutation. Yamcha, how could he? Goku nodded sorrowfully, avoiding Bulma's gaze. Bulma's body trembled as she sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Kiki tightly embraced the returned Gohan, tears streaming down her face, her body shaking with the fear of nearly losing her son. It was so close. Just a hair's breadth away from losing him forever. Master Roshi sighed silently, stepping forward to pat Goku on the shoulder, his gaze shifting to Luo Feng. He understood better than anyone present. In the recent battle, there had been a force whose strength far surpassed that of Goku and Vegeta. Now, Goku and his companions had survived, while the enemy had vanished. The implications were all too clear. Master Roshi approached Luo Feng, straightening his orange martial arts uniform, his demeanor solemn. Then, he performed the most respectful and ancient bow of a martial artist. Sir, I, Master Roshi, express my gratitude on behalf of this world and all living beings on Earth. Goku also came to his senses, hastily explaining to Bulma and the others. It was this Mr. Luo Feng who saved us. That Saiyan named Vegeta turned into an enormous gorilla, and we were all at our wits' end, facing annihilation. It was Mr. Luo Feng who. Goku struggled to find the right words, but recollecting the absurd scene of Luo Feng fighting like a punching bag, he could only utter two words in a dry tone. Scared off. Scared off? Bulma temporarily halted her weeping, raising her tear-streaked face to gaze vacantly at the handsome yet laid-back Luo Feng. Master Roshi was equally taken aback. He could only imagine the sheer magnitude of that scene. That Mr. Luo Feng. Goku stepped forward, curious. May I ask who you are? How do you possess such incredible power? Luo Feng paused in his departure. I am, like you, a Saiyan, he replied nonchalantly. Long ago, I happened to wander to Earth and settled here. This place is, in a sense, my home. I dislike uninvited guests wreaking havoc in my home. His words left everyone in stunned silence. Another Saiyan? One who resided on Earth and possessed incomprehensible strength? With that, Luo Feng turned to leave once more, feeling rather hungry. Behind him, Bulma's desperate cries began to resonate again, mingled with Krillin's suppressed sobs. Luo Feng frowned slightly. Hey, what's the use of crying? People can be resurrected. Clint abruptly lifted his head, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Mr. Luo Feng, what did you just say? The divine dragon has vanished due to the death of the celestial being. We are utterly helpless. Luo Feng shook his head. The celestial being of Earth has perished, and thus the divine dragon has disappeared. But who informed you that the celestial being is from Earth? This single statement rendered everyone present speechless. A flash of insight struck Wukong's mind as he recalled something Raditz had mentioned. The celestial being is not from Earth. Luo Feng nodded. The celestial being hails from a planet known as Namek. Namek? Clint exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, the previous Saiyan referred to Piccolo as a Namekian. Luo Feng continued, on Namek. There exist Dragon Balls akin to those of Earth, yet they are an enhanced version, possessing far greater power. To locate them and resurrect a few individuals is merely a matter of making a wish. Observing their dazed expressions, Luo Feng added, "Do you understand? So, cease your weeping." Bulma suddenly sprang to her feet, unable to fathom her ears. "Are you truly serious? There are indeed other Dragon Balls." Wukong, too, was exhilarated, rushing towards Luo Feng with renewed fervor in his eyes. "Mr. Luo Feng, how do we reach Namek?" However, the only response to Wukong's inquiry was an expanse of emptiness. Once Luo Feng had finished speaking, he ascended into the air, soaring swiftly towards West City, leaving Wukong, Klin, Bulma, and the others standing in the devastated battlefield, exchanging bewildered glances. "He just left?" Klin murmured. Wukong gazed in the direction Luo Feng had departed, clenching his fists tightly. "Namek. I must journey there to seek the Dragon Balls and revive all our fallen comrades." Shortly thereafter, Luo Feng's figure appeared amidst the bustling commercial streets of West City. The vibrant scene, filled with vehicles and the chatter of people, starkly contrasted with the previous desolation of the battlefield. Luo Feng's singular thought at that moment was one, hunger. Following the enticing aroma of food, he entered what appeared to be the most upscale buffet restaurant. "Good day, sir. Just one?" The attendant inquired politely at the entrance. "Yes." Luo Feng nodded, proceeding inside. He chose a seat by the window and, without hesitation, began to indulge in the array of delectable dishes gliding by on the conveyor belt. Steak, roasted meats, sushi, pizza, 1 plate, 2 plates, 3 plates. The empty plates before Luo Feng accumulated at an astonishing pace, quickly forming a small mountain. Although Luo Feng's eating manner was not crude, his speed was mesmerizing. The surrounding diners watched in astonishment. "Goodness, is that person a reincarnated glutton? He has consumed food enough for at least 20 people. Manager, our restaurant is going to be overwhelmed." The restaurant manager, drenched in sweat, hurried over, his face pale as he beheld the ever-growing mountain of plates, yet he dared not intervene. Luo Feng, oblivious to his surroundings, remained intently focused on devouring the feast before him. Until Luo Feng let out a contented belch. Feeling his stomach sufficiently full, he finally slowed his pace. At that moment, the system's prompt arrived belatedly. Basic task reward, 1,830 points of combat power. Reward has been distributed. A wave of warmth surged through his entire being. This overwhelming strength brought with it an unparalleled sense of security. Comfortably reclining in his chair, Luo Feng summoned his attribute panel. Name, Luo Feng. Combat power, 52350. Skills, Mastery of Void Dance, Immunity to Bull's Light, Self-transformation into a giant ape. Description, congratulations. Your current combat power, if placed within the Frieza force, would see you among the few capable of overcoming your existence. Gazing at this figure, Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction. With over 50,000 in combat power, he had surpassed both Zabo and Dodoria. In the current realm of Earth, he was truly invincible. A genuine smile blossomed on Luo Feng's face. This was the life he had always desired. Chapter 14. Departure to Namek in West City, at Capsule Corporation. A massive screen loomed before Bulma, displaying a torrent of data that eventually settled on a vast star map. A distant point of light was circled in red. "This is utterly unacceptable," Bulma exclaimed, running her fingers through her hair in frustration. "Based on the approximate coordinates provided by King Kai, I have calculated that Namek is far too distant from Earth." She slammed her fist onto the control panel. "Even with our company's fastest spaceship, the one-way journey would take 4,339 years. Krillin slumped despondently to the ground, his eyes vacant. How could this be? Is there truly no way? The haunting images of Yamcha, Piccolo, Tien, and Kaiatsu's tragic demise flashed before him once more. Just as despair settled over everyone, a voice rang out from behind. "Perhaps there is a way." Everyone turned abruptly. There stood Bubbles, the servant of the temple, by the window, having arrived unnoticed. "Mr. Bubbles," Goku exclaimed, surprised that Bubbles had made his way here from the temple. "I remember that the Supreme Kai once mentioned to me that he traveled to Earth aboard a spaceship." This revelation instantly illuminated Bulma's mind. "Spaceship? Where's the Supreme Kai spaceship?" she inquired eagerly, rushing to Bubbles. "In the far northern region, at a place known as the Yunzabit Highlands," Bubbles replied. "It is perpetually covered in ice and snow, with an extremely harsh and perilous climate." "Enough," Bulma interjected, grasping Bubbles' arm. "Mr. Bubbles, let us depart immediately." Yunzabit Highlands. The biting cold winds howled around them. Bulma, swathed in 3 layers of thick winter gear, still shivered uncontrollably, her teeth chattering incessantly. "Mr. Bubbles, are you certain this is the place?" she asked, curling her neck as her breath formed frosty mist upon her eyelashes. "Is it really possible for a spaceship to exist in such a wretched location?" Bubbles did not respond, but merely extended his dark finger toward a distant chasm. The magic carpet descended gracefully, gliding into the depths of the shadowy chasm. The chill grew increasingly oppressive. At the very bottom of the gorge lay a spacecraft, half buried beneath a thick blanket of ice and snow, resting silently. "Found it!" Bulma exclaimed with exhilaration as she leaped off the magic carpet. The hatch was tightly sealed, its surface seamless, without any visible switches or buttons. Bulma circled the spacecraft, studying it for hours, deploying various high-tech instruments to scan and analyze. Yet she could not locate an entrance. Frustrated, she stamped her feet and kicked the spacecraft in exasperation. The vessel remained unyielding, leaving Bulma's foot tingling from the impact. Bobo approached the hatch slowly, extending his hand to press gently on an inconspicuous spiral symbol etched on the door. He turned to Bulma and said, "The operating system of this spacecraft requires activation in Namekian." "Namekian?" Bulma was taken aback. "How could I possibly speak that language?" Bobo observed Bulma as his lips moved, producing a peculiar and ancient syllable. "Repeat after me." With a hint of skepticism, Bulma cleared her throat and imitated Bobo's intonation, awkwardly reciting towards the cold hatch. No sooner had she spoken than a gentle hum resonated. The dormant system, silent for centuries, sprang to life in an instant. Days later, at Capsule Corporation, with the aid of the Senzu beans, Goku's injuries had healed, yet the tremendous strain from forcibly using the Kaioken technique necessitated a period of rest for recovery. He stood before the rejuvenated Namekian spacecraft, his demeanor solemn. "Bulma, Krillin, Gohan, be cautious once you arrive. As soon as Dr. Briefs completes the new spacecraft for me, I will hurry over." "Rest assured, Goku," Krillin affirmed, thumping his chest and nodding vigorously. "We will undoubtedly find the Dragon Balls and bring everyone back to life." The hatch of the spacecraft sealed shut. Accompanied by a subtle rumble, the vessel ascended slowly, transforming into a streak of light before vanishing into the azure sky. In the depths of the cosmos, the spacecraft carrying Bulma and her companions had been traveling uninterrupted for a month. A colossal, vibrant green planet, pulsating with life, loomed ever closer. "Are we there?" Krillin inquired, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor, peering through the porthole at the breathtaking yet utterly unfamiliar world outside. Gohan pressed his small face against the cold glass, his large eyes brimming with curiosity. "We are executing the final landing procedures." "Silence, please." Bulma's gaze was fixed intently on the intricate control panel, her hands moving with such speed they seemed to blur. This month-long journey had been a torturous ordeal for Bulma, navigating the completely alien universe while constantly fearing a malfunction in the navigation system or a collision with an unknown asteroid belt. Finally, the spacecraft emitted a slight tremor and came to a smooth halt on a patch of soft green grass. "We did it." Bulma exhaled a long sigh of relief, collapsing into the pilot's seat, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. Clint and Gohan exchanged a glance. Namek, at last, had been reached. Yet, the true peril may have only just begun. The hatch slowly opened, and a rush of air, imbued with the sense of grass and unfamiliar flora, swept inside. Simultaneously, on Earth, Luo Feng reclined on a mountaintop lounge chair, eyes closed, limbs sprawled, basking in the warmth of the sun. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Ding! A divine choice has been triggered. Please make a decision, host." 2 ethereal screens, visible solely to Luo Feng, unfurled before him. Choice 1. The crisis on Namek is of no concern to you. Son Goku will handle everything. Continue to relish your leisurely life. Reward, none. Choice 2. Proceed to Namek and participate in the ensuing events. Reward, 60,000 points of battle power and the skill instant transmission, Kaishin version. Luo Feng glanced at the reward for the first choice. None, his brow arched. One offers no reward, while the other grants 60,000 battle power and a divine skill. Is there even a choice to be made? Luo Feng was acutely aware that someone like Frieza might very well target Earth next. Furthermore, acquiring the instant transmission skill was imperative. It was undoubtedly a divine technique. System, I choose option 2. Ding. Host has chosen to intervene in the narrative. Reward of 60,000 battle power and skill instant transmission, Kaishin version, has been credited. Boom. A vast, yet soothing power instantaneously filled every cell of Luo Feng's being. The sensation of surging strength elicited a pleased hum from him. He moved his fingers, and with a thought, whoosh, his figure vanished from the mountaintop lounge chair. The next moment, Luo Feng appeared at the summit of the towering Korin Tower. With another thought, whoosh, the scenery before him shifted again. A blue Kaishin, donned in sunglasses, had an apple drop with a thud from his mouth. Nearby, a gorilla and a grasshopper stared in astonishment at Luo Feng's sudden appearance. This skill is quite impressive. It's extremely potent, Luo Feng mused internally. Traveling wherever I wish will be much easier now. After experimenting with his new skill, Luo Feng closed his eyes. His formidable perception expanded instantaneously, traversing the endless sea of stars, ultimately locking onto a distant celestial realm. Found it. Let us go. It's time to see Namek. Luo Feng's gaze sharpened. Whoosh. His figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, Luo Feng gently landed on the soft green grass of Namek. Fresh air enveloped him. His attribute panel updated accordingly. Name: Luo Feng. Battle power: 130, 820 skills. Mastery of flight, bull's light immunity, self-transfiguration into a great ape. Instant transmission, Kaishin version, a chapter 15. Frieza, who dares to sully my playground? Namek possesses a primordial and serene beauty. The rolling hills resemble waves of green, with peculiar spherical trees dotting the landscape, everything appearing in perfect harmony. However, this tranquility is merely a facade. Luo Feng found a precipice high above, his legs dangling in the void as he gazed down upon the planet. In an instant, his perceptive abilities enveloped the entire area. Plumes of black smoke billowed into the sky. The Namekian village was undergoing a catastrophic assault. The grotesque aliens reveled in their malevolence, wielding energy rifles to obliterate the circular homes, reducing them to mere fragments. Namekian warriors charged forth, only to be effortlessly torn apart by a stout figure, pink and spiked. Dodoria's cruel laughter echoed, seemingly savoring the one-sided slaughter. In another direction, a slender beam pierced the chest of a Namekian elder. It was Zabon, another high-ranking officer of Frieza. Behind them, a diminutive figure seated on a floating chair observed the devastation with a sickly gaze. The cosmic tyrant, Frieza. Truly, he embodies the legacy of cosmic marauders. His skills in pillaging and destruction fully honed. At that moment, another faint yet familiar aura emerged within Luo Feng's sensory range. The hatch opened, revealing the figures of Krillin and Gohan upon the soil of Namek. Upon their arrival, Krillin and Gohan immediately began to sense the energies surrounding them. Such formidable power. It surpassed even that of Vegeta from long ago, and there were multiple sources. Uncle Krillin, we must locate the Dragon Balls. Krillin took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. After ensuring Bulma's safety, the two suppressed their energies and cautiously made their way toward the ruins of a Namekian village. However, fortune did not favor them. As they neared the ruins, they were spotted by a patrol of Frieza's soldiers. Hey, look, two little mice, exclaimed a soldier with a fish-like head as he scanned them with a detector. One with a power level of 1400 and the other 1200? Pathetically weak. Eliminating them should earn us a reward from Lord Frieza. Several soldiers grinned wickedly and surrounded Krillin and Gohan. In an instant, combat erupted. Krillin and Gohan exerted all their strength, yet soon found themselves at a disadvantage. Although the soldiers' power levels were low, around 1 or 2,000, they were numerous. And there was a commanding officer with a power level of 3,000. Damn it, Krillin rolled, barely evading an energy blast. Die, brat, the captain sneered, raising his hand toward Gohan, a deadly beam coalescing at his fingertips. Gohan, be careful. Krillin's eyes widened in horror, desperate to intervene, but it was too late. In that critical moment, Luo Feng appeared out of thin air before Gohan. Who are you? The Frieza soldiers froze, their detectors registering no response. Luo Feng turned his head, regarding the soldiers with disdain, as if they were mere refuse. You have disturbed my peace. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a series of beams shot forth, piercing through them. The movements of the Frieza soldiers instantly halted, each bearing a bloodied hole in their foreheads. In the next moment, they collapsed abruptly. A swift defeat. Krillin and Gohan, having narrowly escaped, sank onto the ground, gasping for breath. Mr. Luo Feng? Krillin rubbed his eyes vigorously. scarcely able to believe the unfolding reality. Oh, Luo Feng responded. I came here for a little excursion. The sunlight is quite splendid, perfect for an afternoon nap. Travel? An afternoon nap? Krillin and Gohan's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Ah, right, Luo Feng seemed to recall something. How is your search for the Dragon Balls going? Krillin wore a pained smile. We have just arrived. Oh, such inefficiency, Luo Feng yawned. Well, I was merely passing through and decided to clear away some debris. Observing the dazed expressions on the faces of the two, Luo Feng kindly offered a piece of advice. On this planet, there is a diminutive figure seated on a flying chair, known as Frieza. Do not provoke him. With that, without waiting for further inquiries from Krillin and Gohan, Luo Feng's figure abruptly vanished into thin air. Left in a state of bewilderment, Krillin and Gohan exchanged glances and, after a prolonged silence, exhaled deeply. Luo Feng's appearance had instantly quelled their previously anxious hearts. Meanwhile, within the vast interior of Frieza's enormous spaceship, a sinister chuckle echoed. Frieza, cradling a glass of red wine, gently swirled its contents. Suddenly, on the main screen before him, several light points representing the squad of soldiers he had dispatched vanished simultaneously. Frieza's movements halted, his purple tail swishing impatiently behind him. Frieza squinted slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. What is happening? Zarbin immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Lord Frieza, it is possible that they have fallen into a trap set by those Namekians. A trap? What sort of trap could silence my soldiers and sever their signals without a cry for help? Frieza downed the wine in his glass in one swift motion. Crack! The crystal goblet shattered into a fine powder in his grip. Interesting. Zarbin, Dodoria, expedite the collection of the Dragon Balls. And while you're at it, eliminate those pesky insects. At once, Lord Frieza. Dodoria cackled, cracking his knuckles with a satisfying snap. He was eager for action. Zarbin elegantly bowed. Rest assured, my lord. I shall eradicate any foolhardy insects for you. In an instant, the two figures transformed into streaks of light, darting out of the spaceship towards the location where the signals had vanished. Just then, a piercing alarm blared. A sweating operator reported urgently, report to Lord Frieza. An unidentified flying object has been detected entering the Namekian atmosphere at an extremely high speed. Frieza's eyes flickered with displeasure. Another one? Bring up the visuals. On the screen, a circular spacecraft trailed a long plume of fire, tearing through the clouds and plummeting towards the ground at high speed. Scan its energy response. Frieza's voice was frigid. Yes. Scanning. Scan complete. The operator observed the figures on the screen, his voice trembling. Battle power, 24,000. 24,000. It's Vegeta's ship. Another soldier recognized the craft's design and reported loudly. Vegeta? That unruly Saiyan monkey? A sinister laughter erupted from Frieza. I never expected even the last Saiyan prince would come to join the fray. A battle power of 24,000 from Vegeta? This dull planet suddenly seems far more entertaining. Inform Zarbin and Dodoria. Chapter 16, Divine Selection. The Kamehameha in hand. After a few days of rest, Krillin and Gohan set off once more to explore. This time, they suppressed their energy to the utmost and began their journey in a singular direction. What awaited them was a landscape of burning ruins. Amidst the charred remnants, a plump pink figure loomed. In the clearing, several surviving Namekians were surrounded by Frieza's soldiers. Haha, look at these little green beings, still foolishly hoping to escape? Speak. Where are the Dragon Balls hidden? Dodoria cruelly executed one of the adult Namekians, then ordered his subordinates to slaughter the young ones, demanding to know the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Just as the last young Namekian was about to meet a grim fate, Krillin's innate kindness compelled him to intervene. Witnessing the massacre of a Namekian resembling Piccolo reminded Gohan of Piccolo's sacrifice to save him, igniting his fury. The two unleashed their power simultaneously, swiftly dispatching several of Frieza's low-ranking soldiers. Oh, there are still two foolish little mice. Dodoria's attention was immediately drawn to Krillin and Gohan. Krillin was acutely aware of the vast gulf separating them from this pink monstrosity. Acting decisively, he shouted with all his might towards the young Namekian named Dend, run. Find a place to hide. Before he could finish, Krillin no longer harbored any desire to fight, and, alongside Gohan, fled in the opposite direction with frantic urgency. Trying to escape? Did you gain my Lord Dodoria's permission? Dodoria let out a menacing laugh, his corpulent form transforming into a discordant pink streak, rapidly closing in on the two. Krillin realized that if this continued, Being caught was merely a matter of time. He abruptly stopped, pivoting with determination, his hands crossing before his forehead. Solar flare. A blinding light erupted. Ah, my eyes. Dodoria, caught off guard, shielded his eyes, emitting a roar of both pain and rage. Seizing the precious opportunity, Krillin and Gohan plunged into a nearby vast lake, concealing their presence. You wretched insect. Come out. Doria unleashed energy blasts frantically across the surface of the lake. After a futile search, he could only curse in anger as he veered towards other villages, continuing his quest for the Dragon Balls. After a considerable time had passed, and upon confirming that the terrifying aura had receded, Krillin and Gohan emerged, soaked to the skin. From the lake, the child they had rescued, Dondi, was anxiously waiting on the shore. Subsequently, Dondi led Krillin and Gohan to meet the guardian of Namek, the Grand Elder. In the presence of the Grand Elder, he spoke. Earthlings, I sense within you a courageous spirit and inherent goodness, a desire to combat evil. To protect the life upon this land, I shall awaken the dormant power within you. The Grand Elder's colossal hand extended gently, resting upon Krillin's head. A warm and immense energy surged into Krillin, shattering the invisible shackles that had bound him for a lifetime. Power. An unprecedented surge of strength erupted from Krillin's being. The Grand Elder then placed his hand upon Gohan's head. A far more formidable aura exploded from Gohan's small frame, prompting an undeniable glimmer of astonishment in the Grand Elder's eyes. What a child of boundless potential. The explosive growth of power instilled an unparalleled confidence in them. After bidding farewell to the Grand Elder, Krillin and Gohan found themselves in possession of a gleaming one-star Dragon Ball, a token gifted by the Elder. But scarcely had they flown beyond the protective range of the sanctum when a pink figure blocked their path. It was Doria. Having detected a significant surge in combat power through his scouter, he had rushed over, only to discover the very pests he had previously toyed with. Oh, this is quite the unexpected boon. Your power has increased considerably, he noted, observing that Krillin and Gohan's combat strength had soared above 10,000. Nevertheless, in the presence of Master Doria, they remained mere insects. Doria, uninterested in further dialogue, transformed into a blur and launched his attack. Even with their potential unlocked by the Grand Elder, Krillin and Gohan stood no chance against Doria's overwhelming power of 22,000. With a resounding crash, they fell from the sky, leaving 2 alarming craters upon impact with the ground. The game had come to an end. Gohan. Krillin cried out, his eyes wide with despair. Yet his battered body rendered him immobile. Meanwhile, atop a distant peak, Luo Feng lay comfortably, on the brink of entering the sweetest slumber. Suddenly, an alarm resonated in his mind. Warning. The life of your important associate, Son Gohan, is once again in peril. Immediate intervention is required to save this pivotal character. The alarm jolted Luo Feng from his half-asleep state. Is this it? Directly facing life-threatening danger? How inconsiderate. Warning. A divine-level choice has been triggered. Please make your decision. 2 ethereal curtains of light gradually unfolded before his eyes. Option 1. Continue to observe. Allow the warriors to fend for themselves, awaiting Sun Wukong's arrival on Namek. Reward. None. Option 2. Intervene forcefully. Save Son Gohan and impose justice upon Dodoria. Reward. Combat power of 10,000 points. Unlock the skill Kamehameha. Nonsense. Luo Feng glanced at the glaring reward. None option, curling his lip. Of course, it was the second option. After all, the reward this time was the divine technique Kamehameha. It was imperative to teach these ruffians a lesson, making them understand that not just anyone could come to this planet and shout recklessly. Ding. The host has chosen to intervene forcefully in the storyline. Reward of combat power 10,000 points, and the skill Kamehameha has been credited. A surge of new power instantly flooded in, and the profound essence of Kamehameha was vividly imprinted in Luo Feng's mind. Excellent, with Kamehameha in hand. His battle prowess soared. Chapter 17, Frieza's Fury. In the heart of the battlefield, just as Dodoria's fist was about to descend, a figure silently appeared between Dodoria and Gohan. With hands casually tucked in his pockets, Luo Feng appeared nonchalant, like a traveler passing by. Dodoria's seemingly inevitable punch halted within half a meter of Luo Feng's back. His sinister grin froze, his pupils dilating in shock. When did this person arrive? Without turning to face Dodoria, Luo Feng merely waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away an annoying fly. The motion was effortless, seemingly devoid of any exertion. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. Dodoria's corpulent form instantly arched like a cooked shrimp. Disbelief etched across his face. In the next moment, Dodoria transformed into a pink projectile, hurtling back at 10 times the speed he had approached, crashing violently into a distant hill and raising a cloud of dust. Against Luo Feng's combat power exceeding 100,000, Dodoria's 22,000 was as insignificant as an insect. The world fell momentarily silent. Only Krillin and Gohan remained, mouths agape, staring at Luo Feng in awe. So powerful. With a mere flick, he sent such a terrifying foe flying. Not far behind a rocky outcrop, a figure clad in Saiyan battle attire intensely observed the scene. His expression now one of sheer horror rather than shock. It was Vegeta. Yes, it was him. Vegeta's fists clenched involuntarily, filled with resentment, yet utterly powerless. The gap between him and Luo Feng was insurmountable. On Earth, Luo Feng had toyed with his proud great ape form as if it were a mere plaything. The dignity of the Saiyan prince was completely trampled and shattered beneath the feet of this man named Luo Feng. Vegeta found himself increasingly withdrawn. He had arrived on Namek. Believing that with his combat power exceeding 18,000, he might seize the opportunity to manipulate both Frieza and the Namekians to his advantage. However, the emergence of Kofeng shattered all of Vegeta's plans and delusions in an instant. Boom! The distant hills erupted violently, and a roar of unparalleled rage echoed through the skies. Damn it, you wretched insect! Dodoria, bloodied and disheveled, surged from the ruins, his resilient battle armor riddled with countless cracks, his face stripped of its previous mockery, leaving only a frenzied thirst for blood. How dare you lay a hand on Lord Dodoria? Dodoria's aura surged uncontrollably, enveloping him in pink energy that flickered like flames, causing the ground around him to fracture under its immense pressure. I will tear you to shreds. You shall learn the consequences of offending Lord Dodoria. He pushed his combat power to its utmost limit, the malevolent energy he emitted even causing Vegeta, from a distance, to feel a pang of trepidation. His overwhelming fury made this pink behemoth forget the reality of having been effortlessly flung away by Kofeng. Any creature possessing a modicum of intelligence would have chosen to flee at this juncture, praying that their adversary would not pursue. Yet, Dodoria, with his simplistic mind, considered none of these factors. Die! Dodoria directed both hands towards Kofeng, conjuring a colossal energy blast that embodied all his strength and surged forward with the intent to annihilate. At last, Kofeng reacted to the terrifying attack. He slowly turned around, gazing at the rapidly approaching energy sphere with a hint of disdain upon his face. With a languid motion, he rolled his wrists, as if preparing for a routine exercise. Perfect timing to test the potency of a new skill. Kofeng casually brought his hands to his waist, palms facing each other. A faint blue light began to coalesce in his palms. Came Kofeng intoned softly. Haim, the blue light instantaneously expanded, releasing a blinding radiance. A robust blue beam erupted from Kofeng's palms. The two energies collided midair with a resounding crash. There was no suspense. The energy blast, which Dodoria had amassed with all his might, dissolved silently upon contact with the blue beam, completely consumed and disintegrated. No, it's impossible. The madness on Dodoria's face was replaced by sheer terror. He attempted to flee, but his body was ensnared by the insurmountable pressure of energy, rendering him nearly immobile. The blue beam swiftly engulfed Dodoria entirely. This pink behemoth did not even emit a final scream, as he was vaporized by the overwhelming force of energy. Dodoria, a high-ranking officer under Frieza, had met his demise. Meanwhile, within Frieza's spaceship, the tyrant elegantly swirled the crimson liquid in his cup, a wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly before Frieza, the screen displayed a luminous point representing Dodoria's life signal, which vanished without any forewarning. Frieza's movements faltered momentarily. With a sharp crack, the goblet in his hand was crushed into the finest powder. The temperature within the spacecraft plummeted to a frigid low. The sickly elegant smile on Frieza's face froze instantly, transforming into a chilling frost. His tail thrashed violently behind him, producing a sound akin to the cracking of air. A wave of terrifying murderous intent, potent enough to send shudders throughout the cosmos, erupted with a resounding force. Dodoria, Frieza's voice resonated, low and sinister as if it emerged from the depths of hell. Who is it? Shortly thereafter, A communication request chimed in. The screen illuminated with the handsome, yet slightly anxious visage of Zebo. Lord Frieza, I have detected the disappearance of Mr. Dodoria's combat power signal. Zebo's voice carried a hint of disbelief. The fact that Dodoria, with a combat power of 22,000, could be slain instantaneously was indeed unsettling. I am aware, Frieza replied, his tone laced with fury. Zebo's pupils constricted slightly. He could sense an almost palpable aura of terror emanating from Frieza through the screen. Do you require me to investigate immediately? No, Frieza declined. Rising slowly from his floating chair, his bare feet making a soft sound against the cold metallic floor. Continue with the original plan and collect the Dragon Balls. Amir Dodoria is not significant enough to disrupt my agenda. The primary objective remains to gather the orbs capable of fulfilling my wishes. However, Lord Frieza, the enemy capable of dispatching Dodoria in an instant. Zebo's words were abruptly cut off by Frieza's icy glare. Zebo, Frieza softly uttered his name. Are you questioning my judgment? Of course not, my lord. Zebo hastily lowered his head, cold sweat dampening the long strands of hair on his forehead. Very well. Execute my orders. As for those insects, they are of no concern. Once the Dragon Balls are collected and my wish is realized, I shall reduce them to cosmic dust. Frieza could already envision the exquisite scene of Namek being obliterated into stardust beneath his planet-destroying weapon. Chapter 18. Vegeta, frantically ground into the earth. After eliminating Dodoria, Luo Feng sought a sunlit cliff with a broad view. Stretching his limbs, the sound of cracking bones echoed, and he lay back contentedly. The planet's gravity was just right, and the air was imbued with the fragrance of unfamiliar plants. It was the perfect spot for a midday nap. Vegeta was navigating swiftly through the rugged terrain. After several days of searching, he had found nothing but ruins. Most of the Namekian villages had been thoroughly ravaged by Frieza's minions. Anxiously, Vegeta replayed the scene in his mind of Luo Feng annihilating Dodoria with the Kamehameha wave. He believed he could not withstand Luo Feng's Kamehameha. Frieza, Luo Feng. Vegeta's teeth ground together audibly. He could not afford to remain idle. One must act swiftly before everyone else realizes the situation and seize the Dragon Ball. This is Vegeta's sole opportunity to turn the tide. Soon, he discovers the ruins of a village ravaged by Frieza's army. The scanner reveals no signs of life. Yet, Vegeta's intuition tells him there is something here. He plunges into the lake beside the village. Deep beneath the muddy bottom lies a softly glowing orange sphere, quietly resting. The 4-star ball. A surge of ecstasy erupts in Vegeta's eyes. Grasping the Dragon Ball, he bursts forth from the water, unable to contain his jubilant laughter. Ha! With this, Frieza's wishes shall remain unfulfilled. As long as I conceal it, you shall never gather all 7. However, before Vegeta can revel in his triumph, his laughter abruptly ceases. A look of terror crosses his face. An elegant yet imposing figure has silently materialized before him. The newcomer possesses green skin, a striking visage, and flowing blue hair. It is Zebo. Ah, is that not Prince Vegeta? Zebo sneers at the diminutive Saiyan prince. I assumed it was someone of consequence making a ruckus here, but it turns out to be a fool reveling in his good fortune. Is this not the Dragon Ball that Lord Frieza has been searching for? Vegeta's expression darkens instantly. Zebo, relinquish the Dragon Ball and kneel to beg for mercy, and perhaps I shall consider sparing your wretched life. With a cold chuckle, Vegeta hurls the Dragon Ball towards the distant shore. Want it? Come and retrieve it. Having narrowly escaped death in the battle on Earth, his battle power has surged from 18,000 to 24,000. Zebo's battle power, Vegeta knows, is merely 23,000. This 1,000-point disparity fuels his unwavering confidence as a prince of a warrior race. You foolish monkey. A cold glimmer flashes in Zebo's eyes, and in an instant, he vanishes. The battle erupts with a resounding clash. The conflict unfolds precisely as Vegeta anticipated. With a slight edge in battle power and the reckless ferocity characteristic of Saiyans, he drives Zebo into retreat. Each punch and kick carries the weight of years of humiliation and rage. Bam! Vegeta lands a powerful blow to Zebo's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Do you see this, Zebo? Vegeta hovers in the air, looking down at the disheveled Zebo, laughing with delight. This is the chasm that separates you pathetic wretches from me, the prince. Zebo rises from the ground, wiping the purple blood from his lips, a fierce expression marring his handsome face for the first time. Vegeta, you damn monkey. You have successfully provoked my wrath. Zebo roars, his energy suddenly surging. Moments later, his body undergoes a violent transformation. Sabo's muscles swell like inflating balloons, skin tearing apart as scales burst forth from within. In the blink of an eye, the once handsome noble of the cosmos transformed into a grotesque creature, his body riddled with grotesque bumps, and his visage repugnant. A formidable aura, far surpassing his previous self, surged into the heavens. The combat power detector went haywire, the numbers skyrocketing, indicating that Sabo's combat strength had reached approximately 30,000. Vegeta's smile froze upon his face. How is this possible? Why are you? Oh, you seem rather astonished, Your Highness? Sabo's voice, now coarse and savage, echoed ominously. I forgot to inform you, this is my true power. In the next instant, Sabo's figure vanished. Vegeta felt an overwhelming pain in his abdomen, his body flying backward like a severed kite, crashing violently against the mountainside. The battle unfolded as a one-sided massacre. Sabo seized Vegeta by the hair, yanking him from the wall as one would drag a lifeless dog. What's the matter, Your Highness? A cruel grin twisted across Sabo's monstrous face. He raised his foot and brutally stomped down on Vegeta's knee. Crack. Ah. Vegeta emitted a pained grunt. Where is that earlier momentum of yours? Bang. Sabo delivered another crushing blow to Vegeta's cheek, sending him crashing to the ground, splattering mud everywhere. Aren't you the prince of the Saiyans? Aren't you from the proudest warrior race? Sabo approached step by step, his boots squelching in the mud with each step. He ceased his assault momentarily, instead using the tip of his boot to lift Vegeta's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. Look at your current state. Sabo dragged Vegeta to the lakeside, forcefully submerging his head in the water before yanking it back up. Icy lake water mingled with blood, cascading down Vegeta's face. The surface reflected Vegeta's visage, marred with filth and utterly disheveled. Is this the dignity of the last prince of the Saiyans? Sabo's voice dripped with mockery. Your planet was obliterated by King Frieza with but a mere finger. Your father, the so-called King Vegeta, did not even dare to utter a sound before becoming cosmic dust. And you, the prince who inherited all of this, are pinned to the ground like a mere insect. Poor Prince Vegeta, take your fragile, pitiful pride to hell and repent. Shut up. Vegeta summoned all his strength to unleash a roar. Scum, you are unworthy to insult the noble Saiyans. Noble? Sabo laughed as if he had heard the most absurd joke. You, a Saiyan prince, are trampled beneath my feet, yet you speak of nobility. Truly pathetic. No, I should say all of you Saiyans are worthless. Ha. Chapter 19. The Demise of Sabo, the Salvation of Prince Vegeta. Before the words had left his lips, Sabo delivered a brutal stomp directly onto Vegeta's head. Thud. Vegeta's face was mercilessly pressed into the slick mud. The humiliation was maddening, more unbearable than any physical pain. Sabo's foot pressed down with relentless force, twisting as if intent on utterly crushing Vegeta's skull. How do you fare, Your Highness? Do you still savor the taste of dirt? This is the fate that befits a traitor like you. This is the consequence of defying Lord Frieza. It is time for you to depart. Dear Prince Vegeta, please convey my regards to your foolish father, King Vegeta, when you reach the other side. Raising his foot, Sabo concentrated a purple energy sphere in his palm, aiming it at the back of Vegeta's head. Far atop a distant mountain, Luo Feng was engrossed in reading a comic. Ding. Important connection detected. Vegeta's life is in peril. His demise will allow Frieza to gather the Dragon Balls prematurely. Oh, has Vegeta been beaten? He must have encountered Sabo. Poor tragic Vegeta. A fleeting moment of glory. Ding. Divine choice has been triggered. Please make your selection. A luminous screen unfolded before him. Option 1. Remain a passive observer. Vegeta's fate is of no concern to you. Let him fend for himself. Reward. A case of premium herring in a can. Option 2. Your dignity cannot be challenged. Intervene forcefully, rescue Vegeta, and punish Sabo. Reward. An increase of 30,000 combat power. Luo Feng glanced at the herring option, wrinkling his nose. Such a thing is but a biochemical weapon, an option I cannot choose. 30,000 combat power, however, is tempting. System, I choose option 2. Tragic Vegeta, do not perish too swiftly. Ding. You have chosen to uphold your dignity, and the reward of 30,000 combat power has been credited. A surge of new strength silently coursed through his limbs. In an instant, Luo Feng's figure vanished from the mountaintop. Just as Sabo was about to unleash the energy sphere, Luo Feng appeared behind him out of thin air. Sabo sensed a shift in energy behind him and was taken aback. Who is this? How could he approach me without a sound? His actions froze mid-motion, alarms ringing in his mind. Who are you? Sabo inquired warily. Luo Feng yawned, offering no reply. Instead, he turned to glance at the nearly breathless Vegeta on the ground. How unfortunate. Vegeta, how did you end up like this? Hey, you over there, you grotesque creature. At last, Luo Feng directed his gaze towards Sabo, his eyes brimming with disdain. If you wish to fight, do so, but must you reduce Vegeta to such a state? Look at what you have done to him. And with that hideous appearance of yours, you ought not to scare people. It is truly repugnant to behold. Moreover, I believe I just heard you claim that Saiyans are trash. I am also a Saiyan. Are you provoking me? With that, Luo Feng unleashed a terrifying pressure. Sabo, intimidated by Luo Feng's might, dared not make a move. I am Sabo, under the command of Lord Frieza. You would do well not to meddle. Frieza? Luo Feng scratched his head, feigning ignorance. I have not heard of him. Is he quite renowned? Sabo's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. In this vast universe, is it truly possible that some remain oblivious to the formidable reputation of King Frieza? King Frieza, the cosmic sovereign, wields a staggering battle power of 530,000. Cease your actions now, and I shall consider this matter as though it never transpired. 530,000 indeed. Luo Feng nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the significance of such power. Suddenly recalling something, he casually inquired, by the way, I recently dispatched a rather corpulent pink individual, if I recall correctly, named Dodoria. Wouldn't he happen to be one of Frieza's subordinates, would he? Boom. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Sabo was instantly alarmed, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Dodoria. So it was this Saiyan who had slain Dodoria. Flee. I must escape at once. If he can effortlessly eliminate Dodoria, I am no match for him. This news must be conveyed to King Frieza. Sabo, stripped of any desire to fight, abruptly turned and propelled himself to his utmost speed, transforming into a streak of light as he desperately fled towards Frieza's spaceship. Thinking you can leave now? Isn't that a tad too late? Luo Feng's voice resonated ominously in Sabo's ears. Terrified, Sabo glanced back. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Feng had closed the distance, even taking the time to clean his ears. I told you to keep it down, yet you refused to listen. A terrifying aura erupted from Luo Feng. He did not unleash his full battle power, but maintained it at around 60 to 70,000, sufficient to immobilize Sabo in midair. The game is over. Luo Feng's figure brushed past Sabo, whose body froze in place. Slowly, he lowered his gaze to the vast void in his chest, disbelief flooding his eyes. It's over, was the last thought that flickered in Sabo's mind. Life ebbed away like a retreating tide. Subsequently, this once mighty cosmic warrior plummeted towards the lake below. Splash! The water erupted and soon settled into tranquility, as though nothing had ever occurred. Luo Feng gently descended to the ground, observing the unconscious Vegeta and the shimmering 4-star Dragon Ball beside him, letting out a deep sigh. Alas, this Saiyan Prince is indeed a complete tragedy. Name, Luo Feng. Battle power, 179,200. Part of the increase in battle power stems from daily mundane tasks, skills, Kamehameha, mastery of flight, Bull's light immunity, self-transfiguration into Great Ape, instant transmission, Kaioshin version, Kamehameha, description, you have grown increasingly powerful, to the extent that even Frieza's Jinyu force is no longer your adversary. Within the confines of Frieza's spaceship, the temperature plummeted. The life signal of Sabo flickered on the screen a few times before dimming. Following the demise of Dodoria, Sabo had also perished. The swift loss of two subordinates was undoubtedly a significant affront to Frieza. Yet, Frieza sat gracefully upon his levitating throne, devoid of the rage he had previously exhibited. Within the vessel, every soldier of the Frieza force felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Frieza himself. Oh ho ho ho, how intriguing. Truly fascinating. In this universe, aside from my magnificent father, there are still those who dare to challenge the authority of Lord Frieza. Frieza slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the communication devices on the console. It appeared that it was time to let those fellows stretch their limbs. Frieza reached out and pressed the highest level communication button. The signal traversed the boundless expanse of the cosmos. Chapter 20, Vegeta's Despair, Seeking Aid from Inferior Warriors. On the distant planet Frieza 79, a purification had just taken place. The native inhabitants had been ruthlessly slaughtered, and at this moment, 5 figures stood atop the highest peak of the planet, striking various peculiar and comical poses. The Jinyu Force, mission accomplished. A robust man with purple skin and twin horns struck an exaggerated pose, proclaiming loudly, "Bravo! Truly worthy of being the captain." Guldo gave a thumbs up. Just as they were about to execute their 18th celebratory pose, a communication request sounded. The leading Jinyu captain's expression turned serious, and he promptly connected the call. Frieza's visage appeared on the screen. "Lord Frieza." Jinyu instantly knelt on one knee, while the other four immediately ceased their playful demeanor, bowing their heads respectfully. "Jinyu, I require your immediate presence on Namek." "At once, Lord Frieza." Without a moment's hesitation, Jinyu complied. "Dodoria and Zarbon have been killed," Frieza added. The 5 members of the Jinyu Force exchanged glances, slightly taken aback. They were well aware of Dodoria and Zarbon's strength. Although not quite on par with the Jinyu Force, they were formidable in their own right. It seemed that there were indeed troublesome figures on Namek. Oh, at last, do we have worthy adversaries?" Guldo exclaimed excitedly, shaking his fists. "I will unleash my utmost power and obliterate them." Rikuum thumped his robust chest. "Rest assured, Lord Frieza." Jinyu's voice brimmed with absolute confidence. "The Jinyu Force shall eliminate all obstacles for you." "Oh ho ho ho, I eagerly await it." The communication was severed. Jinyu rose from the ground, his expression now one of professional seriousness. "Let us move out, everyone. Destination, Namek." Jinyu Force advance. 5 streams of vibrant light shot skyward as their ship activated and sped towards Namek. In a concealed cave, Vegeta leaned against the rocky wall, panting heavily. His injuries were grave, and on the ground lay the 4-star Dragon Ball from Zarbon's possession. Behind Vegeta, another Dragon Ball, discovered in the village, remained hidden. If he could find just one more. No, if he could merely conceal one more, Frieza's wish would forever remain unfulfilled. He still had a chance. He still held a glimmer of hope for a comeback. That man named Luo Feng, though powerful to the point of despair, appeared disinterested in the Dragon Balls. This is his only opportunity. However, at that moment, 5 powerful presences descended from the heavens, swiftly approaching Namek. Vegeta's expression immediately darkened. These 5 auras belonged to the Jinyu Force. How could Frieza have summoned them? It's over. Everything is over. Vegeta was acutely aware of the Jinyu Force's might. They were Frieza's most formidable squad, renowned as the elite among elites. As a former member of Frieza's army, he understood the terror of the Jinyu Force better than anyone else. There was no escape, nor could he contend with them. No, he, Vegeta, could not perish so easily. He had yet to exact vengeance upon Frieza. How could he die here? A frenzied thought surged through Vegeta's mind. Those 2 Earthlings, a look of struggle crossed Vegeta's face. Seeking help from lowly warriors? That would be more unbearable than death itself. Ultimately, the instinct for survival overpowered all else. Vegeta seized the 2 Dragon Balls beside him and burst forth from the cave. In another valley, Krillin and Gohan were cautiously hiding behind a massive rock. "Uncle Krillin, who are those people? Their energy is terrifying." Gohan's small face turned pale as he clutched Krillin's pant leg tightly. Krillin was drenched in cold sweat. Each of the 5 auras he sensed weighed heavily upon him. "I don't know, but they are definitely not good." Suddenly, a battered figure descended before them. Vegeta. Vegeta. Krillin was so startled that he nearly lost his composure, immediately taking a defensive stance to shield Gohan behind him. "Don't be alarmed, Earthlings." Vegeta cast the 2 Dragon Balls onto the ground. "These are the Dragon Balls." Krillin was taken aback. The Jinyu Force, Frieza's trump card, had arrived. Vegeta's gaze was more serious than ever. "Listen, we now share a common enemy. If you do not wish to be disposed of like garbage, we must cooperate for the time being." Cooperate? Krillin could scarcely believe his ears. Indeed, Vegeta's face was a mask of arrogance, even while seeking cooperation. His tone was laced with condescension. Krillin's mind raced. He sensed Vegeta's weakness, yet he also felt the terrifying presence of the 5 newcomers. Vegeta was not lying. If they were found by that group, they would undoubtedly perish. Collaborating with this devil, Vegeta, might be their only chance for survival. "All right." Krillin gritted his teeth and nodded with difficulty. "We will cooperate." Beneath a magnificent waterfall on Namek, Luo Feng sat cross-legged upon a smooth rock, relishing the rare tranquility. The icy waters cascaded from a height of 100 meters, continuously crashing against his body. Daily task: meditate under the waterfall on Namek. Task completed. Reward: battle power 300. Ah, how delightful. Luo Feng stretched languidly, feeling every pore in his body open up. Thunderous roars echoed around him. The earth trembled violently as 5 circular spacecraft, trailing long flames, descended upon the plains of Namek in an exceedingly brutal manner. The tremendous shockwaves stirred up clouds of dust, momentarily halting the waterfall beneath Luo Feng. Could it be that the Jinyu force has arrived? A thrilling spectacle is about to unfold. Before Frieza's ship, the hatch opened. 5 figures emerged from a cloud of smoke, striking exaggerated poses as they made their grand entrance. Red Flash, Jisoo. Blue Storm, Berta. Purple Comet, Jinyu. Green Demon, Guldo. White Beast, Rikum. Together, we are the Jinyu Force. The quintet struck their latest visually striking poses, with a mysterious explosion occurring in the background. Frieza's lips twitched uncontrollably. Despite being accustomed to it, he still experienced a wave of physiological discomfort each time he witnessed their ostentatious arrival. Enough of your nauseating theatrics. He waved his hand impatiently. Yes, Lord Frieza. Captain Jinyu immediately stood at attention, and the other 4 quickly returned to normal. The situation was summarized succinctly by Frieza: Vegeta's betrayal, the theft of the Dragon Balls, and the deaths of Dodoria and Zarbon. Do not worry, Lord Frieza. Leave it to us, Jinyu asserted confidently. Simply wait here for a moment, and we will swiftly retrieve the remaining Dragon Balls along with Vegeta's head. Go forth. And the mysterious individual who killed Zarbon must also be dealt with. Of course, Rikum assured, thumping his chest. Jinyu promptly produced the latest scanner and began his search. Found them. Vegeta, along with 2 Earthlings, they are gathered together. A cruel smile crept across Jinyu's lips. Excellent. Let us decide who will go entertain them. After a spirited game of rock, paper, scissors, Rikum, Jisoo, and Guldo earned the right to battle. You 3, off you go. The 3 beams of light shot into the sky, filled with mockery and murderous intent, racing towards Vegeta and the others. By the waterfall, Luo Feng had just begun to regain a semblance of his afternoon nap when suddenly, 3 powerful presences began to move swiftly across the planet, unsettling the atmosphere. With a resigned sigh, Luo Feng mused, good grief, they certainly know how to stir things up. These newcomers are brimming with energy. Chapter 21, Divine Choice. 80,000 battle power or a sunbathing recliner. 3 beams of varying colors precisely locked onto their targets. Rikum, Jisoo, and Guldo descended, hovering before Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan. Vegeta's body trembled uncontrollably. He understood the terror these individuals embodied. Escape was futile. The only path to survival lay in a desperate battle that transcended limits, carving out a bloody escape route. Isn't that Prince Vegeta? I've heard you betrayed Lord Frieza. Quite audacious of you. We happen to be in need of a warm-up sparring partner, so why not entertain us? JIS remarked, arms crossed and a mocking expression adorning his face. Enough of your prattle. Let's dispose of him swiftly. I have a report to make, Vegeta replied, slowly raising his head, a fervent madness igniting in his gaze. You clowns think you can threaten me? If you seek death, this prince shall grant it. Vegeta's fury erupted, causing the ground beneath him to crack under the sheer force of his aura. Oh! Likum exclaimed dramatically, his mouth agape as he burst into laughter, slapping his belly. You have spirit. I do enjoy a spirited sparring partner. Stepping forward, his enormous frame exuded an oppressive aura. Without further ado, the battle commenced. Vegeta transformed into a mere blur, initiating his assault with his battle power surging to an astounding 24,000. However, his fist was effortlessly deflected by Likum, who merely used a single finger. Too slow, far too slow, Likum taunted, grinning like a cat toying with a mouse. Is that all you've got? Are you merely scratching my back? Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply as he retreated, gathering energy with both hands at his chest. Gallic Gun, a purple beam of energy, fueled by all his wrath, was unleashed towards Likum's face. Likum neither flinched nor defended himself. He simply opened his mouth. Likum's eraser cannon, a thicker, more ferocious wave of energy erupted from his mouth. Boom. The 2 energy forces collided midair, but Vegeta's Gallic Gun faltered in less than a second, utterly consumed and crushed. The violent backlash sent shockwaves crashing into Vegeta, who coughed up blood as his battle suit disintegrated, flung backward like a marionette with severed strings, gouging a deep trench into the ground. Truly a fragile one, Likum remarked, licking his lips as he approached the fallen Vegeta. He raised his foot and stomped forcefully onto Vegeta's back. Crack! Scream louder. Let the universe witness how the proud Saiyan prince has been reduced to a pitiful state. Vegeta, stop. Krillin and Gohan could no longer bear the sight, their voices rising in fury as they charged forward. Yet, a blue figure appeared before them in an instant, leaving only a fleeting shadow in its wake. It was Bart. Bang! Bang! Two dull thuds resounded. Krillin and Gohan barely registered the movements before a sharp pain pierced their abdomens, sending them hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Do not disturb Likum's amusement. We'll take care of these two little nuisances, Jaya sneered, conjuring a crimson energy orb in his palm. Shattering sphere. The energy orb whistled through the air, hurtling towards Krillin. Uncle Krillin. Gohan unleashed his full potential, standing resolutely before Krillin, bracing himself to absorb the impact of the blow. A thunderous crash resounded as Gohan let out a pained cry, his body battered and bruised. Despair engulfed him, whether it was Vegeta, Krillin, or Gohan himself. The strength they once took pride in paled in comparison to the overwhelming might of the Ginyu Force. The disparity was insurmountable. At this moment, they found themselves utterly devoid of the ability to resist, subjected to a one-sided onslaught. In a distant ravine, Luo Feng could distinctly sense the clash of energies from afar. Yet, he remained still, for the system had yet to issue a task. Without triggering the divine selection, any action was deemed impossible. Finally, in his mind, the long-anticipated voice echoed once more. Ding! Detection of vital connections. Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan are in grave danger. Please ensure the survival of these pivotal characters to prevent a narrative collapse. Please choose whether to intervene. Ding! Divine selection has been triggered. Please make a choice. A shimmering, ethereal screen unfolded before Luo Feng's eyes. Option 1. Observe the unfolding events and await the arrival of Son Goku to rectify the situation. Reward. The Eternal Sunbathing Recliner, equipped with temperature control, massage, and soundproofing functions, an essential luxury for the discerning lifestyle. Option 2. Eliminate the trash, decisively killing Frieza's minions. The host must intervene vigorously, eliminating at least 2 members of the Ginyu Force to instill fear in Frieza. Reward, 80,000 battle points, and the unlocking of the King's Fist skill, 25x version with no side effects. Upon glimpsing the reward for option 1, Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Eternal Sunbathing Recliner. With its temperature control and massage features, it was indeed tempting. However, he cast a glance at option 2. While the recliner was appealing, the King's Fist and the battle points were far more enticing, especially the no-side effect King's Fist, an extraordinary technique. With the skill, soaring to new heights would be effortless. System, I choose option 2. The no-side effect King's Fist, here I come. On the battlefield, Rikuum had grown utterly bored. He raised his massive arm, palm aimed at Vegeta's head on the ground, ready to deliver the final blow. Farewell, Prince. Just as Rikuum was about to strike, his motion came to an abrupt halt. Why? Unable to move? His arm, capable of shattering mountains, felt as though it were ensnared by an invisible force. Weighed down and immobile, Rikuum was taken aback. He strained, his muscles bulging and veins throbbing, yet that hand remained frozen in midair, unyielding. Guys and Berta also sensed something amiss. The mockery on their faces vanished, replaced by acute vigilance. Who? Berta roared into the empty surroundings. Show yourself. All that surrounded them was the sound of the wind and the distant roar of a waterfall. Suddenly, Luo Feng's voice resonated from above. Are you the Ginyu Force under Frieza? The moment the words fell, a figure materialized before Likum without any forewarning. An indescribable, incomprehensible, and unimaginable terror surged forth in an instant. Beep, beep, beep. The devices worn by Jai-S and Bart displayed numbers that blurred into a haze of residual images. Having exceeded their load capacity, before they could comprehend the situation, there was a soft but decisive explosion. The pinnacle of technology from Frieza's army, the detectors, simultaneously overloaded and detonated. The sheer combat prowess of Luo Feng had overwhelmed the power detection devices. Chapter 22. The Fivefold Kaioken. Luo Feng's Dimensional Strike. Damn it. Die. Likum erupted in fury. With a thunderous roar, he withdrew his fist, channeling all his strength into a concentrated blast directed at the nearby Luo Feng. Likum's Eradication Cannon. A beam of energy, thicker and more ferocious than the one unleashed upon Vegeta, erupted from Likum's mouth, embodying the destructive force capable of obliterating anything in its path. At such a close range, with such terrifying energy, it could annihilate a small satellite, reducing it to cosmic dust. Yet, In the face of this cataclysmic strike, Luo Feng couldn't be bothered to evade. He merely extended a hand and, with a casual gesture, deflected the energy beam into the sky. With a flick of his wrist, the compressed energy sphere transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the distant horizon, ultimately exploding in a brilliant yet silent display above the clouds. Lycom's mind went utterly blank. Blue storm. At that moment, a blue afterimage appeared behind Luo Feng, moving at a speed that surpassed the limits of perception. It was Bart. He had pushed his prideful speed to its utmost, delivering a punch capable of rending the air itself, aimed at the defenseless back of Luo Feng. Die. However, Bart's fist swung through empty space. Luo Feng's figure had inexplicably relocated 3 meters away, casually yawning. Too slow. Bart's claim of being the fastest in the universe seemed to transform into a child's slow motion in Luo Feng's presence. Shattering sphere, a red energy ball, accompanied by a howling wind, surged in from the other side. It was Jesus' attack. The duo coordinated seamlessly, hoping to ensnare Luo Feng in a pincer of speed and energy, leaving him no avenue of escape. This time, Luo Feng couldn't even be bothered to dodge. He allowed the energy sphere to collide squarely against him. Boom. The explosion of flames instantaneously engulfed his figure. Success. A flicker of joy crossed Jesus' face. However, as the smoke cleared, the elation on Jesus' face abruptly froze and vanished. Luo Feng stood unharmed in place. It's a bit warm. Silence. An eerie silence. Lycom, Bart, and JIS, the elite of the Jinyu Force, notorious across the universe and feared by countless powerful beings, were left utterly bewildered. Speed, ineffective. Energy, ineffective. Beside them, Vegeta, who had already succumbed to despair, now stared wide-eyed. Mouth agape, momentarily forgetting the excruciating pain coursing through him. Vegeta gazed at the figure of Luo Feng, and within him surged a tempest of emotions. This man, Luo Feng, with his formidable strength, had once again redefined Vegeta's understanding of power. The warm-up was over. Luo Feng finally cast his gaze upon the 3 opponents. I have little patience left. You may as well come at me all at once. It would save me the trouble of dealing with you one by one, wasting precious time. Don't underestimate our Jinyu Force. Jeez and Berta exchanged glances, simultaneously channeling their energy to its zenith. Purple comet clash. They transformed into 2 streaks of light, one red and one blue, intertwining and spiraling in the air, forming a terrifying energy vortex of red and blue that surpassed the power of their individual attacks, hurtling toward Luo Feng with tremendous force. This was their ultimate combination technique. However, before the attack capable of making planets tremble, Luo Feng merely sighed deeply. 5-fold Kaioken. Boom. A crimson blaze, condensed and palpable, erupted from Luo Feng's body like a volcanic explosion. What? Jeez and Berta, hurtling forward at high speed, sensed the overwhelming surge of energy that had multiplied exponentially, sending them into a state of sheer panic. They wished to halt, to flee, but it was already too late. Luo Feng's figure vanished from sight. In an instant, a crimson afterimage sliced through the swirling red and blue energy vortex. Following a violent collision, 2 barely audible thuds echoed. The next moment, Luo Feng's form reappeared at the original spot, the crimson aura receding like a tide. Meanwhile, the chaotic energy vortex dissipated abruptly. Jeez and Berta found themselves frozen in place, 2 fist imprints mysteriously appearing on their chests. Their eyes, filled with boundless fear and disbelief, stared helplessly as they plummeted downward. Only the last member, Rikuum, gazed at the lifeless bodies of his comrades, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground in terror, utterly paralyzed by fear. Please. Monster, spare me. TSK, perhaps I exerted myself a bit too much. I didn't expect them to crumble so easily. As soon as the words left his lips, he vanished and reappeared before Rikuum, unleashing a beam of light from his fingertip aimed directly at Rikuum's forehead. Rikuum's eyes rolled back, and his massive form crashed to the ground, lifeless. Silence enveloped the arena. Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan stood as if carved from stone, their eyes wide in astonishment at the unfolding events. The Jinyu Force's elite, powerful enough to instill despair, had been dispatched by Luo Feng with such effortless ease. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, a circular spaceship, trailing a white streak, descended slowly nearby. The hatch opened, and Goku, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, emerged from within. Krillin, Gohan. Goku sensed familiar auras, his face lighting up with joy at the reunion. What in the world happened? Mr. Goku. Dad. Krillin and Gohan relaxed their tense nerves upon seeing Goku. They chattered animatedly, recounting everything that had just transpired, including Luo Feng's astonishing entrance and his swift annihilation of the foe, all in one breath to Wukong. How splendid! With Mr. Luo Feng here, our hopes of gathering the Dragon Balls and resurrecting everyone have significantly increased. However, nearby, the Saiyan prince, who had remained silent throughout and was covered in wounds, let out a cold, ambiguous laugh. Vegeta struggled to rise from the ground, leaning against a rock, gasping for breath. As he gazed at Goku's naive expression, his eyes brimmed with both pity and mockery. Hope, Kakarot, you remain as absurdly naive as ever. While Luo Feng is indeed powerful beyond imagination, you are utterly oblivious to the terrifying dimension of the challenge ahead. Frieza, his combat power is 530,000. 530,000. Luo Feng is formidable, but that monster Frieza is even more terrifying. Name, Luo Feng. Combat power, 259, 250. Skills, King Kai Fist, 25x, no side effects version. Kamehameha, mastery of flight. Bull's light immunity, self-transfiguration into Great Ape. Instant transmission, King Kai's version. Description, at your current level, you might be able to use the five-fold King Kai Fist to contend with Frieza's first form. Chapter 23, Vegeta's Despair. Kakarot has surpassed me. Inside Frieza's spaceship, the air temperature plummeted. On the control panel, the light points representing the life signals of Berta and Jisoo flickered violently, without warning, before fading into silence alongside Raikam's signal. 3 light points dimmed forever, almost simultaneously. Damn it! A rare distortion appeared on Captain Jinyu's purple face. The Jinyu Force had lost 3 members, and Jinyu's meticulously devised plan over the past few days was rendered utterly useless. Raikam, Berta, and Jisoo were all eliminated. Beside Jinyu, the remaining Goodo's 4 eyes widened in terror, his diminutive frame trembling uncontrollably. These were members of the Jinyu Force, their proud comrades who had dominated the universe, now vanquished in such a brief span of time. Oh ho 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 ho. Frieza emitted a refined chuckle. It seems we have encountered a rather formidable and audacious mouse on Namek. Frieza. Jinyu abruptly turned, kneeling on one knee, unable to contain his fury any longer. Grant me permission to take action myself. I shall tear apart the scoundrel who dared to offend the dignity of Frieza's army. Frieza regarded his most capable subordinate with a hint of amusement, intrigued. Go ahead, Jinyu. Bring back my Dragon Balls. And while you're at it, let me see just how much that presumptuous mouse is truly worth. As you command. Captain Jinyu sprang to his feet, commanding the already petrified Goodo. Goodo, we leave. 2 beams of light soared into the sky, filled with murderous intent, swiftly racing toward the location where the energy had vanished. Sun Wukong surveyed the ravaged battlefield, his gaze falling upon the grievous wounds adorning Krillin and the others, his expression grave. Hastily, he retrieved an inconspicuous small cloth pouch from his bosom and poured out several emerald green senza beans. Quick, consume these, he urged. Fortunately, the senza beans were at hand. Otherwise, such severe injuries would demand an extensive period for recovery. Without hesitation, Krillin and Gohan swallowed the beans, and soon, their wounds began to heal. Wukong produced another senza bean and approached the Saiyan prince, who was slumped against a rock, his breath faint. Vegeta slowly lifted his head, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as he regarded the lowly warrior known as Kakarot before him. Take this, Wukong offered, extending the senza bean. Vegeta's lips quivered. His royal pride nearly compelled him to refuse the charity of this inferior fighter. However, the instinct for survival ultimately triumphed over all. He, Vegeta, could not perish here. With a sudden, forceful motion, Vegeta snatched the senza bean and unceremoniously tossed it into his mouth. An indescribable warmth surged throughout his body, and more importantly, an unprecedented surge of power welled within him. From the brink of death, his fighting prowess soared. Such was the essence of the Saiyan race. More arrivals. Wukong suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as he focused on the distant horizon. 2 formidable and terrifying auras were rapidly approaching with alarming speed. In a distant gorge, Luo Feng languidly turned over, finding a more comfortable position on the smooth boulder that allowed the sunlight to evenly bathe his form. At last, Sun Wukong has arrived. He mused, Sensing Wukong's presence along with the overwhelming energy emanating from Vegeta, restored by the Senza being. My afternoon tea time should no longer be disrupted by any unwitting fools. Before Luo Feng could finish his thoughts, he keenly detected the emergence of two new, menacing energies. One was particularly potent, likely belonging to Captain Jinyu. It appeared that Wukong and his companions were in dire straits. The figures of Jinyu and Guldo descended upon the battlefield. "Captain, this is the place." Jinyu's icy gaze swept across the scene before landing precisely on Son Wukong and Vegeta. Oh, two Saiyans, Vegeta, and another unfamiliar face. "So, which insolent fool has slain my dear comrade?" The scouter on Jinyu's wrist emitted a series of beeps before settling on a number associated with Wukong. One that he deemed utterly contemptible. A power level of 5,000? What kind of trash could possibly defeat Rikum and the others? "Guldo, go forth and finish this quickly." "Yes, Captain." Guldo grinned wickedly, stepping forward with the intent to target the seemingly weakest Krillin and Gohan. But in an instant, a figure blocked Guldo's path. It was Son Wukong. "Your opponent is me, you fool." Gudu let out a thunderous roar, inhaling deeply, his chest swelling with intensity. Time stood still. The entire world, in that fleeting moment, lost all color and sound, descending into an eerie monochrome silence. A cruel and triumphant grin spread across Gudu's face as he raised his fist, preparing to strike the completely motionless Son Wukong suspended in midair. However, just as Gudu's fist was about to make contact with Wukong's body, in that infinitesimal moment of 0.01 seconds, a hand firmly grasped Gudu's wrist. Son Wukong had, astonishingly, moved within his realm of suspended time. How could this be possible? Fear flooded Gudu's four eyes in an instant. Bam! A heavy elbow strike landed with precision on Gudu's soft abdomen. An overwhelming force erupted within Gudu, sending his body soaring like a kite with its strings severed, crashing violently against the distant rocks, rendering him completely unconscious. Krillin and Gohan stood agape, their faces etched with disbelief. Wukong had become extraordinarily powerful. Beside them, Vegeta clenched his fists. The power and speed exhibited by Kakarot had far surpassed that of this proud Saiyan prince. The once despised lower-class warrior had truly eclipsed him. How intriguing. Captain Jinyu finally shed all disdain, stepping forward with deliberate calmness, loosening his wrists and neck, producing cracking sounds from his joints. "It seems you have concealed considerable strength. However, before me, Captain Jinyu, all your struggles will be in vain." Jinyu abruptly halted, striking an iconic pose exuding both flamboyance and power. Now behold what true strength looks like. Chapter 24. Wukong severely wounded. Luo Feng diverts attention. Jinyu abruptly halted, striking an iconic pose exuding both flamboyance and power. Now behold what true strength looks like. Boom. A terrifying aura, palpable and far surpassing that of anyone present, erupted explosively from Captain Jinyu. The readings on the specialized detector on Jinyu's wrist began to surge wildly. 60,000, 80,000, 100,000. Finally, it stabilized at a despair-inducing height of 120,000, a battle power of 120,000. Son Wukong's expression grew gravely serious. Wukong let out a low growl, unleashing his full power without reservation. A blinding crimson aura erupted from his entire being, causing the ground around him to crack and splinter. King Kai's fist. The battle ignited in an instant. The two figures collided fiercely in midair, each clash generating intense shockwaves that tore the earth apart, creating gaping chasms. Wukong pushed the multiplier of the King Kai's fist to its zenith, his battle power soaring as he momentarily suppressed Jinyu in their face-off. However, Jinyu possesses genuine combat prowess, whereas Goku's strength is merely augmented by the Kaioken technique, lacking any absolute dominance and power. After several fierce exchanges, Jinyu astutely detected a slight diminishment in Goku's energy. Seizing the critical moment when Goku paused to catch his breath, Jinyu unleashed a powerful punch, channeling all his strength into a devastating blow to Goku's chest. The impact abruptly shattered Goku's Kaioken state, causing him to spurt blood uncontrollably. Jinyu pressed the advantage, unleashing a torrent of force with relentless punches raining down upon Goku. Ultimately, with a mightily concentrated strike, he smashed Goku into the ground, creating a bottomless pit. "Goku! Dad!" Krillin and Gohan cried out, desperate to rush to his aid, but they were firmly restrained by Vegeta. "Don't be foolish." Jinyu slowly descended before Goku, looking down upon him in the pit, barely clinging to life. A commendable physique, quite resilient indeed. As a reward for your bravery, Captain Jinyu, shall personally escort you to your demise. Jinyu raised his hand, a violet energy sphere rapidly coalescing in his palm, aimed directly at Goku's head. In that critical, life and death moment, a notification echoed in the air. Ding! Major crisis detected. Key figure Goku is on the brink of death. Please divert Captain Jinyu's attention to allow for Goku and others to retreat. God-level choice has been triggered. Please make your decision promptly. A surreal screen unfolded before Luo Feng. Choice 1. Goku's fate is of no concern to you. Await the outcome. Reward. 1 case of Forget All Happiness beverage. Choice 2. Unleash your energy to attract Captain Jinyu, providing cover for Goku's retreat. Reward. 150,000 battle points. The promise of 150,000 battle points was an exceptionally enticing reward that Luo Feng could not refuse. Very well. Such an increase in battle power is quite appealing. System, I choose option 2. On the battlefield, just as Jinyu was about to unleash his lethal energy sphere, an aura of terrifying might, equal to, and even more profound than, his own, erupted unexpectedly from a distant ravine. Beep, beep. The device on Jinyu's wrist emitted frantic alarms. The numbers on the screen fluctuating wildly, before ultimately going dark. What? Jinyu's movements abruptly halted. He turned sharply, a greedy expression manifesting on his purple visage. This power. Truly a perfect physique. Wait for me. Ignoring the opportunity to finish off Goku, Jinyu let out an uncontrollable roar of excitement and transformed into a purple streak, racing towards Luo Feng with unprecedented speed. Now's our chance. Vegeta seized this rare opportunity, shouting with all his might at the still-dazed Krillin. Quick, get Kakarot. We must go. Awakening from his stupor, Krillin promptly scooped up the completely unconscious Goku and followed closely behind Vegeta, sprinting toward Goku's spaceship in a desperate bid for escape. In less than 10 seconds, Jinyu arrived at the location where Luo Feng had previously been. However, the place was now utterly deserted. Only the smooth, water-worn boulders and the tirelessly flowing clear stream remained. The powerful aura that had driven Jinyu to madness had vanished without a trace. Where's that person? Come out. Show yourself. The valley echoed with Jinyu's frantic roar. Meanwhile, on Earth, Luo Feng's figure materialized in his home. He comfortably reclined in his beloved chair, retrieving a glass of freshly chilled lemon tea from a nearby portable refrigerator, savoring a generous sip. The afternoon tea on Earth is truly delightful. Name, Luo Feng. Combat power, 409,250. Skills, King Kai Fist, 25x side effect free version. Kamehameha, Mastery of Flight, Bull's Light Immunity, Self-Transformation into Great Ape. Instant Transmission, King Kai version. Description, a glass of chilled afternoon tea is the best reward for one's diligent efforts. After searching for a long time, Jinyu could only return with his anger simmering within him. If he could not find that mysterious person, he must first deal with the previous Saiyan. On the other side, Goku, hold on. Krillin trembled as he pulled out the last Senzu bean from his pocket, carefully placing it in Goku's mouth. As the bean entered, Goku's wounds healed at a visible rate. In that instant of recovery, his depleted energy surged forth, filling his body anew. A powerful force, far exceeding his previous strength, erupted within him. The Saiyan's ability to exponentially increase in power upon near-death recovery manifested vividly at that moment. Son Goku abruptly opened his eyes and leaped up, a pure and excited smile gracing his face as he felt the torrent of newfound strength within him. He had grown stronger once again. Just then, Jinyu's energy was rapidly approaching. Jinyu's coming back. Chapter 25. Is this perfect body mine? Luo Feng, what do you think of my physique? Suspended in midair, Jinyu looked down upon the once near-death, but now vibrant son Goku, his purple face betraying an unrestrained greed. Truly a perfect body, astonishing recovery ability, and unfathomable potential. Hand it over to me. Goku's expression turned gravely serious as he stepped forward, shielding Krillin and Gohan behind him. Damn it, Jinyu, come at me. This time, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Goku's speed and strength were now incomparable to before, as if he were an entirely different person. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures clashed fiercely in the air, each impact producing a deafening roar. Jinyu grew increasingly alarmed. The growth rate of this Saiyan was beyond his comprehension. This was a body born for battle, truly magnificent. I can hardly contain my excitement. Goku shouted, triple King Kai fist. The crimson aura intensified, becoming more refined and ferocious than before. At this moment, Goku's combat power surged to a level that even Captain Ginyu trembled before. Struck directly by Goku's wrathful triple Kaioken, Jinyu's battle suit disintegrated inch by inch, and he spewed forth a copious amount of purple blood. There was no need for further combat. Ginyu intended to exchange bodies with Goku. Gazing at the grotesque wound on his chest, instead of displaying pain, a bizarrely sinister smile crept upon his face. Now is the time. The body swap. With the last vestiges of his strength, Ginyu bellowed at the approaching Son Goku. A peculiar beam of light shot forth from Ginyu, enveloping Goku entirely in an instant. Goku felt his mind spinning, as an irresistible force brutally wrenched his consciousness from his body. In the next moment, with a thud, Goku crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as if his body had shattered, a heart-wrenching pain radiating from his chest. No, this is not my body. Struggling to lift his head, Goku beheld the battered, purple form of Captain Ginyu. Then, he saw himself, standing still, flexing his wrists, relishing in this new body. Brimming with explosive power, a cacophony of laughter, belonging to Captain Ginyu, erupted from Goku's mouth. It succeeded. This perfect body is finally mine. Krillin and Gohan stood in utter shock, completely bewildered by the turn of events. Only Vegeta's pupils constricted suddenly, his face displaying sheer horror. It was the infamous body swap, a rumored ability of Captain Ginyu from the Frieza Force. Ginyu, in Goku's body, assessed the power within but frowned in dissatisfaction. What SMS? Why has my combat power diminished so drastically? It's barely even 23,000. He attempted to gather energy like Goku, only to find he could not fully control this body, let alone unleash the instantaneous explosive power of the Kaioken. This body was rejecting him. It seems I'll need some time to adapt. He cast a cold glance at Vegeta and the others on the ground, deciding to retreat for now. Once he fully harnessed this body's potential, he would return to crush these insects. However, just as he prepared to turn and flee, a terrifying pressure descended without warning. A figure appeared before Ginyu in an instant. It was Luo Feng. Ding! A potential major threat detected. Jinyu's soul has seized the body of the key figure Son Goku. Should he escape and adapt, the consequences would be dire. Divine choice has been triggered. Option 1. Ignore. The body belongs to another. It does not concern you. Reward. A box of instant noodles. Option 2. Eliminate Frieza's formidable lieutenant. Expel or annihilate Jinyu's soul from Son Goku's body, eliminating the threat. Reward. 200,000 combat points. Sighing, Luo Feng gazed at the figure before him, wearing Goku's face yet sporting a lewd grin. How utterly repugnant. The ability to exchange bodies is indeed extraordinary. It perplexes me why Ginyu did not simply switch with Frieza. Before the thought could fully form, Luo Feng's figure flickered, with a seemingly casual yet devastating whip kick. Accompanied by a howling that tore through the fabric of space, he struck Ginyu, in Goku's body, squarely on the head. Ginyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated the sudden appearance of this enigmatic powerhouse, nor did he expect such brutality directed at Son Goku. In a panic, he raised his arm in a futile attempt to block the attack. A crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed. Ginyu, in Goku's body, let out a piercing scream, hurtling backward and carving a deep trench into the ground that spanned hundreds of meters. Mr. Luo Feng, why did you attack Goku? Krillin and Gohan, recovering from their astonishment, shouted at Luo Feng with a mix of shock and fury. To them, Luo Feng's actions felt like a betrayal. Yet, Luo Feng did not spare them a glance. He merely furrowed his brow, fixated on his own feet. TSK, I still failed to control my strength. Damaging someone else's body will complicate repairs. Only Vegeta remained, his gaze fixed intently on the figure of Goku, who was struggling to rise from the trench, his expression unusually grave. Vegeta understood that Ginyu and Goku had indeed swapped bodies. You two fools, pay attention. Does that stance, those movements, that expression belong to the Kakarot you know? That is not Kakarot at all. At that moment, a weak, hoarse yet familiar voice emanated from the distant, battered purple body. Vegeta speaks the truth. I am Son Goku. The feeble voice claiming to be Goku left Krillin and Gohan utterly bewildered. The notion of body swapping was simply too absurd. Stiffly, they turned to gaze at the body that should have belonged to their enemy, confirming time and again until they finally recognized the unmistakable demeanor that belonged to Son Goku. Damn it, Jinyu, in Goku's body, flexed the arm that Luo Feng had shattered with a single kick, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Luo Feng. The power was overwhelming, utterly crushing. The mysterious figure who had previously unleashed such a formidable aura was indeed this Saiyan before him, a presence he had never expected to encounter here. If his suspicions were correct, both Sabo and his three teammates must have perished at the hands of this Saiyan. Jinyu's gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on Luo Feng's body. This was the ultimate treasure of the universe. The perfect vessel for me, Jinyu. Luo Feng regarded Jinyu with a frown. What a primitive trick. And to think you've left my future most formidable warrior in such a dilapidated state. You truly know how to complicate matters for me. The moment the words left his lips, Luo Feng's figure vanished once more from sight. Jinyu, in Goku's body, felt his pupils constrict sharply. He barely had time to react. A hand, as unyielding as an iron claw, seized his throat, lifting him off the ground with brutal force. As the sensation of suffocation enveloped him, Jinyu's legs flailed helplessly in the air, and despite exerting all his strength, he could not budge the hand that grasped him. Fear surged within Jinyu as he gazed at Luo Feng, a desperate yearning for life, prompting him to emit fragmented pleas for mercy. Spare me. Chapter 26. Jinyu's Final Roar. Luo Feng, farewell. The overwhelming might of Luo Feng was for Jinyu a crushing force from an entirely different dimension, even eclipsing the power of King Frieza in Jinyu's perception. Since you so relish inhabiting others' bodies, then let it be that you never use them again. With a sudden surge of strength, Luo Feng tightened his grip around Jinyu's neck. Stop. Mr. Luo Feng, please, cried Krillin and Gohan simultaneously. They recognized Jinyu as an adversary, yet the body he occupied belonged to Son Goku, making it unbearable for them to witness the destruction of such a familiar vessel. Indeed, Jinyu could not be killed just yet. The body must first be reclaimed. With reluctance, Luo Feng cast Jinyu aside. Yet, at that moment, a peculiar smile crept across Jinyu's face. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he shouted, "Body exchange." A strikingly eerie purple light surged forth from Jinyu's mouth, aimed squarely at the unsuspecting Luo Feng. This was Jinyu's ultimate gamble, his last desperate attack. Should he succeed, he would seize Luo Feng's body, and the entire universe would bow before him. In that instant, a notification rang out. Ding. The ultimate choice has been triggered. Please make a decision. An ethereal screen unfolded before Luo Feng's eyes. Choice 1. Allow Jinyu to exchange bodies. Experience the sensation of your soul imprisoned in an unfamiliar cage, perhaps gaining a new perspective on life. Reward: none. Choice 2. Thwart Jinyu's scheme, making him face the consequences of his actions. With absolute power, demonstrate that the host's body is sacred and inviolable. Reward: 80,000 battle points. Unlock skill: Kamehameha, Mastery, Extreme Control. Luo Feng's brow arched imperceptibly as he muttered under his breath, inaudible to all, "What a jest! How could I allow my body to be occupied by another? Jinyu has chosen his own demise. System, I choose option 2. Ding. Host has chosen the perfect counterattack. Reward of 80,000 battle points. Skill Kamehameha, Mastery. Extreme Control has been credited. An immense and formidable power surged into Luo Feng's body, elevating his battle prowess once more. Simultaneously, a plethora of intricate techniques for controlling energy forms flooded his mind. The purple light, signifying the body exchange, was now mere moments away from reaching him. With a disdainful smirk, Luo Feng thought, "There is no way I will let Jinyu succeed." Just as the light was about to make contact with his body, Luo Feng vanished from his original position. In the next instant, he materialized beside the body that belonged to Jinyu, yet housed the soul of Son Goku. Grasping the vessel of Jinyu, he prepared to execute a second instance of instant transmission. Luo Feng grasped the body that once belonged to Jinyu and cast it aside, perfectly aligning it with the violet radiance. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye, an astonishing swiftness. No. Within Jinyu's consciousness, a despairing roar echoed, the most profound he had ever known. The light instantly enveloped his violet form, an irresistible force tearing his soul from Goku's body and forcibly returning it to his own. Bang! Bang! Both bodies fell to the ground almost simultaneously, utterly powerless. Goku shook his head and rose from the ground, moving his limbs and relishing the familiar sensation he had regained, a smile of relief gracing his face. Wonderful! I am back. Thank you so much, Luo Feng. Without you, my body would have likely been lost to that fiend forever. After expressing his gratitude with a deep bow towards Luo Feng, he turned his attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, Jinyu lay on the ground, violet blood oozing from his mouth. Krillin and Gohan were utterly bewildered, their minds struggling to comprehend the series of dazzling maneuvers. Ultimately, Goku reclaiming his body was what mattered. Yet Vegeta remained, fixated on Luo Feng, his body trembling slightly. Luo Feng's terrifying strength seemed boundless, growing increasingly formidable. A profound sense of helplessness surged within Vegeta. No, I cannot perish here. Jinyu's will to survive overshadowed all else. Drawing upon his final reserves of strength, Jinyu raised his head, no longer fixating on the invincible monster that was Luo Feng. Instead, he turned his gaze toward a nearby body, intact and equally endowed with the formidable potential of a Saiyan. Vegeta, body swap. Jinyu let out a hoarse roar, expending the last of his life force to activate his transmutation ability. A significantly weakened, yet still lethal wave of violet energy shot toward Vegeta. What? Vegeta's expression shifted instantaneously. He could scarcely fathom becoming that grotesque purple form, nor could he bear the thought of his body being commandeered by this vile creature. Vegeta attempted to evade, but his body was rigid, utterly unresponsive. Helpless, he could only watch as the violet light expanded ominously within his gaze. Sighing, Luo Feng observed the desperate struggle of Jinyu, shaking his head in exasperation. Really, this is never-ending. It seems I must send you to reunite with your comrades. Luo Feng raised his right hand, palm open, aimed at Jinyu's body. A brilliant blue light began to coalesce in his palm at an unprecedented speed. Kamehameha. A meticulously refined column of blue energy erupted from Luo Feng's hand. Just as Jinyu's final wave of transmutation was about to connect with Vegeta, a thunderous roar resonated. The Kamehameha had precisely engulfed Jinyu's entire body, obliterating it completely. The blue light dissipated. Jinyu has vanished without a trace, utterly obliterated by Luo Feng's Kamehameha. The violet wave of exchange dissipated silently in midair, having lost its source. Vegeta sat on the ground, a visage of lingering dread upon his face. Just moments ago, he had nearly been stripped of his body. Thankfully, Luo Feng intervened. In that instant, a profound gratitude surged within Vegeta for Luo Feng. Thank you, he stammered awkwardly. Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. With Jinyu eliminated, we can finally enjoy a moment of peace. Once matters were resolved, Luo Feng bid farewell to the group before vanishing from sight. Wonderful Dad, Gohan cried, throwing himself into Goku's embrace, tears streaming down his face. Goku, we truly survived. Krillin lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Unbeknownst to them, an even greater challenge awaited. The formidable cosmic overlord, Frieza. Chapter 27. The arrival of the cosmic overlord Frieza. Goku brushed the dust from his clothes, assessing the myriad injuries sustained by himself and his companions. We are gravely wounded. We must find a place to recuperate quickly. Vegeta's gaze shifted towards the distant circular spaceship belonging to Frieza. I recall that Frieza's ship possesses advanced medical equipment, he noted. However, that is a vessel for ordinary soldiers. Frieza is unlikely to be there. The thought of using the enemy's resources for healing was a source of shame. Yet, the primal instinct for survival and the yearning for greater power ultimately prevailed. Vegeta craved strength, strength enough to keep pace with Kakarot, strength sufficient to challenge the godlike figure known as Luo Feng. The group hastened towards Frieza's ship. Inside, numerous lower-tier soldiers remained. After a swift clearing, they quickly located the medical bay under Vegeta's guidance. Vegeta entered first, enveloped swiftly by the green restorative liquid. Krillin and Gohan followed closely, and as they submerged in the life-infused fluid, their wounds healed at an astonishing rate, their weary bodies revitalized. After surveying the situation, Goku also reclined in the medical chamber. Vegeta could distinctly sense his battle power surging once more. Kakarot. And you too, Luo Feng. Wait for me. I, Vegeta, Prince of the Saiyans, shall soon catch up to you. Not far from Namek, within Frieza's colossal palace-like ship, Frieza could no longer suppress his murderous intent. The control panel displayed the extinguished life signals of the entire Jinyu force. Ho 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 ho. Frieza's signature, chilling laughter erupted. The Jinyu force has been completely annihilated. It appears some rather intriguing and audacious little insects have emerged on Namek. He slowly rose, his elongated tail swaying gently behind him. He had intended to revel in the game a while longer. Indeed, There are always those who compel me to take matters into my own hands. In Frieza's eyes, a glimmer of ruthless excitement and the desire to annihilate everything flickered. Very well. Let me personally witness who the fortunate soul is that has the audacity to experience the despair I, Frieza the Great, shall bestow. Little insects. Goku, Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta emerged from the medical chamber, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through their veins. The healing of their wounds brought an extraordinary increase in strength beyond their expectations, especially for Vegeta, who clenched his fists, feeling the almost boiling combat energy within his blood. His confidence soaring to new heights. The revival from the brink of death allowed him to touch a new realm of existence. Kakarot, await my arrival, for I shall soon make you comprehend the might of the Saiyan Prince. In this moment, Vegeta's confidence and pride reached their zenith. However, in the next instant, an indescribable, terrifying pressure enveloped the entirety of Namek. The atmosphere within the spaceship, once brimming with joy, suddenly became suffocatingly still. Vegeta's smile froze in an instant. This presence, unmistakably, is Frieza. That fearsome cosmic emperor has descended once more. The sky of the planet had inexplicably dimmed. A diminutive figure, seated upon his iconic hovering throne, slowly descended from the clouds. The cosmic emperor Frieza, returning to Namek, this time radiated an overwhelming fury. The terrifying pressure emanated and spread across the entire planet. Oh ho ho ho! Prepare yourselves, ants of Namek, for your apocalypse is nigh. At this moment, the expressions of Goku and his companions turned grave. What a dreadful aura! Krillin's voice trembled, his body instinctively retreating. Father, this is an absolute oppression of pure quality. While Goku believed he could defeat Captain Ginyu with the Kaioken, he felt uncertain in the face of Frieza. Beside a tranquil lake, Luo Feng yawned and spat out the grass he had been chewing. At last, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza has decided to make an appearance. Ding! Current strongest detected. Cosmic Emperor Frieza, first form. Battle power, 530,000. Divine level choice has been triggered. Please make your decision immediately. An ethereal screen suddenly unfolded before Luo Feng. Choice 1. Continue to observe. Allow Goku and the others to grapple with Frieza while awaiting the story to unfold as per the original narrative. Reward, none. Warning, this choice carries a certain risk of leading to the death of Goku and others. Choice 2. Confront Frieza, first form. Engage actively, defeat or repel him completely, and bring peace to Namek. Reward, 160,000 battle power. Frieza's first form possesses a battle power of 530,000, while Luo Feng's power had already surpassed that of Frieza's first form. Gazing at the options on the screen, Luo Feng hesitated not for a moment. I have awaited your arrival. I thought you intended to remain hidden within your ship indefinitely. System, I choose option 2. Ding. The host has chosen to confront the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, and the reward has been immediately credited. A staggering power level of 160,000 points. Boom. Luo Feng slowly clenched his fist, feeling the explosive force capable of shattering stars coursing through him. On the surface of Namek, Frieza was relishing the feast of fear he had instigated. The sight of a few insignificant insects, particularly the bald one, trembling in terror was exceedingly amusing to him. Frieza reveled in this sensation, deriving immense pleasure from witnessing the despair etched on his enemies' faces. It was this exhilarating feeling that filled him with joy. Frieza intended to crush Vegeta, the traitorous Saiyan monkey, as an appetizer for his slaughterous festivities. Just as he was about to commence his rampage, Luo Feng's voice interrupted his actions. Hey, you so-called Cosmic Emperor, have you finally decided to show yourself? This time, you're not sending your subordinates to their doom, are you? Have all your capable minions perished? Upon hearing Luo Feng's voice, Frieza's movements faltered. He abruptly turned his head towards the source of the sound. A young man, clad in casual attire and sporting a Saiyan tail, had inexplicably appeared behind him. You. Frieza glared at Luo Feng, his eyes filled with malevolence. You are the one who annihilated my elite forces. Saiyan monkey, you have truly enraged me. You shall pay dearly for this. Goku and the others looked on with eager anticipation. Was Luo Feng truly willing to engage Frieza in battle? To them, Luo Feng had always been an enigmatic and formidable figure. Perhaps he possessed the strength to defeat this monstrous Frieza. Name, Luo Feng. Combat power, 968. 500. Skills, King Kai Fist, 25x version with no side effects. Kamehameha, mastery of flight, immunity to Blutz waves, self-transformation into Great Ape, instant transmission, King Kai's version. Mastery of Ki Blast, extreme control. Description: Frieza has descended. The opponent's power is formidable. Please proceed with caution. Chapter 28. A single punch dazes Frieza. Vegeta's worldview shattered. Frieza slowly extended a slender finger. At its tip, a violet energy sphere, brimming with destructive power, began to spin rapidly. You foolish Saiyan. Do you truly believe your meager strength can thwart my grand ambitions? Luo Feng gazed at Frieza, irritation flickering in his eyes. Enough with the idle chatter. Come on, Frieza. If you wish to fight, then let us get on with it. Frieza's elegant smile instantly froze upon hearing these words. Prepare to meet your demise, you insolent monkey. Enraged, Frieza hurled the energy sphere at Luo Feng's face with tremendous force. The sphere traced a purple arc through the air. Luo Feng, quick dodge, Krillin shouted. Luo Feng raised his right hand, and within his palm, a blue ki blast of equal size began to coalesce. Luo Feng gently propelled the wave of energy forward. Boom. Two energies, one purple and one blue, collided violently in midair, producing a deafening sound. A ferocious shockwave of energy surged outward in all directions, stripping away layers of earth across several kilometers. A massive pit, over a kilometer in diameter, inexplicably appeared beneath the point of impact. As the dust settled, Luo Feng remained steadfast, unmoving. The cruel smile that had lingered on Frieza's lips froze instantly. This Saiyan had effortlessly withstood his attack. It was inconceivable. Fascinating. Luo Feng flexed his wrist, producing a series of cracking sounds. Was his warm-up complete? Then, it was his turn. No sooner had he spoken than his figure suddenly vanished without a trace. Frieza's pupils constricted to the extreme. A potent instinctual sense of danger surged through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Frieza barely had time to think before his body instinctively retreated. Yet, it was too late. A fist, seemingly unremarkable, yet imbued with the power to shatter stars, breached the distance and struck before Frieza. In a frantic response, Frieza crossed his arms, concentrating all his strength into a single point to block the blow. Bang! A deep, resounding crash echoed. Boom, boom, boom. Frieza's body shattered through three colossal mountains before finally embedding itself deep within the fourth, kicking up a cloud of dust. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Krillin and Gohan were left dumbfounded. Goku's face was a canvas of shock. Incredible. Meanwhile, Vegeta was rendered utterly dazed. Frieza, the cosmic overlord who had haunted his nightmares since childhood, the demon who had obliterated his home planet and enslaved him for half his life, had been sent flying by that Saiyan named Luo Feng with a single punch? Vegeta felt his worldview shatter. How could this be? Luo Feng, that guy? How could he possibly be this strong? Even Frieza had been sent reeling by him. An absurd yet seemingly reasonable thought emerged in Vegeta's mind. Could it be that Luo Feng was the legendary Super Saiyan, one who appeared only once in a millennium? Once this notion took hold, it could not be suppressed. No wonder Luo Feng could effortlessly annihilate the Jinyu force. No wonder he showed no fear before Frieza. Because Luo Feng stood at a legendary dimension that no one could reach. Though jealousy coursed through Vegeta, if Luo Feng was indeed the fabled Super Saiyan who defeated Frieza as one of their kind, then Vegeta felt a surge of pride. This would prove that Saiyans were the strongest. What did it matter that the cosmic overlord had to bow before them? Vegeta's fists clenched and then relaxed, only to clench again. Boom. At that moment, the distant mountains erupted in a thunderous explosion. A torrent of purple luminescence, imbued with an aura of brutality and madness, erupted from the ruins, soaring into the heavens. Frieza hovered in midair, a trickle of violet blood staining the corner of his mouth. In this moment, all remnants of elegance and composure had vanished, leaving only an uncontrollable fury ignited by humiliation. Damn those monkeys. How dare you make me bleed? Frieza bellowed in a fit of rage. He could not accept it, being subdued to such an extent by a mere Saiyan. Very well, very well. You have successfully provoked me. A cruel and sinister smile twisted Frieza's face as he ceased his attacks and slowly spread his arms. I had intended to allow you insignificant insects to experience the despair of facing me, but now, I have changed my mind. Let me demonstrate what true terror is. With a thunderous roar, an indescribable pressure of horror erupted from Frieza's core. The earth trembled violently, and countless massive boulders were hurled into the sky, only to be reduced to dust by an invisible force. The clouds above churned into a colossal vortex, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. Aya! Frieza emitted a cry filled with both agony and delight. His body began to undergo drastic transformations. Muscles expanded at a visible rate, bones cracked ominously, and his entire form grew taller and larger. The smooth, purple exoskeleton atop his head began to fracture, and two grotesque, formidable horns erupted violently from within. What? What is this? Krillin's voice trembled with uncontainable fear. His power. It is becoming terrifying. Vegeta's recent conjecture about the Super Saiyan was shattered once more by this surging, incomprehensible energy. If Luo Feng was a Super Saiyan, then what was this monstrous transformation unfolding before them? At last, the tempest of energy began to subside. A new, taller, and more menacing figure emerged in the air, Frieza's second form. He towered several times taller than before, his body brimming with explosive muscle definition. And the two massive horns atop his head glimmered with a chilling light, exuding an overwhelming and suffocating presence merely by standing there. Frieza's combat power had surpassed 1 million. Ho ha ha! Frieza flexed his newly empowered neck, releasing a laugh that was even more deranged and sinister than before. How does it feel, Saiyan Monkey? Behold, this is the true power of me, Frieza the Great. Chapter 29. I'm tired, Goku. You take over. I'll rest. Frieza's figure instantly vanished from his position. This time, his speed had multiplied several-fold. The air was rent with a piercing scream as Frieza's fist, imbued with enough terrifying power to sink continents, hurtled toward Luo Feng's face. A flicker of change finally appeared in Luo Feng's gaze. No longer merely indulging in lethargy. There was now a hint of seriousness in Luo Feng's demeanor. He raised his arm, deftly intercepting Frieza's powerful punch. Boom. At the epicenter of the clash of forces, the atmosphere was instantaneously ignited, creating a visible white shockwave that spread wildly outward. The ground beneath Luo Feng's feet cracked and collapsed into a vast circular pit. The immense force propelled him backward, gliding several dozen meters, as his feet carved deep furrows into the earth. Frieza, taken aback momentarily by the failed strike, swiftly replaced that surprise with a more profound cruelty. His onslaught was unrelenting, a tempest of fists, feet, knees, and elbows. Each part of his body transforming into the most lethal of weapons, launching a frenzied barrage upon Luo Feng at a speed that surpassed the limits of perception. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous sounds of impact reverberated like the relentless beat of war drums across the battlefield. Luo Feng found himself on the defensive, alternating between blocking and dodging. His movements remained precise, yet he lost the earlier sense of ease. Gradually, he began to succumb to Frieza's overwhelming pressure. Vegeta, fixated on the battlefield, was filled with incredulity. The so-called Super Saiyan he had believed in was now faltering before Frieza's new form. How could this be? Could it be that the legendary Super Saiyan could not withstand this cosmic sovereign? Despair began to seep into Vegeta's heart. Do you see this, Science? Frieza's roar was laced with triumphant delight. He reveled in the thrill of overpowering his opponent, savoring the sensation of cornering the one who dared to humiliate him. Yet another heavy punch struck. Luo Feng barely managed to cross his arms to block, but the tremendous force sent him hurtling backward. Frieza, relentless in his pursuit, vanished and reappeared in midair, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Luo Feng's waist. Luo Feng twisted in the air, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. However, the fierce wind from the kick grazed his arm, tearing a gash in his attire and leaving a faint red mark. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple, and his breaths grew increasingly labored. This scene was vividly captured in Frieza's gaze, intensifying his elation to its zenith. At his limit, the Saiyan monkey had reached his breaking point. Die? Frieza sneered, gathering two more ferocious purple energy spheres in his hands and hurling them down upon Luo Feng. With both hands raised, Luo Feng unleashed a Kamehameha, struggling to counter the energy spheres midair. The explosion engulfed him entirely. As the dust settled, Luo Feng reemerged, gasping for breath, his garments bearing additional tears, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Frieza, witnessing Luo Feng's evident struggle, felt his joy nearly overflow. Frieza reveled in the sensation of crushing the strong beneath his feet. This gratification surpassed mere slaughter, satiating his twisted desire for conquest. However, As Frieza prepared to deliver the final blow to bring this tedious game to an end, Luo Feng suddenly raised his hand and waved it dismissively. Oh dear, I'm exhausted from all this fighting. Goku, it's your turn now. Allow me to take a proper rest. Frieza's impending attack came to an abrupt halt midair, his malicious grin freezing in place. Frieza stared blankly at Luo Feng, his mind struggling to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. What did he mean by being tired of fighting? Was he actually passing the torch to someone else? Did the Cosmic Emperor Frieza not care for his dignity while these Saiyan monkeys swapped places at will? Luo Feng, unperturbed by Frieza's turmoil, simply vanished from the battlefield, gracefully landing on a distant boulder where he sat cross-legged. Frieza gazed at the suddenly retreating Luo Feng, seated and watching the spectacle, for a full 3 seconds. Then, with a furious roar that pierced the heavens, he exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? How dare you mock me, the great king? This wretched Saiyan has been toying with me from the very beginning." This humiliation ignited Frieza's wrath, and a terrifying aura radiated outward, generating intense pressure in the air. Goku observed Luo Feng, leisurely spectating from the sidelines, and then glanced at the enraged Frieza, whose energy was swelling exponentially. A flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. Although he did not fully grasp Luo Feng's intentions, he recognized that Mr. Luo Feng had handed the stage over to him. Goku inhaled deeply, feeling the fiery blood of the warrior Saiyan surge within him. He clenched his fists and stepped forward, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented gravity and fighting spirit. Now, it was his turn to take the stage. Meanwhile, as Krillin and Vegeta remained bewildered, Luo Feng's languid voice rang out. "Hey, you lot over there, don't just stand there. Remember why you came to Namek." Krillin and Gohan instantly snapped to attention, while Vegeta's body jolted with realization. Yes, the Dragon Balls, the gift of eternal life. This is the sole purpose of my arrival on this wretched planet. With Luo Feng obstructing Frieza and Kakarot capable of restraining him, this was an unparalleled opportunity. "Let us go," Vegeta growled, bursting forth like a streak of light into the sky. "Gohan, Krillin, follow me," Goku shouted with fervor. Inhaling deeply as the warrior's Saiyan blood roiled within him, he tightened his fists and advanced, determination and combativeness radiating from his eyes. Now, it was his moment to shine. Oh, another fearless monkey approaches? Frieza's wrath momentarily shifted from Luo Feng to this audacious Saiyan who dared to confront him. "You think you stand a chance?" Goku did not respond. "Here I come." He provided the answer through his actions. The King Kai fist. A crimson aura erupted with an explosive force. Sun Wukong's body was enveloped by the ferocious energy, causing the ground beneath him to shatter instantaneously. He transformed into a streak of red lightning, hurtling towards Frieza. A flicker of disdain crossed Frieza's eyes as he casually unleashed a punch. Boom! The clash of fists resonated with a thunderous sound. Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, sending him hurtling backwards, carving a deep trench into the earth. Yet, without a moment's pause, he executed a swift maneuver to steady himself and charged again. He had to buy time for Krillin and Gohan. If he could merely delay Frieza long enough for them to summon the Eternal Dragon, they could revive their fallen comrades. Meanwhile, 3 beams of light sliced through the sky. Chapter 30. The Third Transformation of Frieza Unleashed. Krillin clutched Bulma's Dragon Ball radar tightly. The points of light on the screen guided their way. Soon, they had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. However, the Earth language could not summon the Eternal Dragon. They needed to use the language of the Namekians to invoke the dragon. Krillin and the others sought out the Namekian Den, whom they had previously rescued. With Den's assistance, they recited the incantation in Namekian. Finally, the Eternal Dragon was summoned. Suddenly, the entire Namekian landscape darkened. Frieza, locked in combat with Sun Wukong, momentarily froze, comprehending the situation. The Dragon Balls. In a fit of rage, Frieza shouted, "You wretched insects! My wish. You will all perish." He could no longer disregard Wukong. After delivering a powerful blow that sent Wukong flying, he swiftly turned to charge towards the direction of the summoned dragon. At that moment, Luo Feng positioned himself in front of Frieza. "Don't rush off. We haven't finished our battle yet," Luo Feng said with a smile. "You dare obstruct me?" Frieza roared, unleashing a thick beam of death from his fingertips. Luo Feng merely tilted his head, allowing the beam to graze his cheek, leaving a deep, bottomless hole in the distant mountains. Wukong. Sun Wukong understood the cue. He concentrated all his remaining strength into his hands. Tenfold King Kai Fist. Kamehameha. An unprecedented, resplendent crimson beam roared forth, crashing towards Frieza's back. Caught in a pincer movement, Frieza was forced to turn, crossing his arms to endure this life-threatening blow. Boom. The earth trembled violently. At that moment, the sky brightened once more. The wish had been granted. Luo Feng sensed the dissipating energy of the eternal dragon and nodded in satisfaction. Sun Wukong, having exhausted all his strength, felt the crimson aura fade, gasping for breath, struggling to remain standing. Frieza emerged from the smoke of the explosion, marked with several charred scars. His fury reached its peak. I shall tear you to shreds. Damn Saiyan monkey. The death beam coalesced, aimed directly at Wukong. It was over. There was no escaping. Whoosh. A green energy orb descended from the heavens, striking Frieza's wrist with precision. Bang. Frieza's attack was deflected, causing him to recoil in pain as he abruptly lifted his gaze to the sky. A figure gradually emerged from the clouds, its cold visage radiating a sense of impending doom. At that moment, Piccolo had assimilated the entirety of Nail's power, his strength now rivaling that of the current Frieza. Fueled by rage, Piccolo vowed to defeat Frieza and avenge his fallen comrades from Namek. He glared at Frieza, issuing a challenge. Frieza, your opponent is me. Piccolo's arrival significantly alleviated Goku's burden. Goku, step back and recuperate your strength. I shall handle this for now. With a disdainful snort, Piccolo exhibited formidable combat prowess, showing no fear even in the face of Frieza's second form. Oh, another reckless Namekian? Frieza observed Piccolo, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The energy emanating from this Namekian posed a genuine threat to him, albeit a slight one. Your words are excessive. Piccolo did not afford Frieza the opportunity to speak further. With a flash, he initiated his assault. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Goku activated the Kaioken once more, his crimson figure launching an assault on Frieza from another angle. The combined onslaught of the two warriors swiftly placed Frieza at a disadvantage, forcing him to clumsily defend against their relentless attacks. Boom. In no time, Piccolo seized the opportunity, sending Frieza hurtling through the air. The earth violently caved in, creating a massive crater. Piccolo descended beside the pit, surveying the dust-covered Frieza from his elevated position, unabashedly mocking him. The Cosmic Emperor is but this. It appears your might is merely predicated on preying upon the weak. From within the dust, an even more ferocious and terrifying energy erupted. You wretched insects. Frieza had completely lost his composure. I shall show you what true despair looks like. The planet began to wail in anguish. As his transformation concluded, a terrifying pressure enveloped the battlefield. Frieza's combat power surged to over 2 million. The expressions on Goku and Piccolo's faces instantly turned grave. Now, the game is over. Whoosh. Frieza's figure vanished from sight. So swift was he that Piccolo barely had time to react. Thud. A sharp pain radiated from Piccolo's abdomen. Lowering his gaze, he was met with Frieza's hand piercing through his torso. Blood gushed from Piccolo's mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. Frieza grinned maliciously, casually tossing Piccolo aside before reappearing before Goku. Goku unleashed the Kaioken to its utmost limit, exerting every ounce of his strength in a punch. Yet, Frieza merely extended his palm, effortlessly blocking Goku's strike. You are far too weak. Frieza's voice dripped with mockery. Your power, before me, is as laughable as the cries of an infant. With a slight exertion, Frieza pressed forward. The excruciating pain forced Sun Wukong to emit a cry of anguish. Yet he persisted, channeling a powerful energy wave with his remaining hand, hurling it towards Frieza's face. Frieza, displaying utter indifference, made no attempt to evade, allowing the crimson energy beam to collide with him. As the brilliance faded, it revealed that Frieza remained unscathed. It was over. Frieza lifted his foot and delivered a brutal kick to Sun Wukong's abdomen. At that moment, the system's voice finally resonated within Luo Feng's mind. Ding. Detection of critical connection to the host, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo, who are on the verge of death. Please make a decisive choice to resolve this crisis. The godly choice has been triggered. The host must make a decision immediately. An ethereal screen unfolded before Luo Feng, presenting stark and straightforward options. Option 1. Continue to observe. Allow Sun Wukong and others to engage Frieza to the bitter end, awaiting the plot to unfold uncontrollably. Reward: none. Option 2. Intervene once more. Amplify power and drive this so-called cosmic emperor into utter despair. Reward. The host's base combat power increases to 1.5 million, and the skill limit of the King's Fist is enhanced to tenfold. Gazing at the options on the screen, Luo Feng sighed deeply. How terribly slow. I almost thought the system had ceased to present choices. He muttered quietly to himself. System, I choose option 2. Ding. The host has chosen to strike again and deliver a heavy blow to Frieza. The reward has been credited immediately. Reward. The host's base combat power has risen to 1.5 million. Reward. The skill limit of the King's Fist, no side effects version, has been credited. Boom. An indescribable torrent of power surged through Luo Feng's entire being. He gradually rose, stretching languidly. Frieza, are you ready to face my wrath? Name. Luo Feng. Combat power. 1,500,000. Skills. King's Fist. 210 times no side effects version. Turtle School Kamehameha. Mastery of flight technique. Bull's light immunity. Self-transformation into Great Ape. Instant transmission. King Kai version. Mastery of energy wave with ultimate control. Description. Currently, if you utilize the King's Fist, Frieza will not be your match. However, this does not encompass Frieza's full potential. Chapter 31. The final transformation. Frieza, completely broken. Oh. Let this dull farce find its perfect conclusion with you all, Frieza sneered, advancing step by step towards the gravely injured Wukong and Piccolo. Frieza, prepare to meet your demise. Echoed Luo Feng's voice, jarringly interrupting the moment. He nonchalantly stood up, digging into his ear. It's 2 against 1, yet they still cannot prevail. It seems I must intervene. Wukong and Piccolo felt a complex surge of emotions within them, shame intertwined with a glimmer of relief. Is Luo Feng finally stepping into the fray? Struggling to rise, they summoned their last vestiges of willpower, staggering backward to relinquish the desolate stage entirely. Do you believe you are any different from them? Frieza's gaze turned to Luo Feng, filled with scorn. Before the absolute power of this great king, you are nothing. Luo Feng remained silent, slightly lowering his posture and assuming a ready stance. With a low, thunderous roar, he unleashed the King's Fist. In an instant, a crimson aura surged from within Luo Feng, staining everything around him in blood-red hues. A terrifying and unparalleled presence enveloped the entirety of Namek. Luo Feng's combat power surged dramatically. Unlike Goku's immense burden with the King's Fist, Luo Feng experienced no side effects. His body bore no weight at all. Combat power, 3 million. This aura firmly overshadowed Frieza at that moment. Goku, sensing the simultaneously familiar yet foreign essence of the King's Fist, was left in utter shock. So, this is the true form of the King's Fist? Meanwhile, Vegeta stood frozen, his mind blank, overwhelmed by the events unfolding before him. First, Kakarot surpassed him, then that green-skinned Namekian, and now this observer, Luo Feng, revealed a power that far exceeded Frieza's. The pride of the Saiyan prince was utterly crushed, leaving no remnants. What kind of monster is this? The one most unable to accept this reality was Frieza. His instinctual battle sense was screaming warnings. Danger. Extreme danger. The aura emitted by this Saiyan had completely surpassed his own. How can this be? A mere monkey, a lowly Saiyan monkey. How could it possess power greater than that of Frieza the Great? Frieza opened his mouth to say something to mask his shock and unease. But Luo Feng moved. With no extraneous motions, he delivered the simplest and most direct punch toward Frieza. It was too fast. In Frieza's dynamic vision, Luo Feng's figure left only a faint red afterimage. He could not capture Luo Feng's movements at all. Boom. Luo Feng's fist struck Frieza's abdomen with tremendous force. Purple blood erupted from Frieza's mouth. Boom, boom, boom. Frieza was sent flying backward, crashing through several massive mountains, carving a deep chasm into the ground. Moments later, a massive pit over a kilometer in diameter began to collapse at the point of Frieza's descent. As the dust settled, Luo Feng's crimson aura remained as ferocious as ever, hovering above and gazing down at Frieza in the depths of the pit. Is he so fragile? Luo Feng scoffed, disappointment lacing his tone. Not even a proper warm-up. It seems, Frieza, you are nothing special after all. Boom. Just as the words left his mouth, a powerful purple aura erupted from the pit. Frieza's battered figure soared from the rubble. At this moment, he had lost all semblance of grace and composure. The once proud third form lay in tatters. His body was marred by grotesque fissures, from which purple blood oozed incessantly. Frieza hovered midair, his body trembling uncontrollably. Whether from rage or some other emotion remained uncertain. You wretch. Luo Feng regarded Frieza's blusterous demeanor with growing exasperation. Do I need to exert myself even further? Before he finished speaking, the crimson aura enveloping him surged once more. Triple Kaioken. Boom. Luo Feng's battle power doubled yet again. Battle power, for 1,500,000. The expression on Frieza's face froze entirely. Now for the second round. Luo Feng's voice resonated clearly in Frieza's ears. In the next moment, Luo Feng vanished from sight. Whoosh. He reappeared at Frieza's right side, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Frieza's shoulder. This is a bit off. Crack. The sound of shattering bone echoed. Frieza's right shoulder armor disintegrated instantaneously, his entire arm twisting grotesquely at an unnatural angle. The delayed agony elicited a heart-wrenching scream from Frieza. Yet, his cry was far from finished. Whoosh. Luo Feng materialized on Frieza's left side, delivering a fierce kick to his knee. This is also rather asymmetrical. Crack. Frieza's left leg snapped in response. Immediately after, Luo Feng appeared above Frieza. To be honest, your appearance is quite unappealing. Bang. Frieza's head was struck down by an irresistible force, crashing into the earth once more. Boom. The ground yielded another massive crater, even larger than the last. Luo Feng refrained from pursuing. He hovered quietly in midair, releasing the Kaioken state, as the red aura gradually dissipated, returning to normal. In the crater, Frieza struggled to rise, propping himself up with the last intact hand. His bones felt as though they had been thoroughly shattered. Yet, the physical torment paled in comparison to the humiliation of his spirit. The dignity of the Cosmic Emperor lay in ruins before this Saiyan, trampled mercilessly. Why? Why is this insignificant Saiyan so powerful? Frieza's frenzied roars echoed. I will not perish here. I am the Emperor of the universe. Thunderous rumblings ensued. Centered around Frieza, a new, terrifying aura, distinctly different from before, began to surge violently outward. This presence brimmed with brutality, madness, and a will to annihilate. Frieza unleashed his final reserves of power, transforming into a form even he could not perfect control, his ultimate state. Chapter 32. Confronting the Cosmic Emperor with a battle power of 60 million. Frieza's third form was engulfed entirely by a blinding white light within the depths of the crater. Immediately, Frieza's arched back began to contract sharply, his skull shattering with a crisp crack. A smaller, more streamlined silhouette gradually became discernible at the center of the radiant light. As the white illumination faded, a completely transformed Frieza hovered silently above the deep pit. In this form, Frieza appeared even more slender than in his first transformation. Yet the pressure he exuded was tenfold more terrifying. Power level, 60 million. Frieza's formidable and dreadful aura instantaneously engulfed the entire Namek, causing the planet to tremble beneath its weight. In the distance, Vegeta's face drained of color, his body trembling uncontrollably from sheer terror. Krillin, too, turned ashen, his teeth chattering incessantly. This was the true visage of the Cosmic Emperor. Luo Feng floated in midair, gazing at the newly transformed Frieza. The previous nonchalance on his face replaced by a grave expression. Warning! Warning! Final form of Frieza detected. Target's power level has far exceeded the host's current threshold. God-level choice has been forcibly triggered. Please make a decision immediately. The system's holographic interface unfolded before Luo Feng. Choice 1, Strategic Retreat. The current adversary is overwhelmingly powerful. The host should choose to evade and await a more opportune moment. Instantly use instant transmission to escape Namek. Reward, none. Choice 2, Ultimate Challenge. Confront Frieza in his final form head-on. Task requirement. During the challenge, a temporary power increase will be granted, elevating the host's power level to 50 million. The host must confront Frieza with this power level, compelling him to exert 100 of his strength. Upon successful completion, the host's base power level will permanently solidify at 3 million, and the Super Saiyan transformation will be unlocked. Luo Feng contemplated the two options presented on the holographic screen, momentarily lost in silence. Frieza's power level of 60 million was indeed terrifying. At present, he was certainly no match for Frieza. Fleeing? That thought flickered momentarily. Escaping was simple. Yet if he ran, Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo would perish here. The most prudent course of action was clearly the second option, to gain a temporary power boost and confront Frieza directly. System. Luo Feng silently resolved. I choose option 2. Ding. Host has selected the ultimate challenge. Please prepare to face Frieza. Rewards are now in effect. Temporary power increase has been activated. Current power level, 50 million. Boom. An indescribable, vast force, akin to an ocean of stars, surged instantaneously into Luo Feng's body. His form emitted a resonating hum under the weight of this overwhelming power. After all, this was merely a temporary enhancement bestowed by the system, not a permanent elevation of strength. 50 million versus Frieza's 60 million. Although lower, they now stood on the same tier. Frieza slowly opened his eyes. Do you see, Saiyan? This is the true me. At the pinnacle of the cosmos, the formidable cosmic sovereign Frieza declares, I shall make you taste the essence of hell, you savage Saiyan monkey. No sooner had Frieza's words left his lips than an equally terrifying and powerful aura erupted from Luo Feng, shaking the very air around them. The smugness on Frieza's face froze in an instant. What? How can this be? This aura is merely a fraction beneath my own. Impossible. How could you possibly enhance your combat power to such an extent so suddenly? Frieza's expression shifted unpredictably. Saiyan, how could you achieve such a remarkable increase? Luo Feng, flexing his neck and savoring the potent, yet somewhat unfamiliar power coursing through him, smiled. Hey Frieza, spare the theatrics. Let us finish this quickly. I have afternoon tea to attend to. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Feng vanished from his position. This time, his speed surpassed any prior instance. In the next moment, his fist swung forth. Frieza met it with his own punch, and a visible shockwave of pure white erupted from their collision, radiating wildly in all directions. Where the shockwave passed, the earth was silently torn asunder, mountains were flattened, and even the clouds above were instantaneously vaporized, revealing the profound cosmos behind them. As the dust settled, Luo Feng remained poised, fist extended, while Frieza staggered backwards several meters, gradually lowering his arms. Frieza gazed at his slightly tingling limbs and then at the composed Luo Feng. This Saiyan, this troublesome monkey, truly possessed the strength to contend with him. Intriguing, indeed. Frieza smiled, an expression of excitement blooming on his face. It seemed this game would not conclude swiftly. Luo Feng retracted his fist, casting a disdainful glance at Frieza. Who wants to play games with you? Frieza bellowed furiously and charged at Luo Feng. Boom. The two clashed violently in midair. Each exchange of blows unleashed a terrifying shockwave, stirring the skies of Namek into chaos with their released energies. The immense shockwaves nearly swept Goku and the others off their feet. They could only stabilize themselves once they retreated from the core battle zone. 50 million versus 60 million. This battle should have showcased a clear disparity in strength. Yet, Luo Feng, through the instinctive combat prowess etched deep within the Saiyan bloodline, managed to bridge that monumental gap. Frieza's attacks were grand and powerful, while Luo Feng, constrained by the power differential, had to rely on his exceptional Saiyan combat talent to withstand the onslaught time and again. Damn it! Frieza roared in fury. The great cosmic monarch Frieza found himself evenly matched by a mere Saiyan monkey in such a manner. Boom! Another earth-shattering clash ensued. Luo Feng traced an arc through the air. Frieza's chest heaved violently, the blood vessels in his eyes becoming increasingly pronounced. With a sudden cessation of his assault, Frieza hovered in midair, emitting a low, ominous chuckle. Initially faint, his laughter swiftly transformed into a maniacal cackle. Ha 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 ha. How amusing, truly amusing, this monkey. Frieza spread his arms wide. I concede, I underestimated you. Your combat prowess is indeed exceptional among the Saiyans. Yet, a monkey is still but a monkey. The warm-up has concluded. Now, you shall witness what true power entails. You shall behold despair. At that moment, Frieza's body began to emit creaking sounds, his muscles visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. His once relatively proportionate physique grew immensely muscular, each sinew bulging with explosive strength. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Frieza, far surpassing anything previously felt. Vegeta's legs trembled, fear consuming him as he realized the magnitude of Frieza's hidden power. Chapter 33. Feel the despair, Frieza? You face a Super Saiyan. Frieza's sinewy form radiated an oppressive force, each inch of him exuding a sense of impending doom. The very ground of Namek groaned under the weight of his power, deep fissures radiating outward from Frieza, spreading uncontrollably across the planet's surface. Combat power, 120 million. Vegeta's knees buckled under the strain, collapsing heavily to the ground. It was over. Everything had come to an end. This was the true power of the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza, reveling in the unprecedented surge of strength within him, let out a satisfied laugh. Do you see it now, Saiyan Monkey? This is my full power. In an instant, Frieza vanished from sight. It was too fast. Goku could only rely on his honed Saiyan instincts, instinctively crossing his arms in a protective manner. A resounding crash echoed through the air as an unassailable force struck his arms with tremendous impact. Goku was propelled like a comet, hurtling through the air. His vision spun wildly as he shattered numerous towering mountains in his path. Dust and debris erupted into the sky like a tsunami. In the distance, Goku, Piccolo, and the others stood in stunned silence, gazing at the devastated mountains, their minds blank. LL Luo Feng. Krillin cried, his voice tinged with despair. Frieza slowly retracted his fist, hovering above the chaotic ruin, looking down disdainfully. Humph, the dull performance of a monkey is at an end. Now, it is time to deal with you bothersome insects. His gaze swept over Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta as he prepared to eradicate these nuisances. Yet, from the depths of the mountain ruins, a notification chimed. Ding. Host has successfully compelled Frieza to unleash 100 of his power. Ultimate challenge task completed. The chilling sound of the system's prompt echoed in Luo Feng's mind. Reward 1. The host's normal combat power is permanently solidified at 3 million. A gentle yet pure energy surged from the depths of Luo Feng's being, commencing the repair of his damaged body and fortifying every single cell within him. Reward 2. The bloodline shackles have been removed. The transformation into Super Saiyan has been unlocked. Outside the ruins, Frieza had slowly descended, inching closer to Goku and the others with a cruel smile etched upon his face. So, who shall be the first? He mused, fixating on the bald little figure, relishing the thought of his anguished cries. Krillin, paralyzed by fear, found himself unable to retreat. Just as Frieza raised his finger, poised to unleash his death beam, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant, pierced mountain ruins, unleashing an indescribable aura of terror. Frieza's movements froze abruptly as he turned around, disbelief washing over him as he gazed towards the source of that formidable energy. What is this? The ruins began to tremble violently. Countless fragments of stone pushed aside by an invisible force, slowly levitating into the air. A golden light emanated from the center of the debris, initially faint, but rapidly transforming into a radiant pillar that pierced the heavens. The entire Namek star was enveloped in this dazzling golden glow. At the core of this radiant pillar, a figure began to rise. Luo Feng's hair, swept by the golden flames, stood upright, transforming into a pure, burning gold. Combat power, 150 million. His normal combat power of 3 million multiplied by the 50-fold increase of Super Saiyan. 150 million. Frieza's eyes fixated on the figure bathed in golden light, his facial muscles contorting in shock. No, it's impossible. How can your energy surpass mine? What kind of monster are you, Saiyan Monkey? Not far away, Vegeta had risen from the ground, staring blankly at the golden figure, his body trembling uncontrollably. The golden hair resonated perfectly with the ancient legend of the Saiyan race, a tale passed down for millennia. Could it be that he was witnessing the legendary Super Saiyan? The golden aura cascaded over Luo Feng's body like a cascading lava waterfall, saturating the space with overwhelming pressure. No, this is impossible. You, a wretched monkey, cannot. Frieza's words were abruptly interrupted by a sharp explosion. Luo Feng simply stepped forward, the air beneath his feet exploding instantaneously, creating a visible, pure white energy ring that rapidly expanded outward. Luo Feng moved. In Frieza's perception, Luo Feng's figure vanished from view for an instant, only to reappear right before him. So close. In the depths of Luo Feng's eyes, there existed neither fury nor malice, only an unadulterated, lofty indifference. Like a deity gazing down upon an insignificant ant. Die, Saiyan Monkey. Frieza channeled every ounce of his strength into his right fist, dark purple malevolence coiling around it. This punch encapsulated Frieza's utmost power, launched with ferocity towards the unsuspecting Luo Feng, who stood but a breath away. Luo Feng lifted his left hand, fingers splayed wide, effortlessly blocking Frieza's fist imbued with destructive force. Frieza, exerting all his might, attempted to push his fist forward by even a millimeter, or merely to withdraw it. Yet, That hand remained utterly immovable. All efforts proved futile. No, this cannot be. How is it possible that my full strength, my 100%, could be thwarted? Frieza grappled with the incomprehensible reality unfolding before him, utterly beyond his understanding. Is this truly your full strength? Luo Feng spoke. It is woefully inadequate. In that instant, with a sharp crack, Luo Feng's fingers tightened fiercely. Frieza's right fist, along with his entire arm, was grotesquely contorted by an irresistible force into a twisted mass of flesh and blood. Ah! A heart-wrenching wail erupted from the mouth of the Cosmic Emperor. Ding! Host has completely crushed Frieza, triggering an additional humiliation task. Task requirement: completely obliterate the dignity of the Cosmic Emperor. Task reward: regular combat power increased to 5 million. Chapter 34. The Birth of a Legend. The Emperor kneels in plea for mercy, releasing his grip. Just as Frieza believed he had found a moment's reprieve, a golden afterimage suddenly loomed large in his sight. Slap! With an ear-splitting crack, Luo Feng delivered a resounding slap. Not with his fist, but casually with the back of his hand. Frieza's body was sent spiraling through the air like a toppled top, hurtling towards a solitary mountain in the distance with a resounding crash. Boom! The mountain crumbled under the impact, disintegrating into a cloud of debris and dust that soared into the sky. In the distance, Vegeta stood frozen, his mouth agape in disbelief. What had he witnessed? The Cosmic Emperor Frieza, struck down with a mere slap? It was akin to an adult chastising a disobedient child, effortless and laced with contempt. Super Saiyan. Vegeta's lips trembled as he murmured to himself. So the legend was true. No, the legend scarcely conveyed even a fraction of the spectacle before him. Amidst the swirling dust of the ruins, a disheveled figure burst forth. Frieza, half of his face grotesquely swollen, purple blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His eyes ablaze with madness. Saiyan monkey, I will kill you. I must kill you. The Emperor's dignity had been utterly shattered, leaving only a maelstrom of frenzy and resentment. Frieza extended his arms, unleashing a torrent of concentrated death beams from his fingertips, resembling a deluge of purple rain that surged relentlessly towards Luo Feng. Each beam harbored a terrifying force. Luo Feng remained suspended in the air, utterly unfazed, not even making a gesture to block the onslaught. The beams struck him, yet he remained indifferent, for these death beams could inflict no harm upon him. Unscathed. You monster! Frieza trembled, abandoning all dignity as he turned to flee. However, the moment he pivoted, a hand gently pressed upon his head. Luo Feng had mysteriously appeared behind him. Where do you think you're going? His voice resonated ominously in Frieza's ear, causing him to shudder involuntarily. With a sudden force, Luo Feng pressed down on Frieza's skull. In an instant, Frieza transformed into a streak of purple light, forcefully driven from the sky to the earth below. The impact was cataclysmic, shaking the ground violently. Without pausing, Luo Feng continued to press Frieza's head down, propelling him forward at a terrifying speed, scraping along the surface. Searing sounds echoed as Frieza was dragged across the terrain of Namek, carving an unfathomable trench into the ground. Rocks, mountains, and parched riverbeds were pulverized under this relentless assault. Time became irrelevant as Luo Feng finally came to a halt. Casually, he tossed the disfigured Frieza into the air, as if discarding refuse. In an instant, Luo Feng appeared above Frieza, fists clenched tightly above his head, golden energy coalescing around his hands. With a mighty blow, he descended with overwhelming force. Frieza's body plummeted like a meteor, crashing directly into the ocean of Namek. The tranquil surface erupted violently, a colossal tsunami soaring thousands of meters into the air, radiating outward from the impact point and consuming everything in its path. After a considerable time, the ocean gradually settled. A battered figure, barely clinging to life, emerged from the depths, struggling for breath. Frieza gasped for air, his body riddled with grotesque wounds, his white exoskeleton marred by cracks, and purple blood oozing forth. Frieza refused to succumb to death. The mighty Cosmic Emperor, who had ruled countless star systems, could not meet his end here. Wait, please. His voice, hoarse and feeble, trembled with desperation. Spare me. In the distance, Goku and his companions were taken aback. What did they just hear? The once invincible Cosmic Emperor Frieza was actually begging for mercy? Vegeta's pupils dilated in shock as he beheld the pitiful figure, his expression a tumult of disdain, contempt, and a twisted, morbid pleasure. This is you, Frieza. This is the very being that has instilled fear within me throughout my existence, the Cosmic Emperor. Luo Feng gazed silently at Frieza, betraying no emotion. Observing Luo Feng's hesitation to strike immediately, a flicker of hope ignited within Frieza's heart. Struggling, he summoned his last reserves of strength, attempting to imbue his voice with a more enticing allure. If you spare me, I can offer you everything. My legions, my wealth. All the planets under my dominion, even the entire North Galaxy. I can bestow it all upon you. You could ascend as the new Cosmic Emperor. I beg you. I do not wish to die. Frieza's voice trembled with desperation. In his fight for survival, he cast aside everything, his dignity, his pride, rendered worthless in the face of death. The souls of those you have slain with your own hands must have once pleaded similarly, did they not? Frieza's voice abruptly ceased, his expression freezing in an instant. Yet, did you ever show them mercy? In what of the Saiyan homeworld, planet Vegeta? Luo Feng's gaze drifted, almost imperceptibly, towards the distant planet Vegeta. It was you who obliterated it. Vegeta's body shuddered violently. For a villain such as you, it is better that you perish. I find solace in that. Name: Luo Feng. Combat power: normal state 3 million. Combat power: Super Saiyan state 150 million. Skills: Super Saiyan transformation, Kaioken, 210 times, no side effects. Kamehameha. Mastery of instant transmission, self-induced great ape transformation. Instant transmission, Kaishin version. Mastery of ki blast. Description: the battle nears its conclusion. Frieza stands before you like a mere insect. Chapter 35. Planet exploding? Do not delay my return home for sleep. Luo Feng's words extinguished Frieza's final delusions. The Saiyan before him harbored no concern for the Empire. Wealth, or power he spoke of. His pleas were futile. Luo Feng would not spare him. The fear within Frieza was swiftly consumed by boundless resentment. Since death was inevitable, let us perish together. Frieza let out one last roar, channeling all remaining energy within him into his fingertips. A colossal, purple-black sphere of destructive energy began to swell rapidly. Death Sphere. Frieza intended to use this technique to annihilate the planet, dragging along this Saiyan, who had subjected him to such humiliation, into the abyss. However, Frieza was unprepared for what transpired next. In an astonishing display, Luo Feng caught the immense energy sphere with his hand and forcefully redirected it back. Here you go? Luo Feng thundered. No. The massive energy sphere rocketed back with greater speed than it had arrived, enveloping Frieza and piercing through Namek's atmosphere. Ultimately, this purple energy sphere, along with its creator, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion within the frigid vacuum of space. Frieza's form vanished entirely amidst the blinding light of the explosion. Alert. Additional humiliation task completed. Reward granted. Normal combat power permanently elevated to 5 million. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Everything has come to an end. The golden aura enveloping Luo Feng gradually dissipated, and his once upright golden hair returned to its soft ebony hue. At last, it was over. Now, he could finally rest. Luo Feng's figure gently descended from the air. Phew, I have survived. Krillin gasped, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily with his chest rising and falling violently. In a flash, Sun Wukong appeared before Luo Feng, his eyes shimmering with fervor as he curiously inquired. What was that just now? Luo Feng yawned lazily, displaying a hint of weariness. Ah, that would be a transformation of the Saiyans, known as Super Saiyan. Impressive. Sun Wukong exclaimed earnestly, his fists instinctively clenching. Will I, one day, be able to become that strong? Luo Feng regarded him with an indifferent gaze, assessing him up and down. You? Hard to say. After all, in the original tale, Wukong transformed while Krillin sacrificed himself, breaking through that barrier fueled by rage. Sun Wukong's expression faltered. Meanwhile, Vegeta's eyes were bloodshot, his mind a blank slate. Dignity, glory, lineage, and ambition, the legendary Super Saiyan. The tale that had been recounted among the Saiyan race for millennia. It truly existed. But why? Why was it someone else? Why not him, the Prince of Saiyans, Vegeta? At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the earth, shattering everyone's thoughts. Boom. The entire Namek began to tremble violently. The emerald ground fissured with gaping chasms, and molten red lava erupted like a hellish fountain. This is bad, Krillin exclaimed, his face draining of color as the apocalyptic scene unfolded before him. This planet is going to explode. We're doomed. Piccolo's expression turned grave as he sensed the core energy of the planet heading towards irreversible collapse. A fleeting sadness washed over him, soon replaced by relief. Thankfully, Din had already used the Dragon Balls to transport all their kin to Earth. Otherwise, his homeland and people would face annihilation today. How do we get back? Krillin's next question abruptly pulled everyone from their momentary daze back to the harsh reality. Wukong's spaceship had long been destroyed. All eyes instinctively turned to Luo Feng. Luo Feng exhaled. Fortunately, the system rewarded me with the skill of instant transmission. Otherwise, I might not have survived the explosion of Namek. Everyone, gather around. Hold on tight. Don't fall behind. Although Sun Wukong and the others were puzzled, they immediately moved closer, as this was their only hope in dire straits. Luo Feng extended his hand, placing one on Sun Wukong's shoulder while grasping Vegeta beside him. Vegeta's body stiffened abruptly, instinctively wanting to break free. Stay still, as Luo Feng exerted a subtle force. An irresistible and terrifying power instantaneously immobilized Vegeta. The latter's struggles ceased abruptly. Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan hastily grasped the garments of those beside them. Luo Feng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the distant, familiar auras emanating from Earth. They departed. The moment the words left his lips, 5 figures, including Luo Feng himself, vanished from their location, leaving behind a planet disintegrating, drifting towards its inevitable fate in the cosmos. On Earth, in West City, at Capsule Corporation, fresh air filled their lungs, carrying with it the sense of sunlight and soil. Krillin stared blankly at his surroundings. The familiar blue circular buildings and the meticulously trimmed vast lawns momentarily disoriented him. Have we returned? Gohan rubbed his eyes, a joyful expression of survival illuminating his face. Father, we are back on Earth. This is wonderful. We are saved. Luo Feng, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, we surely would have perished alongside Namek. Meanwhile, at the coordinates of what was once Namek, now reduced to cosmic dust, countless remnants of burnt-out celestial bodies floated in the void. An irregular, blood-stained fragment, marred by scorch marks, lingered silently in the darkness. It was a part of Frieza's shattered skull. Suddenly, the closed eye within the fragment quivered violently, a faint, nearly imperceptible consciousness reigniting in the cold expanse of the universe. At that very moment, deep within the cosmos, a vessel far larger and more imposing than Frieza's own hovered silently amidst the stellar sea. In the control room, a soldier, drenched in sweat, fixated on the life detection device, which had just extinguished the light signifying Frieza's presence. The soldier, with no time to spare, rushed with great urgency towards the throne hall. At the hall's end, a figure, towering and more formidable than Frieza, stood with his back turned, gazing out at the endless stars through the viewport. It was King Cold, Frieza's father. Your Majesty. The soldier stumbled and fell to his knees, his voice trembling. The life signal of King Frieza has vanished. However, we detected an extremely faint life response near the coordinates, which could likely be King Frieza. King Cold slowly turned, shadows enveloping the entire hall. Oh, his voice was deep and calm, betraying no hint of emotion. My foolish son has been reduced to this state. Intriguing. Dispatch the retrieval team. Bring him back to me, regardless of his condition. I wish to see who possesses such audacity to harm my son. Chapter 36. Vegeta takes residence at Capsule Corporation. In the courtyard of Capsule Corporation, the aroma of barbecued delicacies mingled with the sounds of lively chatter. This grand celebration was hosted by Bulma, inviting everyone to partake in the festivities. A grand long table was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, ranging from succulent roasted whole beef to intricately crafted desserts from the West. Clint raised his juice glass high, his cheeks flushed with excitement. This time, it was thanks to Luo Feng that we returned safely from Namek. A toast to Luo Feng, to our great hero. Oh, Goku waved his small fists vigorously, his eyes brimming with admiration for Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng remained oblivious to the raucous celebration. With precision, he cut a piece of meat drenched in a secret sauce and leisurely savored it. The bliss of fat and lean meat melting on his tongue was far more tangible than any heroic title. Sun Wukong approached with a plate piled high with food, his mouth stuffed, rendering his speech indistinct. Luo Feng, what is the deal with that Super Saiyan transformation? When you transform, does it feel like an overwhelming surge of power? Luo Feng polished off a roasted drumstick and elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin. Well, something like that, he replied nonchalantly. So, what does one need to do to transform? Do you have to be really, really angry? Luo Feng cast a sidelong glance at Wukong. I don't know. Perhaps just getting enough sleep is enough. Wukong's smile abruptly faltered, plunging him into a deep well of self-doubt. Enough sleep? Was all his previous strenuous training for naught? Vegeta, deeming this revelry exceedingly foolish, stood alone in a corner of the courtyard, leaning against a grand ornamental tree, with his arms crossed defiantly over his chest. Shadows obscured much of his proud, yet desolate face. Why was it that the legendary Super Saiyan was not him, the prince of the Saiyans of the highest lineage? With this thought, Vegeta's gaze fell upon Luo Feng, his heart heavy with jealousy and resentment. Luo Feng, sensing Vegeta's stare, casually lifted a glass of lemonade and strolled over. Is something the matter? Why aren't you joining the festivities? Vegeta's body tensed. How did you manage to do it? Luo Feng took a sip of his lemonade, the sweet and tangy flavor causing him to squint in delight. Do what? Become a Super Saiyan. Luo Feng tilted his head thoughtfully before responding in an exceedingly casual tone. Oh, that? Perhaps Frieza was just too noisy, affecting my mood. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. And in that moment, it seemed as if all the blood in his body rushed to his head. Too noisy? Is that really the reason? What kind of answer is that? Vegeta trembled with rage. Luo Feng's gaze drifted past him, landing on Yamcha, who was laughing heartily with Bulma, completely unaware that a proud prince was about to grace the very ground beneath his feet. A flicker of pity crossed Luo Feng's eyes. At that moment, Bulma approached, carrying 2 specially concocted drinks, her face alight with a warm smile. Luo Feng, I truly cannot thank you enough. Were it not for you, none of us would have returned. I have prepared the most luxurious suite for you at Capsule Corporation, available for your stay as long as you desire. It boasts the latest gravity chamber and an automated gourmet machine. Such conditions present an irresistible temptation for any warrior in pursuit of strength. However, Luo Feng merely shook his head. No need. His refusal was succinct and decisive. Bulma's smile faltered for a moment before she resignedly shook her head. Luo Feng set down his empty cup and waved to the others. I'm full. I'll take my leave now. As soon as the words left his lips, his figure vanished without a trace. Several hours later, in the courtyard of Capsule Corporation, the party had concluded. Goku gazed solemnly at Piccolo and Gohan. Piccolo, Gohan. It's time for us to begin our training. Although Luo Feng is formidable, we cannot rely on him indefinitely. Piccolo nodded gravely, having come to a profound realization of his own insignificance through their experiences on Namek. Guests gradually dispersed, and the commotion in the courtyard began to fade. Vegeta remained motionless in the shadow of a tree, unwavering. Bulma, holding a tray, directed robots to clean up the aftermath of the celebration, and she noticed Vegeta, who radiated an aura of aloofness. This man is truly intriguing. She approached him with a light step. Hey, the party is over. Do you plan to stand here until dawn? Vegeta's thoughts were interrupted as he slowly lifted his eyelids, casting a disdainful glance at Bulma, as if she were an inferior being. Silence, Earthwoman. Do not disturb me with your foolish voice. Bulma, undeterred by his harsh demeanor, placed her hands on her hips and scrutinized him with keen interest. What a temper. However, considering that you are akin to Luo Feng and have rendered assistance, I could graciously offer you a place to stay. She pointed toward the imposing main building of Capsule Corporation. There, I have the finest gravity training room in the universe. It would be a pity for someone like Luo Feng to pass it up. The mention of the gravity training room sent a shiver through Vegeta. Was that not the training ground of his dreams? Yet, his proud dignity forbade him from accepting charity from an Earth woman. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, turning away and presenting the back of his head to Bulma. I do not require your pity. Such primitive technology from this planet is merely child's play to Prince Vegeta. Bulma observed his obstinacy with amusement. This alien prince is truly Tsundra. Is that so? She elongated her tone, feigning a departure. Then I suppose it doesn't matter. I was merely hoping to adjust the gravity to 300 times to see where the limits lie. Since you're not interested, I shall dismantle it. 300 times gravity. Vegeta could no longer maintain his facade of indifference. Stop. Bulma halted, turning with a sly smile of triumph on her face. Vegeta clenched his teeth, as if making a tremendous concession, yet his face remained adorned with an expression of unparalleled arrogance. I merely wish to witness firsthand the frailty of your Earth's technology. Lead the way, Vegeta commanded, as if he were the sovereign of this realm. Very well, Your Highness, Bulma shrugged, indifferent to Vegeta's haughtiness. Follow me. But let it be known, should you damage my precious machines, you shall remain here to toil in compensation. Vegeta chose silence, striding forward with determination, closely trailing behind. Luo Feng, just wait, he vowed inwardly, promising himself that he, Prince Vegeta, would transcend his limits through relentless training and sweat, ultimately becoming a Super Saiyan. He aspired to surpass Kakarot, to outshine Luo Feng, and to emerge as the mightiest Super Saiyan. Name: Luo Feng. Battle power: normal state 5 million. Battle power: Super Saiyan state 250 million. Skills: Super Saiyan transformation, tenfold King Kai fist, no side effects. Instant transmission, mastered. Kamehameha, mastered. Keyblade, mastered. Self-induced Oozuru transformation, key detection, perfect. Some basic skills have been folded. Description: congratulations, you have achieved your phased goal. For the time being, there shall be no troubles. Please commence enjoying your holiday. Chapter 37. The Arrival of Dales. Evil descends upon Earth once more. Following the conclusion of the Namek saga, Luo Feng experienced an exceptionally rare period of tranquility on Earth. Sunbathing, napping, daydreaming at the clouds, sipping afternoon tea, and fishing. Half a year slipped by in an instant. However, in the world of Dragon Ball, tranquility is destined to be fleeting. A surge of malevolent and formidable energies was descending upon Earth. Capsule Corporation, Gravity Training Room. Vegeta's body emitted anguished groans under the terrifying pressure. Every muscle quivered violently, sweat thoroughly saturating his blue battle attire. He yearned for strength, to reclaim the glory that belonged to the Saiyan Prince. Suddenly, Vegeta's movements halted abruptly. An unfamiliar energy was rapidly approaching Earth. Simultaneously, at Mount Payaz, Goku and Piccolo, engaged in intense sparring, also ceased their actions. Goku's face bore an unprecedented gravity as he sensed the ominous energy. As everyone grew alert, a frantic voice resonated directly in Goku's mind. It was the North Kai. Goku, can you hear me? Goku, Kaishin, what's the matter? It's bad. Goku, Earth is in grave danger. A group of evil extraterrestrials is heading towards Earth. Their leader is named Dales, another Saiyan like you, and he possesses immense battle power. Moreover, they carry the seeds of the Tree of Might. This tree will root itself in the planet's core like a parasite, draining all of the planet's life energy in a remarkably short time. In that moment, all life on Earth would be extinguished. Sun Wukong's heart sank profoundly. Upon sensing the approximate location of Dales and his companions, he promptly alerted the warriors. He gazed towards the direction of the western capital, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, yet he ultimately decided to inform Vegeta. Regardless of the circumstances, this pertained to the very survival of Earth. Upon receiving the message, Vegeta merely snorted derisively. Just remnants of lower-class warriors? Perfect. Your blood shall serve to validate the fruits of my training. As Prince Vegeta, he soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the source of that malevolent aura. Meanwhile, in a vast primordial forest somewhere on Earth, Dales and several of his cosmic warriors descended upon the land. What a vibrant planet this is. Surely, it must bear exceptionally delectable fruits. Without a moment's hesitation, Dales retrieved a seed exuding an ominous energy from his bosom and carelessly cast it to the ground. Let the process commence. At the instant the seed struck the earth, boom. A colossal spiritual tree erupted from the soil at an unnatural speed. Countless immense roots writhed like living serpents, plunging deep into the ground, ravenously siphoning the life force belonging to this planet. Centered around the spiritual tree, the surrounding forest within 100 miles began to wither at a visible rate. Lush green leaves swiftly turned a parched yellow before disintegrating into ash. The once vibrant land transformed in an instant into a desolate, cracked wasteland. The sky too gradually succumbed to a shroud of gloom. When Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin arrived, they were met with a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. How could this be? Krillin trembled as he beheld the instantly lifeless flora. Sun Wukong's fists clenched tightly, emitting a sound of cracking knuckles, an unprecedented fury igniting within his chest. As the gazes of the group fell upon the figures beneath the spiritual tree, they were all momentarily stunned, particularly by the foremost figure. Father? Gohan instinctively called out, only to hastily shake his head in terror, seeking refuge behind Piccolo. Krillin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he pointed at the man, stammering to Sun Wukong. Wukong, that guy? He looks just like you. No, wait. Krillin rubbed his eyes vigorously. He resembles your brother Raditz even more closely, as if he were your true sibling. Sun Wukong fixed his gaze intensely upon the man. The same visage, the same hairstyle, yet within those eyes resided nothing but cruelty and malevolence. Beneath the spiritual tree, Dale sensed the attention of Wukong and the others. Slowly turning around with a playful smile gracing his face. Oh, have the little insects of this planet finally arrived? Dale's gaze locked onto Wukong. So, you are the one banished to this wretched planet, Kakarot? How utterly disappointing. Dale shook his head, his tone dripping with unabashed disdain. Behold your foolish demeanor, mingling with these inferior beings. Is your noble Saiyan blood, as a member of the warrior race, merely intended to safeguard these fragile flora and feeble creatures? You are an utter disgrace to our Saiyan lineage. Silence. Goku bellowed, a formidable aura erupting from within him. Who are you? And why do you inflict such harm upon Earth? Dallas found amusement in Goku's fury, spreading his arms wide. Me? I am but a pure Saiyan in pursuit of true power. As for my actions? Dallas gestured to the colossal spirit tree behind him, a fervent expression illuminating his face. Do you not comprehend, Kakarot? This embodies the essence of power. This divine tree will drain the worthless life from this planet, yielding fruits imbued with boundless energy. Consume one, and you shall attain unparalleled strength. This is the path we Saiyans must tread, plunder, devour, evolve. Just then, a swifter, more ferocious figure descended from the heavens, landing before Goku and his companions. It was none other than Vegeta. He regarded Dallas, his eyes radiating a palpable killing intent. How dare a lowly warrior like you speak so boldly here? Your very visage disgusts this prince. Upon seeing Vegeta, a flicker of surprise crossed Dallas's eyes. Oh, is this not the esteemed prince of planet Vegeta? Do you wish to thwart me as well? Vegeta and Goku exchanged a glance, devoid of unnecessary words. In the next instant, their auras erupted simultaneously, akin to two cannonballs being fired, hurtling towards Dallas's subordinates. A fierce battle erupted instantly. Meanwhile, far away in a secluded mountain forest, Luo Feng had just concluded a perfect afternoon nap, languidly sprawled upon a rock, relishing the warmth of the 3 o'clock sun. A gentle breeze caressed his cheek, carrying the fragrance of fresh grass. Everything appeared to be in tranquil harmony. Ding! Detection of planetary life energy being rapidly extracted by the spirit tree. It is estimated that within 48 hours, Earth's ecology will collapse entirely, with severe declines in air quality, sunlight comfort, and food production. Warning: this situation poses a grave threat to the host's future well-being. Chapter 38. Vegeta transforms in a tragedy. Once more Goku and Vegeta's gazes intersected in the air. A single glance conveyed a tactical arrangement more eloquent than 1,000 words. In the next moment, two violent auras surged skyward. The mocking smiles of Dallas's cosmic warriors faltered, only to be engulfed by this torrent of absolute power. Too swift. This was not a battle of equals, but rather a one-sided extermination of the insignificant. In mere seconds, beneath the vast spirit tree, there remained only Dallas, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to Goku, standing among the fallen invaders. The battlefield fell eerily silent. Vegeta regarded the proud Dallas, arms crossed, his battle spirit ignited. He turned to Goku. Kakarot, allow me to take this. Vegeta's jaw lifted slightly, embodying the regal pride of a Saiyan prince. You stand there and observe closely. Witness how I cleanse our noble lineage of this filth. Goku regarded Vegeta's resolute silhouette, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. The Saiyan before him, named Dales, harbored an aura far more terrifying than the previous rabble. Yet, Goku remained motionless, choosing to honor Vegeta's moment of pride. Dales watched the unfolding scene with bemusement. A prince, you say? How laughable. A wretched cur incapable of safeguarding his home planet dares to claim the title before me? The words ignited a blaze of fury within Vegeta. He ceased all idle chatter, propelling himself forward with such force that the ground beneath him erupted into a web-like crater. In an instant, he transformed into a purple streak of lightning, traversing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. A fist, imbued with cataclysmic power, aimed directly for Dale's face. With a mere tilt of his head, Dales evaded the blow. Vegeta's fist grazed Dale's cheek, the ferocious wind from the strike sending his hair dancing wildly. Too slow, Prince. Dales taunted, his voice laced with the playful malice of a cat toying with a mouse. Vegeta, summoning a surge of strength from his core, twisted midair. His elbow transforming into a hammer that descended with tremendous force towards Dale's temple. Yet, Dale simply raised an arm, casually deflecting the blow with the back of his hand. A dull thud resonated in the air. Vegeta felt a sharp tingling in his elbow. His attack seemed to vanish into the abyss. How is this possible? A tempest of disbelief roiled within him, yet his assault showed no signs of faltering. Countless strikes rained down upon Dale's, each fueled by sheer determination. Dale's remained rooted in place, sidestepping, raising his hands, and leaning back as if engaged in a leisurely stroll. This fiend was toying with Vegeta. Enough. With frustration boiling over, Vegeta propelled himself backward, creating distance between them. He spread his arms wide, purple energy swirling chaotically into his palms, emitting a piercing hum. You scoundrel! Prepare to witness what true genius looks like. Under absolute power, be reduced to ashes. Scoundrel! Gallic Gun! A robust beam of purple energy surged forth, radiating an aura of annihilation as it barreled towards Dale's. Dale stood unfazed, his expression remaining composed and serene. Just as the Gallic Gun was poised to strike, he subtly lowered his body and, with a decisive motion, unleashed a punch toward the roaring energy beam. Vegeta's expression froze in an instant. His ultimate move, the Gallic Gun, embodying his absolute strength, was effortlessly sent soaring into the sky by Darius's punch. Impossible, Vegeta muttered in disbelief. This cannot be. My Gallic Gun was deflected with a single blow. At that moment, Vegeta's power was nearing 1,000,000, yet he appeared utterly vulnerable before Darius. I warned you. You were too slow. Darius slowly lowered his fist, shaking his head, an unmistakable expression of disappointment etched across his face. Prince, is your power merely at this level? You have truly disappointed me. As he spoke, Darius retrieved a fruit from the Tree of Might. With a crack, he took a gentle bite in front of everyone. The flesh of the fruit dissolved in his mouth, releasing a surge of power far more potent and malevolent than before, erupting from within him. Do you see this, Vegeta? Darius spread his arms wide, reveling in the intoxicating rush of power coursing through him, a fervent and cruel smile gracing his features. This is the essence of true strength. To plunder, to consume, to claim the very life of this planet as one's own. This is the path that we Saiyans must tread. And you, clinging to your ridiculous heritage and honor, engaging in your so-called arduous training, are merely playing a child's game in my eyes. You wretch. Vegeta's rationality was utterly shattered by Darius's humiliating words. Shut your foul mouth. He roared like a beast, charging at Darius once more, disregarding everything. This time, Darius did not evade. He struck Vegeta with a fierce kick. Bang! In an instant, Vegeta's body contorted as if bent like a shrimp, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. Vegeta was sent flying back at an even greater speed, crashing violently into a distant mountainside. Boom! The rocks crumbled, dust swirling, completely obscuring the Saiyan prince's figure. Meanwhile, on the other side, ding! Major obstacle detected. Tree of Might. It will fundamentally destroy the Earth. Divine choice triggered. Please make a decision. Two starkly different screens appeared before Luo Feng. Choice 1. Leave Earth. The current enemies greatly surpass Goku and Vegeta, allowing everyone to perish while the Earth is entirely consumed by the Tree of Might, transforming into a dead star. Reward: none. Choice 2. For the safety of Earth. Personally eliminate this cursed tree and deal with the one who planted it, restoring the ecological environment at the fastest pace. Reward: permanent increase of 100,000 to base power, and a 30-point favorability with Razali. Choice 1 offered nothing. Choice 2 promised a permanent increase of 100,000 to his base power, which, while meager in light of his current strength, was still a tangible benefit. But Razali? A stunning image of a cold, beautiful figure with golden hair and blue eyes flashed in Luo Feng's mind. It was her. Why would the system suddenly offer such a reward? And what a favorability! Luo Feng found himself puzzled, but was too apathetic to delve deeper. The logic of the system can sometimes be as inscrutable as the thoughts of a woman. Regardless, the predicament at hand must be addressed. Luo Feng rose from the rock, stretching his limbs in a grand yawn, each bone in his body cracking audibly. System, I choose to. Chapter 39. The Tragic Valor of the Tenfold King Fist. Luo Feng to the rescue. Debris from the mountain wall continued to tumble down. Vegeta struggled. attempting to lift himself from the heap of rubble, but the searing pain coursing through his body rendered each effort futile. Humiliation. Helplessness. Darius approached slowly, his boots crunching on the stones beneath him, producing a series of sharp sounds. Do you hear that, Prince? You are as easily crushed as these stones beneath my feet. Darius loomed over Vegeta, a cruel smile etched across his face that bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku's. Vegeta, tell me, who is the true scrap now? With a casual motion, Darius placed his foot upon Vegeta's back, gradually pressing down. Blood mixed with dirt erupted from Vegeta's mouth. Your proud lineage, your laughable struggles, amount to nothing in my eyes. You are merely a pitiful relic, discarded by the times. At that moment, a thunderous roar filled with unbridled fury erupted from a distance. Stop! Son Goku's body radiated a crimson aura as he activated the King Fist. The bond between Goku and Vegeta was far from that of friends, yet they were the last of the Saiyans. Together, they had once fought valiantly on Namek. The sight of Darius, an invader bearing his likeness, trampling on Saiyan dignity, ignited a firestorm of rage within Goku. Threefold King Fist. Boom. A torrent of red energy surged skyward, lifting the debris and dust from the ground. In an instant, Son Goku vanished from his position. A flicker of surprise crossed Darius's eyes, prompting an instinctive sidestep. Bang! Goku's fist struck the very spot where Darius had been standing, creating an unfathomable pit in the hardened earth. Oh! Darius turned, a more intrigued expression gracing his features. A brief burst of power. Kakarot, do yourself a favor and retreat. You are no match for me. For the sake of our striking resemblance, I might just spare your life. You scoundrel! Son Goku gritted his teeth, the crimson aura around him intensifying as he charged forward once more. Their fists and feet collided, energy swirling chaotically. In the state of the threefold King Fist, Goku's speed and strength reached unprecedented heights, allowing him to exchange blows with Darius. In the distance, Piccolo and Krillin watched in tense anticipation. Goku was actually keeping pace with that guy. Krillin's voice trembled with a flicker of hope. Bang! Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Darius delivered a powerful kick to Goku's abdomen. Goku let out a muffled grunt, hurtling backward, yet he managed to stabilize himself mid-air, his hands clasping together at his waist. Kamehameha, a cerulean beam of energy, infused with the full fury of Sun Wukong, surged violently towards Darius. An impressive display of power indeed. The corners of Darius's mouth curled upward as he stood his ground, unflinching, and with a single hand thrust forward, a wave of purple-black energy erupted from his palm, colliding fiercely with the Kamehameha wave. Boom! The clash of energies triggered a violent explosion, blinding light compelling all to instinctively close their eyes. As the brilliance faded, Sun Wukong was found half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, steam billowing from his body. Meanwhile, Darius remained unscathed, standing resolute. It's over. Kakarot, he declared. Not yet. Sun Wukong grunted, bracing himself against the ground, his body trembling as he rose once more. Kaioken times 5. A more ferocious aura erupted from within him, his already straining muscles crying out in agony. Ignoring his body's protests, he unleashed another surge. Kaioken times 10. Boom. The crimson aura transformed almost into a tangible blood-red manifestation. In that moment, Sun Wukong's energy soared to a terrifying level that even Darius found unsettling. What? The composure that had adorned Darius's face vanished for the first time. Before he could react, Sun Wukong's figure appeared before him as if teleporting. Bang! 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 His fists and feet struck with such rapidity that they resembled an unrelenting storm, pummeling Darius mercilessly. Darius staggered back, blood spilling from his mouth. Incredulity etched across his face. Damn you! Darius roared in fury, attempting to retaliate, yet he was relentlessly suppressed by Sun Wukong's continuous onslaught. However, this overwhelming power was merely a fleeting burst of energy. Sun Wukong's body could not sustain the tenfold Kaioken for long. In less than half a minute, the blood-red aura surrounding him dissipated like a deflated balloon. He could no longer endure. His body weakened, and he fell helplessly from the air. Wukong! Krillin screamed in alarm. Darius wiped the blood from his lips, gazing at the plummeting Wukong with a sinister smile. This is the end, Kakarot. He raised his hand, forming an energy sphere imbued with a sense of impending doom in his palm. At that critical moment, a figure swooped in beneath the falling Sun Wukong, gently cradling him. In an instant, that figure vanished, reappearing beside Piccolo and Krillin. It was Luo Feng. He laid the exhausted son Wukong down on the ground with casual grace and brushed off his hands. Luo Feng. Krillin's eyes lit up, his voice brimming with the euphoria of survival. Wonderful. You're here. Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Uncle Luo Feng. Piccolo, too, felt the tension in his body release at that moment. Casting a deep glance at Luo Feng and exhaling heavily. Luo Feng had arrived. Everything was now secure. Luo Feng lazily greeted them with a casual wave. His gaze swept across the scene, ultimately resting on Vegeta, who was struggling amidst the rubble in the distance. He let out a profound sigh. Alas, truly deserving of the title Tragic Tower, you always bring such dramatic flair. Dales, observing the suddenly appearing Luo Feng, looked on with disdain. Who are you? He inquired. Luo Feng did not glance at Dales, but merely gestured towards Krillin beside him. Who is that guy? A new villain? He looks just like Goku. Krillin was momentarily at a loss for words. Name: Luo Feng. Battle power: normal state 5. 1 million. Battle power: Super Saiyan state 255 million. Skills: Super Saiyan transformation. Tenfold Kaioken, no side effects. Instant transmission, Kaioshin version. Kamehameha, mastered. Some basic skills have been consolidated. Special status: Lazili's affection level 30. Description: in your presence, the newly emerged villain Dales appears as mere vermin. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, you can effortlessly crush him. Chapter 40 Goku, Vegeta, observe closely. I will only demonstrate once. Piccolo quietly took a step back, casting a sympathetic glance at Dales. He could foresee the nightmarish ordeal that this oblivious Saiyan was about to endure. Hey, Dales, feeling ignored, seethed with rage. I am speaking to you, insect. Are you deaf? Luo Feng slowly turned his head, locking eyes with Dales. Oh, insect, are you sure you are not referring to yourself? Dales erupted in laughter, fueled by anger. Do you not see? One is the so-called noble Saiyan prince, and the other is the one you place your hopes upon, Kakarot. They lie there now like two lifeless dogs. Dale's voice grew increasingly arrogant. Now, kneel and submit to me. Otherwise, I swear, your fate will be 100 times more miserable than theirs. He laughed recklessly, reveling in his dominion. Are you finished? Luo Feng asked, his expression unperturbed. Dales was perplexed. Was this individual foolish? Did he not see the dire state of Vegeta and Kakarot? How dare he disregard him? Luo Feng ignored Dales and strode purposefully towards Goku and Vegeta. He first approached Goku's side. Look at your condition. It's truly tragic. If you can't handle it, don't force yourself. You are not like me. Luo Feng extended a hand to help the injured Goku to his feet. He then moved to stand before Vegeta, who was propping himself up with his elbow, emerging from the debris. His proud dignity forbade him from showing even the slightest weakness before Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked down upon him. And you, your highness, be quiet. Vegeta managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Luo Feng completely disregarded his protests and spoke to himself. Watch closely, Wukong and Vegeta. Today, I shall demonstrate what it truly means to be a Super Saiyan. What constitutes absolute power? The moment his words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Luo Feng. In the next instant, a golden flame surged forth from within him. The ground trembled violently, and enormous fissures radiated from his center. Luo Feng's black hair gradually floated upwards, only to be transformed in an instant into a dazzling golden hue. He gazed indifferently at Dales, as a deity might look upon mere insects. Battle power, 255 million. This force was an undeniable, overwhelming might. Vegeta stared blankly at the figure enveloped in golden flames, his mind a void. This was the Super Saiyan, although it was not his first encounter. Luo Feng's transformed visage still struck Vegeta with unparalleled astonishment. Following that was an uncontrollable envy and desire. He, Prince Vegeta, yearned to transform into a Super Saiyan like Luo Feng. Meanwhile, the one who felt the most profound impact was Dales. The arrogance, disdain, and amusement that once adorned his face had vanished without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming fear. The bulk of Luo Feng's oppressive aura was focused on Dales, the pressure nearly suffocating him. Dale's body quaked uncontrollably. No, this is impossible. He instinctively took a step back. What manner of monster are you? How can you be so powerful? Luo Feng raised his hand, casually flexing his arm. Oh, this? A Super Saiyan. Haven't you heard of it? Dale's body trembled violently. Super Saiyan. Impossible. That is merely a legend. How can it truly exist? Luo Feng regarded Dales calmly. A legend, you say? That only indicates your limited understanding. Dales, filled with rage, roared, "Do not underestimate me." He then unleashed all his power, a purplish-black malevolent aura erupting skyward. Prepare to die? I refuse to believe in such a thing as a Super Saiyan. Dales transformed into a distorted black light, charging toward Luo Feng with the intent to annihilate. Luo Feng retaliated, striking with lightning speed. At the moment they crossed paths, a powerful punch landed squarely in Dale's abdomen. In an instant, Dale's body contorted like a shrimp, blood mixed with fragments of his insides spewing forth from his mouth. Like a kite severed from its string, Dales was propelled backward at a speed 100 times faster than before, crashing violently into the colossal spirit tree. Boom! The massive spirit tree shook violently, countless leaves cascading to the ground. Darius was forcibly embedded into the sturdy trunk of a tree, creating a ghastly human-shaped indentation. In the next moment, Darius unleashed a frenzied roar. An even more malevolent and tainted dark red aura erupted violently from within him. The power of the dark demon realm. Luo Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Under the corrosive influence of the dark energy, Darius's features began to contort, his eyes transforming into a pure blood-red hue. While eerie black patterns surfaced on his skin, "I shall end your life." With the dark energy augmenting his strength, Darius's power surged uncontrollably. He was indeed corrupted by the dark energy. Luo Feng lost his final vestige of patience. He slowly raised his hands, bringing them together at his waist, assuming a posture familiar to Sun Wukong and Krillin. The Turtle School's technique. An invisible force instantly locked onto Darius. Darius's body became utterly immobilized. The light in Luo Feng's palm grew increasingly radiant. No! Darius let out a desperate howl. A resplendent beam of energy erupted from Luo Feng's palm, enveloping the massive spirit tree along with the embedded Darius. When the brilliance faded, Darius was utterly annihilated, and the trunk of the spirit tree was left with a gaping void. Yet, this was not the end. In the next heartbeat, Luo Feng's figure appeared before the spirit tree. "Rise!" Luo Feng bellowed. The golden aura surrounding him surged dramatically. Boom! The ground trembled violently around Luo Feng, fissures spreading wildly in all directions. The spirit tree was uprooted by Luo Feng. He held the spirit tree aloft with one hand, gradually ascending into the air, before casting it upward. Immediately, a colossal energy sphere rapidly gathered in Luo Feng's palm. He hurled the energy sphere towards the spirit tree. Boom! Following a thunderous explosion in the air, the spirit tree vanished from sight, completely reduced to ashes by Luo Feng's might. Chapter 41. What is Super Saiyan 2? I choose a century of tranquility. With Darius and the spirit tree gone, the oppressive gloom in the sky dissipated, and warm sunlight once again bathed the earth. The once desolate and lifeless land, drained of vitality, miraculously began to exhibit a faint hint of green. Ding! Detection indicates that the minions of the Dark Demon realm have been eradicated, but the temporal coordinates they left have exposed this world, posing a significant risk of ongoing disturbance to the host's future existence. Warning: a major causal law-level obstruction detected, Dark Demon Realm. This poses a threat capable of fundamentally destroying your endeavors. God-tier choice has been triggered. The host must make a decision. Two starkly contrasting options materialized before Luo Feng. Option 1. I care not. Uphold the ultimate principle of the lethargic fish. As long as I do not engage, I shall never be caught. Reward: the system will expend energy to construct a temporal causality shielding barrier for a century, entirely isolating you from any perception or interference from the Dark Demon realm. Select option 2. Take the initiative and eliminate future threats. Journey to the Time realm where the King of Time resides, accept the commission, and become a Time Patroller, actively engaging in the war against the Dark Demon realm, quelling all troubles in their infancy. Reward: regular combat power elevated to 10 million points. Immediate unlocking of the Super Saiyan Transformation 2. Gazing at the two options before him, Luo Feng did not even raise an eyebrow. Super Saiyan 2. A regular combat power of 10 million? Such propositions indeed sound enticing. Yet what is the cost? To become a Time Patroller? To accept a commission? Does that not equate to finding a boss? Transforming from a free individual safeguarding his rights into a mere cog in the machine? Moreover, it is the kind of work that demands year-round, cross-temporal overtime. The mere thought of it made Luo Feng feel utterly uncomfortable. Whoever wishes to partake may do so. I refuse to become a wage slave, he silently ridiculed. As for the threat posed by the Dark Demon realm, a century of shielding barriers is ample enough. 100 years hence, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the two titans, will likely have attained forms beyond Super Blue and Super Purple, perhaps even transcending to a state of self-sufficiency. When the sky collapses, these combat enthusiasts will naturally bear the burden. Furthermore, by the time a century has passed, one's own strength will undoubtedly reach at least that of an angel, effortlessly surmounting any challenges, far superior to the arduous toil of the present system. In his heart, Luo Feng made the most resolute and unhesitating choice since his arrival in this world. I choose one. Choice confirmed. The time causality shielding barrier is being generated. Expected completion in 10 seconds. Wishing you a pleasant respite. A barely perceptible, peculiar wave emanated from Luo Feng, enveloping the entire temporal realm before swiftly vanishing. All settled. Time to clock out and return home for a nap. Luo Feng turned to the group of warriors still in their petrified state, lazily waving his hand. Hey, I've finished my overtime. I'm heading back for some rest. You all can deal with the leftover mess. No sooner had he spoken than Luo Feng's figure vanished from the spot, leaving Sun Wukong and the others in a daze. Sun Wukong raised his hand, gazing at his palm. Super Saiyan. I must reach that level too. His fist slowly clenched, igniting a fervent flame in his eyes. In stark contrast to Sun Wukong was Vegeta, who lay in a pile of rubble, gasping heavily, his body trembling violently from excruciating pain and fatigue. Yet, he did not move. It was not that he could not move. He simply did not wish to. At that moment, Vegeta's gaze was hollow, as though his very soul had been extracted. He was utterly broken. The pride he took in his royal lineage, cultivated through relentless training under 100-fold gravity, was crushed before Dale's. The indomitable glory of the Saiyan race lay in ruins. All his efforts felt like a cruel jest. Vegeta, Bulma piloted the aircraft, anxiously approaching from a distance, closely followed by a large medical ship from Capsule Corporation. Her gaze quickly fell upon the motionless figure lying amidst the ruins. Without hesitation, Bulma leaped from her vehicle and rushed towards him. Are you all right? She exclaimed as she helped Vegeta up, her heart sinking at the sight of his bloodied form and faint breath, her eyes instantly welling with tears. Vegeta's lips moved, yet no sound escaped them. He merely stared blankly at the sky. Days later, in West City at Capsule Corporation, within the top-tier medical chamber, Vegeta was submerged in a green restorative fluid. His eyes tightly shut. Bulma, peering through the transparent chamber wall, gazed at this man who usually exuded invincibility, now appearing as fragile as a forsaken child, stirring a whirlwind of complex emotions within her. Meanwhile, Goku had recuperated over the past few days and was nearly restored to full strength, preparing for more intense training. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Goku, Goku, can you hear me? It was King Kai. King Kai? Goku responded, somewhat surprised. Listen closely, Goku. King Kai's tone grew grave. Although the matter with Dales has been resolved satisfactorily, countless formidable beings and crises still loom in the universe. You must master the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Seek out Luo Feng and learn how to attain that power. You cannot always rely on him. What if he is not around one day? King Kai's words resonated with truth. Indeed, I cannot depend on Luo Feng every time. My homeland must be protected by my own strength. A slight smile unconsciously crept onto Goku's lips. To seek the wisdom of the strong and then surpass them. This was inherently an exhilarating pursuit. I understand, King Kai? Instead of immediately seeking out Luo Feng, Goku flew towards Capsule Corporation, inviting Vegeta to accompany him. Upon Goku's arrival, Vegeta had just emerged from the medical chamber, donned in a fresh combat uniform. Kakarot? Vegeta furrowed his brow instinctively upon seeing Goku. What do you want? To mock me? Not at all, Vegeta. Goku shook his head, his expression unusually earnest. I am here to invite you to join me in a venture. Vegeta scoffed, turning away, unwilling to meet his gaze. I have no interest. Let's go find Luo Feng together. Goku's words caused Vegeta's body to stiffen abruptly. Ignoring Vegeta's reaction, Goku continued. I wish to consult Luo Feng on how to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, will you join me? Silence. Vegeta faced away from Goku. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, his body trembling slightly. What nonsense. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. How could I engage in such a disgraceful act? Yet, an uncontrollable golden figure surfaced in his mind. To go, or not to go? dignity, or power? Sun Wukong stood quietly, without urging, awaiting Vegeta's decision. After a long while, Vegeta's tense body gradually began to relax. Very well, I shall accompany you. But remember this, Kakarot, he said, his chin slightly raised, exerting all his strength to maintain the remnants of his dwindling pride. I am merely going to observe, not to seek his guidance. Chapter 42, Luo Feng's Lesson, a quick guide to becoming a Super Saiyan. In a valley shrouded in mist, the air was fresh, and the gentle sound of flowing water distanced itself from the clamor of the world. Sun Wukong stood before a simple wooden cabin, an unusual sense of apprehension and awkwardness gracing his expression. Behind him, not far in the shadow of a massive rock, Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, suppressing his aura to its utmost limit. Taking a deep breath, as if summoning his courage, Sun Wukong raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. There was no response from within. Scratching his head, he knocked again, this time with a bit more force. After a lengthy pause, the sound of slow footsteps could be heard from inside. Creak. The door opened a crack. Luo Feng, still groggy from sleep, peeked out with disheveled hair and remnants of sleep on his face. Wukong, what brings you here? Is there a problem? Luo Feng had just woken from his nap and still bore the signs of sleepiness. Sun Wukong could only offer an awkward smile, scratching the back of his head. Sorry to disturb your rest, Luo Feng. It's not a problem. I just have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Luo Feng raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of interest. He opened the door wider, leaning against the frame while sizing up Sun Wukong. Wukong, we cannot always rely on your strength. What if one day you are not around, and we need to face our enemies? Sun Wukong's expression grew earnest as he deeply bowed to Luo Feng. Please, tell me how I can become a Super Saiyan like you. His voice rang out clearly, even reaching Vegeta, who was hiding in the distance. Vegeta was taken aback. This fool, Kakarot, actually dared to ask such a direct question. He was utterly disgracing the Saiyan name. Yet, Vegeta's ears perked up higher than ever, fearing he might miss even a single word. Luo Feng, upon hearing Sun Wukong's request, displayed no trace of surprise. A Super Saiyan, he elongated the words, his gaze drifting toward the distant sky, as if reminiscing. It is not merely an enhancement of power. It is a realm that can only be reached by transcending one's limits. Luo Feng's profound words left Sun Wukong in a haze, yet they seemed to resonate with a certain truth. At that moment, a notification echoed quietly in Luo Feng's mind. Ding! An important plot point has been detected. The host's choices will influence the tranquility index of future idle life. Divine selection has been triggered. Please make your decision. Select 1. Embrace the grandeur of wisdom. Continue to evade with ambiguous rhetoric, allowing them to comprehend at their own pace. Reward. A case of delightful beverage for the sedentary. Select 2. Invest in a tranquil future. Share the secrets of transformation with the 2, cultivating competent allies, so that one may lounge in peace. Reward. A permanent enhancement of 200,000 combat power. Luo Feng's gaze lingered on the 2 options for less than half a second. While the allure of the delightful beverage was undeniable, he discerned the weighty significance of the permanent increase in combat power. The crux of the matter was that instructing these 2 battle maniacs would mean that in the face of future troubles akin to that posed by Dales, they would be able to confront them head-on. This was undoubtedly a lucrative investment. System, I choose option 2, Luo Feng silently affirmed in his mind. Retracting his gaze from the heavens, he turned back to the expectant yet perplexed Sun Wukong. He suddenly called lazily towards the distant boulder. Hey, Prince over there? How long do you intend to hide? If you wish to listen, come forth openly. Lurking about does not befit your noble status, does it? Behind the boulder, Vegeta's body stiffened instantaneously. He had been discovered. A wave of scorching shame flooded his cheeks. Sun Wukong also glanced back. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Vegeta realized he could no longer remain concealed. Gritting his teeth, his face shifting between shades of green and white, he finally emerged from behind the boulder. Vegeta did not look at Luo Feng but shot a fierce glare at Sun Wukong, as if to say, "This is all your fault, you idiot." Luo Feng found amusement in Vegeta's awkward demeanor, clearly wishing to learn yet too proud to admit it. All right, now that everyone is present, I shall clarify everything at once to spare you from bothering me in the future. Luo Feng cleared his throat and raised a finger. To transform into a Super Saiyan, there exists a fundamental prerequisite. Your base combat power must exceed 1 million. 1,000,000. This figure caused both Sun Wukong and Vegeta's pupils to constrict simultaneously. This condition. Wukong Luo Feng pointed towards Sun Wukong. Considering your frequent battles on Namek and against Dales, alongside the usage of the Kaioken to surpass your limits, your combat power should suffice now. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's face lit up with joy. Then, Luo Feng turned his attention to Vegeta. Vegeta, you still fall short. Boom. These words struck Vegeta like a thunderbolt, causing his expression to darken instantly. Short? He realized he was once again outpaced by Kakarot. And it was Luo Feng who had pointed this out in front of him. Luo Feng completely disregarded Vegeta's near-murderous glare and extended a second finger. Next, we shall discuss the secrets of transformation. This technique is, in essence, quite simple. Anger. You must harness a profound rage, yet remain clear-headed, unclouded by that fury. The crux lies in channeling this intense emotion, along with the entirety of your strength, into the center of your back. Feel it. Envision a conduit of energy there. When you sense a tingling in your back, a force yearning to burst forth, release it all in one breath. This method was employed by the illustrious Luo Feng when he instructed the Saiyan cab from the 6th universe in his memories. The back? Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. They had never conceived that the key to transformation would reside in such an unexpected place. Just like that, Luo Feng shrugged, conveying that his lesson was complete. Chapter 43. Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's jealousy. Goku and Vegeta remained somewhat bewildered. Although Luo Feng had unveiled the secret, achieving transformation immediately was no simple feat. I have imparted the method. Whether you succeed depends solely on your own comprehension. Goku, you may attempt it now. Nodding eagerly, Goku was anxious to experience that legendary power. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and began to summon the energy within him as instructed by Luo Feng. He concentrated on the anger he felt during his battles with Frieza and Duralis. However, after much effort, Goku noticed no discernible change. Aside from a slight disturbance in his aura, nothing transpired. This isn't working, Luo Feng, Goku confessed, his eyes opening in frustration. I can't seem to find that feeling of anger when I am calm. Luo Feng, wearing an expression of understanding, sighed. What a predicament. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Goku, let me ask you something. If, and I emphasize if, one day I grew weary of Earth and ventured off to explore other planets for several years, during that time, a foe might emerge, one as formidable as Frieza, or perhaps even stronger, invading Earth. None of you could stand against him. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, one by one. They fall before your eyes. Goku's breathing quickened, images of his fallen comrades flooding his mind. Then the enemy finds your home. Before your very eyes. He seizes Chi-Chi and Goten. Luo Feng spoke steadily, without haste. You pour every ounce of your strength into the fight, yet you cannot even approach him. Forced to watch as Goten cries out for you, Daddy. Chi-Chi gazes at you in despair. But you are utterly powerless against this foe, helplessly witnessing the fate of Goten and Chi-Chi. Then, the adversary unleashes a wave of energy. Goten and Chi-Chi vanish before you. Nothing remains. Silence. No. Goku let out a tormented roar, his eyes instantly turning crimson. Boom. An unprecedented golden aura suddenly erupted from within Sun Wukong. The violent shockwave swept away the dust and fallen leaves from the ground, creating a visible blast wave. Sun Wukong's black hair, standing on end amidst the golden flames, transformed into a resplendent gold. He had achieved the Super Saiyan transformation. Overwhelmed by the continuous surge of potent energy coursing through him, Sun Wukong stared blankly at his hands, as the anger on his face gradually gave way to shock and bewilderment. Meanwhile, Vegeta was utterly dumbfounded, gazing at the figure enveloped in golden flames, feeling the oppressive force that was dozens of times stronger than his own, leaving his mind a blank slate. Jealousy. An uncontrollable jealousy. Why? Why must it be Kakarot again? Why must this lowly warrior consistently outpace him time and time again? Luo Feng watched Sun Wukong's successful transformation with a satisfied nod. Finally, it was done. As the golden aura slowly dissipated, returning Sun Wukong to his normal state, he still felt a bit disoriented, swaying slightly. He turned to Luo Feng, his eyes filled with gratitude. Luo Feng, thank you. He deeply bowed once more. Vegeta, standing nearby, exhibited a myriad of shifting expressions, ultimately lowering his proud head reluctantly towards Luo Feng. Yet, the reality was evident. Luo Feng waved his hand impatiently. All right, Let us move on. Don't disturb my tranquil life. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged no further words and took to the skies. After flying a considerable distance, Vegeta turned to Sun Wukong. Kakarot, just you wait. I will surpass you soon. No, I will definitely surpass you. With that, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, heading towards Capsule Corporation without looking back. Luo Feng watched them disappear into the horizon, stretched luxuriously, and turned back towards his cottage. Finally, peace had returned. In West City, at Capsule Corporation, the metallic walls of the gravity chamber buzzed ominously under the strain of the terrifying energy within. The red digits on the display fluctuated wildly before settling on a suffocatingly high value, gravity strong enough to flatten steel. Vegeta knelt on the cold metal floor, every muscle and bone in his body crying out under the unbearable strain. Sweat mingled with blood seeping from his pores, forming a small dark red puddle beneath him. Just a little more. Why? Why must it be Kakarot, that lowly warrior again? Aya! Vegeta let out a primal roar, expending his last ounce of strength in an attempt to rise from the floor. Crack! His left arm, unable to withstand the dual pressure of power and gravity, emitted a sharp sound of bone fracturing. Just as Vegeta's consciousness was on the brink of being engulfed by darkness, an alarm blared throughout the gravity chamber. The metallic door emitted a soft hiss as it slid open to one side. Vegeta, Bulma burst into the room, and upon witnessing the harrowing scene before her, she was momentarily frozen in shock. Vegeta lay bloodied and curled on the ground, his breath weak to the point of near cessation. An inexplicable surge of heartache, intertwined with a vague and inexpressible emotion, flooded Bulma's heart. Her relationship with Yamcha, long since a mere formality, had finally been irrevocably concluded just days ago. Gazing at the Saiyan prince before her, who had pushed himself to the brink in his quest for strength, Bulma suddenly felt a complex mix of feelings. This proud, arrogant, and ruthless warrior possessed an allure that was both pure and relentless, a magnetic pull that captivated Bulma's gaze. Name: Luo Feng. Power level: normal state 5, 300. 000. Power level: Super Saiyan state 265, 000. Skills: Super Saiyan transformation, tenfold Kaioken, no side effects. Instant transmission, Kaioshin version, Kamehameha, mastered. Some fundamental skills have been folded. Special status: Lazuli favorability 30. Description: an exceptional leader is not measured by how much they do themselves, but by their ability to cultivate subordinates who can act on their behalf. Congratulations, you have taken another solid step toward becoming a hands-off manager. Chapter 44. Vegeta, I am the strongest. Luo Feng, is there a reward for watching? Within the state-of-the-art medical chamber, green restorative fluid enveloped Vegeta's body, mending his grievous wounds. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, Vegeta's eyes flew open, a surge of power far greater than before coursing through him. Resurrected from the brink of death, Vegeta's combat strength experienced yet another phenomenal enhancement. Yet, he felt no joy, for he had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan, and Kakarot had already left him behind. A memory of Luo Feng's languid expression surfaced in Vegeta's mind. Anger coalesced at the center of his back. With a resounding crash, he shattered the medical chamber's door with a single punch. Glass shards and green restorative liquid scattered in every direction. Vegeta, have you lost your mind? Your body has only just... Bulma's exclamation was cut short as Vegeta, without a backward glance, charged once more toward the gravity chamber. Leave me be. Vegeta's cold voice echoed back to her. The door of the gravity chamber closed once again. This time, he did not immediately engage the gravity. He stood still in the center, eyes shut. Anger. He needed anger. In his mind, the derisive laughter of Frieza echoed, along with the humiliation of being trampled by Duralis not long ago. The resentment that surged within him as Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan clawed at his insides. Why? Why must I, this noble prince, be continually surpassed by you wretches? Jealousy, resentment, humiliation. Vegeta forcibly suppressed the impulse that threatened to erupt. Following that technique, he concentrated all his anger, all his dissatisfaction, all his strength, and directed it fervently toward the center of his back. Vegeta's body began to tremble uncontrollably. His skin flushed crimson from the excessive concentration of energy. It was here that Vegeta sensed a blocked gap in his back, being forcefully torn open by an immense power. Ah! Vegeta roared skyward. Boom! A golden light erupted, filled with an unending fury, bursting forth from within Vegeta's being. The walls of the gravity chamber manifested spiderweb-like cracks under the impact of this ferocious force. Vegeta's dark, upright hair transformed into the golden hue that symbolized a Super Saiyan amidst the golden flames. He had succeeded. The Prince of all Saiyans had finally stepped into this legendary realm. Slowly lowering his head, Vegeta beheld his fists enveloped in golden flames. An unprecedented power, so formidable it sent shivers through every cell of his body, coursed through him. Vegeta felt it. This was the essence of a Super Saiyan. The corners of Vegeta's mouth curled into a proud smile. Confidence, unprecedented confidence, drowned out all of Vegeta's rationality. Now he was the strongest. This thought proliferated wildly. The best way to prove this was to confront Kakarot. With a thunderous crash, the heavy metal door of the gravity chamber was kicked aside by Vegeta. Bathed in golden flames, he appeared before a stunned Bulma. "I'm coming, Kakarot. I will defeat you." Before his words could fade, Vegeta transformed into a golden comet, soaring skyward towards Goku's location. On the summit of Mount Pozu, a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Goku was training with Gohan. Suddenly, Goku's movements came to an abrupt halt. A powerful energy was rapidly approaching at an alarming speed. This energy was familiar to Goku. It was Vegeta's. In the distance, a golden point of light was visibly growing larger. Excellent. Vegeta had succeeded. Goku's blood surged with excitement. The purpose of Vegeta's arrival was clear. Finally, he could engage in an all-out battle with Vegeta. Goku had anticipated this day for a long time. Kakarot. Soon, Vegeta descended from the heavens. Goku gazed at Vegeta. Exuding formidable energy, his fighting spirit ignited. "I've been waiting, Vegeta." Vegeta grinned. "Kakarot, today, I will defeat you." Today, Vegeta aimed to prove that even standing at the same height, Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans was forever the more noble and powerful one. Meanwhile, Luo Feng lay comfortably on his soft bed, engrossed in a comic book, basking in the warm sunlight streaming through the window. At that moment, a chilling system notification sound echoed in Luo Feng's mind. Ding! A pivotal moment in the narrative has emerged, the prince's revenge. An extraordinary clash between Super Saiyans is about to unfold. This rare cinematic opportunity could significantly influence your afternoon mood. The divine choice has been activated. Please make your selection. Before Luo Feng, two distinctly different screens materialize. Choice 1, decline to watch. Such clamor will only disrupt your quality of sleep. Reward, a pair of premium soundproof earplugs and an absolute sleep mask. Choice 2, the optimal viewing position. This complimentary blockbuster is not to be missed. As a judge, you can closely appreciate this battle, turning it into an afternoon entertainment spectacle. Reward, a permanent boost of 1,000,000 points to your combat power. Luo Feng's gaze flitted between the two options, and a smile crept upon his lips, uncontrollably. Such a fortuitous opportunity. Watching a spectacle while boosting one's combat prowess? This is the epitome of the ideal work mode he has longed for. A veritable no-brainer. In his mind, Luo Feng made his choice without hesitation. System. I choose option 2. Choice confirmed. A permanent combat power increase of 1,000,000 has been granted. Feeling the surge of newfound strength within him, Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Since the reward is enticing, let us witness this fateful duel. With a flash, Luo Feng teleported to the location where Goku and Vegeta stood poised for battle. In the sky, Vegeta and Goku faced each other, their golden forms locked in a tense standoff. Both had transformed into Super Saiyans, their formidable auras clashing and creating waves of energy that radiated outward. The air thickened with the force of their confrontation, and the heavens shifted ominously. The ground quaked beneath them, fracturing inch by inch. "Kakarot," Vegeta declared, fixing his gaze on Goku. "Today you shall know. I, Vegeta, am stronger than you, Kakarot." Chapter 45 Goku, you are incredibly strong. Vegeta, silence. Goku and Vegeta have been central rivals throughout much of the Dragon Ball saga. Vegeta's perennial position as second, no, now third. With Luo Feng's presence, leaves one to wonder if he might reclaim his long-held rank. "Hey, you too," Luo Feng interjected. "Feel free to battle. But do ensure the Earth remains intact. Otherwise, we could face significant troubles." Goku's face brightened upon seeing Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, your arrival is timely. Please serve as our judge. It would be the fairest arrangement." Vegeta scoffed, his expression tinged with disdain. As the proud Saiyan prince, He felt a destiny-laden duel with Kakarot did not necessitate an outsider's assessment. Yet, he refrained from voicing his objections, acknowledging that Luo Feng's strength surpassed his own. Perhaps having him as a judge would suffice. Agreed. The rules are simple, no lethal force. The first to be knocked out of transformation or lose consciousness will be deemed the loser. Kakarot, let us begin. A multitude of powerful energies converged from all directions at an astonishing speed. It was Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha, all of whom sensed the unprecedented and formidable auras capable of shaking the very planet itself, rushing to witness the spectacle. The battle of two Super Saiyans, Goku and Vegeta, had commenced. The audience had gathered. "It can begin now," echoed the voice of Luo Feng, akin to the sound of a starting gun. Boom. In the next moment, the figures of Goku and Vegeta vanished simultaneously from their positions. A resounding crack reverberated through the air as their fists collided with tremendous force. A visible circular shockwave erupted from their center, violently expanding outward. The clouds in the sky were instantaneously dispersed, revealing a vast void. Following this, countless golden afterimages darted across the expansive heavens, colliding with frenetic intensity. Each impact triggered explosive blasts and sonic booms. The earth trembled, and the mountains lamented. Krillin and the others could only perceive a dazzling array of golden light flashing through the sky, utterly unable to discern the specific movements of the two warriors. It was too fast, faster than their nerves could respond. This was the battle between Super Saiyans, incomprehensibly swift. Yamcha's mouth gaped in astonishment. This spectacle had completely transcended their understanding of combat. At the heart of the battle, Vegeta's offensive was akin to a tempest. Each punch and kick he delivered was infused with boundless fury and pride. He sought to prove that he, Vegeta, was superior to Kakarot. "Huh," Vegeta bellowed, seizing an opening to land a powerful blow squarely on Goku's abdomen. Goku let out a grunt as his body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a distant peak. Success! A look of ecstatic triumph spread across Vegeta's face. However, before he could savor his victory for more than a fleeting moment, boom. From the ruins of the shattered mountain, a more brilliant golden beam soared skyward. Goku re-emerged in the air, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression not one of pain, but rather of exhilaration. "Impressive, Vegeta. Your strength has indeed increased significantly." Goku's admiration, however, struck Vegeta as the most humiliating remark. "I've given it my all, and you still stand there in awe." This infuriated Vegeta further. He could not comprehend why, after sacrificing his dignity to reach such heights, this lower-class warrior could attain it with such ease, displaying a relaxed demeanor in this decisive battle of honor. "Damn it, Kakarot, prepare yourself," Vegeta shouted, his hands outstretched as countless golden energy spheres rained down upon Goku like a relentless meteor shower. The famed prince's technique had commenced. The figure of Sun Wukong darted swiftly through the rain of energy blasts, weaving and maneuvering with remarkable agility. Each energy orb narrowly missed his form, detonating upon impact with the ground, creating enormous craters. Smoke and dust enveloped the entire battlefield. However, it was evident that despite the chaos, he remained unharmed. Reclining in his chair, Luo Feng observed the fierce clash unfolding before him, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips. Vegeta appeared to hold a decisive advantage, relentlessly overpowering Sun Wukong, leaving him with no room to retaliate. Yet, Luo Feng perceived the truth. Sun Wukong was not exerting his full strength. While relishing the thrill of battle, Wukong was subtly probing Vegeta's limits. In contrast, Vegeta fought with the fervor of a bull and raged, expending every ounce of his power and stamina. Vegeta's assaults, though seemingly frenzied, were riddled with vulnerabilities. Luo Feng mused silently to himself about Wukong's carefree nature. It seemed Vegeta had come to the realization that his mere energy blasts were ineffective against Wukong. Abruptly halting his barrage, Vegeta distanced himself from Wukong, bringing his hands together before his chest, palms directed towards his adversary. A surge of energy, more formidable and concentrated than any prior attack, began to coalesce in his palms. This was the initiation of Vegeta's ultimate technique. "Kakarot, let us settle this once and for all." Experience the might of Prince Vegeta's most powerful attack, Gallic Gun. This signature move, unleashed in his Super Saiyan form, had grown exponentially stronger since their previous encounters on Earth. A colossal beam of violet energy, as robust as a mountain, roared forth towards Sun Wukong with ferocity. In the face of this cataclysmic strike, Wukong's expression turned grave. He too drew his hands to his waist. Assuming a stance well known to all, the Kamehameha surged forth, a luminescent and pure blue energy beam erupting from his palms. Boom! The clash of the violet and blue energy, emblematic of ultimate destruction, collided mid-air with a tremendous force. Chapter 46. For the sake of 500,000 battle power, I must strike down a child. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world had been muted. The Gallic gun and Kamehameha collided, forming an ever-expanding sphere of energy at the point of impact. The earth trembled violently beneath its overwhelming pressure, cracking like the surface of a turbulent sea. Explode! Vegeta roared, pouring every ounce of his strength into the Gallic gun. The violet beam expanded significantly, slowly pushing back towards Wukong. But it was not over yet. Wukong's gaze sharpened. He too summoned all his might, stabilizing the blue Kamehameha wave as the two energies once again found themselves in a standoff. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Vegeta seethed with fury. He was unable to overpower Kakarot in this energy clash. How could this be possible? He is the prince of the Saiyans, the most haughty of warriors. Having sacrificed so much and endured countless trials, he has attained his formidable power. Why, then, does this lower-class warrior consistently surpass him with ease? I shall never concede defeat. Vegeta poured the last vestiges of strength from his body, recklessly channeling it all into the Gallic gun. A crimson beam of light erupted, unleashing its final roar. Yet, across from him, Son Goku gazed at the nearly exhausted Vegeta, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. He let out a soft sigh. It ends here, Vegeta. In the very moment those words were spoken, Goku's energy surged dramatically. The already resplendent blue beam intensified several-fold. The previously stagnant stalemate was shattered in an instant. The pure blue energy, in a display of overwhelming might, completely consumed the crimson beam. No. Vegeta let out a desperate howl. He could only watch helplessly as the Kamehameha surged towards him. Vegeta had no strength left to evade. It was over. Just as the blue beam was about to engulf Vegeta's form, Goku abruptly raised his wrist. Boom. The energy wave of the Kamehameha was forcibly redirected by Goku, grazing Vegeta's body and soaring into the sky. The golden aura enveloping Vegeta flickered several times before extinguishing entirely, reverting him from his Super Saiyan state. His body could no longer sustain itself, plummeting towards the ground. In an instant, Goku appeared beneath Vegeta's descent, catching him and gently lowering him to the earth. The battle had concluded. The victor was clear, Son Goku. Goku gradually dissipated his golden aura, returning to his normal state, and directed his fiery gaze towards Luo Feng. Taking a deep breath, Goku approached Luo Feng. Luo Feng, I wish to comprehend the true extent of our disparity. Please, engage me in battle. Upon finishing, Goku bowed deeply. Goku! Krillin exclaimed in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. Just moments after an earth-shattering battle with Vegeta, he seeks to challenge Luo Feng? He regarded the battle-hungry Goku before him. A challenge? Are you certain? I am not one to hold back, and should I inadvertently injure you severely. However, Goku seemed entirely oblivious to the dismissive tone in Luo Feng's words, bowing even more earnestly. I implore you. Luo Feng stepped back a few paces, exasperated. How burdensome. Fighting is exhausting. I would rather bask in the sun at the beach. He waved his hand dismissively, adopting an expression of unwillingness to engage. Ding. Potential long-term disturbance from the competitive spirits of Son Goku and Vegeta detected in the host's leisurely life. Such combative individuals, if not subdued at once, will undoubtedly disrupt your afternoon slumber with persistent challenges to spar and grow stronger. Triggering special mission, a comprehensive educational lesson for lasting peace. The task at hand is to simultaneously accept the challenges posed by Son Wukong and Vegeta, utilizing overwhelming strength to utterly obliterate their delusions, thereby illuminating the truth that there are always those more powerful than oneself, allowing for a more tranquil existence in the future. The reward for this endeavor is a staggering battle power of 500,000 and 100 celestial beings. At the mention of such bountiful rewards, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. 500,000 in battle power, 100 celestial beings. This was far more rewarding than merely spectating. Alas, it seems I am left with no alternative. Luo Feng gazed at the eagerly awaiting Sun Wukong, then shifted his attention to the distance, where Vegeta had just emerged from a deep pit, battered yet maintaining a fierce countenance. "Hey, Prince over there. Stop feigning death. You have a part to play in this as well." Vegeta's body jolted at the words. With a flick of his finger, Luo Feng sent a vibrant green celestial beam soaring through the air, landing perfectly in Sun Wukong's grasp. "Consume this to recuperate," he instructed, then launched a second beam towards Vegeta. "You two, come at me together. It will save me the trouble of making multiple moves." "What? Together?" The declaration left everyone present, including Sun Wukong and Vegeta, utterly stunned. The audacity to confront two Super Saiyans simultaneously. Such confidence, such power. "Is this true, Mr. Luo Feng?" "Splendid." Without hesitation, Sun Wukong tossed the celestial bean into his mouth and chewed it down. A wave of warm energy coursed through him instantaneously. Meanwhile, Vegeta glared intently at Luo Feng. Teaming up with Kakarot, gritting his teeth, he picked up the celestial bean from the ground and consumed it as well. Soon, Vegeta's strength was restored, even experiencing a slight boost in battle power. Standing upright, he exchanged a glance with Sun Wukong, a silent understanding forged between these fated rivals. Luo Feng stifled a yawn. "Let us commence," he urged. Now, a thunderous roar erupted in unison. "Huh! Boom! Boom!" Sun Wukong and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyans simultaneously. The sheer magnitude of their combined energy warped the very fabric of space, generating an invisible storm of power that swept outward in all directions. In the distance, Krillin and the others were forced to retreat in the face of this overwhelming force. "Let us go, Kakarot." No need for further words. Luo Feng chuckled softly, also transforming into a Super Saiyan. Two streams of golden light, one to the left and one to the right, surged forward with blinding speed, executing a flawless pincer maneuver as they approached Luo Feng. Sun Wukong's fist aimed squarely at Luo Feng's face, while Vegeta unleashed a sweeping kick targeting Luo Feng's lower body. Yet, astonishingly, Luo Feng did not move an inch. He merely swayed slightly, allowing Sun Wukong's decisive punch to narrowly miss, striking nothing but air near his ear. Vegeta, with a leg powerful enough to shatter mountains, swept through the remnants of Luo Feng's shadow. The tentative assaults from both warriors fell completely short. Chapter 47. The Saiyan Prince's Swift Defeat. Luo Feng stood there, hands casually tucked into his pockets. He made no use of rapid movement. Instead, with minimal gestures and the utmost simplicity, he evaded the torrential onslaught of the two Super Saiyans as if strolling leisurely through a garden. Countless golden afterimages of fists, feet, elbows, and knees engulfed his figure, yet not a single strike managed to make contact with his body. To the onlookers, the scene was utterly bizarre. The attacks from Goku and Vegeta seemed to strike against a non-existent, ethereal illusion, passing right through. This was not an illusion, however. It was anticipation, a flawless foresight that transcended the speed of neural reactions, predicting every move of the adversary. "Is this all you've got?" Luo Feng's voice, laced with languor, resonated clearly in the ears of the two who were frantically attacking. "Your coordination is utterly chaotic." "Damn it!" Vegeta roared, creating distance from Luo Feng and swiftly clasping his hands before his chest. "Disperse." Gallic Gun, a beam of energy, thicker and more ferocious than the one he unleashed against Goku, roared forth, aimed directly at Luo Feng. Simultaneously, Goku materialized on Luo Feng's opposite side. Kaioken. In his Super Saiyan state, he once again invoked the power of the Kaioken. The accumulation of energy enveloped him in a burning golden aura tinged with crimson. Kamehameha. Two waves of energy, embodying sheer destructive force, sealed off all of Luo Feng's escape routes from different directions. It seemed that without taking this seriously, returning to slumber was out of the question. Before he could finish his thought, Luo Feng, now in Super Saiyan form, initiated the Kaioken. Boom. An aura more terrifying than the combined might of Goku and Vegeta erupted forth. "What in the world is that?" Super Saiyan and Kaioken. Tenfold Kaioken. Luo Feng bellowed. To achieve an instant kill, he activated the tenfold Kaioken without concern for any side effects. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng's figure vanished, not through rapid movement, but as if he had simply ceased to exist. Vegeta's Gallic Gun and Goku's Kamehameha were effortlessly deflected by a single punch from Luo Feng, redirecting their trajectories skyward. Boom. A far more catastrophic explosion erupted in the air, causing the entire world to tremble violently. Luo Feng now stood before Vegeta, who had no time to evade. With a single punch, he struck Vegeta in the abdomen. Poof! A soft sound echoed, and the expression on Vegeta's face instantly froze. In that moment, he felt as if his body was on the verge of being obliterated. An incomprehensible force swept through him, dismantling all of his defenses with relentless ease. Struck! Vegeta immediately exited his Super Saiyan state. The immense power transformed him into a mere black, vanishing into the horizon. Almost simultaneously, a figure emerged behind Goku, Luo Feng. With an equally forceful punch, Goku's body convulsed violently, his mouth agape yet silent. The radiant golden flames enveloping him dissipated without a trace. The light in Goku's eyes swiftly dimmed, his body limp as he fell to the ground, completely unconscious. Mere seconds had elapsed. The battle was already over. Luo Feng returned to his normal state, casually dusting off his hands and flexing his wrists. All right, that's a wrap. Silence enveloped the battlefield, with only the sound of the wind breaking the stillness. In the distance, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Kairatsu, and Yamcha stood in stunned disbelief. Luo Feng had decisively overwhelmed both Goku and Vegeta. At last, peace reigns, he murmured, turning to leave, intent on returning home. If he lingered any longer, he would miss the precious hour for his afternoon nap. I should toss a couple of senzu beans to Goku and Vegeta. With that thought, he tossed 2 senzu beans to Krillin before vanishing from sight, leaving behind the ravaged earth and a group of warriors whose perceptions of reality had been utterly transformed. After a moment, Krillin was the first to regain his composure, rushing towards the unconscious Goku. Goku, are you all right? Piccolo's voice snapped Tien back to reality. It suddenly dawned on them that there was another individual, Vegeta, who had been struck by Luo Feng's punch and had disappeared into the skies. Now, not even a trace of his energy could be felt. Let us give Goku a senzu bean first. Krillin hurriedly placed a bean in Goku's mouth. Soon, Goku's body jolted, and he opened his eyes wide in confusion, surveying his surroundings as memories flooded back like a tide. Goku stared blankly at his hands, a look of bewilderment and despondency crossing his face. He had lost. The defeat was utterly decisive. Even in tandem with Vegeta, they hadn't managed to land a single blow on their opponent. Luo Feng, he had already departed. Goku rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire. The fiery spirit of battle that had once surged within him had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Let us search for Vegeta. In a desolate expanse of the wasteland, a vast humanoid crater marred the ground. At the center of this pit, Vegeta's eyelids fluttered, struggling to awaken. Pain, intense agony. What had transpired? Fragments of memory began to coalesce amidst the chaos in his mind. Luo Feng, that terrifying punch. A spurt of blood involuntarily escaped from the corner of Vegeta's mouth. The memories crystallized. He chuckled softly, a self-deprecating laughter escaping his lips as he lay at the bottom of the pit. Vegeta felt no anger. Due to the immense disparity, even the emotion of jealousy could not arise. He merely found it amusing. Initially, he believed that by becoming a Super Saiyan, he had surpassed Kakarot and might even challenge Luo Feng. Little did he know, the gap was insurmountably vast. At that moment, several familiar auras surged closer, entering Vegeta's perception. It was Kakarot and that group of Earthlings. Vegeta slowly turned his head with all his might. He saw the familiar faces of Son Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin peering down at him from the edge of the pit. Son Goku jumped down from the pit's edge and approached him, extending a hand. Are you all right? Vegeta fixed an unwavering gaze on the outstretched hand. Gathering the last remnants of his strength, he forcefully swatted it away. Get lost. I do not require your pity, Kakarot. Chapter 48. Frieza, completely ignored, in his final frenzy. A year later, Luo Feng had experienced an exceedingly comfortable year. This made him feel as if he were indulging in a leisurely idle game, where he needed to do nothing and his level simply rose. Occasionally, Luo Feng would gather with Goku and others at Bulma's house for a party. The defeat from a year prior motivated both Goku and Vegeta to strive for greater strength. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could the second Saiyan regain the confidence to challenge Luo Feng. Luo Feng was quite pleased, after all, with Goku and Vegeta growing stronger. He had fewer responsibilities. Occasionally, he would even offer guidance to the second Saiyan. Today, the weather was delightful. Luo Feng lay on a lounge chair, soaking up the sun. Outside Earth, a colossal spaceship was preparing to descend. The creaking of the rocking chair came to a halt. Luo Feng abruptly opened his eyes. This aura felt somewhat familiar. Let me ponder who it is. He sat up and raked his fingers through his hair. A chilling system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Major threats to Earth's ecological balance detected. Frieza and King Cold. Their vengeance will disrupt your rare, peaceful existence. Special mission activated. Annihilation of the Saiyans. Mission details. Ensure that Son Goku and Vegeta eliminate Frieza and his son in the quickest and most thorough manner. Showcase Earth's deterrent power to the universe, preventing unnecessary troubles from arising in the future. Mission reward, 2,000,000 battle power points. Luo Feng's gaze lingered on the figure of 2 million for a moment. This reward is quite appealing. I like it. On the desolate Gobi, a massive and menacing circular spaceship slowly descended onto the cracked Earth, raising clouds of dust. The hatch slid open with a soft hiss of released pressure. A figure, half of whose body was replaced by cold machinery, stepped out. It was Frieza, his face displaying a morbid excitement. Hee hee. Frieza surveyed the desolate landscape, emitting a neurotic chuckle. Is this Earth? The accursed birthplace of that Saiyan monkey. Luo Feng, I have returned. This time, I shall make you and this filthy planet experience true despair. Then, a towering figure far exceeding Frieza in stature emerged, King Cold. With an air of condescension. He gazed down at his son, his tone flat. Frieza, do not overindulge. Make it quick. Understood, father. Frieza's smile grew increasingly sinister. At that moment, an unusual wave rippled through the nearby space. A white machine adorned with symbols materialized out of thin air. The hatch opened, and a purple-haired youth clad in a Capsule Corporation jacket, wielding a long sword, leaped out. It was future Trunks. As Trunks moved forward, he noticed a figure unexpectedly appear not far from the spaceship. This individual exuded no formidable aura, resembling an ordinary person who had inadvertently wandered into this place. Yet, the arrogant demeanor of Frieza and King Cold diminished the instant Luo Feng appeared. Trunks was puzzled. Who is this person? Why is he here? Why does Frieza regard him with such trepidation? Before he could ponder further, swish, swish, swish. Several powerful auras rapidly approached from all directions. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin, the warriors had all arrived. Frieza's pupils locked onto Luo Feng, the mechanical augmentation on his half-face twitching uncontrollably. Luo Feng, Frieza's voice brimmed with malice. Today, we shall settle the score for planet Namek. However, Luo Feng did not even glance at Frieza. His gaze fell upon Goku and Vegeta. Goku, Vegeta, you two shall handle this. Goku, upon hearing this, instinctively flexed his wrist, his warrior blood beginning to surge, a flicker of eagerness igniting within him. Remember, give it your all, do not hold back. Especially you, Goku, don't drag it out again. Should you dare to reserve any effort, or treat this battle as mere play as before, then from now on, you will receive no guidance from me. Moreover, I shall ensure you endure a daily beating. Boom. Goku and Vegeta jolted in unison. Goku instinctively scratched his head, a sheepish grin surfacing on his face. He had indeed entertained some mischievous thoughts. After all, Frieza was the cosmic emperor, and with the opportunity presented, he truly wished to engage in a satisfying battle, putting to the test the fruits of his year-long training. Understood, Luo Feng. Goku set aside his playful intentions, his eyes sharpening with determination. Meanwhile, Vegeta let out a cold snort, yet he refrained from retorting. The prospect of being unable to receive guidance, and thus unable to grow stronger, loomed ominously. This implies that he will forever be trampled beneath Kakarot and Luo Feng. Humph. There is no need for your reminders when dealing with such cosmic trash. Meanwhile, Frieza, who was completely disregarded, was trembling with rage, his mechanical body emitting a cacophony of creaks under the strain. You wretched Saiyan monkeys. How dare you ignore your king? Frieza's roar echoed throughout the wilderness. He suddenly raised his finger, and a beam of death shot towards the one he feared most, Luo Feng. However, in an instant, a golden figure appeared before Luo Feng. It was Son Goku. With a mere flick of his hand, he deflected the beam away. Your opponent is me. Son Goku's voice was calm, yet exuded an overwhelming pressure upon Frieza. How is this possible? You, Saiyan monkey, have become so powerful. Frieza's face was one of shock. But what happened next left Frieza even more astounded. Huh, hiya. Two furious roars resonated through the heavens and the earth. Boom. Boom. Two formidable auras erupted from Son Goku and Vegeta, their golden flames transforming the sky. Son Goku and Vegeta had both ascended to Super Saiyan. Future Trunks, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. This is the Son Goku and father of this era. Chapter 49, Vegeta, what? I will be killed by an android? Frieza and King Cold were completely stunned. How did two more Super Saiyans suddenly appear, aside from Luo Feng? One will be mine. Vegeta's voice rang out. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta vanished and reappeared before the imposing King Cold. You insolent creature. You detestable Saiyan monkey. King Cold, feeling the overwhelming intent to kill approaching him, roared in a feeble attempt to intimidate this audacious Saiyan. He unleashed all the energy within him, trying to assert his kingly might over the audacious Saiyan. However, his meager power was utterly insignificant against Vegeta's golden aura, creating no waves whatsoever. Enough of this noise. King Cold's voice was abruptly silenced, for Vegeta's fist had already collided with King Cold's abdomen. The massive figure of King Cold was instantly sent flying by the terrifying force of the blow. In midair, King Cold's eyes bulged, his body contorting into a shrimp-like shape. Wait. King Cold was in utter despair, his dignity as the cosmic overlord shattered before the absolute threat of death. Do not kill me. I can give you anything. Planets. Wealth. I can make you the second in the universe. The welcome awaiting King Cold was Vegeta's Gallic gun. The purple energy beam instantly engulfed King Cold. This former cosmic emperor was vaporized before this overwhelming power, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. Meanwhile, Son Goku's gaze was firmly fixed upon Frieza. Seeking death, Frieza roared with fury, his body exuding an unprecedented aura of power as he lunged ferociously towards Son Goku. The battle erupted instantaneously. What followed was not a clash of titanic forces or a back-and-forth struggle. Rather, it was a one-sided, almost bullying onslaught. Son Goku's figure darted around Frieza at lightning speed. The cosmic Emperor Frieza, akin to a mere punching bag, was mercilessly pummeled by Goku's relentless strikes. How infuriating! That Saiyan monkey. How could he possibly be so strong? It is over. Son Goku's voice echoed in Frieza's ears. In the next moment, a brilliant Kamehameha wave, unleashed at point-blank range, utterly engulfed Frieza's body. Not even a scream escaped his lips. The cosmic ruler Frieza, like King Cold, was reduced to mere dust. From the inception of the battle to its conclusion, scarcely more than a few seconds had elapsed. Krillin and the others stood with mouths agape, as if they could fit a dinosaur egg inside. Luo Feng yawned, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. Well, that was quite efficient. Even Trunks, hailing from the future, stood in a daze. This was entirely different from the future he was aware of. What had he just witnessed? Mr. Son Goku had returned to Earth from the cosmos ahead of schedule. He had also joined forces with his father Vegeta to vanquish Frieza and King Cold. What perplexed Trunks even more was Luo Feng. Who was this individual? Why had he never heard of his existence? What on earth transpired in this timeline? Just as Trunks' thoughts spiraled into chaos, Luo Feng finally turned his gaze toward him. You are a Saiyan from the future, are you not? Trunks jolted in shock. How could he possibly know? Not just Trunks, but Son Goku, Vegeta. And all the warriors stood frozen in place, taken aback by Luo Feng's words. Mr. Luo Feng, what are you talking about? Krillin could not help but inquire. From the future? Piccolo furrowed his brow, attempting to comprehend the weight of this astonishing revelation. Trunks regained his composure and took a deep breath. Recounting the grim future from 20 years hence, detailing the despair of the androids created by Dr. Gero that would emerge to devastate the world and annihilate all warriors. Trunks also mentioned that Son Goku would succumb to a viral heart disease 3 years hence. The faces of everyone except Luo Feng were etched with gravity and shock. What a ludicrous jest. Vegeta's complexion darkened, veins bulging on his forehead, his golden aura erupting uncontrollably. I, the proud prince of the Saiyans, shall be slain by mere androids? Such a ridiculous future, I refuse to accept it. Vegeta's voice brimmed with indignant fury. Am I to die? Son Goku, bewildered, placed a hand over his chest. From heart disease? Trunks inhaled deeply and cautiously retrieved a small white vial from his jacket's inner pocket. Mr. Goku, this is the miraculous medicine. It was my mother, Lady Bulma, who spent a considerable amount of time in the future developing this specifically to cure your heart ailment. Trunks handed the medicine to Sun Wukong and then turned to Mr. Luo Feng. This Mr. Luo Feng, my mother, Bulma, has never mentioned you. In my era, there was no one like you. All gazes returned to focus on Luo Feng. Luo Feng scratched his head. Me? Sigh. It's complicated to explain. To put it simply, the world is not a straight line. Luo Feng extended 2 fingers, gesturing in the air, one pointing at Trunks and the other at himself. The future you come from and the present I inhabit are 2 unrelated parallel lines. Parallel lines? This term left Trunks and everyone present momentarily stunned. Indeed, Luo Feng nodded. You did not travel back to the past via the time machine, but rather into a new world. The moment you set foot on this land, history had already diverged. Luo Feng's gaze calmly rested upon Trunks, his eyes seemingly able to see through everything. Everything you have done will not save your world. The desperate future from which you hail still exists. Warriors continue to perish, and androids wreak havoc. The only thing you can do is alter the future of this world. Boom. Luo Feng's words struck Trunks like a thunderbolt. Trunks' body shook uncontrollably, and his face turned ashen. Unable to save my world? The hellish future he had risked his life to escape, carrying the hopes of all, still exists? This realization felt more despairing than the terror of the androids. How could this be? Trunks' voice was filled with a haunting confusion. Then what meaning does everything I have done hold? Meaning? Quite simply, grow stronger, and then, with your own power, return to the future and defeat the androids there. Chapter 50. The dream of the ice goddess is invaded by Luo Feng. With my own strength? Trunks suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Luo Feng. Yes, he could become stronger. In this era, there is Mr. Wukong, his father, and the unfathomable Luo Feng before him. Here he can learn, train, and become stronger than any android. Then return to that bleak future that belongs to him, and with his own hands, defeat the androids. I understand. Trunks clenched his fists, a flame reigniting in his eyes. I understand, Mr. Luo Feng. Thank you. Trunks deeply bowed to Luo Feng. He truly wished to stay, to remain in this era filled with his father, hope, and warm sunlight. However, he could not. In that desperate future, his mother, Bulma, was still waiting for him. Bulma was Trunks' only family in that world and his last concern. Trunks straightened up, his gaze sweeping across everyone present, finally resting upon Vegeta. His lips moved, yet the word father remained unuttered. I must return briefly to assure my mother of my safety. Trunks' voice quivered slightly, betraying an emotion he struggled to conceal. In 3 years, as I have mentioned, the androids will emerge. At that time, I shall return and fight alongside all of you. With that declaration, Trunks hesitated no longer and swiftly made his way towards the white time machine. Vegeta merely scoffed, turning his head away, casting a sidelong glance at the purple-haired youth's retreating figure. The cabin door of the time machine sealed shut, accompanied by a peculiar spatial disturbance. The vessel, which bore the weight of the future, vanished into thin air. The wasteland once again succumbed to silence. Yet the atmosphere was tenfold more oppressive than when Frieza had descended. Each warrior wore a grave expression, a cloud of impending crisis looming over their heads. They had to grow stronger, at all costs. Amidst this tension, a jarring voice broke the stillness. Luo Feng stretched languidly, yawning extensively. At last, it is all resolved. He clapped his hands together, exuding a sense of relief. All right, everyone, disperse. Go about your business. If you don't return soon, you'll miss the golden hour for a nap. Vegeta's forehead twitched with fury as he abruptly turned to glare at Luo Feng. Do you not worry at all? Worry? Luo Feng looked at him quizzically, as if he had encountered something utterly ludicrous. What is there to worry about? Aren't you all supposed to be training relentlessly? He stated matter-of-factly. With you battle maniacs around, Earth is quite safe, allowing me to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Vegeta trembled with rage, yet found himself at a loss for words. Goku, scratching his head with a wry smile, chimed in, Luo Feng, aren't you going to train with us? Train? Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively, as if warding off an annoyance. No way, that sounds exhausting. Training is out of the question. I'll just choose to grow stronger at the right moment. Surpassing your 3 years of hard work effortlessly. That is what I desire. Now it's settled. Time to clock out. Home, sweet sleep. In the gravity chamber, a resounding bang echoed as Vegeta forcefully slammed the door shut. Without a moment's hesitation, he adjusted the gravity to its utmost limit. The crushing pressure descended upon him instantaneously. Vegeta's body felt as though it were sinking, his bones creaking under the immense strain. Sweat drenched his battle attire. Images of the androids, Kakaroto, and Luo Feng flashed through his mind. Vegeta, shall undoubtedly surpass each and every one of you. Meanwhile, at Bulma's house, Goku sat at the table, facing Chi-Chi, whose eyes were red-rimmed. This is how it is. Wukong recounted to Chi-Chi the despairing future brought by Trunks, every word resonating with unyielding truth. There were no Dragon Balls, no companions, and even his own existence seemed to have vanished. All that remained was Gohan, relentlessly pursued by an endless abyss of despair. In a shattered world shrouded in cold violence, Chi-Chi remained silent for an extended moment. Yet, she rose and approached the wardrobe, retrieving Wukong's pristine orange training outfit. She then took out another, slightly smaller, prepared for Gohan. Wukong. Chi-Chi's voice carried an unprecedented conviction. If that future is indeed as bleak as you describe, then... She extended the training outfit towards him. Go. Take Gohan with you. Wukong, promise me one thing. Wukong nodded solemnly. You must win. Tears cascaded down Chi-Chi's cheeks. Do not let our Gohan witness the future you spoke of. Absolutely not. Wukong nodded emphatically. Rest assured, Chi-Chi. With a smile, Son Wukong waved goodbye, then soared into the sky alongside Gohan, heading towards the temple. The finest warriors on Earth commenced their grueling training for the decisive battle 3 years hence. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the world, deep beneath the earth, lay a research facility devoid of life, its cold metallic walls lined with instruments flickering with eerie green light. At the facility's depths, within a colossal glass stasis chamber, a breathtaking woman lay in slumber. She boasted lustrous golden short hair, porcelain-like skin, and exquisitely perfect features. Clearly labeled above her chamber was the codename Android 18. Within the stasis chamber, the long lashes of 18 stirred ever so slightly. In the depths of her forcibly vacated consciousness, where no thoughts should dwell and no images should surface, a vague silhouette began to materialize. It was the outline of a man, seemingly languidly reclining in some idyllic setting, perhaps a beach or a meadow. The warm sunlight cast a golden halo around his form. While his face remained obscured, 18 sensed an unprecedented emotion taking root within her foundational programming of hatred and destruction. Name, Luo Feng, Battle Power, Normal 8. 8 million, Battle Power, Super Saiyan State 440 million. Skills, Super Saiyan Transformation, Tenfold King Fist, no side effects. Instant Transmission, King Kai's version, Folded. Special Status, Lazily Affection Level 30. Description, in 3 years, a crisis will arise. Please prepare, but the 3-year mark is still distant, allowing the host to enjoy a leisurely extended break. Chapter 51. While you endure 3 years of grueling training, I shall directly unlock the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Luo Feng found himself resting in a shaded area. The creaking of the rocking chair abruptly ceased. The system's voice resonated at an opportune moment. Warning! Warning! A significant artificial being capable of utterly annihilating Earth and posing a dire threat to the host's life has been detected and is about to appear. God-level choice has been triggered. Please make a decision, host. Luo Feng shook his head in resignation. It had finally arrived, 3 years later. Choice 1. Continue to observe. Description. Leave everything to Son Wukong and the others to handle on their own. This may be a choice, but the Earth is likely to be reduced to cosmic dust amidst the aftermath of their battle. Reward, none. Choice 2. Intervene immediately. Description. As a supervisor, ensure that Son Wukong and the others can safely and efficiently eliminate the initial artificial beings, number 19 and number 20, and prepare thoroughly for potentially more troublesome adversaries, no. 17 and number 18, that may arise. After all, a clean working environment fosters lasting peace. Reward. Host base combat power increased to 15 million. Unlocking the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2, and increasing Razali's favorability to 60. Luo Feng's gaze lingered on the figure of 15 million combat power. Achieving such a base level along with the Super Saiyan 2 transformation reward invigorated him. As for Razali's favorability, he merely glanced at it before dismissing it as unimportant. Rising from his rocking chair, Luo Feng stretched languidly, the joints of his body cracking with a series of crisp sounds. System, I choose option 2. The thought had scarcely settled in his mind when a tremendous force surged forth, instantly enveloping his limbs and essence. His base combat power, previously at 8,800,000, skyrocketed past the million mark, ultimately stabilizing at the new, formidable level of 15 million. More importantly, the Super Saiyan 2, a realm that surpassed legend, was now within his grasp. Excellent. With this, the upcoming foes should pose no challenge. On a desolate island 9 kilometers southwest of the southern capital, the air seemed to solidify. The sea breeze swept through but failed to dissipate the heavy tension that lingered. The warriors had all gathered. After 3 years of grueling training, each of them radiated an aura far more potent than before. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, coldly leaning against a rock. Goku, accompanied by Gohan, wore a serious expression, while Krillin was nervously sweating profusely. At that moment, Luo Feng's figure appeared among them. Mr. Luo Feng, Krillin exclaimed excitedly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Goku's previously tense face relaxed into a broad smile upon seeing Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you're here. Only Vegeta let out a cold snort, turning his head disdainfully aside. This man was still as infuriating as 3 years ago. Listen carefully. Don't mess this up. The artificial beings are not invincible. Over the past 3 years, you have all become strong enough. Sun Wukong nodded emphatically, a fierce battle spirit unfurling upon his visage. Fear not, Luo Feng. Suddenly, an unusual disturbance emanated from the distance. Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. They have arrived. All eyes turned towards the source of the commotion, where 2 figures emerged. One was corpulent, adorned with a jester's visage, while the other, an elderly figure, donned a cap emblazoned with the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. They were Android 19 and Android 20. Ah, we have found them. Android 20, the very embodiment of Dr. Gero, had his electronic eyes gleaming with a crimson hue, instantly locking onto the distant Sun Wukong. Today shall be your demise. Beside him, Android 19 emitted a peculiar, sinister chuckle. In the next heartbeat, the 2 figures transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards the warriors with astonishing velocity. Be cautious. Their energy is formidable, Piccolo shouted. Yet, as the 2 figures raced towards them, the excitement on Sun Wukong's face was unabashed. At last they have come. He took a step forward, his aura shifting dramatically. Just in time for me to test the fruits of my 3 years of training. Boom. Sun Wukong's ebony hair stood on end amidst the tempestuous energy, taking on the legendary form of a Super Saiyan. After 3 years of diligent training, his power had surged significantly. How incredibly strong. Krillin instinctively recoiled a step, raising his arm to shield his face from the overwhelming force that threatened to lift him off the ground. Oh, he can transform into a golden monkey. However, it is futile. Before my greatest creation, any struggle is meaningless. Android 19, with an eerie grin, launched himself into the fray. Despite his rotund figure, Android 19 unleashed a surprising speed that belied his appearance. In the blink of an eye, a stout hand reached for Sun Wukong's face. Yet, Sun Wukong left but a faint afterimage in his wake, vanishing instantaneously. Android 19's attack missed its mark. In that moment, a fist imbued with terrifying power struck with no embellishment, crashing into Android 19's ample back. Bang! A resounding thud echoed. Android 19's body exhibited an astonishing resilience, staggering forward a few steps before regaining his footing, unscathed as he turned to face his opponent. His electronic eye flickered, calculating Sun Wukong's combat capabilities. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow slightly. He felt as though his punch had struck a bottomless abyss. The formidable adversary only ignited Sun Wukong's fighting spirit further. Once more, he vanished from sight, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks that enveloped Android 19 entirely. The sound of fists and feet colliding reverberated wildly across the desolate island. Countless golden afterimages danced around the corpulent figure, engaging in a dazzling display of high-speed offense and defense. Although number 19 found himself at a disadvantage in terms of speed and skill, his physique seemed to absorb most of the impact, steadfastly withstanding the fierce assaults of Sun Wukong. Wukong held an undeniable advantage. Krillin observed the unfolding battle, his taut nerves slightly easing. However, Piccolo's expression remained grave. No, something was amiss. Each time the rotund fighter was struck, his energy response did not weaken. Instead, it exhibited a faint yet discernible increase. At that moment, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. While Sun Wukong was mid-attack, his body suddenly stiffened. A fleeting expression of abnormal pain flickered across his face. Name: Luo Feng. Combat power: normal state 15 million. Combat power: Super Saiyan state 750 million. Combat power: Super Saiyan 2 state 1. 5 billion. Skills: Tenfold Kaioken, no side effects. Instant transmission, Kaishin version, Kamehameha, mastered. Some basic skills have been folded. Special status, Lazuli affection level 60. Description, you have elegantly appeared on the battlefield and successfully assumed the role of a competent overseer. Chapter 52, Vegeta's moment of glory, Super Gallic Gun. A sudden, sharp pain surged from Sun Wukong's heart. Immediately following, an overwhelming wave of dizziness engulfed his mind. This is bad. A sinking feeling gripped Sun Wukong's heart. Viral heart disease. He forcefully suppressed the tumultuous discomfort, striving to maintain his offensive. Yet, his movements inevitably displayed a slight delay. That minuscule hesitation was instantly detected by Number 19's precise combat computer. Beep. Target energy rapidly declining. The emotionless electronic eyes of Number 19 glowed red. Seizing the moment when Sun Wukong was exhausted, his massive hand clamped tightly around Wukong's outstretched fist. What? A look of horror washed over Sun Wukong's face. He attempted to retract his hand, only to discover an eerie suction emanating from his opponent's palm, holding him captive. Even more alarming was the realization that his energy was rushing along his arm towards Number 19's body at an astonishing rate. Number 19 was absorbing all his energy, reducing him to a mere husk. Dr. Gero erupted into a fit of triumphant, maniacal laughter. This is terrible. Piccolo's face paled as he instinctively prepared to rush in for support. But it was too late. An immense amount of energy siphoned away, combined with the sudden onset of heart disease, caused Sun Wukong's energy to surge forth like a flood unleashed from a dam. Damn it! Sun Wukong's body began to tremble uncontrollably, the light in his eyes rapidly dimming. Maintaining his Super Saiyan form became an arduous struggle. Father, at this critical moment, a disdainful scoff escaped the lips of a certain individual, branding another as utterly useless. Suddenly, a more ferocious golden aura erupted forth. It was Vegeta. His form transformed into a streak of golden lightning, appearing instantaneously before Android 19. With a kick imbued with boundless fury, he struck 19 squarely in the face. The impact sent 19 hurtling backward, forcing him to relinquish his grip on Goku's hand. Goku, weakened, plummeted from the air, but Piccolo, quick-witted and agile, caught him just in time. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Goku. Kakarot, just stay there and watch. Observe how this Saiyan prince eradicates this trash. Android 19's emotionless electronic eyes turned towards Vegeta. Analyzing target energy response, Dr. Gero's voice echoed from behind the rocks. 19. His energy signature is identical to Goku's. Absorb him. Quickly. Vegeta's gaze hardened as he regarded 19. Absorb? In the next instant, he vanished from sight. 19's combat computer whirred frantically, attempting to track the fleeting golden apparition. But to no avail. With a thundering crash, Vegeta's knee collided forcefully with 19's corpulent abdomen. The android's bulky form crumpled inward, reminiscent of a deflated ball, and he was sent hurtling away, shattering a mountainside upon impact. That was fast, Krillin exclaimed, scarcely able to comprehend Vegeta's movements. Once more, Vegeta materialized in the path of 19's descent. With fingers splayed, he grasped 19's face, forcefully driving his massive body into the ground. The earth trembled violently as a colossal impact crater formed on the desolate island, with numerous jagged fissures radiating outward like a spider's web. Is this what you wanted? Vegeta gripped 19 by the head, yanking him from the depths of the pit. With a swift motion, he seized 19's hand, the very hand that had just absorbed Goku's energy. A sharp crack echoed as Vegeta wrenched off 19's entire hand, along with the crimson energy absorption device. It seems all you take pride in are these petty thievery tactics. With a casual flick, Vegeta discarded the severed hand to the ground, crushing it beneath his toe into fragments. It's over, trash. You, who can only absorb energy, are ultimately worthless. Since you have such an affinity for energy. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Vegeta's lips. Let me bestow upon you something substantial. Before the words even settled, Vegeta unleashed a formidable kick, propelling the damaged form of Android 19 into the sky. Make sure to watch closely. Vegeta's legs were slightly apart, his body sinking down as he struck a classic pose, exuding an entirely new aura of terror. I have not squandered the past 3 years. A deep violet energy began to surge within Vegeta's palms. The surrounding air was stirred by this force, forming a visibly intense whirlwind. Is this the Gallic gun? Krillin's voice trembled. No. Piccolo stared intently at the energy gathering in Vegeta's hands. The density and destructive power of this energy far surpassed that of the technique from 3 years prior. In the sky, Android 19 seemed to regain a flicker of mobility, attempting to adjust its position in the air, but it was far too late. An extreme, arrogant smile spread across Vegeta's face. Taste my new ultimate technique. Super Gallic Gun. A thunderous roar erupted as a deep violet energy beam, several times thicker than before and entwined with golden lightning, shot skyward. The moment it made contact with Android 19, the android was utterly disintegrated, vaporized, leaving not even the tiniest fragment behind. The purple beam did not waver, piercing through the heavy clouds and shooting into the boundless depths of the cosmos. After a long while, the light dissipated. The sky was left with a vast void, a gaping hole where the energy had passed through. Android 19 had completely vanished from this world. All the warriors stared in astonishment at the slowly descending Vegeta, their faces etched with shock. In the distance, Dr. Gero's aged countenance was overtaken by sheer terror. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 53. I, Vegeta, have become Kakarot's substitute? Vegeta gently descended from the sky, the golden aura receding like a tidal wave, returning to his black hair. He crossed his arms, slightly raising his chin, casting a sidelong glance at each astonished warrior present, especially at Kakarot, who was being supported by Piccolo, his face ashen. This is the result of Vegeta's arduous training over the past 3 years. This is the stance befitting the Prince of Saiyans. Humph. A cold snort filled with boundless pride and arrogance escaped him. Do you see it, Kakarot? This is the insurmountable gap between us. Everyone, except for Luo Feng, was awestruck by Vegeta's current might. No one noticed that behind the shattered piles of rock in the distance, Dr. Gero was trembling uncontrollably. The data is completely erroneous. The plan has utterly failed. Android 19 was his perfect tool for collecting energy and data, yet it was so easily disposed of, like refuse. I must escape. Gritting his teeth, Dr. Gero carefully began to retreat step by step, suppressing all energy fluctuations, stealthily slipping away under the cover of the rocks. Just as Vegeta basked in the awe of the onlookers, reveling in the thrill of surpassing his rival, a languid voice shattered the tranquility. Hey! Luo Feng stifled a yawn and pointed towards the distant, chaotic rocky area. The elderly man wearing a red silk military cap had fled. Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately extended his senses to their utmost limit. This is bad. Vegeta, he has escaped. Krillin shouted anxiously. Yet Vegeta merely stood there, coldly, arms crossed, a trace of disdainful arrogance gracing his features. That worthless fool is not worth my personal pursuit. Eliminating a mere fly has already squandered far too much of my energy. Vegeta's voice brimmed with haughtiness. In his eyes, the old man who could only flee was hardly deserving of a second glance from the Saiyan prince. You insolent fool. Piccolo glared at Vegeta's arrogant demeanor, veins throbbing on his forehead in anger. He understood all too well the consequences of allowing an enemy to escape. That old man is the root of all this chaos. Don't mind him. We must pursue. Without hesitation, Piccolo bellowed to Krillin and the others behind him. He became a streak of light, racing after the direction in which Dr. Gero had fled. Tien and Krillin followed closely behind. We absolutely cannot allow the architect of these androids to escape. On the deserted island, only Luo Feng, the arrogant Vegeta, and Goku, supported by Gohan, remained. Vegeta snorted disdainfully as he approached Goku, looking down upon him. Kakarot, do you see? In the end, it is still up to me, the prince, to clean up the mess. Just then, a chilling scream echoed from the rocky area in the distance. It was Yamcha's voice. This is bad. Yamcha cautiously searched every nook and cranny for potential hiding spots. Suddenly, a cold hand, as unyielding as steel, shot out from behind a rock without warning. Thud! The sharp hand sliced effortlessly through Yamcha's abdomen, blood instantly staining his martial arts uniform. Ugh! Yamcha's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted with excruciating pain. He looked down to see the hand that had pierced his body, his strength rapidly ebbing away. The malevolent visage of Android 20, Dr. Gero, slowly emerged from behind the rock. Another one sent to their doom. He withdrew his hand, allowing Yamcha to fall heavily to the ground, lifeless and unknowing. Yamcha! Krillin's cry rang out from not far away. Dr. Gero, unwilling to linger, once again vanished into the shadows of the rocks. TSK. A sound of impatience escaped Vegeta's lips, as Luo Feng crumpled the empty can and tossed it aside. This is ridiculous. The efficiency is abysmally low. Vegeta, stop playing around. Goku is currently incapacitated. You must take on his responsibilities as well. Hurry up and swat that old fly. I am still waiting to return from my afternoon nap. What do you mean by his responsibilities? What do you mean by doing it together? Am I, Vegeta, working for that worthless fool? Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, a golden aura erupting uncontrollably from his body once more. He inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the urge to charge at Luo Feng. Then, with an air of arrogance, he turned his head aside and let out a cold huff. Humph. That useless cockroach, always falling ill at critical moments, truly a frail and sickly being. Though his words were scathing, his body was already responding with unfeigned sincerity. Boom. Vegeta transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing from his original spot in an instant. Found you, you wretched insect. His voice echoed like a death knell above Dr. Gero's head. The doctor, who had been covertly observing and preparing to find his next target for ambush, suddenly looked up. No, it's futile. A cruel smile spread across Vegeta's face as the golden aura erupted once more. He had no intention of granting Dr. Gero any opportunity. With a single punch, he struck fiercely at the doctor's face. Dr. Gero's aged visage contorted instantaneously. He was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing through several massive boulders before coming to a disheveled halt. Coughing and spluttering, Dr. Gero struggled to rise from the rubble, his electronic eye flashing a red alarm that signified despair. How is this possible? Vegeta looked down at him with disdain. Do not presume to gauge the power of a Saiyan prince with the intellect of your inferior species. Vegeta raised his foot and stomped down hard on Dr. Gero's chest. Crack. Ugh. Kill me. But do not rejoice. My true masterpiece is not that mere prototype. Number 19. Just wait. Dr. Gero cackled maniacally. Number 17 and number 18. They are the true, perfect killing machines. They will awaken. They will find you. And then, one by one, they will tear you to shreds in vengeance for me. They are 1,000 times more powerful than you can imagine. Besides them, I also have Cell. Dr. Gero seemed poised to say more, but Vegeta had grown impatient. Enough of your noise. He raised his hand, palm directed at the glass dome encasing the doctor's brain. The golden energy flared to life instantly. Have you finished your dying words, trash? Go to hell and repent for your foolishness. Boom. A violent wave of energy erupted from Vegeta's palm, instantly engulfing Dr. Gero's entire upper body. Chapter 54, The Perfect Masterpiece, Cell. He actually fused with my cells. Dr. Gero's upper body was annihilated by the energy wave, leaving only the half-mechanical form still beneath Vegeta's foot. Piccolo, Tien, and the others rushed over just in time to witness the final moments of Dr. Gero's obliteration. They helped the gravely injured and unconscious Yamcha to his feet. That old fool seemed to have uttered something before his demise, Krillin remarked nervously, recalling Dr. Gero's last words. On the 17th and 18th, he seemed to wish to convey more, but Shebeek furrowed his brow, keenly grasping the key information. He declared that was his true masterpiece. Vegeta, however, merely scoffed disdainfully. Such was the bluster of a loser. What masterpiece, in my presence as Prince Vegeta, is but refuse awaiting disposal? At this moment, Vegeta's confidence had swelled to its zenith. To him, that recent battle barely qualified as a warm-up. The old man's base should lie nearby. Let us investigate. Luo Feng's voice resonated at the opportune moment. But how shall we locate that research facility? Krillin anxiously inquired, the expanse of mountains too vast. Just then, an aircraft emblazoned with a logo sped toward them from the distance. It was Bulma. She leaped from the plane, clutching a radar that incessantly beeped. I just tracked the energy response from the battle. Are you all right? Upon noticing Goku, supported by Gohan and appearing weak, her face paled instantly. Goku, fear not, Bulma. I merely suffered a heart episode. Son Goku managed a feeble smile. After taking Trunks' special medicine, Goku felt considerably better. Bulma, your timing is impeccable. Krillin quickly briefed her on Dr. Gero and the research facility. The research facility? Bulma approached the shattered remains of Dr. Gero, scanning with her device. It has been located through the residual energy of this antiquated machinery. A blinking red dot appeared on the radar screen. Let us proceed. Vegeta, lacking patience for superfluous dialogue, was the first to ascend into the sky. He was eager to discover those so-called masterpieces and demonstrate, with his own fists, that they were nothing but a farce. The others followed closely behind. Before a remarkably concealed mountainside, the group halted. Bulma manipulated her device, swiftly uncovering a massive metal door camouflaged as rock. With a thunderous boom, Vegeta, devoid of any patience, unleashed an energy blast, obliterating the heavy metal door. They filed in like a stream. After traversing a lengthy corridor, they arrived at the innermost sanctum of the research facility. A colossal main control computer loomed before them, flanked by two prominent stasis pods standing at the center. Within the glass enclosures of the pods lay a man and a woman in slumber. Cold codifications adorned their stasis pods, 17 and 18. It is them. We must destroy them before they awaken. Piccolo's expression turned grave. He raised his hand, energy coalescing in his palm. Halt! A chilling voice interrupted Piccolo. It was Vegeta. With arms crossed and a smirk of utter arrogance, he declared, "How could such intriguing toys be so swiftly dismantled?" "Vegeta, have you lost your mind?" Piccolo bellowed. "Did you not hear what that old man said? They are perfect killing machines." Killing machines? Vegeta seemed to have heard the most absurd joke. Indeed, he was eager to witness these so-called masterpieces and determine who, in comparison to himself, the Prince of the Saiyans, was the true embodiment of perfection. Destroy them? No. Vegeta intended to awaken them personally, only to crush them utterly. I, Vegeta, am the strongest. Anyone who dares to stand in my way shall be trampled beneath my feet. Amid their heated argument, however, Luo Feng's gaze was drawn to the dormant chamber of Android 18. Beneath the designation 18, there was a small yet significant annotation. Project name, Lazili. This name caused Luo Feng to momentarily pause. At that precise instant, a chilling system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Host detected in close proximity to the special individual, Lazili. Lazili's favorability towards you has risen to 65. Her subconscious is experiencing intense emotional fluctuations in response to your presence. Luo Feng's brow subtly arched. He sensed a peculiar, almost ethereal connection. I have made my decision. Vegeta's bellow interrupted Luo Feng's contemplation. I shall personally activate them. I want you cowards to witness the truth. Androids are nothing but trivial. Stop, Vegeta. Krillin and Tien shouted in unison. Just as Vegeta was about to initiate the dormant chamber, Bulma's scream captured everyone's attention. Wait, look over here. She pointed to the main control computer screen, which displayed a forcibly pinned final log from Dr. Gero. Data collection on androids 19 and 20. Infinite energy from 17 and 18. My true, transcendent masterpiece. Project codename, Cell. He has fused the cells of Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Luo Feng. He is the true, perfect life form. What? He has fused cells from so many individuals. Luo Feng? Even Luo Feng's cells? A shadow of doubt crossed Vegeta's proud visage. What kind of monstrosity is this, to amalgamate so many cells? Luo Feng himself was momentarily taken aback, instinctively scratching the back of his head. My cells? When did this happen? He recalled the years since his arrival. Aside from basking in the sun and sleeping, he hadn't engaged in any particularly remarkable activities. Could it be from shed hair? That old pervert Gero actually sent a micro-robot to gather samples of powerful beings' genes? How troublesome indeed, Luo Feng murmured softly. Chapter 55, Divine Choice, Super Melon Seeds and Future Wife, Android 18. Luo Feng sensed that the impending events were likely to become quite troublesome. At that moment, the cold system notification resonated in his mind, punctually sounding an alarm. Warning, warning. Potential threat detected, androids 17 and 18. They possess infinite energy and capabilities that far exceed the current warriors. If left unchecked, the situation could lead to a catastrophic blow to Earth from the impending threat of Cell. The divine choice has been activated. The host must now make a decision. Before Luo Feng, two distinctly different paths materialized. Choice 1. Observe the unfolding events. Description. Completely entrust the handling of the androids to Vegeta. With his current strength and arrogance, he would undoubtedly release androids 17 and 18, only to be effortlessly defeated by them. You may watch the spectacle unfold before deciding on subsequent actions. Reward. A pack of super melon seeds, delightful to savor while spectating. Choice 2. Actively intervene. Description. Personally release androids 17 and 18, thereby seizing control of the ensuing situation. Reward. The host's base combat power is increased by 5 million points. Additionally, the favorability of the special character Lazuli, Android 18, rises to 70 points. Luo Feng's gaze flitted between the two options. His eyes lingered on the super melon seeds for a mere moment before decisively gravitating towards the prospect of a 5 million power boost and a favorability of 70. Although the utility of that favorability remained unclear, the tangible benefit of 5 million combat power was undeniable. In his heart, Luo Feng silently affirmed, "System, I choose option 2. An immense force, beyond comprehension, surged within him, filling his limbs and sinews in an instant. Ding. Choice completed. Rewards have been granted. The host's base combat power has increased by 5 million points. The favorability of the special character Lazuli, Android 18, has risen to 70 points. A data panel, visible only to Luo Feng, appeared before him. Name, Luo Feng combat power, base 20 million combat power, Super Saiyan state 1 billion combat power, Super Saiyan 2 state 2 billion skills, Kaioken X10, no side effects. Instant transmission, God version, Kamehameha, mastered. Super Saiyan 2 transformation, some foundational skills have been folded, special status. Lazuli favorability 70. Her first impression of you is astonishingly positive, no longer hesitating. Luo Feng set forth towards the two dormant pods emanating a chilling aura. Luo Feng, what are you planning to do? Piccolo was the first to react. Swiftly positioning himself before Luo Feng, his face etched with caution. You can't be considering. Krillin and Tien Shinhan nervously approached, still recovering from Dr. Gero's ominous words in the shadow of Cell, desperate to avoid any further complications. Step aside. Luo Feng's tone was flat, as if merely requesting to pass. Luo Feng, this is too dangerous. Krillin urged anxiously. We should take this opportunity to destroy them completely. Destroy? Think, Krillin. The current situation is that Dr. Gero is dead, and his laboratory has been located. These androids have evolved beyond their original behavioral logic. But just as the heated debate continued, Vegeta wore an expression that seemed to say he was curious how long this foolish bickering would persist. A voice, urgent and laced with terror, erupted from the entrance of the blasted research facility. Stop! A figure shrouded in purple dashed in with remarkable speed, landing heavily before the crowd. It was Trunks. His gaze was intensely fixed upon the hand of Luo Feng, which was perilously close to the activation button of the stasis pod. They must not be released. Trunks's voice trembled with urgency and dread. You cannot do this. If they are unleashed, it will be the end. He looked at each person present, his eyes filled with despair. In my future, it was they who brought death to all. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Vegeta, Mr. Krillin, everyone. Vegeta's expression darkened considerably. He is dead? Killed by those two tin cans. What a joke. Be quiet. Vegeta roared. That is your future, a tale of the worthless from your world. It has nothing to do with me. But there are no buts. A languid voice interrupted Trunks' protest. Luo Feng withdrew his hand and turned to calmly regard the boy from the future. You are too late, and it seems you have yet to grasp the situation. Trunks was taken aback. Luo Feng extended his finger, drawing two lines in the air. I have told you. The future from which you come and the present in which I reside are two parallel lines, utterly unrelated. In your timeline, due to your failure to provide a warning, Goku succumbed to heart disease. The warriors, leaderless, were picked off one by one. Dr. Gero still lives, driven by his hatred to command these two fully transformed killing machines. Luo Feng paused, surveying everyone present. However, here, everything is different. Goku is alive, merely incapacitated for a time. That old pervert, Dr. Gero, has been reduced to rubble by Vegeta. We even have foreknowledge of Cell's existence. The most crucial distinction is, here, there is me. These 4 words, uttered lightly, carried an undeniable confidence. Trunks stood utterly stunned. He found himself unable to refute this truth. Yes, the man before him, powerful beyond measure, was something his future world had never known. I assure you, Luo Feng continued, fixing his gaze upon Trunks, no matter what issues arise, I will resolve them. With that, Luo Feng dismissed the astonished Trunks and the various warriors nearby, turning instead to press the emergency activation buttons for the 2 stasis pods. With a soft hiss, the sound of pressure releasing echoed. The glass covers of the stasis pods slowly ascended, revealing a man and a woman within, both in slumber. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. A chilling mist, mingled with the scent of antiseptic and metal, wafted from the pods. Under the watchful silence of the crowd, the 2 individuals inside gradually opened their eyes. On the left, number 17, with long black hair and eyes sharp as an eagle's, exuded a chilling demeanor. On the right stands number 18, her radiant golden short hair cascading neatly by her ears, accentuating her porcelain-like skin. Her exquisitely perfect features exude an air of aloofness that keeps others at bay. Number 17 is the first to emerge from the stasis pod, stretching his limbs, the joints producing a series of crisp cracks. His gaze, cold and indifferent, sweeps over everyone present. However, number 18's icy blue eyes, which should have mirrored his detachment, betray a flicker of intrigue upon resting on Luo Feng, stirring a sense of inexplicable familiarity within her. Chapter 56. Number 18. You are quite loud. Do not disturb my date with him. The warriors assume tense combat stances, as if facing a formidable foe. Vegeta's muscles are taut, a golden aura flickering ominously around him, poised for an imminent explosion of power. Yet, the anticipated attack does not materialize. Ignoring the wary gazes of those around her, number 18 strides directly to Luo Feng. Tilting her head slightly, her azure eyes brim with genuine curiosity as she scrutinizes him from head to toe. Her gaze does not resemble that of an adversary. Rather, it resembles that of someone who finds him intriguing. You, she begins, her voice icy. I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before. She extends a delicate finger, seemingly intending to caress Luo Feng's cheek, but halts midair. What is your name? The atmosphere in the research facility is charged, as if a pin drop could be heard. Everyone is bewildered by this bizarre scene, which starkly contrasts the ruthless, life-disregarding femme fatale described by Trunks. Amidst this uncanny silence, a voice, laced with fury and the humiliation of being overlooked, erupts suddenly. Stop playing your ridiculous games. Vegeta steps forward, the ground cracking beneath him as he points at numbers 17 and 18, roaring with arrogance. I care not what you are, some wretched creation. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta, and today marks the end for you tin cans. At his words, number 17's lips curl into a cold, amused smile. Oh, a talking monkey with quite the loud voice, he replies, his tone dripping with disdain. Yet, number 18 seems entirely unperturbed by Vegeta's outburst. Her focus remains steadfastly on Luo Feng, her striking blue eyes fixed upon him, as if seeking answers to her unsettling sense of familiarity. Dr. Gero is dead, isn't he? She suddenly inquires. Luo Feng nods, helplessly raising his hands. I suppose so. That old man in the hat was turned to dust by the rather loud Vegeta outside. Is that so? Number 17 muses, stroking his chin thoughtfully before shrugging. That is rather fortunate. Saves us the trouble of doing it ourselves. Number 18 nods in agreement. Our original purpose for being created was to eliminate Son Goku and avenge the Red Ribbon Army. But now, that old man has passed away. We can finally liberate ourselves from his control and live the lives we desire. Her words left all the warriors present in a state of astonishment. This was entirely contrary to the script they had anticipated. It was as if two ordinary youths, having just awakened from slumber, were marveling at the world around them, if one were to disregard the suffocating, unfathomable energy emanating from their beings. Number 18's gaze returned to Luo Feng's face. Her expression remained cool, yet her tone carried a hint of curiosity. It was you who set us free. Are you not afraid of us? Luo Feng shook his head. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? A rare smile graced number 18's eternally icy countenance, captivating those around her. The little bald-headed Krillin found himself somewhat entranced. You are quite an intriguing person. Since you interrupted my sleep, you must accompany me as compensation. Let me think. She tilted her head, her fair fingers lightly tapping her chin, revealing a slightly distressed yet adorably naive expression. Let us first go to the city and find some beautiful clothes to wear. Then perhaps we can find a place to enjoy a drink. What do you think? She looked at Luo Feng, extending an invitation for a date. Boom. Her words left the warriors collectively petrified, particularly Trunks. Is this truly the number 18 he knew? How could that fierce woman possibly act this way? Trunks even questioned whether his time traveling had caused him to hallucinate. The witch who plunged the future world into despair was now inviting a man on a date. Piccolo's green visage reflected a similar bewilderment. You bunch of fools. Vegeta roared at number 18, seething with rage. How dare you disregard me? I am the Prince of Saiyans. Vegeta. This thunderous outburst finally succeeded in diverting number 18's icy gaze from Luo Feng, albeit slightly. She furrowed her exquisite brows, a flicker of clear displeasure crossing her azure eyes. Her expression resembled that of someone observing an annoying fly buzzing incessantly in their ear. You are truly loud, and quite bothersome. Number 18's voice turned frigid. I fear I shall not be able to enjoy my first date in peace until you are thoroughly dealt with. She stepped forward, flexing her wrist. Rest assured, it won't take long. Perhaps just a minute will suffice. Huh, a minute? To eliminate me? Vegeta felt as though he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in the universe. He was taken aback for a moment before erupting into a derisive, maniacal laughter. Ha! Woman, you shall soon pay for your foolish words with your life. Vegeta no longer suppressed his power. Allow me to show you what constitutes the true, desperate force. Drink. A terrifying roar reverberated throughout the research institute. The ground trembled violently. Countless fragments rained down from the ceiling. A golden aura erupted from Vegeta's being like a volcanic explosion. A tumultuous wave of energy surged outward in all directions, forcing the nearby Krillin and Trunks to stagger back. Black hair stood on end, transforming into a dazzling gold amidst the raging energy. Super Saiyan. Vegeta's power surged to its zenith, the highest point he had ever achieved in his life. Do you feel it? This power? Vegeta roared at Android 18. This is the strength capable of utterly crushing you pathetic beings. Chapter 57. The Birth of Super Vegeta. The Collapse of the Saiyan Prince. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Android 18's eyes. Just as she prepared to strike, a warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. Android 18's body stiffened abruptly. The murderous intent that had just surged seemed to be instantly quelled by an invisible force. She turned her head in surprise, only to be met with the face of Luo Feng, etched with a hint of helplessness. Do not fight here, Luo Feng's voice resonated. If this continues, this place will collapse. Being buried thousands of meters underground would be quite troublesome. Android 18 gazed at him in silence. She could feel a slight, unexpected irregularity in the rhythm of her heart, which had been programmed to function like a perpetual motion machine. A strange, warm sensation coursed from her cheek. A faint blush, nearly imperceptible, appeared on her fair visage. Oh, Android 18 instinctively responded, her gaze drifting, unable to meet Luo Feng's eyes directly. This subtle change did not escape the notice of Android 17, who observed in astonishment, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Luo Feng is right. Krillin was the first to react, quickly chiming in. This place is too cramped. We can't unleash our full potential. If it collapses, we will be buried alive. Vegeta, if you wish to fight, take it outside, Piccolo stated solemnly. Vegeta glanced at the now disinterested Android 18 and then at the composed Luo Feng. Veins throbbing on his forehead. He felt a reservoir of pent-up rage, akin to striking a fist against cotton, an indescribable frustration. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly, forcibly tempering some of his fury. Fine, I shall take it outside and grant you all death. With that, he turned away, transforming into a streak of golden light as he burst through the shattered entrance of the research facility. Let us go, Luo Feng said, patting Android 18's shoulder before leisurely following suit with his hands in his pockets. Android 18 silently trailed behind him, resembling an obedient little wife. Android 17 shrugged and followed as well. The warriors exchanged glances, ultimately resigning themselves to leave the research facility, which was on the verge of becoming a battlefield. In the desolate canyon, Vegeta hovered in midair, his golden aura illuminating half the sky. From his elevated position, he gazed down upon the golden-haired woman who had just emerged from the cave. Come forth, woman. Let me witness the source of your laughable confidence. Vegeta refrained from uttering any further words. His figure left behind a fleeting shadow before vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he appeared before Android 18, delivering a devastating punch imbued with terrifying power directly toward her face. Android 18 merely raised her left hand, effortlessly catching Vegeta's formidable blow with her fair palm. The sound of their collision echoed through the canyon, sending waves of air that scattered the sand and stones across the ground. The expression of arrogance on Vegeta's face abruptly froze. How is this possible? To have my attack brushed aside so casually? Is this all the strength you possess? Android 18's voice remained chillingly calm. It is lighter than a mosquito's bite. Before she could finish her sentence, her right leg shot up like lightning, executing a spinning kick that struck Vegeta squarely in the abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta's eyes widened in shock, his body arching backward like a cooked shrimp, as an indescribable pain surged from his abdomen, radiating throughout his entire being. Android 18 retracted her leg, and Vegeta's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently into the distant mountainside. Boom. The solid rock wall was dented, creating a massive human-shaped indentation, with countless cracks spreading like a spider's web. Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan gasped in disbelief. Cough, cough, cough. Vegeta struggled to emerge from the crater in the rock wall, kneeling on one knee and supporting himself with one hand. Blood spilling from his lips. You bastard. Vegeta lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on Android 18. Within that gaze, alongside an overwhelming fury, lay a hint of terror he was reluctant to acknowledge. This is not over yet. Vegeta roared, forcibly suppressing his injuries, and once again unleashed his power. A barrage of energy blasts. With his arms outstretched, countless golden energy spheres rained down upon Android 18 like a tempest. Boom, 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 boom. The relentless explosions engulfed Android 18 completely, shaking the entire canyon violently. Dust and debris obscured everything. Did it succeed? Krillin watched anxiously as the center of the explosion. The dust began to clear. Android 18's figure reappeared before them. Too weak. She shook her head, a trace of disappointment crossing her face. Your attack could not even instigate a fleeting thought of evasion within me. How utterly tedious. Ah! Vegeta had completely succumbed to madness. He concentrated all his strength within his being, transforming once more into a bolt of golden lightning, surging upward. Fists, elbows, knees, legs. Vegeta unleashed every ounce of power he possessed, delivering his most ferocious and savage attacks upon Android 18 without reservation. With each strike, his heart sank deeper into despair. He felt like a mere jester. It was over. Android 18 seemed to have grown weary of the game. Seizing an opening during one of Vegeta's assaults, she slightly lowered her body, evading his heavy punch. Then, with a seemingly delicate uppercut, she precisely struck Vegeta's jaw. The sheer force sent his body soaring into the sky. In an instant, Android 18 appeared above him. With a powerful axe kick, she brought her foot crashing down upon Vegeta's back. Boom. His body plummeted toward the ground at an even greater speed, akin to a meteor. The earth trembled as it was struck, forming an unfathomable crater. Dust and debris shot into the air. No, father. Trunks could no longer bear the sight. He gazed at the deep pit, watching his once mighty father being so easily trampled and humiliated. Aya! Trunks let out a primal scream. A golden aura erupted from within him, his hair transforming into a resplendent gold. Super Saiyan, I will not allow you to continue this indignity upon my father. Trunks drew the sword from his back, its blade radiating with golden light, as he charged towards the recently landed Android 18 with unwavering resolve. Oh, another one. Android 17 had somehow positioned himself before Android 18. He regarded the oncoming wave of fury with a cruel smile. Clang. A sharp, metallic clash resonated. Trunks' technologically advanced sword struck forcefully against the two fingers extended by Android 17. Then, in Trunks' incredulous and horrified gaze, crack. The sword, which had accompanied him through countless life and death battles, shattered into two pieces. Android 17 flicked his finger. A tremendous force surged along the broken blade, impacting Trunks. He felt as if struck by lightning, spitting blood as he was hurled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground nearby. TSK. Android 18 approached the crater she had created, glancing at the unconscious Vegeta, whose bones were undoubtedly broken in numerous places. A glimmer of cold malice flickered in her eyes. Though weak, he was still a nuisance. It would be simpler to eliminate him. She raised her foot, preparing to deliver a final blow to Vegeta. Enough, 18. The languid voice of Luo Feng echoed once more. A lesson suffices. If you continue, you may very well kill him. Reviving him afterward would be quite troublesome. The foot of number 18 was raised, suspended in midair. She glanced back at Luo Feng, and the icy intent to kill dissipated in an instant. With a slight pout, she reluctantly retracted her foot. Humph. Number 18 approached Vegeta, towering over him. And with her toe, she playfully nudged his bloodied and dirt-streaked face. Useless. Having uttered those words, she turned her back on the pitiful father and son, striding directly to Luo Feng's side. Chapter 58. The butterfly effect goes awry. Dual Cell arrives. In the canyon, the gazes of numerous warriors fixated on number 18, who had nonchalantly returned to Luo Feng after retracting her foot. The pride Vegeta had exhibited after defeating numbers 19 and 20 was now replaced by utter disarray. So powerful, Luo Feng disregarded the varied looks of the crowd, leisurely rummaging through his pocket. From it, he produced 2 emerald green beans. The Senza beans. With a flick of his finger, he snapped one. Number 18's cerulean eyes curiously regarded the beans in Luo Feng's hand before shifting her gaze back to him. Moments later, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from the deep pit. Vegeta's figure transformed into a golden streak, bursting forth once more. His injuries had completely healed. In fact, due to the Saiyan trait of becoming stronger after near-death experiences, his aura was even more formidable than before. Yet, on his proud visage, there was no trace of joy. Instead, it was overshadowed by profound humiliation. Prince Vegeta had been trampled underfoot by that woman like refuse. Nothing could be more disgraceful for him. Well then, since everyone has recovered, Luo Feng yawned lazily and spoke. Let us return. Back to the research facility. Return? Krillin was taken aback. Why return? Wasn't everything there already? Didn't that old pervert mention something before his demise? Luo Feng, somewhat impatient, reminded him. Project codename, Cell. A fusion of Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and my own cells. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Indeed, there was an even more terrifying, latent threat. A creature that Dr. Gero referred to as the perfect masterpiece, transcending all else. Luo Feng cast a sidelong glance at the ashen-faced Vegeta. If we do not take this opportunity to locate and eliminate it, it will become an even greater nuisance when it emerges on its own. His words rendered everyone speechless. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, turning his head away. Though he did not verbalize it, he had internally acquiesced to Luo Feng's suggestion. A creature that merged his own essence with Kakarot's, and even Luo Feng's cells? He was keen to witness what manner of being it truly was. Let us proceed. Number 17 shrugged, wearing a nonchalant expression. It sounded far more intriguing than battling that monkey. Number 18, on the other hand, held no objections. She simply stood quietly beside Luo Feng, ready to follow him wherever he went. Thus, this remarkably peculiar team once again returned to the foreboding research facility concealed within the mountains. They re-entered the control room, which housed the dormant pods. This time, all eyes bypassed the vacant pods numbered 17 and 18, directing their attention instead to the corner where a previously overlooked dormant pod resided. It bore a chilling code, 16. This specimen, as Dr. Gero had declared, was deemed a failure. Pod 17 leaned against the wall, casually explaining, "Open it." Luo Feng. Bick interjected sharply. "Our current objective is Cell. There's no need to complicate matters further. An additional ally means augmented strength and another informed individual," Luo Feng retorted, gesturing toward the massive dormant pod. Since it was created by Gero, it might possess information regarding that entity known as Cell. This is also to ensure the troubles can be resolved with greater efficiency. Luo Feng's reasoning was invariably flawless, imbued with the wisdom of a slacker. Bick and Trunks exchanged glances, unable to counter his logic. With no further hesitation, Luo Feng stepped forward and pressed the activation button of Pod 16. A hissing sound filled the air as mist enveloped the room. A burly man, sporting an imposing red mohawk, gradually emerged from the pod. He towered over everyone present, his formidable physique exuding an air of intimidation. After a brief conversation, the group, led by the figure from Pod 16, ventured to the deepest part of the facility. There, they encountered a colossal glass incubation chamber that had been utterly shattered in the center. Viscous green cultivation fluid flowed freely across the floor. The incubation chamber was empty. Oh no. Bick's expression shifted dramatically. It has already hatched. Furthermore, it had escaped. Trunks gazed at the vacuous chamber, feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His body chilled with dread. The worst-case scenario had indeed transpired. Simultaneously, a system alert echoed in Luo Feng's mind. Warning! Warning! The butterfly effect triggered by the host's actions has reached a critical threshold. Due to your alteration of the original historical trajectory, the Cell from the future has made choices in this timeline that starkly contrast with the original narrative. The future Cell did not opt for dormancy. Instead, it awakened the Cell of this timeline. Warning! 2 cells now coexist in the current world. Future Cell has absorbed a significant amount of life energy. Currently, in its second form, main timeline Cell remains in its first form. A dual threat has emerged. The host must prepare for the most troublesome situation ever encountered. Listening to the system's alerts, Luo Feng's brow furrowed deeply. He exhaled slowly and deliberately. Oh, how did things become so complicated? The atmosphere in the underground laboratory was palpably oppressive. Bick, Trunks, and Krillin, who had just risen from the ground, all bore expressions that screamed impending doom. Number 18 then took a step forward, approaching Luo Feng so closely that he could catch a faint whiff of her delicate fragrance. She slightly tilted her head to gaze at him. Hey, since all those chaotic troubles have temporarily vanished, shouldn't we address the matters between us? Luo Feng was taken aback. Between us? What matters are there? Aside from my releasing you from that canister, it seems we have no other connections. Number 18 extended her fair finger and gently poked Luo Feng's chest. You woke me up. Therefore, you must take responsibility. As compensation, accompany me on a date. Right now? Krillin observed number 18, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within. Beside him, Bick's green face twitched uncontrollably. He sensed that his thought process was failing to keep pace with this woman's rhythm. Luo Feng's expression also froze. A date? What a ridiculous notion. Going on a date with a woman? This was infinitely more troublesome than engaging in a brawl with someone else. Chapter 59. Vegeta's rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Luo Feng scratched his head. I think. His gaze began to wander, his mind racing to concoct a perfect, one-time excuse. The current situation was rather unsuitable. What makes it unsuitable? Number 18 interrupted him, her tone laced with a sense of entitlement. The sky hasn't fallen. Even if it did, shouldn't one complete their desires first? Or do you think? Number 18's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing within her azure irises. You believe I am unworthy of you? Boom. Luo Feng felt as though his brain had been struck by a bolt of lightning. This was a life-threatening query. He had no doubt that this woman would instantly turn hostile, dismantling everyone present into mere fragments. Yet to deny it would be tantamount to acquiescing. Gazing at number 18's charming visage and sensing the sympathetic looks of the warriors around him, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Luo Feng's temple. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, he found himself in such a tricky predicament. What a troublesome affair. Instinctively, Luo Feng contemplated activating his instant transmission. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile. Next time, definitely. Before he could finish his sentence, whoosh. Luo Feng's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The air seemed to freeze for 3 seconds. Number 18's outstretched finger hung, suspended in midair. Her expression transformed from astonishment to confusion, finally settling into an indescribable mix of embarrassment and anger. That scoundrel. He actually ran away? Uffed. Number 17 could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Number 18, you got dumped. And in such a manner. How pathetic. Number 18 whirled around, her icy murderous intent locking onto her brother in an instant. Do you wish to die? Number 17 immediately suppressed his smile, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. It was merely a jest, not to be taken seriously. The warriors exchanged glances, utterly uncertain of how to respond. Piccolo was the first to regain his composure. He cast a glance at the ashen-faced number 18 and then at the desolate incubation chamber in the distance, speaking in a grave tone. We cannot remain here any longer. The situation has spiraled completely out of control. We must hasten to the hyperbolic time chamber. Only within its confines can we rapidly acquire the strength necessary to combat Cell. A disdainful snort echoed from the corner. It was Vegeta. Since being rescued from the deep pit, he had remained silent. Damn it, I must grow stronger. The warriors swiftly reached a consensus, disregarding the 3 indecisive androids. One by one, they soared into the sky, transforming into streaks of light as they hastened towards the hyperbolic time chamber. In the vast underground laboratory, only the trio of androids remained. Number 17 approached number 18, gently patting her shoulder. Forget about that cowardly runaway. The world is vast, and we have yet to truly explore it. Come, I shall take you to find some amusement. He glanced at the silent number 16. Big guy, care to join? Number 16 hesitated for a long moment before finally nodding. Why not find a vehicle and embark on an impromptu road trip? Number 18 lifted her head, glancing at the spot where Luo Feng had vanished, her lips curling in disdain. Humph. If we're going, then let us go. To the clothing store. I wish to buy the most beautiful attire. Thousands of kilometers away, atop a deserted island at the far end of the earth, Luo Feng's figure materialized. He plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath, his face reflecting the relief of having survived. That was terrifying. Women are indeed the most troublesome creatures in this world, without exception. Luo Feng reclined comfortably, indulging in the warmth of the sun and the briny sea breeze, ready to commence a new round of leisurely moments. Beep. The cold, uninvited sound of the system notification interrupted his tranquility. Daily task updated. Task name, social butterfly. Task description, proactively present number 18 with a delightful little cake. Task reward, combat power increased by 500, 000. Failure penalty, randomly confiscate one of the host's skills. Luo Feng. He abruptly sat up, raising his middle finger to the empty sky. System, damn you. Meanwhile, above the clouds, in the temple. Piccolo, you mentioned the hyperbolic time chamber. Can it truly allow us to train for an entire year within a single day? Indeed. Piccolo nodded. However, the environment inside is exceedingly harsh. The gravity is 10 times that of Earth. Temperatures fluctuate violently between 50 degrees and minus 40 degrees, and the air is thin. Most importantly, an individual can only remain inside for a maximum of 48 hours in their lifetime, equating to 2 years. That is sufficient. Son Goku clenched his fist tightly. I will enter first. A chilling voice interrupted Goku. It was Vegeta. With his arms crossed, he stood coldly at the edge of the temple, gazing down upon the world below. I, along with Trunks, stepped inside first. Goku paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. All right then, Vegeta, you can go ahead. Goku understood that the proud Prince Vegeta was undoubtedly feeling miserable at that moment. Being overwhelmed by Android 18 was more agonizing for him than death itself. In the hyperbolic time chamber, I shall surpass my limits. I shall transcend Super Saiyan. When I emerge, not only will I confront the androids, but also you, Luo Feng. I will show you who truly reigns as the strongest in the universe. Name, Luo Feng. Power level, normal state 20 million. Power level, Super Saiyan state 1 billion. Power level, Super Saiyan 2 state 2 billion. Core skills, Kaioken X10, no side effects. Instant transmission, God version. Kamehameha, mastered. Super Saiyan 2 transformation, some basic skills folded. Special status, Lazuli, Android 18. Affection level 70. Her interest in you has transcended normal bounds. Chapter 60. The iceberg melts. Android 17 watches on Luo Feng sat atop the mountain, feeling a profound sense of gloom. The sea breeze was refreshing, and the sunshine was warm. Yet, the system's alert sent a chill through his heart. Failure penalty. Randomly confiscate one skill from the host. Luo Feng glanced at his skill list. Instant transmission, God version. Kaioken X10, no side effects. Super Saiyan 2. Was this truly a random confiscation? This was akin to randomly carving a piece of flesh from him. Frustrated, Luo Feng tugged at his hair. With a long sigh, he resigned himself to his fate. Was it just delivering a cake? How trivial. The sooner it was done, the sooner he could return to sleep. He began to mentally prepare himself. However, a dilemma arose. Where could he find Android 18? The androids emitted no energy signature, making them undetectable. With Earth being so vast, searching for 3 individuals was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Luo Feng closed his eyes, searching for solutions within his mind. A comprehensive search across the globe? Too exhausting. System, could you not provide a locating service? He raged inwardly at the system. Ding. Host strong demand detected. Android 18's exact location has been pinpointed, valid for 10 minutes. Luo Feng's lips twitched. What more could he say? Very well, West City. He retrieved a beautifully packaged strawberry cake from the Capsule Corporation whoosh. Luo Feng's figure vanished in an instant. In West City, the bustling commercial street was alive with activity. A flamboyant red convertible was parked by the roadside. Android 17 whistled, leaning against the car door, drawing excited screams from passing girls. Meanwhile, Android 16 stood like a statue at the entrance of a clothing store. Inside the shop, Android 18 stood before the mirror, impatiently tugging at the pink dress she wore. It was far too tacky. She furrowed her brows, shedding her garments and tossing them aside to the trembling attendant. I need a change. She had already tried on over 10 outfits, yet none had satisfied her. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a sense of irritation coursed through her. Images of Luo Feng persistently invaded her thoughts. That scoundrel. He truly abandoned her. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Number 18 felt a restless energy core within her. At that moment, a languid voice emerged from behind her. I think that pink one was quite nice. Startled, Number 18 turned around in disbelief. Luo Feng leaned against the doorframe, lazily holding a cake box. You Number 18's lips moved, momentarily at a loss for words. Was it an illusion? How could he possibly be here? How did you find me? Oh, this? Luo Feng waved the cake box. Does cake have a gravitational pull? Do you believe it? Who would believe such nonsense? This man remained utterly irreverent. Just as she was about to retort, he handed her the cake box. What is this for? Number 18's tone was sharp, yet her gaze involuntarily fell upon the exquisite box. A token of apology, Luo Feng stated flatly. My abrupt departure was my fault. Consider this a form of recompense. With that, he thrust the cake into her arms and turned to leave. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could enjoy the warm beach and soft lounge chair beckoning him. However, just as Luo Feng pivoted, a delicate white hand firmly grasped the hem of his garment. He turned to find Number 18's face a blend of embarrassment, grievance, and a touch of stubbornness. Is a single cake meant to dismiss me? You disrupted my slumber. Thus, Number 18's cheeks flushed with the faintest hue of red, almost imperceptible. You must take responsibility. One cake is insufficient. You owe me your company. Luo Feng was taken aback. Outside the clothing store, Number 17 observed this scene and let out a knowing whistle, exchanging playful glances with Number 16. Hey, big guy, did you see that? My icy sister seems to be thawing. Number 16 stared blankly, offering no response. Luo Feng felt as though his head were burdened. He gazed at Number 18, whose grip on his clothing was tenacious, reminiscent of a stubborn kitten unwilling to release its hold. Accompany you? For what purpose? To shop for clothes. Number 18 replied succinctly, lifting her chin and gesturing towards the racks adorned with garments. I shall display my choices to you, and you will assist me in selecting a few exquisite pieces. What a surreal scenario this is. Luo Feng's inner turmoil was profound. I cannot, he firmly declined. As a grown man, how could I possibly choose women's attire? I do not care, replied Number 18, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Today, you must assist me in selecting options until I am satisfied. Her striking azure eyes were fixed intently on Luo Feng, conveying a clear message. Should you dare to flee today, I will break your legs. Observing her resolute countenance and the grip she had on his shirt, Luo Feng let out a resigned sigh. Fine, I yield to you. I will choose. If that is what you wish. He realized that if he did not ensure this lady's satisfaction today, escape would be utterly impossible. Upon hearing Luo Feng relent, a subtle smile crept upon Number 18's lips. She released her hold, cradling the cake box as if she were a triumphant queen. Luo Feng, resigned to his fate, approached a row of shelves. The myriad of colorful garments overwhelmed his senses. To him, these fabrics differed only in hue and length. This one, he said, casually picking up a form-fitting black dress and handing it over. The reasoning was simple. Black is practical, less prone to stains, requiring infrequent laundering. Number 18 accepted the dress, glanced at it without comment, and entered the fitting room. Shortly, the door opened. As she emerged, the entire boutique seemed to radiate with brilliance. The elegantly simple black dress accentuated her breathtaking curves. Her fair skin glowed even more radiantly against the dark fabric. With her sleek golden bob and that icy demeanor, she was nothing short of stunning. Even Luo Feng found himself momentarily entranced. Quite beautiful indeed. What do you think? Number 18 asked, spinning around so the hem of the dress swirled around her. A flicker of unacknowledged anticipation danced in her eyes. Luo Feng found himself at a loss for words. His limited vocabulary could not encapsulate the moment. He awkwardly tugged at the hem of the dress. Not bad. The fabric is sturdy, durable. It should withstand some roughhousing. The glimmer of hope in Number 18's expression instantly froze. Her striking blue eyes narrowed dangerously. Is this your only assessment? What else should I say? Luo Feng replied innocently. Number 18 felt her fists clench. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the urge to press this man into the ground and turned to re-enter the fitting room. Let us try something else. A blue denim ensemble. Yes, it has ample pockets, quite practical. A white off-shoulder top paired with ultra-short shorts. Convenient for movement, unencumbered while running. A long red gown. Too lengthy, it poses a tripping hazard. Poor choice. From initial anticipation to frustration, then to numbness, she eventually found the situation somewhat amusing. As she donned a set of light purple athletic leisure wear and stepped back outside, Luo Feng circled around her, assessing her appearance. This outfit is quite splendid, loose and comfortable, he remarked. Number 18 was utterly speechless. Yet, observing the earnest expression on Luo Feng's face as he seemed to believe he had chosen an unparalleled piece for her, Her simmering frustration dissipated without her even realizing it. All right then, this will do. She approached the mirror, gazing at the reflection of herself transformed by Luo Feng's influence. Her once frosty demeanor softened, revealing a more approachable, girl-next-door charm. It appeared rather delightful, indeed. Chapter 61. The Shy Kiss of the Ice Goddess. Luo Feng's heart in turmoil. On the other side of the earth, above the clouds, lay the divine temple. The white gate of the time chamber stood tall at the end of the temple, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. Beyond the doors lay an endless expanse of pure white void. Here, only eternal daylight and tenfold gravity prevailed. The air was thin, almost suffocating. The temperature fluctuated wildly between a frigid -40 degrees and a sweltering 50 degrees. Aya! A roar filled with indignation and fury reverberated throughout the space. Vegeta's muscles tensed, veins bulging, as golden flames enveloped him like a raging inferno. Opposite him, Trunks maintained his Super Saiyan form, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with concern. Father, we have been here tirelessly training for 6 months. Your body is nearing its limits. In this realm, a single day in the outside world equated to an entire year. They had already spent 12 hours inside, and during this half-year, Vegeta had trained with a fervor akin to self-inflicted torment. Time and again, he pushed himself to the brink, extracting deeper reserves of strength through sheer willpower. Silence! Vegeta bellowed. Limits? The words limit and Saiyan Prince do not coexist in my lexicon. His mind incessantly replayed the humiliating encounter with number 18. I will not allow it. I will not permit anyone to surpass me, be it androids, Kakarot, or you, Luo Feng. Boom. An unprecedented, terrifying aura erupted from within Vegeta. The golden flames surrounding him began to retract, condensing into a thin, close-fitting membrane of golden light, rather than maintaining their chaotic, outward expression. His body, previously swollen with muscle, returned to its normal size. However, the power contained within had magnified exponentially, far surpassing tenfold. The flickering sparks of energy, once a result of his overwhelming strength, vanished. The fury that had clouded his judgment transformed into an unprecedented calmness, sharp and focused. Super Saiyan, Stage 1, at full power. This represents a transcendent new realm, surpassing that of the ordinary Super Saiyan. The rampant energy is now perfectly controlled within, eliminating any waste, as power, speed, and stamina converge in harmonious unity. Trunks gazes in astonishment at his father, feeling the profound and boundless strength emanating from him, rendered speechless by the awe. Father, your power. Vegeta gradually clenches his fists, feeling the tumultuous force within him surging like a tsunami. Finally, the corner of his mouth lifts into an extraordinarily proud smile. Humph, ha ha ha. He releases a triumphant roar, his laughter brimming with confidence and delight. I can feel it. I can feel it. Androids 17 and 18, merely 2 slightly sturdier tin cans. At this moment, I need merely a finger to reduce them to dust. His self-assurance peaks at this instance. He gazes into the void, as if penetrating the barriers of space to perceive the world beyond. His ambitions have transcended mere androids. Kakarot, once I emerge, I shall make you realize how laughable your so-called efforts are in the face of my royal Saiyan talent. In the depths of his mind, the visage of Luo Feng materializes. Vegeta's eyes ignite with fervor. And you, Luo Feng, when I escape, I shall trample your detestable face underfoot. I will compel you to unleash your full power, and then, before the entire world, I will utterly vanquish you. I shall ensure that all know who the singular, mightiest warrior in this universe truly is. Vegeta turns to the still astonished Trunks. Trunks, we have 6 months. Keep pace with me. Yes, father. Inspired by his father's fervor, Trunks nods vigorously, his fighting spirit rekindled. The father and son duo once again immerse themselves in an even more fervent training regimen. In West City, at a boutique, playful whistles punctuate the air at the entrance. Unbeknownst to them, Android 17 has vacated the flashy red sports car and now leans casually against the door frame, arms crossed, wearing an expression of amusement. Hey, I say, you too, he remarks, his gaze darting teasingly between Luo Feng and Android 18. You might want to wrap it up. If you keep this up, it'll be dark before you know it. One might think you're a pair of lovebirds on a first date. Android 18's previously softened features flush a delicate shade of crimson, the blush creeping from her porcelain neck to the roots of her ears. She whips her head around, shooting a fierce glare at 17. Mind your own business. The look, imbued with a mix of embarrassment and irritation, lacks her usual icy malice, instead resembling a playful pout. Luo Feng feels as though his head has suddenly expanded threefold. What in the world is happening? I merely came to deliver a cake to fulfill my task. How did it come to this strange situation? Luo Feng glanced at the sky, noting that the sun was indeed beginning its descent. Tom was not on his side. Clearing his throat, he decisively declared, I must take my leave. This was undoubtedly the most impeccable excuse he could muster at that moment. Yet, just as he prepared to step away, the hem of his garment was once again gently tugged. Luo Feng turned around to meet the gaze of number 18, her azure eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture. She bit her lower lip, a look of mild grievance and unease gracing her features. Will you come to find me? Number 18's voice trembled slightly. Observing her vulnerable expression, the words of refusal lingered on his lips, but refused to emerge. With a sigh, Luo Feng revealed an expression of helplessness intertwined with an unintentional tenderness. If I have the time, I will come to play with you. Upon hearing this, number 18's eyes sparkled with joy, and she released her hold on his sleeve. Then, without Luo Feng having a chance to react, she rose on her toes and suddenly leaned in. The warm, soft sensation brushed against his cheek, fleeting yet imbued with the delicate fragrance unique to youth. Luo Feng froze, his mind blank. In the next instant, whoosh, his figure vanished in a heartbeat, swifter than his previous escape. All that remained were number 17, grinning mischievously, and number 18, cheeks flushed yet unable to suppress a smile. Thousands of kilometers away, Luo Feng's form materialized, stumbling slightly as he nearly fell to the ground. He gasped for breath, one hand instinctively clutching his wildly racing heart. Thump, thump, thump. It wouldn't cease. An unprecedented sensation. The other hand involuntarily grazed his right cheek, where a lingering warmth and softness seemed to remain. This was a disaster. Chapter 62, The Terrifying Billion Combat Power. Vegeta's Revenge. The door to the room of spirit and time slammed shut, instantly isolating all external sounds. Son Goku glanced at his somewhat anxious son beside him. Gohan, are you ready? Yes. Gohan nodded firmly, his eyes brimming with determination. From this moment on, we have 1 year. Meanwhile, a streak of golden light, moving at an untraceable speed, cleaved through the skies above Earth. It was Vegeta, leaving the sacred world without a moment's pause. The flames of vengeance burned fiercely within him. Vegeta was resolute in seeking out those who dared to trample upon him. The androids, and with his newfound, unparalleled strength, he would reduce them to cosmic dust. The androids lacked energy, unable to perceive directly. Yet Vegeta's speed of flight was astonishingly swift. Soon, traces of the artificial beings were discovered on a small island near their previous activities. Found at last. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. On this nameless isle, sunlight danced upon sandy shores, and waves caressed the coast. A flamboyant crimson convertible stood ostentatiously on the beach, an incongruous sight amidst the serenity. Number 17 reclined atop the car, donning sunglasses with a blade of grass between his lips, basking lazily in the sun. Meanwhile, number 16 stood motionless in the shallow waters, allowing the sea to wash over his calves. A few seabirds curiously perched upon his shoulders, tilting their heads in wonder at this peculiar giant. Everything appeared so tranquil and harmonious, save for number 18, who seemed somewhat distracted. Sitting on the sand, she cradled an empty cake box, her fingertips unconsciously tracing its edges. Thoughts of Luo Feng's languid yet infuriating visage incessantly invaded her mind, alongside the memory of his hasty retreat. At this reflection, a faint, unbidden smile surfaced at the corners of number 18's mouth. Suddenly, a suffocating aura of terror descended from the heavens. The sky darkened in an instant, and ripples spread across the sea's surface. Number 17 abruptly sat up, his previous nonchalance vanishing without a trace. Number 16 turned, his eyes glinting red as he fixated on a point in the sky. The smile on number 18's face froze instantly. In midair, a haughty figure of Vegeta, arms crossed, looked down upon the artificial beings with an expression of disdain, as if surveying ants beneath him. His aura had transformed dramatically. At last, I have found you, Vegeta proclaimed. A group of wretched tin cans. Oh, number 17 rose, brushing off the sand from his body, a playful grin returning to his face. Are the defeated coming to meet their demise again? It seems the last lesson was not sufficiently profound. In response, Vegeta merely laughed. a derisive and pitying mirth emanating from him. Defeated? Humph, that tiresome game is about to come to an end. His gaze fixed upon number 17. Your tongue is rather noisy. Thus, as a token of gratitude, today, I shall let you experience what true despair feels like. Number 17's smile blossomed even brighter. Are you done with your pointless chatter? If so, hurry and leave us be. We are on vacation. Vacation? Vegeta seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. Ha ha ha. His laughter rang out, filled with arrogance. Fear not, for I shall soon send you to a place where you can vacation eternally. Boom. A golden aura erupted explosively from within Vegeta. Super Saiyan at full power. The combat power of Android 17 hovers around 6 to 700 million. At this moment, however, Vegeta's power has surpassed that of Android 17, reaching a terrifying 1 billion. That overwhelming aura instantly engulfed the entire island. The sand on the beach was forcefully pressed down, creating a layer beneath it. The sea was similarly affected, forming a massive indentation under the pressure of this energy. Today, I shall allow you to witness with your own eyes how your once proud strength pales in comparison before me. Prince Vegeta. Android 18, this one is mine to deal with. Android 17 cracked his neck with a resounding pop. You merely observe, and see how I dismantle this noisy monkey into pieces. Android 18 rolled her eyes and stepped aside. The battle was to be swift. In an instant, Android 17's figure transformed into a blur as he charged towards Vegeta. He held nothing back and unleashed his full power immediately. His fist, imbued with formidable strength, struck fiercely towards Vegeta's face. Yet, Vegeta stood motionless, a contemptuous smile adorning his features. Just as Android 17's fist was about to make contact with his cheek, Vegeta slowly raised his right hand. With a mere flick, he caught 17's powerful wrist. The expression on 17's face, once filled with amusement, suddenly froze in disbelief and terror. How could this be possible? His full-force strike was effortlessly thwarted. Is this all the strength you possess? Vegeta's voice resonated calmly, barely stronger than that of an insect struggle. Before he could finish speaking, a cruel smile crept across Vegeta's face. With a sudden surge of power, he tightened his grip on 17's wrist. Crack! A pained scream escaped 17's lips as his right arm was brutally snapped. Vegeta released his grip, delivering a lightning-fast punch that struck 17 squarely in the abdomen. Thud! The resounding impact reverberated through the air. 17's body arched backward, akin to a shrimp cooked to perfection, his eyes bulging in shock. His form was propelled backward with great speed. Boom! Android 17 crashed through a mountain on the opposite end of the island, ultimately plunging into the sea with a tremendous splash, sending a towering column of water skyward. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. On the beach, Android 18's exquisite face displayed an expression of horror. She stared blankly at the distant mountain that had been obliterated, her mind a void. One strike, merely one strike, against someone whose power was nearly equal to her own, and yet Android 17 was defeated by Vegeta. How could this be? Chapter 63. Who dares to challenge me? Vegeta, have you grown weary of life? Suspended in midair, Vegeta's golden aura surged violently. He looked down upon Android 18 with an air of superiority. Woman, do you see? Vegeta's voice brimmed with uncontainable arrogance and pride. This is I, Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans, the embodiment of true power. Your ridiculous brother is probably still down at the seabed feeding the fish, and soon, you shall join him. Android 18's expression was slightly grave. The Saiyan before her was a stark contrast to the one she had previously sent flying with a single kick. However, I shall not allow you to die so easily. A cruel smile crept across Vegeta's face as he prepared to repay the humiliation he had endured 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Before his words could fully resonate, Vegeta vanished in an instant. Android 18's pupils constricted sharply as her body instinctively recoiled backward, yet it was too late. A golden-tinged iron fist appeared before her, halting mere millimeters from her nose, the gust from the punch stinging her cheek. Too slow. Vegeta's voice, akin to a devil's whisper, echoed in Android 18's ears. Retracting his fist, he delivered a seemingly casual kick towards her side. Android 18 crossed her arms in a desperate attempt to shield herself. Boom. An irresistible force surged forth, propelling her across the sand, carving a long trench in her wake. She was utterly unable to keep pace with Vegeta's speed, her strength completely overshadowed. Vegeta chose not to pursue. relishing in the ecstasy of vengeance, savoring the pleasure of trampling his former adversary beneath his feet. On an uninhabited island, Luo Feng sat in place, occasionally touching his cheek. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, he felt utterly at a loss. Just then, a notification chimed in his mind. Alert! Emergency Special Mission. Hero to the rescue. Mission description: Vegeta is threatening the life of your future partner, Android 18. Such provocation is unforgivable. Please proceed immediately to rescue Android 18 and demonstrate overwhelming strength to make Vegeta understand who the true master is. Mission reward: permanent combat power increase to 50 million. Accept or decline? Luo Feng was taken aback. Future partner? Does the system misinterpret the term partner? Nevertheless, that scoundrel Vegeta dares to lay hands on my person? No, on that troublesome woman? Luo Feng's brow furrowed deeply. Does that proud Saiyan prince think of nothing but battle and surpassing others? Can he not find a quiet place to plant vegetables, tend to flowers, and live a peaceful life for a few days? What an unbearably troublesome fellow. Luo Feng recalled Android 18's typically frosty visage, which occasionally bloomed with a soft blush. He remembered her stubborn yet slightly aggrieved gaze when she clutched at his clothing. System: I accept. Mission accepted. Rewards being dispensed. Boom. An indescribable, vast power, akin to a sea of stars, surged forth from the deepest recesses of Luo Feng's being. Every cell within him rejoiced, exulting in jubilation. Before Luo Feng's eyes, a brand new attribute panel materialized. Name: Luo Feng. Combat power: normal state 50 million. Combat power: Super Saiyan state 2. 5 billion. Combat power: Super Saiyan 2 state 5 billion. Core skills: tenfold Kaioken, no side effects. Instant transmission, Kaioshin version, Kamehameha, mastered. Super Saiyan 2 transformation: some foundational skills have been folded. Special status: Lazuli, Android 18. Affection level 80, she is currently thinking of you. Luo Feng closed his eyes, instantly locking onto Vegeta's energy. It seemed that this fellow Vegeta needed a proper lesson. Luo Feng's figure vanished from the spot. On the small island, Vegeta had grown weary of his antics. He gazed at the beleaguered Android 18, who could only desperately dodge amidst his tempestuous assault, her ability to counter utterly diminished. His patience was waning. Enough, woman. Vegeta slowly raised his right hand, spreading his 5 fingers, as a dazzling, chaotic energy sphere rapidly coalesced in his palm. Die. Just as Vegeta was about to launch the energy sphere, Luo Feng's silhouette appeared between him and 18. Hey, I say, that's enough. Your shouting is quite bothersome. Vegeta's arrogant expression immediately turned grave. Luo Feng. Behind Luo Feng, Android 18 stared blankly at the familiar figure that had suddenly appeared. It was him. He had come for her. A profound sense of security and warmth surged within her, and her nose inexplicably tinged with a hint of tears. You bastard. Your timing is impeccable. Vegeta, having recovered from his initial shock, was now fueled by a more intense combat fervor and excitement. Now I want to have to hunt you down. Luo Feng gestured to Android 18. Step aside. Oh, all right. 18 instinctively responded, obediently retreating, her azure eyes never leaving Luo Feng's back. In that moment, she felt that nothing in the world could provide her with greater reassurance than that silhouette. Luo Feng stretched his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. He regarded Vegeta with a scrutinizing gaze. I heard you spent a day in the hyperbolic time chamber? How does it feel? Do you think you're stronger now? Stronger? Vegeta laughed bitterly in anger. Ha! Luo Feng, you remain as ignorant as ever. I am no longer the being you can imagine. I have transcended the limits of Super Saiyan. Vegeta pointed at Luo Feng. Come, Luo Feng. Witness the power of Prince Vegeta, who has surpassed Super Saiyan. Luo Feng observed Vegeta, whose confidence was at an all-time high, tilting his head and curling his lips into a playful smile. Is this what you call surpassing Super Saiyan? He appeared to have witnessed something amusing, gently shaking his head, his tone imbued with an unmistakable hint of pity. How pitiable, Vegeta. Allow me to show you what it truly means to transcend beyond a Super Saiyan. The moment the words left his lips, an explosive force, starkly different from Vegeta's, surged from Luo Feng's being, soaring into the heavens. Within the golden aura, dazzling blue and white lightning began to erupt. Chapter 64, Vegeta's Tragedy Revisited, Luo Feng's Dominant Protector. The blue and white arcs of electricity danced around Luo Feng like frenzied silver serpents. His once sleek black hair stood on end, instantly transformed into a brilliance more resplendent and radiant than even Vegeta's golden locks. Yet, this was not the end. The previously obedient bangs also lifted upward, leaving a single stubborn strand draping over his forehead. His gaze. Luo Feng's eyes had changed. No longer languid and casual. They now emanated a cold indifference that looked down upon all life. Super Saiyan 2. Battle power at 5 billion. His strength utterly eclipsed Vegeta's. What is this? The arrogance, the smile, the confidence on Vegeta's face froze in an instant. He stared at Luo Feng as if he had seen a ghost. Vegeta could clearly sense how minuscule his once proud, limit-defying power was in the face of Luo Feng's current aura. They were not even in the same dimension. How is this possible? How can this be? I, Prince Vegeta, endured a year of hellish training in the hyperbolic time chamber. How could Luo Feng be so much stronger than me? In that moment, Vegeta's worldview shattered completely. Come now, Vegeta. Luo Feng's voice rang out, calm and composed. Weren't you going to show me your power? What is the matter? Are you frozen? Aya. Vegeta unleashed a primal roar, releasing all the energy within him without reservation. Don't get too cocky, you bastard. Final Gallic Gun. This was Vegeta's most formidable technique, his strongest strike after surpassing his limits. He believed this blow would be enough to obliterate everything. Surely it would inflict damage upon Luo Feng. Boom. The final Gallic gun struck Luo Feng squarely. As the explosion's brilliance faded, Luo Feng remained unharmed. Is that all? Luo Feng scoffed disdainfully. You are far too weak, Vegeta. Weak to the point that I couldn't even muster the thought of dodging. You. Vegeta's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. His most powerful outburst. The strongest Gallic gun had failed to harm Luo Feng in the slightest. Now it is my turn. Luo Feng's voice echoed once more. Whoosh. His figure vanished from sight. No, he did not disappear. He moved too swiftly, so fast that Vegeta's eyes could not capture his motion. As the scene unfolded, Luo Feng gently pressed one hand against Vegeta's face. The hand, seemingly devoid of force, rendered Vegeta utterly incapable of even the slightest resistance. Allow me to demonstrate what true power is. With that, Luo Feng pushed Vegeta's face and sent him hurtling away with an incomprehensible speed. Boom. Vegeta's body flew backward, shattering everything in his path, mountains and trees alike. Ultimately, with a cataclysmic crash, he plummeted into the depths of the sea at the island's far end, generating towering waves that soared hundreds of meters high. The entire island quaked violently from the sheer force of the impact. In the distance, Android 18 instinctively took a step back, her face etched with an indescribable shock. Is this truly the extent of Luo Feng's power? On the surface of the ocean, a massive whirlpool began to form. In the next moment, with a thunderous roar, a golden figure emerged from the water, filled with unbridled rage and resentment. Once again hovering in midair, it was Vegeta. His gaze was fixated on Luo Feng, madness nearly spilling from his eyes. Luo Feng. Vegeta bellowed in a frenzied roar. Luo Feng's voice resonated in Vegeta's ears. It's too noisy. Extending his hand, Luo Feng grasped Vegeta's golden hair, yanking it downward with great force. Boom. Vegeta's body was once again uncontrollably smashed toward the island below. This time, he did not plunge into the sea but crashed onto the hard rocky surface. The island itself fractured, deep cracks radiating wildly from Vegeta's position. Grasping Vegeta's hair, Luo Feng began to move at high speed across the fractured ground. Sizzling sounds erupted as Vegeta's back scraped violently against the rough terrain, sparks flying and debris scattering. A deep, lengthy chasm was forcibly carved into the earth, stretching for miles. Let me go? You bastard! Vegeta cried out in agony and humiliation, struggling fiercely as he summoned all his strength to strike at Luo Feng. Yet, as soon as his fist was raised, it was effortlessly grasped by Luo Feng's other hand. Crack! His wrist was mercilessly crushed. Vegeta's wail echoed throughout the vast expanse. Luo Feng halted, releasing his grip and allowing Vegeta's body to slump down like a lifeless heap at the end of the chasm. Stand up, Luo Feng commanded coldly, looking down upon him. Vegeta, struggling, used his remaining hand to push against the ground, striving to rise. His pride as a Saiyan prince forbade him from succumbing to defeat. Just then, a figure shot across the horizon at an astonishing speed. Father! It was Trunks, finally arriving on the scene. Upon his arrival, Trunks was met with a sight that threatened to shatter his very spirit. The immensely powerful father now lay on the ground, drenched in blood and utterly disheveled. Before him stood a golden figure, entwined with crackling lightning. It was you. Trunks recognized Luo Feng. What have you done to my father? Rage surged, obliterating all reason. Roaring in fury, Trunks unleashed his power to its utmost, his golden aura soaring to the heavens. He transformed into a streak of light, charging unhesitatingly towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng merely turned, delivering a light punch toward Trunks. Bang! A soft sound echoed. Trunks' advance abruptly halted, his face frozen in an expression of wrath. Then, with a roll of his eyes, he collapsed to the ground. Instant annihilation. Luo Feng glanced at the unconscious Trunks before shifting his gaze to Vegeta, who struggled to rise. Truly, if the stronger cannot prevail, the weaker meet the same fate. You father and son are of such limited caliber. Uffed. Vegeta could no longer restrain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. The oppressive aura around Luo Feng gradually receded, returning him to his usual state of black hair and dark eyes. The suffocating pressure dissipated in an instant. Luo Feng regarded Vegeta and continued. Have you spent just 2 days in the hyperbolic time chamber and forgotten your place? Remember, when you see me in the future, maintain a low profile. Otherwise, I shall confront you each time we meet. Understood? And refrain from troubling Android 18. I will protect her. Do you comprehend, Vegeta? Chapter 65. The warrior questions life. Vegeta cast aside like rubbish in the divine temple. Enveloped in mist, tranquility reigned as always. Mr. Popo tended to the flowers, moving slowly yet with focus. Krillin, Tien, and the others bore grave expressions, sensing the faint yet powerful auras emanating from the hyperbolic time chamber, both familiar and strange. Suddenly, the space warped slightly, and a figure appeared without warning on the marble floor of the temple. It was Luo Feng. Nonchalantly, he discarded 2 bloodied, unconscious individuals onto the ground as though they were mere bags of refuse. Thud, thud. It was Vegeta and Trunks. Gasping, Krillin took a sharp intake of breath, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Vegeta, what is happening? Piccolo's green visage instantly grew solemn. Hadn't Vegeta confidently sought revenge against the androids? Just moments ago, they had felt the surge of Vegeta's formidable energy. Yet now, this once mighty warrior lay here like a lifeless dog. Luo Feng clapped his hands, wearing an air of nonchalance. Oh, it's nothing. This fellow just emerged from within, and perhaps his mind is a bit muddled from training, so he shouted at me. I found him too noisy, so I thought I'd teach him a lesson. Luo Feng's words, delivered so casually, struck the ears of the warriors like a thunderclap. Teach him a lesson? That was indeed the formidable Vegeta, surpassing even the might of a Super Saiyan. Is this what you call education? Krillin opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. He gazed at Luo Feng, his eyes brimming with awe, tinged with a hint of sympathy. Sympathy for Vegeta. Why provoke anyone at all, especially this unfathomable master? Having spoken, Luo Feng paid no heed to the stunned expressions of those around him. With a swift motion, he vanished once more, leaving behind a group of warriors exchanging bewildered glances, their worldview profoundly shaken, and in the center of the temple, 2 unconscious figures sprawled like lifeless dogs. On the small island, the sea breeze remained constant. Number 17 emerged from the water, drenched and seething with fury and indignation. Moments ago, he had been struck by Vegeta's punch, plunging him thousands of meters into the depths. Cursed be that wretched Saiyan. Once I recover, I shall reduce him to a pile of scrap metal. Number 17 seethed in rage. Enough of your shouting, a cool voice interrupted. It was number 18. Leaning against a coconut tree with her arms crossed, she regarded her brother with a frosty gaze. Had it not been for Luo Feng's timely arrival, you might very well have been reduced to mere scrap. Number 17's outburst abruptly halted. He stared at his sister, momentarily speechless. Indeed, had Luo Feng not intervened at the critical moment, the 3 of them might have met their end here today. At that moment, Luo Feng reappeared on the beach. He glanced at the disheveled number 17, and then at number 16, who had remained motionless like a wooden statue throughout. This towering figure possessed remarkable composure. But that was of no concern to Luo Feng. I must take my leave now, Luo Feng announced, breaking the silence. The task was accomplished, the reward secured. It was time to return. Upon hearing this, number 18's body quivered slightly. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Luo Feng. Her expression conveyed reluctance, dependence, and a touch of grievance. Oh, she replied softly, almost wistfully. Luo Feng, observing her demeanor, felt an unexpected tightening in his chest. Truly, he thought. He approached number 18 and extended his hand, intending to tousle her hair. Yet halfway through, he reconsidered, opting instead to pat her shoulder. From now on, refrain from wandering about aimlessly, and don't engage in unnecessary fights. It's perilous. The words sounded absurd even to Luo Feng himself, lacking any persuasive weight. Yet, number 18 listened intently. What if someone comes looking for trouble? She asked quietly, her gaze fixed on him. Then you simply inform them, Luo Feng replied, pausing briefly before adopting a nonchalant tone. The troublemakers are under my protection. With that, Luo Feng turned to depart, leaving number 18 rooted in place. Her mind a blank slate. The only remnants were those domineering yet casual words, echoing in her mind, again and again. I am your protector? She gazed at the vanishing silhouette of Luo Feng, inexplicably compelled to speak. Luo Feng paused momentarily, yet did not turn back. What else can I do? Having caused you so much trouble, I must bear some responsibility. Once those words were uttered, Luo Feng's figure was completely gone. On the beach, only a golden-haired beauty remained, curled up with her knees drawn to her chest, her face buried deeply, while her ears reddened to the point of seeming to bleed. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the earth, within the sewers of a certain city, two green figures were whispering in the darkness. The energy provided by humanity is insufficient, one voice expressed with evident impatience. This was the cell of this era. Moreover, that fellow named Luo Feng possesses a terrifying aura. The moment we expose ourselves, he will detect us. The other voice remained calm, far more sinister. This was the cell from the future. A direct confrontation would yield no victory for us. Yet, a glimmer of cunning flickered in the future cell's eyes. I have devised a superior plan, a scheme that could render us perfect and invincible. In Western capital, at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, late at night, Bulma stifled a yawn and rubbed her bleary eyes. On the screen before her was a complex schematic of Trunks' time machine. What a genius creation. Truly, I am remarkable, Bulma murmured to herself as she studied the time machine. Suddenly, she felt a slight chill at her neck. Before she could react, darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness entirely. A green figure caught her as she began to fall, gently placing her on the nearby sofa. Name: Luo Feng. Combat power: normal state 50 million. Combat power: Super Saiyan state 2. 5 billion. Combat power: Super Saiyan 2 state 5 billion. Core skills: tenfold Kaioken, no side effects. Instant transmission, Kaioshin version. Kamehameha, mastered. Super Saiyan 2 transformation, some basic skills folded. Special status: Lazuli, Android 18. Affection level 85. She feels that being protected by you is rather pleasant. Chapter 66. A parallel world without Luo Feng. Tragedy strikes. In a vast laboratory, chaos reigned. Bulma lay unconscious on the sofa. In the center of the lab, two green figures hovered around a time machine brimming with futuristic technology. One figure appeared more mature and colder, the cell from the future, holding Bulma's dragon radar in hand. The other was the cell from this era. The Earth of this time no longer harbored the soil in which we grew. The future cell's voice resonated. That man named Luo Feng, his existence is illogical. He is the greatest variable on this timeline. Our path to perfection has been utterly blocked here. The cell of this era appeared somewhat agitated. So what shall we do? Shall we merely hide in the sewers, living our lives as mere rats? No. The future cell revealed a triumphant smile. He extended his finger, gently caressing the cold exterior of the time machine. We shall not be rodents. We are destined for a more fertile pasture. A realm devoid of Goku, absent of future Trunks, where everyone remains feeble, a brand new world. There, I shall attain the perfect form that I rightfully deserve. And you shall discover a shortcut to perfection. He laid bare his entire plan. The cell of this era, as he listened, found his eyes growing ever brighter, his breath becoming increasingly labored. What a splendid plan. Let us proceed. I can hardly wait to savor the essence of those formidable warriors. The future cell nodded in satisfaction. Bulma had provided sufficient energy for 2 round trips with this machine. It was as if it had been meticulously prepared for them. With a hum, the hatch of the time machine gradually opened. Let us go. 2 green figures, one after the other, stepped into the cramped cockpit. The hatch sealed shut. The entire time machine began to tremble violently, the surrounding space rippling like a disturbed pond. In the next instant, with a flash of light, the colossal time machine, along with the 2 cells inside, vanished from the laboratory. Silence reigned once more. After a tumultuous jolt and a sensation of tearing, the time machine crashed heavily onto a desolate wasteland. The hatch opened, and the two cells emerged. Oh. The future cell inhaled deeply the air of this era, closing his eyes to savor the moment. This is it. A brand new parallel world. In this realm, Goku has just returned from the cosmos, his strength still not formidable. Vegeta is even weaker than Goku. The warriors of this world are all quite feeble. Most importantly, this parallel world lacks Goku. There is no future cell, no Trunks. It is a pristine script, untouched by anyone. I shall go first, the future cell said to his counterpart. They swiftly located Dr. Gero's underground laboratory. However, at this time, androids 17 and 18 had yet to be successfully modified and would require some time. 2 years later, in Dr. Gero's underground lab, 17 and 18 still lay dormant in their incubation pods. The silhouette of the future cell appeared before the pods, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. This time, you do not have that man named Goku to save you. Bang, bang. Without hesitation, he swung his fists, shattering the glass of the 2 incubation pods. Alarms blared. The slumbering 17 and 18 abruptly opened their eyes. Yet, they had no time to react. The future cell's nightmarish tail had already unfurled its absorbing end. The process of absorption was simple and brutal. The future cell's body began to undergo violent transformations. The once grotesque mandibles have vanished, replaced by a visage strikingly akin to that of humanity, handsome yet sinister. The contours of his physique have become fluid and exquisite. A force so potent that it causes the very earth to tremble erupts from within him. He howls towards the sky, unleashing this surging power. This sensation, this might. I have finally attained perfection. Perfect cell. His battle power effortlessly surpasses 2 billion, then 3 billion, and continues to ascend wildly. Future Cell has completed the key to evolution. Now, he merely needs to absorb sufficient energy to reach his ultimate form. Feeling an unprecedented force coursing through him, Future Cell's confidence swells to its zenith. Perfect Future Cell savors the relentless power within. He glances at the dormant incubation chamber beside him, housing number 16. A greedy glint sparkles in Perfect Future Cell's eyes as he slowly raises his hand. Bang! The sturdy specialized glass shatters with a resounding crash. The green incubation liquid, mingled with shards of glass, spills across the floor. Number 16's towering form suddenly opens its eyes, a fierce crimson glare igniting within. An aura no less formidable than that of number 17 awakens from number 16. Perfect Cell's tail lashes out with the speed of lightning. The absorption aperture at its tip precisely enveloping the entirety of number 16's back. Number 16's imposing body trembles violently before being absorbed by Cell. Perfect Cell emits a satisfied hum. His form undergoes subtle transformations. The once handsome yet nefarious face seems to soften, approaching the true essence of perfection. The power within surges once more, breaching an entirely new threshold, with battle power continually escalating. Ultimately, the two cells journey to the deepest recesses of the laboratory, where a version of Cell still in the incubation phase awaits. Perfect Future Cell refrains from intervening directly. He turns to observe his counterpart behind him, still in its initial form, eyes brimming with greed and desire. Go ahead, consume it. This is your first step towards evolution. The original world cell, unable to contain its eagerness, emits an excited howl and lunges forward. Its sharp mandibles pierce the incubation vessel, devouring both the contained cell and all genetic essence within. Boom. A formidable aura erupts from the original world cell. Its body, reminiscent of an insect, begins to swell and transform violently. Muscles bulge, its stature becoming even more towering and grotesque. The mandibles vanish, supplanted by a face more human-like, yet imbued with an aura of brutality. The second form. After absorbing countless human energies and devouring the complete cell embryo, it finally achieves metamorphosis. Chapter 67. The onset of carnage, a world plunged into utter despair. Roar. The second form of Cell lets out a powerful roar towards the heavens. Perfect Future Cell merely observes him with a cold gaze. Strength alone is far from sufficient. Let us proceed. The sky suddenly darkened. On the desolate Gobi, 7 orange-hued Dragon Balls radiated brilliance. Arise, Shenron. The Perfect Future Cell intoned the incantation. Boom. The 7 Dragon Balls erupted in blinding golden light. A golden beam ascended skyward, piercing the clouds. Within the billowing mist, An enormous Shunron gradually materialized. Speak your wish. Any desire, I can fulfill, but only one. The second form of Cell gazed upon the dragon's colossal figure, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. He even contemplated absorbing this dragon. The perfect future Cell stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of him. My wish is quite simple. He extended a finger towards the second form of Cell. I wish for you to rectify the genetic deficiencies within him. Let him no longer require the absorption of androids 17 and 18, but instead, merely need sufficient life energy to evolve into a perfect form. The dragon's immense eyes, reminiscent of blood-red lanterns, shimmered momentarily. The resounding, majestic voice echoed once more. This wish can be granted. At the instant the words fell, the dragon's eyes burst forth with dazzling red light. An invisible radiance enveloped the second form of Cell in an instant. The second form of Cell trembled violently, acutely aware that some shackles deep within his being had been utterly shattered. Roar! The second form of Cell let out an exhilarated howl. Your wish has been fulfilled. Now, farewell. The dragon's massive form transformed back into a golden light, retreating into the 7 Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls dimmed, becoming ordinary stones, soaring into the sky and dispersing as 7 streaks of light across the corners of the planet. The sky regained its clarity of daylight. Do you feel it? The voice of the perfect future Cell resonated softly. I can feel it. The second form of Cell clenched his fist, sensing the burgeoning desire for evolution within him. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Go forth. Devour all life on this planet. Use their energy to complete your evolution. The second form of Cell licked his grotesque lips. His enormous form transformed into a streak of green light, hurtling towards the most densely populated metropolis. The perfect future Cell hovered in midair, arms crossed. West City. The streets bustled with traffic and vibrant voices. A colossal holographic projection showcased the promotional film of the world champion, Mr. Satan. Children frolicked joyfully in the alleyways, while adults wore smiles radiating the happiness of peaceful times. No one noticed the demonic figure slowly descending from the sky. The second form of Cell landed in the heart of the city square. What manner of monster is that? A passerby pointed at Cell, his voice trembling. Panic spread like a virus. The crowd began to scatter in all directions. How delightful! In his second form, Cell revealed a cruel smile, his tail resembling the scythe of death, suddenly piercing into the throng of people. 1, 2, 10, 100 piercing screams abruptly ceased. Countless life energies transformed into the purest sustenance, flooding into Cell's being, causing his power to ascend rapidly. In the divine realm, Dend, who had been meditating, abruptly opened his eyes, his expression darkening in an instant. Countless life forces on Earth were vanishing at a terrifying pace. Swish! Goku's figure appeared in the temple with unprecedented gravity etched upon his face. Den, do you feel it? He inquired. Den nodded gravely. A monster is devouring life on Earth. Before he could finish, Vegeta, Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, and the young Gohan arrived at the temple in quick succession. What a terrifying energy! Krillin's voice trembled. This evil presence is even greater than Frieza. Vegeta's expression darkened. Whatever it is, daring to wreak havoc in my domain shall be reduced to cosmic dust. Let us go, Goku commanded, transforming into a streak of golden light as he sped towards the source of the malevolent energy, with the warriors closely following. Upon reaching West City, they found the entire city had become a desolate wasteland. There were no cries, no screams, not a hint of life. Only the grotesque green monster stood in the square, relishing the aftermath of his feast amidst the piles of corpses. Oh! The second form of Cell turned to face the arriving warriors. Another group of delightful snacks. How dare you? Vegeta seethed, his golden aura erupting as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Die! He clasped his hands together, a dazzling energy beam rapidly coalescing in his palms. Gallic Gun. Boom! The planet-destroying energy blast struck Cell squarely. As the dust settled, Cell remained unscathed, not even flinching. Not bad, Cell remarked. But it's akin to a mere tickle. What? Vegeta's pupils constricted. Kakarot. Together, Goku, already transformed into a Super Saiyan, stood shoulder to shoulder with Vegeta. Kamehameha. Gallic Gun. The two most formidable energy waves merged into a thicker, more ferocious beam, engulfing Cell once more. Thunderous roars echoed as the explosion resonated throughout the continent. Yet, as the light dissipated, Cell stood unchanged, boredom etched upon his face. How dull. So very dull. In an instant, his figure vanished. Bang! Goku and Vegeta, unable to comprehend his swift movement, simultaneously received a heavy blow to their abdomens. The two figures resembled kites severed from their strings, soaring through the air before crashing violently into the distant ruins. Mr. Wukong, Dad! Krillin and Gohan exclaimed in shock. It is your turn now. The gaze of Cell fell upon the remaining individuals. At that moment, an even more terrifying energy descended from above. The perfect future Cell landed slowly in the center of the battlefield. Have you had enough fun? He inquired coolly regarding his counterparts. Allow me to handle these little snacks. You shall devour all the remaining humans on this planet. Once you have completed your evolution, we will have more significant matters to attend to. Understood. The second form of Cell nodded, vanishing in an instant. The perfect future Cell turned to gaze at Goku and Vegeta, who were struggling to rise from the rubble. An elegant yet cruel smile graced his face. Thus, the final supper begins. The perfect future Cell did not afford anyone a moment to react. Goku's body suddenly froze. He could feel the power within him dissipating at an astonishing rate. His consciousness began to blur, and fleeting images of Chi-Chi and Gohan flashed before him. Gohan. This was the last utterance he would leave in this world. Dad! Gohan cried out in anguish, and the dormant potential within him erupted violently, spurred by rage and sorrow. A golden aura surged skyward. Oh! A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the perfect Cell. Impressive potential. However, it now belongs to me. In quick succession, Gohan was absorbed by the perfect future Cell, followed by Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien. In less than a minute, the mightiest warriors on Earth had been transformed into sustenance for his flawless form. The perfect future Cell stood quietly, arms crossed, relishing the overwhelming power swelling within him. Days later, the second form of Cell returned. He had consumed the last remaining life on this planet. At this moment, the energy accumulated within him had reached a critical threshold. With a pained yet liberating roar, he was enveloped in blinding light. Muscles, bones, cells, genetic sequences, everything underwent a monumental and flawless metamorphosis. As the brilliance faded, another perfect Cell emerged upon the desolate Earth. Chapter 68. The Birth of Ultimate Lightning Cell. The original world Cell felt an overwhelming force within him, as if it could tear the heavens asunder, and let out an exhilarating roar. It is accomplished. I too am perfect. The Cell from the original world gazed at his fluid and powerful form, lost in ecstasy. He turned to observe his counterpart not far away, arms crossed, bearing an indifferent expression, the one from the future who had achieved perfection before him. We have succeeded. We are the most perfect beings in this universe. He proclaimed with fervor. No, in the future, perfect Cell, or rather now referred to as Ultimate Cell, slowly shook his head. The smile at the corner of his lips bore an enigmatic yet elegant cruelty. A perfect being requires only one. The original world's Cell momentarily faltered in ecstasy, failing to comprehend the meaning behind these words. What does it mean? Ultimate Cell did not respond. Instead, he extended a single finger and gently pointed at the original world's Cell. Whoosh! A slender, yet supremely swift, purple beam instantly pierced through the chest of the original world's Cell. The original world's Cell's pupils dilated in shock as he looked down to see a massive, smoldering void in his chest. His face was etched with disbelief. Why? With great effort, he lifted his gaze towards the still nonchalant Ultimate Cell. Were they not kindred spirits? Were they not comrades? Had they not just fought side by side to annihilate this planet and achieve ultimate evolution together? Why? Ultimate Cell seemed to hear the most amusing joke, letting out a light chuckle. Did you truly believe we were equals? As he slowly approached his counterpart, his eyes brimmed with condescending pity. I have absorbed the likes of Android 17, 18, 16, even that world's son Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. My perfection is built upon the corpses of countless powerful beings, a true embodiment of perfection amalgamating myriad strengths. And you? You merely took a shortcut using the Dragon's power. Your perfection is flawed, cheap, and illusory. Your existence is but a means to serve as my ultimate sustenance. Bastard. The original world's Cell finally comprehended the ruse. From the very beginning, this was a deception. All the talk of alliance and cooperation was nothing but utter nonsense. His counterpart had merely been exploiting him, treating him as fodder and eventually, the final delicacy. Roar. Anger and humiliation ignited all the power within the original world's Cell. His immense aura erupted violently. I shall kill you. He transformed into a green lightning bolt, launching a full-force punch towards Ultimate Cell's face. This was his ultimate form's most potent strike. However, Ultimate Cell merely raised a hand at a leisurely pace. Snap! With a soft sound, that fist capable of obliterating stars was effortlessly caught in the palm of Ultimate Cell's hand. What? The original World-S Cell felt as though his fist had struck an immovable barrier. Pathetically weak, Ultimate Cell shook his head, his tone dripping with undisguised disappointment. Your power, your speed, your realm, all far too coarse. Simply put, you are like a defective product. Crack! Ultimate Cell exerted pressure with his fingers, shattering the original World-S Cell's knuckles with a resounding crunch. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from the original World-S Cell. Allow me to show you what, indeed, constitutes true perfection. The Ultimate Cell's figure stirred. With the utmost simplicity, he took a step forward. Then, with a single punch, boom, the abdomen of the original World-S Cell caved in instantaneously. His body was propelled backward like a cannonball, shattering every remaining mountain on the horizon. The Ultimate Cell's presence, ever relentless, appeared instantaneously in the trajectory of his flight. Another whip-like kick struck fiercely against his back. Thunderous. The original World-S Cell was sent spiraling downward, crashing into the fractured earth from a great height. The ground crumbled once more, revealing a bottomless pit upon this ravaged planet. Gasping, the original World-S Cell lay at the pit's bottom, spewing green blood, unable to move even a finger. Defeated. Utterly, irrevocably defeated. His once perfect form stood as nothing more than a jest before his adversary. A shadow loomed over him. The Ultimate Cell descended slowly, landing before him. It is finished. Become a part of me. This is your soul worth. Behind the Ultimate Cell, the tail that had absorbed countless powerful beings unfurled its nefarious tip. No, no. The original World-S Cell's eyes brimmed with terror. Yet, it was too late. The tail enveloped him. Boom. An unprecedented aura, terrifying enough to send tremors throughout the entire galaxy, erupted from within the Ultimate Cell. His body underwent yet another transformation, achieving a state of even greater perfection. Ultimate Lightning Cell. Combat power, 35 billion. The Ultimate Lightning Cell closed his eyes, savoring the divine power coursing within him. This sensation was exquisite. This universe held no further value. It was time to return. A sinister smile, wicked to the extreme, curled at the corners of the Ultimate Lightning Cell's mouth. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation in West City, a shriek pierced the morning tranquility. Bulma stared at her laboratory, now a chaotic mess, her expression one of disbelief. What horrified her even more was the central time machine, missing. This is bad. This is dire. Bulma hastily contacted Vegeta and the others. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo. There has been a catastrophe. The time machine has been stolen. I was just studying it last night, having replenished enough energy for 2 round trips. And when I woke up this morning, it was gone. Chapter 69. A Great Crisis, the Ultimate Lightning Cell Strikes. In the original timeline on Earth, Luo Feng lay in his reclining chair, basking in the rare afternoon sun, leisurely and content. Suddenly, the alarm of the system blared. Warning! Warning! A significant threat from a parallel timeline has been detected. Threat source identified. Ultimate Lightning Cell. Luo Feng jolted upright from his chair, his expression turning grave. Event Rewind initiated. A series of cold, despairing images flickered through Luo Feng's mind like a film played at high speed. The time machine had been stolen. 2 cell beings traversed into an entirely new parallel dimension. In that realm, Luo Feng did not exist, and everything was alarmingly fragile. The future cell effortlessly absorbed androids 17, 18, and 16, evolving into a perfect form. He even consumed all the formidable warriors of that world, including Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, transforming them into his ideal sustenance. Subsequently, he devised a cunning scheme, absorbing another version of himself who had taken a shortcut to perfection through the Dragon Shinran's wish. The fusion of these 2 perfect entities birthed an unprecedented, ultimate monstrosity. Ultimate Lightning Cell, Combat Power Assessment, 35 billion. Target status, current timeline locked. Returning through the time rift. Estimated arrival time, 72 hours. 35 billion. Luo Feng took a deep breath. This combat power was indeed terrifying. Even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, His strength barely reached over 50 billion. Divine selection has been forcibly activated. Please make a choice, host. A luminous screen unfolded before him. Option 1. Ultimate Secret Flee. Utilize Capsule Corporation's reserve energy to escape Earth immediately. Reward: none. Option 2. For the sake of a peaceful tomorrow. Assemble all available forces in this timeline and confront Ultimate Lightning Cell head-on. Reward: to be determined. Please gather all warriors to trigger the next phase of selection. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Feng chose the second option. Whoosh. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. On a small island, the sea breeze gently caressed the air, while Android 18 idly kicked at the sand. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appeared before her. Luo Feng. A glimmer of surprise illuminated 18's features, yet she quickly sensed something amiss. Luo Feng's expression was grave, devoid of his usual carefree demeanor. Something was amiss. His voice was somber. A terrifying monster is approaching. He succinctly relayed the situation regarding Cell and the desolate parallel world to 18, 17, and 16. Without hesitation, 18 stepped closer to Luo Feng. I will accompany you. She had faith in him. Luo Feng nodded, placing a hand on the shoulders of 18 and 17 while his other hand rested on 16. Hold on tight. Buzz. The instant transmission activated. The Divine Realm. When Luo Feng and the three androids materialized out of thin air, the warriors, who were already frazzled over the theft of the time machine, were momentarily stunned. Androids. Krillin stepped back in fright. Vegeta erupted in a golden aura, his expression rife with caution. Luo Feng, what have you brought them here for? Silence. Let me speak. To be brief, Bulma's time machine has been stolen, and I trust you are already aware of this. The culprits are two cells, one from our era and the other from the future. They ventured into a parallel universe devoid of our presence, spending 2 years consuming nearly everything available in that realm, including the likes of Android 17, 18, 16, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan. With each name uttered by Luo Feng, the expressions of those present darkened further, particularly upon hearing her and her brother's names. Android 18's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Vegeta's fists were clenched tightly, cracking ominously, with veins pulsating at his temples. That scoundrel! How dare he threaten Bulma? Do not rush, Vegeta. Luo Feng shot him a glance before continuing. The crux of the matter is that the future-dwelling Cell, after devouring all the formidable warriors, including his own kind, has evolved into something we find difficult to comprehend. He paused, seemingly contemplating the appropriate term to describe it. Let me put it this way. His combat power is approximately 35 billion. A profound silence enveloped the entire Divine Temple, the atmosphere becoming palpably oppressive. Doubts flickered in the minds of the crowd. Had Luo Feng miscalculated the figure? 35 billion? Krillin's mouth gaped open, his mind blank. What does such a number even signify? Frieza only possessed a combat power of just over 1 million. A creature with 35 billion, amalgamating the powers of over 300 Friezas? The flicker of anger ignited in Vegeta was doused instantly by a deluge of despair. An unprecedented sense of hopelessness cloaked every warrior's heart. Ha ha ha, Krillin chuckled nervously. Luo Feng, you must be joking, right? Is this some kind of hellish joke? Luo Feng offered no reply, merely observing the crowd in silence. At that moment, a clear yet trembling voice broke through the tension. What shall we do? It was Android 18, gazing at Luo Feng with eyes full of reliance. His gaze fell upon her face, and he responded with a gentle smile. Do not be afraid. I am here. Those simple words instantly dispelled all fear from 18's heart, her cheeks inexplicably warming. What are we afraid of? A thunderous shout interrupted the eerie atmosphere. It was Vegeta. What of 35 billion? I, Prince Vegeta, shall never sit idly by. Kakarot. We must return to the hyperbolic time chamber. Goku shook his head gravely. It's futile, Vegeta. Even with another year of training, we could never reach that level. Then what do you suggest we do? Wait for death. Vegeta roared. Chapter 70. Taking on disciples, Gohan. Powering up in the hyperbolic time chamber. After some debate, it was ultimately Luo Feng who spoke up. Everyone, quiet down. There is indeed a solution. His gaze landed on Gohan. The hope of defeating Cell lies not within us, he declared, pointing at Gohan, but within him. Ding. Special mission released. The strongest individual. Mission description. A crisis has arrived. Please accept Gohan as your disciple and unleash his potential to the fullest, enabling him to confront the ultimate threat of Cell. The words of Luo Feng drew the attention of all, fixating on Gohan. Was he truly the sole hope to vanquish the monstrous entity with a battle power of 35 billion? Mr. Luo Feng, Goku was the first to speak. I acknowledge Gohan's immense potential, but are you jesting? Vegeta's reaction was the most vehement. He pointed at Gohan, incredulous. This little brat. His battle power is insufficient even against me. You intend for him to face a creature with 35 billion in strength. Are you seeking to hasten our demise? Piccolo nodded in agreement, voicing his concerns. Gohan's potential is vast, yet it hinges on extreme anger and emotional upheaval. That is an unstable and uncontrollable force. Vegeta scoffed derisively. What a monumental joke. Disregarding Vegeta's outburst, Luo Feng approached Gohan and knelt before him. If we do not eliminate Cell, everyone will be devoured by him. In another realm, all have already fallen to his might. Thus, we require strength to defeat Cell. Luo Feng continued, and that strength lies within you, Gohan. His tone grew earnest. Are you willing to take me as your master? Allow me to guide the power within you. Gohan was momentarily stunned. He glanced at Luo Feng, then turned to his father, Goku, and to Piccolo, who was like a father figure to him. Goku offered an encouraging smile and nodded firmly. Piccolo, too, softened his demeanor. Speaking in a solemn tone, Gohan, trust Luo Feng. Taking a deep breath, Gohan's face reflected determination. He bowed respectfully to Luo Feng. Master Luo Feng, I am willing. Ding. The strongest individual task has been accepted. Novice benefit. Grants the host the ability to unlock a disciple's latent potential, instantly activating the first stage of their hidden power. Shall it be used immediately? System, activate, Luo Feng silently commanded. Simultaneously, he extended his hand gently onto Gohan's head. Very well, then, as a gesture of apprenticeship, allow me to bestow upon you a small gift. In that instant, an indescribable, vast power, as boundless as the sea of stars, surged from Gohan's small frame, erupting skyward. A golden aura, akin to a volcanic explosion, enveloped the entire sacred temple. Gohan's black hair stood on end, transformed into a resplendent gold in the tempest of energy. Super Saiyan. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His battle power skyrocketed at an unprecedented pace. 100 million, 500 million, 1 billion, 1.5 billion. Ultimately, it stabilized at a staggering height of 2 billion. The entire celestial hall was enveloped in a sudden and terrifying aura, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Vegeta was utterly bewildered. What had he just witnessed? A mere child, who had previously been far inferior to him, had surpassed his combat power with just a gentle touch to the head. What kind of fantastical realm was this? Once again, Vegeta's worldview was shattered into pieces. Gohan, too, found himself staring blankly at his own hands, feeling the vast power within him that was both familiar and strange. Is this truly my strength? Luo Feng withdrew his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, it was impressive, yet still insufficient. He turned towards the door leading to the hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan, follow me. The true training begins now. In the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan gazed at the man before him, his new teacher, Luo Feng, who maintained an air of nonchalance. Teacher, what shall we do next? Luo Feng stretched lazily. What shall we do? Quite simple. First, you will endure a beating. Gohan was taken aback. A beating? Yes, Luo Feng chuckled. Do you know what is most unreasonable about Saiyans? Is it their potential? Gohan ventured a guess. No, Luo Feng shook his head. It is that the more battered they become, the stronger their attacks grow. This phenomenon is known as the near-death experience. To put it plainly, as long as you are not dead, being revived allows your combat power to soar. It defies logic, yet it is quintessentially Saiyan. Gohan felt bewildered, sensing that what his teacher was about to do might be exceedingly terrifying. Luo Feng produced a senzu bean from his pocket. Behold, the senzu bean, the divine herb that fully revives you. Thus, our training plan is quite straightforward. Luo Feng's smile grew increasingly warm and inviting. Step 1. I will beat you to near death. Step 2. I will feed you this. Step 3. Once you grow stronger, I shall beat you to near death again. This cycle will continue until your body expands like a balloon. Gohan's face turned pale, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. Is this truly training? This is nothing short of torture. It's hell. How can this be? He instinctively took a step back. Luo Feng's smile faded, replaced by a profound gaze. Gohan, do you believe that the creature known as Cell will engage in reasoned discourse with you? Will he show mercy simply because you are a child? In your moments of hesitation and fear, he will devour you, your father, Uncle Piccolo, and everyone you know on Earth. Just as he did in another world, leaving nothing but bones behind. Name: Luo Feng. Combat power: normal state 100 million. Combat power: Super Saiyan state 5 billion. Combat power: Super Saiyan 2 state 10 billion. Combat power: Super Saiyan 3 state 40 billion. Core skills: Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Tenfold King Kai Fist, without side effects. Instant transmission, God of Destruction version. Mastered Kamehameha. Some basic skills have been folded. Special status: lazily, Android 18. Affection level 90. He truly seems capable of creating miracles. Chapter 71. Gohan. Let me witness the limits of your fury. Retreat? Evade. There is no path left behind him. Gohan clenched his little fists tightly. He raised his head. I understand now. Master. Bring it on. Excellent. Luo Feng nodded in approval. Having resolve makes you a good child. Now, as a reward for your newfound courage, Luo Feng's figure vanished from sight in an instant. Gohan's pupils constricted sharply. He felt an irresistible force surge from his abdomen. Spitting blood, Gohan was propelled like a kite severed from its string, soaring high before crashing heavily to the ground. It hurt. Just as Gohan was on the verge of losing consciousness, a senzu bean was delivered to his mouth. Boom! A surge of power erupted explosively from the depths of Gohan's being. He sprang up from the ground, gazing at his hands, feeling the overwhelming strength coursing through him. Is this the sensation of becoming stronger? Pain has yielded power. It turns out what Master said was true. Luo Feng observed Gohan and inquired, how does it feel? Very, very strong. Gohan exclaimed excitedly. This is what you call strong? Luo Feng chuckled lightly. Don't be hasty. This is merely an appetizer. The true hell has only just begun. No sooner had he spoken, his figure vanished once more. In the pure white expanse, time became utterly meaningless. Perhaps it was a day, or a month. Gohan could no longer remember how many times he had been grievously wounded. Each instance brought excruciating pain as his body was utterly destroyed. Then came the ecstasy of recovery through senzu beans, a surge of power overwhelming him. From initial fear and resistance, to subsequent numbness and acceptance. Now, he felt anticipation. Bang! Once again, his body was sent flying by a kick from Luo Feng, carving a long trench into the pristine ground. Struggling to lift his head, he wiped the blood from his lips, yet his gaze was exceptionally bright. Master, once more? Luo Feng's figure slowly approached him, tossing him a senzu bean. Eat it. Without hesitation, Gohan swallowed it, savoring the exhilarating sensation of power filling his entire being once more. Gohan's combat power in its normal state had remarkably surpassed the astounding threshold of 100 million during this prolonged cycle of self-inflicted torment. Excellent. Luo Feng regarded Gohan, whose eyes now brimmed with a hint of madness and brutality. The surge of power has become an addiction for you. However, Gohan, remember this. Uncontrolled power is not strength. It is calamity. Your current state is perilous. Gohan paused, glancing down at his hands. Indeed, he felt an overwhelming desire for destruction, yearning to find something to obliterate. The training is about to change, said Luo Feng. Forget about that near-death experience. From this moment forth, what you must learn is control. With a snap of his fingers, a resounding boom echoed. A golden aura instantly erupted from him, unlike any Super Saiyan Gohan had ever encountered. This aura was gentle and restrained, devoid of any trace of ferocity. Luo Feng appeared like a colossal golden light bulb, calm and serene. This is the full power of a Super Saiyan, Luo Feng stated nonchalantly. It differs from Vegeta. Vegeta embodies explosive intensity, whereas this is about restraint, locking all power within the body. Consider this transformation your norm. Eating, sleeping, even relieving yourself must be done in this form. When you can calmly read a comic book in Super Saiyan state, you will have mastered it. Channel your anger inward, transforming it into fuel rather than allowing it to consume your reason. In the following days, the spirit time room was devoid of Gohan's anguished cries. Instead, two golden figures engaged in monotonous daily activities, meditating, eating, sleeping. Luo Feng even produced a deck of cards from who knows where, teaching Gohan the game of poker. Gohan transitioned from initial restlessness to gradual tranquility. He began to learn how to confine that boiling power within himself. The golden aura surrounding him transformed from wild and unruly to increasingly gentle and subdued. At last, Gohan's golden aura completely dissipated, merging with his being. His hair remained golden, yet his demeanor was as tranquil as water. He had succeeded. Full power Super Saiyan. Gohan, Super Saiyan full power. Combat power, 5 billion. Well done. Luo Feng's voice rang out. You have performed admirably, even surpassing Goku in talent. You are already formidable. Even if Goku and Vegeta teamed up, they would not be your match. Gohan rose, bowing deeply to Luo Feng. Thank you, Master. No need to rush your gratitude, Luo Feng said, stretching his limbs. Full power merely grants you the ticket to face skilled opponents. You remain far from defeating that 35 billion monster. Gohan's eyes sharpened instantly. Master, what must I do? Luo Feng looked at him, a grin spreading across his face. It's simple. Do you believe that Super Saiyan is the pinnacle of Saiyan power? Is there more beyond it? Certainly. Luo Feng pointed to himself. For instance, me? Then, he gestured towards Gohan. For instance, you in the future. The walls of the Super Saiyan are high and thick, yet they are not an impenetrable ceiling. Today, I shall instruct you on how to shatter this wall. Luo Feng paused, his gaze turning profoundly serious. Gohan, what lies ahead will be 100 times more agonizing than your previous near-death training, for that was merely a physical torment. This time, it shall be a trial of the spirit. Are you prepared? Gohan took a deep breath, his eyes unwavering. I am ready, Master. Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Now, let me witness how your fury can elevate you when you behold your father and Uncle Piccolo being absorbed inch by Cell, transforming into a puddle of green sludge. Chapter 72. The Authentic Illusion. Gohan's wrathful transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Ding. System Special Privilege activated. Authentic Illusion. Privilege description. Allows the master to construct a singularly authentic illusionary trial for the disciple, where all senses, energy impacts, and emotional fluctuations will be synchronized at 100. Shall we initiate? A faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips. Here it comes, Gohan. You are about to witness scenes that will be difficult for you to accept. Remember, they are all illusory. Gohan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded firmly. I understand, Master. For the sake of defeating Cell, I can endure anything. All right, prepare yourself. Luo Feng silently intoned. System, activate the illusion, target, ultimate lightning cell, scene, West City ruins. Buzz. In the next moment, the heavens shattered and the earth quaked. Beneath him lay not a smooth surface, but a city in ruins, riddled with cracks and corpses. The sky was a sinister shade of dark red, and the air was thick with the scent of blood and despair. A figure floated gracefully in midair. Perfect, malevolent. It was none other than the ultimate lightning cell. What is this? Gohan's pupils constricted instantly, even knowing it was an illusion. The suffocating pressure of a staggering 35 billion battle power rendered him completely rigid. Oh, a little insect? The cell within the illusion noticed Gohan, displaying a smile akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Just then, several familiar figures emerged from the ruins, standing protectively before Gohan. It was Son Goku, along with Piccolo, Vegeta, Krillin, and Tien. All the warriors bore wounds. Gohan, run! Son Goku shouted back at him. Father! Gohan's heart lurched violently. It felt too real. This was no mere illusion. The urgency etched on his father's face and the blood at the corner of his mouth were painfully vivid. A pitiful swarm of ants still wishes to enact a touching father-son drama? Cell scoffed disdainfully. He moved, and his speed was so swift that no one could discern his action. Thud! The nearest Piccolo's body suddenly stiffened. A green hand erupted from his chest. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan let out a heart-wrenching scream. The tail of Cell unfurled, enveloping Piccolo's back. Under Gohan's horrified gaze, the towering figure of Piccolo was gradually drawn into the maw of Cell's tail. Ultimately, only a tattered cloak remained, drifting to the ground. No. Fury. An unprecedented fury erupted within Gohan's chest, like a volcano. Oh. A golden aura surged around him with wild abandon. Next, it will be you. Cell's gaze fell upon Goku. He refrained from immediate absorption, instead extending his finger, methodically crushing Goku's limbs, one by one. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering bones resonated clearly in Gohan's ears. Gohan, Goku, in excruciating pain, struggled to utter 2 words, his eyes pleading for Gohan to flee. Then, Cell's tail descended upon him. No, please, no. Gohan knelt on the ground, his face stained with tears and snot. He reached out, desperate to intervene, yet powerless to act. All he could do was watch helplessly as his father, that eternally formidable figure, was reduced to a pool of green ichor amidst a satisfied gurgle. Father! Boom! Something shattered deep within Gohan's soul. The golden aura was instantly ensnared by countless bolts of furious lightning. Gohan's hair stood on end. The innocence and kindness in his eyes replaced by boundless rage and murderous intent. His muscles swelled, his power surging exponentially. 5 billion, 10 billion, 15 billion, 20 billion. Ultimately, his fighting power stabilized at a staggering 25 billion. Super Saiyan 2. So, Gohan's voice echoed as if he had returned from the depths of hell. He transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging toward the demon. Yet, the illusion ceased at that moment. Buzz. Everything around him reverted to the pure white confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan maintained his Super Saiyan 2 form, adorned in crackling lightning, gasping for breath. Tears streaming down his face. He collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Luo Feng approached him slowly, offering no comfort, merely observing in silence. The hell of the mind is the most potent catalyst. He glanced at the system's assessment. Gohan, Super Saiyan 2 initial stage, power level, 25 billion. Luo Feng shook his head slightly, murmuring to himself. It's still lacking. The rage is not pure enough. Gohan lifted his gaze, his eyes red, looking at Luo Feng. Master, how do I feel? Luo Feng did not inquire about his emotions, only about his sensations. Gohan clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented explosive power within him, as though it could tear everything asunder. Very strong. Extremely strong. Can I defeat him now? Gohan's eyes brimmed with a thirst for vengeance. Defeat him? Luo Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. If you rush out now, you are still no match for Ultimate Lightning Cell. Why? Gohan suddenly sprang to his feet, the crackling of electricity surging through him, his emotions running high. My combat power has increased so significantly. Combat power? Gohan. Allow me to pose a query. Can a knife, wielded by a 3-year-old child, slay an adult tiger? Gohan was taken aback. Strength. If you cannot master it completely, then it does not truly belong to you. It merely resides within you, a beast that could turn against you at any moment. As Luo Feng spoke, he stretched his neck. Come, strike me. With your current form and all your might, attack me. Let me see just how much substance lies within your claimed combat power of 25 billion. Teacher, Gohan hesitated, fearing he might harm Luo Feng. Enough of your hesitation. Luo Feng's gaze sharpened suddenly. Channel that fervor you wish to unleash upon Cell. Otherwise, you are unworthy to stand before him. A chill ran through Gohan. Taking a deep breath, he redirected his fury towards his teacher. I beg your pardon, teacher. With a fierce roar, Gohan's figure vanished in an instant. Chapter 73, The Final Transformation. Gohan's combat power soars to 36 billion. In the next moment, Gohan reappeared behind Luo Feng, his fist enveloped in golden lightning, wielding cataclysmic power as it surged toward Luo Feng's back. This was Gohan's swiftest and most potent strike, possessing a staggering 10 billion in combat strength. Luo Feng instantly transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form. Golden flames erupted from his body, crackling electricity enveloping him as well. Then, with a simple step to the left, boom! Gohan's fist grazed Luo Feng's clothing, the ferocious wind from his punch creating ripples in the distant space. A miss. Gohan swiftly changed tactics, executing a spinning kick that tore through the air with a sonic boom, aimed at Luo Feng's waist. Quick, precise, fierce. Yet, Luo Feng's movements were swifter still. He merely leaned back slightly, his body forming an incredible arc, allowing the leg capable of shattering mountains to sweep past his nose. Throughout, Luo Feng kept his hands in his pockets, his posture unchanging. Too slow. Your power is too scattered. Your anger has cost you your accuracy. Luo Feng's voice resonated clearly in Gohan's ears. Impossible. Gohan roared, his assault growing ever more frenzied. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, energy blasts. In an instant, the entire hyperbolic time chamber was engulfed by Gohan's tempestuous onslaught. Each strike was infused with terrifying force. Amidst this relentless barrage, Luo Feng's figure moved like a leaf in the wind. No matter how swift or fierce Gohan's strikes became, Luo Feng evaded with minimal movements at precisely the right moments. 10 minutes later, Gohan came to a halt, leaning against his knee, panting heavily. The Super Saiyan 2 transformation demanded immense stamina, especially with such unrestrained full-force attacks. How can this be? The disbelief was etched across Gohan's face. He clearly sensed that his strength had reached its zenith, yet he wondered why he could not even graze the hem of his teacher's garment. Have you come to understand? Gohan. Luo Feng spoke slowly. Your combat power of 25 billion is merely a jest in my presence, for I comprehend far better what true power entails. Come. Luo Feng beckoned with a flick of his finger. Allow me to demonstrate the art of combat. Luo Feng's figure moved, devoid of ferocious roars or superfluous gestures. He simply delivered a straightforward punch. Gohan's instinctual combat reflex prompted him to raise his arms in defense. Bang! The moment their arms collided, Gohan was sent hurtling backwards. Before he could regain his footing, Luo Feng's silhouette loomed above him. A swift hand strike landed precisely on the nape of Gohan's neck, plunging him into darkness as his Super Saiyan transformation was abruptly dispelled, causing him to crash to the ground like a stone. Instantaneous defeat. With less than half of his strength, Luo Feng had achieved a decisive victory. Gohan lay on the ground, his consciousness hazy, overwhelmed by an endless sense of shock. Get up, Luo Feng's cold voice rang out. The battle is not yet over. Until you learn to control your power, this practical lesson will persist. Gohan, remember, though your battle power is exceedingly high, you are yet unable to wield this strength at will. Gohan could no longer recall how many times he had been defeated by Luo Feng. 10 times? 100 times? Repeated confrontations eventually led Gohan to begin mastering this surging power. After an indeterminate number of defeats, he rose once more, transforming again into Super Saiyan 2. This time, although the lightning around him remained wild, Gohan's gaze was unprecedentedly focused. Oh, a flicker of approval crossed Luo Feng's eyes. Have you come to a realization? Yes, teacher. Gohan took a deep breath. Let us go again. Luo Feng chuckled. You are worth teaching. Bang, bang, bang. In the pristine white expanse, 2 golden bolts of lightning commenced a genuine clash. Gohan still found himself at a disadvantage, continuously sustaining injuries. Yet he was no longer being effortlessly defeated. He began to deflect his teacher's attacks, and even managed to launch effective counterattacks during moments of defense. He was absorbing combat experience at a terrifying pace, gradually transforming that colossal power of 25 billion into his own. Finally, boom. Gohan's fist collided heavily with Luo Feng's, and both retreated 3 steps, achieving a stalemate. Haha. Not bad. Not bad. Luo Feng laughed heartily, reverting to his normal form. Gohan, you have learned to harness this power. Only now do you qualify as a true warrior. Thank you, teacher. Gohan also returned to his original form, bowing respectfully to Luo Feng, his face alight with genuine joy and gratitude. Do not rush to express your thanks. Luo Feng's smile gradually faded. 25 billion is still insufficient. Gohan's smile was frozen on his face. Was it not enough? It was insufficient. Luo Feng's gaze turned exceedingly serious. The ultimate lightning cell was a perfect fusion of 2 cells. His combat experience and regenerative abilities surpassed all imagination. To ensure victory, one must exert absolute dominance and power over him. As Luo Feng spoke, he reached into his pocket and retrieved the last senzu bean. Gohan, do you remember our initial training? Gohan's body involuntarily trembled. The fear of being beaten to the brink of death surged anew. The teacher still, indeed. Luo Feng's tone brooked no dissent. This is the final time, and the most audacious. Hold the senzu bean in your mouth. I will unleash my full strength to bring you to the brink of breath. Then, consume this senzu bean. Do you dare? Gohan recalled the haunting images in the illusion, his father and Uncle Piccolo's tragic demise. I dare. Excellent. Luo Feng ceased his unnecessary words and handed the senzu bean to Gohan. He took a deep breath, a presence far surpassing any previous moment erupted from within him. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, his brow pronounced, and his gaze turned cold and primal. No eyebrows. Super Saiyan 3. Boom. A battle power of 40 billion surged forth like a tangible ocean, instantly engulfing the entire hyperbolic time chamber. This was the true power of the teacher. Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you ready, Gohan? Upon hearing this, Gohan immediately raised his energy to its peak and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Luo Feng and Gohan began a frenzied collision. Soon, Gohan was utterly overwhelmed by Luo Feng's formidable strength. Finally, with a mere finger, Luo Feng unleashed a terrifying beam of energy that pierced through Gohan's chest. Agony. The severing of consciousness, the arrival of death. Just as Gohan was on the verge of sinking into darkness, he swallowed the senzu bean. Boom! An indescribable surge of life potential erupted from the depths of Gohan's being. His body began to undergo a monumental transformation. 25 billion. 28 billion. Ultimately, under Luo Feng's astonished gaze, this number surpassed Cell, stabilizing at an astounding 36 billion. As the radiance faded, Gohan quietly hovered in midair, in his Super Saiyan 2 form. His energy was as profound as the ocean, his gaze calm as a deep abyss. Gohan had completely mastered this power. Chapter 74, Uncle Vegeta. You truly are no match for me. Luo Feng patted Gohan's shoulder with satisfaction. Well done. A year has nearly passed. Let us depart. Those outside are likely anxious. Luo Feng led Gohan towards the softly glowing door. Click. The door swung open. The familiar light and air from the outside rushed in. Outside, Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Android 18, and all the warriors stood guard. The door had opened. The blinding light compelled everyone to instinctively squint. Two figures, one in front of the other, slowly emerged from within the door. Leading the way was Luo Feng. Ah, the air outside is so refreshing, he murmured. As the gaze of the crowd fell upon the youth trailing behind Luo Feng, disbelief washed over them. Was that Gohan? With black hair and dark eyes, clad in a somewhat tattered battle suit, he appeared to have grown taller. However, Gohan's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. If the Gohan before had still carried the innocence and naivety of a child, the present Gohan exuded a restrained brilliance, radiating a confidence and strength that demanded respect. Gohan. Son Goku was the first to speak, his voice tinged with uncertainty and astonishment. He sensed an unfathomable power emanating from his son. Dad, Gohan said, offering a faint smile to Son Goku. You. Son Goku stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. You did it. Piccolo's green visage mirrored shock, yet it also bore a sense of pride, having watched him grow. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others stood dumbfounded, utterly incapable of comprehending the monumental change in Gohan. Among the crowd, Vegeta stared intently at Son Gohan, veins on his forehead bulging like worms. He, the proud prince of the Saiyans. He, the Super Vegeta who surpassed even the Super Saiyan. How could he feel fear emanating from a boy with golden hair? Impossible. This could not be real. It had to be an illusion. Hey, Vegeta roared. You little brat. Don't think that just because you spent a year inside, you're anything special. Let me see how much you truly weigh. Boom. A golden aura erupted with tremendous force. Vegeta transformed in an instant, his muscles swelling, as overwhelming power engulfed the entire temple. Come on, fight me. Vegeta issued a challenge to Son Gohan. However, Gohan merely regarded Vegeta quietly, as if observing a petulant child. Uncle Vegeta, you are not my opponent. What did you say? This statement ignited all of Vegeta's fury. You arrogant little brat. You shall perish. He unleashed his most potent energy attack upon Son Gohan, wagering his entire dignity as the prince of the Saiyans. Super Gallic Gun. A grotesque purple energy beam twisted through space, hurtling towards Gohan. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic strike, Gohan's expression remained unchanged. He did not flinch. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand. Just as the energy beam was about to make contact, Gohan instantaneously transformed. Super Saiyan 2. With a casual flick of his hand, Gohan responded to the torrent of purple energy. The super galactic cannon, potent enough to obliterate planets, seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, abruptly altering its course and soaring skyward, where it detonated above the Temple of the Gods in a silent explosion of violet fireworks. Vegeta's manic expression instantly froze. In the next moment, Gohan's figure appeared before him. With a swift, lightning-fast punch, he landed a precise blow to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta's body immediately arched, his eyes bulging as he coughed up a mixture of bile and blood. Subsequently, he fell heavily to his knees upon the cold stone floor of the temple. Gohan, momentarily surrounded by a flicker of electricity, restored his usual black hair and dark eyes, gazing down at the trembling Vegeta before him. I have already told you, Uncle Vegeta, you are no match for me. No, I cannot accept this. Vegeta abruptly lifted his head, his eyes aflame with fury. Kakarot, he roared, scrambling to his feet and charging toward Goku. Did you see that? We must return to the hyperbolic time chamber. This time, you will accompany me. Goku regarded the frenzied Vegeta with a troubled expression. Vegeta, please calm down. I don't care. Vegeta seized Goku's collar, shaking him violently. I will never concede. I refuse to acknowledge that I could be defeated by a mere child. At that moment, a languid voice interjected. All right, enough with the wailing. Luo Feng sauntered over. Goku. He casually tossed several bright green beans toward him. And you, Vegeta. He threw a few more in his direction. These are Senza beans. Use them sparingly. I trust you both know how to utilize them effectively. Vegeta grasped the handful of green beans. Kakarot, follow me. Without uttering another word, he turned and strode purposefully toward the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Goku glanced at Vegeta's resolute back, then at his son, offering Gohan a smile filled with both regret and immense pride. Finally, he nodded appreciatively at Luo Feng before following suit. The heavy door closed once more. Time passed in anticipation. When the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open again, out stepped Goku and Vegeta. Their battle attire had transformed into mere rags. I feel fantastic, Goku exclaimed, clenching his fist as he reveled in the immense power coursing through him. Boom! A gentle yet boundless golden aura erupted from him, ascending like a vast ocean. Humph! Vegeta scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Goku. Also, unlike Goku, Vegeta did not contain his energy. With a resounding roar, he unleashed his power without restraint, his golden aura intertwining with visible strands of silver-blue lightning. The pupils of Vegeta constricted as he sensed a power reminiscent of Gohan's transformation. Luo Feng observed briefly, noting that Vegeta had indeed reached half of Gohan's strength. This casual remark, however, rendered the recently unleashed Vegeta speechless. Half? He was still inferior to that little brat? Goku, on the other hand, seemed unfazed. He relaxed his aura, scratched his head, and chuckled. That's quite impressive already. After all, he is my son. Vegeta's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. He glanced at Gohan, reluctantly acknowledging the truth in Luo Feng's words. Vegeta could feel the insurmountable chasm that still existed between himself and Gohan. All right, everything is prepared. Now, we await the arrival of Ultimate Lightning Cell. Chapter 75. The arrival of Ultimate Lightning Cell in the Heavenly Temple. Time appeared to stretch infinitely. The wait was excruciating, especially knowing that a foe capable of annihilating everything was drawing near. Android 18 observed Luo Feng, remarking on his nonchalance. Luo Feng, lazily chewing on some grass roots, replied, "What is the rush? What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. It is far better to relish the tranquility of the moment. Worry not, for I am here." Android 18 nodded and sat quietly beside him. Suddenly, a sleek, technologically advanced white machine materialized in the wilderness. It was Trunks' time machine. Cell had returned from the parallel universe. The hatch of the time machine emitted a soft click as it slowly opened. A figure emerged, and at that moment, Ultimate Lightning Cell appeared, both elegant and agile. His form was no longer merely green and purple. Intricate black patterns, reminiscent of lightning, adorned his body. Cell hovered in midair, greedily inhaling the air of this world. Oh, such fresh air. In an instant, Cell vanished from his location. In the capital city, the king was leisurely savoring his afternoon tea. The weather was pleasant, and the affairs of state were progressing smoothly. Just as he prepared to indulge in another biscuit, a thunderous roar echoed. The dome of the castle was suddenly swept away by an irresistible force, sunlight mingling with dust cascading down. The king and his guards stared in shock at the demonic figure descending before them. Who are you? The captain of the guards summoned his courage to raise his weapon. Cell merely snapped his fingers. In a heartbeat, the captain and a dozen elite soldiers were reduced to mere ash, scattered by the wind. The grand hall fell into a profound silence. The king's teacup shattered upon the floor. "My apologies for interrupting your afternoon tea," Cell said, executing an elegant noble bow. "I would like to borrow your television station to introduce myself to this delightful world." Half an hour later, across the globe, every television screen, every mobile device, and every outdoor billboard has been forcibly switched to a singular image. The scene displayed is that of the dilapidated Great Hall of the royal castle. The ultimate lightning entity, Sheru, occupies the throne of the king. Behind him sits the monarch, pale as ash and trembling uncontrollably. "Good evening, inhabitants of Earth." Sheru's voice reverberates through the airwaves, resonating in every corner of the world. "My name is Sheru." Countless individuals halt their activities, staring in bewilderment at the unfamiliar monstrosity on their screens. Is this a new film promotion, or perhaps a prank from some television station? I am aware that many of you are now filled with confusion, even disdain. Sheru chuckles softly. Thus, to expedite your acceptance of this reality, I have decided to present this beautiful world with a small gift. He slowly raises a finger. Suddenly, the screen is segmented into several small windows, each revealing a live aerial view of thriving cities. West City, North City, South City. Many recognized their own locales. Expressions shifting from confusion to unease. Let us commence from here. Shera's finger gently taps one of the windows. A barely perceptible dark purple beam descends from above. The cityscape, resembling a forest of steel, along with everything within it, is silently erased, leaving behind a vast, mirror-like depression. The world is plunged into an eerie silence. Next, Shera's finger points to the second window. The second city vanishes. The third, the fourth. All before the screens, people's minds go blank. This is not a film. This is unfolding reality. Finally, someone succumbs to the overwhelming terror and screams. Panic sweeps across the globe like a plague. In the cities, people flee like headless flies. Their cries and shrieks intertwining with honking cars, creating a symphony of apocalypse. Shera gazes upon the chaos with satisfaction, a look of ecstasy gracing his face. I have decided to grant you pitiful creatures a chance to survive, a chance to challenge me. Shera stands, arms outstretched. One day hence, I shall host a grand Shera game on this planet. Summon your courage to confront me. Should you defeat me, this world shall regain its freedom. If you fail, a cruel smile emerges on Shera's face. Then I shall personally annihilate this planet. With those words, the screens worldwide revert to normalcy, yet the world is irrevocably changed. In the Divine Hall, the atmosphere is suffocatingly tense. Luo Feng approaches Gohan's side. Do you feel it? This encapsulates the sensation of bearing the weight of the entire world. Quite heavy, isn't it? Son Gohan offered no reply. Instead, he slowly clenched his fists. A day later, on a vast and desolate island, a square arena stood abruptly in the center. Upon this stage, the ultimate lightning cell was meditating with eyes closed, exuding an air of remarkable patience. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures descended almost simultaneously, landing not far from the arena. Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin, all the warriors had gathered. Luo Feng yawned, the last to touch down, and settled on a clean stone next to Android 18. What a grand spectacle this is, he muttered quietly. Just then, a cold mechanical voice resonated in Luo Feng's mind. Beep. A significant event determining the fate of Earth has been detected. The Cell Games. Divine choice has been triggered. Please make your decision. Before Luo Feng, two luminous screens appeared. Choice 1. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best policy. This place is perilous. Instantly teleport away with Android 18. Reward, none. Title acquired. Cosmic Coward. Choice 2. Eliminate the danger at its inception. Participate in the Cell Games and eradicate the troublesome Ultimate Lightning Cell. Reward, a permanent increase of 50 million in the host's battle power. Luo Feng scoffed. Was there really any choice to make? To be labeled a coward? What a jest. How could I hold my head high before Android 18? System. I choose the second option. He silently affirmed. Beep. Selection successful. Rewards have been granted. Boom. A warm surge flooded through Luo Feng's limbs and bones, enhancing his inherent strength considerably. Just then, the roar of engines drew near. A massive aircraft emblazoned with the name Satan stirred up clouds of dust as it descended nearby. Chapter 76. An appetizer, the fierce battle with Little Cell. A man sporting a wild hairstyle and adorned with a championship belt approached, surrounded by a throng of reporters. The world martial arts champion, Mr. Satan. Ha ha ha. Satan struck what he believed to be a dashing pose for the cameras. Ladies and gentlemen, did you see that? The so-called Cell is already too frightened to move in the face of my overwhelming presence. The notion of world destruction is merely child's play. Watch me. I shall resolve him with a single punch. As Satan boasted, he swaggered toward the arena, while the surrounding warriors exchanged bewildered glances. Is this man a fool? Luo Feng grimaced in disdain. How annoying. Seated on the stone, he casually flicked his fingers in Satan's direction. Whoosh. A barely perceptible surge of energy sliced through the air. Just as Satan prepared to leap onto the stage, he felt as though he had been struck head-on by a speeding train. He barely had time to scream before his eyes rolled back, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball. With a resounding crash, he smashed into a mountainside 100 meters away, creating a human-shaped crater, and promptly lost consciousness. The world fell into an instant silence. The reporters and the disciples of Satan stood petrified in their places. On the arena, Cell slowly opened his eyes, casting a curious glance at Goku. What an intriguing fellow. Cell's gaze swept over each individual present. It appeared that all challengers had gathered. Therefore, Before the main event commenced, let us indulge in a light appetizer to warm up. Cell leaned back, and the tip of his tail suddenly swelled into a massive fleshy bulge. Pop, pop, pop. 5 deep blue creatures, resembling Cell but significantly smaller, emerged from the bulge. Little cells. They cackled mischievously, exuding an aura of malevolence. Go on, Cell lazily gestured. Entertain my guests. The 5 blue figures transformed into streaks of lightning, dashing towards the warriors in an instant. Chirp. One little cell, grinning wickedly, charged at Goku. Huh, Goku shouted, unleashing a golden aura as he ascended into Super Saiyan form. He met the charge with a powerful punch. Bang! The impact of his fist against the little cell's claws sent forth a wave of force. Goku's body shuddered slightly, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Such immense strength. He thought to himself. This little creature's power was surprisingly formidable. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Undeterred by its initial failure, the little cell's assault grew more frenzied. Its fighting style was savage and primal, yet infused with lethal precision. For a moment, Goku found himself forced into a defensive position. Darn it. Goku executed a backflip to create distance, bringing his hands together at his waist. Kamehameha. A blue beam of energy engulfed the little cell in an instant. Boom. As the dust settled, the little cell reappeared, completely unscathed. It tilted its head, seemingly mocking Goku's attack. How is this possible? Goku's pupils constricted sharply. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was even more brutal. Ah! Vegeta roared, pushing his energy to its limits. Silver-blue arcs crackled around him. Die! He delivered a heavy punch to the little cell before him. The creature's head snapped back from the force, but in the next moment, it launched itself back with a vicious kick to Vegeta's waist. Poof! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood, his body uncontrollably hurtling through the air. Impossible. He tumbled on the ground several times before struggling to his feet. I am Super Saiyan Vegeta. How could I possibly lose to this artificial scrap? The fruits of my training in the hyperbolic time chamber cannot even defeat Cell's appetizers? In contrast, Gohan's battle appeared considerably more effortless. Facing the charging little Cell, he unleashed a brilliant golden aura. Super Saiyan. Gohan slightly tilted his body, effortlessly evading the assault. His right hand shot out like lightning, precisely seizing the wrist of the diminutive Cell. Huh. The small Cell was taken aback. It attempted to break free, but found itself utterly unable to budge the opponent's grip. So weak, Gohan murmured. With a sudden jerk of his wrist, a sharp crack echoed as he forcefully snapped the small Cell's arm. Ack! The creature emitted a cry of agony. Gohan offered it no respite. With his other hand transformed into a blade-like strike, he gently pressed against the small Cell's neck. A sickening squelch followed as its head was sent soaring. The headless body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, dissolving into a puddle of green liquid. A swift extermination. The last 2 creatures surveyed their surroundings. Eventually, their gaze settled upon the most leisurely figure, emanating the faintest aura, Luo Feng, accompanied by Android 18. Chirp. The 2 small cells cackled as they dashed towards Luo Feng, one aiming for him, while the other extended its claws towards 18. In an instant, 18's expression turned icy. Instinctively, she assumed a combat stance, fully aware she might be outmatched, yet resolute not to succumb easily. However, Luo Feng was faster still. Annoying flies, his voice echoed coldly. Boom. A pure, golden aura erupted from within Luo Feng, soaring skyward. Super Saiyan. He raised both hands, and 2 energy spheres swiftly launched forth. In the next heartbeat, the small cell disintegrated into a myriad of blue light particles. The golden aura surrounding Luo Feng receded, returning to its normal state. The battlefield fell into a momentary stupor. A swift extermination? Or perhaps the instantaneous annihilation of 2 small cells. Cell was somewhat astonished, but predominantly exhilarated. His primary purpose for returning was to consume Luo Feng and undergo evolution once more. Was this not the most exquisite material for evolution? The stronger Luo Feng became, the more thrilled Cell felt. The small cells were merely a warm-up. The true battle was yet to commence. Chapter 77. Luo Feng, let my disciple play with you. Witnessing Luo Feng dispatch the 2 small cells so decisively, Goku and Vegeta found their expressions faltering. Especially Vegeta. The proud Saiyan prince was being outmatched by such insignificant artificial beings. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had not even revealed his true prowess, effortlessly swatting away the small cells as one would a fly. A disgrace. An unprecedented humiliation. Aya! Vegeta's pride ignited into an unquenchable fury. The silver-blue arcs of energy surrounding him surged dramatically. I am the Super Saiyan, Vegeta. He unleashed his final flash attack. As a terrifying purple energy coalesced between his palms, its power far exceeding any of his previous assaults. The opposing small cell seemed to sense the impending threat, emitting a shrill screech as it too began to gather energy. Yet, it was too late. Boom! A torrent of purple energy surged forth, effortlessly engulfing the diminutive blue cell in an instant. Meanwhile, Son Goku took a deep breath, his eyes widening in awe at the immense power of Luo Feng and Gohan, which simultaneously ignited his competitive spirit. He cast a glance at Vegeta, then at the leisurely figure of Luo Feng in the distance. Delay was no longer an option. Goku unleashed his energy without reservation, embracing the full might of his Super Saiyan form, achieving an unprecedented level of control over his aura. Kamehameha Wave. A brilliantly condensed beam of blue light surged forth, striking his opponent with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The last of the small cell disintegrated, its defiant wails fading into ashes. In the arena, the ultimate lightning cell smiled, clapping his hands. Clap, clap, clap. Magnificent. Truly a splendid appetizer. Cell's gaze swept past everyone, landing squarely on Luo Feng. The warm-up was over. Cell's voice carried a condescending tone. Luo Feng, it is now our turn to perform. With a teasing gesture, he extended a finger towards Luo Feng, a clear provocation. Vegeta's fists clenched in fury. How dare he? This creature completely disregards both him and Kakarot. In response to Cell's challenge, Luo Feng merely yawned and rose leisurely from the stone. Fight you? Luo Feng scoffed, regarding Cell with an expression akin to that one might reserve for a fool. Too tiresome. What? The elegant smile on Cell's face froze instantly. A foe of your caliber? Luo Feng pointed at Gohan. Allow my disciple to entertain you. Those watching through live broadcasts, reporters and viewers alike, were left dumbfounded. His disciple? Wasn't that the child who had just vanquished the diminutive monster? To send a child to challenge a demon that had obliterated entire cities? He must be mad. The countenance of Ultimate Lightning Cell darkened. Never had anyone dared to belittle him in such a manner. Very well. His aura began to swell violently, a terrifying pressure sweeping across the arena like a tsunami. Since you wish for your precious disciple to meet his demise, Cell's gaze abruptly turned to Gohan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Then allow me to oblige. I shall let you witness, inch by inch, how I crush this little brat's bones and drain his energy. Once I am done with him, you will be next. With that, Cell's figure vanished from the arena in an instant. The next moment, a fist packed with formidable force hurtled towards Gohan's face. Boom! An indescribable wave of terror erupted around Gohan, who stood at its epicenter. Amidst the golden flames, countless bolts of wild silver lightning danced. In an instant, Gohan released all his energy. Super Saiyan 2. Cell's pupils constricted sharply. His fist was blocked by Gohan, unable to advance even an inch. A look of shock spread across Cell's face. How could this power, this form, possibly exist? The strength of this young boy was unexpectedly on par with his own. It's my turn now. Gohan's icy voice resonated in Cell's ear. For a fleeting moment, Cell's mind went blank. Danger. Extreme danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively withdrew, attempting to create distance. Yet Gohan's speed surpassed his own. From the instant Gohan transformed, he had firmly seized control of the battle's rhythm. In an instant, Gohan's figure materialized behind Cell, delivering an unremarkable yet precisely executed elbow strike to the back of Cell's heart. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. Cell's body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing violently into the ground. Boom! The entire deserted island trembled violently. A deep, bottomless crater formed on the surface. Vegeta's mouth fell slightly agape. With just a simple elbow strike, Gohan had rendered the formidable Ultimate Cell utterly powerless. Is this truly Kakarot's son? Goku's face too was etched with astonishment, though it was overshadowed by a profound sense of pride. Incredible! Gohan, Krillin, and the others stood dumbfounded, aware that Gohan had become strong after intense training, yet they had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Mr. Luo Feng and Piccolo approached him. What exactly did Gohan experience inside? Luo Feng sat on a rock, crossing his legs. Nothing much, just a little special training. It helped Gohan to adapt to the concept of despair in advance. Name: Luo Feng. Power level: normal 150 million. Power level: Super Saiyan 7. 5 billion. Power level, Super Saiyan 215 billion. Power level, Super Saiyan 360 billion. Core skills, Kaioken X10, no side effects. Instant transmission, Kaishin version. Kamehameha, some foundational skills folded. Special status, Lazuli, Android 18. Affection level 90. How much power does Luo Feng still conceal? Chapter 78. Gohan's Kamehameha Beyond Limits. Within the vast crater, dust swirled about. The entire world seemed to fall silent. Vegeta's mouth hung slightly open, his tightly wound face reflecting an indescribable shock. Gohan, the boy who had always trailed behind Kakarot, had, with a mere elbow strike, sent the elegant and fearsomely powerful ultimate Cell flying? Incredible. Krillin's voice trembled with excitement. Gohan had truly achieved it. Goku turned to Luo Feng, his eyes brimming with gratitude. This is just the beginning. The real show has only just commenced. Boom. At that moment, the earth trembled violently once more. A terrifying green column of energy surged skyward from the depths of the colossal pit, tearing through the clouds. A figure gradually ascended from the chasm. It was Cell. His exoskeleton bore several fine cracks, and a trace of green blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, he laughed, a laugh filled with unrestrained joy and madness. Ha! Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Cell wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze fixed intensely on Gohan. I admit, I underestimated you. Your power exceeds my expectations. However, his tone shifted, and his aura intensified. The newly formed cracks were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Did you anticipate my regenerative abilities? Gohan shuddered. Something was amiss. This creature's energy had not diminished from his injuries. Instead, it had grown stronger. Come on. Cell roared, his figure vanishing once again. Bang, bang, bang. The sky transformed into a battleground for Gohan and Cell. Golden lightning clashed violently with green flames, each collision emitting a mournful wail from the atmosphere, unleashing shockwaves capable of flattening mountains. Initially, Gohan managed to firmly suppress Cell. His strikes were swift, precise, and ruthless. Each punch and kick harbored tremendous power. However, the tide of battle began to tilt in Cell's favor. Why? Gohan's fist struck Cell's chest, sending him hurtling 1,000 meters away, yet in the next moment, Cell returned unscathed, his smile growing increasingly sinister. Useless. Your stamina is limited. Meanwhile, I possess an unparalleled regenerative ability along with the ever-increasing strength of your Saiyan cells. The more you attack me, the stronger I become. The balance shifted. Gohan's breaths grew labored. The transformation into Super Saiyan 2 drained his mental acuity significantly. His movements began to exhibit slight delays. In contrast, Cell seemed invigorated, thriving in the heat of battle. With a sudden strike, Cell's hand sliced sharply against Gohan's back. Ugh! Gohan emitted a pained groan, his body plummeting like a kite with its strings severed. Gohan! Goku's heart raced, lodged in his throat. Damn it! Vegeta clenched his fists, unable to accept the possibility of a Super Saiyan losing to such a synthetic monster. It's over. Cell's figure loomed above the descending Gohan, arms outstretched. A sphere of energy radiating a sense of destruction forming rapidly. Die? The shadow of death enveloped Gohan. Was he truly about to lose? Father, Uncle Piccolo, Teacher Rashi. Just as Gohan's consciousness began to blur, the haunting image of despair resurfaced in his mind. No, I cannot lose. How can I possibly lose here? A torrent of unrestrained fury erupted from Gohan, igniting an explosive force within him. Boom. The once dim golden aura surged exponentially, flaring wildly. The silver lightning enveloping Gohan grew more robust and tempestuous. His battle power soared, momentarily grazing the staggering barrier of 40 billion. What? The smile on Cell's face instantly froze. This child could grow stronger. Gohan's voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated with chilling clarity. He abruptly raised his head, clasping his hands at his waist. A blinding blue radiance ignited. Kamehameha wave. Cell sensed an unprecedented peril and dared not linger, channeling all his energy into his hands. Perish. Super Kamehameha wave. The two terrifying energies collided fiercely in midair. Zzz. Back to where you came from. Gohan bellowed, pouring every ounce of conviction and wrath from his life into this singular strike. The blue beam began to inexorably press towards Cell. No. Impossible. I am the perfect being. A look of terror etched itself onto Cell's face as he watched the blue light gradually consume his energy, then engulf him entirely. I refuse to accept this. Boom. The blinding light and shockwave compelled everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. When the tumult subsided, the sky returned to its crystalline clarity. The ultimate lightning cell, along with his essence, vanished without a trace. Gohan could no longer sustain himself and fell from his Super Saiyan 2 form, bloodied and descending from the sky. Goku soared up to catch his son. It is over. Krillin exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground. We won. However, the previously silent Luo Feng slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He gazed at the empty sky, his expression unusually grave. No, it is not finished. Luo Feng's voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. That fiend's life core remains intact. It is not over yet. Chapter 79, Cell's Resurrection, Luo Feng's transformation into Super Saiyan 3. We won. We really won. Krillin's previously relaxed demeanor instantly tensed once more. The joy etched on his face morphed into an absurdly comical expression. Mr. Luo Feng, what are you saying? Cell. He was vanquished by Gohan's Kamehameha wave. Goku, supporting his weakened son, gently descended to the ground. He looked at Luo Feng, his brow furrowed. Among the warriors present, only he vaguely comprehended Luo Feng's implication. That malevolent aura, while absent, had not been utterly extinguished. TCH, Vegeta crossed his arms, emitting a derisive snort. Alarmist rhetoric. That scoundrel. Not a single cell left. How could he possibly still be alive? Vegeta uttered these words, yet his gaze remained fixed on the sky, ravaged by the Kamehameha. Luo Feng approached Piccolo, the only one whose expression had been grave from the outset. You feel it too, don't you? Luo Feng inquired. Indeed, Piccolo nodded solemnly. That fiend's core remains intact. Core. Son Goku leaned in, his face a canvas of confusion. Luo Feng cast him a sidelong glance, exasperated and elucidated. Within Cell, there exists Piccolo's cell. As long as the core tissue in his brain is not utterly destroyed, he can regenerate infinitely. Although Gohan's recent strike was immensely powerful, obliterating his body completely, the crucial core managed to escape destruction. What do we do now? Krillin was on the verge of tears. After exhausting all efforts and wagering everything, has our victory merely been an illusion? What else can we do? Luo Feng retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket, flicking it, allowing it to land in Son Goku's hand. Feed it to Gohan. Without hesitation, Son Goku took the Senzu bean and placed it in Gohan's mouth. At that moment, an indescribable aura of terror erupted. It was even more formidable than when Ultimate Lightning Cell was at its peak. A bolt of black lightning tore through the sky. Cell's figure gradually materialized in the heavens, his body now adorned with solidified black lightning patterns. An overwhelming pressure, akin to royalty, enveloped the entire earth. Ha ha ha. Are you surprised? Cell's voice echoed. I must thank you all, especially you, Son Gohan. Your attack allowed me to experience the dread of death. It is that very fear that pushed me beyond my limits, leading me to true perfection. Cell's gaze fell upon Gohan, who had just swallowed the Senzu bean and was in the process of recovering, his eyes filled with avarice. Now, as a token of gratitude, let me absorb everything you possess. No sooner had he spoken than Cell vanished from sight. Now, it is time for the curtain to fall. Cell's form reappeared before Son Goku and Son Gohan, his tail, having absorbed countless lives, lunging toward Gohan. It was too swift. So fast that Son Goku's body couldn't react in time. It's over. This thought surged simultaneously in everyone's minds. Fortunately, Luo Feng's figure abruptly intervened, shielding Gohan. With a sharp crack, he seized Cell's tail. The children's game is over. Now it is time for us adults to have a serious discussion. The moment those words left his lips, Luo Feng, with Gohan and Goku, vanished in an instant. The next second, Luo Feng stood beside Piccolo. Cell's expression darkened completely as he retracted his tail. Cell's voice trembled with suppressed fury. Do you truly believe you can stop me? Luo Feng halted his steps, not immediately transforming. Stop you? No, my intent is to utterly erase you. Those words instantly ignited a fit of laughter from Cell. Ha, ha ha. His uproarious laughter resonated through the heavens, shaking the very firmament. Kill me? Luo Feng, you are the most amusing earthling I have ever encountered, as well as the most arrogant. You have no comprehension of what you are up against. I am the most perfect being, a fusion of numerous powerful cells. Death will only render me stronger. The attack from that little brat was the finest testament to that. With a resounding roar, a terrifying aura, surpassing any previous moment, erupted from Cell's being. Battle power at 45 billion. Black lightning, akin to a ferocious serpent, coiled around his form, dancing wildly. The earth groaned, and the fabric of space twisted. What a terrifying aura. This monster has grown stronger again. Vegeta's fists clenched ominously. How infuriating. This feeling of helplessness, merely watching from the sidelines, is more unbearable than killing him. Did you see that? Cell spread his arms wide, reveling in his power. This is true perfection. And you, Luo Feng, will serve as a stepping stone for me to ascend to the pinnacle of perfection. Your cells, your power, everything you are, will become a part of me. Cell's gaze was greedy and fervent. I will ensure you perish in endless despair, wailing as you fade away. In response to Cell's mad proclamations, Luo Feng simply cleared his ears. Have you finished? If so, it is now my turn. No sooner had he spoken than a transformation began to unfold. His black hair surged in length at an astonishing rate, golden energy erupting forth like a tidal wave. His eyebrows vanished, and his eyes became cold, devoid of any trace of humanity. 400 billion? No, it is 600 billion. Name, Luo Feng. Battle power, normal state 150 million. Battle power, Super Saiyan 3 state 600 billion. A crushing, absolute superiority over Cell's battle power. The madness and arrogance etched on Cell's face instantly froze, replaced by sheer horror. This is impossible. Cell's voice trembled. Luo Feng flicked his golden hair, cascading down to his waist, and stretched his neck. Warm-up is over. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng vanished from his original position. The next instant, he appeared before Cell, simply raising his right hand. Now, the execution begins. Chapter 80, Super Saiyan 3, plus tenfold King Kai Fist. Cell's battle instincts screamed in alarm. Danger! Escape! I must flee at once. Without a moment's thought, Cell concentrated all his energy beneath his feet, attempting to create distance. However, Luo Feng's hand was faster. Slap! A hand, with a delicate touch, rested upon Cell's face. Have I granted you permission to move? Boom! With an unfathomable speed, Luo Feng seized Cell's face and forcefully drove it into the ground. The entire island, nay, this expanse of land, shuddered violently. A bottomless chasm erupted, spreading furiously from the point of impact. Vegeta's Adam's apple rolled laboriously. What had he just witnessed? The creature that had so recently boasted of being the perfect life form was now being held by Luo Feng. Its face crushed to the earth as if it were a mere overripe watermelon. This was the true extent of Luo Feng's power, astounding. This was genuine strength. Number 18 stood at the edge of the crowd, her golden locks tousled by the fierce winds. Her gaze was fixed unwaveringly on Luo Feng's silhouette. Her heart skipped a beat inexplicably. This man, he truly was strikingly handsome. Boom. Deep within the earth, a surge of green energy erupted, propelling Cell into the sky in a state of disarray. One side of his face was shattered, exposing the grotesque green muscle tissue beneath. Damn it! Cell roared, recovering rapidly. You have provoked me. Special beam cannon. A spiraling beam, imbued with terrifying penetrating power, shot directly at Luo Feng. Faced with such a formidable attack, Luo Feng merely extended his hand and forcefully swatted the beam upward. He then unleashed a beam of his own, returning it with tenfold the speed. Thud! A gruesome hole was instantly pierced through Cell's shoulder. The excruciating pain elicited a wretched scream from Cell. But this was not the end. Luo Feng instantaneously teleported beside Cell and struck him down with a knife-hand strike. Crack! Cell's right arm was severed at the shoulder. With each punch, elbow, and knee, Luo Feng's attacks were laden with terrifying force. Yet, no matter how much damage Luo Feng inflicted upon Cell, he could regenerate and recover in the blink of an eye. Ha! Ha ha ha! After Luo Feng had pulverized half of his body, Cell, far from feeling fear, let out an even more maniacal laugh. His body writhed and reformed. It's futile. Cell laughed maniacally while regenerating. You cannot kill me, Luo Feng. His voice was laced with a pathological exuberance. Your attacks will only make me stronger. Every strike you inflict, every ounce of pain you bestow upon me, will serve as nourishment for my evolution. Boom. An aura more powerful than before erupted from his newly formed body. Indeed, Cell had grown stronger. Do you see? A twisted, triumphant smile spread across Cell's face. You are formidable, I concede. However, your stamina is finite. This transformation of yours cannot be sustained indefinitely. Meanwhile, I am eternal. When your energy is depleted, it will be your demise. At that moment, I shall slowly, oh so slowly, drain you dry. Allow me to become a part of your perfect form. The hearts of all have sunk to the depths. This is an inescapable cycle. Is there truly no way out? Wukong gazed upon Luo Feng's figure. What will Luo Feng do? In the heart of the battlefield, Luo Feng fixed his gaze upon Cell. It was only when Cell's laughter ceased that Luo Feng began to speak slowly. Have you finished? Grown stronger? Achieved eternity? It seems you have misunderstood something. A patchwork creature that survives solely on stolen cells and infinite regeneration dares to speak of perfection? Cell's fury ignited. What did you say? I said. Luo Feng's eyes finally revealed a hint of change. Your existence is superfluous. Do you comprehend my meaning? You dare insult me. Cell was utterly enraged. I will kill you. I must kill you. He roared, channeling all his energy into his hands without reservation. Die. Super Kamehameha wave. A terrifying and colossal wave of energy surged toward Luo Feng. Cell aimed to replicate the strategy he had previously employed against Gohan. He would clash with Luo Feng. He sought to once again brush against the precipice of death in the confrontation of energies, thereby achieving transcendence. Cell was confident that with just one or two more attempts, he could reach Luo Feng's level. Another round? How utterly lacking in originality. He too raised his hands, bringing them together at his waist. An energy sphere radiating a pure blue light began to rapidly take form. Kamehameha wave. Luo Feng propelled the energy wave from his hands. Come forth. A frenzied light flickered in Cell's eyes. Let us see who truly reigns as the strongest. He was prepared to detonate his own body at the moment the energy was suppressed, to escape with his core and return with even greater power. He was confident he could enact the same script a second time. Two torrents of energy capable of obliterating galaxies collided heavily in the sky. Zzz. The entire Earth trembled violently under the onslaught of this terrifying energy clash. Ah! Cell roared madly, pouring all his strength into the energy wave. As he anticipated, although Luo Feng's Kamehameha was formidable, it was on par with his in terms of energy levels. For a moment, the two energies formed a stalemate in midair. Ha ha ha! Cell's heart was filled with maniacal laughter. Yes, this is the sensation. If he could just hold on a little longer, he would find the opportunity. He could once again. However, just as he thought his script was about to unfold perfectly, Luo Feng's voice resonated once more. Do you believe you are capable once again? Immediately afterward, an alarming scarlet aura erupted from Luo Feng's body. It was the Kaioken. In his Super Saiyan state, he unleashed the Kaioken tenfold. Boom! The Kamehameha in Luo Feng's hands was instantly transformed into an eerie crimson golden hue. The magnitude of its energy did not merely double. Rather, it multiplied tenfold from its original state, an overwhelming force. This was the true and absolute annihilation. No. The confidence etched upon Cell's face was instantly supplanted by boundless dread. The crimson golden Kamehameha swiftly engulfed and obliterated Cell. I am the epitome of perfection. These were Cell's final, reluctant words left in this world. This time, no chance for regeneration was afforded to him. That terrifying torrent of energy surged forth, unabated, into the depths of the universe. As the brilliant light faded, the shockwave subsided. The ultimate lightning of Cell had utterly vanished. Chapter 81. Abducting Android 18. Commencing a 7-year leisurely cohabitation, Krillin plopped onto the ground, exhaling deeply, overwhelmed by a profound sense of relief from his narrow escape. It was truly over. Luo Feng clapped his hands and strode purposefully towards Android 18. Hey, Luo Feng. Goku called out to him. Are you going to celebrate with us? Bulma said she wants to throw a party. No. Thank you, Luo Feng replied, not even glancing back as he waved his hand dismissively. The others exchanged glances, ultimately settling for a resigned smile. Android 18 regarded Luo Feng's somewhat languid silhouette, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her eyes. She said nothing and quietly followed him. The two of them drifted away from the cheers and tumult of the battlefield, their shadows elongated by the setting sun. You were quite impressive back there. Android 18 finally spoke, her voice cool. Luo Feng halted and turned, somewhat surprised by her words. What did you say? A faint blush seemed to grace Android 18's cheeks as she averted her gaze towards the evening clouds. It's nothing. Luo Feng chuckled, not pressing further. About that thing we talked about earlier, does it still stand? Android 18 paused for a moment before realizing what he meant. Before the battle, she had impulsively extended a date invitation. It stands, she replied succinctly. Then let us go? I'm a bit hungry. There's a new barbecue restaurant in West City that's said to be quite good. Okay. There were no earth-shattering vows, nor heartfelt declarations of love. It felt as if they had just concluded not a battle determining the fate of the earth, but rather a mundane sporting event. The two leisurely soared through the air, enveloped in a subtly tranquil atmosphere. Meanwhile, television stations around the globe were fervently broadcasting the image of one man, a man sporting an extravagant hairstyle and a champion's golden belt. Mr. Satan, emerging from the massive pit, he faced the barrage of reporters' cameras and began to boast exuberantly. Did you see that, ladies and gentlemen? That monster named Cell has been sent packing by none other than me, Mr. Satan. What a so-called ultimate life form is but a jest beneath the iron fist of the world martial arts champion. The public, just recovering from the terror of their city's devastation, urgently sought a hero to soothe their frayed nerves. And Mr. Satan conveniently filled that void. In an instant, he was elevated to the pedestal of a deity, hailed as the hero who saved the world. In West City, at the barbecue restaurant, amidst the sizzling sound of barbecued meat, the television displayed an interview with Mr. Satan. Thus, I am the strongest. Ha ha, remarked number 18 coolly as she glanced at the screen. Fool, retorted Luo Feng, placing a piece of freshly grilled beef tongue onto her plate. Isn't it rather splendid that someone is willing to be that hero? It spares us a great deal of trouble. Let him deal with any petty thieves in the future. He would relish that. Number 18 stared at the grilled meat on her plate, falling into a contemplative silence as she began to eat. She realized that being with this man was remarkably comfortable. Lifting her gaze, she observed the man across from her, engrossed in his battle with the barbecue, and a subtle smile graced her lips. After their meal, the two strolled along the city streets. What are your plans next? Luo Feng inquired. I don't know, replied number 18, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. It's quite serene where I live, Luo Feng suddenly remarked. The place is spacious, with many rooms, though it lacks someone to keep it tidy. Number 18 halted, fixing her gaze upon Luo Feng. Are you inviting me? She asked. You may interpret it that way, Luo Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, if you're not interested, just disregard my words. Number 18 remained silent for a moment, the night breeze tousling her golden locks. All right, she softly uttered. Luo Feng was taken aback, having anticipated a more elaborate discussion. You've agreed? He asked. Number 18 replied, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. 7 years can transform many things. The once scarred city had been rebuilt into a bustling metropolis. The man known as Satan had indeed become a globally recognized savior. 7 years later, in a villa near Capsule Corporation in West City, since solidifying their relationship, Luo Feng had moved in with number 18, embarking on a blissful cohabitation. This villa stood as their sanctuary in West City. Luo Feng reclined on the sofa, his head resting on a plush cushion, a game controller in hand, engaged in the latest fighting game. His character, a muscular man, was being thoroughly defeated by a diminutive magical girl. Bang! Luo Feng grimaced and tossed the controller aside. Boring. You're simply too incompetent, came a cool voice from the kitchen. Number 18 approached, carrying 2 glasses of juice, clad in a simple white shirt and denim shorts. Her golden hair casually tied into a ponytail, she bore an unadorned visage, yet radiated breathtaking beauty. She placed a glass of juice on the coffee table before Luo Feng and settled at the other end of the sofa, picking up the controller. Allow me. Luo Feng turned onto his side, watching her with keen interest. Number 18's fingers danced adeptly over the controller, and the once pitifully played muscular man seemed to be reborn in her hands. Movement, blocking, stringing combos, it was seamless. In less than 30 seconds, on the 18th, she set down the controller, picked up her juice, and took a gentle sip, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. See, it's quite simple, she said. Luo Feng could not help but chuckle. Indeed, you are the best. He sat up, leaned in closer, wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her hair. Darling, what shall we have for dinner tonight? 18's body tensed slightly before relaxing against him. I don't know. How about barbecue? We just had that yesterday. Then what about seafood hot pot? We had that the day before. Luo Feng felt a bit overwhelmed. He could obliterate a planet with a single strike, but was utterly stumped by the dinner menu. Is this what one calls the troubles of happiness? Chapter 82. Gohan's Invitation. The quietly surging power, just as Luo Feng pondered what to have for dinner, the doorbell rang. 18 glanced at the surveillance screen by the door. It's Gohan. Luo Feng was somewhat surprised. This kid, isn't he in high school? What brings him here? He lazily rose to open the door. Standing outside was a youth clad in a green tracksuit, sporting black-rimmed glasses. It was the grown-up Gohan, his face reflecting a youthful shyness and awkwardness. Teacher Luo Feng. Sister 18. Gohan bowed respectfully. Come in. Luo Feng gestured for him to enter. What would you like to drink? Cola or juice? No, thank you, teacher. Gohan nervously waved his hand, sitting down on the sofa, his back straight as if he were attending an interview. 18 stole a glance at him, then went to the fridge to fetch a can of cola. Thank you, Sister 18. Gohan accepted it, but merely held it in his hands without drinking. Luo Feng reclined back on the sofa, crossing his legs. Speak up. No one comes to the temple without a reason. Have you encountered some trouble? Gohan's face flushed instantly. In no trouble. After a moment of hesitation, he retrieved a flyer from his pocket, cautiously placing it on the coffee table. The World Martial Arts Tournament is going to be held again. The flyer featured Mr. Satan's iconic explosive hairstyle and exaggerated smile. Luo Feng glanced at it, his interest waning. Oh, and then, the prize money has significantly increased, Gohan said, his voice tinged with excitement. Moreover, my dad is participating in the competition. Uncle Vegeta has signed up as well. He looked up, his eyes brimming with anticipation and pleading. So, Teacher Luo Feng, would you like to join as well? Luo Feng decisively interrupted him. Not interested. Gohan's expression immediately fell. But Teacher Luo Feng, the strongest warrior on Earth, is this tournament not worth your time? Why not? The prize money is substantial. He protested. And you could fight alongside Dad, Uncle Vegeta, and you. Teacher, fight. Gohan, do you believe there is any joy in battling at that level for me? If I participated, I could flick them all off the stage with a single finger. And then what? Listening to that afro-haired man boasting in front of the entire world, spare me, please. Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of disdain. Gohan opened his mouth, unable to utter a word. He was acutely aware that what Master Luo Feng said was the truth. 7 years ago, after the Cell Games, Master Luo Feng had almost vanished from existence. In the entire world, aside from warriors like them, hardly anyone knew of this man's presence. Despite possessing the most supreme power in the universe, Luo Feng chose to lead a life of utmost ordinariness. Yet, Gohan remained unwilling to accept this. After all, Biddy had also participated. She wanted to witness the heroes who had defeated Cell back in the day. Biddy? Luo Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement gracing his features. The daughter of Satan? You little rascal, impressive indeed. Gohan's face flushed like a ripe apple. We are merely classmates. Enough already. Enough. Luo Feng waved his hand impatiently. If you wish to go, then go. Do not bother me. After 7 years of living a peaceful life, I finally managed to enjoy some tranquility. With that, he closed his eyes, adopting an expression that clearly conveyed his desire to sleep, urging them to leave quickly. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice resonated in Luo Feng's mind. Ding! Major event determining the fate of Earth, the Majin Buu saga, is about to commence. Divine level choice has been triggered. Please make a decision, host. Before Luo Feng, 2 luminous screens suddenly materialized. Choice 1. The 36 stratagems, retreat, is the best option. The terror of Majin Buu far surpasses that of Cell. Earth is on the brink of becoming a hellish realm. This place is perilous. It is unwise to linger. Immediately persuade Android 18 to board a spaceship and flee to distant lands, seeking a new home. Reward. 1 luxurious spaceship specially crafted by Capsule Corporation, complete with fully automated navigation and an ecological recycling system. Choice 2. Go with the flow. Respond to change with constancy. Participate in or observe the World Martial Arts Tournament. Patiently await the unfolding of events. Reward. Host's baseline combat power will be elevated to 300 million. Retreat? Perhaps not. Luo Feng glanced at Android 18 beside him, then considered his disciple Gohan. Along with friends like Goku and Vegeta, how could he simply leave? Furthermore, with the universe being so vast, which planet could possibly compare to Earth? Instead of wandering through the cosmos, it seemed more prudent to stay on Earth. After all, it was merely a Majin Buu. It was not an insurmountable issue. In contrast to the first option, the second was far more straightforward. Elevating his baseline combat power to 300 million was a reassuring notion for Luo Feng. Moreover, it would undoubtedly continue to grow. Back during the Cell saga, his baseline combat power was merely 150 million. and upon transforming into Super Saiyan 3 and unleashing the Kaioken tenfold, he had decisively overwhelmed Cell's final form. Now, with a direct doubling of his baseline. This indicated a significant elevation of his potential. No matter how formidable Majin Buu might be, with the system at his disposal, he would undoubtedly be able to resolve the situation successfully. System, I choose option 2, Luo Feng silently affirmed in his mind. Ding. Selection successful. Rewards have been granted. Boom. An indescribable wave of warmth surged through Luo Feng's entire being in an instant. Every cell in his body rejoiced, exulting in the transformation. The entire process was silent and serene. On the opposite side, Gohan and the nearby android 18 remained oblivious to any unusual occurrences. Teacher, what are you pondering? Gohan could not resist inquiring as he noticed Luo Feng had been silent for quite some time. Luo Feng snapped back to reality and cleared his throat. I was just contemplating. Although I want to participate in the competition, attending as an observer to cheer you on is certainly feasible. Really? A radiant expression of joy illuminated Gohan's face. That's wonderful. Indeed, Luo Feng nodded. It's been a while since 18, and I have enjoyed a day out as well. He had found the perfect excuse. Chapter 83. Help. Son Gohan's family is quite peculiar. In the gravity chamber, beads of sweat cascaded down Vegeta's chiseled cheeks, landing on the floor with a dull thud. Ha! Vegeta, bare-chested, displayed bulging muscles, veins protruding from his skin. Kakarot and Luo Feng. It has been a full 7 years. Following the conclusion of the Cell Games, Vegeta had embarked on an intense training regimen lasting 7 years. He vowed to surpass Kakarot and Luo Feng, aspiring to become the strongest Saiyan. Aya! Vegeta roared, clenching his fists tightly as a wave of golden energy erupted around him. Not enough. Far from sufficient. He unleashed a barrage of punches into the void, each strike accompanied by a resounding sonic boom that tore through the air. In a serene area far removed from the clamor of the world stood Gohan's home, nestled within the tranquil embrace of the mountains. Is this your home? Videl stood before the uniquely rounded structure, her striking blue eyes filled with disbelief. She had envisioned countless scenarios of this gentle, scholarly Gohan transforming into a masked Saiyan superhero, and she wondered what his abode would be like. The reality was a charming mushroom-shaped house. Yes, indeed, Gohan scratched his head, his face flushed with a hint of bashfulness. Please, come inside. My mother should have dinner ready. As Videl followed Gohan into the house, an enticing aroma of delicious food enveloped them. A woman with long black hair tied back in an apron emerged from the kitchen, carrying an extraordinarily large platter brimming with golden brown dinosaur legs. Gohan, you're back, the woman exclaimed. And who might this be? Kiki's gaze fell upon Videl, scrutinizing her with the keen eyes of a future mother-in-law. Mom, this is my classmate, Videl. Gohan introduced, his cheeks warming with embarrassment. She wishes to learn the flight technique to prepare for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Oh, a classmate? Kiki's tone elongated, her smile becoming even more radiant. Hello, Videl. Please, have a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly. Hello, Mrs. Videl replied, feeling somewhat shy as she took a seat. She sensed a certain intensity in Gohan's mother's gaze that sent shivers down her spine. And Goten? Gohan inquired. He's training with Goku on the back mountain, Kiki replied, removing her apron as she settled at the dining table. Your father is relentless. All he knows is training. Unbeknownst to him, he was neglecting his wife. She expressed her grievances verbally, yet her face radiated with a blissful smile. Sitting there, he felt like an outsider. This family was indeed peculiar. Eating dinosaur meat? Was father cultivating in the back mountains? And what of that flight technique, the one practiced by Gohan? Unable to contain her curiosity, she quietly inquired. Is it true that the flight technique can enable one to soar into the skies? Absolutely, Gohan replied with an air of certainty. It's quite simple. Simple? The corners of her mouth twitched slightly. After their meal, Gohan led her to a clearing on the mountainside. All right, let us begin, he declared. The first and most crucial step in learning the flight technique is to sense the existence of ki. Ki? She asked, her expression one of bewilderment. Yes, ki. Gohan patiently elucidated. Within each of our bodies lies a latent energy, which we refer to as ki. Your task is to concentrate and feel it. Then learn to control it. Like this. As he spoke, he extended a hand. A soft, white orb of light gradually materialized in his palm. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Her mouth agape. What is this? A magic trick? Or some form of advanced technology? Can you feel it? This is key, Gohan said, dispersing the orb with a smile. Now, it's your turn to try. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, mimicking Gohan's posture and focused intently. A minute passed. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Her palm, aside from perspiration, felt utterly empty. No, this isn't working, she said, opening her eyes in frustration. I can't feel anything. Don't be disheartened. It's common for the first attempt to yield no results, Gohan reassured her. It requires both talent and time. He intended to share that he too had struggled with this skill in his youth, but hesitated, fearing it would seem awkward to suggest he had mastered it effortlessly. Would you like some assistance? Gohan offered. How can you help? I can share a bit of my ki with you, allowing you to experience the sensation of flight. He moved behind her, placing his hands gently on her back. A warm current of ki surged into her being. In the next moment, she felt her body lighten dramatically. Her feet, seemingly ungoverned, lifted off the ground. Ah, she exclaimed, her body swaying as she floated upward. I'm flying. I'm truly flying. Looking down at the ground receding beneath her, her face was a canvas of exhilaration and disbelief. Is this what it feels like to fly? How marvelous. Steady yourself. Maintain your balance. Gohan shouted from below. However, overwhelmed by excitement, she could hardly heed his words. Like a child with a newfound toy, she flailed about in the air. As a result, the energy Gohan had bestowed upon her was quickly depleted. Ah, help. Biddy's body, akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeted straight downwards. Gohan sighed, and, in a flash, appeared midair, securely catching her. Cradling the girl, who was still shaken, and inhaling her faint fragrance, Gohan felt his face flush once more. Thank you, thank you. Biddy's heart raced, unsure whether it was from the recent fall or the warmth of the embrace that was so near. It's nothing, Gohan replied, gently descending to the ground. The atmosphere between them grew subtly intricate. Chapter 84, Goku's Guidance. Biddy learns the art of flight. Thank you, thank you. Biddy's heart continued to thrum with intensity. She was uncertain if this fluttering sensation stemmed from the fear of falling or the snug, solid embrace surrounding her. Gohan's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. The delicate scent emanating from the girl left the studious and disciplined boy somewhat flustered. It's nothing, he reassured, gradually loosening his grip. The ambience between them became awkwardly delicate. Just then, a cheerful voice echoed from nearby. Hey, Gohan. Working hard, I see. The two turned towards the sound and beheld a man clad in an orange martial arts uniform, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of Gohan's, who was carrying a massive log as he exited the woods. Accompanying him was a miniature version of himself, also dressed in orange martial attire, struggling to drag a small branch. It was Goku and Goten. Dad. Gohan's expression transformed into one of joy, instantly dispelling the earlier awkwardness. Hello, Uncle. Biddy gazed at Goku's extraordinarily youthful visage, then glanced at Gohan, feeling that something was amiss. The father and son appeared more like brothers. And who might this be? Goku inquired, setting down the log and curiously examining Biddy. Dad, this is my classmate, Biddy, Gohan swiftly introduced. She wants to learn the art of flight to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Oh, the art of flight. Goku chuckled. That's splendid. The more participants, the livelier the tournament. He approached Biddy, circling around her. Good physical fitness, a promising candidate for martial arts. Goku nodded, offering a professional assessment. But Uncle Goku, I don't think I can learn it, Biddy lamented. I can't feel the energy. Can't feel it. Goku scratched his head, seemingly baffled by the question. Isn't the energy within your body? Just concentrate, and it should emerge. His tone conveyed the simplicity of a statement akin to 1 + 1 = 2. Biddy's lips twitched slightly. Was this the distinction between a genius and an ordinary person? But don't say but. Goku interrupted. You're overthinking it. Learning to fly isn't that complicated. He pointed to the sky. Do you want to go up? Yes, she replied eagerly. Biddy instinctively responded. Then that's settled. Sun Wukong grinned widely. For now, cast aside all thoughts and focus solely on one thing. I wish to soar. I wish to ascend to the heavens. Let that singular desire permeate your entire being. Now try again. Sun Wukong's words were simple and unpretentious, bordering on the unreasonable. Yet Biddy felt an inexplicable compulsion to believe. She closed her eyes once more. This time, she no longer sought the elusive energy or contemplated the pathways of its flow. Her mind was a blank slate, occupied solely by one thought, to fly. I want to take flight, like a bird soaring through the azure sky. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Suddenly, a faint yet distinct warmth surged from her abdomen. Her body felt remarkably light. Biddy Lee opened her eyes in astonishment, realizing her feet had lifted off the ground, hovering approximately 10 centimeters above it. I. She stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. See, you can do it. Sun Wukong chuckled. Goten, standing nearby, was left speechless. After all the explanations and energy transfers, it seemed that a few motivational words from his father had proven far more effective. Steady now, don't get overly excited. Goten quickly reminded her. Feel that power within you. Attempt to guide it with your thoughts, letting it lift you upward or propel you forward. With the initial success fueling her confidence, Biddy Lee emulated Goten's cautious demeanor, carefully controlling her body. She wobbled and swayed, resembling a toddler taking its first steps, struggling to maintain balance half a meter above the ground. Though her posture was far from graceful, she had genuinely achieved flight through her own strength. I did it. Goten, Uncle Wukong, I'm really flying. Biddy Lee jubilantly pumped her fists in the air, her face radiating an unprecedented joy and sense of accomplishment. Sun Wukong gazed upon this scene with a heartwarming smile. He then hoisted the immense log once more. All right, Goten, let's continue our training. Oh, Goten scampered along with his tiny legs, striving to keep up. Goten watched his father's broad, sun-kissed back, glowing golden in the evening light. And a wave of warmth surged within him. This was his father, forever strong and dependable. Biddy Lee, Goten called out as she wobbled her way to his side. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Thank you, and thanks to Uncle Wukong as well. It's nothing. This is the result of your own efforts. Goten sincerely expressed his happiness for her. By the way, Biddy Lee suddenly recalled something, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Goten. Didn't you mention you have another teacher? The one named Mr. Luo Feng. May I visit him? A hint of barely perceptible tension tinged her voice as she posed the question. For the vast majority of people in this world, Mr. Satan was a hero. Yet, as Satan's daughter, Biddy Lee understood the truth better than anyone else. After repeatedly viewing the remaining footage from that time, Biddy Lee determined that the individual capable of defeating Cell was someone named Luo Feng. Although the aftermath of the battle had blown away the reporters and destroyed much of the photographic equipment, one intact camera had captured the sound of Cell's last utterance, the name Luo Feng. Additionally, some scenes from the initial combat further convinced Biddy Lee of this conclusion. Gohan, observing the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, found it difficult to refuse her request, yet he hesitated. His mentor, Luo Feng, was not as amiable as his father. He had an aversion to disturbances. Gohan scratched his head, feeling somewhat troubled. My teacher isn't fond of outsiders. Please, Gohan-kun. Biddy Lee clasped her hands together, her tone nearly pleading. I promise to just take a distant glance. I won't intrude. Witnessing her earnest demeanor, Gohan's resolve softened. All right, I'll take you to see him. However, I cannot guarantee that he will be willing to meet you. Yes. Biddy Lee nodded vigorously, her excitement palpable. That is wonderful. She gazed at Gohan, her eyes sparkling. You truly are a good person. Gohan felt a twinge of embarrassment under her gaze and instinctively averted his eyes. Shall we go now? Indeed. Chapter 85. Don't let your temper get the best of you. A few words enlightened Biddy Lee. In West City, near the Capsule Corporation, stood the solitary villa belonging to Luo Feng and Android 18. Gohan, feeling somewhat awkward, brought Biddy Lee to the entrance. This is the place. He took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. Biddy Lee's heart raced in anticipation as she adjusted her attire, striving to appear more presentable. The door swung open to reveal Android 18, her striking golden short hair framing her face, clad in a white shirt and denim shorts. Hello, 18. Gohan greeted her respectfully. Android 18's gaze lingered on Biddy Lee for a moment before she replied with a nonchalant, come in. Following Gohan into the living room, Biddy Lee soon laid eyes on Luo Feng, who lounged on the sofa in a rather unrefined manner. His head rested on a plush pillow while he gripped a game controller, his eyes fixated on the screen. Damn it, Luo Feng exclaimed, tossing the controller aside. What a terrible game. The balance is absolutely atrocious. He seemed entirely oblivious to the presence of guests. Or perhaps he noticed, but was indifferent. Biddy Lee stood frozen, utterly stunned. This was the hero who had defeated Cell and saved the world? He appeared more like a gaming enthusiast being supported by a girlfriend. No, that couldn't be right. Android 18's commanding aura did not suggest that she would indulge a slacker. What on earth was going on? Luo Feng. Gohan summoned his courage and approached. This is my classmate, Bidalai. Oh, Luo Feng finally deigned to sit up from the sofa. He surveyed Bidalai with a hint of scrutiny in his gaze. The daughter of Satan? Indeed. Bidalai felt a surge of anxiety, her palms growing clammy. Hello, Mr. Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded, then reclined once more, lifting a glass of juice from the coffee table to take a sip. What brings you to me? I. Bidalai found herself at a loss, bewildered by his nonchalant demeanor. The plethora of adoring words she had prepared evaporated from her mind. Teacher. Bidalai has just learned the art of flight, Gohan interjected, eager to alleviate the awkwardness. However, she is still not very adept at controlling her energy. Therefore, she wishes to seek your guidance. Guidance? Luo Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze once again fixating on Bidalai. Stand up and fly for me to see. Oh, all right. Bidalai nodded vigorously, taking a deep breath as she summoned her energy. Her body wobbled slightly as she began to hover off the ground, clearly straining with all her might to maintain her suspension in midair. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Stop, Luo Feng called out after a mere glance. Bidalai hastily descended, her heart racing as she looked up at him, anxious. Was that poor? Not poor, Luo Feng shook his head. It was foolish. Bidalai was taken aback, as was Gohan. The teacher's candor was ever so striking. You are exerting force rather than channeling your energy. Luo Feng shifted to a more comfortable position, crossing his legs. You treat your energy as an extension of your muscles, desperately pushing and squeezing, forcing it out. You believe you are in control, yet you are merely wrestling with it. Thus, your flight is both exhausting and ungraceful. Luo Feng's words cut to the heart of the matter, and Bidalai's eyes suddenly sparkled with understanding. Yes, that is the feeling. She had always sensed something was off, but could not articulate it. So it was. Then what should I do? She earnestly inquired. What should you do? Luo Feng gestured toward another glass of juice that had just been brought over. When you lift it, how much effort do you need to exert? Bidalai was puzzled by his question. Do you need to think about how much your biceps need to contract, or how your deltoids should engage? Not at all. She instinctively replied. Then that's it, Luo Feng yawned. Flying should be the same. It ought to be as instinctive as breathing or drinking. What you need is not to control your energy, but to familiarize yourself with it. To make it a part of your body rather than a tool you struggle to manipulate. Do not view it as a task, nor should you feel pressured. Treat it as play. When you can flip freely in the air while sipping juice, you will have nearly mastered it. With that, Luo Feng picked up the controller and commenced another round of gaming. Well, that concludes my guidance. Wu Fan, if there's nothing urgent, take your classmate home. Do not disturb my training. Bidalai stood still, absorbing the words of Luo Feng with a dazed expression. The concepts of instinct and habit struck her like a lightning bolt, dispelling the fog in her mind. She had always regarded anger and flight as formidable skills to master. Thus her approach was fraught with tension and effort, leading her down the wrong path from the very beginning. Thank you, Mr. Luo Feng. Bidalai bowed deeply towards Luo Feng's retreating figure. I understand now. Without turning his head, Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively. Wu Fan offered an apologetic smile to Android 18 before leading Bidalai away from the villa. It was only after they had walked a considerable distance that Bidalai emerged from her epiphany. Wu Fan-kun, her voice trembled slightly. Your teacher is truly remarkable. Just a few words were enough to awaken me. Haha, that's how he always is. Wu Fan scratched his head, accustomed to it by now. As Bidalai gazed at the earnest young man beside her, an unexpected thought blossomed in her heart. With a father like Sun Wukong and a teacher like Luo Feng, it was no wonder that Son Gohan was so formidable. Wu Fan-kun, Bidalai's eyes grew resolute. I will strive to excel in the World Martial Arts Tournament. I will not bring shame to you, Uncle Wukong, or Mr. Luo Feng. Yes, let's go for it. Wu Fan nodded vigorously, watching the vibrant profile of the girl. A long-lost fighting spirit ignited within him. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, and everyone else, this tournament will surely be thrilling. Chapter 86. The Power Testing Machine. I endured what should not have been endured. The venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament was alive with a cacophony of voices, the air thick with excitement. The vast arena was filled to capacity with spectators from around the globe. On the high platform, Mr. Satan, sporting a wild hairstyle and adorned with a championship belt, waved his arms, reveling in the thunderous cheers. Everyone, your world champion, Mr. Satan, has returned. This time, I will once again seize the championship and protect the peace of the world. In the front row of the VIP section, Luo Feng yawned, his expression one of utter disinterest. There are just too many people, he murmured, casually snatching a chip from Android 18's hand and popping it into his mouth. Dressed in a casual sundress and wearing a wide-brimmed sun hat, Android 18 looked on with a hint of boredom. "You insisted on coming to witness the spectacle," she remarked coolly, though there was a subtle glimmer of amusement in her eyes. "I came to see Goku make a fool of himself, not to listen to this idiot boast," Luo Feng replied, grabbing another chip. In the nearby contestants' passage, the fighters had gathered. Sun Wukong, clad in his signature orange GI, was brimming with excitement, his eyes darting around like a child visiting an amusement park for the first time. Wow, what a lively scene. So many people. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, leaning against a pillar, his expression one of palpable impatience. Had it not been for Kakarot's participation, he would have had no interest in such a trivial contest resembling child's play. The preliminary rounds were about to commence. A staff member shouted through a megaphone. "To enhance efficiency, this preliminary round will utilize a power testing machine. All contestants, please line up over here." The official gestured towards an oddly designed colossal machine, featuring a red punching target and a massive electronic display. "Now, let us invite our esteemed world champion, Mr. Satan, to demonstrate first." Amidst thunderous applause, Mr. Satan strode onto the stage with exuberance. He struck what he believed to be a dashing pose, inhaled deeply, and then delivered a powerful punch to the target. A resounding thud echoed through the air. The numbers on the display began to fluctuate wildly before finally settling on a figure, 137. "Oh my, truly, Mr. Satan is remarkable. 137 points. What astonishing strength." The host bellowed in an exaggerated tone. The audience erupted in excitement. Luo Feng shook his head in disbelief. This host was even more theatrical than Satan himself. The warriors exchanged glances. Krillin scratched his bald head and quietly inquired, "Is 137 a high score?" Tien Shinhan pondered for a moment. "I'm not sure. It seems we haven't used this machine before." One by one, the contestants took their turns. Most scores hovered between 70 and 90. Soon, it was Krillin's turn. "Go for it, Krillin," Goku shouted from behind. I know. I'll try to control it," Krillin replied, taking a deep breath as he approached. He recalled the force Mr. Satan had exerted and gently pushed forward. With a thud, the numbers on the display skyrocketed past 150, continuing their ascent until they finally halted at an astonishing 786. The arena fell into a stunned silence. The host, microphone in hand, stood with his mouth agape, capable of holding an egg. Mr. Satan's smile froze in shock. This contestant, 786 points. He has shattered Mr. Satan's record. No, he has made history. The host finally regained his composure, shouting hoarsely. Krillin stared at the number, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Oh no. It seems I didn't control it after all," he muttered as he hurriedly exited the stage. Next up was Goku. "Dad, be gentle," Goten called from behind. "Don't worry. I know my strength," Goku replied with a smile, stepping forward and mimicking Krillin's approach, pushing lightly. With a crisp crack, the power testing machine emitted a plume of black smoke. The numbers on the display scrambled chaotically before, with a final bang, it completely shut down. The arena fell silent. All eyes fixed on the innocent-looking man scratching the back of his head. "Oops, my bad. Seems I was a bit too forceful," Goku said sheepishly as Vegeta scoffed while passing by him. "Pathetic." He approached the backup second machine. "Behold, Kakarot, this is true power control," Vegeta declared as he faced the punching target. Boom. In an instant, the second punching power testing machine erupted into a flurry of scattered parts. Goku stared at Vegeta, his mouth agape. "Vegeta, you're hitting harder than I am." Vegeta's face flushed a deep shade, reminiscent of liver. On the spectators' stand, Luo Feng nearly burst into laughter. These two fools. Even Android 18 couldn't help but smirk slightly. Amidst the chaos following the destruction of the machine, Luo Feng's attention was drawn to two figures among the contestants. One was a towering, muscular individual with pale skin and a prominent mark on his forehead. The other was relatively smaller in stature, but exuded a sinister aura with his piercing gaze. They were Spobobik and Yamo. Luo Feng's brow furrowed slightly. These two were minions of Babidi, come to gather energy to resurrect Majin Buu. As Luo Feng's gaze locked onto them, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Key figures in the Majin Buu incident detected. Spobobik, Yamo. Their objective is to collect powerful energy to resurrect Majin Buu. God-level choice has been triggered. Host, please make a decision. Before Luo Feng's eyes, two distinctly different options quietly materialized. Choice 1. remain uninvolved. Quietly observe as Spobobik and Yamu gather Gohan's energy at the martial arts tournament. Reward: none. Choice 2. Eliminate these two puppets controlled by Babidi before they cause trouble. Reward: host's normal combat power increased to 2 billion. Name: Luo Feng. Combat power: normal state 300 million. Combat power: Super Saiyan state 15 billion. Combat power: Super Saiyan 2 state 30 billion. Combat power: Super Saiyan 3 state 120 billion. Core skills: tenfold Kaioken, no side effects. Instant transmission, Kaioshin version. Kamehameha, some basic skills have been folded. Special status: Lazuli, Android 18. Affection level 100. When you are serious, no one can compare. Chapter 87. Additional choice: defeat the Kaioshin. Was there even a choice to be made? Option 1. Doing nothing and watching the earth be ravaged, only to step in later to clean up the mess? That was Goku's script, not his. Taking action early to eliminate the trash not only spared him a heap of trouble later, but also granted him an effortless boost of 20 million in combat power. Why not? System: I choose option 2, Luo Feng silently affirmed. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared behind the warriors, the Kaioshin Shin and his servant Kibito. Shin's gaze was fraught with tension as he fixated on Spobobik and Yamu, glancing back at Luo Feng, who was descending from the spectator's stand. He sensed Luo Feng's murderous intent directed at Spobobik and Yamu. How audacious to attempt to directly eliminate Babidi's subordinates here. This is utterly unacceptable. Halt. Xian's voice resonated with an air of authority. Mortal, you fail to comprehend the gravity of your actions. His gaze, lofty and condescending, bore the haughtiness of a deity surveying the mortal realm. These two individuals are an indispensable part of our scheme. Any error is intolerable. Their fates are intertwined with the destiny of the entire universe. Luo Feng paused, intrigued as he scrutinized this suddenly appearing deity. A scheme? The fate of the universe? Such grandiloquent assertions. Luo Feng chuckled. Is your plan to incite them to attack my disciple and siphon his energy? Xian's expression shifted, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. How could he possess such insight? You. How could you? How I know is of no consequence. Luo Feng's smile turned frostier. What matters is that your plan resembles nothing more than excrement. Impudent. Jibit interjected sharply. Before you stands the supreme deity who governs this universe, the Lord of the Kais. How dare a mere mortal exhibit such insolence? Supreme deity? Luo Feng raised an eyebrow, appraising Xian from head to toe. With such limited power? Xian's countenance darkened instantaneously. Power does not equate to everything. He forced himself to regain composure, his tone remaining haughty. The universe operates under its own laws. Everything I do is for the sake of ultimate victory. You mortals need only to adhere to the divine guidance, and that suffices. Adhere? The smile vanished from Luo Feng's face entirely. He detested such self-righteous, pretentious individuals. At that moment, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding. Intense emotional fluctuations detected in the host. Target identified. The pretentious deity, Lord of the Kais. Additional choice activated. Additional choice. Deities come in various ranks. Utilize absolute power to enlighten this ignorant supreme deity on what true divinity entails. Vanquish Spobich and AMU on the spot, and in your Super Saiyan 3 form. Impart a lesson he shall never forget. Reward. Host's base combat power elevated to 3.8 billion. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, such delightful prospects. Delivering a beating to this pretentious fool would boost my power by an astonishing 60 million? This is no longer a mere choice. It is an opportunity laid bare. Gazing at the Lord of the Kais, who still maintained an air of superiority, Luo Feng's expression grew perilous. What are you saying? Luo Feng stepped forward, locking eyes with Xian, his tone laced with amusement. I didn't quite catch that. Would you kindly repeat yourself? Xian sensed the disdain in Luo Feng's gaze. He was a god, the pinnacle of the universe. How dare a mere mortal regard him with such contempt? I shall reiterate, mortal. Xian suppressed his inner turmoil with difficulty. Withdraw immediately. Do not interfere with the divine plan. Otherwise, you shall pay dearly for your folly. Very well. Luo Feng suddenly smiled, radiating brilliance. Then allow me to demonstrate who shall truly bear the consequences. Do you wish to witness the might of the divine? Allow me to unveil it for you. Two beams of light instantaneously pierced the heads of Spobich and Yamana. Mortal, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Jebet admonished Luo Feng with palpable ire. As you can observe, Luo Feng replied in a tone devoid of emotion. I merely disposed of the refuse. He advanced a step forward, an invisible pressure causing Xian and Jebit to instinctively retreat by half a step. Luo Feng extended his hand, gently resting it upon their shoulders. The two were momentarily taken aback. A hum resonated as the fabric of space quivered slightly. In an instant, the silhouettes of the three vanished without a trace, leaving behind the bewildered expressions of Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan, who exchanged glances of utter confusion. In the next moment, on an unnamed planet, Luo Feng nonchalantly cast the Kaioshin Xian and Jebit onto the desolate terrain. Xian scrambled to his feet, surveying the surroundings with eyes wide in shock and bewilderment. Where's this place? The technique employed was instantaneous movement. Who are you truly? Xian inquired, gazing at Luo Feng with trepidation. Jebit, regaining his composure, regarded Luo Feng with a wary glare. You had best consider the consequences of provoking a deity, he warned defiantly. Consequences? Luo Feng turned, a smile gracing his lips. Allow me to demonstrate what consequences entail. Before his words could dissipate, Luo Feng's body trembled violently. Boom! A terrifying aura, beyond the realm of description, erupted from within him. The entire planet began to shake violently. The earth fractured, deep chasms radiating outward from Luo Feng like dark veins. The world seemed to be frozen in time, with the only movement emanating from Luo Feng's soaring golden aura. Luo Feng let out a piercing howl. His black hair danced wildly amidst the golden tempest, elongating at a visible pace. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. His golden locks cascaded like a waterfall down to his waist. Within the maelstrom of energy, Luo Feng's gaze turned chillingly ruthless. Crackling, golden lightning surged around him like a rampaging dragon. Super Saiyan 3. What is this? The Kaioshin Xian and Jebit trembled under the overwhelming pressure. Luo Feng fixed his gaze upon Kaioshin Xian. Now, who do you believe is the true deity? Xian's mental defenses shattered completely. In an instant, Luo Feng appeared before him, extending a finger that gently pressed against Xian's forehead. Boom! Xian's body was struck as if by a meteor, transformed into a comet that soared away. His form shattered against a mountain. Then another, and another. He crashed through a dozen towering crimson peaks, ultimately embedding himself deep within a mountainous core, his fate unknown. Kaioshin-sama, Jebit exclaimed in horror. Chapter 88. The Demon Realm King. Dapula with a staggering power of 40 million, Luo Feng's figure vanished once more. In the next instant, he appeared before the mountain that had been shattered. He extended his hand towards the mountain, and with a gentle grasp, boom! The entire mountain was forcibly uprooted from the earth by Luo Feng. He then hurled the mountain into the sky, delivering a powerful punch. The colossal mountain erupted in midair, obliterated by Luo Feng's might. The god of the realm, trapped within the mountain, was also revealed. Covered in blood, his divine robe torn, he had lost consciousness. Luo Feng immediately materialized beside him, seizing his head. He pressed the goddess face downwards and plunged straight down from an altitude of 10,000 meters. The rapid friction jolted Xian awake from his stupor. His face was dragged across the hard, red earth, carving a deep, bottomless trench that spanned several kilometers. This was the literal interpretation of being ground into the earth. Boom! Finally, Luo Feng slammed him into the ground, creating a massive pit. Only then did he release his grip, ceasing the torment of the god of the realm. Luo Feng approached the edge of the pit, gazing down at the once proud god of the realm, now reduced to a pitiful form, barely clinging to life. Can we dispense with the pretense and converse earnestly now? At the bottom of the pit, God Xian lay like a heap of mud, utterly defeated. In all his years, he had never before been subjected to such brutal treatment. Jebit scrambled to the edge of the pit, and upon seeing Xian's woeful state, he was struck with terror. He knelt before Luo Feng, fervently bowing his head. My lord, have mercy, I implore you. Please spare the god of the realm. Do you still have any objections? Luo Feng inquired calmly. Jebit's body stiffened abruptly. And no, how could I dare to have objections? It's just that the god of the realm, his fate concerns the safety of the entire universe. If something were to happen to him, Luo Feng mocked. Are you suggesting that if I harm him, the universe will be doomed? Is that your implication? And no, not at all. That is not what I meant. Jebit stammered, panic-stricken, waving his hands in denial. However, Luo Feng clearly lacked the patience for his ramblings. I am not fond of circumlocution, Luo Feng declared, stepping forward and appearing before Jebbet in an instant. With a mere flick of his hand, he delivered a resounding slap. Jebbet attempted to evade, but his body failed to react in time. Slap. Jebbet spun like a top, rotating 720 degrees in midair, before crashing headfirst into a nearby mountain, leaving only his legs twitching aimlessly outside. Luo Feng shook his hand as if swatting away a fly. He redirected his gaze towards the god of the realm in the deep pit. At some point, God Xian had regained consciousness. Witnessing the fate of his loyal servant being treated like a mere insect, smacked into the mountainside. Fear gripped his heart. Now, do you still intend to pursue that so-called plan of yours? Xian's body trembled violently. The plan? His scheme was to harness the strength of the warriors to lure out Babiti's spaceship, infiltrate it, and eradicate Majin Buu before his resurrection. In his eyes, this was a plan that could be deemed flawless. For the sake of universal peace, all sacrifices made were worthwhile. Xian laboriously raised his head, gazing at Luo Feng with his relatively intact eye. His lips moved, as if he wished to articulate something. Ultimately, he relinquished all attempts at justification. No, my plan is flawed. I implore you, please prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. Only you can accomplish this. For the entire universe, I beg of you. The Kaioshin Xian, having witnessed Luo Feng's power, began to plead for him to eliminate Majin Buu. Oh, Majin Buu, is it? What concern is that of mine? Luo Feng replied nonchalantly. The Kaioshin Xian was taken aback. He had prepared a plethora of arguments regarding the terrifying nature of Majin Buu and the impending crisis of universal annihilation. Yet, Luo Feng's reaction exceeded his expectations entirely. At that moment, a notification sound from the system echoed in Luo Feng's mind. Ding! Detected a universe-level significant event. Resurrection of Majin Buu. Divine choice has been triggered. Please, host, make a decision. A holographic screen unfurled before Luo Feng's retina. This time, the options were more direct and enticing. Option 1. Depart immediately. Heed the Kaioshin's plan and head to Babiti's spaceship to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. Reward. Absolute loyalty of the Demon Realm King Dubra. He will regard you as his sole master. Option 2. What do I care? I'll finish watching the World Martial Arts Tournament first. Reward. Host's base combat power will be raised to 2 billion. Luo Feng raised an eyebrow. Dubra's loyalty? That sounded appealing. Having the Demon Realm King as a subordinate would certainly carry weight. However, the truth was, Dubra's combat prowess was not even worthy of serving him. Moreover, Dubra's appearance was rather unappealing. It was best to pass on that. Then he considered option 2. Doing nothing but watching a match would yield a direct increase of 40 million in combat power? This was no longer a choice. The system was bestowing benefits upon him. As for Majin Buu, he could deal with that later. There was no way he could rush to Babiti's base now. It would simply be a waste of time. The immediate enjoyment and tangible enhancement of his combat power felt far more practical. System, I choose option 2. Luo Feng silently affirmed. Ding. Selection successful. Reward distribution in progress. A warm current surged throughout his body, and Luo Feng could distinctly feel the power within him swell even further. It was invigorating. I beg of you, for the sake of the entire universe. The Kaioshin Xian was still there, exerting his last ounce of strength in his feeble pleas. Luo Feng retracted his Super Saiyan 3 transformation, returning to his normal state. He looked down upon Xian. Let us discuss this matter after the World Martial Arts Tournament concludes. Luo Feng paid no heed to the Supreme Being, who was engulfed in existential doubt. With a mere thought, he vanished in a flash. Name, Luo Feng. Combat power, normal 2 billion. Combat power, Super Saiyan state 21 billion. Combat power, Super Saiyan 2 state 42 billion. Combat power, Super Saiyan 3 state 168 billion. Core skills, Tenfold King's Fist, no side effects. Instant transmission, God of Destruction version. Kamehameha, some fundamental skills have been consolidated. Special status, Lazili, Android 18. Affection level 100, when you are serious, none can compare. Chapter 89, Change of Plans. Babiti wavers. The Demon King faces calamity elsewhere. Within a clandestine base, the sorcerer Babiti was fixated on a crystal ball. His anxiety causing him to tug at his hair in distress. What on earth is happening? Where have Spopovich and Yamcha suddenly vanished to? His frantic voice echoed throughout the empty ship's cabin. Babiti cast a spell, illuminating the scene of the World Martial Arts Tournament. However, within the image, there was no trace of his two subordinates. Even the magical link controlling them had been severed. A foreboding sense of dread enveloped Babbidi's heart. To eliminate his two enhanced subordinates in an instant, the opponent's strength was formidable indeed. Useless. They are all worthless. Babbidi fumed, his anger causing him to stomp his feet. His original plan was to gather the energy of those Earth warriors to swiftly fill the resurrection energy reservoir of Majin Buu. Yet, it now appeared that this plan was fraught with peril. Should he send more subordinates and they too fall to that mysterious powerhouse, it would truly be a loss beyond measure. Damn it! Babbidi gritted his teeth, his expression fluctuating between fury and despair. He cast a glance at the enormous, blood-veined pink mass beside him. Reluctantly, Babbidi ultimately decided to abandon his intention to send more individuals into the tournament for a risky venture. He turned to the red-skinned man kneeling behind him, his demeanor stoic. The Demon King, Dabura. Dabura. Yes, Lord Babbidi. Change of plans. A hint of resignation flickered in Babbidi's eyes. You will proceed to the energy converter. Dabura shuddered slightly, but lowered his head respectfully. At your command. He understood the implications of this order. It meant Babbidi intended to extract the energy from his strongest warrior to fill the void. Although this process would be excruciatingly painful and significantly delay the resurrection of Majin Buu, it was undoubtedly the most prudent and secure course of action at this juncture. At the World Martial Arts Tournament, in the audience, Luo Feng silently returned to his seat. He casually picked up a chip that Android 18 had placed there and popped it into his mouth with a satisfying crunch. Is it resolved? Android 18 inquired. Her gaze unwavering. Just two insignificant pests, Luo Feng replied nonchalantly. At that moment, the announcer's voice resonated throughout the venue via the loudspeaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin. After a fervent scramble for equipment repairs, our match shall continue. Next to grace the stage are two contenders. As the host deliberately elongates his voice, arousing the anticipation of all. One is the remarkable contestant Sun Wukong, who, against all odds, achieved a miracle in the preliminary rounds, albeit inadvertently damaging our power testing apparatus. His opponent is none other than the most dazzling star of our arena, the valiant ally, the masked Saiyan Superman. Boom. The atmosphere in the venue ignited instantly. The audience erupted in cheers akin to a roaring tide. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wukong and Gohan emerged simultaneously from either side of the contestant tunnel, stepping onto the stage. Wukong bore a relaxed and exhilarated expression, waving to the spectators. Gohan, gazing at his father, broke into a smile. Give it your all, but do not disappoint me, he urged. Father, you too, please show mercy, Gohan replied, his voice slightly muffled through his helmet. Indeed, he had become somewhat complacent over the years, engrossed in his studies with little time devoted to training. Ordinarily, a vast chasm existed between him and his father, who had been training diligently for the past 7 years. Ha ha ha, then it shall depend on your performance. Wukong flexed his wrists and assumed his stance. As the referee noted their readiness, he raised his hand high and then brought it down with a swift motion. The match commenced. The instant the words left his lips, Wukong was in motion. No, to the ordinary observer, he seemed to remain still, leaving only a faint afterimage. His true form had already appeared before Gohan. Swift, a speed surpassing the limits of human visual perception. So fast, Gohan's heart raced, and instinctively, his body leaned back. Whoosh. Wukong's seemingly unremarkable chop grazed the tip of his nose, the fierce wind rustling his white cloak. Not bad, Gohan, Wukong's voice, laced with amusement, echoed from all directions as he evaded. Gohan steadied himself, scanning his surroundings with a serious gaze. On the arena, Wukong's figure had vanished. In the audience, everyone craned their necks, looking bewildered. Where is he? Where did that Sun Wukong go? What is happening? Has the match begun? Is this magic? A grand transformation? The host was equally perplexed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he clutched the microphone, struggling to explain. Oh, did you see that, everyone? Contestant Sun Wukong employed a speed so rapid that it eludes the naked eye. Such remarkable footwork. In the VIP section, Mr. Satan's pupils constricted suddenly. His body trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. Magic? Footwork? Nonsense. If others could not comprehend, he certainly could. That was not mere technique. It was pure speed. The same power exhibited by those golden-haired warriors during the Cell Games. No, it is impossible. Mr. Satan's lips quivered. It must be a coincidence, indeed merely a resemblance. Satan fervently reassured himself within. In the arena, there above him, Gohan abruptly lifted his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Goku had already materialized overhead, his legs together, resembling a battle axe, descending towards him with formidable force. Gohan dared not slacken. He crossed his arms to shield himself. Bang! A deep, resounding crash echoed. The arena beneath Gohan instantly fractured like a spider's web. A visible wave of white energy erupted from the point of their collision, exploding outward. The front row spectators were swept away by the sudden gust, hats, popcorn, and drinks flying everywhere. My goodness, what is this? Such an incredible wind. Is this a special effect? Have competitions become this realistic nowadays? Rather than feeling fear, the audience grew even more exhilarated, believing this to be a meticulously orchestrated experience by the organizers. Mr. Satan's complexion shifted from pale to a deep shade of green. Special effects? He knew better than anyone how tangible that force was, nearly lifting him from his seat. In the arena, Gohan was firmly pressed into the ground by Goku's kick, his legs buried in the shattered stones. Your strength has diminished, Gohan. Goku remarked lightly as he floated down, shaking his head. Chapter 90. The entire arena gasped. Mr. Satan was on the verge of tears. Gritting his teeth, Gohan summoned his strength, breaking free from the ground. I have only just begun to warm up. He roared, initiating his assault. Gohan's figure blurred across the arena, launching a tempest of strikes at Goku from every angle. Fist, foot, elbow, knee. Each blow reverberated with a sonic boom that tore through the air. Bang, bang, bang. A relentless barrage of impacts melded into a single cacophony. The audience could no longer perceive the movements of the two warriors. They could only see two indistinct forms colliding repeatedly in the arena's center, each impact unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. The once solid arena was visibly crumbling at an alarming rate. Goodness, this battle is exceedingly intense. My eyes are blurring. I can hardly see. Incredible. That masked superhero is astonishing. And Goku is equally formidable. In the stands, Luo Feng stuffed another chip into his mouth. TSK, he remarked to the nearby Android 18. See? This is what happens when one neglects their studies, or rather, their training. Gohan's fighting instinct has regressed by at least half compared to 7 years ago. He is struggling even against Goku's probing attacks. After all, he is merely a child aspiring to be a scholar. The Saiyan bloodline, however, will not permit such complacency. Luo Feng chuckled softly. Just then, the dynamics of the battle shifted once more. Having been on the defensive, Goku seemed to have lost his patience. Warm-up is over, Gohan. His voice suddenly resonated in Gohan's ear. Within Gohan's heart, alarm bells rang. This is bad. He wished to retreat, but it was too late. A hand, appearing out of nowhere, gently pressed against his chest. Goku's figure slowly solidified before him, his face adorned with that same seemingly innocuous smile. It's my turn. An irresistible force, akin to a cataclysmic wave, erupted from that hand. Boom! Gohan's body was propelled like a cannonball, instantly flying backward. His back collided heavily with the pillar at the edge of the arena. Crack! The massive stone column, wide enough for several to embrace, shattered with a resounding echo. But that was not the end. Gohan's momentum remained unyielding, crashing through the wall of the gymnasium, leaving a distinct human-shaped hole in the thick steel-reinforced concrete. The entire venue was engulfed in stunned silence, the audience's mouths agape, as if they could fit a fist inside. After a full 10 seconds, the host stammered. What just happened? Was that a special effect? The masked Saiyan has been sent flying? My goodness, what kind of power is this? It must have been staged. A script. Otherwise, how could he possibly have broken through the wall? The audience erupted in chaos, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them, attempting to rationalize it with their limited imagination. It's scripted. It must be scripted. In the VIP section, Mr. Satan clung to this notion like a lifeline, desperately trying to hypnotize himself. His legs shook uncontrollably. Others might deceive themselves, but he could not. Just as everyone assumed the match was over, whoosh. A sound of air being sliced open echoed. The masked Saiyan, having been sent flying, returned through that great hole. He hovered in midair, his cape tattered, and his helmet cracked with a visible seam. Dad! Gohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze now more serious than ever. I admit, I have indeed become complacent these past few years. However, I have not forgotten the pride of the Saiyans. Buzz. A powerful energy erupted from within Gohan. Oh, now that is more like it. Come on, Gohan. Let me see what you have left after all these years. Huh. Gohan ceased his chatter, his figure flickering in the air as he charged once more at Goku. This time, Gohan's speed surpassed that of before. His strength was greater. The battle reignited. The entire arena transformed into a battleground for Goku and Gohan. Two figures, moving faster than the eye could perceive, engaged in a dazzling display of high-speed offense and defense. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The martial arts venue trembled violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. The audience screamed in exhilaration. This is insane. I have never witnessed such an exhilarating match in my life. Only Mr. Satan, curled up in his chair, cradled his head in his hands, trembling like a patient afflicted with Parkinson's disease. It was over. In the audience, Luo Feng spoke with a calm demeanor, having discerned the outcome. Although Gohan had summoned his fighting spirit, he remained at a considerable disadvantage compared to Goku in terms of stamina, strength, and experience. A prolonged defense would inevitably lead to a loss. Indeed, with a soft thud, Goku seized the opportunity, raising his index and middle fingers to deliver a decisive strike to the back of Gohan's neck. All of Gohan's movements froze in an instant. Then, his body went limp, plummeting from the air. Goku extended his hand, catching his son securely in his embrace. He cradled Gohan as he gently descended to the center of the arena, now reduced to ruins. The entire stadium fell silent. The referee gazed at Goku, standing amidst the wreckage, then glanced at the masked Super Saiyan who had briefly lost consciousness and now regained awareness, momentarily forgetting to announce the result of the match. Had that just concluded? Did the masked hero lose? Ahem. The host cleared his throat with determination. The victor has been determined. The winner of this match is contestant Sun Wukong. A delayed cheer erupted, sweeping through the venue like a tsunami. Regardless of comprehension, it was undeniably thrilling. In the VIP section, Mr. Satan's body slumped like a puddle of mud as he collapsed in his chair, gasping for breath. Ladies and gentlemen, due to a minor technical malfunction with our arena, the match will be paused for 30 minutes for urgent repairs. As the host finished speaking, dozens of small engineering robots descended. Within a brief half hour, a brand new arena rose again from the ground. All right, thank you for your patience. We are about to commence our next highly anticipated showdown. Please welcome our contestants. As the host's voice faded, a man clad in a blue, form-fitting battle suit, with hair standing tall like a black spire, stepped onto the newly erected stage. It was Vegeta, with his arms crossed and a face that radiated disdain and arrogance. He faced his opponent, the fighting champion from West City, the mighty Tiger. A brawny man, muscular and seemingly twice Vegeta's size, leaped onto the stage. He flexed his impressive biceps toward the audience, eliciting a round of cheers. Mr. Vegeta, I look forward to your guidance. The mighty Tiger struck a standard fighting pose directed at Vegeta. The match began. The referee's arm swung down abruptly. Chapter 91. How did it transform when we agreed to go easy? Roar. The mighty Tiger bellowed, propelling himself forward with the force of a heavy truck, charging at Vegeta. His fists, the size of sandbags, whistled through the air, aimed directly at Vegeta's face. Vegeta stood motionless, just as the fist was about to graze his nose. He extended a single index finger and lightly flicked it. Puffed. The ferocious Tiger contestant was instantly propelled backward at a speed tenfold greater than his arrival. The arena fell into a profound silence. What was happening? Was it over? A mere snap of the fingers? Surely, this must be a deception. Was that Tiger contestant feigning injury? The audience was utterly bewildered by this surreal spectacle. A ruse. It must be a ruse. Vegeta retracted his fingers with a cold snort. Useless. Wait. It was only then that the referee reacted, hastily raising his hand and announcing in a trembling voice, "The victor is Vegeta." Ladies and gentlemen, after numerous breathtaking confrontations, we have finally arrived at the ultimate showdown of this grand martial arts tournament. The contenders are none other than the two extraordinary masters who have just defied countless odds. Son Goku versus Vegeta. Boom. At that moment, the atmosphere in the venue erupted. The thunderous cheers were akin to a tidal wave, nearly toppling the roof of the stadium. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Son Goku ascended the stage, standing opposite Vegeta. In the air, it felt as if invisible sparks were colliding. Their battle had transcended mere victory or defeat. It was finally just the two of us. Vegeta wore an expression of exhilaration. This time, I shall undoubtedly defeat you, Kakarot. The referee's arm swung down decisively. The match commenced. In the instant the words left his lips, neither combatant moved. The audience held their breath, straining their necks, awaiting that earth-shattering first strike. What is going on? Why aren't they striking? Is this a psychological game? The intricacies of masters clashing are indeed profound. In the VIP section, Luo Feng yawned and tore open a bag of chips. TSK, these two are becoming increasingly theatrical. Suddenly, both figures vanished from their original positions. No, to the ordinary spectator. They appeared as two phantoms that had abruptly been erased from existence. One moment they were there, the next they were gone. Then came a deafening explosion that erupted at the center of the stage. A visible white shockwave surged forth like ripples on water, instantly enveloping the entire venue. The front row spectators were once again thrown into disarray. Here it comes again. The wind. Such a fierce wind. Where did they go? The host, gripping a nearby pillar with all his might to avoid being swept away, wore an expression that had shifted from shock to numbness. Ladies and gentlemen, the match has commenced. Son Goku and Vegeta are engaged in a high-speed confrontation that our eyes cannot perceive. Commentary? Non-existent. His sole task now was to maintain his composure, lest he succumb to fear. Bang, 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 bang. The air above the stage resonated with a cacophony of collisions, each impact unleashing a ripple of miniature shockwaves into the atmosphere. Occasionally, two indistinct figures would fleetingly materialize, only to vanish again in the next millisecond's collision. The speed was remarkable. Luo Feng stuffed another chip into his mouth and commented. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, louder than any before. The two figures finally separated in the center of the arena. Sun Wukong and Vegeta each retreated several meters to regain their stance. On the stage, Vegeta's patience had finally worn thin. Kakarot, he called, his voice hoarse and deep. Sun Wukong replied, maintaining a relaxed demeanor. Have you prepared yourself for the inevitable? What inevitability? Sun Wukong asked, somewhat puzzled. Vegeta flashed a haughty grin. The realization of being utterly defeated by me. Come on, Kakarot. At the instant his words fell, a golden aura erupted from Vegeta's being like a volcanic explosion. The golden light illuminated the entire sky. An indescribable, terrifying pressure surged outward, causing the front row spectators to feel as if a great mountain had descended upon them. What is that? A monstrous entity. His hair has turned golden and is still glowing. The microphone in the host's hand clattered to the ground. Sun Wukong's smile faded as he gazed at the imposing Vegeta, letting out a gentle sigh. I knew it would come to this. He turned to glance at Gohan in the contestant area, a hint of apology crossing his face. Then, he refocused his gaze on Vegeta, his expression turning gravely serious. In that case, let's go? Simultaneously, a golden aura erupted from Sun Wukong, exploding forth with tremendous force. The two equally powerful and domineering energies clashed violently in the air. The resulting shockwaves tore the newly repaired arena apart once more. The world seemed to consist solely of those two dazzling golden lights. You two. In the contestant area, Gohan could no longer contain himself and shouted at the sky, Dad. Mr. Vegeta, you promised. You said you wouldn't transform. Gohan's furious cries felt somewhat feeble amidst the tumultuous energy waves. In the sky, Sun Wukong heard his son's voice and scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, Gohan. But now that Vegeta has transformed, I have no choice. His voice resonated clearly through the tumult. Vegeta scoffed, filled with disdain. Be quiet. The only pact a Saiyan needs to uphold is to fight the strong. Everything else is nonsense. Before his words could fully settle, Vegeta's figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared before Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful punch infused with terrifying strength aimed directly at his face. Sun Wukong crossed his arms, bracing himself against the blow. Chapter 92, Ultimate Flash Kamehameha. Boom. The clash of fists and arms unleashed a tempest far more terrifying than any previous encounter. The audience has descended into utter chaos. My goodness. They are soaring into the air. Is this some sort of wire work? Yet, I see no cables. Special effects. This is undeniably of cinematic caliber. It feels astonishingly real. The organizers have truly invested heavily this time. I sense the very chairs are trembling. Rather than fear, the spectators are engulfed in an exhilarating frenzy. They wave their arms, screaming and shouting. Above the ring, Vegeta's face is a canvas of madness and delight. Yes, Kakarot, this is the battle befitting a Saiyan. With a single punch, he sent Goku reeling, his movements untraceable, delivering knee strikes and elbow blows with unparalleled speed and ferocity. Goku's expression is one of unprecedented seriousness. He holds nothing back, channeling his power to its zenith. Bang, bang, bang. Each collision resonates like the detonation of a bomb in the sky. The released energy obliterated the recently repaired ring, turning it to dust. The entire martial arts arena, along with the city beyond, trembles under this force. In the competitor's zone, Piccolo shields himself with his arms against the oncoming gale, his expression grim. This has become utter chaos. Dad, Gohan shouted towards the heavens. The battle in the sky shifted once more. Seizing a moment when Goku gasped for breath, Vegeta unleashed a devastating kick that struck Goku's side with tremendous force. Bang! Goku's body plummeted to the earth like a golden meteor. Boom! The ground was shattered, creating an unfathomable crater. Kakarot. Vegeta hovered above, looking down upon the massive pit. Laughing triumphantly, I am the strongest Saiyan. The arena fell into a profound silence. Has Goku lost? In the VIP section, Mr. Satan trembled more violently. Boom! A surge of golden energy, more potent and pure than Vegeta's earlier explosion, erupted from the depths of the crater. Vegeta's laughter abruptly ceased. From that soaring pillar of golden light, a figure gradually ascended, Goku. He brushed off the dust from his body, cracked his neck with a series of sharp sounds. His face bore no signs of injury, but rather a hint of exhilaration. That hurt, Vegeta. Goku grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. You. Vegeta's expression darkened instantly. He had exerted every ounce of his strength in that strike. Yet, Kakarot emerged unscathed? No. Impossible. He must be putting on a brave front. Stop pretending, Kakarot. Vegeta roared, bringing his hands together in front of his chest as golden energy orbs rained down upon Goku like a torrential storm. A barrage of energy blasts. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless energy spheres, trailing long tails of flame, sealed off all avenues of escape for Goku. He merely extended a hand. With a hum, all the energy spheres were effortlessly swatted away into the sky. Kakarot. Vegeta stared intently at the composed figure of Goku across from him. Why? Why does this man always seem to be a step ahead of me? Am I, Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, truly destined to live in his shadow for all eternity? No, I shall never concede to this. An unprecedented surge of rage and defiance erupted from the depths of Vegeta's heart. Aya! Vegeta roared skyward. The energy within him began to rise uncontrollably once more. The golden aura grew more frenzied and dense. Crackling, golden lightning began to manifest and entwine around his body. In the contestant area, Gohan's pupils constricted sharply. Super Saiyan 2. He had once attained this level himself. Hence he understood better than anyone what that lightning-wreathed golden aura signified. Vegeta had shattered the barriers of Super Saiyan and ascended to a higher realm. Ha ha ha! Feeling the unprecedented power surging within him, far surpassing anything he had experienced before, Vegeta let out a maniacal laugh. Kakarot, do you see this? This is the true power of me, Vegeta. Come. He spread his arms wide, striking a classic pose. Allow me to show you my strongest attack. Ultimate Flash. Boom. A colossal golden energy beam, too immense for words to describe, surged forth violently from between Vegeta's palms. The brilliance instantly engulfed the sky. Meanwhile, Goku faced Vegeta's all-or-nothing assault with a smile on his face. Bring it on, Vegeta. Goku laughed heartily, slightly crouching, placing his hands at his waist, adopting a classic starting stance. This is the Vegeta I know. A blue light began to gather between his palms. Initially, it was but a faint glimmer. Yet in an instant, the light became extraordinarily radiant and blinding. Kamehameha. Boom. An equally formidable and dazzling blue energy beam shot forth from Goku's palms, charging headlong towards the golden ultimate flash. Thunderous rumbling filled the air. The golden and blue torrents of energy collided violently in the center of the sky. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, the two forces bizarrely held their ground upon contact. A massive sphere composed purely of energy slowly began to form at the point of collision. Crackling, thick bolts of energy lightning erupted from this energy sphere, tearing the sky asunder. Aya! Vegeta's veins throbbed, bulging prominently from his forehead. He extracted the last vestiges of strength within him, pouring it fervently into the ultimate flash. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him: to vanquish Kakarot. Submit to me, Vegeta bellowed. A torrent of golden energy surged forth, radiating brilliantly, steadily pushing back the Azure Kamehameha with a speed visible to the naked eye. The scales of victory appeared to tilt in Vegeta's favor. Oh no! Gohan's countenance turned ashen. His father's strength was on the verge of collapse. Goku and Piccolo clenched their fists tightly. Was defeat truly imminent? Chapter 93, Vegeta's Breakdown. Why can you also achieve Super Saiyan 2? Gohan could distinctly sense the ki belonging to his father being overpowered by an even more ferocious and enraged presence. Goku and Piccolo's fists remained tightly clenched. Just as everyone believed victory was assured, Goku's voice rang out, devoid of tension, instead tinged with excitement. I really didn't want to use this technique, but Vegeta, you always force my hand. In the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. What? Vegeta's pupils dilated in shock. He witnessed Kakarot, whom he had been relentlessly pressuring. Smiling, a thunderous roar erupted from Goku. The once faltering blue Kamehameha was suddenly infused with boundless power, surging forward. Not only did it push back, but an aura far mightier than Vegeta's exploded from Goku's being. Boom! Crackle! Silvery lightning appeared out of thin air, coiling like serpents around Goku's golden aura. This. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. This energy, this golden aura intertwined with lightning. It was identical to his own. No. It was even more solid and potent than his. Super Saiyan 2. How could this be? In that moment, Vegeta's heart plummeted. He had taken pride in surpassing Kakarot. Yet the latter had effortlessly reached the same realm, seemingly mastering it even more flawlessly. Boom. The scales of energy in the sky reversed instantaneously. The lightning-wreathed blue Kamehameha surged forward, overwhelming the golden ultimate flash with a crushing force. In the audience, Luo Feng yawned, popping the last chip into his mouth. Finally, it resembles something, he muttered softly. However, relying solely on this, he thought, would not suffice to defeat that state of Vegeta. In the sky, the clash of energies fell into a stalemate once more. Both were Super Saiyan 2, yet Goku's power was more refined, while Vegeta's will was far more fervent. The massive energy sphere began to become increasingly unstable under the pressure of their opposing forces. The energy arc on its surface erupted chaotically outward. A slender bolt of electricity struck the distant mountains. Boom! The entire mountain silently disintegrated into ashes. Goku's expression shifted instantaneously. This is bad. If this energy sphere detonates, it won't just obliterate the venue. The entire Earth could be reduced to cosmic dust. A solution must be found. Beads of perspiration formed on Goku's forehead. The battle of Super Saiyan 2 against Super Saiyan 2 was an interminable war of attrition. Yet, Earth could not afford to wait. Goku glanced at his opponent, the frenzied Vegeta with eyes of flame. Reasoning? Impossible. The current Vegeta was a madman willing to forsake everything for victory. The only recourse was to unleash an overwhelming surge of power to utterly defeat him. But how? A strength surpassing that of Super Saiyan 2? Perhaps the Super Saiyan 3, like Luo Feng? No, that transformation was only in its nascent stage for him and required time to accumulate energy, which the relentless battle against Boppo did not afford him. Just as Goku found himself at a loss, a vision flashed through his mind like lightning. The Cell Games. King Kai's technique. Luo Feng could accomplish it. I should be able to as well. Vegeta. Goku's voice pierced through the cacophony of energy clashes. Allow me to present my final move. What? Vegeta paused. This guy still has a trick up his sleeve? Impossible. He must be bluffing. Silence, Kakarot. Vegeta roared, intensifying his energy output once more. However, in the next moment, Goku's voice rang out, calm and resolute. King Kai's technique. Boom. A violent, blood-red aura surged forth from Goku, erupting with ferocity. This crimson energy instantaneously enveloped his previously golden aura, intertwined with lightning. In that moment, the two disparate forces merged in an astonishing manner. Goku's combat power soared to an illogical tenfold. How is this possible? Vegeta felt his mind go blank. No, it can't be. Kamehameha. Goku infused the entirety of the King Kai technique's power into the Kamehameha. Its size expanded exponentially. Rumble. The golden ultimate flash could not even withstand a moment's resistance before being instantly devoured by the torrent of red and blue energy. I have lost. Vegeta floated in the air, dazed, relinquishing all resistance. Just as the energy torrent was about to engulf Vegeta, Goku let out a desperate cry. Turn for me. He forcefully twisted his body, expending the last vestige of his strength to control the unleashed energy wave. Buzz. The cataclysmic surge of energy grazed Vegeta's form, ascending skyward at an acute angle, piercing through the atmosphere and launching into the boundless expanse of the cosmos, ultimately vanishing from sight. Goku could no longer withstand the strain. The golden and crimson auras dissipated simultaneously from his being, returning him to his normal state as he gently descended from the heavens. Was the match concluded? A spectator in the audience, bewildered, inquired who had emerged victorious. No one could provide an answer, as all remained entranced by the miraculous spectacle that had just unfolded, unable to extricate themselves from its grasp. Several minutes passed before the arena's announcer, with a voice tinged with emotion, declared the outcome. The victor had been decided. The ultimate champion is none other than Son Goku. A thunderous eruption of applause and cheers ensued. Goku! 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 Oh, how splendid! This was undoubtedly the most exhilarating match I have ever witnessed in my life. The audience erupted into a frenzy. They may not have comprehended the significance of the golden aura or the implications of the red light, but that was inconsequential. What mattered was the cataclysmic visual spectacle, the heart-stopping confrontation, and the ultimate reversal of fate. It was thrilling. It was electrifying. That sufficed. The entire venue transformed into a sea of jubilation. Chapter 94, Mr. Satan's Performance. Even Luo Feng found amusement. The air still lingered with the searing essence of energy clashes. Goku gently landed on the arena, his body trembling slightly from the immense strain of the Kaioken technique, sweat soaking his martial arts uniform. Yet, a pure, satisfied smile adorned his face. He had triumphed. It had been a gratifyingly fierce battle. That fellow, Vegeta, had indeed grown stronger. At that moment, the announcer's voice, filled with fervor, resonated once more. Dear spectators, please remain calm. The match is not yet fully concluded. Next, we shall witness the true final showdown of this world martial arts tournament. Presenting the illustrious champion, Mr. Satan, against contestant Son Goku. The announcer's tone brimmed with fervent admiration. After a brief silence, the arena erupted into cheers tenfold more fervent than before. Satan, 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 champion, champion, champion. Oh, there is still another match? Goku mused in surprise, scratching his head as he glanced toward the opposite end of the arena. Amidst the roaring applause, a stout man with a flamboyant hairstyle, clad in a red cape, leaped onto the stage with an ostentatious flair. It was none other than Mr. Satan. He raised his arms high, waving to the audience with a confident smile that exuded an air of superiority, basking in their adoration. My people, did you witness that? Mr. Satan grasped the microphone, his voice resonating powerfully. The previous match was truly spectacular. This Son Goku contestant indeed possesses remarkable skill. His tricks have become quite impressive. However, he pivoted his attention toward Goku. Magic, after all, is but mere illusion. In the face of absolute power, all is but a delusion. Now allow me, the world champion Satan, to unveil these ostentatious tricks. Oh, the audience has gone utterly wild. They are unwavering in their belief that the cataclysmic battle between Goku and Vegeta was merely a high-tech projection or an optical illusion. The true combat is about to commence. Piccolo's lips twitched, silently turning away, feeling that further scrutiny would be an affront to his eyes. What manner of reasoning do these individuals possess? Krillin covered his face. A look of utter embarrassment etched upon him. Yet, Luo Feng observed this spectacle with keen interest, a playful smile curving his lips. Here it comes. The classic act from the Dragon Ball universe. Mr. Satan, I humbly seek your guidance. Goku politely bowed to Satan, assuming a starting stance. Humph. Behold my strike. Satan bellowed, striking a pose he deemed most impressive. The miraculous, special, super heavyweight punch of Satan. He roared, propelling himself forward with the force of a runaway truck, charging at Goku. To the eyes of an ordinary person, his punch generated a howling wind, moving so swiftly that only a series of afterimages could be perceived. However, to Goku, or to Luo Feng and the others, the speed of that punch appeared slower than a snail's leisurely stroll. The fist lacked any semblance of power, feeling rather flaccid. Thud. A soft sound echoed as Satan's punch, fueled by all his might and capable of shattering a dozen bricks, landed squarely on Goku's face. Goku stood steadfast, utterly unmoved. Even refraining from blinking, he merely tilted his head in slight confusion. Are you finished? Satan, frozen in his striking pose, found his fist had struck what felt like iron. No, it was infinitely harder than that. A piercing pain shot through Satan's knuckles, radiating throughout his body in an instant. Cold sweat beaded on Satan's forehead. It hurts. It hurts terribly. It feels as if my bones are fracturing. Yet, as a world champion, he adheres to his professional ethics. Enduring the excruciating pain, Satan abruptly withdrew his fist, frantically shaking it behind his back, all the while maintaining an enigmatic smile. Not bad, kid. You managed to withstand a fraction of my force. It seems your resilience has indeed undergone special training. However, the warm-up is over. Now, I shall get serious. Satan roared once more, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks upon Goku. Champion's combo punches. Champion's whirlwind kick. Champion's headbutt. Thud, 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 thud. The arena resounded with a comical yet thunderous cacophony of strikes. Satan employed every technique at his disposal. Punches, kicks, headbutts, even biting. Yet, Goku remained steadfast, immovable in his stance. What manner of creature is this? Satan's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. With a heavy sigh, Satan finally came to a halt, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for breath as beads of sweat cascaded down like a waterfall. How about that, kid? He panted, still managing to perform for the audience. Have you witnessed the prowess of your champion, Satan? I have struck your vital points. At my command, you shall explode. The crowd, captivated by his theatrics, erupted in astonished gasps. However, Wukong blinked innocently, curiously touching his own body. Is that so? But I don't feel anything. As it became apparent that physical attacks were utterly ineffective, Satan's mind raced. A cunning idea sparked within him. He leaned closer to Wukong, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper only they could hear. Hey, kid, let us strike a deal. Wukong replied, intrigued. You lie down right now and pretend I've defeated you. I'll give you 1 million. No, 2 million. 2 million Yanni. Satan gestured dramatically, his face contorting in mock pain at the thought. If you concede to me, that 2 million is yours. You could enjoy a life of luxury. What do you say? Wukong's expression only grew more perplexed. Money? Why would you give me money? And why would I pretend to lose? We haven't even had a proper fight yet. Satan felt his sanity slipping. Was this fellow an alien? Refusing money? No, listen to me. This is about the honor of the world champion. The peace of Earth is at stake. He began to ramble. I am the hero of Earth. I cannot lose. If I lose, humanity will lose hope, and evil will rise again. Wukong pondered seriously for a moment. But if I defeat you, I'll receive 10 million in prize money. That seems far more than what you're offering. Satan nearly choked on his own blood. This boy was impervious to persuasion. He was out of options. Meanwhile, Wukong grew increasingly bored. He had already expended considerable energy in a match against Vegeta and longed to return home to enjoy a meal prepared by Chi-Chi. Engaging in a protracted struggle with this pitiful opponent held no appeal. With a sigh, he declared, I'm done playing. He extended a finger, gently pointing it at Satan's forehead. What? Satan barely had time to react before a terrifying force, beyond his comprehension and resistance, surged from Wukong's fingertip. In an instant, Satan was propelled backward, crashing into the distant wall with a resounding thud, leaving a clear human-shaped hole. The arena fell into a profound silence, as all present stood in stunned astonishment at the spectacle. Wukong retracted his finger, scratching his head sheepishly. My apologies. Did I exert a tad too much force? Silence reigned, an eerie stillness enveloping the crowd. After a lengthy pause of several seconds, the realization struck. Oh, I understand now. I completely understand. Mr. Satan. Truly, you are our Mr. Satan. Did everyone see that? This is the essence of martial spirit. Mr. Satan seeks to uplift the younger generation. He employs this method to convey to the contestant son Wukong that the essence of combat transcends victory and defeat. It lies in legacy. He deliberately forfeited the match. Through his own defeat, he has forged a new champion. What a grand spirit. What an extraordinary sentiment. Mr. Satan, you are the true monarch without a crown. He was yielding to one named Sun Wukong. That ferocious attack was merely a test for him. The final blow was one that Mr. Satan executed himself. Satan, Satan! Satan! The thunderous cheers erupted once more. This time, all the applause was dedicated to the vanquished, who was sent flying by a mere finger. Meanwhile, the true champion, Sun Wukong, was left in the shadows, resembling a bewildered child. Clint had lost the desire to speak. He felt his intelligence had been gravely insulted. Piccolo snorted disdainfully and turned to leave. There was nothing to be gained from conversing with these foolish earthlings. Luo Feng shook his head in resignation and rose from his seat. A group of hopeless simpletons. He glanced at the bewildered Wukong in the arena, and then at the humanoid hole in the distant wall. Forget it. Perhaps it's best to grab a bite to eat. Luo Feng yawned, preparing to depart this cacophonous realm of disputes. Chapter 95, Luo Feng, for World Salvation. Seek Sun Wukong as Luo Feng and Android 18 descended the steps. Two figures suddenly appeared before him. It was the Supreme Kai, Shin, and his servant, Jebit, whose face still bore the imprint of a slap. In that moment, Shin had shed all remnants of his former arrogance. Lord Luo Feng. His voice trembled, involuntarily adopting a tone of respect. I beseech you, please intervene and prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. Luo Feng halted, a frown creasing his brow. Ding. Universe-level event detected. Resurrection of Majin Buu. God-tier choice activated. Please make a decision. A luminous screen unfolded before Luo Feng. Option 1. Accept the Supreme Kai's request. Immediately proceed to Babiti's base and eliminate all threats before he resurrects Majin Buu. Reward. The Supreme Kai's highest honor. Option 2. Decline the Supreme Kai face-to-face. Clearly state that this matter does not concern you and recommend a more suitable savior. Reward. Normal combat power increased to 500 million. Such a delightful prospect. To refuse someone and still receive a reward? This system is increasingly attuned to my desires. Lord Luo Feng. Shin, witnessing Luo Feng's smile, felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. Have you agreed? No. Luo Feng succinctly uttered a single word. Why? Shin struggled to comprehend. This pertains to the survival of the entire universe. You possess such formidable power. Why do you refuse to act? Because it's too troublesome. Luo Feng's response rendered Shin and Jebit utterly speechless. Moreover, Luo Feng gestured towards the arena, where Sun Wukong remained in a state of confusion. The hero you seek is over there. Do you see that figure in orange? His name is Sun Wukong. To save the world is one of his few passions. In matters such as these, he is undoubtedly the expert. He gazed blankly at Goku. Is not relying on others what you deities excel at? Luo Feng chuckled lightly, disregarding the dazed King Kai, and turned to leave with Android 18. We're off, 18. Let us indulge in some barbecue. My treat. Notification. Host has completed choice 2. Rewards have been granted. A warm surge enveloped his entire body. Luo Feng felt his strength swell even further. Left behind was the despairing King Kai Saiyan, who watched Luo Feng's retreating figure and then glanced at the still bewildered Goku on the arena. Could they truly depend on him? In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, in the lavish living room of Bulma's home, King Kai Saiyan recounted the events concerning Majin Buu in their entirety. Naturally, he tactfully omitted the embarrassing details of his own defeat and rejection by Luo Feng, merely stating that an unnamed powerful being directed him to seek Mr. Goku's assistance. What? Majin Buu? Bulma gasped, her face pale. Indeed, Majin Buu once plunged the entire universe into the brink of annihilation. Saiyan's expression grew grave. The sorcerer Babidi is somewhere, attempting to resurrect him. Should he succeed, the entire universe would be plunged into an abyss of irreversible doom. What are we waiting for? Goku exclaimed, striking his palm with his fist, excitement coursing through him. Quickly, tell us where he is. After his battle with Vegeta, Goku felt considerably stronger and was eager to confront Majin Buu. I do not know, Saiyan admitted, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Babidi has concealed his spaceship and aura with powerful magic. Even my divine power cannot accurately locate it. What? Krillin shrieked. After all this, we don't even know where the enemy is? How can we fight like this? Vegeta leaned against the wall, scoffing. Ever since his defeat by Goku, his mood had been sour, and this news only added to his agitation. Useless god. Saiyan's face flushed crimson, yet he dared not retort. Gohan timidly raised his hand, drawing everyone's attention. I just remembered something. He scratched his head, uncertain. Could we use the Dragon Balls to wish for Babiti's location? Exactly. The Dragon Balls. How could they have forgotten this? Gohan, you're a genius. Krillin exclaimed, excitedly patting Gohan on the shoulder. How do we not think of that? Goku suddenly enlightened, slapping his forehead. Right. We can ask Shenron to reveal Babidi-S whereabouts. Bulma immediately sprang into action, retrieving the dragon radar from her drawer. Observing the suddenly invigorated group, King Kai Xin and Jebet found themselves once again in a state of bewilderment. The Dragon Balls? Those wish orbs created by the Earth's deity? Can they truly be utilized in such a manner? On the expansive lawn of Bulma's estate, 7 orange-yellow Dragon Balls lay quietly. Is it truly possible? The Supreme Kai Shin regarded the 7 seemingly ordinary spheres with skepticism. Can this artifact, crafted by a deity of Earth, truly locate the sorcerer Babidi, who eludes even his divine powers? Relax, relax, Bulma said, hands on her hips, exuding an air of confidence. This is Shenron. There is nothing beyond its capabilities. Clearing her throat, she proclaimed in a tone both solemn and practiced, "Come forth, Shenron." As her words resonated, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted into dazzling golden light. The sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, thunder rumbling ominously. A colossal dragon, adorned with green scales, emerged from the clouds, its scarlet eyes surveying the gathered crowd below. State your wishes. Any wish can be granted. Shenron's voice was grand and authoritative, imbued with a sense of ancient wisdom. The Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet stood in stunned silence. That's Shenron. Goku stepped forward, tilting his head back to address the dragon with fervor. Can you help us find a sorcerer named Babidi? He is hiding somewhere on Earth, plotting to resurrect an evil being known as Majin Buu. Shenron's immense crimson eyes flickered momentarily. Affirmative. Locating. Location confirmed. The target resides deep within the Eastern Desert. Shenron's voice remained devoid of emotion, yet the revelation invigorated everyone present. Fantastic! Krillin exclaimed, leaping with excitement. We found him so easily. Thank you, Shenron. Goku waved at the dragon, exclaiming, Our wish has been fulfilled. Shenron's eyes flashed once more. Then, farewell. In a brilliant flash of golden light, the majestic dragon transformed into specks of light and vanished. The ominous clouds dispersed, and sunlight bathed the land anew. The 7 Dragon Balls lost their luster, reverting to ordinary stones, scattering to 7 distinct corners of the earth. Name, Luo Feng. Battle power, normal state 500 million. Battle power, Super Saiyan state 25 billion. Battle power, Super Saiyan 2 state 50 billion. Battle power, Super Saiyan 3 state 200 billion. Core skills, tenfold Kaioken, no side effects. Instant transmission, Kaishin version. Kamehameha, some basic skills folded. Special status, Lazuli, Android 18. Affection level 100. Even the way he shifts blame is rather cool. Chapter 96. Babidi's ecstasy. The Supreme Kai Shin wore a grave expression. Everyone, now that we know the location, we must proceed with utmost caution. We cannot be detected. Babidi's spaceship is fortified with powerful magical barriers. If he senses our presence, he may swiftly resurrect Majin Buu. He warned urgently. Infiltrate. Goku scratched his head, perplexed. Why make it so complicated? Exactly. In the corner, the ever-silent Vegeta emitted a cold snort, arms crossed defiantly. We are Saiyans, not sneaky rodents. Let us soar directly and uproot them along with that wretched ship, obliterating it entirely. However, the Supreme Kai Shin seemed intent on further debate. All right, it's settled, Goku exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he turned to Vegeta, a spark of competitive fire igniting in his gaze. The Eastern Desert, is it? Vegeta, let us race to see who arrives first. How dull. You are bound to lose, Kakarot. With that, he transformed into a streak of white light, shooting skyward towards the east. Ah, that cunning rascal, Goku shouted, immediately flaring his energy to pursue. Hey, wait for us. Gohan and Krillin hurriedly followed suit. Piccolo sighed and also took to the skies, leaving only the flustered Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet behind. What on earth are these Saiyans thinking? Shin fumed, stamping his foot in frustration, yet had no choice but to follow with his attendant. Meanwhile, beneath the Eastern Desert, within a colossal spaceship adorned with a bizarre aesthetic, the pointy-nosed sorcerer Babidi cackled with glee as he gazed into a massive crystal ball. Hee, they are coming, they are coming. The crystal ball displayed several streaks of light racing towards him at a terrifying speed, tearing through the clouds. What a bunch of brainless fools. Do they think I wouldn't notice their grand approach? Activate the energy absorption system of the ship. Babidi laughed maniacally. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as the entire underground vessel shook violently. Above the ship, the thick layers of rock were violently shattered by an overwhelming force. Goku and Vegeta arrived almost simultaneously, hovering above the gaping hole, gazing down at the exposed entrance. Babidi-'s voice emanated from within. "Welcome, esteemed warriors of Earth. Since you are here, do come in for a visit. I have prepared a splendid game for you." The cold, metallic corridor stretched into the unknown depths of darkness. "Humph. What a charade," Vegeta remarked, descending first. Goku, Gohan, and the others quickly followed. The expression on Supreme Kai Shin's face had remained tense since their entry into the ship. "Everyone, be cautious," he whispered cautiously. They soon reached a vast circular arena. "Welcome to the first level," Babidi's voice reverberated through the loudspeakers. "To meet me, you must pass the trial of my strongest warrior. Now, allow me to introduce our first champion." As he spoke, the metallic gate ahead began to rise with a rumble. A peculiar alien with antennae, clad in battle garb, swaggered forth with an arrogant stride. "Is this the lot you speak of, Lord Babidi?" Huai twisted his neck, emitting a crisp crack, and surveyed Wukong and the others with a disdainful gaze, resembling that of one inspecting refuse. He appeared exceedingly frail, provoking a sense of urgency in King Kai. "Everyone, be cautious. This Huai, although the weakest warrior under Babidi, possesses strength that far surpasses that of ordinary cosmic fighters. His home planet is subjected to tenfold gravity, which has shaped his physique." Before he could finish his sentence, he was impatiently interrupted by Vegeta. "Tenfold gravity?" Vegeta raised an eyebrow, a scoff escaping his lips. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the group. "This trash is mine." After suffering defeat at the hands of Wukong in the World Martial Arts Tournament, his pent-up frustration had found no outlet. The jester before him was the perfect target to reclaim a modicum of honor befitting a Saiyan prince. He beckoned to Huai with a crooked finger. "Come forth, garbage, and show me your true strength." "What did you say?" Huai erupted in fury. How dare a mere native of a lowly planet look down upon him? "Die!" With a thunderous roar, Huai's body transformed into a blur as he charged at Vegeta. Too slow. It was akin to a child playing pretend. Just as Huai's fist was about to connect with Vegeta's face, Vegeta moved. With a mere shift of his body, he evaded Huai's powerful punch. Following this, Huai unleashed a flurry of kicks, generating gusts of wind. Yet, Vegeta's movements were as leisurely as a stroll, effortlessly sidestepping every attack with minimal effort and utmost precision. You coward. Is dodging all you can do?" Huai's relentless assault left him enraged, having failed to even graze Vegeta's clothing. "Dodging?" At last, Vegeta spoke, his tone laced with mockery. "I simply find your movements to be exceedingly slow. Allowing your caliber of attack to strike me would be an affront to my dignity. You seek death." Huai, thoroughly incensed, gathered energy in his hands and unleashed a purple energy blast toward Vegeta. Finally, Vegeta extended a hand. Smack! With the casualness of swatting a fly, he flicked the energy blast away, sending it crashing into a nearby wall with a tremendous roar. Within the control room, Babidi watched the scene unfold in his crystal ball, chuckling to himself. "Have you had enough fun, Saiyan Prince? Show me your true power. Do not let me down. Otherwise, I shall detonate this ship and ensure you meet your demise alongside this planet." Upon hearing Babidi's taunt, Vegeta's gaze turned icy. "Very well. Since you are so eager to witness despair, I shall oblige." Boom! An indescribable, terrifying aura erupted from within Vegeta, engulfing the arena in blinding golden light. The once sturdy metal floor cracked under the immense pressure. "Ah!" Vegeta roared towards the heavens. His black hair stood on end in an instant, transforming into a radiant golden hue. Super Saiyan. Pu Yi's eyes widened like copper bells, the arrogance on his face vanishing in an instant. Such is the power of a Saiyan. Vegeta hovered in midair, looking down at Pu Yi from his elevated position. "Now, for your ignorance, you shall pay the price." Slowly, he raised a hand, his index and middle fingers coming together. Die! Whoosh! A slender yet exquisitely concentrated golden energy beam shot forth from his fingertips. Pu Yi didn't even have time to scream. His body was instantly pierced by the energy ray. At the moment Vegeta completed his attack, the wall's veins like conduits erupted with blinding red light. Energy surged through the pipes, racing toward the depths of the spaceship. Inside the control room, the gauge displaying the energy required for Majin Buu's resurrection jerked upward dramatically. "Ha ha ha. Yes, just like that. Babidi cackled with twisted joy at the soaring energy levels. Splendid. This energy. Truly magnificent. Continue. Keep fighting. Offer everything to our great Majin Buu. Chapter 97. The Complete Awakening of Majin Buu. Boom. The gate leading to the second level slowly opened. This one is mine. Goku smiled as he stepped forward, flexing his wrist. From the darkness of the second level crawled a creature, pitch black and resembling a massive lizard. It had no eyes. Only a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth and a pair of crimson pupils radiating a greedy glow. Hee hee. It was the beast from the dark planet, Yego, a terrifying existence that feasted on light, or rather, energy. Everyone, be careful. King Kai recognized the monster. This is Yego, a particularly troublesome foe. It can devour energy. Any form of energy attack will merely serve as food for it. Oh, Goku, far from feeling tense, displayed a look of intrigue. Devouring energy? Isn't that just perfect? Hey, big guy, are you hungry? I have a top-notch feast right here. Yego seemed to understand Goku's provocation, letting out a roar as it opened its gaping mouth wide. A powerful suction emanated from it. Goku wore a relaxed expression. Instead of resisting, he willingly released his energy. However, the energy he released was extremely faint, like a gentle stream trickling toward Yego's mouth. Yego appeared somewhat dissatisfied, feeling that this appetizer was insufficient. Hee hee, don't be in a rush. Goku's smile turned enigmatic. The main course is just about to be served. Boom. A golden aura erupted into the sky. In an instant, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. The dazzling golden light illuminated the entire darkened arena, and the vast, pure energy made Yego's body quiver with excitement. Light. Such delicious light. Jaeger emitted a greedy roar, wide-mouthed and frantically consuming the golden Super Saiyan energy. Indeed. Devour. Consume more. Goku did not relent. Instead, he intensified the energy output. Jaeger's body swelled rapidly. Akin to a balloon, its black skin gleaming under the strain. Kakarot, what on earth are you doing? Vegeta could no longer contain his outrage. You are feeding him. Precisely. Goku replied with a carefree laughter, not even glancing back. Haven't you heard? Overindulgence can lead to one's demise. Jaeger's body had reached its maximum expansion. Its skin stretched thin as gossamer, revealing the flowing golden energy within. It sensed something amiss and urged a halt. Yet, it was too late. Have you had your fill? Then, travel well, farewell. In an instant, Goku unleashed the entirety of his energy without reservation. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. Jaeger's body could no longer withstand the boundless energy. It erupted into a dazzling shower of golden light. The entire second level was leveled by the shockwave of the explosion. Gasping, Goku reverted to his normal form, catching his breath and triumphantly gesturing to Vegeta. What do you think, Vegeta? No need for a punch or a kick. It was resolved. However, this overwhelming energy did not dissipate. Instead, it was absorbed and directed towards Majin Buu. Buzz. The entire spacecraft emitted a strained hum. The pipes along the walls glowed with an unprecedented, blinding radiance. In the deepest part of the ship, the core control room, Babidi stared in astonishment at the energy display before him. Previously, Dubra had infused considerable energy into Majin Buu. With Vegeta and Goku having satiated Jaeger, the energy had reached a critical point. 90, 95, 98, 99 ding. A crisp sound rang out as the needle on the display struck the 100 mark. Energy fully charged. Ha ha ha. Babidi was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into an unprecedented laughter. Full. The energy is full. Ha ha ha. Well done. Excellently done. You fools. Now, let me welcome our great Majin Buu. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive, grotesque growth in the center of the room, connected to countless pipes and continuously fed by Dubra, began to pulsate violently, its surface veins thumping furiously. A pure and malevolent aura surged forth from within the tumor. The entire spacecraft, no, the very ground beneath trembled violently. Buzz, buzz, this is the Kaioshin, in terror. The energy from just now, Mr. Goku's energy that defeated Jaeger, has not vanished. It has all been absorbed. What? Vegeta whirled around. Kakarot, you fool. The Supreme Kaioshin emitted a desperate wail. It's over. It's too late. Everything is far too late. Silence. Vegeta barked vehemently. You're insufferable, useless god. He disregarded any notion of gates and corridors. Whatever obstructed his path, Vegeta raised his hand, pointing at the metallic floor beneath him. Disappear. Boom. A massive beam of energy erupted from his palm, forcefully creating a vertical passageway to the depths below. A tempestuous current surged upward from below. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta was the first to leap down. Goku's expression turned gravely serious as he followed closely behind. At the lowest level of the ship, in the core control room, a gigantic, grotesque, writhing pink tumor hovered silently in the center of the room. Babidi stood before it, arms outstretched. Boom. The ceiling was blasted open. Goku and the others immediately focused their gazes on the massive pink tumor. That is, Gohan's voice was somewhat hoarse. Has Majin Buu finally awakened? Goku observed the still slumbering tumor, adopting a battle stance. We just need to shatter that egg before it emerges. Ha ha ha. Babidi gazed at them, laughing maniacally. Shatter it? You no longer have a chance. Open your eyes and behold. This is the moment of the great Majin Buu's resurrection. As soon as he finished speaking, the surface of the enormous pink tumor began to pulsate violently, its veins surging. Uft. The top of the tumor erupted with scalding steam. Majin Buu has fully awakened. Chapter 98. Vegeta's ultimate flash fails. Is this rotund figure indestructible? The Supreme Kai Shin trembled uncontrollably. Here it comes. Shin's voice was laced with uncontrollable fear. Majin Buu. Crack. Boom. The massive tumor suddenly burst open. Viscous pink liquid splattered everywhere. A figure slowly emerged from the swirling pink steam. Is that a fat man? A rotund figure, entirely pink, clad in white baggy pants, draped in a purple cape, with a single antenna protruding from his head. He bore an endearing smile. His eyes squinted into slits, exuding an aura of harmlessness. This is the legendary Majin, the one who plunged the entire universe into a crisis of annihilation? Krillin gaped in disbelief. This must be a mistake. This guy looks like a fool. Goku and Vegeta's expressions were equally perplexed. His appearance is utterly deceiving. Ha ha ha. Babidi spread his arms wide and laughed maniacally. It worked. I succeeded. Majin Buu, you have finally been resurrected. Like a jester, he danced gleefully before the pink figure, beaming with obsequiousness. Lord Buu, I am Babidi. It is I who liberated you from your long imprisonment. However, the entity known as Majin Buu, a rather rotund figure, merely tilted his head and curiously scrutinized Babidi. His gaze was as innocent and clear as that of an infant. Buu? He inquired in a soft, childlike voice, extending his chubby finger towards himself. Babidi, taken aback for a moment, soon erupted into a more joyful laughter. Yes, indeed. You are Lord Buu. Now, Lord Buu, please greet these impudent invaders. He gestured towards Goku and the others, issuing his first command. Eliminate them all. Buu sniffed the air, as if catching a whiff of something delectable. He scampered over to Dabura, his short legs moving rapidly. Dabura regarded the seemingly foolish fat figure before him with a furrowed brow. Despite Babidi's high regard for Majin Buu, Dabura could not sense even a hint of formidable power emanating from this creature, who instead appeared rather dim-witted. Hey, are you Majin Buu? Dabura inquired in a condescending tone, looking down upon him. You don't seem all that impressive. Babidi, I fear this resurrection may be a failure, Dabura stated bluntly. What did you say? Babidi exclaimed, nearly hopping in fury. Dabura, do not disrespect Lord Buu. Buu paid no heed to their quarrel. He merely extended his finger and poked Dabura's firm chest. So soft. Feels weak. You're quite annoying, Buu suddenly pouted, displaying a hint of displeasure. In the next moment, a pink light erupted from the antenna atop his head. Whoosh. The beam struck Dabura instantly, leaving him no time to react. In an instant, his form underwent a bizarre transformation. No longer the imposing king of the demon realm. He became a brown chocolate biscuit adorned with nuts. Everyone stood agape, staring at the floating biscuit. What is this? Magic? Hee hee, Buu chuckled gleefully. He opened his mouth wide, catching the falling biscuit in one swift motion. Crunch. The sound echoed as he devoured the Dabura biscuit like a snack, chewing it into pieces before swallowing. Delicious, Buu remarked, licking his lips with a look of satisfaction. The Supreme Kai Shin trembled violently, fear gripping him. I care not whether you are Majin Buu or not, die? A thunderous shout shattered the silence. It was Vegeta. Golden energy erupted forth, crackling with intensity. The Super Saiyan 2 transformation ignited, enveloped in lightning. Vegeta roared, his form transforming into a streak of golden lightning, instantly appearing before Buu. With a fist brimming with uncontainable rage, he struck Buu's perpetually grinning face with tremendous force. Bang! Buu's visage, akin to clay, deeply indented, yet his body merely swayed slightly. Vegeta's assault unleashed like a relentless tempest. Bang! 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 With a flurry of strikes. Only the remnants of his movement remained. He mercilessly battered Majin Buu's form, even delivering a kick that punctured a sizable hole in his abdomen. Majin Buu resembled an indestructible punching bag. No matter how severe the injuries, his body flowed like liquid, writhing to restore its original shape. A naive and curious smile lingered on his face, as if he were reveling in a delightful game. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Vegeta's heart sank further. No more underestimating. With a fierce roar, Vegeta distanced himself from Buu, suspending himself in midair with arms outstretched, striking a classic pose. Golden energy began to surge wildly between his palms. He was ready to unleash his ultimate technique. Final flash. Boom. The brilliance instantly engulfed Majin Buu's corpulent form. Vegeta gasped for breath, sweat soaking his brow as he fixed his gaze upon the gaping hole still billowing thick smoke. Is he dead? With such devastation, he must be incapable of regeneration, right? Everyone held their breath. The dust slowly dissipated, revealing the enormous void, utterly empty. Had he succeeded? Just then, a pink, bubblegum-like substance began to ooze from the edges of the hole. Then came a second, a third. Countless pink fragments converged from all directions, reassembling. In less than 3 seconds, Majin Buu reappeared, unscathed, at the same spot. He dusted off non-existent debris from his body and rubbed his chest, which had just been struck by the final flash. The smile vanished from his face. Ouch! Buu pouted, complaining in a childish tone. His eyes ignited with fury. You hurt me. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished without warning. What? Vegeta's pupils dilated abruptly. There was no time to react. A pink fist materialized from thin air. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Vegeta's eyes bulged in shock as waves of power pierced through him. He was sent flying by a single punch. Ugh! A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. But it wasn't over. Buu's form, like a specter, appeared above him. A leg whipped down like a lash. Boom! Vegeta's body crashed from the sky into the ground, creating an unfathomably deep crater. Chapter 99, Majin Unleashed. Babidi countdown to Doom Vegeta has fallen. How is this possible? Goku's eyes narrowed in disbelief. How could this be? Gohan's voice trembled with shock. He could hardly believe his eyes. Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, had been defeated. Hee. Majin Buu clapped his hands, seemingly pleased with his own handiwork. He turned to gaze at Goku and the others with his innocent eyes. Next, who wants to play? The creature Majin Buu inquired, tilting his head innocently. Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead. Damn it! Goku clenched his fists tightly, aware that ordinary methods were utterly ineffective against this being. He had to resort to that transformation. One that surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan 2, reminiscent of the transformation once wielded by Luo Feng. Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin. Goku's voice resonated with unprecedented gravity. You must take Lord Kaioshin and leave this place. The farther, the better. Dad. Gohan stood in shock. Are you going to confront him alone? No. It's too dangerous. Go now? Goku insisted, as Piccolo also wished to interject. Trust me. Goku's gaze turned resolute. I have a backup plan. With that, he disregarded the others. Standing alone before Majin Buu. Oh, you want to play with me alone? Buu observed Goku with curiosity. Indeed, Goku replied, flashing a bright smile. But before we begin, could you kindly wait a moment? I need a bit of time to warm up. Warm up? Buu blinked, seemingly intrigued. All right. He sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his hands like a child awaiting a performance. Goku took a deep breath, widening his stance and lowering his body into a horse stance. Ah! He began to growl lowly, the energy within him swirling wildly. Boom! A golden aura surged into the sky. Super Saiyan. Ah! The momentum escalated. The golden flames became denser and more ferocious. Crackle! Silver lightning began to coil around him. Super Saiyan 2. The ground trembled violently. Aya! Goku unleashed an earth-shattering roar. The earth beneath his feet cracked and splintered. His golden hair began to extend wildly, cascading down to his waist. His brow protruded, and his eyebrows vanished. An aura, multiplied several times in strength, erupted from Goku's being. Super Saiyan 3. The very same transformation as Luo Feng. Perhaps it truly was possible to defeat Majin Buu. Wow, how incredible! Gohan gazed at his father in awe, murmuring to himself, "Is this the true power of Dad?" Oh ho ho! Buu, who had been seated on the ground, finally stood up, clapping his hands in excitement. "You're amazing. Your hair has grown so long." Goku slowly turned his head, his eyes becoming chillingly cold, devoid of any emotion. The warm-up is over. Swish! His figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, he appeared before Buu, unleashing a punch. This strike reached the pinnacle of speed, harnessing the terrifying power of Super Saiyan 3. Bang! Buu's body was sent flying backward. Like a bouncing ball, it rolled through the air, crashing through several layers of walls before finally coming to a halt. Without a moment's pause, Wukong vanished once more, pursuing his foe. Boom, boom, boom. Deep within the earth, the earth-shattering sounds of explosions echoed continuously. Harnessing the overwhelming power of Super Saiyan 3, Wukong succeeded in momentarily suppressing Buu. Punches, kicks, energy blasts, he shattered Buu's form again and again. Yet, the perfect regenerative abilities of Majin Buu allowed him to resurrect almost instantaneously, regardless of the ferocity of the assault. Sweat trickled down Wukong's forehead. The transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was an exhausting endeavor, consuming an immense amount of stamina and energy. He could feel his strength waning rapidly, while Buu remained as lively as ever, an unkillable monster. Breathing heavily, Wukong paused. This is fun. Come at me again." Buu taunted, playfully beckoning Wukong with his finger. "No, I can't continue like this. I will be the first to succumb. I must unleash my most powerful technique to obliterate Majin Buu once and for all, ensuring he can never regenerate again." Wukong positioned his hands at his waist, adopting the stance for the Kamehameha. A blue energy sphere began to coalesce. Wukong's voice deepened. The blue orb swelled to an alarming size at his waist. With a final roar that resonated through the heavens, a massive, indescribable blue energy beam erupted from Wukong's palms. Wherever the beam passed, the ground was vaporized in an instant. Oh! Majin Buu tilted his head, even extending his chubby hand to touch the Kamehameha. In the next moment, the Kamehameha completely engulfed Majin Buu. Phew, phew, phew. Wukong half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Before him lay a colossal, unfathomably deep fan-shaped pit, visible to all. Majin Buu had vanished. Had he succeeded? Krillin's voice was laced with hope. King Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Could he truly have been obliterated? Just then, a wisp of pink smoke unexpectedly emerged from the center of the abyss. Soon after, a second and a third wisp followed. Countless tendrils of pink smoke materialized from all directions, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, converging towards the center. They coalesced, writhing, amalgamating. The hearts of all sank in an instant. In less than 3 seconds, the pink, rotund figure reappeared at the original spot, completely unharmed. Buu clapped his hands, displaying a cheerful grin. "Let's play more." Despair enveloped the hearts of everyone present. How could this be? Wukong stared vacantly at the scene. The golden aura surrounding him flickered violently. The golden hair cascading down to his waist began to shorten at a visibly rapid pace. Wukong could no longer sustain the form of Super Saiyan 3 and reverted to his customary black hair. Ha ha ha! Babidi leaped forth from behind a rock, his face aglow with triumph. "Did you see that, you fools? My Majin Buu is invincible. The game is over." A cruel smile graced Babidi's features. "Buu, I command you, annihilate them all, leave no one alive." Buu's gaze fell upon the weakened Wukong. He took short, brisk steps towards him. "Aren't you going to play anymore?" Buu extended a finger and poked Wukong's cheek. "Not fun anymore." "Hey, Buu." Babidi, ignored and enraged, felt his face flush. "Did you not hear my command? I ordered you to kill them. Now, immediately." Babidi screamed. Buu turned his head to glance at Babidi, displaying a hint of impatience. Chapter 100, The Death of Babidi. The uncontrollable Majin Buu. "You are so loud." Majin Buu tilted his head and remarked to Babidi. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Babidi trembled with fury. "You wretched creature. Do not forget who released you from your seal. I am your master." Anger ignited in Babidi's eyes. "If you do not obey my command, I will chant the incantation and seal you back in that orb. You will remain trapped for millions of years." The word seal elicited a response from Majin Buu. He had no desire to return to that confined, dark, and frigid sphere. Absolutely not. Observing Buu's reaction, Babidi chuckled with satisfaction. "Are you afraid? Then behave yourself." Now, turn them all into minced meat. Majin Buu nodded slowly, turning to face Wukong, Gohan, and the distant Kaioshin. All right, Buu will obey. That's right. Ha ha ha. Babidi exclaimed triumphantly, hands on his hips. Majin Buu made his move. He slowly raised his right hand, aimed at the utterly defenseless Wukong. The antenna atop his head began to glow with a pink luminescence. Father, Gohan shielded Wukong, declaring, it's all over. Die, Saiyan. Babidi shouted with excitement. Just when everyone anticipated that Majin Buu's attack would strike Wukong, whoosh. Buu's elevated hand abruptly twisted at an astonishing angle. The palm faced the cackling figure behind him. The pink light flickered and vanished. Babidi's laughter ceased abruptly. His face remained frozen in a smug expression. He lowered his gaze and beheld the pink beam that had struck his body. A peculiar transformation was unfolding upon him. In an instant, Babidi transformed into a small, rather unsightly piece of chocolate. Majin Buu extended his hand and caught the falling Babidi chocolate. He raised it to his eyes, scrutinizing it closely. Then, with a crisp crack, Majin Buu shoved the chocolate into his mouth. It was unpleasant. Buu grimaced in distaste. Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo all stood in stunned silence, witnessing this scene. The once formidable sorcerer Babidi, who held the power of life and death over Majin Buu, had been consumed in such an unceremonious manner. Majin Buu appeared completely oblivious to the monumental act he had just committed. Are you still playing? Buu inquired innocently, tilting his head. Without Babidi's threatening incantations, he seemed to revert to his former self, a pure embodiment of chaotic destruction driven solely by whim. Goku struggled to rise, but the immense strain of Super Saiyan 3 had drained him of his last ounce of strength. Gohan fixed a furious gaze upon the pink monster, his body trembling with rage. Gohan. Goku's voice was weak. You must flee. Remember, anger is a source of power, but it is not the entirety of strength. True might lies in maintaining a sliver of clarity amidst the flames of fury. You must learn not to be consumed by rage, but to master it. His master's words echoed in his ears. Gohan took a deep breath, forcing his trembling body to calm. He slowly closed his eyes. A golden aura erupted, soaring into the sky. Crackling, silver lightning enveloped him. Super Saiyan 2. Oh. Majin Buu watched Gohan's sudden surge in power, blinking in curiosity. Another one with color-changing hair. Gohan. No. Goku cried out anxiously. He understood all too well that even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he could not contend with Buu. Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Dad, you need to rest. Gohan's voice was remarkably calm. My master taught me that a man must learn to bear responsibility. Protecting my family, safeguarding the earth, this is my duty. With that declaration, he hesitated no longer. His figure transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging directly at Majin Buu. Hey, Buu chuckled. He did not move, merely extending a chubby hand. Gohan's fist, fueled by all his current rage and strength, struck Buu's palm with tremendous force. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. Gohan felt as though he had struck a block of cotton. All his power was absorbed entirely. Hey, Buu laughed. Gohan. Goku's urgent voice rang out from behind. Brute strength won't suffice. Gohan's gaze sharpened. His body recoiled sharply, creating distance between himself and Buu. Oh. Majin Buu tilted his head in curiosity, seemingly perplexed as to why this new plaything had ceased its attack. Gohan took a deep breath and suddenly spread his arms wide. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hundreds of tiny yet concentrated energy blasts rained down upon the fiend, Majin Buu, from all directions, leaving no corner untouched. Their aim was not to strike Buu's body directly, but rather to obliterate every inch of space surrounding him. The relentless explosions roared, engulfing Majin Buu's figure in a tempest of smoke and dust. Had they succeeded? Krillin clenched his fists anxiously. It was futile. From the depths of the crater, Vegeta, regaining his senses, rasped with a hoarse voice, that monster cannot be killed. Indeed, as the smoke dissipated, Majin Buu stood unscathed, brushing non-existent dust from his form, his visage adorned with a hint of dissatisfaction. This isn't fun, he pouted. Gohan's forehead glistened with cold sweat. What could his weakness be? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Gohan's mind. Regeneration. Although this creature's ability to regenerate seemed nearly insurmountable, each time it revived, it required the scattered body tissues to coalesce once more. What if he could prevent that from happening? With a swift motion, Gohan transformed into a flash of golden lightning, encircling Majin Buu and commencing a supersonic maneuver. He moved so swiftly that only golden afterimages remained. Buu's eyes struggled to keep pace. He curiously turned his head, attempting to capture Gohan's elusive form. Now was the moment. Gohan's figure abruptly materialized behind Buu. He refrained from attacking. Instead, he pressed his palms together, directing them towards the nape of Buu's neck. Solar flare, a blinding radiance, more resplendent than the sun itself, erupted in an instant. Majin Buu, caught off guard, emitted a shriek as the intense light overwhelmed him. Instinctively, he shielded his eyes with his hands. Though devoid of eyelids, the sudden onslaught of brightness plunged Majin Buu into a brief state of disarray. Chapter 101. Majin Buu. Buu is getting angry. Majin Flash. Gohan, having amassed his strength, coalesced it into a golden beam of energy, striking Buu's back at point-blank range. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, shattering Buu's form into countless pink fragments that scattered in all directions. But it wasn't over. Gohan roared in fury, his hands moving like phantoms. With precision, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves that struck the scattering pink shards, determined to evaporate each and every piece, ensuring that Buu could never regenerate. Well done, Gohan, Goku shouted with excitement. This might just be the singular method to vanquish Majin Buu. However, they all underestimated the terror embodied in the name Majin. As Gohan relentlessly assaulted the fragments, a minuscule piece, no larger than a fingernail, propelled by the blast shockwave, silently began to writhe in the distance. It swiftly glided along the ground, deftly maneuvering behind Gohan, who was wholly engrossed in his assault. Then, with a sudden leap, it sprang forth. A squelching sound echoed. The viscous substance, as if imbued with life, instantaneously fused with Gohan's calf. What? Gohan felt a peculiar numbness in his leg, as a bizarre force infiltrated his body in an instant. He glanced down, only to witness his calf transforming into a vivid pink at a discernible rate. This is bad. Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. Gohan, quickly extract it. Too late. The pink fragments scattered across the ground, which had been propelled away by Gohan, seemed to receive a command. They ceased their attempts to reassemble into the form of Majin Buu. Instead, they transformed into countless streams of pink light, hurtling towards Gohan from all directions. Aya! Gohan let out a cry of agony. In West City, at an al fresco barbecue restaurant, Luo Feng was enjoying himself as he placed a slice of Wagyu beef onto the grill. The enticing aroma wafted through the air. He opened his mouth. He picked up a piece of grilled meat, blew on it gently, and offered it to Android 18. She shot him a glance, but obediently opened her mouth. Just then, Luo Feng's hand, holding the meat, paused slightly. His brow furrowed. What's wrong? Android 18 sensed Luo Feng's unease. Ding. Severe threat detected. Majin Buu, after absorbing Gohan. Divine choice has been triggered. Please make your decision. A chilling system interface unfolded before Luo Feng. Option 1. Observe the situation and allow Majin Buu to absorb Son Goku, Vegeta, and others to complete his ultimate evolution. After he devastates the Earth, the host may depart at will. Reward, none. Option 2. Immediately proceed to prevent this tragedy from occurring. Reward, normal combat power increased to 5 billion. Gain coordinates for the Kaishin realm. Luo Feng gazed at the options on the interface and sighed. He set down his chopsticks. Alas, this barbecue will have to wait. Is there trouble? Android 18 wiped her mouth and inquired. Yes. Luo Feng nodded, wiping his hands with a napkin. Majin Buu has been resurrected and is tormenting my somewhat unruly disciple. Luo Feng rose, his tone tinged with resignation. He regarded the system interface before him. Option 1. No rewards. What a farce. Furthermore, if Buu absorbs Goku and Vegeta, evolving into his ultimate form, how formidable would that be? It would only complicate matters further. System. Luo Feng silently contemplated. I choose option 2. Ding. Host has completed selection 2. Rewards have been granted. A familiar warmth surged through his body once more. His strength swelled further. Within his mind, a clear spatial marker materialized. I will be back shortly. Luo Feng addressed Android 18. No sooner had he spoken than his figure had vanished from sight. Gohan's body was now entirely enveloped by the pink substance, forming a writhing cocoon of flesh. Gohan. Wukong's eyes burned a deep crimson, his weary fist striking the ground with tremendous force. Kakarot and Vegeta leaned against the rocky wall, their expressions laced with bitterness. The disparity was insurmountable. Hee. Bu danced about like a child, his movements exuberant. Just then, the figure of Luo Feng materialized in midair, halting Bu's antics. "Master!" A faint voice, barely audible, emanated from the cocoon encasing Gohan. Luo Feng, Wukong, and Piccolo, upon recognizing the newcomer, were overtaken by a surge of elation. "Oh!" Bu tilted his head, scrutinizing this unexpected visitor. "Another one? Do you wish to play with Bu as well?" Ignoring Bu, Luo Feng's gaze fixated on the cocoon enveloping Gohan, his brows knitting slightly in concern. "This apprentice of mine is quite troublesome. I had contemplated whether to let him endure more hardships to learn his lessons. It appears that had I arrived even a moment later, it wouldn't be a matter of hardship, but rather a feast." "Hey!" Feeling overlooked, Bu pouted, hands on his hips. "Bu is speaking to you. Do you not like Bu?" Bu is getting angry. Upon hearing this, Yukong's heart raced. "Luo Feng, be cautious. Do not provoke him. Gohan is still in his grasp." Piccolo shouted anxiously. Yet, Luo Feng remained unfazed, stretching his wrists and cracking his neck, producing a series of crisp sounds. "I must ask," Luo Feng finally spoke, "before I take action, could you release my disciple? Otherwise, the situation may become quite difficult to manage." "Disciple?" Bu blinked, glancing down at the writhing cocoon. "This is yours." "Indeed," Luo Feng nodded. "Not fun." Bu shook his head, resembling a possessive child. "This is Bu's toy. Bu intends to eat him." No sooner had he spoken than the cocoon began to writhe with alarming speed. "Ah, master!" Gohan's anguished scream echoed, as his consciousness plunged into darkness. "Luo Feng, hurry and save Gohan." Wukong's eyes widened with fury. "TSK." The relaxed demeanor on Luo Feng's face finally vanished. "Combat power, normal 5. 5 billion. Combat power, Super Saiyan 27. 5 billion. Combat power, Super Saiyan 255 billion. Combat power, Super Saiyan 3 220 billion. Core skills, Tenfold King Fist, no side effects. Instant transmission, God version. Kamehameha, certain basic skills folded. Special status, lazily, Android 18. Affection level 100 chapter 102. A punch that strikes the universe. That pink fatty has lost its way. Luo Feng sighed. Alas, the situation is incomprehensible. Without further ado, the next moment unfolded. Ah, boom. The golden aura surged forth like a volcanic eruption, ascending to the heavens in an instant of sheer intensity. This force was overwhelmingly powerful. Luo Feng's momentum continued to rise, the golden flames becoming denser and more ferocious. Crackle. Thick, silvery bolts of lightning began to dance wildly around Luo Feng's form. Super Saiyan 2. Yet, this was still far from the conclusion. Majin Bu, witnessing Luo Feng's escalating might, was not frightened. Instead, he clapped his hands in exhilaration. How impressive! Even more formidable than that long-haired one from earlier. Give me more. Just a bit more. As you wish, Luo Feng's voice deepened ominously. Following a thunderous roar, his golden hair began to grow uncontrollably. Super Saiyan 3. Goku was taken aback, staring blankly at Luo Feng. The transformation was the same, the form identical, yet the essence felt utterly different. There was no hint of energy leakage. It was perfect, harmonious, a complete entity unto itself. Is this truly the Super Saiyan 3? Goku murmured, struggling to articulate his thoughts. All right. Luo Feng slowly turned his head. The warm-up had concluded. Whoosh. In a heartbeat, Luo Feng vanished from his position. The next instant, he appeared before the cocoon encasing Gohan. Without employing any extravagant techniques, he simply raised his hand and clenched his fist. Then, with a single, powerful punch, bang! A thunderous sound resonated as the incredibly resilient pink substance that even Gohan couldn't escape shattered beneath Luo Feng's fist, exploding into countless pink droplets that splattered everywhere. Gohan, already unconscious, fell limply from the air. Luo Feng effortlessly caught him, hoisting him onto his shoulder. The entire sequence from transformation to rescue took mere seconds. Only then did Majin Bu finally react. Observing Gohan slung over Luo Feng's shoulder, he pondered, "My toy has been taken?" Bu's mouth slowly twisted into a strange grin, his antennae quivering wildly. A fierce and destructive aura erupted from within him. "Return my toy." Majin Bu was truly enraged. Roar! His corpulent body, defying expectations, transformed into a pink flash, hurtling towards Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, be careful." Goku shouted, struggling to warn him. Luo Feng glanced back at Goku and Piccolo and casually tossed Gohan in their direction. Piccolo, quick on his feet, soared forward to catch the unconscious Gohan securely. After completing this act, Luo Feng leisurely turned to face the menacing Majin Buu, who was now perilously close. The terrifying power within Buu's fist loomed larger in Luo Feng's vision. Snap! A soft sound echoed. The fist of Majin Buu was effortlessly caught by Luo Feng's palm. A violent gust of wind erupted, centered around the two, causing the ground to lift once more. Is that all? Buu was about to voice his thoughts when Luo Feng's right hand slowly formed a fist. He then thrust it forward, delivering an unadorned straight punch. This blow appeared slow, yet the latent power contained within it was sufficient to obliterate the once mighty ultimate lightning cell with a single strike. There was no thunderous roar, only a muted sound akin to a thud against leather. Luo Feng's fist gently pressed against Majin Buu's pliable belly. 1 second, 2 seconds. Nothing happened. Majin Buu glanced down at the shallow imprint on his abdomen, then looked back up at Luo Feng, his face etched with confusion. No pain. Yet, before Buu could utter a single word of inquiry, an overwhelming force erupted from the point of contact with Luo Feng's fist. This power did not disperse outward, but rather concentrated into a singular point, penetrating Majin Buu's body. Buu's form arched dramatically backward, contorting into an exaggerated shape. Whoosh! He transformed into a pink meteor, soaring into the sky. Upward, ever upward. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin all maintained their gazes skyward, mouths agape, transfixed by the spectacle. In their line of sight, the pink light was rapidly diminishing, shrinking before their very eyes. With just a single punch, Majin Buu had been sent flying into the distant, frigid vacuum of space. Buu found himself aimlessly tumbling, a strange sensation enveloping him. There was no sound, no air. His body felt weightless, comfortable. Aside from the lingering pain in his belly, he looked down at the spot where Luo Feng had struck him. It was perfectly restored, devoid of pain. Buu reverted to his carefree demeanor, curiously observing his surroundings, marveling at the myriad of sparkling stones. Reaching out, he grasped a passing meteorite and tasted it. Crunch. Not delicious. His gaze shifted to a colossal, beautiful blue planet nearby. Earth. Right. Let us go back and play. That golden-haired fellow must still be waiting for him. It seemed like it would be fun. Buu grinned widely, twisting his body and transforming into a streak of pink light, racing once again toward the blue planet. Has that guy died? Piccolo inquired gravely, cradling Gohan as he approached. Died. Luo Feng chuckled. You underestimate that pink blob. That punch merely disoriented him for a moment. He is probably already on his way back to Earth. What? The other's expressions shifted dramatically. Then what shall we do? Krillin exclaimed in terror. The monster is not dead. Moreover, they were on their way back. Mr. Luo Feng, the Kaioshin Shin, trembled as he flew over. His gaze towards Luo Feng filled with almost fervent admiration. This was the savior, the sole hope against the malevolent Majin Buu. That fiend, Majin Buu, possessed regeneration abilities that were nearly limitless. Simple physical assaults, no matter how powerful, were incapable of annihilating him entirely. Shin's voice was urgent. We must devise a method to utterly obliterate every single one of his cells. Otherwise, he will resurrect again, correct? Luo Feng interrupted Shin. To reduce Buu to not even a molecule remaining, what magnitude of energy would be required? Chapter 103, The Breaking of the Divine Sword. The Kaioshin's composure faltered instantly. I have a suggestion. Kaioshin Shin looked at Luo Feng, his eyes brimming with hope. Speak, Luo Feng replied succinctly. Please, accompany us to the Kaioshin realm. The Kaioshin realm? Indeed. Shin nodded vigorously. The Kaioshin realm was a sanctuary of the universe, a dimension entirely isolated from the lower realms, where even the formidable Majin Buu could not possibly locate us. We can seek refuge there and deliberate on a comprehensive strategy to eradicate him completely. Luo Feng cast a glance at Kaioshin Shin and then at the trembling attendant, Jebit. With you two, we would hardly arrive at any fruitful conclusion. However, the proposal to journey to the Kaioshin realm is quite commendable. Goku, Vegeta, what are your thoughts? Luo Feng, disinterested in making the decision himself, posed the question to the other two Saiyans. Humph, if we are to go, let us hasten. I have no desire to lay eyes on that foolish, rotund creature again. Vegeta remarked coldly, leaning against the rock wall. The humiliation of being easily defeated by Bu left him discontented with everything in sight. Yet, Vegeta was aware that now was not the time for bravado. I concur. Let us first take Gohan to a safe place for treatment. A distortion rippled through the space. In the next moment, the scenery before them became breathtakingly clear. The sky here was a gentle shade of pale green. Beneath their feet lay lush grass, while in the distance were crystal-clear lakes and rolling green hills. What a wonderfully comfortable place, Krillin couldn't help but exclaim. Is this the Kaishin realm? Goku inquired, curiously surveying his surroundings. Luo Feng also stretched, acknowledging that the environment was indeed conducive to an afternoon nap, far superior to Earth. This time, we have not erred. Yes, this is our homeland. Kaishin Shin beamed with pride. He led the group to a hillside and pointed towards a hill where an ancient stone sword was embedded. Friends, please look there. As long as we can draw that sword, we shall undoubtedly gain the power to triumph over Majin Bu. Luo Feng followed his finger's direction, and the sword ding. Special narrative node detected. The legendary Kaishin sword. Divine level choice, special, has been triggered. Host, please make a decision. A luminescent screen quietly unfolded before Luo Feng's eyes. This time, there was but a single option, or rather, a singular task. Special mission, liberate the sealed wisdom. Mission description, the King of Worlds sword is not merely a weapon, but rather a seal. Extract it and shatter it to release the ancient King of Worlds sealed for 15 generations. Mission reward, normal combat power elevated to 600 million. Shatter it. Intriguing. Destruction certainly requires less effort than creation. The King of Worlds sword? Upon hearing of something that could enhance his strength, Goku's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. He was the first to dash forward, circling around the sword embedded in the stone pedestal several times. Is this the sword? It doesn't seem particularly special. Goku reached out, grasping the hilt firmly, and pulled upward with all his might. The pedestal remained utterly unmoved. Hey! Goku exerted more force, his arm muscles bulging. Yet the sword remained as steadfast as a mountain, showing not a hint of movement. How could this be? Goku, deflated, reverted to his normal state, his face one of disbelief. A useless piece of junk. Vegeta scoffed as he approached. He shoved Goku aside and similarly grasped the hilt. Get up. Boom. Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, the outcome was the same. It appears that sheer brute force is insufficient. Luo Feng leisurely flexed his wrist and walked over. Goku and Vegeta's gazes instantly focused on Luo Feng. The King of Worlds held his breath, his eyes filled with anticipation. Ignoring the attention of the crowd, Luo Feng reached out and delicately grasped the cold hilt. Huh! He let out a light exclamation. Boom! Without any superfluous movements, a golden aura erupted from his being in an instant. Luo Feng's arm muscles slightly bulged. With force. Crack, crack, crack. A series of friction sounds resonated. The King of Worlds sword, which had remained immovable despite Goku and Vegeta's every effort, began to inch out of the stone pedestal in Luo Feng's grip. It moved. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. He truly pulled it out. Amidst the shocked gazes of all, clang. A clear, melodious sound of the sword echoed. The legendary King of Worlds sword was completely extracted from the pedestal by Luo Feng. He effortlessly twirled the sword, its blade tracing a graceful arc through the air. Wonderful. The King of Worlds was beside himself with excitement, stumbling over his words. Truly worthy of Mr. Luo Feng. With this legendary sword, we shall surely. The King of Worlds was nearly in tears from elation, envisioning the moment when Majin Bu would be vanquished beneath the blade. This sword harbors boundless power. Please, wield it. However, before he could finish his sentence, Luo Feng made a movement that caused the King of Worlds' heart to stop. He gripped the blade with his left hand and the hilt with his right, and then began to apply force. What does he intend to do? A ludicrous and terrifying thought emerged in Xian's mind. Mr. Luo Feng. No, please don't. Xian screamed in terror. For that was the god sword of the King of Worlds, an unparalleled treasure of the universe. You cannot, crack. A faint sound echoed as Luo Feng bent the god sword of the King of Worlds ever so slightly. Quite sturdy, Luo Feng raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback. It appeared he would need to exert more force. Luo Feng, what on earth are you doing? Vegeta could no longer contain his fury. This guy intends to break it after pulling it out? Luo Feng could not be bothered to explain. Boom. A golden aura erupted violently. Super Saiyan. Without the slightest pause, his momentum surged. Crackle. Silver lightning danced around him. Super Saiyan 2. The terrifying wave of energy sent Goku and the others flying away. King Kai Xian lay on the ground. Despair etched on his face as he witnessed the scene. No, no, please. Amidst Xian's mournful wails, Luo Feng's muscles bulged powerfully. Snap. Clang. The earth-shattering metallic lament resounded. The legendary sword was forcibly broken into two pieces under Luo Feng's unreasonable and terrifying strength. An ancient and ethereal shadow drifted out from the severed blade. This trip to the realm of the King of Worlds was worthwhile, an excellent environment and a sudden boost in combat power. A windfall indeed. He casually tossed the two broken sword pieces onto the ground, producing a clattering sound. Then, Luo Feng turned to the bewildered old King Kai. Chapter 104. The Abandoned Fat One, The Birth of Pure Malice. The old King Kai circled Luo Feng, marveling. Ah, what a fine young man. Those muscles. That aura, surely a Saiyan. To break the seal sword forged by the god of destruction, impressive indeed. The old man stroked his long white beard, appearing quite pleased. May I ask who you are? King Kai Xian finally snapped back to reality, cautiously inquiring. Me? The old man puffed out his chest. Listen well, I am your ancestor. The King of Worlds from 15 generations ago. What? Xian and Jebit exclaimed in unison, then knelt down simultaneously. We pay our respects to the ancestor. No need for that. The old King Kai waved his hand impatiently. By the way, who was so blind as to seal me away? As he spoke, he scanned the crowd with a scrutinizing gaze. It seemed to be a fellow who resembled a cat and had a foul temper. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng raised an eyebrow. Resembles a cat, has a foul temper. Beerus? Quite intriguing. All right, enough about the past. The old King Kai seemed disinclined to delve deeper. His gaze fell upon Gohan, who was still unconscious and being supported by Piccolo. This lad has sustained serious injuries. Jebit. Quickly, Xian suddenly remembered there was an injured party present. Just at that moment, Jebit, possessing the ability to heal, approached the injured Gohan. With both hands placed firmly upon Gohan's chest, a gentle, luminous healing light emanated from his palms. In no time, Gohan's wounds began to visibly mend before their eyes. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Where am I? Gohan gazed around, bewildered. Gohan, you're awake. Goku exclaimed joyfully as he rushed over. Dad. Gohan sat up and, upon seeing Luo Feng, memories flooded back to him. Master. He stood abruptly, shame written all over his face. I'm sorry, Master. Enough, Luo Feng interrupted him. A loss is a loss. Excuses are futile. You have indeed lacked training over the years. From now on, your training will be doubled. Yes. Gohan nodded earnestly. Hey, you lot. The old Kai floated over, interrupting the exchange between master and disciple. Do you wish to defeat that pink, rotund creature known as Majin Buu? Of course. Goku responded immediately. Ancestor, do you have a plan? Naturally. The old Kai chuckled with satisfaction. I possess a unique secret technique that can unlock all the latent power within you. This strength far surpasses that of any Super Saiyan. Really? Goku and Vegeta's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, the old Kai's tone shifted, revealing a somewhat lecherous grin. Unlocking potential is quite taxing. I require a small token of compensation. His gaze scanned the group. Do any of you happen to have photographs of young, beautiful girls? Or perhaps a kiss would suffice. Silence enveloped the air. Krillin's mouth twitched, Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins, while Goku wore a puzzled expression. A kiss? Why would that be necessary? Luo Feng sighed. Indeed. He is quite a lecher. I refuse. Luo Feng was the first to speak up. My power does not require assistance for its development. Why would I need an old man like you? You ungrateful brat. The old Kai fumed, his beard bristling. I'll do it. I'll do it. Goku eagerly raised his hand. As long as I can become stronger, I'm willing. Me too. Gohan stepped forward, determined not to be a hindrance any longer. Vegeta scoffed, turning away but not opposing, clearly acquiescing. Very well. Let us begin with this lad. The old Kai pointed at Gohan. You, come here and sit cross-legged. Then, I shall perform a very ancient and sacred ritual dance around you. This process will take approximately 5 hours. After that, you must meditate for another 20 hours to fully unleash your potential. The old Kai explained with utmost seriousness. The group fell into stunned silence once more. Dancing? For 5 hours? This clearly seems like a scam. Let us commence. The old Kaioshin, indifferent to the chaos around him, cleared his throat, and began to dance animatedly around Gohan, who was seated cross-legged. The grace of his movements was indescribable rather than a dance. It resembled a fit of frenzy. Goku watched with great interest, while Vegeta's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Meanwhile, Luo Feng found a patch of soft grass, reclined, and prepared to take a nap. On Earth, amidst the ruins of devastation, Majin Buu had returned. After spending considerable time traversing the cosmos, he had finally discovered his way home. Suspended in midair, he tilted his head, surveying the desolate landscape below. Where were the people? The one with long hair, the short-tempered fellow, and the strongest fighter who had sent him flying. Where had they all gone? Closing his eyes, Buu concentrated, attempting to sense their formidable and intriguing energies. They were nowhere to be found. Had they departed? A thought emerged in Buu's simple mind. They no longer wished to play with him. A wave of dejection washed over him, causing his mouth to droop. He felt like crying. Why? Why wouldn't they play with Buu? Was Buu not entertaining? Buu was obedient. Gradually, the sense of grievance morphed into anger. It was their fault. Boom. A surge of pink energy erupted from Buu's plump form. The vents atop his head began to release copious amounts of white steam, exuding a searing and violent aura. No more playing. Buu roared towards the sky, his voice laden with the fury of abandonment. The energy within Majin Buu became increasingly unstable. The malevolence, once catalyzed by Dubra's demonic energy, spiraled out of control. Hiss! The white steam multiplied, coalescing behind Buu, writhing and gradually forming a silhouette, a gaunt, gray figure resembling a skeleton. Buu's corpulent body visibly shrank at an alarming rate, as if something was being siphoned from him. At last, all the steam converged, giving rise to a brand new entity before the original Buu. This new being was entirely gray, emaciated, and possessed a gaze filled solely with unadulterated malice. This was the Slim Buu, or rather, the Evil Buu. Chapter 105. The Birth of Super Buu. Luo Feng yawned in the Kaioshin realm. The ritualistic dance of the old Kaioshin, akin to a fit, had persisted for nearly an hour. He mumbled incantations, his movements oscillating between tremors and electric jolts, as he danced around the cross-legged Gohan, who was now drenched in sweat. Heave-ho! Heave-ho! Unleash the power! Goku squatted nearby, thoroughly entertained, occasionally mimicking the old Kaioshin's gestures. This dance was extraordinary, imbued with profound truths. Krillin's mouth twitched as he muttered to Piccolo beside him. I can't help but feel that he dances nearly as erratically as Master Roshi does when intoxicated. Vegeta's expression darkened to a shade akin to that of a burnt pot. He could hardly bear the indignity of witnessing a lecherous old man perform an absurd ritual in hopes of acquiring power. It was a profound humiliation. Luo Feng, having found a patch of the softest grass, rested his arms beneath his head and was on the verge of slumber. The air was imbued with a subtle fragrance, and the temperature was just right, truly a suitable haven for retirement. He mused that he could visit often in the future. At that moment, King Kaioshin suddenly appeared, clutching a crystal ball, his countenance ashen. Everyone, this is dire. His voice trembled, as if he had witnessed something profoundly horrifying. What is it, Lord Kaioshin? Goku inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Majin Buu, he. King Shin stammered, pointing at the crystal ball, unable to articulate a complete thought. Within the orb, the scene of Earth was vividly reflected. Amidst the ruins lay Fat Buu, suspended in midair, his face twisted in rage. The vents atop his head began to spew forth a substantial amount of white steam. What is he doing? Krillin asked, perplexed. This energy feels malevolent, Luo Feng remarked. Now fully awake, casting a glance at the crystal ball. The white steam coalesced behind Fat Buu, writhing and gradually forming a slender, gray silhouette. It was a gaunt figure, its eyes radiating pure, unadulterated malice. Has he separated the evil within him? Piccolo, well versed in such matters, quickly discerned the situation. In the crystal ball, Fat Buu's body visibly shriveled, his initial fury supplanted by a bewildered expression. Meanwhile, the newly emerged Slim Buu's aura intensified, growing increasingly formidable. With a roar, Slim Buu charged at the now more corpulent and weakened Fat Buu. The two Buu engaged in a fierce battle among the ruins. Slim Buu's form transformed into a streak of gray lightning, devoid of any flamboyant maneuvers, aiming directly for Fat Buu's face. Fat Buu gazed at the approaching Slim Buu. Confusion etched across his features. Bang! Slim Buu delivered a powerful kick that struck Fat Buu squarely in the face. Fat Buu's head elongated like putty, contorting as he spun away, propelled by the force of the blow. That was astonishing. Krillin exclaimed, wide-eyed at the spectacle. That lean one is far stronger than the original. Fat Bu wobbled as he clambered back to his feet. He touched his cheek where he had been struck, seemingly devoid of pain, only feeling a sense of peculiarity. Why did you hit Bu? He asked in a childlike voice, filled with confusion. Slim Bu offered no reply. His eyes were filled solely with a chilling intent to kill. Whoosh! Once again, the slender Bu launched an assault, leaving behind a series of gray afterimages in the air, his fists and feet raining down upon the corpulent Bu. The dull sounds of impact reverberated continuously, bang, bang, bang. The plump Bu was completely unable to keep pace with his opponent's speed, reduced to passively enduring the blows. His massive form contorting, sinking, and twisting under the relentless barrage. How infuriating! It seemed that the plump Bu was also enraged. With a sudden burst, he spread his arms wide, his body swelling like a balloon, propelling the slender Bu away. The Bu was also incensed, mimicking a technique he had witnessed earlier. He clasped his hands together at his waist in a blossom-like formation. Kamehameha! A wave of pink energy erupted from his hands, hurtling towards the slender Bu. The slender Bu merely smiled disdainfully. With a casual flick of his hand, he effortlessly dispelled the energy wave as if swatting a fly. How could this be? The plump Bu was taken aback. In the next moment, the slender Bu's form appeared instantaneously before him, revealing a cruel grin that mirrored his own. However, the power behind this identical technique was worlds apart. Boom! The slender Bu's energy wave struck the plump Bu's abdomen with an overwhelming force, magnitudes greater than before. Ugh! The plump Bu let out a pained cry, sent flying backward, carving a deep trench into the ground. The battle was a complete one-sided massacre. This was hopeless. He was no match at all. Goku's fists instinctively clenched tighter. The fighting style of that gray adversary was astoundingly pure, devoid of any unnecessary movements. Each action aimed solely at maximum destruction. Within the crystal ball, the plump Bu emerged from the deep pit, his body battered and broken. Yet, he still refused to surrender. Bu could not afford to lose. Roaring defiantly, the plump Bu charged towards the slender Bu. This time, his attacks were far more methodical. Utilizing his body's ability to stretch at will, his arms and legs lashed out like long whips from various angles, targeting the slender Bu. For a moment, the slender Bu was forced to retreat repeatedly. It was working, Krillin exclaimed with excitement. However, Luo Feng merely shifted into a more comfortable position and yawned. Naive. Indeed, the slender Bu seemed to have grown weary of the game. When faced with a heavy punch descending from the plump Bu, he no longer evaded. His body suddenly transformed, spreading across the ground like liquid, becoming a puddle of gray mud, thus dodging the attack. Immediately after, this puddle of mud swiftly slithered around to the plump Bu's rear, reconstituting itself. What? The plump Bu's punch missed its target, leaving him momentarily stunned. A sense of impending doom surged from behind him. He turned abruptly, only to see the slender Bu's antennae glowing with an eerie pink light above his head. That was his favorite and most proud technique, transforming everything into delectable treats. Chocolate beam. The voice of the slender Bu echoed as a pink beam shot forth in an instant. Fat Bu was taken aback, and almost instinctively, he raised his hand, emitting a similar beam of light from the antenna atop his head. The two pink beams collided midair. However, Fat Bu's light did not hold for long before it was consumed. Slim Bu's beam advanced relentlessly, heading straight for Fat Bu. This is bad. In a state of panic, Fat Bu attempted to evade, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the beam struck him. Fat Bu's body began to shrink rapidly, twisting and changing color from pink to an enticing shade of chocolate. Ultimately, he transformed into a round, delectable-looking chocolate that fell to the ground. In the realm of the Kaioshin, everyone was rendered speechless by this bizarre spectacle. Within the crystal ball, Slim Bu slowly approached the piece of chocolate that was once Fat Bu. He bent down and picked it up, then tossed it into his mouth. Crunch. The moment he swallowed the chocolate, Slim Bu's body began to tremble violently. The antenna atop his head shot straight up. A surge of energy, countless times more powerful than before, erupted from within him. Boom. Slim Bu's emaciated gray body began to expand like a balloon. Muscles formed rapidly, becoming firm and filled with strength. His height increased, and his color shifted from gray back to pink. A brand new, more terrifying entity was born, Super Bu. Chapter 106, The Ultimate Fusion? Luo Feng, no? This energy. Goku's expression was more serious than ever. The others present, except for Luo Feng, were breaking out in a fine sheen of cold sweat. Damn it! Vegeta slammed his fist into the ground. That bastard has become even stronger. It's over. Krillin sat down heavily, his face ashen. We're doomed. The Earth is finished. Even Piccolo, who had maintained his composure, now furrowed his brow in silence. Enough of this noise. A powerful shout interrupted the panic. The old Kaioshin halted his frenzied ceremonial dance, hands on his hips, glaring at everyone. Why the long faces? The sky hasn't fallen yet. Ancestor. The Kaioshin stammered, his voice trembling. Did you not see? Majin Buu has become even more terrifying. And so what if he has? The old Kaioshin huffed dismissively, wearing an expression that suggested the younger generation had never seen true adversity. He has only become a little stronger. Is that worth such fear? Clearing his throat, he continued, I still have some tricks up my sleeve. At these words, all eyes were instantly fixated on him. Tricks? A flicker of hope reignited in Goku's eyes. Ancestor, do you have a plan? Of course, the old Kaioshin replied, stroking his snowy beard with an air of mystery. He glanced at the gathered crowd, finally resting his gaze on Gohan. Allow me to proceed with the ritual to unlock this young man's potential, the old Kai said, stroking his chin in contemplation. It would normally take around 5 hours, but given the urgency of the situation, I shall expedite the process. With that, he assumed his stance once more and bellowed at Gohan. Young man, brace yourself. The ritual continues. Gohan took a deep breath, his resolve steadily intensifying. The old Kai's movements accelerated, his hands forming an intricate seal before he forcefully pressed it against Gohan's crown. Huh, he exclaimed, as a resounding wave of white energy erupted from Gohan's being, expanding forcefully around him. Goku's initial astonishment gradually morphed into sheer shock. This power had surpassed Super Saiyan 2, and even transcended that. Impossible. Vegeta gasped, incredulity evident in his voice. How can one gain such strength instantaneously? Piccolo wore a similar expression of disbelief. At last, the magnificent white energy began to recede, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Gohan slowly opened his eyes. Though his exterior remained unchanged, his true power had undergone a monumental transformation. He lifted his gaze, surveying the crowd before settling on his master. Master, he addressed, as a faint smile graced the face of Luo Feng. Well done. Excellent work, Gohan. Goku approached his son, excitement radiating from him as he patted Gohan's shoulder, pride unabashedly displayed on his face. Ahem, the old Kai wheezed, collapsing onto the ground to catch his breath. After a brief respite, he extended his hand, palm upward. A pair of softly glowing, glass-like earrings materialized in his palm. What is this? Goku inquired, leaning closer with curiosity. These are the Patera earrings, the most treasured artifacts of my Kai race. When two individuals wear one each, they can instantaneously fuse, becoming a brand new, immensely powerful warrior. Fuse. Become a new, immensely powerful warrior. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a priceless treasure of my Kai lineage. The fusion's might is not merely additive. It is the strongest multiplied by the strongest. The old Kai's enthusiasm grew as his gaze darted between Goku and Vegeta, finally resting upon Luo Feng, who had been lounging on the grass with an air of leisure. This Saiyan's strength is unfathomable. If he were to fuse with this son Goku, the old Kai called out to Luo Feng, you, join forces with your companion, Son Goku. Should you fuse, defeating that pink, rotund creature will be a breeze. Never mind that fellow. In any case, together, you shall vanquish Majin Buu with ease. At these words, all eyes instantly fixed upon Luo Feng. Goku's expression was one of eager anticipation and excitement. Luo Feng, what a splendid idea. If the two of us were to merge, we would undoubtedly become extraordinarily powerful. Vegeta's expression instantly darkened with profound discontent. It's that Luo Feng again. Why is it that everyone assumes the strongest choice will always be this individual? As the prince of the Saiyans, must he remain merely a spectator? Under the expectant gazes of the onlookers, Luo Feng merely emitted a soft grunt from his nose, followed by two succinct words, no. The atmosphere seemed to freeze at that moment. Huh. Goku's excitement faltered. Why Luo Feng? What a bother. Luo Feng's response was curt. To become one with another? Sticky and uncomfortable just to think about. My power is my own. There is no need to share it with anyone. You little rascal. The old Kai was so incensed that his beard bristled. Do you even understand the current situation? Of course. Luo Feng finally opened his eyes and cast a sidelong glance at the flustered old Kai. That's why I seek the simplest solution, one that is efficient and permanent. Merging is the simplest method, the old Kai bellowed. No, Luo Feng shook his head. To me, merging is merely a trivial path. You all may pursue it. Indeed, compared to the rewards of the system, merging was of little consequence. At that moment, a light curtain, visible only to Luo Feng, quietly unfurled before him. Ding. Key plot branch detected. Fusion of warriors. Divine choice has been triggered. Please make your decision. It has arrived. A new choice has finally presented itself. Chapter 107. Farewell, the mightiest warrior Vegito. Hello, Goku and Gohan. A smile graced Luo Feng's face. Option 1. Follow the predetermined fate. Facilitate the fusion of Goku and Vegeta using the Patera earrings, resulting in the mightiest warrior Vegito. Reward. Special item. 6th Universe Pass. Allows free travel between the 6th and 7th universes. Option 2. Create entirely new possibilities. Facilitate the fusion of Goku and his son Gohan using the Patera earrings. Reward. Normal combat power elevated to 6. 5 billion. Unlocking a new bloodline form, Super Saiyan 4. And mastering the ultimate skill, Dragon Fist. As he surveyed the two options on the light curtain, Luo Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Option 1. Vegito. The strongest warrior in the original tale was indeed formidable, dispatching Bu with ease. The reward of the 6th Universe Pass also sounded appealing. It would allow for future travels to the 6th universe. However, Luo Feng's gaze fell upon option 2. Normal combat power at 6. 5 billion. An immediate increase of 50 million. Plus, Super Saiyan 4. Dragon Fist. This was far more substantial than any 6th Universe Pass. For a pragmatist like Luo Feng, any ethereal future possibility pales in comparison to the tangible power at hand. Moreover, merging Goku and Vegeta, those two bitter rivals, who knows how much effort that would take? Too troublesome. A father-son duo, on the other hand, is far more sentimental and easier to persuade. System. Luo Feng silently contemplated. I choose option 2. Ding. The host has completed the second selection. The reward has been bestowed. A surge of warmth, more potent and pure than before, instantly enveloped his entire being. The enhancement of strength was strikingly clear. Simultaneously, a profound understanding of a new form and an unparalleled, domineering fist technique flickered in Luo Feng's mind. The Super Saiyan 4 Dragon Fist, most intriguing. Slowly, Luo Feng rose from the grass and approached the still-dazed Goku and Gohan. Hey! He initially addressed Goku. Do you truly wish to fuse? Yes, I do. Goku replied, nodding vigorously. Excellent. Luo Feng responded with a satisfied nod, then turned his gaze toward Gohan. Gohan. Yes, Master. Gohan instantly stood at attention. Are you willing to protect your friends, your family, and even Biddy? Gohan's face flushed crimson. Turning around, Luo Feng extended his hand toward the irritable old Kaishin. The earrings, please. But you said you wouldn't fuse. The old Kaishin stammered. I want tea. Luo Feng pointed to Goku and Gohan behind him. They will. Let them. The old Kaishin was taken aback. Let them fuse as father and son? How can that be? There has never been a precedent for such a thing. Rules are meant to be broken. Goku and Gohan stood in stunned silence. What kind of warrior would emerge from a father-son fusion? Father-son fusion? Goku scratched his head, a look of curiosity and excitement illuminating his face. That sounds incredibly powerful. Gohan, however, felt a twinge of anxiety. He glanced at his father and then at his master, Luo Feng, as perspiration began to bead in his palms. Can I truly fuse with Dad? A scoff shattered the enchanting atmosphere. Vegeta, arms crossed and turned away, bore a smirk of disdain. Kakarot and Gohan fusing? Spare me the nonsense. Luo Feng, growing impatient, urged, Old man, the earrings. All right. The old Kaishin trembled as he removed the Patera earrings from his ears and handed them over. Remember, left ear to right ear to left ear. Luo Feng received the earrings and casually tossed one to Goku, who fumbled to catch it. The small, softly glowing earring felt extraordinarily weighty in his palm. Gohan. Goku turned and handed one of the earrings to his son, his gaze brimming with encouragement and trust. Are you ready? Yes. Gohan nodded emphatically as he accepted the earring. The two shared a glance, then simultaneously adorned their ears with the earrings, Goku on the left and Gohan on the right. Buzz. The moment the earrings touched their earlobes, an intensely brilliant white light erupted from them. A powerful force surged forth, sweeping outward like a tidal wave. Krillin, Piccolo, and the others were pushed back by this overwhelming energy. It has begun. In the midst of radiant light, Wukong and Gohan's bodies, drawn together as if by a magnet, collided uncontrollably with a forceful impact. Their forms began to merge, the brilliance gradually fading. A completely new figure emerged before the gathered onlookers, quietly suspended in midair. This being stood taller than Wukong and more robust than Gohan, donned in Wukong's iconic orange martial arts gi, yet adorned with a blue vest reminiscent of the Kaioken attire. The visage bore Gohan's outline, but the eyes reflected a fusion of Wukong's purity and Gohan's determination. The newly born warrior slowly opened his eyes, gazing down at his hands. With a gentle clench of his fists, an unprecedented, vast power, as boundless as the ocean, coursed through him. Such strength. How do you feel? His voice resonated. A harmonious blend of the two. It feels incredible. Now, it is time to bestow upon you a name. Luo Feng stroked his chin, assessing the newly forged warrior. Wukong and Gohan have their names. From this moment forth, you shall be called Wukong Fan. Wukong Fan. The newly manifested warrior repeated the name, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. I am Wukong Fan. Splendid. The KO Shin was overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes. This power. It must be enough. It must vanquish Majin Buu. Do not rejoice too soon. Everything remains in uncertainty. Luo Feng's voice fell like a bucket of cold water upon the assembly. He pointed to the crystal ball that the KO Shin had been cradling. Look at Earth. The group quickly gathered around. Inside the crystal ball, Super Buu, upon his emergence, having sensed no trace of Luo Feng and the others, had completely lost his patience. Name, Luo Feng. Battle power, normal state 6. 5 billion. Battle power, Super Saiyan state 32. 5 billion. Battle power, Super Saiyan 2 state 65 billion. Battle power, Super Saiyan 3 state 260 billion. Battle power, Super Saiyan 4 state 2. 6 trillion. Core skills, Dragon Fist, tenfold Kaioken, no side effects. Instant transmission, KO Shin version. Kamehameha, some basic skills folded. Special status, Lazuli, Android 18. Affection level 100 Chapter 108. The Fall of the Savior. Mr. Satan's Final Dance. West City, once bustling with life. The streets now lay in ruin, adorned only with twisted rebar and shattered concrete. Billowing black smoke shrouded half the sky in darkness. Super Buu hovered at the city's heart, hands on his hips, wearing an expression of pure, childlike cruelty akin to that of a child with a new toy. He had just transformed the entire populace of a building into an assortment of candies, consuming them in one gulp like popcorn. The taste was quite pleasant. However, the screams of the survivors were rather bothersome. Help! A monster! Amid the crumbling ruins, the survivors fled in terror, their faces etched with despair. Majin Buu tilted his head, disliking the cacophonous sounds surrounding him. Slowly, he extended a finger, a pink glow coalescing at its tip. Let it all transform into chocolate. He mused. Just at that critical moment, a resounding voice boomed from the distant horizon. A flamboyantly painted luxury hovercar, emblazoned with enormous letters, descended awkwardly onto the nearby square. Stirring up a cloud of dust, the door swung open with a thud. The world champion of martial arts, the illustrious hero who had once saved the world, Mr. Satan, emerged, his iconic frizzy hair and exaggerated chest hair on full display. Following closely behind was a journalist burdened with a hefty camera, the lens locked firmly on him. It's Mr. Satan. He has come to save us. Marvelous. We are saved. A tremendous cheer erupted from the despondent crowd, as if they had narrowly escaped calamity. Listening to the heartfelt applause, Satan puffed out his chest and forced a confident smile, while internally, he was in a frenzy. What on earth is happening? Why does this pink creature look 100 times more terrifying than Cell? He had been enjoying the adoration and reverence of the public in his opulent mansion when an urgent call from the television station interrupted him, pleading for his intervention against a monstrous threat poised to annihilate the world. What could he do? He felt equally despondent, yet countless eyes were upon him, and he had to muster the courage to confront the situation. Hey, you pink creature. Satan cleared his throat, pointing his finger towards Buu in the sky with all his might. Do you know who I am? Buu lowered his gaze, his pupil-less eyes curiously examining the comically absurd figure below. I am Satan, the two-time world martial arts champion. he declared, striking a pose he believed to be irresistibly charming. Your petty tricks are utterly insignificant before me, Mr. Satan. Now, kneel and surrender, and I may consider sparing your life. As he spoke, he discreetly signaled to the cameraman behind him. Quickly, capture my valiant stance. Get a close-up. It must be a close-up. Bu regarded him, blinking as if genuinely contemplating something. Satan's heart leapt with hope. It's working. This fellow must be utterly awed by my formidable reputation. Indeed, no matter the adversary. The mere mention of Mr. Satan's name would surely make them tremble. Bu, he mused, tilting his head and repeating the name. In the next instant, Bu vanished from midair. Watch out. Thud. A dull crash echoed through the air. The journalist, burdened with a camera, was hurled through the air. The device somersaulting before crashing violently to the ground, shattering the lens into countless fragments. The global live broadcast signal abruptly ceased. Consequently, the television station resorted to an emergency protocol, retrieving footage from surrounding surveillance cameras, which allowed the visuals to return to a semblance of normalcy. Bu, unbeknownst to anyone, had silently positioned himself before Satan, observing him with the curiosity one might reserve for a peculiar artifact. Gulp. Satan struggled to swallow, cold sweat instantly soaking his martial arts uniform. The elder brother, Satan, forced a smile. All that transpired moments ago had merely been a performance. Yes, a theatrical effect for the television. We have brought you a gift. Trembling, Satan nervously extracted from his pocket an exquisitely packaged box of chocolates. This is a special gift, crafted just for you, featuring the finest chocolates in the world. Bu regarded the chocolate box before glancing at Satan's tearful visage. He extended his hand and accepted the gift. With a brutal rip, Super Bu tore open the packaging, pinched a piece, and popped it into his mouth. Crunch. Delicious. Bu nodded, seemingly satisfied. A profound sigh of relief escaped Satan, as if he had just narrowly escaped the clutches of death, his legs feeling weak beneath him. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it, Satan thought, believing the crisis had momentarily abated. However, after consuming the chocolate, Bu remained rooted in place. Regarding him with the gaze one might reserve for a toy, the atmosphere thickened once more. Satan's mind raced furiously. What to do? What to do? He could not flee. Escape was futile. The only recourse was to continue the charade. Clearing his throat yet again, Satan forced himself to regain composure. Since you have savored my chocolate, it signifies that you have succumbed to my overwhelming presence. Now, behold the true might of Satan, the champion. He abruptly stepped back, adopting a combat stance. Ack! Satan emitted a peculiar cry, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. Satan's fist. He concentrated all his strength into his right fist and struck Bu's face with tremendous force. Bang! A dull thud resounded, sending a shockwave through Satan's entire arm, rendering it numb. Yet Bu stood unmoved, not even blinking. How is this possible? Satan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. But it was not over yet. Battling through his fear, he launched another assault. Whirlwind Satan leg. Explosive Satan kick. Bang, 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 bang. Satan unleashed every technique he had ever mastered upon Bu without reservation. Nevertheless, each attack vanished as if swallowed by the depths of the ocean. Bu remained there, allowing Satan's fists and feet to land upon him. An expression of boredom gracing his features. The game must come to an end. Bu finally spoke. This is not entertaining. He slowly raised his hand, his index finger aimed at Satan. At its tip, a pink glow once again illuminated the air. In that moment, every hair on Satan's body stood on end. The shadow of death completely engulfed him. Satan wished to flee, to hide, to plead for mercy. But it was too late. Whoosh! A slender, pink energy beam shot forth in an instant. A soft sound echoed. A gaping hole, the size of a fist and emanating black smoke, appeared in Satan's chest. He lowered his head, incredulously gazing at his own torso. Blood gushed from the punctured wound. Satan opened his mouth, yet no sound escaped him. His vitality ebbed away rapidly. The world champion's body swayed, and then fell straight backward. Thud. Thus, the curtain fell on a generation's savior. Chapter 109, Goku's Arrival. It was time for Majin Bu to experience fear. In the opulent living room of Satan's mansion, a symbol of wealth and glory, a black-haired girl clad in a sports tank top was fixated on the enormous LCD television mounted on the wall. Vidal's body trembled uncontrollably. No, she murmured. It can't be true. It must be a trick of the broadcast. Her voice trembled with heavy sobs. How could he? How could he possibly die? That father who always boasted, loved to show off, yet adored her so deeply. How could he be lying there? No, she could not simply sit and await death. An idea surged through Vidal's chaotic mind. There are others. There are still those in this world who can defeat that monster. It was not her father, Satan, who defeated Cell back in the day. It was Gohan's master, the immensely powerful Mr. Roshi, who truly vanquished Cell. Vidal knew where Mr. Roshi resided. Gohan had taken her to visit him before. His villa was right beside the Capsule Corporation. If only she could find Mr. Roshi. If only she could implore him to intervene. Surely, he could defeat that pink monster. This was her last and only hope. A small Capsule Corporation spacecraft descended with a rough, almost crashing demeanor, landing heavily on the manicured lawn in front of Mr. Roshi's villa. The landing gear carved deep grooves into the grass, scattering earth and clippings everywhere. Vidal leaped from the still-moving cockpit. She paid no heed to her surroundings, staggering toward the villa's grand entrance. With every ounce of strength, she pounded on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door, please. Mr. Roshi, I beg you. Save everyone. Save this world. The door creaked open silently. However, the figure who appeared was not the Mr. Roshi Vidal had hoped for. A woman with golden hair and blue eyes, clad in gray loungewear, leaned quietly against the doorframe. It was number 18. Mr. Roshi is not here. Biddy Lee appeared to have lost all her strength as she lunged forward, her hands grasping tightly onto the slender arm of number 18. What about you? I beg you. Her voice was filled with a broken plea. That creature known as Majin Buu is annihilating the world. My father has already been killed while trying to protect everyone. As she uttered those final words, her voice was once again choked with sorrow. I know, number 18 replied, momentarily taken aback, loosening her grip on the arm she held. You know? Biddy Lee was surprised. But I am no match for that fiend. Her gaze drifted past Biddy Lee's face, fixating on the distant sky shrouded in ominous black smoke. When Luo Feng returns, he will deal with that creature. Number 18's attention returned to Biddy Lee. What you can do now is find a place to hide. Do not go seeking death. With that, she stepped aside, clearing the doorway. Come in. Biddy Lee stood there, staring blankly at number 18. Eventually, she sniffled and walked into the villa, while number 18 shut the door behind her. The television on the wall was devoid of Mr. Satan's broadcast. In its place were fragmented images captured by city surveillance cameras scattered throughout West City. Super Buu hovered above the ruins of the city, yawning as if feeling rather bored. Then, casually raising his hand, beams of pink light shot forth from his fingertips, like the scythe of death indiscriminately reaping everything below. Buildings silently melted away, streets were instantaneously leveled, and those fortunate enough to have escaped earlier were obliterated before they could even utter a scream, vanishing completely from this world. At that moment, one of the surveillance feeds shook violently, a brilliant golden light flashing across the screen. Gohan's silhouette suddenly appeared before Super Buu. That's... Biddy Lee lifted her head and peered through her fingers at the screen, recognizing the face. It was Gohan, yet it seemed not quite like him, almost reminiscent of Uncle Goku. Super Buu's destruction came to an abrupt halt. He tilted his head, scrutinizing the newly emerged adversary. You. Buu grinned, revealing a cruel smile, clearly intrigued by the prospect of amusement. The newly transformed warrior, Gohan, paid no heed to Super Buu's taunts. He closed his eyes. The next moment, boom. An unimaginable surge of power erupted from within Gohan, a white aura exploding forth like a volcanic eruption, cleaving a massive void in the thick black smoke above. The entire earth trembled violently beneath this immense force. Super Buu's smile froze, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. This power seemed rather formidable. Gohan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze now sharpened to an extraordinary intensity. Majin Buu, your game ends here. The moment the words fell, Gohan moved. There were no unnecessary preliminaries. Gohan's figure vanished from sight. Super Buu was momentarily taken aback, a primal sense of danger prompting him to instinctively throw a punch backward. His fist tore through the air, yet struck nothing. Looking for me. Gohan's voice resonated from above Super Buu. Startled, Super Buu glanced up to find Gohan hovering directly overhead, gazing down at him. Buu's fury ignited completely. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a massive pink beam of concentrated, terrifying energy that shot skyward, instantly engulfing Gohan's figure. Boom. The deafening explosion sent shockwaves throughout the entire West City. However, Before the sinister grin on Super Buu's face could fully blossom, it froze in place. As the dust settled, Gohan remained calmly suspended in the air, casually extending a hand. The beam, capable of annihilating all, was effortlessly blocked by Gohan, failing to even force him back a single step. How is this possible? Chapter 110, The Mightiest Fusion Warrior. Yet, the most reckless warrior. The once manic expression on Super Buu's face was now etched with disbelief. Is this the extent of your power? Gohan inquired. Why you? Super Buu's terrifying aura erupted violently. I will kill you, he roared. The muscles of Super Buu's body expanded visibly, veins bulging like coiling dragons upon his surface, and his energy surged to new heights. Catalyzed by rage. Roar. This time, Super Buu opted not for energy attacks, but chose the most primal form of combat. His figure transformed into a pink flash, instantly closing the distance between them, delivering a fearsome punch aimed squarely at Gohan's face. The punch was exceedingly swift. Gohan merely tilted his head slightly, allowing the fist to graze his cheek, passing by with a rush of wind that tousled his bangs. Too slow, Gohan remarked coolly. What? Super Buu's fist struck nothing. Not good. He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Gohan raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers aligned, and gently tapped Super Buu's abdomen. A faint sound, akin to a balloon bursting, echoed. Yoa! Super Buu let out a piercing scream. His waist bent at an impossible angle, his body flying backward like a severed kite. Boom! He crashed through a dozen dilapidated buildings, leaving behind a massive human-shaped hole. So strong, Krillin murmured. Is this the power of Gohan and Goku fused? Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. Why? Kakarot and his son have fused, achieving such formidable strength? On what grounds? Not bad at all. The old Kai stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. It appears that my treasure has not been misallocated. On the battlefield, Super Buu erupted from the debris, the wound on his abdomen writhing and healing at a visible pace. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Super Buu's gaze was fixated on Goku, wild with insanity. I shall tear you to shreds. Super Buu's body underwent another transformation. This time, a pink, liquid-like substance began to seep from every pore of his being. This material coalesced in the air, writhing, ultimately forming dozens of grotesque, identical mini-Buus. Go! Destroy him! With a commanding shout, Super Buu unleashed the mini-Buus, who emitted a cacophony of sharp, eerie shrieks, swarming towards Goku like a plague of locusts. Merely a trivial skill, Goku's expression revealed no hint of emotion, as he floated serenely in the air. It was not until the mini-Buus were on the verge of contact with his form that he uttered a low growl. Huh! A golden aura erupted violently from within him. The transformation into Super Saiyan. No, that is not correct. This power far surpasses that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. This is Super Saiyan 3. Boom! A tempestuous wave of energy surged outward from Goku, as he became the epicenter of a fierce storm. The mini-Buus that rushed forward were unable to even let out a scream before being instantaneously vaporized by the terrifying energy, leaving not a trace of ash behind. What? In the distance, Super Buu's pupils constricted sharply. This fellow actually harbors hidden strength? He hasn't even exerted his full power yet. The warm-up is over. Goku, no? At this moment, he should be referred to as Super Goku. What follows will be the main course. In an instant, Goku vanished from his original position. The next second, he appeared before Super Buu. Swift, at an unparalleled velocity. Super Buu's neural responses could barely keep pace with his opponent's speed. Bang! A heavy fist landed solidly against Super Buu's face, his head twisting and contorting as though it were a baseball struck at high velocity. Bang! 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 Following that was a torrential barrage of relentless strikes. Fists, elbows, knees, and legs. Each of Goku's attacks found their mark on Super Buu's vital points. The dull thuds resonated through the air like the most densely packed drumbeats. Super Buu had completely become a living target. How infuriating! Amidst the flurry of strikes, Super Buu finally seized an opportunity. He suddenly opened his mouth wide. Die! An energy wave, concentrated with all his might, erupted from his mouth at point-blank range. However, Goku merely extended his left hand, gently deflecting the energy wave. Boom! The direction of the energy wave was abruptly altered, skimming past his body and soaring into the distant sky, ultimately bursting into a colossal mushroom cloud among the layers of clouds. It was the end. Goku's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. He raised his right hand, gathering blinding blue electricity within his palm, observing the ever-compressing, enlarging energy sphere in Goku's hand. Super Buu's face finally displayed a look of terror. Super Buu could sense the horrific energy contained within this attack. Perhaps he might truly be annihilated. Just as Goku was about to unleash the Kamehameha wave, his movements abruptly halted. To defeat you this easily seems a bit too lenient, Goku thought, dispersing the energy in his palm. Such a formidable opponent was a rare find indeed. Let us play a little longer. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin witnessed this scene with mounting frustration, nearly gasping for breath. This fool, he shouted, pointing at the crystal ball, his beard bristling with indignation. Why play around when it could be resolved in one blow? Vegeta's expression had darkened to that of a soot-covered pot. Foolish low-class warrior. Only Luo Feng seemed to have anticipated all of this. He merely turned lazily, muttering to himself, as expected of Goku. Even after merging with Gohan, he still cannot shake off his reckless tendencies. Chapter 111. The fusion time limit has expired. My choice, Forced Spirit Bomb. The battle had devolved into a one-sided farce. Super Buu, resembling a frenzied beast, transformed his body into an intangible whip, striking from bewildering angles. He even split his form, launching simultaneous attacks from all directions. Yet, every assault landed in empty space. Goku deftly evaded, a confident smile ever present on his face. Too slow. Your strength is insufficient. Is this truly all you can muster? How disappointing. Super Buu roared like a beast, unleashing his energy without restraint, coalescing into an enormous energy sphere. He intended to obliterate this planet along with that detestable foe. Goku observed calmly until the sphere, capable of annihilating Earth 10 times over, was poised to touch the ground. At that moment, he leisurely extended a hand, gently lifting it upwards. With a casual flick, he hurled the energy sphere into outer space, where it exploded in a brilliant yet silent display of fireworks. What is he doing? Krillin exclaimed, drenched in sweat, clutching his bald head. Why doesn't he just finish him off? That was Majin Buu after all. Goku's foolish nature had indeed affected the fusion. Piccolo's expression darkened considerably. Damn it, Kakarot. You irredeemable fool. Vegeta bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. Finish him off quickly, you low-class warrior. Goku is indeed Goku, even when fused with the composed Gohan. The inherent nature of the Saiyans' combative and reckless spirit, etched deep within their bones, ultimately prevailed. At that moment, on the battlefield, as Goku and Gohan prepared to deliver the final blow to Buu, Goku's body suddenly froze, his smile abruptly solidifying. A dazzling white light erupted from within Goku. Without any forewarning, as the radiance dissipated, the once mighty super warrior vanished from midair, replaced by Goku and Gohan. What transpired? Shaking his dazed head, Goku found himself utterly bewildered. Had the fusion been undone? Gohan wore a similarly perplexed expression. The Kaioshin realm fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at the scene unfolding within the crystal ball. Their minds blank. Ancient ancestor, Kaioshin stammered, glancing anxiously at the old Kaioshin beside him. What is this? The serene demeanor of the old Kaioshin had vanished, replaced by an expression of sheer shock and a hint of unease. He suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, he exclaimed in frustration. I seem to have forgotten to mention something. What did you say? Vegeta snapped, turning sharply with a fierce glare that could pierce through flesh. The Patera earrings fusion has a time limit. Only 1 hour. The air seemed to freeze. Krillin and Piccolo gaped, their faces etched with despair. What did you say? Vegeta nearly spat the words out, each syllable forced between clenched teeth. You old fool. Such an important detail, and you forgot to mention it. On the battlefield, Super Buu had regained his composure from the earlier shock. He gazed at the two Saiyans, whose energy had dwindled to the utmost, and laughed uproariously. It is over. This time, it is truly over. Hee. So this is how it is. Your power has vanished. An opportunity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Goku and Gohan also sensed the impending doom. There was no time to react. Super Buu's form suddenly transformed into a pool of viscous pink liquid. Whoosh. One blob of liquid shot forth like an arrow, its target being the nearest Gohan. The pink substance swiftly enveloped Gohan entirely. Gohan. Goku's eyes widened in horror as he attempted to rush forward, only to be ensnared by a larger mass of pink liquid from behind. Let go of me. Goku struggled frantically, his golden aura flickering momentarily, yet he could not break free. Soon, Goku too was completely enveloped by the pink liquid. Ultimately, the two blobs of liquid, with their captured prey, soared back into the essence of Super Buu. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. When the dust settled, a new demon emerged in the heart of the ruins. Boom! A terrifying and malevolent aura, even more formidable than that of the previous Wukong, surged forth from the newly reborn Super Buu, soaring into the heavens. Ha ha ha! Buu reveled in the unprecedented power coursing through him, erupting into a thunderous, frenzied laughter that resonated throughout the cosmos. I am the strongest in the universe. Krillin collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen with despair. Vegeta trembled uncontrollably. Goku and Gohan had been absorbed. Meanwhile, beside them, Luo Feng beheld a shimmering screen that only he could perceive, unfolding quietly before him. Ding! A catastrophic crisis capable of overturning the entire universe has been detected. The birth of the ultimate Majin. Divine choice has been triggered. Host is required to make a decision. The screen hovered silently in front of Luo Feng, displaying two lines of text radiating different hues of light. Option 1. Call upon the deity. Immediately use instant transmission to travel to the God of Destruction's realm and forcibly awaken the slumbering God of Destruction, Beerus, requesting his assistance to deal with Majin Buu. Reward: a special item, an invitation to afternoon tea with the angel upon usage. Grants an opportunity to share afternoon tea with Whis and gain his favor. Option 2. Transform into a deity and utterly crush the Super Buu who has absorbed Goku and Gohan, successfully rescuing them. Reward: permanent combat power enhancement to 1 billion. Mastery of the ultimate skill, Forced Spirit Bomb, can forcibly extract life energy from all targets within a specified range without their consent, condensing it into a spirit bomb. Luo Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze flitting between the two options. The first choice, summoning Beerus, appeared to be the most prudent and least troublesome approach. After all, a mere breath from the God of Destruction could obliterate Buu. He would only need to awaken Beerus. The reward was intriguing as well. An invitation to tea with the angel? Whis' favor. It sounded quite prestigious. However, Luo Feng's brow furrowed, albeit imperceptibly. Trouble. Too much trouble. He recalled that Beerus was likely asleep at that moment. What if he had a grumpy awakening? Even if everything went smoothly, he would still have to bow and scrape, pleading for assistance. Such tasks were what he loathed the most. Luo Feng's gaze gradually settled on the second option. A combat power of 1 billion. An explosive increase from 650 million to 1 billion. What a terrifying enhancement. And the Forced Spirit Bomb. This skill was extraordinary. No longer would he need to raise his hand for ages, coaxing others to share their energy. If he wanted to use it, he could simply extract it. Simple, brutal, and efficient. This was the correct way to utilize the Spirit Bomb. Chapter 112. The Primal Roar, the Arrival of Super Saiyan 4. System. In his heart, Luo Feng made an unequivocal choice. I choose option 2. Ding. Host has completed option 2. Rewards have been issued. Boom. A mighty surge of warmth, more profound and vast than ever before, instantly enveloped every cell within Luo Feng's being. The power within him surged at an astonishing rate, escalating to an impressive billion before finally stabilizing. The torrent of energy gradually subsided, yet the exhilarating sensation of wielding such immense power captivated Luo Feng deeply. Simultaneously, the method of utilizing the Forced Vitality Bomb and the formidable principles it encompassed became instinctively mastered by him. Luo Feng slowly rose from the grass, gently stretching his body. In the Kaioshin realm, despair shrouded everyone in a chilling silence. It's all over, Krillin lamented, his face ashen and his body limp, continuously murmuring about Goku and Gohan being irretrievably absorbed. What are we to do now? Vegeta struck the ground with a fierce punch, his frustration boiling over. That fool Kakarot. And his son. They've been absorbed by that Majin Buu. Suddenly, everyone turned in unison, startled by the noise. There stood Luo Feng, brushing off the grass from his attire, his demeanor as serene as a gentle breeze. So what if they were absorbed? Why the long faces? Ancestor. The Kaioshin trembled, looking from the old Kaioshin to Luo Feng, placing their last glimmer of hope in him. Mr. Luo Feng, you the old Kaioshin, flustered, pointed at Luo Feng, his voice quaking with indignation. You still have the audacity to jest. This situation cannot be resolved through fusion. That monster has absorbed Goku and Gohan. His power I am aware, Luo Feng interjected calmly. Enough of the theatrics. Your performance is over. Allow me to handle this. What did you say? Vegeta was the first to recover, fixating his intense gaze on Luo Feng, his eyes a complex tapestry of emotions. You intend to confront that monster? Otherwise, shall I invite him for dinner? Luo Feng replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. You. Vegeta's chest heaved violently, a tempest of unbridled fury surging within him. He almost roared. You should have acted sooner. Had you intervened from the beginning, Kakarot and the others would not have been absorbed. We wouldn't have reached this dire juncture. His outburst echoed the sentiments of many present. Indeed, Luo Feng possessed unfathomable power, but had remained a mere spectator. If he had acted sooner in response to Vegeta's accusations, Luo Feng merely smiled. I thought you all seemed eager, wishing to seize the opportunity to showcase your abilities. Who could have predicted your ineptitude? Unable to deal with even a single Majin Buu. How disappointing. You. Vegeta's face flushed a deep crimson, feeling as though his lungs might burst from rage. Luo Feng raised 2 fingers to his forehead, his expression serene. All right, I shall return shortly. You need only wait here to witness the spectacle. The moment the words fell, with a swift motion, Luo Feng's figure vanished into thin air before the astonished gazes of the crowd, leaving behind only a bewildered assembly and a trembling Vegeta. On Earth, amidst the ruins of West City, the Super Buu, having absorbed Goku and Gohan, hovered in the air, reveling in an unprecedented and boundless power. Ha ha ha! How extraordinarily strong! This is the true Super Buu. With arms wide open, Super Buu emitted a maniacal yet satisfied laughter. Suddenly, he sensed something. His laughter ceased. Super Buu slowly turned his head to the sky nearby, where a figure appeared silently. Observing the sudden intrusion of this man, Super Buu tilted his head, instantly recognizing him from the memories of Goku and Gohan that he had absorbed. Luo Feng. A smirk of disdain crept upon Super Buu's face. Oh, another insect offering itself to death? I thought you would cower like a coward until the end of the universe. Luo Feng remained suspended in the air, ignoring Super Buu entirely. Hey, I am speaking to you, you deaf fool. Enraged by Luo Feng's audacious disregard, Super Buu's fury surged. What is that look in your eyes? Are you too frightened to utter a word? Indeed, before you stands the strongest warrior in the universe, having absorbed Goku and Gohan. You should feel honored, for you too shall be absorbed and become a part of my power. You're quite annoying, you know? Luo Feng replied, unfazed. What? Super Buu paused, bewildered. What did you say? Luo Feng let out a gentle sigh, muttering to himself. I had hoped to see you prance about a bit longer, to witness what tricks this stitched monster could conjure. Alas, all you can manage is to buzz like a fly. Truly disappointing. You insolent wretch. Super Buu's fury ignited to its zenith. I shall tear you apart. A terrifying malevolent energy erupted like a tsunami, just as Super Buu was about to strike. Luo Feng's aura began to rise in tandem. Let me show you, Luo Feng's voice resonated, what true power is. At the instant his words concluded, a primal and wild roar echoed. Roar. A terrifying energy exploded forth. Centered around Luo Feng, a maelstrom of brutal red energy surged outward in all directions. In the midst of Super Buu's horrified gaze, Luo Feng's form began to undergo a dramatic transformation. His upper body rapidly became enveloped in a dense coat of crimson fur, resembling blood. His long black hair flowed wildly behind him. Around his eyes, 2 eerie red lines appeared, radiating an aloofness and majesty that seemed to look down upon all living beings. A terrifying aura, magnified numerous times beyond its previous intensity, surged forth from Luo Feng. The Super Saiyan 4, a novel realm, was unveiled for the very first time. In the King Kai's realm, all eyes were fixated on the crystal sphere, and not a soul dared to breathe. What is this? Krillin stammered in disbelief. This is not Super Saiyan 3. The fists of that rascal, Vegeta, clenched tightly, producing a grating sound. His body trembled violently from jealousy and indignation. Again, it was happening. Once more, this individual managed to unleash a power that transcended the imagination of all. And he, the Prince Vegeta, could only be relegated to a mere supporting role. How intolerable. Why must it be this way? Chapter 113. Vegeta roars. Why are you all stronger than me? It's impossible. On the battlefield, Super Buu gazed at the transformed Luo Feng with incredulity. He could find no trace of information regarding this form within the memories of Goku and Gohan. The unknown breeds fear, and what terrified him further was the sheer magnitude of that power, stronger than his own. This is impossible. Super Bu bellowed. What have you done? What is this monstrous transformation? Why is there no record of such a form in Goku and Gohan's memories? That is not for you to know. Luo Feng slowly stretched his neck, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds. You only need to grasp one thing. As his figure gradually faded from view, he sensed an extreme sense of crisis emanating from behind him. He spun around abruptly, delivering a powerful punch. Yet, he struck nothing but air. It is over. A chilling voice echoed in Super Bu's ears. Luo Feng had somehow appeared behind him, a hand gently resting upon Super Bu's shoulder. Bang! A resounding thud reverberated through the air. With a mere elbow strike, Luo Feng's attack sent Super Bu's body folding at an unnatural angle, transforming him into a pink comet that hurtled backward. The entire sequence transpired at breakneck speed. The crystal sphere of the King Kai's realm failed to fully capture Luo Feng's movements, leaving only a fleeting, blurred afterimage. What had just transpired? Krillin rubbed his eyes, his face a mask of disbelief. He merely moved his elbow? So swift. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead. The events were utterly incomprehensible. Damn it. That accursed Kakarot, that detestable Luo Feng. Vegeta's heart raged in a frenzy. Why must he be so powerful? By what right do you all surpass me? The esteemed prince of the Saiyans? It is unjust. Shall I, Prince Vegeta, forever remain unable to surpass Luo Feng and Kakarot? On the battlefield, the bottom of the deep pit began to writhe as pink masses of flesh coalesced, reassembling into the form of Super Bu. The wound on his abdomen healed completely within mere breaths. However, the expression on Super Bu's face was no longer one of arrogance. Instead, it was replaced by profound trepidation. Super Bu raised his head, fixing an intense gaze upon the crimson figure suspended in midair. He could not fathom why. Despite having absorbed Goku and Gohan and acquiring all their combat experience and power, he was still so effortlessly overpowered by his opponent. This was illogical. How could this Luo Feng be so formidable? Restoration occurs rather swiftly, Luo Feng remarked, scrutinizing Super Bu. Indeed, as expected of Majin Bu, your regenerative abilities are rather intriguing. How dare you underestimate me? Super Bu bellowed in fury, forcefully suppressing the fear within him, and once again soared into the sky. I refuse to believe this. With arms outstretched, countless purple energy blasts rained down upon Luo Feng like a torrential storm. Yet, Luo Feng did not evade. He allowed the purple energy blasts to strike him. What? Super Bu's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. His full-force assault had utterly failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon his adversary. So weak. Luo Feng's voice echoed again in Super Bu's ears. Startled, Super Bu realized he had not seen Luo Feng move. Instinctively, he attempted to create distance, but a hand had already pressed against his face. That hand exerted no force yet rendered Super Bu completely immobile. Luo Feng's tone was laced with disappointment. Is this truly your limit? I had anticipated that absorbing Goku and Gohan would provide some measure of surprise. Alas, it seems you cannot even amuse me. How dull. Let me go? Super Bu struggled desperately, unleashing all his energy as if it were of no consequence. Yet, it was futile. Beneath Luo Feng's seemingly casual grip, all of Super Bu's might vanished like a drop in the ocean. Enough, Luo Feng appeared to have lost all interest. I shan't entertain you any longer. With a slight pressure from his fingers on Super Bu's face, a crisp crack echoed. Super Bu's head was forcibly crushed, pink liquid splattering everywhere. However, it quickly reassembled, restoring Super Bu to his former shape. This time, Super Bu did not retaliate. Instead, he retreated in sheer terror, rapidly distancing himself from Luo Feng by over 1,000 meters. His body trembled slightly. Oh, restored again? Luo Feng observed Super Bu from afar, raising an eyebrow. It seemed he needed to exert more effort. Since I cannot defeat you, then I shall consume you. As long as I can absorb this fellow, I will attain his incredible power. A final, desperate roar erupted from Super Bu, as his form began to lose its humanoid shape. Instead, it erupted violently, transforming into a vast pool of vibrant pink liquid. The pink essence surged from all directions towards the center, where Luo Feng stood, engulfing him completely. Regardless of the opponent's strength, once ensnared by this sea of pink, escape was utterly impossible, as long as Luo Feng was enveloped. The formidable Majin Buu could absorb him and grow even stronger. In the realm of the Kais, Krillin and the others watched in horror, their hearts racing. This was the same technique as before. He aimed to absorb Luo Feng. This is bad. Luo Feng is surrounded. Quickly evade. Faced with the overwhelming tide of pink liquid, Luo Feng remained calmly suspended in place. A look of disdain etched upon his face, allowing the pink substance unleashed by Majin Buu to envelop him entirely. Name: Luo Feng. Battle power: base form 1 billion. Battle power: Super Saiyan form 50 billion. Battle power: Super Saiyan 2 form 100 billion. Battle power: Super Saiyan 3 form 400 billion. Battle power: Super Saiyan 4 form 4 trillion. Core skills: Forced Energy Ball. Dragon Fist, tenfold Kaioken, no side effects. Instant transmission, Kaioshin version. Some basic skills have been folded. Special status: Lazuli, Android 18. Affection level 100, Chapter 114. Dragon Fist penetrates. Divine Dragon roars, come forth. In an instant, Luo Feng was encased in the pink liquid, layer upon layer, forming a colossal sphere. Absorb? That monster dared to attempt to absorb Luo Feng? How could this be possible? With Luo Feng's terrifying power, how could he be? Yet, the reality was undeniable. Within the crystal sphere, the massive pink cocoon writhed and contracted, as if digesting something. Ha ha ha! From within the cocoon emerged the maniacal and triumphant laughter of Majin Buu. I have succeeded. I have succeeded. It was over. Two words echoed in the hearts of all. If even Luo Feng were absorbed, there would be no hope left. Just as despair engulfed everyone, the frenzied laughter from within the cocoon abruptly ceased, replaced by a chorus of bewildered and agonized screams. What? What is happening? Why is my body melting? Ah! With a deafening roar, the enormous pink cocoon erupted from within, releasing a dazzling crimson light. Cracks spread rapidly across the surface of the cocoon. No, this is impossible. My body, my power. He attempted to suppress it, but it was all in vain. Luo Feng's strength was too overwhelming. Get out of my way. A cold, commanding voice resonated from the center of the cocoon. Boom. The entire cocoon could no longer withstand that terrifying power and exploded. Luo Feng's figure reappeared in the sight of all. In the distance, a small cluster of pink substance, miraculously untouched by complete evaporation, swiftly writhed and reformed into the body of Super Buu. It had failed. How could it have failed? This creature was terrifying. It seemed that only in the face of death would one shed tears. Luo Feng gazed at the re-emerging Super Buu. It was time to bring forth Goku and Gohan. Thus, he decided to take things a bit more seriously. Luo Feng slowly raised his hands, clenching them into fists at his waist. An unfathomable aura erupted forth. Buzz. A deep crimson flame enveloped Luo Feng entirely in an instant. Tenfold Kaioken. Building upon the foundation of Super Saiyan 4, he activated the tenfold Kaioken. What an overwhelming amalgamation of power. This force, flee. It was the only thought left in Super Buu's mind. Yet, it was too late. Dragon Fist. Luo Feng's voice resonated in Super Buu's ears as he unleashed a punch. Explosion. Roar. A majestic and resonant dragon roar reverberated through the skies. A colossal dragon, vividly formed from golden energy, erupted from Luo Feng's fist, roaring mightily. Boom. The golden dragon, bearing an unmatched might, pierced through Super Buu's body. Then, with unrelenting momentum, it soared into the sky, spiraling around before finally transforming into a myriad of golden light particles, gently dissipating into the ether. Meanwhile, Super Buu stood frozen, his body beginning to convulse uncontrollably. Gagging, Super Buu suddenly bent over, opening his mouth as he emitted a pained retch. Two globules, encased in pink slime and resembling cocoons, were violently expelled from his mouth. It was Goku and Gohan, whom he had previously absorbed. Upon releasing them, Super Buu's aura diminished drastically. Damn it! Super Buu gasped for breath, his eyes now filled solely with pure terror. He had lost, completely and utterly lost. In the Kaioshin realm, jubilation erupted. Wonderful! Goku and Gohan are back, Krillin exclaimed, leaping in excitement, tears of joy streaming down his face. Well done, Luo Feng. Humph! Vegeta scoffed, turning his head away. Yet the tension in his clenched fist subtly eased. Despite his overwhelming displeasure, he had to admit that this man had once again saved everyone. On the battlefield, Luo Feng released the tenfold Kaioken state, the crimson flames gradually receding. With such remarkable regenerative abilities, he mused, it would be quite effective as a punching bag. Alas, he had no time to play. Luo Feng slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward. If one punch wouldn't suffice, he would resort to a more efficient method. Super Bu, unaware of Luo Feng's intentions, felt an instinctual, life-threatening sense of crisis surge within him, driving him to unleash the last remnants of his strength. I'll fight you to the end. A fleeting glimmer of madness flickered in Super Bu's eyes. Since he could not defeat his opponent, he resolved to embrace mutual destruction. He intended to take the entire planet down with him. The formidable Super Bu roared, his body swelling like a balloon, preparing for self-detonation. This time it was a true, all-or-nothing explosion, a forced spirit bomb. A wave of invisible, yet overwhelmingly authoritative energy enveloped the earth, centered around Luo Feng. Be it animal or plant, a faint, nearly imperceptible life energy was forcibly stripped from their beings. This extraction would not harm the essence of life, yet there was no right to refuse. Streams of energy, almost invisible to the naked eye and radiating pure white light, converged from all corners of the earth, from the oceans, the forests, and the cities, flowing towards Luo Feng's raised right hand. In the King Kai's realm, Krillin, who was anxiously observing, suddenly felt a lightness in his body, as if something had slipped away from within him. Me too. King Kai Shin expressed his uncertainty. The old Kai's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the crystal ball, where a pure white energy sphere was rapidly forming above Luo Feng's palm. A spirit bomb? Impossible. He never requested it. Why is the energy gathering on its own? Vegeta sensed the ebbing power as well, staring in shock at Luo Feng's figure. How could this guy forcibly seize others' energy? How is that possible? In mere seconds, a colossal spirit bomb, over 100 meters in diameter and exuding a holy radiance while harboring terrifying destructive power capable of purifying all, hovered above Luo Feng's head, illuminating the entire sky in pure white. The wildly expanding Super Bu halted, staring blankly at the immense white sun above him. Luo Feng slowly pushed the gigantic spirit bomb downward. With an irresistible force, it descended towards Super Bu. No. Super Bu let out his final, most despairing scream of his life. As the spirit bomb made contact with Super Bu's body, the pure white light completely engulfed him. The brilliance gradually faded, and the sky returned to its original hue. On the ground, only a vast, smooth, mirror-like circular indentation remained. Super Bu had vanished completely. Luo Feng gently descended, returning to his normal state. He approached Goku and Gohan, lifting them effortlessly, and then activated instant transmission. In a flash of light, the three disappeared from their location. Chapter 115. The Awakening of Satan. Clinging to the powerful is the right path. With a flash of light, Luo Feng's figure appeared in the King Kai's realm. Mission accomplished. He casually tossed the two onto the grass and clapped his hands. Krillin was the first to react, dashing forward with excitement, his words tumbling over one another. You are simply incredible. What about Bu? Has he been completely annihilated? Indeed, Luo Feng nodded, rubbing his slightly hungry belly. His ashes have been scattered. That's wonderful, Krillin exclaimed, leaping into the air, tears streaming down his face. We won. We finally triumphed. A complex, cold snort emanated from nearby. Vegeta stood in silence, his presence heavy. When the disparity in strength becomes so vast that even gazing upward feels extravagant, anger and roaring merely render one a pitiful jester. From Super Saiyan 4 to that final unreasonable spirit bomb, every display of power from Luo Feng turned Vegeta's proud Saiyan Prince lineage into a mere jest. Luo Feng cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta, muttering to himself, "Oh, have you retreated into silence?" His gaze shifted to the elder Kaioshin. "Hey, old man, do you have anything to eat here?" "Huh." The elder Kaioshin appeared momentarily bewildered, clearly struggling to keep pace with Luo Feng's leaps in thought. "I just fought, and I'm starving," Luo Feng stated matter-of-factly. "You can't expect me to return to Earth on an empty stomach, can you?" The elder Kaioshin and Kaioshin Shin exchanged glances. "Forget it," Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Hoping for assistance from you two in this impoverished corner is futile. I shall take my leave. You two can figure out how to wake those fellows yourselves." Wait. Kaioshin Shin hurriedly called out. "Mr. Luo Feng, how should we express our gratitude for your life-saving intervention?" Luo Feng paused momentarily, looking at Kaioshin Shin as though he were a fool. "The best form of gratitude would be to refrain from bringing any further troubles my way." With that, whoosh, Luo Feng vanished without a trace. In West City, The Capsule Corporation's courtyard was alive with fervor. Hey, move that table a little to the left. Keep an eye on the roast. Don't let it burn. Mr. Luo Feng dislikes charred food. Mrs. Bulma, all the drinks are ready. Bulma, clad in a practical outfit, stood with her hands on her hips, commanding the scene like a queen. A grand celebration to mark Earth's rebirth was quintessentially her style. Guests arrived in waves. Videl sat alone in a corner, gazing at the remnants of the city, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Videl caught the attention of Gohan, who approached, holding a glass of juice, feeling somewhat awkward. What's the matter? I'm fine. Videl quickly wiped her tears away. I was just thinking about those who have perished. My father and so many innocent lives. Gohan's heart felt pierced by her words, a pang of guilt coursing through him. I'm sorry. He lowered his head, his voice heavy with remorse. It's our fault for not stopping Majin Buu in time. No, it's not your fault. Videl shook her head. You all did your best, I saw that. Yet, she struggled to accept the harsh reality. Videl, please listen to me. Gohan gazed intently into her eyes. We possess the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls of Earth. If we wait for a year, the Eternal Dragon can grant any wish. At that time, we can wish for all those killed by Majin Buu to be resurrected. Your father, and all the others, will return. Unscathed. Really? The light of hope rekindled in Biddy's eyes. Indeed. I assure you. Gohan nodded emphatically. At the far end of the party, beside a banquet table laden with a feast, Luo Feng reclined in a specially designed chair. While Android 18 gracefully fed him a piece of premium Wagyu beef, he remained oblivious to the surrounding clamor of joy and sorrow in his world. There existed only delectable cuisine and the beauty feeding him. Luo Feng. Chi-Chi approached with a plate of her homemade pastries, her face beaming with gratitude. I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, Goku and Gohan. Luo Feng lazily glanced at Chi-Chi and then at Goku, who was indulging in the feast not far away, dismissively waving his hand. No need for thanks. With a smile, Chi-Chi placed the pastries down and ceased to disturb Luo Feng. A year later, on a certain afternoon, the sky over West City turned ominously dark without warning. Ominous clouds swiftly enveloped the entire city. Bulma stood on the lawn of Capsule Corporation, calling out, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon." As her clear voice resonated, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in dazzling golden light. The colossal dragon coiled in the sky. State your wish. Any wish I can fulfill. Please bring back all the good souls who perished in the battle against Majin Buu. Bulma shouted her long-prepared wish. This wish was straightforward. The dragon's eyes glowed crimson. In the next moment, countless warm lights emanated from the dragon's body, drifting like dandelion seeds in all directions. Those who had vanished began to coalesce once more in the gentle radiance. Inside the villa, Mr. Satan abruptly opened his eyes from the ice coffin. He gazed around in confusion at the familiar surroundings, his last memories lingering in the terror of being slain by Majin Buu. Have I returned? Dad? A voice filled with joy interrupted his thoughts. Biddy rushed in and embraced him, tears of happiness streaming down her face. This is wonderful, Dad. You truly have returned. Subsequently, Biddy recounted everything she knew to Mr. Satan. The person named Luo Feng, who lives beside Capsule Corporation, possesses such terrifying power? He realized he must find a way to align himself with such a formidable ally. After this incident, Mr. Satan understood the harsh reality. While he could handle ordinary foes, confronting monsters like Cell or Majin Buu was tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, his daughter knew Luo Feng. Perhaps this was his chance to forge a powerful alliance. The following day, a seemingly endless convoy of luxurious vehicles came to a halt at the entrance of the villa beside Capsule Corporation. At the forefront stood Mr. Satan, poised beside his globally limited edition elongated luxury vehicle. He adjusted his expensive suit and bow tie, inhaling deeply, yet his racing heart remained unsettled. Turning his gaze to the slightly anxious Bidolai beside him, he implored, "My daughter, please ensure you speak a few kind words for your father later." Chapter 116, Satan's Slide. Such sincere gratitude. Luo Feng reclined beneath the sunshade in the courtyard, savoring a freshly peeled purple grape provided by the number 18. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Number 18 wiped her slender fingers with a tissue, her azure eyes glancing towards the villa's entrance, her voice cold and detached. It seems the spectacle of a world champion surpasses our expectations. Luo Feng chewed the grape, muttering in response. After all, he was a world champion. He ought to embody the essence of one. Outside, Mr. Satan stood before his resplendent luxury car, tugging at his tie with a dry throat. Behind him, a convoy stretched like a steel dragon, nearly blocking the entire street. This was the extent of his sincerity. "Dad," Biddleye spoke, a hint of barely perceptible tension in her voice. "Are we truly going to do this?" "Of course," Mr. Satan exclaimed, puffing out his chest to project more confidence. "My daughter, remember, for a hero who has saved the world, no gesture of gratitude can be deemed excessive." His voice boomed, a blend of persuasion directed at Biddleye and a rallying cry for himself. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the doorbell. The chime rang out, crisp and clear. The doors silently slid open. Mr. Satan's gaze traversed the expansive lawn, instantly locking onto the man reclining in the chair. Luo Feng. He appeared so utterly ordinary. Clad in simple casual attire, eyes closed as if in slumber. Yet, upon this fleeting glance, Mr. Satan's legs began to weaken uncontrollably. Images described by Biddleye flooded his mind, a single punch piercing through the body of the demon Beau. A hand raised to gather an energy sphere brighter than the sun itself. Cold sweat beaded on Mr. Satan's forehead as the carefully prepared words vanished from his mind, leaving it blank. In the midst of Biddleye's astonished gaze, Mr. Satan unexpectedly executed a move that astonished everyone, including himself. His legs buckled, and he slid gracefully to his knees, propelling himself from the entrance all the way to Luo Feng's reclined chair. The grass bore two distinct green marks from his knees. "Lord Luo Feng." Mr. Satan prostrated himself fully, his voice resonating with the utmost sincerity, imbued with emotion, as he bellowed, "Please accept my... No. Please accept the highest respect of all humanity. You are the savior of the world, the guardian of the universe. You are the idol whom I, Satan, shall follow for all eternity." On the 18th, witnessing the farcical scene before him, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Luo Feng's mouth. He opened his eyes and glanced down at Mr. Satan, who lay weeping at his feet, nearly clinging to his thigh. A chuckle almost escaped him. "Enough," Luo Feng spoke in a calm tone. "Get up, do not ruin my lawn." Yes. Mr. Satan, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Though his back remained bent at a 90-degree angle, unable to meet Luo Feng's gaze. "Lord Luo Feng, I have brought some small gifts, a token of my respect. Please, do accept them." With a sudden flourish, he gestured towards the convoy, where a line of black-clad bodyguards entered, systematically placing heavy boxes on the lawn. With a click, the boxes were opened, revealing the dazzling brilliance of gold bars and diamonds, nearly blinding in their splendor. Luo Feng cast a cursory glance. To him, these treasures were no more significant than stones by the roadside. However, his gaze shifted to the blushing Biddleye standing not far off, wishing she could vanish into the ground. This girl, she would soon be Gohan's wife, and Gohan was his disciple. She was, in a sense, one of his own. "I shall accept these gifts," Luo Feng remarked indifferently. "Wah," Mr. Satan exclaimed, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. He accepted them. Lord Luo Feng has accepted them. What did this signify? It meant he had acknowledged his goodwill. He had secured his hold on that influential leg. "Thank you, Lord Luo Feng. Thank you. You are exceedingly magnanimous. Your generosity surpasses the vastness of the sea and the heights of the sky." "You are quite loud," Luo Feng interrupted, cutting off Mr. Satan's incessant flattery. Mr. Satan's sycophantic praises halted abruptly. Luo Feng's gaze shifted over Mr. Satan to Biddleye. "Biddleye, I have heard you are with Gohan." "Why, yes, Mr. Luo Feng," Biddleye replied nervously, clutching her clothing tightly and nodding. "Gohan has a good eye," Luo Feng remarked, causing Biddleye's face to flush a deeper shade, reaching her ears. Before she could fully grasp the situation, Luo Feng posed his next question directly. "So, when do you two plan to marry?" Biddleye was momentarily bewildered, her mind short-circuiting. "A marriage? Isn't that a bit too soon?" She and Gohan had just. Mr. Satan's ears perked up suddenly, his eyes widening to the size of copper bells, ablaze with fervent excitement. "Marriage? Lord Luo Feng is personally inquiring about the marriage of his daughter and Gohan." He dashed to Biddleye's side, his face flushed with exhilaration, his voice trembling. "Let us do it. We'll marry immediately. Rest assured, Lord Luo Feng, I will find the best wedding planner in the world. We will arrange an unprecedented, once-in-a-lifetime wedding in the shortest time possible. I guarantee it will satisfy you." Mr. Satan gazed at Luo Feng, his eyes brimming with obsequiousness, as if it were Luo Feng who was to wed his daughter. Biddy Lee was so embarrassed that she nearly fainted, continuously tugging at her father's sleeve. Dad, what are you talking about? Luo Feng observed the amusing duo of father and daughter and waved his hand dismissively. All right, stop lingering here. Hurry back and prepare. Yes, yes. We shall take our leave and not disturb Lord Luo Feng's tranquility. Mr. Satan, sensing the urgency, grasped the still-dazed Biddy Lee and hurriedly exited the villa. The courtyard soon returned to its serene state. Number 18 picked up a cherry and presented it to Luo Feng's lips, a hint of amusement sparkling in her blue eyes. You seem quite invested in Gohan's marriage. After all, he is my disciple, Luo Feng replied, taking a bite of the cherry and lazily reclining once more. As a teacher, one must take some responsibility. Otherwise, one cannot expect Goku, that battle-inept fool, to remember such matters when his grandson is born. Chapter 117. The Wedding of the Disciple and Luo Feng's Gift. Mr. Satan's proactive nature is, in certain aspects, unrivaled on a global scale. Especially when it comes to seeking favor, his enthusiasm and efficiency could leave even Luo Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed. In just 3 days, a globally sensational engagement announcement was grandly held in the central square of Satan City, with the wedding date set for a month later. The afternoon sun radiated a warm, languid glow. Gohan adjusted his collar, appearing somewhat flustered. He had specifically donned a brand-new scholar's robe today, his hair meticulously styled, exuding a newfound air of maturity. In the center of the courtyard, his master, Luo Feng, lay reclining in a familiar chair, eyes half closed, seemingly lost in slumber. Master, Gohan approached cautiously, his voice barely above a whisper, fearing to disturb Luo Feng's serene dreams. Luo Feng's eyelids fluttered, slowly opening a narrow slit. Oh, it's you, Gohan. What brings you here? I came to. Gohan's cheeks flushed slightly, his words tumbling over each other. I came to thank you. Thank me for what? Luo Feng yawned and sat up straight. Thank you for your concern regarding me and Biddy Lee. If it weren't for your encouragement, I fear we might have lingered in uncertainty for quite some time. Enough. Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Even without my prompting, you two are meant to be. The sooner you marry, the sooner you can settle down. Yes, master. Gohan nodded earnestly. I understand. Good. Let's share a meal together. After we eat, you can head back. Of course. Gohan respectfully bowed. A month later, West City welcomed an unprecedented grand wedding. Celebrities, dignitaries, and tycoons gathered in unison. Naturally, the most eye-catching were the distinguished guests seated at the main table. Wow. Gohan looks exceptionally handsome today. Goku, clad in a clearly ill-fitting black suit, with his tie askew, stuffed his mouth with food while continually piling more onto his plate. Kiki. Look, this roasted lobster is even bigger than the one we had at the beach last time. Seated beside him, Chi-Chi beamed with pride and happiness, adjusting Wukong's tie while incessantly offering her gentle reminders. Eat slowly, Wukong. Don't choke. Mind your appearance. Today is Gohan's big day. Not far away. Vegeta stood alone in a corner, clutching a glass of juice, his expression cold and emanating an aura that discouraged approach. Bulma approached, balancing 2 glasses of champagne, and pressed one into his hand. Don't always wear that grim face. Vegeta, today is a joyous occasion. Humph. Vegeta snorted dismissively. Yet his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the distant figure of a man, Luo Feng. His fists clenched subconsciously. The disparity was overwhelming. Yet Vegeta refused to succumb to despair. Across the party, Krillin appeared somewhat anxious, fidgeting with the hat atop his bald head that he donned to complement his suit. Beside him sat a girl with long black hair, possessing a gentle demeanor and delicate features. Her name was Xiaomei, a colleague of Krillin's from the police station. Krillin, you seem quite tense, she observed, stifling a giggle as she noticed the perspiration forming on his palms. And no, Krillin straightened his posture immediately. I'm just a bit warm. He pointed discreetly towards Wukong and Vegeta, lowering his voice with a hint of pride. See that guy devouring his food? That's son Wukong, my best friend. And that S. Luo Feng, the strongest man in the world, even mightier than Satan. Xiaomei followed his gaze, but her eyes ultimately returned to Krillin's face, shining with admiration. I know they are impressive, but I believe you are the most remarkable. Krillin was taken aback. During that bank robbery, you could have easily escaped, but you stood in front of me to protect me. Xiaomei's cheeks flushed slightly, her voice unwavering. In my heart, you are braver than anyone. Krillin's bald head turned as red as a ripe apple. The wedding march resonated melodiously. Under the watchful eyes of all the guests, Bidalai, clad in a pristine white wedding gown, gracefully took the arm of Mr. Satan as they walked down the aisle. Mr. Satan wept like a 200-pound child, tears and snot streaming down his face. Yet he still managed to straighten his back and place his daughter's hand into Gohan's. Gohan, stiff with nerves, felt all his apprehension dissolve into endless tenderness as he grasped Bidalai's hand. The priest's solemn voice echoed throughout the venue. Mr. Son Gohan, do you take Miss Bidalai as your lawfully wedded wife, for better or worse? I do. Gohan interjected eagerly, his voice resonant and firm. The audience erupted in warm laughter, and a radiant smile blossomed on Bidalai's face. As they exchanged rings and shared a passionate kiss, the atmosphere reached its zenith, met with thunderous applause that reverberated on. With the conclusion of the wedding ceremony, the banquet commenced in earnest. As Gohan and Videl approached Mr. Luo Feng, their wine glasses held high, Gohan respectfully raised his glass. Thank you for attending my wedding, Master, Miss Number 18. Videl, mimicking Gohan's gesture, bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Luo Feng. Luo Feng's gaze lingered momentarily on their faces. He lifted the juice on the table, gently swirling it, the ice clinking melodiously. Gohan, Luo Feng's voice was unassuming, yet it silenced the surrounding music and chatter. Marriage is not an end, but a new beginning. In the past, you fought to protect the earth. From this day forth, you must fight to safeguard your wife and your future family. The latter responsibility weighs heavier than the former. A tremor ran through Gohan's heart as he nodded vigorously, etching these words deeply into his mind. Yes, Master, I understand. In Miss Number 18's cerulean eyes, a rare softness emerged as she observed the couple before her, especially the unreserved happiness radiating from Videl's face. Congratulations to you both. A simple statement, yet it resonated with more sincerity than any ornate expression. Thank you, Miss Number 18. Videl's cheeks flushed as she bowed once more. Just as Gohan was about to say something further, a sudden chime echoed in Luo Feng's mind, signaling the system's notification. Ding! Detected that the host's disciple, Gohan, has completed a significant life event, marriage. As the host's sole disciple, his state of mind is approaching completeness, and the conditions for potential activation have been met. Triggering special task, a gift from a mentor. Luo Feng's gaze flickered slightly. A special task? Chapter 118, Gohan's Wedding Gift. The unleashing of divine potential. Luo Feng regarded the luminous screen displaying the system's details. Task description. As the mentor of disciple Gohan, please present him with a unique wedding gift that has the potential to transform his future, enabling him to fully harness his innate abilities and become a reliable warrior. Task options. Bestow upon disciple Gohan a mysterious form, full potential unleashed. This reward piqued his interest. Luo Feng looked at Gohan, who still wore an expression of gratitude and respect. Very well, let this serve as your wedding gift. Gohan, come here. Luo Feng set down the juice glass and beckoned Gohan forward. Yes, Master. Although puzzled, Gohan obediently stepped closer. Luo Feng stood, extending his right hand gently upon Gohan's shoulder. To onlookers, this gesture appeared as a mere act of encouragement from an elder to a junior. However, at the moment of contact, Luo Feng silently intoned, "System, execute bestowal." A powerful, vast, and pure force surged silently from Luo Feng's arm into Gohan's body, imperceptible to outsiders. Gohan's body trembled suddenly as he felt it, a warm current, a surge of power. An unprecedented, clear, and formidable sense of power filled every cell of Gohan's being, ushering him into an entirely new realm. The entire experience transpired in but a fleeting moment. As Gohan regained his composure, he noticed that Luo Feng had withdrawn his hand from his shoulder. Gohan gazed at Luo Feng with gratitude, recognizing that the surge of power was imparted by his master. Luo Feng resumed his seat, waving his hand dismissively. This is your wedding gift. Henceforth, live well, and do not neglect your training. Gohan opened his mouth, a torrent of words swirling within him, yet ultimately, he expressed his sentiments through a profound, 90-degree bow. Yes, Master. With that, Gohan took Biddy Lee to entertain the other guests. Android 18 picked up a translucent green grape and offered it to Luo Feng's lips, her azure eyes sparkling with curiosity. What did you do to him? He seems to have grown significantly stronger. Luo Feng replied, consuming the grape and smiling. I merely helped him break through a barrier, preventing any future nuisances from bothering me. Android 18 smiled faintly at this. Ultimately, it was all for his own desire for a peaceful respite. Just then, Luo Feng's gaze subtly shifted towards the entrance of the banquet. Ding! A high-dimensional life form is approaching. Life form, Whis, Angel, threat level. No hostile intent detected. It is advisable to treat with courtesy or with food. The system panel flickered momentarily. Luo Feng raised an eyebrow. An angel? Whis. He maintained a composed demeanor and softly spoke to Android 18. My dear, it seems a formidable presence is arriving. Android 18 followed his gaze. At the bustling entrance of the banquet, a figure had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. It was a tall man with a bluish complexion and long, flowing white hair. Holding a lengthy staff and adorned in peculiar attire, his face graced with a gentle and elegant smile. It was none other than Whis, the angel of Universe 7. Whis's arrival went unnoticed by the crowd, as if he had been standing there all along. He elegantly surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the joyful throngs before landing precisely on the main dining table, where an abundance of food awaited. He inhaled deeply, savoring the aromas of roasted beef, baked lobster, and sweet cream cake, a symphony of scents harmonizing in his nostrils. Whis's eyes gleamed with delight. Oh my, the culinary culture of this planet seems quite commendable. Time rewound to a year prior. Luo Feng had obliterated Majin Buu from the universe with a forceful energy blast. A display of unparalleled power that caught the attention of Whis, who was in the realm of the destroyers. Beneath a colossal tree, Whis delicately held a cup of afternoon tea, elegantly observing the scenes projected within the crystal ball of his staff. The ability to extract life energy directly from beings, disregarding their will, without causing harm to their essence. This was indeed remarkable. It seems there are shadows of some laws. Remarkable strength, Super Saiyan 4, and then there is this. Whis gently tapped his staff with his finger, lost in contemplation. Lord Beerus's destructive energy is pure nothingness, obliterating existence itself. Yet this Saiyan named Luo Feng possesses a force that is affirmative, a forceful plundering and dominion. Intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. Whis instantly developed a profound interest in Luo Feng. Lord Beerus has been in slumber, showing no enthusiasm for his duties, preoccupied solely with thoughts of feasting and slumber. Perhaps it is time to scout for a new, more promising candidate for the role of God of Destruction for the 7th universe. This Luo Feng appears to have greater potential than Lord Beerus to become a worthy God of Destruction. Just as Whis prepared to set off for Earth, a message from the Grand Priest unexpectedly arrived. Whis had no choice but to temporarily set aside his curiosity and depart. Today, after finally concluding his affairs, Whis returned to the 7th universe. His first task was to visit Earth. He wished to behold with his own eyes the mortal who had astonished even him. Luo Feng recalled the considerable force fluctuation he had generated while using a forced spirit bomb to eradicate Majin Buu a year prior. It seems that was when he caught their attention. However, Luo Feng's gaze swept over the banquet table piled high with an array of delicacies, meticulously prepared by a team of top chefs. A smile crept upon his lips. For Whis, the gourmand, no matter the significance of the matter at hand, nothing was as paramount as the sumptuous feast before him. Whis wore a flawless smile, his gaze leisurely traversing the banquet hall. When his eyes fell upon the enticing dishes exuding delightful aromas, a flicker of barely perceptible excitement sparkled in his eyes. Oh my, it seems I have arrived at the perfect moment, Whis murmured softly. Subsequently, his gaze landed precisely on Luo Feng. Luo Feng returned the gaze. Their eyes met. Hey, you over there with the blue skin, Luo Feng called out to Whis, rising from his seat. Don't just stand there. Since you're here, why not join us for a bite? Goku, with half a lobster in his mouth, looked on in confusion, following Luo Feng's gaze. Huh, is someone over there? Bulma curiously peered around. Who is it? A friend of Luo Feng? They look rather peculiar. Chapter 119, God of Destruction? It sounds like a laborious endeavor. Whis blinked, gracefully stepping through the crowd, arriving at Luo Feng's table. His gaze remained fixed on Luo Feng. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Whis said, slightly bowing in a standard noble gesture, his voice gentle. I am Whis, merely a traveler passing by, attracted by the delightful aromas here. I hope my presence does not intrude. Luo Feng gestured to an empty chair beside him. Please, have a seat. Whis maintained his smile as he sat in the chair. Then I shall humbly accept your invitation. Let us eat, and do not hold back, Luo Feng encouraged, indicating the lavish spread before them. The craftsmanship of these top chefs is quite commendable. After we dine, we can converse further. Wiss's gaze fell upon a meticulously arranged platter of freshly sliced premium Wagyu sashimi at the center of the table. The tender meat, adorned with a delicate marbling of fat, exuded a subtle hint of creaminess. With grace, Wiss picked up a pair of chopsticks and selected a slice. The gossamer thin piece of meat appeared almost translucent under the light. Elegantly, Wiss brought the slice to his lips. In an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. What was this? What an extraordinary texture. It melted upon contact. The exquisite tenderness, coupled with the rich aroma of the succulent fat, enveloped Wiss's palate in an overwhelming wave of flavor. The robust yet pure essence of the meat, intertwined with a whisper of sweetness, cascaded through his taste buds in relentless waves. Delicious, utterly divine, so delectable that even his celestial heart, having traversed eons as an angel, was stirred by a tempest of emotions. Wiss's body quivered slightly. The graceful demeanor befitting nobility faltered. The chopsticks in his hands began to dance across the table with astonishing speed. Tempura, the crispy exterior encased succulent, juicy shrimp, accompanied by a specially crafted sauce that offered a tantalizing medley of salty, savory, sweet, and aromatic flavors, leaving one utterly captivated. Sushi. The glistening grains of rice enveloped fresh tuna belly, enhanced by a touch of soy sauce and wasabi, allowing the fish's rich oils to melt in the mouth, harmoniously mingling with the fragrant rice, as if one could feel the very breath of the ocean. Roasted whole lamb. The golden, crispy skin encased tender meat, sprinkled with secret spices, each bite an ultimate interrogation of the soul. The onlookers were spellbound. Goku's mouth hung agape, oblivious to the remnants of food at the corners. Wow, this person eats so quickly, even faster than I do. Bulma wore an expression of disbelief. How could he, appearing so aristocratic, consume food like a ravenous ghost? Vegeta's lips twitched uncontrollably. Is this truly the man who instilled such a sense of danger in him? Something feels off here. Wiss had completely immersed himself in the realm of culinary delight, shedding the restraint befitting an angel. In his mind, only one thought remained. Eat. Devour every exquisite morsel here. A wave of profound sympathy for Lord Beerus welled up within him. Oh, Lord Beerus, you remain in slumber. How unfortunate. You have missed out. You have overlooked the universe's most exquisite treasures. Luo Feng, with legs crossed, observed Wiss with keen interest. Meanwhile, Number 18 quietly brought forth dishes that were positioned farther away from Wiss, placing them before him. Time slipped away unnoticed. When Wiss reluctantly savored the final piece of dessert, he released a long, contented sigh. A look of unprecedented satisfaction and happiness graced his face. It seemed as though his entire essence had been elevated through the culinary experience. Wiss set down his chopsticks, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and effortlessly resumed his elegant composure. It seemed as though the gluttonous figure from moments ago was merely an illusion conjured by the onlookers. Thank you for the hospitality, Weiss remarked, casting a friendlier gaze towards Luo Feng. This is, without a doubt, the most exquisite meal I have had in millennia. You are most welcome, Luo Feng replied nonchalantly. He lifted his glass of juice and took a delicate sip. The clamor of the wedding festivities persisted around them. It is rather noisy here, Luo Feng commented, setting down his cup and regarding Weiss. Shall we retire to my abode for a more tranquil conversation? Oh, that would be splendid, Weiss exclaimed, rising to his feet and gently tapping his staff upon the ground. In the backyard of Luo Feng's villa, familiar sunshades and lounge chairs awaited them. Attendant 18 brought forth 2 glasses of chilled lemonade, placing them upon the stone table before quietly standing behind Luo Feng. Please, go ahead, Luo Feng said. Taking a seat with one leg crossed over the other, his demeanor entirely relaxed. You must have come to see me for more than just a simple meal. Weiss raised his lemonade and took a thoughtful sip, the refreshing sweetness blooming upon his palate, prompting him to narrow his eyes in delight. Mr. Luo Feng, you are indeed a forthright individual, he replied, setting down his glass. The gentle smile on his face remained, yet his eyes deepened with a newfound intensity. I am here for a specific purpose. A year ago, the power you exhibited on this planet left a profound impression. Luo Feng's expression remained unchanged. Oh, you refer to that incident with Bu. That fellow was causing chaos, so I simply dealt with it. Weiss sipped his lemonade again and continued. It appears you possess a remarkably clear understanding of your own strength. However, Mr. Luo Feng, have you ever contemplated the existence of higher dimensional beings within this vast universe? Beyond your current knowledge? Luo Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The balance of the cosmos must be maintained. Just as there are deities who create life, there must also be deities who destroy it. We refer to them as the gods of destruction. Weiss observed Luo Feng closely, scrutinizing every subtle shift in his expressions. The existence of these gods serves to uphold the balance of the universe. They judge and annihilate unnecessary planets along with the civilizations upon them. It is a duty of utmost significance, yet one that is profoundly lonely. Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Luo Feng's face. He leaned back, sinking into the lounge chair. Gods of destruction? Sounds rather laborious, not particularly enticing. Weiss found himself momentarily taken aback by Luo Feng's reaction. Laborious? This is the pinnacle of cosmic power that countless strong beings yearn to attain. Weiss inhaled deeply, recalibrating his thoughts. Indeed, you make a valid point, he said with an elegant smile, shifting the conversation's direction. However, being a god of destruction encompasses more than mere duty. More importantly, it confers the privilege of ascending to a higher realm. Under my guidance, you will have the opportunity to reach a realm that even the gods find elusive, acquiring a power beyond your current imagination. Weiss leaned slightly forward. The world I inhabit is known as the God of Destruction realm. It is the epicenter of the seventh universe, endowed with the most conducive environment for cultivation. He emphasized the last four words with particular intensity. Mr. Luo Feng, I formally invite you to the God of Destruction realm for training to become the next candidate for the position of God of Destruction. Chapter 120. Rejecting Weiss's invitation. I choose to transform into Super Blue. The title of God of Destruction candidate represents one of the pinnacles of power within the seventh universe. An ultimate dream that countless formidable beings strive for yet never attain in their lifetimes. Android 18 stood behind Luo Feng. Although she was not particularly interested in these divine matters, she understood their significance. Luo Feng's expression remained unchanged. Ding! Detected that the host is faced with a significant life-altering decision. A divine choice has been triggered. Before Luo Feng, a translucent screen unfurled, visible only to him. Option 1. Accept Weiss's invitation. Become a candidate for the God of Destruction of the seventh universe, and undergo systematic training in the God of Destruction realm, preparing for future ascension to the position. Reward: entry-level divine power of destruction energy. Option 2. Decline Weiss's proposal. Clearly inform him that you have no interest in becoming a god of destruction and wish to live a peaceful life on Earth. Savoring existence. Reward: normal combat power increased to 1.5 billion. Divine transformation into Super Saiyan Blue. Passive divine skill immunity to the powers of the God of Destruction. Complete immunity to any form of destruction energy attacks. Was there even a need for deliberation? Go train in the God of Destruction realm? What a jest! Luo Feng had not cultivated since his arrival in this world. Instead of wasting time on training, wouldn't it be more delightful to bask in the sun in his yard, having Android 18 peel grapes for him? Not to mention the burdensome responsibilities of the God of Destruction, a role that involved incessantly destroying planets and maintaining cosmic balance. Furthermore, if all the Kais were to perish, the God of Destruction would meet the same fate. Who would desire such a dubious fortune? System, I choose option 2. Luo Feng silently affirmed within his mind. Choice confirmed. Rewards are being granted. Normal combat power has been elevated to 1.5 billion. Super Saiyan Blue transformation permission has been unlocked. Passive divine skill immunity to the powers of the God of Destruction has been acquired. An indescribable, transcendent force instantaneously merged with Luo Feng's being. There was no cataclysmic eruption of might, nor were there world-shattering energy fluctuations. Everything occurred with a subtle grace. Yet, Luo Feng knew he had undergone a transformation. A new threshold, known as the Divine Realm, had now opened before him. After all was said and done, Luo Feng turned to face Weiss, who maintained an elegant smile, patiently awaiting his response. God of Destruction? It sounded utterly exhausting. Each day would be spent either annihilating planets or journeying towards their destruction. Such a task was hardly appealing to anyone. The smile on Weiss's face froze, replaced by an expression of astonishment. A laborious task, which even dogs would refuse. Although Lord Beerus is a cat, it is the first time in billions of years he has heard someone evaluate the supreme position of the God of Destruction in such a manner. Ah, Mr. Luo Feng, you truly have a knack for jesting. You may harbor some misconceptions regarding this duty. To become a God of Destruction signifies that you will possess eternal life, supreme power. And, enough, Luo Feng interjected impatiently, raising his hand to cut him off. I am not interested in such matters. He gazed earnestly into Whis' clear and resolute eyes, and suddenly, understanding dawned upon Whis. The other was not jesting. He was entirely serious. What he sought was, indeed, the most ordinary and unadorned life in the eyes of mortals. After a considerable pause, Whis finally revealed a smile once more, albeit this time tinged with a hint of helplessness and admiration. I comprehend now, he stated, rising to his feet and gently tapping his staff against the ground. It appears I have been rather presumptuous. However, Mr. Luo Feng, my offer remains perpetually valid. He bowed slightly towards Luo Feng. This is the coordinate of the God of Destruction realm. Should you ever reconsider, or simply wish to sample the exquisite desserts we offer, you may reach out to me at any time. A crystalline coordinate mark, emanating a soft glow, materialized in the air and drifted slowly onto the stone table before Luo Feng. The cuisine of this planet is exceptionally delightful. I hope to taste it again upon your next visit. Farewell, Mr. Luo Feng, and to you, the beautiful lady. Whis' figure gradually faded amidst a gentle radiance, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The courtyard returned to tranquility. Android 18 approached Luo Feng, glancing at the crystalline mark on the table, and softly inquired, "You turned him down just like that? What else was there to do?" Luo Feng reclined back into his chair. A faint smile graced 18's lips. She knew this was the Luo Feng she recognized. Luo Feng closed his eyes, feeling the new, sacred, and formidable power coursing through him, and murmured to himself, "Super Blue has certainly become much stronger." Just as this thought flickered through his mind, a cold system notification echoed unexpectedly within his consciousness. Detected that the host has successfully entered the realm of the gods. Life level has undergone a transition. The system panel is undergoing adaptive upgrades to align with the host's current realm. Upgrade commencing, estimated countdown, 60 seconds. Luo Feng raised an eyebrow slightly at the mention of a system upgrade. 59, 58, the cold figures steadily pulsated within Luo Feng's awareness. Android 18 noticed a subtle change in Luo Feng's expression. "What is the matter?" "Nothing," Luo Feng replied, opening his eyes and offering her a smile. System upgrade complete. A brand new attribute panel has been generated. In the next moment, a fresh light screen gradually unfurled within Luo Feng's consciousness. Name, Luo Feng. Combat power, normal state 1. 5 billion. Combat power, Super Saiyan 4 state 6 trillion. Combat power, Super Saiyan Blue state 18 trillion. Divine realm. 6th dimension, core skills. Forced energy ball, dragon fist. Tenfold King Kai fist, no side effects. Instant transmission, King Kai's version. Some basic skills have been folded. The panel structure has been streamlined, eliminating the convoluted lower-level Saiyan transformations and retaining only the two most representative peak states. Finally, Luo Feng's gaze fell upon the entirely new attribute. Divine Realm. 6th dimension, the 6th dimension, indeed. Chapter 121. It's my turn. Vegeta's moment of redemption. The underworld. The rumbling of the reincarnation purification device serves as the unchanging background music of this place. A young Grim Reaper, adorned with headphones, sways his head in rhythm with the pulsating music. His duty is to monitor the malevolent thought chamber of this colossal machine. At this moment, the needle on the dashboard has silently slipped into the most perilous red zone. The young Grim Reaper remains oblivious to this. Bang! A dull thud resounds. Immediately after, a piercing alarm blares. The young Grim Reaper abruptly removes his headphones, his face a mask of confusion. The enormous tank before him quakes violently, its surface marred by countless fissures. A viscous, purplish-black malevolent energy surges forth from the cracks. The Grim Reaper's scream is instantly drowned out. The torrent of malevolence engulfs him entirely. Boom! The entire soul purification device erupts in a cataclysmic explosion. The terrifying shockwave sweeps across the underworld. The malevolent thoughts, suppressed for billions of years from the deceased across the universe, spiral out of control in this instant. They converge, intertwine, and ultimately coalesce into a plump, childlike, monstrous entity. The creature grins, emitting an innocent yet eerie laughter. With a chubby finger, it lightly pokes at the sky of the underworld. Crack! The space shatters like glass. In the hall of Yama, the king of hell, who was stamping documents for the deceased, suddenly lifts his head. The entire hall ceiling is swiftly covered by a layer of colorful, jelly-like substance. What is this? The king of hell is filled with both shock and fury. In the next moment, the jelly substance cascades down, completely sealing him and the entire hall of Yama. His face remains frozen in astonishment. Planet King Kai. The normally diligent Rib Rice abruptly halts his training. What an astonishing malevolence. It emanates from the underworld. A figure descends beside him. It is Oliver, a warrior from the West Galaxy. Rib Rice, do you sense it too? Indeed, Rib Rice nods. Something has happened in the underworld. We must investigate. The two transform into streaks of light, vanishing in an instant. Upon their arrival at the realm of Yama, a scene of utter chaos greeted them, dominated by a portly monster wreaking havoc. What manner of creature is this? Oliver furrowed his brow, while Rib Rice's eyes narrowed with determination. Whatever this being may be, it must be stopped. In a flash, Rib Rice transformed into a streak of lightning, charging toward the rotund creature. With a thunderous strike, he summoned all his strength and delivered a solid punch to the creature's belly. To his astonishment, the monster's abdomen merely indented like ripples on water, instantly reverting to its original form. The creature tilted its head, curiously observing Rib Rice, then grinned widely before mimicking Rib Rice's move and throwing a punch of its own. A miniature portal materialized before Rib Rice's face, through which a chubby fist emerged. Bang! Rib Rice was sent hurtling backwards like a cannonball. On the North Kai's planet, the Kai was in a frenzy, pacing anxiously along the path, his antennae tangled in knots. We are doomed. Truly doomed. If even Rib Rice is no match for this creature, from whence has it come? Cold sweat streamed down the Kai's face as he realized the monster seemed to take a peculiar interest in Rib Rice, playfully toying with him in increasingly bizarre ways. This is intolerable. I must summon Goku. Meanwhile, in the skies above Earth, several ominous fissures suddenly erupted, releasing waves of familiar, sinister energy, steeped in malevolence and resentment. On a picturesque vacation island, Son Gohan strolled hand in hand with Videl along the sandy beach, savoring their delayed honeymoon. Suddenly, Gohan halted in his tracks. What's wrong, Gohan? Videl sensed his unease. Gohan's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon, where his senses detected an overwhelming surge of powerful, evil auras erupting simultaneously across the globe. He recognized them all too well, former foes. Simultaneously, in West City, at Capsule Corporation, Vegeta, drenched in sweat from his rigorous training in the gravity chamber, abruptly ceased his exertions. Are these wretches crawling out of hell, seeking to die once more? Frieza and Cell? As for Goku, the voice of North Kai echoed in his ears. Goku, a grave situation has arisen. The underworld has been overtaken by a monstrous entity. The entire balance of the yin and yang is on the brink of collapse. And Earth too. Goku's brow knit tightly as he contemplated the dual crises, a monster in the underworld and turmoil on Earth occurring simultaneously. I understand, Lord Kai. His voice remained steady and calm. We will resolve the issues on Earth post-haste. Goku severed the communication with the Kai. Goten, return to Kame House and take care of your mother. Father needs to deal with some troubles. All right. Okay, Dad. The little Goten was unaware of the unfolding events. He obediently nodded. Goku made his way to Capsule Corporation. As Vegeta emerged from within, his gaze met that of Goku. Kakarot, Vegeta scoffed. It seems those wretches have once again come forth to seek their demise. Goku nodded in agreement. I shall confront Frieza. Let Gohan handle Cell. Do as you wish. Vegeta replied, his eyes scanning another area. There, an aura, though not formidable, ignited Vegeta's fury, a presence he recognized all too well, Dale's, who had once humiliated him. His energy irks me. He belongs to me. In a flash of golden light, Vegeta soared into the sky. Goku watched Vegeta depart with a smile before vanishing from sight once more. Meanwhile, a once thriving city lay in ruins, ravaged by Dales. A streak of golden light descended heavily into the heart of the devastation. As the dust settled, Vegeta emerged, and upon spotting him, a smirk of disdain spread across Dale's face. Ah, is this not our esteemed Saiyan Prince, Vegeta? How dare a lowly warrior utter my name? Dales erupted into boisterous laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. A lowly warrior? Have you forgotten who once had you beneath my heel, like a dog? You, the so-called genius prince, are merely my defeated foe, and now you dare to present such arrogance before me? In an instant, Dales vanished, only to reappear before Vegeta, unleashing a powerful punch imbued with ferocious energy aimed directly at Vegeta's face. Kneel before me. Yet Vegeta remained steadfast, immovable. The punch connected with a resounding thud. Yet the anticipated reaction did not occur. Vegeta's head merely tilted slightly. Dale's grin faltered, disbelief washing over him. Impossible. Vegeta slowly turned his head back. Is that all your strength? Not even enough to tickle me. Dale's pride was crushed like never before. With a furious roar, he unleashed the full force of his energy, raining down blows upon Vegeta with the ferocity of a tempest. The sound of relentless strikes echoed through the ruins. Vegeta stood resolute, allowing the onslaught to continue. Is it over? Dale gasped, bewildered. Why can't I even breach your defense? Now it is my turn, Vegeta declared. A golden flame erupted from within him, soaring skyward like a volcanic eruption. Super Saiyan. What? Dale's pupils constricted, the overwhelming pressure of Vegeta's newfound power sending him hurtling backward. What kind of strength is this? In a heartbeat, Vegeta appeared before Dale's, his hand moving with such swiftness that Dale's could scarcely react, grasping his throat and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Darius found himself suspended in midair, desperately thrashing about, yet utterly unable to budge the hand that restrained him. You mentioned that Vegeta approached him. Who is the vanquished? With a sudden motion, Vegeta hurled him away. Boom. Darius's body was violently smashed into the adjacent derelict building, the reinforced concrete walls crumbling in layers. Before he could even gather his wits, Vegeta reappeared before him, delivering a crushing blow to his chest with his foot. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Blood spewed from Darius's mouth, his eyes filled with madness. How could a wretch like you possess strength that surpasses mine? Vegeta ground his foot down forcefully. Surpass you? You are so pathetic that you lack even the qualification to be surpassed by me. Raising his hand, he aimed his palm at Darius's face, contorted with fear. Golden energy began to coalesce. In hell, you shall have ample time to repent for your ignorance. No. A blinding radiance engulfed everything. Darius met his demise. Chapter 122. The mysterious Gohan. The astonished Cell in the central plains, an ominous aura pervaded the air. The ultimate lightning Cell stood proudly at the center of the plain, arms crossed, emanating a terrifying golden lightning more fearsome than during his previous games. A figure descended from the sky, landing steadily before him. It was Gohan. I have awaited your arrival for a long time, Gohan. Cell grinned maliciously, revealing a smile full of malice. Did you expect this? We meet again. Come. Let me see if you have made any progress over the years. Cell's voice dripped with provocation. The newly resurrected Cell yearned for a thrilling battle. Gohan did not respond to Cell's taunts. He was no longer the reckless youth who would lose his reason in anger. He had people to protect, a happiness to defend. There was no time to squander on the filth that crawled out of hell. Cell, it is time for you to return. As the words fell from his lips, a distinctly different aura awakened within Gohan. A strand of black hair fell across his forehead. Mysterious form. All potential unleashed. The smile on Cell's face froze instantaneously. The Gohan before him appeared unchanged, yet radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. What is this? Cell's voice trembled. Impossible. Why does your energy? Gohan did not answer. His figure vanished from sight. Cell's pupils constricted. Too fast. He couldn't even perceive the opponent's movements. A hand gently pressed against Cell's formidable chest plate. Crack. A sharp sound of shattering resonated. Cell looked down in disbelief at his chest, where a distinct handprint had formed. The supposedly impenetrable bioarmor was now riddled with web-like cracks. A wave of indescribable agony surged through Cell's nerves after a brief delay of half a second. It was over. Gohan slowly raised his hands, bringing them together at his waist. The Kamehameha, a radiant blue light, gathered in the palms of Gohan. The terrifying energy sent shivers down Cell's spine. No, I am perfection. I am the ultimate life form. Cell roared defiantly, channeling all his strength into a similar stance for the Kamehameha. Die! A malevolent purple energy coalesced frantically in his hands. In an explosive clash, two distinctly colored energy beams erupted simultaneously, colliding with tremendous force. There was no stalemate as Gohan's blue beam, with overwhelming might, instantly consumed Cell's tainted purple energy. Impossible. This was Cell's final utterance in this world. The blue radiance enveloped him entirely. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of a city laid to waste, Goku stood before a group of familiar faces. Frieza, his father King Cold, and the comically posed Ginyu Force. Ho ho ho. Frieza's signature laughter echoed. Goku, we meet again. We've risen from hell. The 5 members of the Ginyu Force struck a new, more humiliating pose. Goku gazed at these buffoons, letting out a calm sigh, understanding that this was not a time for frivolity. The disturbances in the other world were the true source of the problem, and swift resolution was imperative. Ah, Goku let out a low growl, golden energy erupting around him, dazzling lightning entwining his form. Super Saiyan 2. What is this power? Frieza gasped in horror. Goku's figure momentarily blurred. Bang, bang, bang. 5 muffled thuds echoed as the Jinyu force fell, unable to even scream before being vanquished. King Cold trembled in fear, attempting to flee. But a flash of golden light severed his body in two. Now, only Frieza remained. You monster. It's time for you to go, Frieza. Goku raised a finger, its tip glowing with golden light. Farewell. In an instant, the light flickered and Frieza was defeated. The battle concluded. Goku was about to exhale in relief when the anxious voice of King Kai resonated in his mind. Can you hear me, Goku? Yes, I can hear you. King Kai, we must find a way to eliminate the source of this chaos. Otherwise, it will never end. Even if you defeat the enemy now, they will resurrect shortly. I understand, King Kai. Goku severed the communication, his expression turning grave. At Capsule Corporation, Vegeta and Gohan arrived almost simultaneously. The three exchanged glances. It seems you have also resolved your issues, Vegeta remarked with a scoff. Kakarot, what has transpired? Goku succinctly recounted the words of the King of the Worlds. The order of the underworld has collapsed? Gohan furrowed his brow. We must hasten there. The dilemma is, we are all still alive. How can we reach the underworld? Vegeta posed the most pressing inquiry. Goku pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of someone. I have a solution. Follow me. Moments later, the trio arrived at the heart of the desert, before a palace exuding exotic charm. The Crystal Palace of the Fortune Teller. The Fortune Teller sat atop her crystal ball, seemingly having awaited their arrival. I knew you would eventually seek me out. Goku scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Please, dear lady, we need to visit the underworld. The Fortune Teller exhaled a puff of smoke. Given your repeated efforts to save the world, this time, I shall grant you passage free of charge. The crystal ball in her hand radiated a brilliant light. The glow enveloped Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. Go forth. The chaotic mess of the underworld is now yours to rectify. The figures of the three gradually vanished within the radiance. Chapter 123. The Birth of Gogeta, defeating the final form of evil thought waves. In the underworld, the sky no longer bore the tranquil golden hue of yore. Instead, it was replaced by a bizarre, kaleidoscopic distortion. Countless jelly-like crystals floated within the space. 3 beams of light streaked through. The silhouettes of Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan materialized in the plaza before the throne of King Enma. Is this truly the underworld? Gohan surveyed the surreal scene before him, his brow knitted in concern. Vegeta glanced around. What utter chaos. At that moment, a figure stumbled awkwardly from behind a massive crystal, crashing heavily to the ground. It was Ribrian. Wounded and weary, he exhaled with difficulty. Hey, are you all right? Seeing the reinforcements, Ribrian's taut nerves finally relaxed for a moment. Support has finally arrived. What exactly happened? Goku inquired. Ribrian gasped for breath, pointing towards a plump creature floating in the air, emitting an eerie laughter. That's the one. The soul purification device malfunctioned, causing the malevolent thoughts of all the deceased in the universe to coalesce, giving birth to that monster. It can distort reality. Any attack against it is nearly futile. And just as Ribrian was about to continue, the plump creature seemed to notice the newcomers and floated over with curious innocence. Yahoo, Kakarot, stop wasting time with it. Vegeta could no longer contain himself, roaring as golden flames of energy erupted around him. Super Saiyan 2. This trash is mine to dispose of. He transformed into a streak of golden lightning, swiftly reaching the plump creature and delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at its face. However, upon contact, there was no sensation of impact as anticipated. The monster's visage, resembling dough, sank deeply, perfectly dissipating all force. Then, with a wave, it rebounded to its original form. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. The rotund creature tilted its head, seemingly amused by this game. It extended its chubby finger towards Vegeta and gently poked him. Suddenly, a myriad of miniature, identical Vegetas emerged, chattering incessantly and overwhelming him. Get away. All of you disperse. Vegeta furiously waved his hands, scattering the phantoms. Gohan, let's go. Goku's expression turned grave. Yes, Dad. Gohan unleashed a formidable aura. The father and son lunged simultaneously at the plump monster. Kamehameha. 2 powerful energy waves surged from either side, striking towards the creature. The monster grinned widely, drawing a circle with its hands in front of itself. A colorful energy sphere appeared from thin air, effortlessly absorbing the two energy waves. Then, it opened its mouth and blew the energy sphere out like bubblegum. The colorful bubble reflected back at an even swifter pace. Boom. A violent explosion sent both Goku and Gohan flying. Damn it. Vegeta regained his balance. His expression darkened to an extreme. This bizarre ability rendered his immense power utterly ineffective. He needed to devise a way to unleash a force surpassing its limits all at once to obliterate it completely. Goku rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The three exchanged glances, instantly comprehending one another's intentions. Goku and Gohan ascended into the air, their hands clasped at their waists. Kamehameha. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood on the other side, arms outstretched, purple electricity gathering in his palms. Final flash. At that moment, three cataclysmic energies converged into a torrent, sweeping towards the still grinning monster. The entire underworld trembled under the weight of this power. The monster's body began to contort and deform under the impact of the energy torrent, emitting a scream of agony. Ultimately, at the center of the energy blaze, it erupted with a thunderous explosion. Have we succeeded? Gohan panted, gazing at the epicenter of the explosion. As the dust settled, a new figure emerged. No longer was it the chubby childlike form. In its place stood a tall, crimson-skinned demon with twin horns and a cold, malevolent gaze. It exuded a sense of overwhelming pressure, magnitude stronger than before. Final form, evil aura wave. It roared, its figure vanishing in an instant. So fast, Goku's pupils constricted sharply. Suddenly, a line of blood shot forth from Goku's chest. The form of the evil aura wave materialized behind him, wielding a sword forged from fragmented space. Be careful, Roboku exclaimed in alarm. Kakarot. Vegeta let out a furious roar, his aura surging once more as he charged towards the malevolent entity. The dark force merely flicked its wrist, unleashing a sword strike with effortless ease. An invisible blade of energy sliced through the fabric of space, halting Vegeta's assault abruptly. A deep gash, revealing bone, appeared upon his chest. How could this be? Vegeta clutched his wound, disbelief etched upon his face as he gazed at his opponent. Sensing the dire situation, Gohan's black locks fell forward as he instantly transformed into a mysterious state. He summoned his power to its zenith, delivering a fierce punch towards the back of the malevolent entity's heart. Suddenly, the entity's form became ethereal, and Gohan's fist passed right through it. An illusion? No. An alarm rang in Gohan's mind. The malevolent entity wielded a sword of space that swept towards him. In the nick of time, Goku teleported in front of Gohan, using his arm to block the incoming strike. The tremendous force sent both father and son flying. The trio regrouped, each bearing injuries, their breaths ragged and disordered. The foe before them was formidable beyond measure. Whether it was speed, strength, or that sword capable of severing space and ignoring defenses, they felt an unprecedented challenge. The malevolent entity offered no respite, vanishing once again. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of intense clashes resonated through the air. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan unleashed their full might. Yet they remained overwhelmed, retreating step by step. Damn it! If this continues, we shall be exhausted, Vegeta exclaimed through gritted teeth, pushing the malevolent entity back with an energy blast. We must devise a strategy. As Goku dodged the lethal sword strikes, his mind raced. Suddenly, he recalled a secret technique taught to them by the Supreme Kai after returning the earrings in the Kaioshin realm. Eureka! Goku shouted, capturing the attention of both warriors. Vegeta, do you remember? The fusion technique. What? Vegeta's movements froze, a look of disdain crossing his face. You wish for me to perform that ridiculous and laughable dance? Kakarot, are you insulting me? I would rather perish here than endure such humiliation. Vegeta's pride instinctively resisted the proposal. This is not the time for such nonsense. Goku yelled in desperation. Look, if this persists, not only the underworld but the very order of the entire universe shall collapse. If everything we wish to protect is destroyed, would that pride not become a monumental joke? Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, creaking under the pressure. Just this once. Kakarot, you had better not mess this up. A joyful smile broke across Goku's face. All right. The two quickly distanced themselves, under the tense watch of Gohan and Piccolo, as they assumed that somewhat embarrassing starting stance. Vegeta's face flushed crimson, his movements stiff as a block of wood. Ready. Goku shouted the incantation. Both took a deep breath simultaneously, beginning to move in unison. With arms outstretched and legs slightly bent, their movements were both precise and symmetrical. A deep breath escaped their lips as their fingertips met in midair with impeccable accuracy. A brilliant flash of white light erupted instantaneously, consuming everything in its wake. An unprecedented aura of terror, surpassing all else, was born from the very center of that radiance. As the light faded, a new warrior emerged before the sinister wave of malice. Clad in a black and orange martial arts uniform, he wore a confident and composed smile. "Behold, Gogeta has arrived." The malevolent wave seemed to sense the impending threat and let out a furious roar, wielding a sword of space that came crashing down upon Gogeta. With a mere smile, Gogeta extended 2 fingers. Clang! The formidable sword, capable of severing space itself, was effortlessly caught between his fingers, unable to advance even a fraction. For the first time, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the malevolent wave. "Is this all you can muster?" With a slight exertion of his fingers, Gogeta twisted. Crack! The sword of space shattered into countless fragments. "Now it is my turn." Gogeta's figure vanished, only to reappear in front of the sinister wave in the next heartbeat. A seemingly unremarkable straight punch struck his abdomen. Boom! The malevolent wave's body soared backward like a cannonball, shattering numerous crystalline fruits in its path. Before he could regain his footing, Gogeta materialized once more behind him, unleashing a tempest of strikes, elbows, knee strikes, and whip-like kicks, all raining down upon the malevolent wave. Completely unable to resist, he could only passively endure the overwhelming onslaught. At last, with a powerful blow, Gogeta sent him crashing down from the sky to the ground below. Boom! The entire underworld trembled. Gogeta descended slowly, standing at the edge of the deep pit, gazing down at the disheveled malevolent wave. He extended his right hand, palm facing upward, as a radiant, multicolored energy orb began to coalesce in his palm. "Soul Eraser, allow me to purify the malice that resides within you. Vanish." Gogeta gently pressed the energy orb against the malevolent wave. The vibrant orb enveloped him entirely. The malevolent wave let out a chilling scream as the wicked energy within him melted away like snow under the sun, succumbing to the divine force. As the malevolent wave was purified, the entire underworld began to revert to its former state. The once vibrant crystals transformed into twinkling starlight, dissipating into the air. The sealed Hall of Yama also regained its original appearance. Everything returned to order. Chapter 124, Special Mission, The Awakening of Beerus Dream years later, in West City. The sun shone perfectly. Luo Feng reclined on a beach chair in his villa's backyard, sporting sunglasses, with a glass of chilled lemonade resting on a small table beside him. Number 18, dressed in a refreshing short skirt, wielded a large pair of scissors, snipping away at the foliage in the flower bed. Her golden hair sparkled under the sunlight, framing a flawless profile. Time stood still in tranquil beauty. These few words encapsulate the entire significance of Luo Feng's journey since his arrival in this realm. Ever since the eventful resolution of a minor disruption in the underworld by Wukong and his companions a few years ago, the universe has seemingly embraced an era of tranquility. No longer do reckless individuals intrude upon Earth. The battle-hungry Vegeta spends his days secluded in the gravity chamber of Capsule Corporation, competing with himself. Wukong occasionally visits King Kai, and when he returns, it is often to spar with Gohan or to take a group of youngsters to the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament for some playful competition. As for Luo Feng himself, since his arrival, he has not engaged in any training over the years. He has not felt the need to toil away in pursuit of strength. His daily existence consists of basking in the sun within his yard, savoring the gentle breeze, or accompanying Android 18 to the world's largest shopping mall, watching her try on one beautiful outfit after another. Alternatively, they might embark on travels to witness the auroras or explore deserted islands while scuba diving. Such a lifestyle may be deemed a descent into decadence for a Saiyan driven by the quest for power, but for Luo Feng, it represents the paradise he has longed for. "Darling," Android 18 said as she finished pruning the last rose bush, wiping the sweat from her brow before approaching Luo Feng. "What do you want for lunch?" Luo Feng removed his sunglasses, squinting contentedly as he enjoyed his wife's attentions, pondering for a moment. "Anything will do. Just let the chef at Capsule Corporation whip up something." "All right," 18 nodded, turning to make a phone call. Just then, a familiar voice from the system unexpectedly resonated in Luo Feng's mind. "Beep." Detection of God of Destruction Beerus experiencing unrest due to prophetic dreams. Special task has been triggered. Luo Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. The system? Task name. The Nightmare of the God of Destruction. Task description. Enter the dream of God of Destruction Beerus and, with absolute power, provide profound ideological education, correcting his flawed worldview and enlightening him to the vastness of the universe, where greater deities exist beyond him. Task limitations. This task is a dream mission. The host will enter in a form of consciousness. Task assistance. During the dream mission, the host will temporarily unlock the ultimate state, Ultimate Platinum God. Ultimate Platinum God. The ultimate divine form surpassing Super Saiyan Blue, possessing the divine power of the 8th dimension equivalent to that of an angel. Luo Feng's eyebrows arched in intrigue. The 8th dimension? The realm of angels? It sounds rather impressive. Nevertheless, I find it appealing. Task rewards. 1. Upon successful ideological education, the host's normal combat power will increase to 3 billion. 2. The host will acquire the divine secret technique, Zizai Ji Gong. The corners of Luo Feng's mouth involuntarily curled upward. To enter the God of Destruction's dream and give him a good thrashing? This task sounds exhilarating. Moreover, the rewards are exceedingly generous, with his normal combat power soaring to 3 billion. Yet above all, the divine secret technique Zizai Ji Gong holds even greater allure for Luo Feng. He understands all too well the profound implications of this technique. This extraordinary skill transcends mere augmentation of strength or some form of enhanced transformation. It embodies a realm of existence. Every part of the body possesses its own consciousness, rendering the need for cerebral deliberation and judgment obsolete during combat. The body instinctively executes the most exquisite attacks and evasive maneuvers prior to the awareness of the mind. In the original narrative, when Goku finds himself cornered, he shatters his limits and steps into the domain of the divine. It is through this remarkable ability that he can contend with Jiren, the mightiest warrior of Universe 11. Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction, is a rather irascible feline deity, frequently alluding to destruction with little provocation. A few years prior, Whis had personally extended an invitation, urging him to consider a position as a candidate for the role of God of Destruction, only to be met with a brusque dismissal. Now, the system expects him to delve into Beerus's psyche within the realm of dreams? How intriguing, Luo Feng murmured to himself. Doubling one's combat prowess is secondary. The crux lies in mastering the Ultra Instinct technique. To attain this divine skill, he must undertake this peculiar mission. What has got you grinning like an imbecile? After finishing her call, Android 18 turned to see Luo Feng sporting an odd smile. Nothing much, he replied as he sat up and stretched lazily. I'm feeling a bit drowsy. I think I'll take a nap. Napping right after breakfast? You're becoming increasingly slothful, 18 remarked, her expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. It's called balancing work and rest, Luo Feng replied with earnestness. Besides, this isn't just any nap. I anticipate awakening with significantly enhanced strength. 18, clearly skeptical, merely shook her head in resignation and entered the villa, heading toward the kitchen. Luo Feng reclined once more, mentally addressing the system. System, I accept this mission. Mission accepted. Consciousness transfer preparing. Special notice. The dream realm belongs to the chaotic consciousness space. Upon completion of the task, the target's memories regarding the host's appearance will be automatically obscured. Objective. Dream of the God of Destruction, Beerus. Transfer initiating. An irresistible wave of sleepiness abruptly engulfed Luo Feng's mind. His eyelids grew immensely heavy as his consciousness plummeted through layers of surreal barriers. When he regained awareness, he found himself standing upon a land abundant with food. At the center of this domain, within a colossal nest constructed from countless fish bones, lay a purple creature resembling a SBHYNX cat, sprawled out in a most unrefined manner, emitting thunderous snores. Saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth, creating small craters in the earth below. The God of Destruction, Beerus. Observing this surreal scene, Luo Feng's lips twitched in amusement. This creature's dream is indeed quite entertaining. Chapter 125, Astonishment. The God of Destruction, purring like a kitten, Luo Feng soon approached Beerus, and the proximity to this deity stirred an overwhelming urge within him to pet the cat-like figure. Luo Feng extended his hand and gently patted the smooth, purple skin of Beerus. The texture was surprisingly pleasing. Beerus remained unresponsive, merely smacking his lips before turning over to assume a more comfortable position, resuming his deep snoring. Luo Feng raised an eyebrow, applying a bit more pressure with his hand and giving another tap. This time, Beerus's ears twitched in annoyance. That was all. This pinnacle being of the seventh universe slept like a log. Luo Feng withdrew his hand, crossing his arms as he contemplatively observed Beerus. Should he awaken him with brute force, or tease the feline deity first? His gaze settled on Beerus's fluffy ears, and an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. A peculiar smile crept across Luo Feng's face as he reached out once more. This time, his hand found the base of Beerus's left ear, a mysterious spot irresistible to all felines. In the next moment, Beerus's thunderous snores ceased abruptly. His body jolted, and the ear being scratched began to quiver uncontrollably at a high frequency. Following this, a deep, rumbling purr emanated from the depths of Beerus's throat, causing the entire nest constructed of fish bones to tremble slightly with this unusual vibration. Beerus let out a contented purr. Luo Feng's fingers glided from behind the ear to his chin. The previously imposing visage of Beerus instinctively leaned towards Luo Feng's palm, seeking further comforting strokes. His slender purple tail rhythmically thumped against the ground, and one hind leg, still suspended in the air, kicked contentedly. Luo Feng watched this scene unfold, nearly bursting into laughter. Is this the god of destruction? The being that sends shivers down the spines of all creatures in the universe? Now, he resembled a pampered house cat, defenselessly exposing his soft belly. Luo Feng paused for a moment. Beerus's satisfied purr transformed into a puzzled, nasal hum, as if expressing mild dissatisfaction at the sudden interruption of his service. After indulging in a few more strokes, Luo Feng finally withdrew his hand, hovering in midair. He gazed down upon the nest made of countless massive fish bones and the deeply slumbering Beerus. It seemed that this method would never rouse the sleeping deity. Thus, a more direct approach, one befitting a Saiyan style, was required. Luo Feng lifted a finger, a golden energy quietly coalescing at its tip. With a swift motion, the energy blast soared through the air, striking one of the supporting fish bones. The massive bones swayed violently, triggering a chain reaction that rippled throughout the entire nest. The sound of countless fish bones began to grind against one another. The entire nest trembled violently, as if it had succumbed to an earthquake of magnitude 8. Beerus was jostled up and down in tandem. The sudden tremor disoriented him, causing his limbs to flail and eliciting several indistinct murmurs from his lips. Yet, that was the extent of his response. The slumbering god of destruction exhibited no signs of awakening whatsoever. This is permissible? Luo Feng was thoroughly impressed. Truly, as a god of destruction, his mastery of sleep had seemingly reached a transcendent level. Since a single jolt proved insufficient, he decided to escalate the intensity. Luo Feng's figure gradually ascended into the air, arms outstretched. In the next moment, hundreds upon thousands of golden energy orbs cascaded down like a torrential rain, enveloping every corner of the fishbone nest. The sound of explosions resonated in a relentless torrent. The entire fishbone nest quaked violently under the relentless barrage of energy orbs, swaying precariously as if it might collapse at any moment. Countless tiny bone fragments scattered in all directions. Within the nest, Beerus could no longer maintain his prone position, bouncing up and down like a ball. His body instinctively sensed the tumult, yet his consciousness stubbornly remained entrenched in the depths of a sweet dream. Still not awake? Luo Feng ceased his assault, gazing contemplatively at the nest, now teetering on the brink of destruction. Clearly, this was still insufficient. To rouse Beerus, a more potent measure was required. Alas, he had not intended to create such a commotion. Luo Feng sighed in resignation. He slowly raised his hands, bringing them together at his waist. A blue luminescence began to gather in the palms of his hands. Initially faint, it swiftly expanded, becoming resplendently bright. The entire dreamscape was enveloped in a hue of ethereal blue, imbued with this pure and formidable energy. Kamehameha. Luo Feng's voice reverberated through the vast dream realm. His target was not Beerus himself, but rather the core pillar at the center of the fishbone nest. The colossal Kamehameha wave roared forth. A deafening explosion erupted. The central pillar shattered with a thunderous crack. Without its support, the grand structure began its catastrophic collapse. Countless massive fishbones plummeted from above, colliding with one another. Beerus, resting atop the nest, was finally stirred from his slumber by this cataclysmic force. As he opened his eyes, still disoriented, He was completely engulfed by the falling debris of colossal bones. Boom! The final remnants crashed heavily to the ground. The earth trembled in response. Luo Feng gently descended from the air, standing before the vast ruins. Surely, this would prompt an awakening now? No sooner had he spoken than the mountainous pile of bone debris quaked violently. A fierce, wrathful aura, imbued with the terror of awakening, surged upward from the heart of the ruins. Boom! Countless bone fragments were instantaneously propelled away by an invisible force. A purple silhouette slowly rose from the ruins. The god of destruction, Beerus, awakened in the realm of dreams. Who is it? An enraged roar reverberated throughout the dream world. Which rascal has dared to destroy my bed? In the next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted. A torrent of purple energy, imbued with the essence of annihilation and finality, burst forth from Beerus's form. This violet energy surged outward in a frenzied wave, obliterating everything in its path. The entire dream realm lamented under the weight of this brutal force. Dark fissures began to mar the fabric of space itself. Luo Feng had retreated to the edge of the dream world the instant the energy erupted. Beerus's wrath was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Roar! Beerus bellowed skyward. Come out. Show yourself. I shall deliver a thorough beating and utterly destroy you. The purple projectiles of destructive energy shot forth wildly in every direction. Each energy sphere erased portions of the already surreal dreamscape, leaving behind ghastly voids in the ground. Chapter 126. Full Power Ultra Blue. It's my turn, God of Destruction. Beerus unleashed his fury for an extended duration. The dream world lay in tatters beneath his destructive energy. Finally, Beerus ceased his rampage. His golden slit-like eyes locked onto the diminutive figure at the world's edge. So it is you. Beerus's voice carried a languid quality characteristic of felines. Yet the rage it contained was sufficient to instill dread in any deity. A mortal he had never encountered before. No, that is not accurate. Beerus tilted his head, scrutinizing Luo Feng closely, and sniffed the air lightly. You carry the scent of a Saiyan. How peculiar. A Saiyan dares to provoke the great god of destruction. Beerus chuckled. He stepped forward, his figure blurring, and in the next instant, he stood merely 10 meters from Luo Feng. Speak, monkey. Who has granted you the audacity to disturb my slumber? And who has given you the gall to ruin my bed? The divine pressure radiated outward, stirring waves of energy. Luo Feng maintained a calm demeanor, entirely unaffected by the oppressive force. You have too many questions. I have merely come to give you a lesson. A lesson? Beerus seemed to have heard the most amusing joke in the universe, clutching his belly as he erupted into exaggerated laughter. Ha! A mortal, a Saiyan monkey, wishes to teach this god of destruction. The laughter abruptly ceased. Beerus's gaze transformed into one of sheer savagery. It appears you are one who needs to learn the hard way. Thus, let the first lesson be taught by me. Mortals must learn to revere the gods. No sooner had the words left his lips than Beerus's figure had vanished entirely from his original position. In the next moment, before Luo Feng, a claw enveloped in purple destructive energy, exuding an aura capable of rending everything asunder, lunged towards his head. That single strike possessed the power to effortlessly obliterate a planet. In Beerus's anticipation, the opponent's head would burst apart like a watermelon, leaving not a trace behind. However, the envisioned scene did not unfold. A hand, arriving before the other, firmly grasped Beerus's wrist. Beerus paused, taken aback. The Saiyan before him had undergone a transformation unbeknownst to him. His hair, a striking azure, radiated a blue flame, an essence belonging to the divine realm. Super Saiyan Blue, the aura of a deity? The disdain on Beerus's face shifted to a hint of astonishment. How intriguing. It seemed a monkey had learned the power of the gods. He murmured, as his other hand morphed into a knife-like strike, mercilessly aimed at Luo Feng's neck. Yet, that was far from sufficient. Luo Feng raised his other hand to block the incoming strike. Boom! Two immense forces collided, creating an invisible shockwave that erupted outward from the two combatants. The entire dreamscape twisted violently under the impact, with countless spatial rifts spreading like a web in all directions. To withstand such a force, the astonishment in Beerus's eyes deepened. Although it had merely been a casual strike, not even worthy of warm-up, it was still the blow of a god of destruction. In this universe, no being, save for Whis, could effortlessly endure such power. Yet, this blue-haired Saiyan had done so. Moreover, judging by his expression, he seemed to handle it with ease. Your strength surely exceeds this, does it not? Luo Feng spoke, his tone unruffled. Do not act like a drowsy cat. Reveal your true prowess. Otherwise, this lesson shall conclude swiftly and painfully. You seek death. Beerus's dignity had been challenged like never before. He roared with fury as his divine power surged forth. Boom! The purple destructive aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, churning the chaotic skies into further disarray. This time, he was serious. This blue-haired Saiyan warranted a bit of exertion on his part. I shall annihilate you along with your arrogance. Beerus vanished once more, his speed multiplying several times over, with even more ferocity. Luo Feng's pupils constricted slightly as he crossed his arms to shield himself. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. Luo Feng felt as though he had been struck by a meteor, sliding backward for hundreds of meters before barely stabilizing himself. His arms, raised in defense, throbbed with a numbing pain. So swift, so heavy. Is this the true power of a serious god of destruction? Oh! Beerus's figure reappeared at Luo Feng's previous position, a mocking smile gracing his face. A torrential barrage of attacks descended upon Luo Feng in an instant. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, and even cunning strikes delivered by his tail. Each strike embodies the essence of sheer destruction. Bang, 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 bang. The cacophony of collisions resonates through the void. Luo Feng's figure weaves through the violet shadows, evading and parrying, while the azure divine aura flickers violently under pressure. Luo Feng finds himself entirely on the defensive. His once proud combat instincts falter before Beerus, proving inadequate. Too slow, too slow, too slow. Beerus's voice echoes from all directions, laced with impatient mockery. Your movements resemble a slug floundering in a bog. You have utterly disappointed me. A purple afterimage pierced through the gaps in Luo Feng's defense. Bang! A powerful blow struck him squarely in the abdomen. Luo Feng's body was sent reeling, the blue aura momentarily stalling. If this is all you can muster, then this lesson can conclude now. Beerus loomed nearby, observing Luo Feng from a superior vantage. His gaze filled with ennui. Luo Feng slowly straightened, wiping his lips, a faint smile gracing his face. Truly, he is a god of destruction. Well, the warm-up is over. Beerus furrowed his brow, perplexed by the other's ability to smile in such a predicament. Warm up? Then allow me to witness your true feast. Luo Feng smiled slightly. In the next moment, the azure aura enveloping him underwent a monumental transformation. Boom! A deeper, purer blue radiance erupted from within Luo Feng, once flickering like flames. The aura now solidified, becoming more restrained. A layer of fine electric sparks coiled around the outer edges of the aura, emitting a sizzling sound. Super Saiyan Blue. At full power, Luo Feng's strength surged once more. The mockery on Beerus's face instantly froze. Now it is my turn. Luo Feng's voice resonated clearly in Beerus's ears. What? A tempest of surprise surged within Beerus. That last attack was commendable. Now, please receive my counter. Chapter 127. The Power of Destruction Rendered Ineffective. Beerus the God of Destruction in shock. Luo Feng launched a punch towards Beerus. This strike was devoid of any extravagant motion, simple and unadorned, embodying the most fundamental straight punch. Damn it! Beerus bellowed, the dignity of a deity forbidding him from retreating. He crossed his arms defensively before him. In the next instant, an irresistible and terrifying force transmitted solidly against Beerus's arms. Bang! Beerus was uncontrollably propelled backward, skidding for several thousand meters before finally regaining his stance. The entire dreamlike realm quaked under the impact. Beerus wore an expression of disbelief. In that fleeting moment, the opponent's strength had at least doubled. How is this possible? The increase in power does not solely manifest through reckless release. Constraining and refining the aura for full power output is the true application of divine strength. As Beerus was about to utter a word, Luo Feng's figure had already vanished from his sight. A sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through Beerus's nape. Luo Feng had executed a precise strike, his palm slicing into Beerus's neck. With a thud, Beerus stumbled forward. Before he could regain his balance, Luo Feng's relentless assault descended upon him like a tempest. Beerus could do little more than fend off the blows, ultimately being sent sprawling by a powerful kick from Luo Feng. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng pursued Beerus midair, delivering a devastating downward kick that sent Beerus crashing into the ground. The earth trembled beneath them, as Beerus's form created a vast, human-shaped crater upon impact. Gradually, Luo Feng descended to the edge of the pit, looking down upon Beerus with an air of superiority. A furious roar erupted from Beerus as he sprang from the depths of the crater, his purple aura of destruction more violent than ever before. The indignity of being so thoroughly bested by a Saiyan was an affront unlike any he had ever endured since his inception as a god of destruction. "I will annihilate you," he bellowed, forsaking all strategy in favor of pure instinct, transforming into a bolt of purple devastation as he charged at Luo Feng. Raising his hands and bringing them together at his waist, Luo Feng gathered a resplendent blue light in his palms. "Kamehameha," he exclaimed, unleashing a meticulously condensed beam of deep blue energy that roared toward Beerus. With a thunderous shout, Beerus unleashed his own energy, bracing himself against Luo Feng's Kamehameha. The violet figure collided with the azure beam in midair with a cataclysmic force. Impossible. This was Beerus's final thought. In the next moment, his body was engulfed by Luo Feng's Kamehameha, the overwhelming energy propelling him toward the very brink of the dream realm. The entire dream world quaked, as if facing an apocalyptic reckoning. The spatial barriers at the edge of this world fractured, splintering with innumerable dark cracks under the strain of such unfathomable power. As the brilliance faded, Beerus's form slowly slid down from the spatial barrier, a trickle of purple blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The god of destruction had been wounded. Beerus wiped the blood from his lips, staring in disbelief at the purple fluid staining his hand. After a fleeting moment, his fury erupted in full force. "Monkey, you have succeeded. You have thoroughly enraged me." Initially, he had merely intended to teach a lesson in respect, but now, his resolve had shifted. With arms outstretched, he proclaimed, "I shall obliterate you, along with your soul, your existence, and every trace of you from this world." As the last word fell from his lips, a concentrated, terrifying sphere of purple energy began to coalesce within Beerus's palm. That was a pure manifestation of the god of destruction's power. "Science, before my destructive might, be reduced to nothingness." With a swift motion of his right hand, Beerus unleashed his terrifying destructive energy. Yet, on the countenance of Luo Feng, there was not a trace of fear. He did not even assume a defensive posture. Under Beerus's gaze, Luo Feng performed an action that left the god of destruction utterly bewildered. Instead of evading, he boldly advanced toward Beerus's destructive energy. Has he lost his mind? Such a thought flashed through Beerus's mind. He could not comprehend this Scion's intentions. Was he truly attempting to withstand the god of destruction's power with his own body? Foolish and arrogant. In the next moment, Luo Feng's figure was completely engulfed by the purple energy of destruction. A cruel and gleeful smile crept onto Beerus's face. It was over. This Scion, who dared to challenge the divine authority, would be obliterated along with his very soul. However, Beerus's smile lasted less than half a second before it solidified into a mask of shock. There stood Luo Feng, tranquil and unwavering at the center of the destructive energy. The moment the purple energy made contact with his body, it began to dissipate. "What is happening? Why has my destruction failed?" Beerus stared blankly at Luo Feng, consumed by profound self-doubt. "Is this your power? The ultimate strength of a god of destruction is nothing more than this." Beerus's body involuntarily trembled. He could not accept this reality, as it surpassed his comprehension. Destruction was the essence of Beerus's role as a god of destruction, the very authority and proof of his divine nature. If destruction proves ineffective, then what does it mean for him as a god of destruction? I refuse to believe it. How could anyone possibly disregard the force of destruction? Beerus roared in anger, extending both hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, dozens of concentrated purple beams of destructive energy emerged from all directions, sealing off all of Luo Feng's escape routes and converging upon him. Yet, Luo Feng remained steadfast, motionless. He even closed his eyes and spread his arms wide, as if inviting fate to take its course. In the next moment, the numerous beams of destruction accurately struck Luo Feng's body. The outcome was predictable. Just as before, the energies capable of effortlessly erasing a planet, even a galaxy, began to dissolve into nothingness the instant they touched Luo Feng. Beerus's destructive energy left not even a single hair on Luo Feng's head harmed. Luo Feng slowly opened his eyes and gently patted his shoulder. "I told you it's futile." His tone carried a hint of exasperation. The immunity to the god of destruction's power is indeed formidable. Even if Beerus were to exhaust himself, he could not extinguish Luo Feng with his destructive energy. Chapter 128. This is the realm of angels. Beerus trembled in fear. Very well. Suddenly, Beerus calmed himself, ceasing his roars and refraining from unleashing any more futile destructive energy. Since you cannot be destroyed, I shall unleash 100% of my power to reduce you to cosmic dust on a physical level. As the words fell, a terrifying aura erupted explosively from Beerus. The entire dream realm groaned under the weight of this force. The spatial barrier bore gaping wounds, chaotic energy flowing wildly through the breaches. Beerus's physique appeared to swell, each muscle harboring the terrifying might capable of shattering stars. Mortal, behold clearly. This is the true power of the god of destruction, Beerus. In an instant, Beerus vanished from sight, surpassing the very fabric of time and space with absolute speed. It was astonishingly swift, so much so that even Luo Feng's dynamic vision struggled to capture it. Instinctively, he crossed his arms to shield himself. Boom. The azure flames enveloping Luo Feng were instantaneously suppressed by this overwhelming power, violently contracting inward, as if on the verge of extinguishing. His feet retreated thousands of meters through the void. Oh, you managed to block it? Quite interesting. Yet, that is all there is to it. In the next moment, Beerus unleashed a tempest of attacks, enveloping Luo Feng entirely. Each strike embodied 100% pure physical power. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of impacts resonated through the void. Luo Feng, caught in the maelstrom of Beerus's fury, resembled a fragile vessel on the brink of capsizing, utterly ensnared in a passive state, barely managing the most rudimentary blocks and evasions. What happened to that arrogance? Unleash your pitiful divine power. If this is all you possess, then this can end now. Beerus's figure came to a slow halt nearby, gazing down upon the repelled Luo Feng from an elevated stance. Luo Feng steadied himself, gradually rising and wiping the corner of his mouth, a faint smile gracing his features. So this is it, Luo Feng murmured softly. This is indeed the god of destruction at 100% strength. Truly formidable. Beerus furrowed his brow, perplexed at why his opponent could still smile in such dire circumstances, and utterly bewildered by Luo Feng's murmurs. On the brink of death, still playing tricks. Beerus's voice was filled with a cat-and-mouse delight. Did you think your previous display was remarkable? To me, you are merely a slightly stronger insect. Now, the game is over. Luo Feng disregarded the taunts, calmly observing Beerus. This gaze evoked an inexplicable irritation within Beerus. What is this? Have you been rendered senseless? Or have you finally grasped the insurmountable chasm that separates mortals from gods? Beerus stepped forward, exuding an aura of dominion. Kneel and plead for mercy before me. Perhaps I will consider granting you a swifter end. Finally, Luo Feng spoke. 100% of your power is indeed formidable. However, to triumph over me, you still fall short. Luo Feng lifted his gaze towards Beerus, his smile radiating with brilliance. Gradually, Luo Feng closed his eyes, silently issuing a command to the system within. System, unlock the ultimate state. Beerus observed the Saiyan with closed eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate, and a surge of confusion replaced the fury within him. What trickery is this? Has he surrendered to his inevitable demise? No. This individual has exuded an air of enigma from the very beginning. Beerus's divine intuition was frantically alerting him. An unprecedented threat, one that even a destroyer like him found unsettling, was brewing. Enough of this theatrics. Beerus bellowed, suppressing his unease. His figure transformed into a flash of purple lightning. His fist aimed fiercely at Luo Feng's neck, intent on swiftly concluding this vexing battle. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Buzz! A radiant wave of platinum light erupted from within Luo Feng. This brilliance was not blinding, but rather exceedingly gentle. The blue divine aura surrounding Luo Feng was instantly drawn back into his being, like rivers returning to the sea. Beerus's fist halted a mere centimeter from Luo Feng's neck, not by his volition, but because he found himself immobilized. An irresistible domain enveloped the area. Within this realm, Beerus felt as if his power was ensnared in a quagmire. Moving even a millimeter became an insurmountable challenge. This force, Beerus's pupils constricted sharply. Luo Feng's cerulean hair rapidly lost its color from the roots, transforming into a shimmering platinum hue. Subsequently, Luo Feng slowly opened his eyes. His platinum orbs, devoid of any emotion, radiated an oppressive aura that rendered Beerus breathless. Beerus trembled violently. No, this is impossible. How could you attain such a realm? His voice quaked with intensity. This is the 8th dimension, the realm of angels. As the god of destruction of Universe 7, though Beerus was indolent, his knowledge far surpassed that of mere mortals. He understood well that the divine realms of the universe were divided into 10 dimensions. The vast majority of Kais struggled within the first 6. Yet he, Beerus the Destroyer, after countless eons, had only reached the pinnacle of the 7th dimension. The chasm separating him from the legendary 8th dimension was akin to an insurmountable abyss. For billions of years in Universe 7, Beerus had never witnessed any entity, aside from Whis, capable of touching this domain. Whis, the name flashed through Beerus's mind like lightning. He recalled a whimsical encounter with Whis centuries ago, where he had unleashed his full power. The outcome was, Whis strolled leisurely, hands clasped behind his back, effortlessly evading all of his attacks. His face adorned with that infuriatingly unchanging smile. In the end, Whis merely extended a finger, gently tapping his forehead. His own violent power dissipated into nothingness, and he himself fell into an uncontrollable slumber that lasted 3 years. Ostensibly, Whis was his servant, his guide. Yet Beerus knew better than anyone that Whis was far more formidable than he, the god of destruction. Before him, this mortal, this Saiyan, radiated the divine aura of an angel belonging to the 8th dimension. The fury within Beerus's heart receded, replaced by profound terror. His fist, suspended in midair, trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 129. Beerus Awakens. Whis, are there other angels in this universe? Luo Feng merely regarded Beerus in silence. What? No longer willing to act. Luo Feng's voice rang out, calm yet imbued with an irresistible authority. Beerus's throat constricted, his body frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Strike at an entity possessing the essence of an angel? That would not be a battle. It would be an act of self-degradation. Since he refused to act, Luo Feng's figure vanished from Beerus's view. It wasn't that he became too swift to see. He simply disappeared into thin air. Every hair on Beerus's body stood on end. A chilling sensation coursed through his abdomen. Lowering his gaze, he found a hand, unbeknownst to him, gently resting on his lower belly. The owner of that hand was none other than Luo Feng. In the next moment, boom! An indescribable, terrifying force erupted from that hand. Beerus's eyes bulged, bloodshot, as his body contorted like a boiled shrimp. A cry of anguish escaped Beerus's lips. Luo Feng's figure vanished once more. Due to the residual force, Beerus's body plummeted uncontrollably toward the ground. Just as he was about to crash, a hand grasped his slender purple tail. In terror, Beerus turned to see Luo Feng's gaze locked onto him. Grasping Beerus's tail, Luo Feng swung his arm lightly. Whoosh! Beerus's entire form spun through the air like a tossed sandbag, tracing a perfect circular arc. Let go of me! Beerus screamed in sheer panic. The world around him spun rapidly, turning his perception of heaven and earth upside down. Dignity, pride, and the majesty of a god were shattered in that instant. With a sudden surge of strength, Luo Feng propelled Beerus forward. Whoosh! Beerus transformed into a purple meteor, violently hurled away. Boom, boom, boom. Beerus crashed through the remnants of the earth, tumbling uncontrollably. Before he could catch his breath, Luo Feng's figure reappeared before him. Looking down at Beerus from a lofty height, Beerus struggled to rise, only to discover that his bones felt as though they had been shattered. He lifted his head, intending to utter a few words, when a foot abruptly loomed larger in his field of vision. Bang! The sole of the shoe made the most intimate contact with the face of the god of destruction. His head jerked backward with considerable force, leaving Beerus utterly dazed. A sharp pain pierced his nose as blood mingled with saliva, trickling from his mouth. Luo Feng gradually retracted his foot, and upon gazing at his handiwork, he turned to observe Beerus lying on the ground, his gaze completely vacant, and felt that it was sufficient. The god of destruction's mindset had surely crumbled completely. Continuing to strike could lead to psychological issues. Luo Feng's figure began to fade, gradually dissipating as he exited this battered dreamscape. In the backyard of a villa in the West City, Luo Feng's eyelids fluttered before he slowly opened his eyes. The warm sunlight bathed him, and the air was filled with the fragrant aroma of flowers and grass. Ding! Special task. The god of destruction's nightmare has been completed. Task evaluation. Perfect. Distributing task rewards. Reward 1. Host standard combat power increased to 3 billion. Boom. An immense surge of power flooded into Luo Feng's body in an instant. Every cell rejoiced, bursting with exuberance. His standard combat power of 1.5 billion had doubled. This rocket-like enhancement caused Luo Feng to comfortably squint his eyes. Reward 2. Divine Secret Technique, free and unfettered ultimate skill, has been granted. A vast and profound stream of information surged into Luo Feng's mind, ushering him into an entirely new realm. It encompassed the body, consciousness, and the ultimate truths of combat. Each part of his body became independent from the brain's commands, capable of autonomous judgment and executing the most flawless responses. Attack and evasion transformed into instinct. Luo Feng slowly sat up, savoring the surging power within him alongside the arcane divine technique in his mind. The smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. Meanwhile, in the 7th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, beneath a towering ancient tree, a colossal bed floated. A piercing scream shattered the long-standing tranquility of the divine realm. Beerus abruptly shot up from the bed, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. His golden-slit pupils were filled with boundless terror. Instinctively, Beerus touched his face, feeling its smoothness, intact without any shoe print. He then probed his abdomen, finding it flat and firm, devoid of any sensation of being pierced. Finally, he grasped his tail, inspecting it thoroughly, and scathed. Was it merely a dream? Beerus murmured, his voice still trembling. Nearby, Whis, leisurely enjoying afternoon tea, set down his cup, wearing his customary smile. Lord Beerus, did you have a nightmare? Your scream was quite resounding. Bills disregarded Whiss's teasing, remaining absorbed in the profound impact of the recent nightmare. The platinum figure and those indifferent eyes felt all too real, blurring the lines between dream and reality. Whis, Bill's voice came out somewhat hoarse. Are there any other angels in this universe besides you? Whis paused slightly, holding his teacup, before returning to his usual demeanor. He smiled and regarded Bills with curiosity. Why do you ask, Lord Bills? Did you encounter someone intriguing in your dream? Bills averted his gaze, unable to meet Whiss's eyes. He abruptly leaped from the bed, feigning a stretch. Someone intriguing. His voice intentionally rose an octave. I merely had a rather exhilarating battle dream. With a gentle flick of his staff, Whis summoned a steaming cup of red tea that floated before Bills. Oh, a battle dream? Whis maintained his eternally gentle smile, to describe it as exhilarating. Your opponent must have been quite remarkable. Bills grasped the teacup and took a hasty sip, only to grimace as the heat scorched his mouth. He suppressed the urge to spit it out, channeling his embarrassment into a critique of his dream opponent. Humph. Remarkable is an understatement. That fellow is a Saiyan. An absurdly powerful Saiyan. As he uttered this, Bills instinctively touched his face, vividly recalling the sensation of the shoe print. A Saiyan? Whiss's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How rare. If I recall correctly, there are only a few Saions left in the 7th universe. None have reached a level of prowess that could elicit such enthusiasm from you. Lord Bills, who can clarify the events of a dream? Bills retorted, a mix of embarrassment and anger in his tone as he waved his hand dismissively. In any case, that fellow is incredibly strong. I had a delightful battle with him. That's all there is to it. Bills puffed out his chest, attempting to reclaim some of the dignity expected of a god of destruction. Enough of this talk. I'm hungry after such a long sleep, Bills exclaimed, patting his belly in irritation. Whis, let us partake in some delicious food. At your command, Lord Bills, Whis replied with a slight bow, gently tapping his staff on the ground. There are indeed plenty of culinary delights on Earth. Chapter 130. The God of Destruction arrives, and Vegeta kneels. In West City, beside the Capsule Corporation, stood the villa of Luo Feng, complete with an expansive backyard. The sun shone brightly upon the swimming pool, casting shimmering reflections. The air shimmered slightly as two figures graced the villa's lawn, none other than the God of Destruction, Bills, and the angel, Whis. With his signature staff in hand and a gentle smile on his face, Whis appeared calm and composed, while Bills, arms crossed and brow furrowed, displayed evident impatience. Whis, are you certain this is the right place? Ah, Lord Beerus, Whis chuckled lightly. The Scion named Luo Feng did indeed reside here previously. But where is he now? Beerus stretched his neck, sniffing the air. Whis gently tapped his staff on the grass. The crystal orb at the staff's tip illuminated, revealing a lively scene within. A luxurious and massive cruise ship glided gracefully across the cerulean sea. On the deck, a throng of people mingled, with music, laughter, and the aroma of delectable food merging to create a grand festive atmosphere. The image within the crystal orb focused on a corner of the deck, where two comfortable beach loungers were positioned. Luo Feng, donning sunglasses and beach shorts, reclined leisurely. Beside him, Android 18 attentively fed him a piece of barbecued meat. Luo Feng opened his mouth to savor the meat, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. It seems we have arrived at the perfect moment, Whis remarked with a smile as he retracted the image. The party was in full swing, with most of Earth's mightiest warriors gathered aboard that ship. A party? Beerus licked his lips, his stomach audibly growling at an inopportune moment. It sounds like there will be plenty of delicious food. Indeed, Whis enticed. Earth's cuisine is something I cannot praise enough. Then let us see. Beerus cleared his throat, filled with a longing for culinary delights. Also, inquire about the Saiyans. On the top deck of the Ocean Star cruise ship, happy birthday, Bulma! Krillin exclaimed, raising his glass in a loud toast. Thank you all for coming to my party. Bulma smiled, graciously accepting the well wishes. Goku was leading Goten and Trunks, indulging heartily at the buffet. Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, and Piccolo gathered, sharing stories of recent events. At that moment, Vegeta's body suddenly stiffened. It's him, the god of destruction, Beerus. The most humiliating scene from his childhood, buried deep within his memories, resurfaced uncontrollably. His father, the proud King Vegeta, groveling before Beerus like a dog, abjectly flattering the god. And Beerus, with his foot on King Vegeta's head, humiliated the Saiyan monarch. Why has Beerus come to Earth? Is he here to destroy it? Vegeta's body began to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Beerus and Whis approached leisurely. Ah, it's you, Goku exclaimed, instantly recognizing Whis. He waved his hand casually, chewing on a piece of meat, greeting him with a muffled voice. Hey, you brought a cat with you. Hello there. I'm Goku. He stepped forward to shake Beerus's hand. Kakarot, you fool. Vegeta's terrified roar erupted from his lips. In a breathtaking display of speed that transcended his own limits, Vegeta instantaneously dashed before Son Goku, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. With a resounding thud, Goku landed awkwardly on the ground. Vegeta, what are you doing? He exclaimed, rubbing his backside in bewilderment. Yet, Vegeta was far too preoccupied to acknowledge him. He adjusted his impeccably neat battle attire and, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, sank to his knees with a soft thud, prostrating himself fully against the cold metal deck in the most humble and submissive manner. Most esteemed Lord Beerus. The lively atmosphere on the deck came to an abrupt halt. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Vegeta? Bulma was the first to react, her hand holding the champagne flute suspended in midair, her smile transforming into one of incredulous disbelief. What are you doing? Get up. Today is my birthday party. On the deck, the crowd remained in a state of stunned silence. Luo Feng continued to recline in his chair, merely tilting his head slightly to peer through the gap in his sunglasses at Beerus. He appeared even leaner than in his dreams. Krillin gaped, oblivious to the wine glass that slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. Who was that person? How could he make Vegeta? He struggled to reconcile the concept of fear with Vegeta. Piccolo's brow furrowed, his expression unusually grave. He sensed an unfathomable, terrifying power within the being known as Beerus, a force capable of annihilating everything effortlessly, a chasm of dimensional disparity. Goku rose from the ground, dusting himself off, his face a mask of confusion. Vegeta, what on earth are you doing? This gentleman doesn't seem malevolent at all. Shut up, Kakarot. If you wish to live, behave yourself. Beerus paid no heed to the kneeling Vegeta. His gaze wandered with interest over the buffet table, where an array of delectable dishes caused his throat to swallow involuntarily. Beside him, Whis unabashedly plucked a skewer of takoyaki and gracefully consumed it. Quite delightful, Whis remarked, his eyes narrowing in bliss. Lord Beerus, want you try some? Humph. Beerus averted his gaze, finally casting a condescending glance at Vegeta. You are the son of King Vegeta? Yes, Lord Beerus. Vegeta responded, taken aback and eager to please. It is my utmost honor that you remember me. Oh, Beerus replied with a single syllable, his eyes sweeping over the gathered assembly. I have come to inquire about something. Is there a legend among you Saiyans regarding the Super Saiyan God? Super Saiyan God. Both Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. Vegeta strained to delve into his memories. Lord Beerus, I seem to have never heard that name before. Is that so? Beerus's tone turned frigid. What about the platinum-colored hair? He posed a second question, one that weighed heavily on his mind. Is it a state of an angel, perfected to the utmost in the realm of divinity? Sun Wukong scratched his head, a visage of perplexity adorning his face. Platinum hair? Isn't it always golden when transforming into a Super Saiyan? Or, like me, does it merely grow long? The realm of angels? What is that? It sounds rather formidable. Observing the bewilderment on their faces, Beerus felt his own confusion deepen. Could it be that the dream was merely a dream? Just a figment born from an extended slumber? Chapter 131. Wukong transforms into Super Saiyan 3. Beerus, utterly bored. Beerus's patience was gradually wearing thin. A flicker of danger glimmered in his golden, slit-like eyes. The temperature on the deck seemed to drop a few degrees as a result. Yet, Sun Wukong remained blissfully unaware of the shift in atmosphere. He rubbed his sore backside. Having been kicked by Vegeta, his face illuminated with innocent curiosity. Hey, Vegeta, you still haven't told me who this gentleman is. He must be quite powerful to frighten you like that, right? Kakarot, shut your mouth. Do you wish to meet your demise? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback by his outburst. Bewilderment etched across his features. Vegeta. Bulma's voice trembled slightly as she bravely stepped forward to support Vegeta's arm. What is happening? Who is this lord? Vegeta gazed at Bulma's worried expression, then at Sun Wukong's face, which was plastered with a desire to engage in battle. He realized that if he did not clarify the situation soon, this fool would undoubtedly commit an irreparable act. Vegeta took a deep breath, summoning all his strength. Listen closely. Everyone. Vegeta's gaze swept across each individual present. The being standing before us is a deity at the pinnacle of the universe. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. God of destruction? This term was utterly foreign to the warriors of Earth. Krillin wore a perplexed expression. God of destruction? What is that? Is it akin to deities or the king of worlds? Akin? Vegeta appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. The king of worlds? Before Lord Beerus. That is hardly worth mentioning. In the universe, the god who obliterates lives and planets is none other than the god of destruction, and Lord Beerus's duty is to annihilate. Beerus shook his head. It seems you lowly scions know nothing at all. His tone was laced with disappointment. What a wasted trip. Wait. Sun Wukong suddenly shouted, stepping forward. Although I do not comprehend your talk of gods and angels, his face radiated with exhilarating enthusiasm, fists clenched, his entire being brimming with fighting spirit. Yet, I can feel your immense strength. Come, let us engage in battle. Upon hearing this, Vegeta nearly lost his composure in terror. Kakarot, you incorrigible fool. Do you wish to endanger us all? Oh, Beerus raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze upon Son Goku. Do you wish to engage me in combat? Indeed, yes. Goku replied with fervent enthusiasm, nodding eagerly. Allow me to witness the pinnacle of cosmic power. A loud, hearty laugh erupted from Beerus as he clutched his belly. An amusing monkey, indeed. Very well, since you are so eager to be schooled. Abruptly, the laughter ceased, and Beerus's expression turned cold as ice. Then let me see what qualifications you possess to utter such words to me. Excellent, Goku declared, brimming with fighting spirit. I shall commence. With a resounding roar, an immense golden aura surged forth, soaring into the sky. The cruise ship rocked violently, and the sea erupted into towering waves. Goku's black hair grew wildly, cascading down to his waist, while his brow furrowed and his face exhibited primal, untamed features. Super Saiyan 3. It was the strongest form Goku could currently attain. The warriors present were left in awe by this formidable power. Incredible. Goku's energy has intensified. Krillin exclaimed. Piccolo, too, wore a grave expression. Is this truly Super Saiyan 3? As Beerus observed the transformed Goku, he merely yawned. He extended a single finger towards Goku and casually flicked it, as one might swat away an annoying fly. In an instant, Beerus's attack struck Goku, sending him crashing backwards with a dull thud. Goku, in his most potent Super Saiyan 3 form, could not even withstand the mere touch of Beerus's finger, resulting in his defeat. A swift annihilation. Beerus withdrew his finger, idly cleaning his ear, his face betraying boredom and disdain. So feeble, truly laughable. Such a level of power is unworthy even for my warm-up. Utterly tiresome. Beerus raised his hand, palm facing downwards. As a thread of purple, destructive energy began to coalesce slowly. Since there is no Super Saiyan God, let this bothersome planet, along with you tedious Scions, vanish. At that moment, a languid voice interjected, wait a moment. All eyes instinctively turned towards the source of the voice. Luo Feng slowly sat up from his beach chair, removed his sunglasses, and placed them casually on a nearby table, stretching his limbs with a grand yawn. To obliterate a planet in search of a legendary figure seems rather inefficient and troublesome, don't you think? Luo Feng regarded Beerus calmly. Beerus paused in his gathering of energy. Oh, what insights do you possess? Whis, intrigued, also turned his attention. Why not consult the dragon? Luo Feng suggested. Use the dragon balls to make a wish. Bulma's eyes lit up as if she had clutched a lifeline. Yes, the dragon balls. We can summon the eternal dragon. The dragon knows all. He must be aware of the Super Saiyan God. Beerus retracted the destructive energy from his palm. A hint of curiosity flickered across his face, suggesting the matter held some intrigue. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Summon forth the dragon, so I may behold it. Bulma, as if granted a reprieve, promptly retrieved the dragon balls she had previously gathered. 7 radiant orange orbs lay quietly within her grasp. Arise, Shenron. Fulfill my wish. The sky instantaneously darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. A golden light surged skyward from the 7 dragon balls, spiraling in the air before transforming into a colossal green dragon that blotted out the sun. Speak your wish. Any wish can be granted, resonated Shenron's authoritative voice across the heavens. Yet, in the next breath, his words faltered abruptly. The mighty dragon's form trembled. Lord Beerus. Shenron's voice became stuttered, laced with obsequiousness and reverence. How could you be here? This dramatic scene rendered Krillin and the others speechless once more. Even the omnipotent dragon quaked in fear before Beerus. Enough of this prattle. Beerus impatiently cleared his ears. Tell me, are you aware of the Super Saiyan God? The Super Saiyan God? Shenron hesitated momentarily. Yes, of course. It is the savior that once existed in the ancient lore of the Saiyans. Excellent. What is required to transform into a Super Saiyan God? The dragon's gaze swept over the assembly. System shielding activated. Isolating all forms of external inquiry, Shenron shook his massive head, dismissing the peculiar sensation. According to ancient texts, to become a Super Saiyan God requires a ritual. 5 Saiyans with noble hearts must channel their power into another Saiyan, thereby giving rise to the legendary Super Saiyan God. Chapter 132. The Birth of the Super Saiyan God. The 5 individuals. Goku began counting on his fingers. Myself, Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, Goten. He counted them all and furrowed his brow. But wait, there are only 5 Saiyans here. How can we imbue one with the powers of 5? Must one be excluded? Krillin quietly interjected. Goku, do not forget, Mr. Luo Feng is also a Saiyan. Ah, indeed. Goku slapped his thigh. Luo Feng, Vegeta, myself, Gohan, Trunks, Goten. We have 6. This is sufficient. He excitedly turned to Luo Feng and Vegeta. Splendid. Quickly, bestow your power upon me. Let me meet this god of destruction. Vegeta's expression darkened considerably. To relinquish his power to Kakarot. Yet, he glanced at Beerus, who stood nearby, arms crossed and visibly impatient. Very well, I shall first placate Beerus. Otherwise, if he becomes displeased, he might obliterate the earth. Just as Vegeta prepared to acquiesce, he hesitated. Within Luo Feng's mind, the system's notification echoed. Ding. Key plot point detected. The arrival of the Super Saiyan God. God-level choice has been triggered. Please make a decision. 2 distinctly different light screens materialized before Luo Feng. Choice 1. Embrace destiny. Allow Son Goku to absorb the powers of 5 Saiyans, transforming into the Super Saiyan God to confront Beerus. Task reward. None. Choice 2. Reverse the future. The host intervenes personally, designating Son Gohan as the Super Saiyan God. Task reward. The host's normal combat power increases to 5 billion. Gohan was indeed a commendable choice. Although he had become somewhat complacent after marriage, his strength was still commendable, unlike the Gohan from the original story who had transformed into a mere Goku. As his mentor, it was only natural to support him. I oppose this, Luo Feng declared. Goku was taken aback. Huh, Luo Feng, what did you say? Vegeta, too, was momentarily stunned, but then a glimmer of wild joy flickered in his eyes. Could it be that Luo Feng intended to recommend him? Yes, it must be so. That fool Kakarot does not comprehend the nobility of a god. Only I, the prince of the Saiyans, am worthy of becoming a god. I say, let Goku become the Super Saiyan God. I oppose it, Luo Feng reiterated, stepping into the crowd and surveying everyone. Goku, you are too combative. The power of a god is not for your protection, but rather to challenge you continually. Son Goku scratched his head, realizing that indeed, he thought that way. Then who should it be? Vegeta puffed out his chest, raising his chin high, casting sidelong glances at Luo Feng. eagerly awaiting his moment of coronation. Luo Feng disregarded Vegeta's ostentatious display. Let Gohan take the mantle. He is the most suitable candidate. I can't do it, master. Gohan protested fervently. Facing a destroyer who could annihilate my father's strongest form with a mere finger? I truly lack the confidence. Gohan, you are not averse to battle. Rather, you have not yet discovered your own strength. Your potential far surpasses that of your father, and you know this better than anyone. Luo Feng gently pinched Xiao Feng's cheek. Gazing at Gohan. For Xiao Feng, for Videl, for the tranquil life you so desire, you must fight this battle. Gohan's body trembled suddenly. He looked at the innocent face of his daughter in his arms. Indeed, he could disregard the glory of the Saiyans and the title of the universe's strongest. However, he must protect his family and everything he held dear. Gohan's gaze gradually solidified with determination. I understand now, master. I am willing to give it a try. Beerus licked his lips, intrigued. Interesting. I shall indulge you. Let us begin swiftly. My patience is not boundless. Very well, Luo Feng nodded. He turned to Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Trunks, and Goten. You four come here. What about me? Luo Feng pointed to himself. Including me, there are 5. Vegeta approached reluctantly, his face darkened. Sun Wukong, however, seemed indifferent. He patted Gohan's shoulder and heartily encouraged, Gohan, give it your all. Let your father see just how powerful you've become as a god. The 2 young boys, Trunks and Goten, eagerly joined the gathering. The 5 beings, all possessing Saiyan blood, surrounded Gohan at the center. Hold hands, let your minds empty, and envision all your strength converging upon Gohan. Luo Feng guided the ritual. They complied without hesitation. A hum resonated as golden auras ascended from Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Trunks, and Goten. A faint, almost imperceptible white light enveloped Luo Feng. Power, warm and magnificent, surged into Gohan's body. He felt as if he were immersed in a hot spring, every cell expanding and rejoicing. The force was transcending. At the center of the ritual, Gohan began to transform. His previously robust muscles contracted inward, his form becoming more elongated and harmonious. His black hair, starting from the roots, lost its color, transforming into a vibrant, flame-like crimson. The essence of divinity began to emanate slowly from Gohan. It worked, Sun Wukong murmured, sensing the distinctly different energy radiating from Gohan. As the ritual concluded and the light faded, Gohan gradually opened his eyes and gazed at his hands. Is this the Super Saiyan God? He felt an unprecedented lightness in his body, as if every movement perfectly harmonized with the world. Indeed, Beerus stepped forward, an excited smile gracing his face. I can finally sense a hint of divine essence. Though still immature, you are at least qualified for me to stretch my muscles a bit. Boom. A surge of purple, destructive divine energy erupted explosively from Beerus. Name, Luo Feng. Battle power, normal state 5 billion. Battle power, Super Saiyan 4 state 20 trillion. Battle power, Super Saiyan Blue state 60 trillion. Divine realm. 6th dimension, core skills. Ultra instinct, divine secret technique. Forced energy ball, dragon fist, tenfold King Kai fist, no side effects. Instant transmission, King Kai version. Some foundational skills have been folded. Passive divine skill. Destruction god authority immunity, completely immune to any form of destructive energy attacks. Chapter 133, God of Destruction Beerus. Gohan, the purple aura surrounding Beerus surged upward. Come forth, he beckoned, gently ascending into the air. Gohan raised his head, his body slightly sinking. In the next moment, boom, the steel deck buckled beneath his foot, creating a vast, spiderweb-like crack. Gohan's figure transformed into a streak of crimson light, soaring skyward. Below, the crowd could only tilt their heads, gazing at the 2 radiant beams confronting each other amidst the dense, ominous clouds. How impressive! Is this truly a battle between gods? The clash has begun. Without warning, Beerus vanished from sight. Gohan's body tensed instantaneously. After ascending to the status of a Super Saiyan god, his sensory abilities had multiplied exponentially. Yet he could still only perceive a fleeting purple afterimage. A fierce gust of wind surged from the right. Gohan had no time to deliberate. His body reacted instinctively before his mind could catch up. He abruptly twisted to the left, his right arm's muscles tensing as his elbow transformed into an indomitable shield. Raised to block. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted high in the sky. A visible wave of white energy radiated from the point of their collision, expanding wildly in all directions. The sea below was forcefully pressed down several meters, forming a colossal depression. Gohan felt an irresistible force surge from his elbow, causing his entire arm to go numb. His body uncontrollably tumbled backward for thousands of meters before he barely regained his composure. Not bad, Beerus's voice echoed languidly in Gohan's ear. An alarm rang in Gohan's mind as he swiftly turned around, unleashing a whip kick imbued with crimson divine flames toward his rear. However, he struck nothing but air. Beerus's figure appeared above him like a specter. Indeed, far superior to that so-called Super Saiyan 3. With a lightness that belied the gravity of the moment, Beerus placed one foot upon Gohan's shoulder. Boom! Gohan plummeted towards the sea like a meteor. Gohan! Goku shouted anxiously, just as Gohan was about to crash into the ocean. He forced his body to twist, driving both feet against the air. The atmosphere erupted beneath him with a thunderous crack. Harnessing this recoil, he halted his descent and transformed once more into a red flash, racing towards Beerus. This time, Gohan had learned. He no longer waited passively for an attack, but unleashed a tempest of ferocious blows. Fists, elbows, knees, legs, an array of crimson strikes enveloped Beerus entirely. Each hit contained a terrifying force. In the high sky, the sounds of relentless impacts merged into a singular roar. From the ground, it appeared as though a magnificent red firework had bloomed in the heavens. Incredible! Gohan has him pinned, Trunks exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Vegeta's face was a mask of astonishment. Even he had to concede that Gohan was truly powerful at this moment. Only Luo Feng shook his head gently. Pinned. That is merely a game that Beerus is willing to indulge Gohan in. In Luo Feng's view, Beerus, shrouded by the endless barrage of punches, had not even shifted his footing. With each strike, Gohan's fist fell merely a millimeter short of reaching Beerus. Yet that fleeting distance transformed into an insurmountable chasm. A hint of ennui graced Beerus's visage as he stifled a yawn. Is it over? His voice resonated once more. He extended two fingers, deftly ensnaring Gohan's fist amidst a flurry of punches. To Gohan, it felt as though two colossal mountains had pinned his hand, rendering him immobile. He attempted to withdraw, but found his strength utterly restrained. Alas, it was insufficient. With a slight exertion, Beerus's fingers tightened. Crack! Ah! Gohan emitted a cry of agony as his other hand swiftly gathered energy, launching a ki blast directly at Beerus's face. With a mere breath, Beerus dispersed the energy sphere effortlessly. Gohan's eyes widened in horror. This would not suffice. Conventional attacks were futile against Beerus. He must unleash his most formidable technique and wager everything. Gohan forcefully broke free from Beerus's grip and retreated backward. Stabilizing in midair, he assumed a familiar stance with both hands at his waist. Vivid scarlet divine energy surged chaotically into his palms. Oh, is he resorting to that? The anticipation was palpable on Goku's face. Kamehameha. Gohan's voice echoed across the sky as he conjured a sphere radiating a cerulean glow, enveloped in crimson divine flames, which began to swell rapidly. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the very atmosphere of Earth to tremble. Kamehameha. An unprecedentedly robust beam of energy tore through the clouds, propelled by an intent to obliterate all in its path, hurtling towards Beerus. In that moment, it seemed as though the world was reduced to that resplendent blue-red beam. Had he succeeded? Krillin swallowed nervously. Faced with the planet-destroying Kamehameha, Beerus made no attempt to evade. Boom! The colossal energy beam struck Beerus. The violent energy surged outward, yet it could advance no further. A commendable display of fireworks, Beerus remarked as his aura surged explosively, and he delivered a punch forward. The Kamehameha, astonishingly, returned at a speed even greater than its initial trajectory. What? Boom! Gohan was engulfed by the very attack he had unleashed. As the brilliance faded, he reverted to his normal state, plummeting from the sky. Gohan! Piccolo soared skyward, catching him. It was over. Defeated, utterly bested. Even the legendary Super Saiyan God could not inflict a scratch upon Beerus. Beerus's figure gradually descended, returning to the deck. He raised his hand, causing every heart to leap into their throats. Was Earth doomed? Just then, an untimely rumble echoed, shattering the silence. Beerus paused, hands suspended in midair, as he rubbed his empty stomach, furrowing his brow. I'm hungry. He retracted his hand. Never mind. Engaging in such conflicts is truly exhausting. Beerus cast a glance at Bulma, licking his lips. Hey, Earthwoman. If the delicacies of your planet can truly satisfy me, I might consider sparing this world. Upon his words, the tension amongst the crowd finally eased. Were they saved? Bulma was the first to respond. Delicacies? Indeed. We have them. She abruptly turned, shouting at the chefs who were cowering in the corners, trembling in fear. Did you all hear that? Hurry. Bring forth your finest creations. Sushi, tempura, barbecue, desserts, everything. Move quickly. At her command, the entire party scene erupted into a flurry of activity. Chapter 134. After a feast, Beerus asks, "Who is Luo Feng?" Vegeta rushed to a chef who had collapsed in fear on the ground. The chef's cart had toppled, scattering a plate of freshly made takoyaki everywhere. Fortunately, there was still one box intact. Vegeta seized the box of takoyaki and dashed to Beerus, bowing deeply and holding the food high above his head. "Lord Beerus, this is a specialty snack from Earth. Please, do indulge." Every movement on the deck came to a halt. All eyes were fixated on the ordinary box of takoyaki. Beerus lowered his hand slowly, disdainfully pinching a piece of takoyaki and placing it into his mouth. With a gentle bite, his eyes widened in astonishment. An indescribable flavor erupted on his palate. The exterior was perfectly crispy, while the interior was incredibly soft and piping hot, complemented by the chewy octopus pieces. This was a taste Beerus had never experienced before. Beerus emitted a satisfied grunt, his chewing quickening. Within moments, he swallowed the morsel and, to everyone's astonishment, snatched the entire box from Vegeta's hands. He tilted his head back and, like pouring beans, devoured the remaining takoyaki all at once, his cheeks bulging. Beerus closed his eyes, a look of near ecstasy gracing his face. Witnessing this, the tension that had gripped the crowd finally dissipated. They were saved. Krillin's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. Vegeta, observing Beerus in his state of enjoyment, felt the tension in his own body finally relax. Delicious. Beerus finally swallowed the food and exclaimed with a thunderous appreciation. He licked his lips in delight, casting a longing gaze towards the kitchen. "Hey, you Earthlings," Beerus shouted, pointing towards the kitchen. "Is there more of this? Bring me another 100 servings. And also, serve me the finest delicacies you have. If I am satisfied, the annihilation of Earth will be forgotten. Do you hear me? Hurry. Sushi, tempura, teppanyaki, ramen, roast whole cow, and my treasured strawberry cake, pudding, ice cream. Bring them all forth. Today, I wish for Lord Beerus to dine to his heart's content." Soon, an array of exquisite dishes was presented on the deck, with a long table set specifically for Beerus and Whis. Beerus set aside his demeanor as a destroyer and seized a sizzling piece of premium Wagyu beef, savoring it with his eyes closed in bliss. He then lifted a steaming bowl of tonkatsu ramen, slurping the noodles and broth in delight. Tuna belly sushi was devoured in single bites. Whis, however, maintained a more refined approach, delicately lifting a translucent slice of sashimi with his chopsticks, dipping it in soy sauce and wasabi before elegantly savoring it. The sensation of the fish's fat melting in his mouth was truly a supreme delight. As Whis tasted a piece of strawberry cake, a smile of happiness graced his face. The delicate cream, paired with slightly tart strawberries and a fluffy chiffon cake, was a testament to Earth's remarkable creativity in desserts. To his surprise, Android 18 observed the gluttonous destroyer from a distance, a playful smile curling at the corners of her lips. It was not the Super Saiyan god that saved the world, but a box of takoyaki. Luo Feng lazily stretched after eating grapes. Thus, it is said that culinary delights are the greatest power in the universe. The feast continued for quite some time until Beerus let out a long, satisfied belch and reclined in his chair, patting his slightly bulging belly with unprecedented contentment. "Not bad. Indeed," he declared, silencing the deck once more. Rising from his seat, he stretched, his joints cracking in a symphony of pops. The culinary offerings of this planet were diverse and uniquely flavorful. Beerus' golden, slitted eyes scanned everyone present before finally resting on Bulma. "Hey, Earthwoman. In light of these culinary delights, I have made my decision." Beerus grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. "For now, I shall refrain from destroying Earth. However," his tone shifted, "such exquisite cuisine must always be prepared in advance. I may arrive at any time." "Of course, no problem at all," Bulma immediately assured him, thumping her chest. "You and Mr. Whis are always welcome." Beerus nodded in satisfaction. Thankfully, this farce was finally coming to an end. "Whis, let us return. I wish to take a nap and let this settle." "Very well, Lord Beerus," Whis replied, maintaining his composed demeanor as he gently nodded. Just as everyone believed that these two would soon depart and that the crisis on Earth was completely resolved, Beerus suddenly halted. Oh right. Beerus turned his head and scanned the deck once more. Vegeta tensed up, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. What could this capricious god of destruction possibly want now? Whice had initially brought me here to find a Saiyan named Luo Feng. In the midst of all the talk about the Super Saiyan god and that platinum-haired dream, I had completely forgotten the matter at hand. Which of you is Luo Feng? Sun Wukong and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback, instinctively directing their gaze toward Luo Feng. That would be me. Luo Feng waved his hand. Beerus's gaze immediately locked onto Luo Feng. He stepped forward, leisurely approaching Luo Feng. Standing before Luo Feng, Beerus looked down upon him, scrutinizing the figure reclined in the chair. After a lengthy pause, Beerus finally spoke. His voice deep and resonant. You appear to be quite formidable. The fact that Luo Feng could elicit such praise from the god of destruction, Beerus, was noteworthy. Indeed, Luo Feng was currently the strongest being on Earth. Yet, everyone was aware of Luo Feng's character, which is why most chose not to trouble him. Beerus leaned slightly forward, coming closer to Luo Feng. Everyone else had been tense, but you alone seemed utterly unconcerned from the very beginning. Chapter 135, Post-Meal Entertainment, Beerus's Challenge. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Beerus fixed his gaze upon Luo Feng, his aura surging dramatically, evoking a sense of dread among all present. Vegeta observed Luo Feng, still lazily lounging in the beach chair. Could this guy truly be oblivious to the identity of his opponent? That was the god of destruction, Beerus. Oh ho ho ho. A light chuckle shattered the silence. Whice approached Beerus with graceful steps. Lord Beerus, you may be unaware, but I had previously invited Mr. Luo Feng to become the next candidate for God of Destruction. Unfortunately, he declined without hesitation. What? Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. A candidate for God of Destruction? Whice had actually invited Luo Feng, and Luo Feng had rejected it. This revelation stunned Vegeta even more than witnessing Beerus being swayed by delicacies. Sun Wukong and the others stood dumbfounded. Although their understanding of the concept of a god of destruction was still vague, they could glean its supreme status from Vegeta's terrified reaction and Whice's obsequious demeanor. Luo Feng had once been invited to become such a being? Beerus's brow shot up in astonishment. He looked incredulously at Whice, then turned to reassess Luo Feng. His expression had completely shifted. Whice, why didn't you mention something so significant earlier? A hint of displeasure tinged Beerus's voice. Oh ho ho, because Mr. Luo Feng declined. Of course, Whice replied with a light chuckle. Moreover, I simply perceive that he possesses such potential. Whether he can truly fulfill his role, however, necessitates further observation. With this thought, Whice shifted his gaze towards Beerus, lightly tapping his staff upon the deck. Lord Beerus, having just indulged in a sumptuous feast and satisfied your hunger, might you consider partaking in a bit of post-meal entertainment? Whice suggested with a knowing smile directed at Luo Feng. It would also allow you to personally gauge the capabilities of the candidate I have in mind. Beerus licked his lips, a spark of combativeness rekindling within him. Intriguing. He mused, flexing his wrist as the joints emitted a sharp crack. Come forth, Saiyan. Accompany me in a match. Let me ascertain what qualifications you possess to dare refuse my divine status. The atmosphere on the deck soared to an electrifying peak, with every heart racing in anticipation. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in Luo Feng's mind. Ding. Key plot node detected. The God of Destruction's challenge. Divine choice has been triggered. Host. Please make a decision. Two luminous screens quietly materialized before Luo Feng. Choice 1. Clearly refuse Beerus's challenge, stating that you are not a match for the God of Destruction. Task reward. None. Choice 2. Engage in a bit of post-meal entertainment. Cheerfully accept the challenge and partake in a friendly match with Beerus, showcasing your strength to earn the recognition of the God of Destruction. Task reward. Host's normal combat power elevated to 10 billion. Breakthrough into the divine realm. Surpassing the 6th dimension, achieving the early stage of the 7th dimension. The reward for the second option was exceedingly generous. Normal combat power would double, and the divine realm would ascend to an entirely new level. Very well, he thought. Having just dined, a bit of exercise would aid digestion. Luo Feng leisurely rose from his beach chair. System, I choose option 2, he silently affirmed. Choice confirmed. Reward distribution in progress. An indescribable warmth instantly enveloped Luo Feng's entire being. Every cell within him was silently transforming, transcending. At that moment, His normal combat power surpassed the threshold of 5 billion, steadily climbing, ultimately resting at the remarkable height of 10 billion. A deeper metamorphosis unfolded within his soul in the realm of divinity. Previously, the sixth dimension had granted Luo Feng a clear vision of the threshold to the divine realm. Now, he felt as if he had firmly placed one foot across that threshold. The seventh dimension belonged to the domain of the god of destruction. In this realm, one's strength would not diminish due to intense battles. Furthermore, beginning from the seventh dimension marked the true inception of the divine realm as one began to grasp the laws. Beerus, for instance, commanded the law of destruction. A data panel, visible only to Luo Feng, refreshed before him. Name: Luo Feng. Combat power: normal state 10 billion. Combat power: Super Saiyan blue state 120 trillion. Divine realm. Early stage of the seventh dimension. Core skills: ultimate instinct, divine secret technique. Forceful energy sphere, dragon fist, tenfold King Kai fist, without side effects. Instant transmission, King Kai's version. Some fundamental skills have been folded. Passive divine skill. Destruction god authority immunity, completely immune to any form of destructive energy attacks. Luo Feng gently stretched his body. An unprecedented sense of power coursing through him. Yet on the surface, he maintained an expression of calm composure. Suddenly, Beerus's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. In that fleeting moment, Beerus sensed that the Saiyan before him had changed in some way. This sensation was so ephemeral that it almost led Beerus to dismiss it as an illusion. "Are you ready?" Beerus inquired, ascending into the air. Beside him, Android 18 offered a reassuring glance. Luo Feng then slowly lifted off from the ground, rising to meet Beerus high above, 1,000 meters in the sky. All eyes were turned upwards, watching the two figures against the backdrop of the heavens. In the lofty heights, the winds fell silent. Beerus regarded Luo Feng, stating, "Saiyan, Whis mentioned that you declined the position of candidate destroyer. I am quite curious about the power that grants you such audacity." Luo Feng adjusted his neck and stretched slightly, replying, "It's not audacity. I merely find the role of destroyer to be rather cumbersome." Beerus's gaze turned frigid in an instant. "Very well. It seems necessary for me, as a destroyer, to personally teach you what divine authority entails." Boom. An indescribable aura of terror erupted from Beerus, the purple energy of destruction manifesting as a visible, roaring flame that shot skyward. The clouds above were instantly torn asunder, shattered by this force. The onlookers finally comprehended the magnitude of the situation. The destroyer, who had previously flicked Goku aside with a mere gesture and toyed with the Super Saiyan god, had not yet revealed his true power. This aura was exponentially stronger than what he had displayed when dealing with Gohan. This was the true form of a destroyer. "Mr. Whis." Bulma's voice trembled as she glanced at the angel, who was still leisurely savoring his dessert. Whis lightly tapped his staff in the air, conjuring a transparent, hemispherical energy shield that enveloped the entire cruise ship. The overwhelming divine might that could crush all vanished in an instant. "Ah, fear not, Miss Bulma. This is merely Beerus-sama taking things a bit more seriously. There is nothing to worry about." Chapter 136. Vegeta, what manner of monster is he? Just a bit more serious? The crowd felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. If such a horrific spectacle could arise from merely a slight increase in seriousness, what could be expected if he were to unleash his full power? Everyone held their breath as they watched Luo Feng in the sky. Confronted by the cataclysmic aura of Beerus, Luo Feng took a deep breath, slowly raising his head to meet Beerus's gaze. In the next moment, a surge of energy, starkly different from Beerus's destructive force, erupted from within Luo Feng. His black hair began to rise, buoyed by an unseen force. Soon after, the color of his hair started to change, not gold, not crimson, but the blue of a Super Saiyan. On the deck, Vegeta's pupils constricted in astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. Another transformation? Goku's eyes widened, his face alight with curiosity. Incredible. Luo Feng is so powerful. Piccolo and Gohan exchanged glances, each reflecting the profound shock they felt. In the high skies, Beerus scrutinized the transformed Luo Feng, his brows knitting together in recognition. This sensation felt eerily familiar. The divine aura, imbued with boundless power, radiated a transcendent quality that was strikingly reminiscent of someone. Too reminiscent. It was akin to the figure from his nightmares, the one who had pressed him down into the ground. Beerus's eyelid twitched involuntarily. No, this cannot be right. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the absurd thought from his mind. The hair color is wrong. The figure from his dream had ultimately transformed into a platinum hue he had never encountered before. Moreover, that platinum-haired being belonged to the 8th dimension. Yet, this Saiyan before him possessed blue hair. Yes, blue, not platinum. Beerus repeatedly reassured himself in his mind. It must be a coincidence. Indeed, it is surely a coincidence. With this thought, his heart settled somewhat, yet the gravity in his gaze did not wane. For even if this was not the monster from his dreams, the blue-haired Saiyan before him was not to be underestimated. An intriguing transformation. Beerus's voice was low. However, mere appearance is of no use. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from sight. Luo Feng's expression sharpened. Here it comes. He did not seek with his eyes, but relied on the instinct he had developed after stepping into the realm of the 7th dimension, allowing his body to react naturally. He raised his right arm, elbow positioned defensively before him. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted between the two as Beerus's fist collided with Luo Feng's elbow. A visible wave of white energy radiated from the point of impact, spreading wildly in all directions. The surface of the sea below buckled under the force of the shockwave. The onlookers aboard the cruise ship witnessed 2 beams of light separate, only to be swept by an overwhelming shockwave. Thankfully, with Whiss's protective barrier, the vessel was spared from being torn to shreds. In the high altitude, Luo Feng slid backward for several hundred meters, but managed to steady himself. Meanwhile, Beerus, having blocked the attack, was momentarily taken aback. He managed to block it, and so effortlessly, though I did not exert my full strength. I applied at least 60% of my power, sufficient to easily vanquish the previous Super Saiyan god. Yet, this blue-haired Saiyan was merely pushed back a few hundred meters? Lord Beerus, your strength must encompass more than this. Luo Feng shook his slightly numb arm and spoke. As you wish. Beerus roared, his purple aura surging once more. This time, he intended to employ an even greater force to utterly crush this audacious Saiyan. Beerus' form flickered and vanished again. This time, it was not a simple straight punch, but transformed into countless purple phantoms that surrounded Luo Feng from all directions. Swift, unparalleled speed. Each phantom bore the capacity to annihilate planets. On the deck, save for Whis, no one could discern the battle unfolding in the skies. To Goku and Vegeta, the heavens were filled solely with a chaotic clash of blue and purple lights, each collision erupting with cataclysmic energy. Boom, 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 boom. It was far too fast, impossible to comprehend. Krillin gasped, murmuring to himself, "Is this truly a battle?" It felt as though the entire world trembled beneath the might of their fists. Tien's eyes widened in astonishment, yet he could only catch a blurry glimpse of the spectacle. Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. What manner of monster is Luo Feng? How has he cultivated such power and reached this realm? Oh ho ho ho. Whis observed the battle in the sky with a bemused smile. I never anticipated that Mr. Luo Feng could engage Lord Beerus to this extent. He gently tapped his staff, and a clear image materialized before the onlookers. It was a slow-motion capture of the battle high above. In the footage, Luo Feng's figure danced and evaded amidst the barrage of purple beams. Beerus' assaults were frenzied and fierce, yet he could never truly land a hit on Luo Feng's vital points. Meanwhile, Luo Feng sought an opportunity to counter amidst the tempest of attacks. Bang! Seizing a moment of vulnerability in Beerus' assault, Luo Feng delivered a swift kick to the side of Beerus' waist. Beerus emitted a muffled grunt, staggering in midair. Now is the time. A glint of determination sparkled in Luo Feng's eyes as he surged forward, unleashing a seamless combination of punches in an explosive display. The blue light enveloped Beerus entirely. You insolent wretch! Beerus bellowed, flailing his arms desperately to fend off Luo Feng's onslaught. In an instant, the tide of battle had reversed. The god of destruction, once so imperious, was now being overwhelmed by Luo Feng. What? Witnessing this scene, everyone on the deck was left in stunned silence. Vegeta's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What did he just see? The god of destruction Beerus was actually being subdued by Luo Feng? How could this be possible? That is the god of destruction. This scoundrel. Vegeta initially believed that if Luo Feng could exchange a few blows with Beerus, it would be the pinnacle of his imagination. However, the unfolding events shattered his perceptions entirely. How remarkable! Goku clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly from overwhelming excitement. Luo Feng, that fellow, could truly contend with the god of destruction in such a manner. Absolutely splendid. High above, the battle had escalated into a fervent climax. The air resonated with a cacophony of impacts. Luo Feng's figure transformed into a streak of azure lightning, unleashing a torrential onslaught upon Beerus. Each punch and kick he delivered was infused with terrifying energy, every ounce meticulously honed to a razor's edge. Beerus, increasingly alarmed, found himself grappling with the sheer ferocity of this Saiyan. His combat techniques, energy control, and even his tactical acumen had reached an unfathomable zenith. With a furious roar, Beerus unleashed a surge of violet energy, generating a shockwave that forcibly repelled Luo Feng. Chapter 137. The Real Deal. The God of Destruction's full power. Beerus's expression turned grave. Who are you truly? A mere Saiyan could never possess such strength and caliber. Stabilizing his stance, Luo Feng regarded Beerus with calm composure. I am merely an ordinary individual seeking a peaceful existence on Earth. Ordinary? Beerus scoffed as if hearing the grandest jest. To have driven me to this extent, you dare call yourself ordinary? Flexing his slightly numb wrist, Beerus' expression grew more serious than ever before. It appears that without revealing my true prowess, I cannot compel you to behave. Beerus lowered his body slightly, fists clenched at his sides, as a more terrifying and concentrated aura began to rise from within him. Oh! Luo Feng arched an eyebrow. Beerus's energy was escalating at an astonishing rate. Is he finally getting serious? A hint of excitement emerged on Luo Feng's face. Although he had seemed to gain the upper hand in their earlier skirmish, he was acutely aware that Beerus had yet to unleash his full potential. Saiyan, you should consider yourself fortunate to witness this aspect of me. Beerus's voice reverberated. Boom! The violet divine aura instantly coalesced, tightly enveloping Beerus's form, resembling a tangible purple energy armor. His aura transformed from a chaotic and volatile force to an intensely restrained presence. On the deck, Whis' smile faded somewhat. Oh dear. It appears Lord Beerus is genuinely angered. He lightly tapped his staff against the deck. You all might want to brace yourselves. Whis advised with a smile. The upcoming scene may exceed your imagination. At this proclamation, everyone's hearts raced to their throats. Even Weiss has uttered such words. To what extent will the ensuing battle escalate? Luo Feng gazed upwards at the azure figure in the sky, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. While he possessed unwavering confidence in himself, his opponent was, after all, the legendary god of destruction. In the high heavens, feeling the terrifying aura of Beerus, Luo Feng took a deep breath. The conventional Super Saiyan Blue state was no longer sufficient to confront the impending clash. Thus, I shall slightly augment my power, he murmured softly. The azure energy enveloping him began to transform. Huh! Luo Feng emitted a low growl. The azure aura around his body coalesced into a more formidable and dense energy field. Super Saiyan Blue at full power. He unleashed his divine energy without reservation. A complete 100% release. Boom! Two equally heightened and contained divine auras collided violently in the sky. The very atmosphere of Earth groaned under the strain of this confrontation. The sky was cleaved in twain. Space warped and ruptured, even giving rise to tendrils of black lightning. Come forth, Saiyan. Let me witness the limits of your power. Beerus transformed into a streak of purple light, instantly charging toward Luo Feng. Just as I desire. Luo Feng also morphed into a blue comet, boldly meeting the oncoming force. Boom! This clash was far more terrifying than any prior encounter. Immediately thereafter, an indescribably colossal energy halo, centered around the two, expanded outward across the earth. Where the halo passed, clouds dissipated, the atmosphere twisted, and even the sea, miles away, surged with towering waves of hundreds of meters. Oh, the ship is capsizing. Despite Weiss's protection, the residual shockwaves still caused the massive cruise ship to rock violently, as if it were a mere leaf in a tempest. The passengers on deck staggered and cried out in alarm. The battle in the sky grew increasingly intense. Each exchange of blows was accompanied by terrifying shockwaves. The figures of Beerus and Luo Feng flickered in the sky, appearing, vanishing, and reappearing. Beerus grew more exhilarated with each strike, spiraling into a frenzy of combat. He could scarcely recall the eons that had passed since he had engaged in such a riveting battle. What a thrill! Truly exhilarating. Beerus laughed heartily as he sent Luo Feng flying with a punch. Come again. Bring it on. Luo Feng steadied himself in midair, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face adorned with an equally exhilarated smile. As you wish. His form transformed once more into a blue lightning bolt. Surging upward, the two beams of light collided fiercely once more. Rumble, rumble. The earth trembled, were it not for Whis' intervention. Utilizing divine power to contain the destructive force of the battlefield within certain bounds, Earth would have undoubtedly been shattered into fragments, reduced to cosmic dust. How terrifying! Bulma exclaimed, clutching her head and crouching on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. Is this truly a battle? This is nothing short of world annihilation. Mom, I'm scared, little Trunks whimpered. Seeking refuge in Bulma's embrace, his voice tinged with sobs. Even the fearless Saiyan child felt a profound terror in the face of such a monumental clash. Goku, who will emerge victorious? Krillin nervously swallowed and turned to Son Goku beside him. Goku's face was devoid of its usual mirth, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. I don't know. Goku replied, his voice a bit hoarse. Both of them have transcended the limits of my perception. In a battle of this magnitude, the outcome is unpredictable. With a resounding thud, Luo Feng delivered a powerful punch squarely to Beerus's face. Coughing up a mouthful of purple blood, Beerus shook his head, feeling slightly dazed. The sharp pain on his face was a sensation he hadn't experienced in ages. How long had it been? A millennium? A billion years? The exact duration had slipped from his memory. Yet, this long-forgotten agony ignited a fervor within him, causing his blood to boil. Ha ha ha! Beerus, covering his face, erupted in manic laughter. How amusing! You, Saiyan, are truly fascinating. You have managed to injure me, to make me bleed. As a reward, allow me to demonstrate the true, unadulterated power of a god of destruction. In the instant those words left his lips, a terrifying aura capable of making the entire universe tremble erupted from Beerus. Very few have ever pushed Lord Beerus to such an extent. On the deck, Whis, who had maintained a calm demeanor, now displayed a hint of surprise. The last time he had witnessed Lord Beerus unleash his full power was during a confrontation with Lord Kampa, wasn't it? Mr. Whis, Bulma asked with a trembling voice. What is Lord Beerus planning to do? Whis glanced at the figure in the sky, resembling a harbinger of doom, and smiled as he explained, Oh ho ho ho. It's nothing much. Lord Beerus has finally decided to unleash his full strength as a god of destruction. All of his strength? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. After all this chaos, after nearly dismantling the earth, and now you tell me he is just about to reveal his full power? How can we continue fighting? All eyes instinctively turned to the blue figure in the sky. Could Luo Feng withstand this? At that moment, Luo Feng too sensed an unprecedented pressure. Chapter 138, God of Destruction? Now my punching bag. Is this the full power of a god of destruction? A grave expression settled on Luo Feng's face. Indeed, it was formidable. Incredibly formidable. Even in the full power of Super Saiyan Blue, a profound sense of helplessness overcame him when faced with this immense force. Science, the game is over, echoed the voice of Beerus, resounding with unparalleled authority. Without a moment's hesitation, he crossed his arms before him, concentrating all his divine energy into a singular point. Boom. An irresistible force struck fiercely against his arms. Luo Feng felt a numbing sensation surge through him, instantly losing all feeling. He plummeted towards the ground like a kite severed from its string. A single blow. In that moment, the once formidable Super Saiyan Blue, who had been able to trade blows with Beerus, was utterly shattered. Luo Feng. Mr. Luo Feng. The deck erupted with terrified cries from the onlookers. Number 18's face turned ashen, her body swaying perilously. It was over. The phrase echoed in everyone's hearts. Even Luo Feng had fallen. Who could possibly stop the god of destruction in this state? Was Earth destined for annihilation? In the sky, Beerus slowly retracted his fist, gazing down upon Luo Feng with an impassive expression. I told you, the game is over. He raised his hand slowly, palm facing downward. A purple energy sphere, condensed to its utmost essence and radiating an aura of finality and void, began to coalesce. This was a destructive energy capable of erasing the entire Earth along with the surrounding galaxies. Farewell, intriguing Saiyan. Beerus's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Just as he was about to hurl the destructive energy sphere, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Buzz. A pillar of silvery, sacred, and pure light erupted from Luo Feng below, shooting skyward. Beerus momentarily halted his actions, his brows furrowing in surprise as he beheld the shimmering column of light. What is this power? On the deck, everyone was left in stunned silence. bewildered by this sudden turn of events. What is that? Krillin stammered, pointing at the celestial beam. Luo Feng's energy has vanished, yet I feel his presence everywhere. What is happening? As uncertainty spread among the onlookers, the usually composed Angel Whis finally displayed a change in demeanor. No, it can't be. Whis's voice trembled with disbelief. This aura, this level. Could it be the Ultra Instinct? Ultra Instinct. A divine technique that even the gods of destruction find difficult to attain. It belongs to the realm of angels. It represents the pinnacle of divine consciousness, where the mind and body are completely separated, allowing each part of the body to autonomously judge and react in the most perfect manner. For billions of years, in the seventh universe, Whis had never witnessed such a state in any being apart from himself. Even the extraordinarily gifted god of destruction Beerus, who had existed for millions of years, had only grazed the surface of this power, not even having scratched the threshold. But now, right here, on a remote planet known as Earth, a Saiyan astonishingly unleashed the Ultra Instinct. How is this possible? Mr. Whis, what did you say? Bulma, having overheard Whis's exclamation, urgently inquired. What is Ultra Instinct? Is it formidable? Whis took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous waves within. It is not merely formidable, he murmured while gazing at the heavens. It transcends the very concept of power. It is a realm that even the gods yearn for. Upon hearing Whis's assessment, everyone gasped in disbelief. A realm that even the gods aspire to? What kind of terrifying level could that be? Has Luo Feng truly reached such heights? In the elevated atmosphere, Beerus's face mirrored the shock of those below. As the god of destruction, he understood better than anyone on earth what this silvery aura signified. It is impossible. Beerus's voice trembled. How could a mere Saiyan venture into this domain? Just then, the silver beam of light that pierced the heavens began to slowly retract. A figure emerged from the brilliance, stepping forth gradually. Luo Feng was no longer enveloped in the frenzied azure aura. Instead, he was cloaked in a delicate veil of silver particles. Beerus, gazing at Luo Feng's current demeanor, felt his throat tighten, momentarily rendered speechless. This sensation was one he had only experienced from Whis throughout the entirety of Universe 7. Luo Feng paid no heed to Beerus's astonishment. In that moment, he surrendered all consciousness to his body's instincts. His form moved without warning. Luo Feng abruptly vanished from sight. Beerus's pupils constricted to their utmost. This is bad. There was no time to react. A chilling sensation surged from Beerus's abdomen. Bang! With a muffled sound, Beerus's body bent backward, contorting like a shrimp. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the fist that had mysteriously imprinted itself upon his abdomen. It was Luo Feng's fist. When? How did he get here? Why did my divine sense fail to detect him? Countless questions detonated within Beerus's mind. Yet, Luo Feng afforded him no time for contemplation. Having landed a decisive blow, Luo Feng's body vanished once more. In the next instant, he appeared behind Beerus. With a swift strike of his hand, shimmering with silver light, he accurately cleaved at Beerus's nape. Crack! Darkness enveloped Beerus as his body uncontrollably lurched forward. Immediately after, Luo Feng's figure, like an insidious specter, circled around Beerus, launching indiscriminate assaults. Fist, elbow, knee, leg. Each strike reached the zenith of speed. Each blow precisely targeted the vital points on Beerus's body. High above the ground, a shimmering silver light encircled the purple silhouette, flickering with wild intensity. The once imperious god of destruction, Beerus, who had unleashed his full power, now resembled a clumsy punching bag, passively enduring all assaults. He yearned to retaliate, yet was consistently a step too slow. Luo Feng anticipated his every move. Frustration, an unparalleled sense of vexation. Roar. Beerus emitted a thunderous roar, unleashing his destructive energy without reservation, exploding in all directions. Chapter 139, a final stalemate? No, it is the complete defeat of this deity. Beerus sought to use his purest strength to force this accursed monkey away from his presence. Luo Feng's figure swayed lightly, effortlessly navigating through the chaotic torrent of energy, untouched. Every attack missed its mark. What? Beerus was utterly bewildered. What manner of creature is this? On the deck, all were agape, staring in astonishment at the scene projected by Whis. Am I dreaming? Krillin pinched himself hard. The sharp pain confirmed that everything before him was real. Luo Feng had actually subdued the god of destruction? In a state of rapture, Sun Wukong muttered to himself, his eyes fixated on each of Luo Feng's movements. One day, I shall attain this realm as well. Surely. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Beerus howled in fury, his purple destructive energy pouring forth recklessly in all directions. Energy spheres were hurled chaotically, shattering the surrounding space. Since his inception, Beerus had never been so thoroughly humiliated. Helpless, frustrated. Stop this at once. Beerus roared, bringing his hands together forcefully. A colossal sphere of pure destructive energy, comparable to a small star, rapidly formed above his head. This was his most powerful technique. The full might of the god of destruction's wrath. He intended to obliterate this space along with that detestable Saiyan at its very roots. Confronted with the enormous energy sphere radiating an aura of annihilation, Luo Feng's figure finally came to a halt. Is it to end here? On the deck, the tension was palpable as everyone held their breath, their hearts racing. Come on, Saiyan. Beerus exerted all his strength, forcefully propelling the massive destructive energy sphere toward Luo Feng. Before my ultimate strike, be rendered to nothingness. The immense purple star, imbued with the essence of total destruction, slowly descended upon Luo Feng. In the face of this cataclysmic blow, Luo Feng finally made a move. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward. In the next instant, a similar radiance ignited within his palm. A silvery light began to gather. A silver, rapidly rotating sphere of energy swiftly took shape in the palm of Luo Feng's hand. The pupils of Weiss contracted sharply. Was he actually able to channel the energy of the Zai Zai Ji Yi Gong into an offensive form? Had he really mastered such an application without a teacher? Zai Zai Ji Yi Gong is not merely a skill. It embodies a realm, a state of being, where the core principle lies in the separation of body and mind, allowing for instinctive reactions. Its true strength resides in evasion and precise strikes. To forcibly condense the energy of such a state into a destructive attack is, in theory, nearly impossible. This contradicts the essence of Zai Zai Ji Gong, which is to flow naturally and effortlessly. What kind of terrifying control and extraordinary insight must one possess to achieve this? High in the sky, Luo Feng cradled the silver energy sphere as he slowly approached the violet star. Silver and violet. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the two forces, representing the pinnacle of the seventh universe, were poised for their ultimate collision. Luo Feng's body moved, transforming into a streak of silver light, advancing boldly towards the colossal destructive energy sphere. Insanity. He has lost his mind. Vegeta gasped in disbelief. Was Luo Feng truly attempting to confront Beerus's world-ending strike head-on? Was this not a death wish? In the next moment, an unforgettable scene unfolded before everyone. As the silver energy sphere in Luo Feng's hand made contact with the violet destructive sphere, the immense violet star began to visibly dissolve at an astonishing speed. No, this is impossible. Beerus's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He could not comprehend the spectacle before him. His most powerful attack, fueled by all his strength, was being so effortlessly neutralized. In that moment of shock, the silver streak of light had already traversed the dissipating violet energy and was now before him. It was over. Only these two words remained in Beerus's mind. Luo Feng slowly raised his hand, pressing the silver energy sphere against Beerus's chest. At that moment, the silver radiance surrounding Luo Feng began to flicker violently. He could sense that he was nearing his limit. If this continued, he would likely collapse before he could defeat Beerus. This must end. Luo Feng silently resolved. He instantly released the power of the silver energy sphere, then, with the last vestige of his strength, delivered a punch to Beerus's chest. Bang! Beerus was struck as if by a thunderbolt, propelled backward once more. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, having exhausted his energy, saw the silver light around him completely dissipate, returning to his normal state. Luo Feng, number 18 exclaimed, rushing upwards to embrace him in midair. The sky returned to tranquility, leaving behind a space ravaged by their battle, slowly beginning to mend itself. The cataclysmic clash between gods had finally reached its conclusion. Was the final result a stalemate? Everyone stood in a daze, their minds awash with confusion. In the distance, Beerus steadied himself in midair, clutching his chest and breathing heavily. He refrained from launching any further attacks, instead regarding the figure of Luo Feng, cradled by Android 18, with an expression of profound complexity. Did I truly lose? Beerus murmured to himself. Although the outcome appeared to be a mutual defeat, he was acutely aware that had his opponent not shown mercy in that final strike, Pressing that terrifying silver energy sphere against him, the consequences would have been far graver than mere injury. He had, without a doubt, been defeated. Lord Beerus. Whiss's presence materialized silently beside him. It seems to have been quite an extraordinary battle. Beerus remained silent for a moment, then exhaled slowly, the purple aura surrounding him dissipating, returning to his usual demeanor. Indeed, it was quite remarkable, he conceded. Luo Feng, was it? Beerus nodded, etching the name deeply into his memory. Name: Luo Feng. Combat power: normal state 10 billion. Combat power: Super Saiyan blue state 120 trillion. Divine realm. Early stage of the 7th dimension. Core skills: Ultra instinct, divine secret technique. Forced energy sphere, dragon fist, tenfold Kaioken, no side effects. Instant transmission, Kaioshin version. Some foundational skills have been folded. Passive divine ability. Destruction god authority immunity, completely immune to any form of destructive energy attacks. Chapter 140. The prince becomes a bystander. Luo Feng treated as an honored guest on the deck of the cruise ship. Luo Feng leaned against Android 18, panting heavily. Are you all right? She asked with concern, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The previous battle had been utterly breathtaking. Several times she feared that Luo Feng might not withstand it. Don't worry. I'm not going to die, Luo Feng replied with a grin. I'm just a bit drained. A short rest will suffice. Though his body ached all over, he felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Engaging in a full-scale battle with an opponent as formidable as Beerus had deepened his understanding of his own power and divine realm. The Ultra Instinct was truly magnificent. No wonder it was regarded as a divine secret technique. At that moment, two figures descended from the sky and gracefully landed on the deck. It was Beerus and Whis. Swish. The crowd on the deck immediately tensed, adopting defensive stances. Although the previous encounter had seemed like a stalemate, who could predict the unpredictable temper of the god of destruction? Everyone, stand down, Luo Feng wearily waved his hand. Lord Beerus harbors no ill intent. Despite their lingering doubts, the crowd complied with Luo Feng's words, gradually lowering their guard. Beerus approached Luo Feng, looking down at him from his elevated position. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his voice low and contemplative. You are quite strong. Luo Feng smiled, but remained silent. I have lost. Beerus uttered a statement that left everyone utterly speechless. Did the god of destruction admit defeat? Vegeta's body trembled as he gazed incredulously at Beerus. It isn't exactly a loss, Luo Feng interjected, shaking his head. That final move placed a significant burden on me as well. Continuing would have resulted in mutual destruction. Therefore, let us consider it a draw. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, the tension on Beerus's face eased slightly. He nodded, seemingly acquiescing to this interpretation. I suppose you have a way with words, Beerus remarked, smirking. He crouched down to meet Luo Feng's gaze. You are Luo Feng, correct? I shall remember you. Beerus extended a hand. Should the opportunity arise, feel free to visit my realm of destruction. It offers a more suitable environment for your training than Earth. Luo Feng smiled as he grasped Beerus's hand. Certainly. I shall make time for that. Witnessing this exchange, the onlookers on the deck collectively exhaled in relief. The immense weight that had pressed upon their hearts finally lifted. The crisis had passed. Oh ho ho ho, what a cause for celebration. Whis approached with graceful strides, casting a glance at the ravaged buffet table with a hint of regret. Alas, such a waste of exquisite delicacies. Miss Bulma, Whis turned to Bulma, smiling. In honor of this splendid battle and the profound friendship we have forged with Earth, might we his gaze subtly directed towards the kitchen, his intentions clear. Bulma, quick-witted as ever, comprehended immediately. No problem. Of course, it's no trouble at all. She turned and shouted to the trembling chefs. Did you all hear that? Hurry. Soon. Dish after dish of culinary delights emerged from the kitchen. Whis smiled gently, then with a flick of his staff, an array of takeout containers materialized. Miss Bulma, he said as he approached her after they had packed the food. He produced a uniquely shaped communicator from his pocket. This is my contact information. Whis handed the communicator to Bulma. I may frequently visit Earth to savor its delicacies, so I shall rely on you then. Additionally, in light of these exquisite dishes and Mr. Luo Feng's presence, should you encounter any insurmountable troubles on Earth, feel free to reach out to me through this device. If there are delectable treats as compensation, I might be able to lend a small hand. Whis winked knowingly. His words left Bulma both astonished and elated. This was a promise from an angel. With this device, it was as if Earth had been granted a safeguard. Thank you, Mr. Whis. I am truly grateful, Bulma exclaimed, cherishing the communicator as if it were a treasure. Well then, we shall take our leave. Whis bowed slightly to the crowd. Mr. Luo Feng, I look forward to our next encounter. Beerus cast a fleeting glance at Luo Feng, snorting softly. Do not forget our agreement. You are always welcome to disrupt the realm of destruction. With that, Whis lightly tapped his staff in the air. A radiant column of 7 colors enveloped both him and Beerus. As the brilliance faded, their figures vanished from the deck. With their departure, the intangible pressure that had shrouded the earth finally dissipated. Krylon slumped onto the ground, exhaling deeply. At last it is over. Indeed, the earth had been preserved. Yamcha and the others bore expressions of relief, having narrowly escaped calamity. Meanwhile, Vegeta fixed his unwavering gaze upon the spot where Beerus and Whis had vanished. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes brimming with resentment. The words of Beerus echoed incessantly in his mind. The realm of destruction is a more suitable place for cultivation. Why? Why did that fellow Luo Feng earn the recognition and invitation of the god of destruction? And I, the Prince of Science, Vegeta, was relegated to the role of a mere spectator. No, I cannot accept this. I must grow stronger. At any cost, I must surpass Kakarot. Surpass Luo Feng. The festivities continued. Goku surrounded Luo Feng, his face alight with excitement as he bombarded him with questions. Hey, Luo Feng, what was that transformation of yours? It was so cool. It seems far superior to my Super Saiyan 3. What technique was that? Teach me. Luo Feng, overwhelmed by his incessant inquiries, could only respond weakly. That is called the Ultra Instinct. It is a state of being that cannot simply be learned at will. A state? Goku scratched his head, confusion etched on his face. How does one achieve that state? Is it about becoming angrier? Or is it about more rigorous training? It requires comprehension, Luo Feng replied succinctly. Comprehension, Goku echoed thoughtfully, nodding, though still somewhat perplexed. Meanwhile, Vegeta silently retreated to a corner of the deck, turning his back to the bustling crowd as he gazed out at the endless sea. A shadow of gloom enveloping his heart. Initially, he was intimidated into submission by the presence of Beerus, exhibiting an array of unbecoming behaviors. Then, he witnessed Goku's son, Gohan, transform into the so-called Super Saiyan God, engaging in battles he was unqualified to partake in. Ultimately, he bore witness to Luo Feng's terrifying power as he vanquished the god of destruction. These events struck Vegeta like a series of resounding slaps across his face. Though reluctant to acknowledge it, the truth was undeniable. He, the illustrious Prince Vegeta, had now been relegated to a third-rate character, entirely unqualified to intervene in combat. Chapter 141. Bulma, to win over an angel, first win over his stomach. Damn it. Why? Why is this happening? I, Vegeta, am of the most noble bloodline. I train harder and more diligently than anyone else. Why, in the end, am I always surpassed and left far behind? Especially by Luo Feng. Now, even the god of destruction is no match for him. Vegeta finds himself in a quandary. The more he contemplates, the more the bitterness and fury within him burgeon like a raging wildfire. But when did everything change? Was it when it all began on Earth? Or was it with the emergence of the androids? Vegeta only remembers that each time he encounters Luo Feng, the latter's power undergoes a seismic transformation, leaving him far behind. This sensation is unbearably agonizing. Vegeta, a gentle voice called from behind. It was Bulma, approaching him with a glass of juice in hand. Isn't it chilly out here by yourself? She inquired, offering him the drink. Bulma, do you truly believe that the gap between Luo Feng, Kakarot, and myself is insurmountably vast? At her silence, Bulma hesitated, unsure of how to respond. To say there was no difference would be self-deception. Observing Bulma's reticence, Vegeta let out a self-deprecating laugh. Indeed, even you perceive it that way. It seems I am truly worthless. Vegeta, please don't say that. Bulma exclaimed, a hint of urgency in her voice. She placed the juice on the nearby railing and gently embraced him from behind. You are not worthless. You are the proudest Saiyan prince in my heart. You have tried so hard. Truly. It's just that Mr. Luo Feng may be an exceptional case. Feeling the warmth radiating from her, a fraction of Vegeta's cold hardened heart began to thaw. Yet, the dissatisfaction in his eyes remained unabated. An exceptional case? I refuse to believe in such notions. Vegeta spun around, gripping Bulma's shoulders, his gaze intense as it bore into hers. There is no such thing as unearned strength in this world. He must possess some unique training methods that I am unaware of. There must be. Vegeta, Bulma was startled by the fervent obsession reflected in his gaze. The god of destruction's realm, Vegeta murmured, the words escaping his lips. Beerus once said that place is more conducive to training. I must go? The light of madness flickered in Vegeta's eyes. I must venture to the god of destruction's realm. Only there can I uncover the secrets to becoming stronger. I will catch up to them, even surpass them. Bulma. Vegeta's stare was unwavering, imbued with a hint of desperation that even he was unaware of. You have Whis' contact information, don't you? Please, help me. Connect me with him. I wish to train in the god of destruction's realm. I will pay any price. Vegeta's determination was resolute, his tenacity unyielding. Bulma, witnessing this side of Vegeta, felt her heart soften. She understood that the pride of the Saiyan prince would not permit him to lag behind. This setback had been monumental for him. All right. Bulma took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. I will assist you. However, Vegeta, you must understand that convincing Lord Beerus and Whis may not be an easy task. As long as there exists a glimmer of possibility, I shall endeavor to try. In the western capital, within the confines of the Capsule Corporation, the gravity training chamber of Vegeta echoed with thunderous roars. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding clamor emanated from within, accompanied by Vegeta's agonized cries. He had adjusted the gravity to the very limits of his endurance, relentlessly squeezing every ounce of potential from his body. Not enough. Far from sufficient. Such a level of training would never allow him to catch up with them. Vegeta gazed at his trembling hands, his eyes filled with a profound sense of helplessness. Merely increasing the gravity and engaging in this physical training had lost all meaning. The realm of the gods, Vegeta murmured to himself. What must one do to step into that domain? He recalled the ritual during Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan god, which required 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans to channel their power into another. However, this shortcut would only yield transient strength. Did Gohan not revert to his original form after the battle? Moreover, with his proud disposition, he would never deign to acquire power through such means. What Vegeta sought was genuine strength that belonged solely to him. The realm of the god of destruction, Whis. A glimmer of hope flickered once more in Vegeta's eyes. This might be his solitary opportunity. Rising from the floor and wiping the sweat from his brow, he exited the gravity chamber. In the living room, Bulma was seated on the sofa. Upon seeing Vegeta, she spoke up. I have contacted the world's finest chefs. In a few days, we will reach out to Whis, inviting him and Lord Beerus to savor Earth's most delectable cuisine. At that time, once they are thoroughly pleased, we shall present your request. The likelihood of refusal will be significantly diminished. I refuse to believe that the world's top culinary delights cannot win over Whis. Wisdom sparkled in Bulma's eyes as Vegeta listened, momentarily dumbfounded. Although it sounded cumbersome, he could not deny that this was indeed the most promising course of action. Very well. Vegeta nodded emphatically. Let us proceed as you suggest. A fierce determination rekindled within him. To grow stronger, he would not hesitate to plead with an angel. He would even dance if need be. On planet Vegeta, the king had once performed a comical dance to amuse Beerus, a piece of history that Vegeta had etched deeply into his memory. Now, let us commence preparations. Bulma picked up the phone, mobilizing the resources of Capsule Corporation to ensure a flawless execution of their plan. Meanwhile, Vegeta reclined on the fully automated massager that Bulma had crafted for him. Before venturing to the realm of the god of destruction, he needed to optimize his physical condition. He intended to demonstrate to Whis that he, Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans, possessed boundless potential and merit. He was worthy of investment. Chapter 142. Whis. Oh ho ho, what an irresistible invitation. The following morning, in the expansive courtyard of the Capsule Corporation, an unusual bustle ensued. Private jets from around the globe continuously soared and descended, disembarking renowned chefs, celebrated across various cuisines. These culinary masters, accustomed to serving royalty and billionaires who clamored for their expertise, had been summoned by the world's wealthiest individual, Bulma Briefs, through an irresistible contract accompanied by a staggering fee. Their singular mission was to harness their lifelong skills and the finest ingredients on Earth to orchestrate an unprecedented, divine feast. On the manicured lawn, dozens of outdoor kitchens had been hastily erected. The freshest produce was being flown in by private aircraft from every corner of the world, amassing nearly every distinguished ingredient imaginable. The air was saturated with a tantalizing aroma, a delightful amalgamation of diverse culinary elements. Vegeta stood on the villa's balcony, observing the fervent activity below, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. While his passion for food did not rival that of Kakarot, the scale of the event was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. "How are the preparations coming along?" Vegeta inquired as he approached the living room, where Bulma was busily orchestrating operations. "Rest assured, my prince," Bulma replied without looking up, issuing commands through her communicator. "All preparations are nearing completion. We will ensure that Whis is thoroughly satisfied." After hanging up the phone, she took a sip of her coffee, a confident smile gracing her face. Everything was now in place. She picked up an oddly shaped communicator from the table and handed it to Vegeta. "Here, it's your turn." "Me?" Vegeta was taken aback. "Aren't you the one supposed to contact him? Please, you're the one who needs to train, not me." Bulma replied nonchalantly. "Such matters should be addressed personally by you to convey sincerity. Besides, I would prefer not to have too much interaction with a deity who could potentially annihilate the earth at any moment." Vegeta's face flushed with indignation. To have him, the prince of the Saiyans, initiate contact in a tone bordering on obsequiousness? His pride surged within him. "What? Reluctant?" Bulma raised an eyebrow. "Then forget it. All my preparations will have been in vain. It won't cost me anything." With that, she began to reclaim the communicator. "Wait." Vegeta snatched the device from her hands. "It's just a few kind words. For the sake of becoming stronger, for surpassing Luo Feng and Kakarot. What is a little humiliation in comparison? Merely making a phone call was no monumental task." He mentally fortified himself with these thoughts. Ultimately, with a determined grit of his teeth and a stomp of his foot, he pressed the communicator's switch. "Hello?" A faint crackle of static echoed through the device, causing Vegeta's heart to race. It was happening. "Oh ho ho ho." In the next moment, Whis's voice resonated through the communicator. "Is this Miss Bulma? What brings you to me? Have you perhaps discovered some new delicacies?" Whis's tone seemed imbued with delight. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to adopt a tone that would not betray his humility, speaking with a steadiness he could muster. "Ahem, it is I, Vegeta." There was a brief silence on the other end. "Oh, Mr. Vegeta, is it? How rare it is to hear from you. What can I do for you?" Vegeta's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He felt his tongue begin to tie itself in knots. "Well, it's this. To express our gratitude to Lord Beerus and yourself for your leniency the other day, we have arranged a small banquet. We would like to extend an invitation for you and Lord Beerus to join us for a tasting." Upon uttering these words, Vegeta felt as though all his strength had been drained away. The communicator fell silent once again. His heart raced with anxiety. Would he refuse? Had his tone been too brusque, provoking Whis's displeasure? Just as Vegeta's thoughts spiraled into uncertainty, Whis's voice echoed once more. "A banquet? Is it one like the last? With an abundance of delectable dishes?" Hope sparked in the exchanged glance between Vegeta and Bulma. "Absolutely." Vegeta responded eagerly, his tone becoming notably more fluid. "It will be 100 times more sumptuous than the last. We have prepared the finest ingredients and dishes from around the globe. I assure you, both you and Lord Beerus will leave fully satisfied." Oh, a long, blissful sigh escaped Whis through the communicator. Just from the sound, Vegeta could envision Whis drooling in anticipation on the other end. "The finest ingredients and dishes," Whis mused. What an irresistible invitation indeed. However, Whis shifted his tone. "But Lord Beerus has just eaten and has now fallen asleep. You know how it is. Once he sleeps, he may not awaken for decades, or even centuries. Therefore, this time, it seems I shall be the only one attending." "Beerus isn't coming? That's even better. Without Beerus, the capricious destroyer, their plans would be far easier to execute." "No problem. No problem," Vegeta hastily replied. "It is of utmost importance that Lord Beerus rests. We would be most delighted to have you alone." "Oh ho ho ho. Then I shall not be courteous," Whis chuckled lightly. "I shall be there shortly." "Excellent. We shall await your esteemed arrival at any time." After hanging up, Vegeta released a long sigh of relief, feeling as though he had triumphed in a grueling battle. "Well done, Your Highness," Bulma teased, playfully patting Vegeta on the shoulder. "Just a moment ago, your obsequious demeanor led me to believe you had been possessed." Vegeta's face flushed once again. "Humph. I merely adopted a necessary strategy to grow stronger." Indeed. Bulma responded dismissively, then clapped her hands. "All right, the fish is on the hook. Everyone prepare. Let us welcome our guests with our most delectable dishes." With a command, the entire courtyard descended into a final, tense, yet orderly flurry of preparations. Chapter 143, Want to grow stronger? Whis, start by cleaning up. The space slightly distorted. Whis's figure, holding his staff, silently appeared above the Capsule Corporation courtyard. Upon looking down, he was momentarily taken aback. Below, the lawn was filled with long dining tables, adorned with pristine tablecloths and exquisite silver cutlery. Dozens of top chefs, clad in immaculate white uniforms, busily and methodically attended to their respective culinary stations. An exquisite aroma enveloped the air, coalescing into a torrent that rushed into Whis's nostrils. Gurgle, even as an angel. Whis's stomach audibly protested at the inopportune moment. Oh my, Whis blissfully squinted his eyes, taking a deep breath. Is this paradise? He gracefully descended from the sky, landing elegantly in the center of the courtyard. Welcome, Mr. Whis. Bulma immediately greeted him with a beaming smile, accompanied by Vegeta. Thank you for your long journey. Oh, it was nothing at all. Whis's attention was already captivated by the exquisite dishes on the table, each resembling a work of art. Miss Bulma, Mr. Vegeta, you are far too kind. Were these all prepared for me? Of course. Bulma gestured invitingly. These are merely appetizers. Today, we have prepared a total of 108 top-tier dishes from cuisines around the world. I guarantee you will savor the most exquisite flavors this planet has to offer. 108. Whis's eyes sparkled instantly. No longer concerned with the elegance and restraint befitting an angel, he unreservedly took a seat. Then, I shall not hold back. The feast officially commenced. The first dish was exquisite caviar. Whis scooped a spoonful with a silver spoon and brought it to his lips. With a gentle bite, the fish roe burst on his tongue, releasing a rich and complex flavor, subtly infused with a hint of the ocean's brine, instantly filling his mouth. Whis contentedly moaned in satisfaction. The aroma of the melting fats in his mouth was truly a supreme delight. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Following this, the second, third, and fourth dishes, one exquisite creation after another, flowed onto the table. Whis completely indulged himself, occasionally using chopsticks, sometimes a knife and fork, and even resorting to his hands. The speed of consumption was astonishingly rapid. Vegeta and Bulma sat quietly nearby, observing without interruption, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. This grand feast endured for a full 3 hours. When the final dessert, a meticulously crafted cake in the likeness of the Capsule Corporation headquarters, adorned with chocolate and gold, was devoured whole by Whis, he finally leaned back, satiated, and let out a long, contented belch. The satisfaction was unparalleled. Whis reclined in his chair, gently caressing his slightly protruding belly, his face radiating an unprecedented sense of bliss and languor. Miss Bulma, Mr. Vegeta, today's hospitality has been the most extravagant and delectable meal I have ever experienced in countless eons. I am exceedingly satisfied. At this moment, Vegeta and Bulma exchanged a knowing glance, realizing the pivotal juncture had arrived. Mr. Whis, it is our honor to know that you are pleased, Bulma smiled, breaking the silence. In truth, aside from expressing our gratitude, we have a small request for your assistance. Oh, Whis raised an eyebrow, his expression still imbued with a cheerful demeanor, as if he had anticipated this. Do tell, provided it is not too troublesome. Given the sumptuousness of the 108 dishes, I might consider it, he added. Bulma signaled to Vegeta with a glance. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta stood from his seat. Then, amidst Whis' look of mild surprise, he deeply bowed, performing a 90-degree bow. Mr. Whis, Vegeta's voice was imbued with sincerity. I wish to train in the realm of destruction. I long to grow stronger. I implore you, grant me this opportunity. I am willing to pay any price. After speaking, Vegeta remained in his bowing position, refusing to rise. Whis' smile faltered slightly as he regarded the Saiyan prince before him, who had cast aside all pride and dignity to beseech him. He certainly understood Vegeta's sentiments. After witnessing the earth-shattering battle between Luo Feng and Lord Beerus, this proud prince had been profoundly affected. He was unwilling to be left behind, yearning for strength. Whis could completely empathize with such feelings. Mr. Vegeta, please rise, Whis spoke slowly. At Whis' words, Vegeta gradually straightened up, but his gaze remained earnest. Training in the realm of destruction is not out of the question, Whis continued, igniting a spark of hope in Vegeta's eyes. However, Whis pivoted the conversation. My training is quite arduous. Additionally, in the realm of destruction, beyond training, you may also have to attend to some menial tasks, such as cleaning Lord Beerus' chambers and changing his bed linens. A mischievous smile crept across Whis' face. Even with such duties, would you still be willing? Whis expected that this proud Saiyan prince would be infuriated by such conditions and storm away. Yet, to his surprise, Vegeta's response exceeded his expectations. I am willing. Without a trace of hesitation, Vegeta replied with unwavering determination. As long as I can become stronger, not only would I change the bed sheets, but I would even gladly wash Lord Beerus's feet. For the sake of power, to surpass those two. What is mere dignity worth? Whis gazed at the resolute Saiyan prince before him, who had cast aside all reservations, and felt a genuine admiration arise within him. Very well. Whis nodded. Since you have attained such enlightenment, I agree. I shall come to fetch you tomorrow morning. Name, Luo Feng. Battle power, normal state 10 billion. Battle power, Super Saiyan Blue state 120 trillion. Divine realm. Early stage of the 7th dimension, core skills, Ultra Instinct, Divine Secret Technique. Forced Energy Sphere, Dragon Fist, Tenfold Kaioken, no side effects. Instant Transmission, KO Shin version, some basic skills have been folded. Passive Divine Skill, God of Destruction Authority Immunity, completely immune to any form of destructive energy attacks. Chapter 144. The path to the Divine Realm begins with cleaning. The following morning, Vegeta was already dressed in a snug black battle suit, adorned with white battle armor. He carried a universal capsule containing a change of clothes and nutritional supplements prepared for him by Bulma. Are you truly decided? Shouldn't you reconsider? Bulma looked at Vegeta with a hint of reluctance. Stop nagging. Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest, turning his head away to avoid meeting Bulma's gaze. When have I ever changed my mind about a decision I've made? At this moment, I do not even possess the right to speak of dignity. That fool Kakarot is one thing, but even his son Gohan can transform into a Super Saiyan god, not to mention that guy Luo Feng. Bulma observed Vegeta's resolute profile and sighed, stepping forward to adjust the collar of his battle suit. Very well, my prince. Since you have made your decision, I shall support you. Rising on her toes, Bulma gently kissed Vegeta's cheek. But you must promise me, you will return safely. Trunks, and I will be waiting for you at home. Feeling the warmth on his cheek, Vegeta's face flushed. All right, I understand. Just then, the air shimmered slightly, and Whis' figure appeared in the courtyard. Ah, Mr. Vegeta, it seems you are ready. Whis, holding his staff, said with a smile. Mr. Whis, you've arrived. Bulma hurried to greet him. Breakfast is ready. Would you like some? No need, Miss Bulma. Whis waved his hand. On my way here, I stopped by the other end of the galaxy to sample a dessert called Nebula Honeydew, and I am quite full. He then tapped his staff, storing Bulma's prepared breakfast within its space. Whis glanced at Vegeta and smiled. Shall we depart now? Lord Beerus remains in slumber, providing the perfect opportunity to tidy his chamber and replace the bed linens that have accumulated over several decades. Upon hearing the mention of decades, Vegeta's lips involuntarily twitched. Thus, let us commence our journey. Whis gently tapped his staff upon the ground. Vegeta, take care. Bulma waved at him. Vegeta turned back, casting a deep gaze at Bulma before resolutely striding to Whis' side. A radiant column of multicolored light shot into the sky, enveloping the two. As the brilliance faded, Bulma found herself alone in the courtyard, gazing vacantly at the heavens. Is this the realm of the god of destruction? Vegeta was awestruck by the scene before him. The air seemed to be infused with a palpable energy, merely inhaling invigorated every cell within him. Indeed, Whis' voice echoed nearby. How do you feel? The energy density here is several hundred times that of Earth, making it exceptionally conducive for training. Indeed, Vegeta nodded in agreement. Training in such an environment will undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Well then, enough of this sentimentality. Whis' smile took on a hint of mischief. Before we begin the formal training, let us engage in a bit of warm-up. Whis gestured toward a distant structure. That is Lord Beerus' chamber. Your task today, Mr. Vegeta, is to clean it thoroughly, both inside and out. Vegeta's expression darkened instantly. And do be cautious, Whis added as if recalling something. There are numerous energy traps set by Lord Beerus surrounding the castle. A careless misstep could lead to considerable trouble. Furthermore, the castle houses invaluable collectibles. Damaging them would yield severe consequences once Lord Beerus awakens. With that, Whis smiled at Vegeta. Now, let us begin, Mr. Vegeta. This is your first lesson in enhancing your awareness and responsiveness to danger. With that, Whis vanished, leaving Vegeta standing alone, his expression shifting unpredictably. When had the Prince of Saiyans ever engaged in such menial labor? A surge of fury welled within him, He longed to obliterate everything before him with a single punch. Yet, Vegeta restrained himself. For the sake of power, he inhaled deeply, suppressing all his anger and resentment deep within. It is merely cleaning. I shall do it. This task is mine to undertake. Unbeknownst to him, Whis observed from the void behind him, wearing a look of approval. This Saiyan prince, though proud, indeed possesses the resolve to become a formidable warrior. Time swiftly passed amidst the monotony and hardship of training. In the blink of an eye, nearly a year had elapsed since Vegeta arrived in the realm of the god of destruction. Throughout this year, not a single day had he truly rested. Each morning commenced with the task of cleaning Beerus's castle, a place fraught with intricate mechanisms that had tested Vegeta's patience. After more than a month of adaptation, he gradually became accustomed to this seemingly simple, yet perilously demanding endeavor. Thanks to this endeavor, Vegeta's perception has become increasingly sharp, and his mastery over his own power has significantly improved. After tidying up the castle, he proceeded to receive Whis' special guidance. Whis' instruction differed markedly from any training Vegeta had previously encountered. Rather than teaching techniques or methods of harnessing energy, he imparted lessons that, to Vegeta, seemed utterly perplexing. For instance, he instructed Vegeta to balance on one foot atop a needle suspended over an abyss, standing there for an entire day. Or he would blindfold Vegeta and challenge him to catch ethereal fish darting through the high-speed realm of light. Vegeta, you must remember, Whis said, the power of the divine realm emanates from within. You must learn to make your energy vanish. Vanish. Vegeta pondered, bewildered. Indeed, vanish. Become one with it, while simultaneously rendering it imperceptible to others. When you can achieve this, you will have truly crossed the threshold into the divine realm. Whis' words were enigmatic and elusive. Initially, Vegeta found them incomprehensible. The power of a Saiyan is inherently tied to the eruption of emotions. Anger is the source of their strength. Now, Whis was instructing him to abandon anger and seek tranquility. This seemed utterly contradictory. Yet, Vegeta refrained from arguing, silently attempting again and again. Failure, then another attempt. More failure, and yet another try. Through relentless daily training, Vegeta's strength grew increasingly formidable, yet he remained unable to grasp the realm Whis spoke of. Chapter 145, Successful Training. Vegeta transforms into Super Saiyan Blue. Damn it, what must I do? Why can I not feel it? What nonsense is this tranquility? I am a Saiyan, a warrior race. Vegeta roared at the sky, venting his frustration. Oh dear, it seems you have encountered a bottleneck. Whis' figure appeared silently behind Vegeta. With a gentle laugh, he remarked, obsession, in itself, holds no intrinsic good or evil. It can serve as your shackles or as your driving force. The crux lies in whether you are controlled by it or whether you control it. Control it? Vegeta murmured to himself. Precisely. Whis' staff lightly tapped the air, conjuring an image before Vegeta's eyes. The scene depicted a fierce battle between Luo Feng and Beerus. Observe, Mr. Luo Feng. Whis' voice resonated gently. Does he not harbor obsessions? Yet he is not bound by them. Instead, he transforms those obsessions into a force of protection. After a lengthy pause, Vegeta gradually spoke. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He ceased to think of Kakarot, stopped contemplating Luo Feng, and let go of any thoughts regarding Saiyan pride. In his mind, there remained but one focus: to calm himself and merge his energy with his being. A wondrous sensation surged from the depths of Vegeta's heart. He felt himself intertwining with the surrounding air, merging with the entirety of the god of destruction's realm. A warm and potent divine aura began to flow gently from within Vegeta. Oh, a look of astonishment graced Whis' face. Had he finally succeeded? Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, gazing down at the aura radiating from his being. Is this the divine energy? He had achieved it. He had, through sheer determination, stepped onto the threshold of the divine realm. Congratulations, Mr. Vegeta, Whis approached him. You have finally brushed against the edge of divine existence, and it has come much sooner than I anticipated. This is the divine realm. Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling the solid and pure power coursing through him, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Indeed, it was entirely different from before. Ah, but this is merely the beginning, Whis chuckled. At present, you have only just grasped the ability to control and perceive divine energy. What you must learn next is how to wield this power to your advantage. How do I do that? Vegeta inquired eagerly. Quite simply, Whis gestured towards him. Attempt to transform into a Super Saiyan while in this state. Transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he sought to ignite the power within through anger. However, he quickly realized that this approach was futile. As he attempted to summon his rage, the tranquil divine energy within him would automatically quell his fury, preventing him from reaching the critical point of transformation. How can this be? Vegeta furrowed his brows. Did I not mention? The power of the divine realm is born from tranquility, Whis elucidated. You can no longer rely on the crude methods of the past to ignite your strength. What you need now is not an explosion, but control. Control? Indeed, control. Whis nodded. You must perfectly merge the divine energy within you with the strength of a Saiyan. They should not clash, but rather complement one another. This requires absolute mastery over your power. Vegeta nodded, somewhat understanding, and closed his eyes once more, focusing intently on the two energies within him. One was the inherent, ferocious battle energy of his Saiyan lineage, while the other was the calm and vast divine energy he had just begun to comprehend. Vegeta endeavored to gradually guide these two contrasting forces together. This process proved far more challenging than he had anticipated. The moment the two energies made contact, they repelled each other violently, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that wreaked havoc within him, causing him immense suffering. Vegeta cried out in agony, his body trembling violently. Do not rush. Take your time, Whis advised from the sidelines. Imagine that your body is a vessel. What you must do is not pour the two waters in and let them mix on their own, but rather guide them with your consciousness, merging them perfectly according to your will. Vegeta gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain within him, and began anew under Whis's guidance. He no longer forced the two powers to fuse, but instead gradually enveloped the Saiyan energy with divine energy, a process that demanded immense concentration. Beads of sweat, akin to small pearls, trickled down Vegeta's forehead, his complexion paling with each passing moment. Time slipped away, second by second, though the duration felt indefinite. Just as Vegeta sensed the brink of mental collapse, a new and immensely powerful aura erupted from within him. His dark hair stood erect, instantly illuminated by a dazzling azure glow. An ethereal blue flame enveloped his being entirely. Super Saiyan Blue. He had succeeded. A spark of astonishment flickered in Whis's eyes. Vegeta gazed at his hands, feeling an unprecedented, vast, and terrifying power coursing through him, leaving him momentarily awestruck. He had never felt so powerful before. How does it feel? Whis inquired with a smile. Incredible, Vegeta murmured, unprecedented strength. Whis lightly tapped his staff in the air. A flash of light revealed a blue figure, identical to Vegeta, composed of energy, hovering before them. This is an energy construct simulated with divine power, embodying all of your current strength, Whis explained. Go ahead, engage with it, and familiarize yourself with your newfound abilities. At last, an opportunity. Vegeta scoffed, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the next moment, he stood before the energy entity, delivering a devastating punch imbued with terrifying power. Boom. The two fists collided violently in midair, unleashing a shockwave of energy that radiated outward in all directions. The entire realm of destruction trembled. Beerus, roused from slumber by the commotion, turned restlessly in his castle, muttering about the noise before drifting back into deep sleep. The battle between Vegeta and the energy entity escalated to a fever pitch. The blue figures danced and clashed in the sky, each encounter igniting cataclysmic energy. The more Vegeta fought, the more exhilarated and astonished he became. The Super Saiyan Blue form not only possessed unfathomable strength, but also consumed far less stamina than the Super Saiyan form. His power seemed boundless. Vegeta shouted, seizing an opportunity to deliver a powerful kick that sent the energy entity hurtling away. Following this, he spread his arms wide, bringing his hands together at his chest. Final flash. A robust azure beam of energy erupted from his palms, instantly engulfing the figure of the energy entity. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated through the skies. When the light faded, the energy entity had vanished without a trace. Victory. Kakarot, wait for me. Next time we meet, I shall astonish you. Vegeta brimmed with confidence, having left Kakarot, still on Earth, far behind. Chapter 146. Has Vegeta been stealthily training? Goku is infuriated. Earth. A year has passed since Vegeta ventured to the realm of the gods of destruction. During this time, the planet has experienced a serene tranquility, devoid of any significant crises. Goku has been diligently honing his skills. Alas, how monotonous it has been. One day, having concluded his training, Goku felt a peculiar restlessness. He yearned for a spirited confrontation. The first name that sprang to his mind was Vegeta. I wonder how much stronger that guy has become over the past year. The more he pondered, the more impatient he grew. I must seek him out. Bulma, here I come. Before long, Goku's figure appeared in the courtyard of Capsule Corporation. Hey, Bulma. Goku greeted enthusiastically, waving at Bulma, who was enjoying afternoon tea on the lawn. Goku, what brings you here so suddenly? Bulma exclaimed, startled by his unexpected arrival. I'm here to find Vegeta for a spar. Goku asserted confidently. Where is he? I can't sense his energy. Vegeta? A flicker of unease crossed Bulma's eyes. She set down her teacup and replied somewhat evasively. Oh, he is out training. Training? Where did he go? Goku inquired curiously. A very distant place, Bulma answered vaguely. She had promised Vegeta to keep his whereabouts a secret. That proud warrior would certainly not want Goku to know he was serving as a subordinate to the god of destruction in exchange for training opportunities. A distant place? Goku closed his eyes, concentrating intently to sense Vegeta's energy. Oddly enough, he felt nothing. Upon opening his eyes, his confusion deepened. Bulma, where on earth has Vegeta gone? Could something have happened? Impossible. He is perfectly fine. Bulma raised her voice slightly out of nervousness. He has just gone to a rather special location for training. One that shields all energy signatures, which is why you can't sense him. Oh, I see. Goku nodded, somewhat understanding but still unwilling to relent. When will he return? It's been nearly a year since we last sparred. I feel like I'm rusting away. I can't say for certain. Bulma shook her head. It could be soon, or it might take a while. A while. Goku's face instantly fell. That won't he do? I can't wait that long. He leaned closer to Bulma, his expression pleading. Please, just tell me where Vegeta is. I promise I'll only go to spar with him, and won't he cause any trouble. I've already said I don't know. Bulma was beginning to feel overwhelmed by his persistence. You must know. Goku pressed on. Whenever you lie, your eyes dart to the left. You just glanced that way 3 times. I didn't tea. Bulma's face flushed, internally cursing Goku for becoming so perceptive. You're imagining things. Sun Wukong, like a child. Incessantly pressed for answers. Please tell me. Bulma, are we not good friends? Can you bear to watch me languish in boredom alone? Father has gone to a remarkable place. Just as Bulma was on the verge of yielding, a tender voice chimed in from the side. It was little Trunks, clutching a toy robot as he dashed out of the villa. Trunks. Bulma's heart skipped a beat. A remarkable place? Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. He scooped up Trunks and, with a grin, inquired, Trunks, quickly tell Uncle where your father has gone. Mom won't let me say. Trunks glanced at Bulma, hesitating. It's all right. Just whisper it to Uncle. I promise I won't tell anyone else, Sun Wukong coaxed gently. Really? Absolutely. Pinky swear. Okay then. Trunks leaned close to Sun Wukong's ear, whispering, Dad went to a place called the God of Destruction's Realm to train with Whis. The God of Destruction's Realm? Whis. Upon hearing these 2 names, Sun Wukong froze in disbelief. Isn't that? Bulma covered her face, letting out a desperate groan. It's over, all over. That little traitor. The God of Destruction's Realm. Sun Wukong echoed, his expression shifting from confusion to shock, and finally to uncontrollable rage. Whis. That guy Vegeta has gone to train with the God of Destruction? Sun Wukong abruptly turned to Bulma. Bulma, is this true? At this point, further concealment was futile. Bulma sighed, resigned, and nodded. It is true. Damn it. Sun Wukong jumped up in fury, pacing irritably on the lawn, muttering incessantly. That cunning Vegeta. So very cunning. Sneaking off to such a formidable place to train without inviting me. I thought of him as my greatest rival. Yet he secretly took the opportunity for himself. This is outrageous. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, feeling deeply betrayed. While he toiled tirelessly in training, Vegeta was honing his skills under the guidance of an angel. The disparity was only widening. No, absolutely not. I must go too. Sun Wukong halted abruptly, looking at Bulma with unwavering determination. Bulma, you have a way to contact that Whis, right? Hurry, help me reach him. I want to train in the God of Destruction's realm. Bulma looked at Sun Wukong, bemused and exasperated. Wukong, do you think the God of Destruction's realm is just any place you can visit at will? Vegeta paid a significant price for this opportunity. She recalled Vegeta's subservient bow, nearly touching the ground in humility. Paid a price? What price? Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. As long as I can become stronger. I would pay any price. Bulma hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against revealing Vegeta's dark past, fearing that the proud prince would return to settle the score with her. After all, it wouldn't be so simple. I'll just wait here for 2 days, Bulma declared. Mr. Whis had expressed a keen interest in Earth's cuisine, and according to his last statement, he would be coming regularly to collect some delicacies. Considering the time, it should be just a couple of days now. Thus, you can comfortably wait here for him to arrive, and when he does, you can approach him yourself. Chapter 147. Goku heads to the God of Destruction realm for training. All right. I'll wait right here, Goku declared, resolutely plopping himself down on the grass. What has 2 days to wait? To reach the God of Destruction realm and catch up with that cunning Vegeta, I would wait even 20 days. Consequently, Goku spent the ensuing days either eating and sleeping or anxiously guarding the courtyard, gazing at the sky in a daze. Goku, you don't have to stay here all the time, Bulma said, offering him a glass of juice. When Mr. Whis arrives, I'll notify you immediately. No way, Goku exclaimed, downing the juice in one go. I have to see Whis the moment he comes. What if he takes the food and leaves? I can't afford to miss him. Bulma shook her head in resignation, too weary to argue further. Oh, will he even come? Goku had already been waiting for nearly a week. Yet Whis hadn't made an appearance. Just then, a brilliant flash streaked across the sky. A vibrant pillar of light descended, landing in the center of the courtyard. Goku sprang to his feet in a burst of energy, his face alight with joy. He's here. Whis has finally arrived. As the radiance dissipated, Whis's elegant figure materialized before Goku. Ah, Miss Bulma, I have come to collect this week's dessert. Mr. Whis. Before Bulma could speak, Goku dashed forward to Whis. Oh, Mr. Goku? Whis raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise at the sight of the eager Saiyan before him. What a rare guest. Are you here specifically to wait for me? Yes, yes. Goku beamed with a sycophantic grin. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Oh, waiting for me? Whis asked knowingly. Is there something you need? Goku rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit bashful. I heard that Vegeta is training with you in the God of Destruction realm. Indeed, Whis nodded. Then, could I possibly join you as well? Goku finally voiced his true intention, looking at Whis with eager anticipation. I want to grow stronger. Please, take me with you. Whis observed Goku's impatient demeanor and secretly chuckled. However, he did not acquiesce immediately, instead responding leisurely. Mr. Goku, the God of Destruction realm is not exactly a tourist destination. You know, the training there is exceedingly rigorous. I'm not afraid of hardship, Goku declared, thumping his chest confidently. No matter how tough the training is, I can endure it. Is that so? Aside from cultivation, you may also have some chores to attend to, such as washing Lord Beerus's garments and mopping the floor. No problem. Without a moment's hesitation, Son Goku readily agreed. Whis looked on, somewhat speechless. These Saiyans truly spare no effort in their quest for strength. However, Mr. Luo Feng stands as an exception. Just as Whis was contemplating, Bulma approached, carrying a grand, aromatic strawberry cake. Mr. Whis, you have worked tirelessly. This is a dreamlike strawberry mille-feuille, crafted exclusively for you by our company's newly hired world-renowned pastry chef. Please, do indulge. Bulma placed the cake on the table before Whis, subtly signaling to Son Goku. Instantly, Whis's gaze was captivated by the exquisite dessert. The rich aroma of cream intertwined with the sweet tart scent of strawberries filled his nostrils. Gurgle. Whis's stomach audibly protested. Ahem. Bulma seized the moment to speak. Mr. Whis, look, Goku is earnest. You are well aware of his talent. Allowing him to train alongside Vegeta would not only provide companionship, but also foster mutual growth. Wouldn't it be more beneficial? He is indeed a promising candidate for cultivation. And perhaps he may yield unexpected surprises. Very well. Under the relentless charm of the delectable dessert and Bulma's eloquent persuasion, Whis finally relented. He picked up a fork, elegantly sliced a piece of cake, and savored it. The sweet cream combined with the fresh strawberry pulp melted on his tongue. The delightful flavor caused Whis to blissfully squint his eyes. In light of Ms. Bulma's sincere offering, I shall make an exception this once. Whis remarked leisurely while enjoying the cake. Hooray! This is fantastic. Son Goku leapt with excitement. Thank you, Mr. Whis. Thank you, Bulma. However, I must make one thing clear. Whis set down his fork, looking intently at Son Goku with a serious expression. Once you enter the realm of the Destroyer, you must heed my instructions. If either of you dares to cause trouble and awaken Lord Beerus, I will not hesitate to send you both back to Earth. Rest assured, I promise to behave. Son Goku quickly assured him. That's good to hear. Whis nodded in satisfaction, You may return and prepare. I will come to fetch you tomorrow morning. No need to prepare. I can leave right now. Son Goku was already brimming with eagerness. Oh ho ho ho. You are indeed quite impatient. Whis chuckled lightly. Very well. Since you are so eager, let us depart at once. With that, he stood, packing the remaining cake along with the plate into his dimensional space. Well then, Ms. Bulma, we take our leave. I look forward to your next culinary delight. Mr. Whis, you are always welcome. Bulma smiled, waving goodbye. Son Goku excitedly moved to Whis' side. Whis gently tapped his staff on the ground. The vibrant beams of light soared into the sky once more. As the radiance dissipated, the figures of two individuals vanished within the courtyard. Bulma gazed at the empty space, releasing a long sigh of relief. At last, she had seen Sun Wukong off. She hoped that both he and Vegeta would not cause any havoc in the realm of destruction. As the light faded, Sun Wukong found himself in an entirely new environment. Wow, is this the realm of destruction? Incredible, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his curiosity akin to that of a child venturing into a new city, eagerly surveying his surroundings. Excitedly absorbing everything around him, he suddenly lifted his head, focusing intently in one direction. Found it. Vegeta's energy. Although Vegeta's aura had become considerably more subdued and powerful than before, Sun Wukong instantly recognized it. Vegeta, here I come, he shouted, forgetting even to greet Whis, transforming into a golden streak of light as he dashed towards Vegeta's location. Chapter 148. Stop struggling, Kakarot. You have already been left far behind. Oh dear. What a hasty one, Whis remarked, shaking his head in exasperation as he observed Sun Wukong's retreating figure. At that moment, Vegeta was engaged in his daily training regimen. Clad only in black training pants, he was adorned with hundreds of weighted rings made from ultra-dense metal. Supporting himself with one hand, he performed push-ups. Since mastering Super Saiyan Blue, Whis had elevated Vegeta's training to a new level, which Vegeta embraced wholeheartedly. He could distinctly feel himself growing stronger at an unprecedented pace. Just as Vegeta completed his 10,000th push-up, a familiar aura rapidly approached him from afar. He looked up towards the sky, his brow furrowing in discontent. This feeling is Kakarot. What is he doing here? In the next moment, Sun Wukong descended from the heavens, landing heavily before Vegeta. Boom. Vegeta, I finally found you, Sun Wukong exclaimed, observing Vegeta's disheveled appearance and bursting into laughter. Vegeta's expression darkened instantly at the sight of the grinning fool before him. Kakarot, how on earth did you get here? How did he find his way? Of course, I followed Mr. Whis here, Sun Wukong replied with unwavering confidence. Vegeta, how could you be so inconsiderate? You sneaked off to this splendid place to train without inviting me. Were you planning to secretly grow stronger and leave me behind? At being so accurately called out, Vegeta's face flushed red, his gaze wavering. He indeed harbored such intentions. I just Vegeta's lips moved as he sought an excuse. What just? Sun Wukong pressed. I simply forgot. In a moment of desperation, Vegeta could only muster a reason that even he found hard to believe. Forgot? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. Could such a thing truly be forgotten? Vegeta, do you take me for a mere child? Humph. So what if I have forgotten? Vegeta stubbornly refused to admit it. In any case, there was no use in further explanation now. Vegeta decided to embrace the situation with a sense of resignation. You fool, Sun Wukong remarked, observing Vegeta's defiant demeanor, which only fueled his anger. However, Sun Wukong soon cast aside his annoyance. Vegeta, you seem to have grown significantly stronger. A fierce fighting spirit ignited within his eyes. It had been far too long since they had sparred. Come, let us engage in battle. With that, Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance, preparing to strike. Vegeta, witnessing Sun Wukong's eager anticipation, silently removed the weighted rings from his body. A thunderous sound echoed as hundreds of rings fell to the ground, creating deep, bottomless craters upon impact. Kakarot, you remain the same as ever, a fool who knows nothing but combat. Yet, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my training over the past year. Let me demonstrate the vast chasm that now separates us. A powerful aura surged from Vegeta as he and Sun Wukong faced each other. Vegeta, you truly have concealed your strength well, Sun Wukong remarked, flexing his wrists with a grin. But that makes it all the more exhilarating. Winning in one blow would be rather dull, wouldn't it? Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms with an elevated chin. casting a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong, his pride as a Saiyan prince evident in that moment. Kakarot, spare me the chatter. I am no longer the person I was a year ago. His voice resonated with unshakable confidence. Today, you shall clearly see the enormous gap that lies between us. Heh, is that so? I am quite thrilled. Just as his words faded, Sun Wukong's body trembled with energy. A golden aura erupted, enveloping him entirely. His once black hair transformed into a brilliant gold, standing upright, while his emerald eyes burned with fierce determination. Let us warm up in this state, Vegeta, Sun Wukong shouted, launching himself forward with a powerful push. The ground cracked beneath him as he shot towards Vegeta like a golden cannonball, moving with unprecedented speed, leaving only a golden blur in his wake. However, confronted with this ferocious attack, Vegeta simply uttered 3 calm words, too far off, as his own golden aura ignited. Vegeta's presence felt even more solid and weighty than Sun Wukong's. Boom. Sun Wukong was taken aback as his seemingly unstoppable punch was effortlessly caught by Vegeta with a single hand. What? A shock coursed through Sun Wukong. He could sense the terrifying power emanating from Vegeta's hand, a force he found utterly unshakable. Is this all you've got, Kakarot? Vegeta grinned, expressing his profound disappointment. With a swift motion of his wrist, he seized Goku's fist and forcefully flung him away. Goku was sent hurtling through the air. Infuriatingly, he managed to rise. Shaking off the numbing sensation in his arm, his expression now grave for the first time. How formidable! Vegeta's strength in his Super Saiyan form surpasses mine to such an extent. Show me your true abilities, Kakarot. As Vegeta advanced towards Goku, he warned, or else this battle shall come to an abrupt end. Do not underestimate me. Goku bellowed, his energy surging once more. A fierce golden aura enveloped him, crackling with countless golden sparks. Super Saiyan 2. How about this, Vegeta? In response, Vegeta's own energy escalated, as he too transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The two mighty yet distinctly different auras clashed in midair, unleashing visible shockwaves that radiated outward. Come again. Goku launched another attack. Chapter 149, Vegeta's Pride. I have finally surpassed you, Kakarot. This time, Goku's speed and power ascended to an unprecedented level. Their golden forms engaged in a fierce aerial duel. Fists and feet colliding, each impact resonating with thunderous booms and powerful energy shockwaves. However, the battle did not unfold as Goku had anticipated. Despite exerting all his strength, he remained at a disadvantage against Vegeta, who executed each attack with effortless precision. Why is this happening? After yet another exchange of blows, Goku was pushed back by Vegeta's overwhelming force, confusion flooding his mind. Do you still not understand, Kakarot? Vegeta remarked, sending Goku flying with a kick. Under Lord Whis' guidance, I have mastered the art of maximizing every ounce of power, while you remain stagnant. Frustrated, Goku took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Then I shall shatter your so-called technique with absolute power. Goku began to gather all his energy, preparing for his most potent transformation. A colossal surge of power erupted from within him, as his golden hair grew wildly, cascading down to his waist. In the distance, Whis, elegantly savoring his tea, raised an eyebrow upon sensing this energy. Oh my, Mr. Goku, are you finally unleashing your trump card? Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta, are you satisfied now? This is my strongest form to date. Facing Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form, Vegeta remained unfazed. The strongest form? Vegeta shook his head, a hint of pity in his tone. Kakarot, is this all you can muster? What do you mean? Goku exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. It means... Vegeta replied slowly, retracting his golden aura. This superficial transformation, which merely expends energy without purpose, is nothing but rubbish in my eyes. Now, allow me to demonstrate what true power in the realm of the gods entails. As his words echoed, a vibrant azure aura erupted from within Vegeta, starkly contrasting the previous display. An unprecedented sense of oppression enveloped the battlefield, leaving Goku momentarily paralyzed, his mind blank. What is this? Goku's voice trembled slightly as he recognized the familiar tone akin to that of Luo Feng. Super Saiyan Blue. Kakarot, the game is over. In the next instant, Vegeta vanished from sight. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Vegeta's fist struck Goku squarely in the abdomen. Guh! A bitter taste surged forth from Goku's mouth, and his once golden hair instantly reverted to black under the force of the blow. His consciousness plunged into darkness. Vegeta withdrew his fist, supporting the unconscious Goku before him. In this moment, the Saiyan Prince Vegeta had once more surpassed Kakarot, leaving him far behind. Whis, holding a cup of red tea, gazed at the proud blue figure from a distance, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Ah, it seems Mr. Vegeta's year of training has yielded remarkable results. With a gentle wave of his staff, Whis lifted the unconscious Goku, gradually bringing him closer. He then touched Goku's forehead with a finger, channeling a warm energy into his body. Goku groaned, slowly opening his eyes. Vegeta. In an instant, Goku sprang to his feet, his face devoid of any disappointment from defeat, instead brimming with uncontainable excitement and curiosity. He dashed toward Vegeta, circling him like an inquisitive child. Impressive. Vegeta. Super Saiyan Blue? How did you achieve this? Teach me. Goku's rapid-fire questions caused veins to pop on Vegeta's forehead, who had just been reveling in his victory. Does this fool not feel any shame in defeat? Is his mind capable of grasping anything beyond strength in battle? Keep your distance, Kakarot. Vegeta waved his hand impatiently, reverting from Super Saiyan Blue to his normal state. Don't be so petty, Vegeta. Goku persisted, approaching with a beaming smile. Aren't we the best of rivals? Now that you have grown stronger, I have to catch up. Please, tell me your training secrets. This power is the result of my hellish training. Vegeta, with his neck held high and a proud expression, would never casually divulge this secret. He relished the sensation. Once, he had always been the one trailing behind, desperately chasing after Kakarot's shadow. Each time he believed he had finally caught up, or even surpassed his rival, that fool would unleash an even greater strength, leaving him in the dust once more. The feelings of helplessness and defeat nearly crushed this proud prince. Yet today, at last, the tables had turned. It was his turn, Vegeta, to stand atop the peak, gazing down at his opponent. The sensation was indescribably exhilarating. His heart brimmed with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment as he observed the eager expression on Kakarot's face, feeding his vanity immensely. However, another figure surfaced in his mind, Luo Feng. That individual was the true mountain looming over him. Even the god of destruction, Beerus, was no match for him. The power Vegeta possessed now would likely pale in comparison to that monstrous being. With this thought, his momentary pride diminished significantly. No, it is insufficient. I must grow stronger. I must surpass Luo Feng and truly become the strongest in the universe. Vegeta? Vegeta? Noticing Vegeta's prolonged silence, Goku waved a hand before his eyes. What are you thinking about so intently? It's nothing. Vegeta snapped back to reality and replied coldly, Kakarot, don't waste your efforts. The realm of the gods is a level of training that someone with your simplistic mind cannot comprehend. The realm of the gods. Goku's eyes lit up as he keenly caught this keyword. So that blue transformation is the power of the realm of the gods. Amazing. How did you enter that realm? Did you need the help of several others like Gohan? No. Wait, you've always been here alone. Goku scratched his head in confusion. Chapter 150. Goku joins the training. The path to the realm of the gods begins. I am not like you who relies on others' strength, Vegeta scoffed. I entered the realm of the gods through my own merit. Wow, on your own. Goku's eyes sparkled with envy. Vegeta, you are incredible. This heartfelt praise nearly sent Vegeta's tail soaring into the sky. Clearing his throat, Vegeta feigned a deep demeanor and said, this requires absolute mastery over one's power, along with achieving a state of absolute tranquility within. A barbarian like you, who can only unleash power through anger, will never grasp this. A calm inner mastery. Goku nodded thoughtfully. Though still somewhat baffled, he began to understand. Vegeta. Goku's eyes ignited with fervor once more as he looked at Vegeta with utmost seriousness, deeply bowing. I beg you, take me along in your training. I too wish to grow stronger. I want to step into the realm of the gods. As long as I can grow stronger, I am willing to do anything you ask. No way. Vegeta stubbornly rejected him, his demeanor unyielding. What nonsense is this? I have only just surpassed you. How could I allow you to catch up so easily? Please, Vegeta. Goku lifted his head, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. If we train together, we can mutually enhance each other, can't we? You can always count on me as your sparring partner. Look how resilient I am. Training alone is so dull. With my company, you might even find some amusement. I beg you, Vegeta. Goku, without a shred of shame, began to cling to him relentlessly. Vegeta's face grew increasingly dark. This fellow is truly like an unyielding adhesive. Leave. Not a chance. Unless you agree to my terms, I command you to leave. I refuse. Meanwhile, Whis observed the two Saiyans bickering like children, shaking his head in resignation. Sipping his red tea leisurely, he finally spoke. Mr. Vegeta, I believe that Mr. Goku has a point. Both Vegeta and Goku halted, turning their attention to Whis. The path of training is inherently monotonous. Having a worthy rival to compete with and spur each other on is beneficial for both parties. Whis smiled, adding, moreover, if you two train together, who knows what unexpected surprises it might bring me. Whis' words plunged Vegeta into contemplation. Indeed, although he had surpassed Kakarot, he still had a long way to go to catch up with Luo Feng. Solely relying on solitary training would undoubtedly slow his progress. And while Kakarot might be somewhat simple-minded, his talent and potential are undeniable. Having him nearby would indeed provide a significant source of pressure and motivation. With this thought, Vegeta wavered. He looked at Goku's pleading expression, pondering for a long while before finally conceding. Very well. Hooray. That is wonderful. Goku leaped 3 feet into the air in excitement. Thank you, Vegeta. You are truly a good person. Don't celebrate too early. Vegeta interjected coldly, interrupting Goku's cheers. If you wish to train with me, you must agree to several conditions. No problem. Name as many as you like. I will comply. Goku thumped his chest, making a loud promise. First, Vegeta raised a finger, declaring, from today onward, here, everything must adhere to my commands. No dissent allowed. All right. Second, Vegeta raised another finger, stating, you must not act on your own or disrupt things with your barbaric methods. No problem. Third, a mischievous smile crept onto Vegeta's face. During the period I instruct you in training, you shall be responsible for all our chores. This includes cleaning, laundry, everything. He intended to let this fellow experience the hardships he once endured. Huh, I have to do chores too? Goku's face fell. What? You unwilling? Vegeta's eyes narrowed. No. I am willing. Goku quickly waved his hands, declaring that he would do anything to grow stronger. Humph, now that is more like it. Vegeta nodded with satisfaction. As Goku and Vegeta commenced their fresh training in the realm of the gods of destruction, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, Luo Feng lounged leisurely on the balcony of his villa, basking in the afternoon sun. Android 18 sat beside him, and the two enjoyed the warmth together. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the scent of fresh grass. Everything felt so tranquil and harmonious. Ah, this is the essence of life, Luo Feng sighed contentedly, squinting against the sunlight. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind, announcing the activation of a system notification. Ding. Special mission initiated. A special mission? Mission description. The host's disciple, Son Gohan, has become complacent due to neglecting his training, engrossed in domestic life, resulting in a severe decline in his potential. His current strength is insufficient to confront future adversaries that may arise. Mission requirement. Prevent Son Gohan from becoming Goku's son. Escort him to the realm of the gods of destruction, and ensure he trains alongside Goku and others until he attains the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. Mission reward. The host's base battle power will be increased to 15 billion. Indeed, Gohan possesses extraordinary potential, and it would be a tremendous waste for it to languish. The last time he transformed into a Super Saiyan God and battled Beerus, it was evident that he had scarcely trained during his marriage. If this continues, he is not far from becoming Goku's son. Taking Gohan to the realm of the gods of destruction to train alongside Goku and others is an ideal opportunity to elevate his strength to the Super Saiyan Blue level. Furthermore, the reward is quite remarkable, 15 billion base battle power. His current base is 10 billion. Completing this mission would yield an astonishing increase of 5 billion. Such a sum is not insignificant. The reward from the system is indeed enticing. Luo Feng sat up, took a bite of the apple that Android 18 handed him. I'm going to visit Gohan for a bit. I have something to discuss with him. I'll return shortly. After finishing the apple in a few bites, Luo Feng stood up. In the next moment, he activated instant transmission, vanishing from his spot. Chapter 151. Special Mission. Gohan's Journey to the Realm of the Gods of Destruction. Meanwhile, Gohan was strolling in the park with Videl, pushing a baby carriage. Little Pan was peacefully sleeping inside. Gohan gazed at his gentle wife and their adorable daughter, a blissful smile gracing his face. He cherished this peaceful life, devoid of battles and bloodshed. Just then, Luo Feng's figure materialized before Gohan and Videl. Master. Ah, Gohan, Videl. Luo Feng smiled as he observed Gohan, who wore black-framed glasses and appeared scholarly. Looks like life is treating you well. Master, what brings you here? Gohan stammered, adjusting his glasses nervously. Why can't I be here? Luo Feng replied with a hint of exasperation. I came to check on my disciple. Is that not permissible? And no, of course it is. I was just surprised. Gohan quickly clarified. All right, enough of the pleasantries. Luo Feng stated directly, come with me. Where are we going? To a place conducive to cultivation. There, you shall become stronger. Gohan cast a glance at his companion, Videl, and the infant, Pan, in the stroller, his expression revealing a hint of distress. Master, but I still need to accompany Videl and Pan. Luo Feng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Do you intend to remain in this state of stagnation indefinitely? Stagnation? Gohan looked at Luo Feng, bewildered. Master, I do not comprehend your meaning. My current life is satisfactory. I am content. Gohan, do you recall our last confrontation with Beerus? Your strength has significantly waned. Your training has lapsed profoundly during this period. Gohan's lips moved. Yet no words emerged, for Luo Feng's assertion was undeniably true. He had not practiced in far too long, and his body had grown unaccustomed to combat. This truth had become apparent during his last battle with Lord Beerus. Indeed, Earth appears tranquil under our watch. However, who can assure us that foes akin to Frieza or Majin Buu, or even more formidable adversaries, will not arise in the future? If I am not present, and neither is your father nor Vegeta, what will you do? Will you merely stand by and witness the destruction of all you hold dear at the hands of merciless enemies? Master, do you remember, Gohan? Luo Feng interrupted him, his voice deepening ominously. The future world of Trunks. Gohan's body trembled at the mention of that world. Tell me, Gohan. Luo Feng locked eyes with him. Do you wish for such a future to manifest in our world? No, I do not. Gohan bellowed, recalling the despairing future. He glanced at Videl, his eyes brimming with regret. Videl, I am sorry. Though Videl felt a profound reluctance, she supported her husband's decision. Go ahead, she smiled, adjusting Gohan's collar. Pan, and I will be here waiting for your return. Yes, Gohan nodded earnestly. He bent down and gently kissed his sleeping daughter's forehead. Master, I am ready. Turning to Luo Feng, Gohan bowed deeply. Please, take me to train. No matter how arduous or grueling it may be, I shall endure. Observing his disciple, whose fighting spirit had finally reignited, Luo Feng beamed with satisfaction. Excellent. This is the demeanor befitting my disciple, Luo Feng. He patted Gohan's shoulder. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to suffer for long. Now let us depart. Luo Feng placed his hand on Gohan's shoulder. In the next instant, both figures vanished from their location in a flash of light. To Gohan's astonishment, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar realm. This is the realm of the Destroyer. Luo Feng remarked nonchalantly, the territory of Beerus, the destroyer of Universe 7. Master has brought me to such a place. Just as Gohan was still reeling from the shock, familiar scents approached rapidly from afar. Oh, Luo Feng, you have arrived. The newcomer was none other than Sun Wukong. Behind him followed a displeased Vegeta and a smiling Whis. Huh, Gohan. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise upon noticing Gohan beside Luo Feng. What brings you here? Dad, Uncle Vegeta? Gohan, bewildered, looked at his father and Vegeta, questioning their presence. We are, of course, here to train. Sun Wukong stated matter-of-factly. Kakarot, be quiet. Vegeta shot him a glare before turning his attention to Luo Feng. What reason could Luo Feng have for bringing Gohan here? Oh my, how lively it is. Whis approached gracefully, casting a glance at Gohan, his face revealing interest. Mr. Luo Feng, have you brought Mr. Gohan here to join in the training? Indeed, Luo Feng nodded. My disciple possesses great potential, yet he is exceedingly lazy. If he doesn't practice, he risks becoming utterly useless. Luo Feng's words caused Gohan's face to redden instantly. Sun Wukong excitedly ran to Gohan, patting him on the shoulder. Wonderful, Gohan. You've finally come to your senses and returned to training. Sun Wukong's face beamed with satisfaction. You cannot imagine how anxious I've been during your years of neglecting your training. Dad, Gohan felt warmth surge within him at his father's sincere smile. Humph, only now do you think of training. Doesn't that seem a bit late? Vegeta interjected coldly, arms crossed, his tone dripping with disdain. Gohan clenched his fists, lowering his head, unable to retort. Vegeta, how can you speak to Gohan like that? Sun Wukong expressed his discontent on behalf of his son. I am merely stating a fact. Vegeta replied expressionlessly. This is a world for the strong, where the weak have no value. All right. Let us all tone it down a bit. Whis interjected to ease the tension, smiling as he looked at Gohan. Mr. Gohan, do not underestimate yourself. Your potential is considerable. With dedicated training, catching up to them is not an impossible task. Whis' words offered Gohan a glimmer of comfort. He raised his head, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Yes, I will strive to do my best. Name: Luo Feng. Combat power: normal state 15 billion. Combat power: Super Saiyan Blue state 180 trillion. Divine realm. Early stage of the 7th dimension. Core skills: Ultra Instinct, Divine Secret Technique. Forced Energy Sphere, Dragon Fist, Tenfold Kaioken, no side effects. Instant Transmission, Kaioshin version. Some basic skills have been folded. Passive Divine Skill. Destruction God Immunity, completely immune to any form of destruction energy attacks. Chapter 152, Luo Feng and Whis. A friendly spar. Ding. Special mission released. Just as Luo Feng watched with keen interest as Wukong and the others received guidance from Whis, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. A special mission? Luo Feng felt a stir of excitement. Task description: the host has arrived at the God of Destruction realm, a place abundant in energy and the very core of the 7th universe, making it an ideal ground for trials. The angel Whis, a formidable being at the pinnacle of the 8th dimension, stands as the most powerful mentor accessible to the host at present. Task requirement: engage in a friendly spar with Whis, showcasing one's strength to the best of one's ability in order to earn Whis' recognition. Task reward: destruction energy. Destruction energy? The moment Luo Feng laid eyes on the task reward, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the signature ability of Lord Beerus, a force capable of utterly obliterating both matter and soul, one of the most supreme powers in the universe. Having watched Beerus wield it previously, Luo Feng had been envious. To his astonishment, the system had issued such a task today, with this as the reward. The task required a spar with Whis, aligning perfectly with Luo Feng's desires. On Earth, even a slight movement could potentially shatter the planet, leaving him unable to fully unleash his abilities. The God of Destruction realm, without a doubt, was the most suitable battleground. As for Whis, a slight smile crept onto Luo Feng's lips. Who could be a more fitting sparring partner than an angel? This task, I shall accept. Luo Feng resolved without a moment's hesitation in his heart. He withdrew his gaze from observing Goku and the others and turned towards Whis, who was leisurely sipping tea nearby. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan also noticed Luo Feng's actions, halting their training out of curiosity. Mr. Whis, Luo Feng approached Whis, wearing his customary calm smile. Oh my, Mr. Luo Feng, what brings you here? Whis elegantly inquired, setting down his teacup. Having come all the way to the God of Destruction realm, the environment here is simply splendid, Luo Feng began with a polite remark, before seamlessly transitioning to the crux of the matter. Mr. Whis, how about we engage in a spar? Upon hearing this, the entire scene was struck with astonishment. What? Goku was the first to voice his surprise, his eyes widening like saucers. Luo Feng intended to fight Mr. Whis? Was this for real? Vegeta, equally astonished, wondered just how much Luo Feng's strength had progressed to dare issue such a challenge. Gohan swallowed nervously, his master's actions always so unpredictably bold. On Earth, I constantly worry about potentially damaging the planet and find myself holding back, Luo Feng continued. Here in the God of Destruction realm, it should be fine, right? Whis, upon hearing Luo Feng's suggestion, displayed a hint of surprise. He scrutinized Luo Feng from head to toe, seemingly attempting to glean something from him. Moments later, a smile of intrigue blossomed on Whis' face. Oh ho ho, Mr. Luo Feng, you certainly know how to keep me occupied, he chuckled lightly, rising to his feet as he gently tapped his staff, causing it to vanish from sight. However, your proposal is indeed quite interesting. I have not had the chance to stretch my limbs in a while. Whis graciously accepted, looking at Luo Feng with a playful wink. Just a friendly reminder. I am quite strong, you know. Just what I desire. Luo Feng grinned, his fighting spirit beginning to surge. Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan promptly took flight to a distant location, wary of being drawn into the battle between these two titans. Each of their faces bore an expression of anticipation. This was one of the most elite confrontations in the 7th universe, and witnessing it firsthand would undoubtedly benefit their training immensely. Now, Mr. Luo Feng, please proceed, Whis elegantly gestured, indicating that Luo Feng could commence at any moment. Then I shall not hold back. Luo Feng inhaled deeply, unleashing the power that surged within him. Here we go. Boom. A surge of azure energy erupted from Luo Feng's being, reminiscent of a volcanic explosion, sending tremors throughout the entire God of Destruction realm. A brilliant blue radiance enveloped Luo Feng's form, Super Saiyan Blue at full power. How astonishing! From afar, Wukong felt the immense pressure and couldn't help but exclaim. This is far stronger than the Super Saiyan Blue transformation Vegeta achieved earlier. Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression gravely serious. The gap in their strength appeared to widen yet again. Let us go, Mr. Whis. Luo Feng shouted, his figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared before Whis, delivering a devastating punch imbued with terrifying power. In the face of this almost instantaneous strike, Whis merely smiled, leaning back slightly and evading at an incredible angle, narrowly escaping the blow. Oh my, how swift! Luo Feng, undeterred by the miss, continued his relentless assault. Fists, feet, elbows, and knees transformed into a myriad of afterimages, converging upon Whis from all directions. Bang, 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 bang. The air was filled with the deep thuds of impact. Each collision sent ripples through the surrounding space. Yet, Whis maintained a composed demeanor, effortlessly dodging all of Luo Feng's attacks. Damn, I can't land a hit, Luo Feng thought, astonished by the vastness of Whis' prowess. In response, he suddenly retreated, distancing himself from Whis. Closing his eyes, he gradually reined in the seething energy enveloping him. When he reopened his eyes, an entirely different aura emanated from him, a silvery glow replacing the previous azure. Autonomous Ultra Instinct. Wukong and Vegeta's pupils constricted simultaneously. This was the form in which Luo Feng had once fought to a standstill against Lord Beerus. Oh, Whis observed Luo Feng's transformation, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. It seems Mr. Luo Feng has grown even stronger in this state of autonomous Ultra Instinct. Upon entering this state, Luo Feng's entire demeanor shifted. Every movement of his body now followed the instinctual flow of combat. Whoosh! Luo Feng's figure vanished once more, this time faster than before. A glimmer of approval flashed in Whis' eyes. He no longer simply evaded but extended his palm to meet Luo Feng's strike. Ding! Luo Feng's fist met Whis' hand, and an invisible shockwave radiated outward, stirring the distant lake into tumultuous waves. He blocked it. Luo Feng felt a jolt of realization surge within him. Mr. Luo Feng, your physical reactions are indeed remarkably swift, remarked Whis with a smile. As soon as the words left his lips, Whis' figure suddenly moved, his finger pointing towards Luo Feng's chest. This seemingly unremarkable gesture, executed with moderate speed, elicited an instinctive sense of extreme danger within Luo Feng. His body instinctively sought to evade, only to find that the surrounding space felt as if it had solidified, rendering escape impossible. With no other choice, Luo Feng crossed his arms, bracing himself for the impact. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Luo Feng was propelled backward like a cannonball, hurtling over 1,000 meters before finally coming to a halt. As he lowered his arms, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through them, his blood surging violently. How formidable! Is this the power of an angel? Chapter 153. Surpassing the God of Destruction? The astounding evaluation from Whis. That seemingly ordinary finger from Whis contained an incredible force and level, far surpassing the destructive aura of Beerus' previous attack. It was a manifestation of returning to simplicity, an embodiment of power utilized to its utmost potential. Although his own supreme freedom technique allowed for instinctive reactions, it paled in comparison to such an absolute disparity in realms. Oh dear, Mr. Luo Feng, are you alright? What just happened? Goku exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he had only seen a fleeting shadow before Luo Feng was sent flying. That speed transcended mere quickness. Master Gohan clenched his fists anxiously. I'm fine. Luo Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of his blood, and grinned, his fighting spirit igniting even further. Mr. Whis, you are indeed as formidable as a monster. However, this is precisely what makes it interesting. Ahahaha, you truly enjoy a challenge, don't you? Whis chuckled, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Should a common person witness such an unattainable gap, they would likely succumb to despair and lose their fighting spirit. Yet Luo Feng, far from being disheartened, was instead filled with exhilaration. This mindset is the cornerstone of becoming a true powerhouse. Well then, I shall continue, Luo Feng declared, no longer holding back. The aura of his supreme freedom technique surged to its peak, a silvery radiance seeming to solidify into a thin layer of energy enveloping him. Whoosh! Luo Feng's figure vanished once more. This time, rather than launching a direct assault, he exploited the characteristics of his supreme freedom technique, flickering throughout the God of Destruction realm, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks from all directions against Weiss. Bang! Bang! Clang! The crisp yet muffled sounds of collision resonated continuously throughout the expansive God of Destruction realm. Weiss extended his hands, sometimes using his fingers, at other times his palms, effortlessly parrying all of Luo Feng's assaults with an air of casual grace. Incredible! Is this the battle of gods? Goku watched in wide-eyed amazement, his blood boiling with excitement. I can barely keep up with the movements of either Luo Feng or Mr. Weiss. Vegeta's heart was struck by an unprecedented impact. After finally mastering Super Saiyan Blue, he realized the gap was far greater than he had ever imagined. In the center of the battlefield, the conflict had entered a stage of extreme intensity. Luo Feng's attacks grew increasingly swift and ferocious. He was utterly immersed in the instinct of battle, his mind vacant. Surrendering everything to his body, he transformed into a silver streak of lightning, relentlessly assaulting Whis. Yet, Whis remained composed and unyielding. As he effortlessly parried each strike, he remarked, "Your understanding of the Ultra Instinct seems to have deepened considerably. Your reflexes are far swifter than during your encounter with Lord Beerus." Not enough. Luo Feng roared within. He sensed his body adapting to this level of combat, rapidly evolving. However, he still could not breach Whis' defenses. In that case, Luo Feng abruptly executed a backflip, creating a distance of over 100 meters between himself and Whis. Dragon Fist. Luo Feng inhaled deeply, channeling the power of Ultra Instinct into his right fist without reservation. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the God of Destruction realm. A colossal golden dragon, composed entirely of pure silver divine energy, erupted from Luo Feng's fist, clawing and snapping as it lunged toward Whis. This was Luo Feng's most potent single-target attack, enhanced several-fold after merging with Ultra Instinct. Wherever the golden dragon passed, the fabric of space emitted anguished cries, as if it were on the verge of being torn asunder. "Oh my, what a magnificent display," Whis mused. Faced with this catastrophic strike, a flicker of seriousness finally crossed Whis' face. He summoned his divine power. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The formidable silver dragon disintegrated upon contact with Whis' palm, crumbling inch by inch until it transformed into a myriad of luminous particles, vanishing without a trace. Though Whis had neutralized Luo Feng's dragon fist, he was compelled to retreat several paces. Silence enveloped the arena. What was that just now? Goku stammered in disbelief. The dragon fist was dispelled with a mere touch? Vegeta felt his worldview shatter yet again. Luo Feng's pupils constricted in shock. His most powerful strike was so effortlessly neutralized. "Mr. Luo Feng, your strength is indeed remarkable," Whis remarked as he withdrew his hand. In an instant, Whis' figure vanished before Luo Feng. Alarm bells rang in Luo Feng's mind. The instincts of Ultra Instinct warned him of an imminent danger approaching from all directions. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned all his divine energy, forming a thick silver protective barrier around his body. Almost instantaneously as the barrier took shape, a series of rapid, indistinguishable attacks rained down upon it like a tempest. Each strike caused the barrier to tremble violently, rippling outward. Luo Feng could only perceive countless afterimages flickering around him, unable to catch sight of Whis himself, and was forced to endure the onslaught passively. Too fast. He could hardly react. At long last, after enduring thousands of assaults, the protective shield enveloping Luo Feng emitted a crisp sound, revealing a fissure. Almost immediately, the crack spread like a spider's web, rapidly extending across the surface. Boom! The shield shattered with a thunderous noise. The figure of Weiss materialized before Luo Feng, the divine staff in his hand appearing as if by magic, its tip gently resting against Luo Feng's forehead. An irresistible, gentle force surged forth, sealing away all of Luo Feng's strength, rendering him motionless. The outcome was decided. The battle had come to an end. The entire realm of destruction was engulfed in silence. Luo Feng remained in position, the tip of Weiss's staff pressed against his forehead. As the silvery form of his ultimate technique gradually faded, reverting to his usual black hair and dark eyes, He gasped for breath, every part of him aching. Defeated. From beginning to end, he had failed to compel Weiss to engage seriously. Was this truly the might of an eighth-dimensional pinnacle angel? The chasm was unfathomable. Exhaling a long, heavy breath, Luo Feng's face bore no trace of despair. Instead, it radiated a relieved smile. I have lost, Mr. Weiss, he said candidly. Thank you for your guidance. It has truly opened my eyes. Oh ho ho ho, what a splendid exchange. Weiss retracted his staff, his face alight with satisfaction. He regarded Luo Feng with genuine admiration, stating, Mr. Luo Feng, to be frank, your performance has far exceeded my expectations. Oh, Luo Feng raised an eyebrow. During our earlier confrontation, your body was in a constant state of evolution, adapting to the rhythm of my attacks. Weiss circled around Luo Feng, continuing, more importantly, your composure. Faced with an insurmountable adversary, you exhibited neither wavering nor despair. Instead, you grew more resolute and found joy in the struggle. This quality even surpasses that of Lord Beerus. Compared to him, your potential is even more unfathomable. Weiss offered an exceptionally high appraisal. Perhaps, in the not-so-distant future, you may indeed surpass Lord Beerus entirely, reaching or even approaching my level. This remark resonated clearly with Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, who stood at a distance, their faces etched with shock. The esteem Weiss held for Luo Feng was astonishing. Surpassing a god of destruction? Achieving the realm of an angel? Such notions were beyond their wildest imaginings. Mr. Weiss, you flatter me too much, Luo Feng said humbly, though inwardly he was elated. Gaining the recognition of an angel made this journey into the realm of destruction exceedingly worthwhile. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Luo Feng's mind, heralding the system's announcement. Ding! Special mission, spar with Angel Weiss, completed. Mission evaluation, perfect. The host displayed formidable strength and unfathomable potential during the battle, earning the high regard of Angel Weiss. Mission reward, destruction energy, has been granted. As the words faded, a surge of chaotic, destructive, and final energy in the form of purple light materialized within Luo Feng's being. Chapter 154. The powers of the god of destruction exposed? At that moment, a thunderous yawn echoed from a distance, disrupting the tranquility. How can one sleep with such noise? A slender purple cat emerged, bleary-eyed. It was none other than Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7. Rubbing his eyes, Beerus paused when he noticed a large group of individuals standing outside. Whis, Luo Feng, and Goku? Vegeta? Oh, and you, Gohan. Beerus scratched his head. A look of confusion etched across his face. What is happening? What day is it today? Why are all of you here? Oh, Lord Beerus, you are awake. Whis approached gracefully, slightly bowing. You've had quite the slumber, over a year, I believe. Really? Just over a year? Beerus yawned and stretched, feeling as if he had just lain down. He glanced at Goku and the others before turning back to Whis, lazily inquiring, So, what is going on? How did they end up here? And that immense energy fluctuation earlier, was it caused by you? It disturbed my dreams. Beerus appeared somewhat displeased, for his pleasant dreams had been interrupted. Ah, indeed, Lord Beerus, Whis explained leisurely. Mr. Vegeta has been training here for some time to become stronger. As for Mr. Goku and Mr. Gohan, they have just arrived, seeking my guidance as well. Regarding the earlier commotion, Whis said playfully, it was merely a friendly spar between Mr. Luo Feng and myself, a small warm-up exercise. A spar with Luo Feng? Beerus' interest was piqued. His gaze shifted back and forth between Luo Feng and Whis, as if assessing something. And the outcome? Who emerged victorious? Beerus inquired curiously. Of course, it was Mr. Whis who won, Luo Feng replied calmly. You should know, Lord Beerus, that Mr. Whis' strength far surpasses mine. I could never hope to match him. Oh, is that so? Beerus, upon hearing this outcome, displayed a knowing expression. He regarded Luo Feng with a scrutinizing gaze, sniffing the air. Your aura seems significantly stronger than the last time we faced off. Moreover, Beerus' brow furrowed slightly. Why do I sense an essence akin to mine emanating from you? He referred to the destructive energy that Luo Feng had recently mastered. Although Luo Feng had managed to conceal it, Beerus, being a fellow god of destruction, keenly detected the primal essence of that power. Luo Feng pondered how best to explain this. Suddenly, an untimely and colossal rumble emanated from Beerus' stomach, interrupting their conversation. Beerus rubbed his flat belly, a look of annoyance crossing his face. Ah, never mind. I'm starving. Whis, is there anything to eat? I crave Earth's delicacies. What was that delightful dish called? Sushi? And ramen? Yes, I want them all. The thought process of the god of destruction is indeed quite unconventional. One moment, he is engrossed in matters of combat and power, and the next, his attention is entirely captivated by food. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis chuckled indulgently, gently tapping his divine staff in the air. With a hum, a grand dining table materialized out of thin air, followed by an array of delectable earth delicacies that emitted enticing aromas. Wow, it smells amazing, Goku exclaimed, his eyes widening in delight as drool nearly escaped his lips. Humph, all you think about is eating, Vegeta scoffed, though his throat involuntarily swallowed in response to the delicious scent. Then let us all sit down and enjoy a meal together, Whis invited with a smile, suggesting that a larger gathering would bring more merriment. Fantastic. Goku was the first to cheerfully take his seat. Beerus could hardly contain himself. He grabbed his chopsticks and eagerly dove into a bowl of noodles. This is the taste. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. He mumbled through mouthfuls, his face radiating pure bliss. With Whis' permission, the others also settled in without hesitation. Luo Feng, Beerus mumbled around a mouthful of steak. What was that destructive aura you exhibited earlier? Speak honestly. Have you secretly learned my techniques? All eyes turned once again to Luo Feng. Lord Beerus, that accusation is quite unjust, Luo Feng replied, setting down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth. I lack the ability to steal your powers. That force is something I comprehended during my training with Mr. Whis. Naturally, Luo Feng could not reveal the truth about the system and opted for a convenient excuse. Comprehended on your own? Beerus raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident on his face. What are you joking about? Destructive energy is among the highest powers in the universe, a divine ability of every god of destruction. How could it possibly be grasped so easily? Perhaps Mr. Luo Feng's mastery has touched upon realms we cannot fathom. Whis interjected at just the right moment, coming to Luo Feng's defense. After all, Luo Feng was capable of perfectly mastering the Ultra Instinct technique, so it wasn't entirely implausible for him to grasp a fragment of the god of destruction's domain. Whis' words prompted Beerus to ponder. There might be some truth to that. If Luo Feng is indeed capable of mastering Ultra Instinct, then understanding a bit of destructive energy does not seem so far-fetched. TCH. What an irritating fellow, Beerus muttered, dismissing the matter and returning his focus to the feast before him. As everyone indulged until they were sated, they slumped in their chairs, rubbing their rounded bellies with expressions of contentment. Chapter 155, 3 against 1, Beerus's post-meal exercise. Beerus let out a long, satisfied belch, reclining in his chair while patting his slightly bulging stomach. I am truly satisfied. Earth's cuisine is indeed the finest in the entire universe. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the mood of Lord Beerus evidently improved significantly, a hint of languid amusement gracing his countenance. He swished his tail, his gaze landing on the equally contented Luo Feng. Hey, Luo Feng. Beerus suddenly broke the post-meal tranquility. Lord Beerus, is there something you need? Luo Feng inquired. That meal filled me with an abundance of energy, yet I feel somewhat bloated, Beerus grinned. What do you say? Shall we engage in some post-meal exercise? To stretch our limbs? Wow. Is Lord Beerus going to spar with Luo Feng again? Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face alight with enthusiasm. This is fantastic. We get to witness another epic showdown. Vegeta and Gohan similarly perked up, their gazes fixed intently on the two, having just witnessed the sparring between Luo Feng and Whis. They were now eager for a battle between Luo Feng and Beerus. Luo Feng sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Lord Beerus, the earlier sparring with Mr. Whis was far from easy. My strength has yet to fully recover. I fear I cannot keep up with your enthusiasm. His words held merit. While he had emerged unscathed from his bout with Whis, the exertion had drained both his physical and mental reserves. He was, indeed, not in peak condition. Oh dear. Oh dear. Lord Beerus, Mr. Luo Feng speaks the truth, Whis chimed in with a smile. The previous spar was quite taxing. Perhaps you should allow Mr. Luo Feng to rest and digest the insights from that encounter. TCH, how dull. Upon hearing this, Beerus's enthusiasm waned significantly, as if he were a deflated balloon. He had only just awakened, well-fed and invigorated, and yet the opponent he sought had declared a truce, much to his dismay. His gaze swept over Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, his eyes betraying unmistakable disdain. Am I to entertain myself with these youngsters? The three of them combined would hardly amount to a challenge for a mere finger of mine. Beerus's words caused veins to bulge on Vegeta's forehead, his disdain palpable. How could this fellow be so contemptuous? Goku, however, seemed unfazed, scratching his head with a goofy grin. Lord Beerus is right. Our current strength is indeed lacking. Observing Beerus's air of boredom, Luo Feng's mind suddenly sparked with an idea. Lord Beerus, he said with a smile, if you truly wish for some activity, I have a suggestion. Oh, do tell. Beerus raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Luo Feng gestured toward Goku and the others, saying, while their individual strength may be insufficient before you, perhaps if they were to join forces, they could provide you with a modicum of surprise. Together, they would challenge me? Beerus paused for a moment, then erupted into laughter as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Ha ha, Luo Feng, are you jesting? To me, a single ant and 3 ants are indistinguishable. That may not necessarily be the case. Luo Feng shook his head, his expression resolute as he spoke. Lord Beerus, do not underestimate them. Vegeta has now adeptly mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, harnessing the essence of divine energy. Oh, Vegeta, capable of grasping the realm of the gods. Beerus glanced at Vegeta, taken aback. Gohan has also transformed into a Super Saiyan God, possessing the power of divine stature. As for Goku, he is a prodigy in battle, consistently unleashing unimaginable potential in the face of adversity. Let these 3 join forces. It will be an excellent opportunity to assess the fruits of their recent training. Furthermore, you might seize this chance to offer them valuable guidance, allowing them to experience firsthand the true terror of a god of destruction. This will undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for their growth. Luo Feng's words left Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan momentarily stunned. A challenge against the god of destruction, Beerus? What do you think, Lord Beerus? Luo Feng continued to persuade. Consider it a vivid practical lesson for these promising juniors. What say you? Beerus ceased his laughter, stroking his chin as he began to contemplate seriously. Luo Feng's words had indeed struck a chord within him. Although he still regarded the strength of these 3 Saiyans with disdain, the idea of guiding the younger generation, allowing them to feel despair, sounded intriguingly entertaining. After all, having nothing to do was indeed worse than engaging in this. You make a fair point. Beerus mused for a moment before nodding, a playful smile returning to his face. Very well. For your sake, I shall indulge them. Beerus rose, beckoning to Goku and the others with a finger, his tone dripping with condescension. Hey, you 3, come at me together. Let me see just how much weight you Saiyans can bring to bear. Fantastic. With Beerus's consent, Goku was the first to leap up excitedly, instantly entering a combat stance. Vegeta, Gohan, let's go, he exclaimed, eagerly stretching his wrists, his face alight with anticipation. Humph, Kakarot, you fool of a fighter, Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms. Yet his expression was grave. Do not treat this battle as a mere sparring session. We must not be careless in the slightest. I understand, Uncle Vegeta. Gohan took a deep breath, striving to calm his anxious spirit. So let us begin. Luo Feng and Whis discreetly stepped back, leaving the arena to them. Lord Beerus, please show some mercy, Whis smiled as he reminded. Rest assured, I will exercise restraint, Beerus replied, digging into his ear with an air of impatience. I'm still waking up, lacking the strength to go all out. Are you 3 ready? I'm about to doze off waiting. Here we go. Goku erupted first. His golden aura soared skyward, a tempestuous power sweeping the surroundings, sending debris flying from the ground. His hair began to grow uncontrollably, his brow protruding, with golden locks cascading down to his waist. Super Saiyan 3. This represented Goku's utmost form of power at present. Immediately following, Gohan began to elevate his own energy. A crimson aura enveloped him entirely, transforming his once black hair and eyes into a resplendent scarlet. Super Saiyan God. Lastly, there was Vegeta. He let out a low grunt, a surge of azure energy erupting violently from within. Super Saiyan Blue. Chapter 156, Vegeta's Wrath. Breaking the limits. 3 formidable energies erupted almost simultaneously, causing the entire God of Destruction realm to tremble violently under the might of Goku and the others. In the face of this astonishing display, Beerus merely yawned lazily. Oh, have you all brought out your trump cards? It seems rather impressive. Beerus extended a finger, beckoning to the 3. Come now, let me witness your prowess. Vegeta was the first to launch an attack. Ultimate Flash. Without any probing, he unleashed his signature move right away. With his hands clasped before his chest, Vegeta channeled his super blue power without reservation. sending forth a colossal azure energy beam that roared towards Beerus. Kamehameha. Goku followed closely behind, directing his Kamehameha alongside Vegeta's ultimate flash aimed at Beerus. As they unleashed their energy attacks, Gohan had transformed into a streak of red lightning, rapidly closing in on Beerus from the side for a close-range assault. The trio exhibited remarkable synergy, combining their efforts to restrict Beerus's every avenue of escape. However, in the face of this seemingly flawless coordinated strike, Beerus merely smirked contemptuously. With a swift motion of his left hand, he waved dismissively. Boom! Vegeta's ultimate flash and Goku's Kamehameha were abruptly deflected mid-air by an invisible force, hurtling in opposite directions. What? How is that possible? He actually repelled our attacks from a distance. Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Gohan's assault was already perilously close. Channeling all his strength, Gohan delivered a fierce punch aimed directly at Beerus. Beerus merely tilted his body back slightly, allowing Gohan's swift fist to graze past the tip of his nose. Then, with a roar, Gohan unleashed a flurry of rapid punches towards Beerus. The speed was insufficient. Beerus effortlessly swayed his body, evading Gohan's onslaught with ease. Suddenly, Gohan found himself momentarily blinded. Beerus had raised both hands, seizing Gohan's striking fist. With a mere flick of his wrist, an irresistible and terrifying force surged through. Ugh! Gohan screamed in agony, his body violently flung away. In the blink of an eye, the trio's combined assault was effortlessly dismantled by Beerus, with Gohan being sent flying and rendered nearly incapable of further combat. Gohan! Goku shouted anxiously. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, the shock within him overwhelming. Is this truly the god of destruction? The three of them exerted their utmost effort. Yet their opponent appeared to be merely toying with them, effortlessly manipulating them with each graceful movement. Such an immense chasm. How did Luo Feng manage to exchange blows with Beerus? Beerus cast his gaze upon Goku and Vegeta, a smile gracing his face akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Now, it is your turn, he proclaimed. In an instant, Beerus vanished from sight. Where is he? Alarm bells rang in the minds of Goku and Vegeta as they heightened their senses to the maximum, yet they could not detect Beerus's presence at all. Above you. Beerus's voice echoed from above their heads. The two of them instinctively looked up, only to find that Beerus had appeared overhead, palms facing down, targeting each of them. Two violet orbs of energy rapidly coalesced in his hands. Taste this, he said, casually flicking his wrist. The seemingly innocuous energy spheres plummeted towards them. Damn it! Dodge, Kakarot! Vegeta shouted furiously, unleashing the blue aura within him without reservation, transforming into a streak of light as he dodged to the side. Goku's reaction was equally swift. Almost simultaneously with Vegeta's shout, he retreated, disappearing from sight and reappearing 1,000 meters away in the next moment. Boom, boom. The two violet spheres of destructive energy struck the ground where they had just stood. Goku panted heavily, still shaken. That bastard was merely toying with us from the very beginning. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta, in pursuit of Kakarot and Luo Feng. I laid aside all my pride and dignity, spending an entire year in the realm of the god of destruction. Each day was filled with grueling training, and I finally managed to grasp this divine power, Super Saiyan Blue. I had undergone a transformation, standing upon a wholly new pinnacle. Though I may not yet rival Luo Feng and Beerus, at the very least, I had earned the right to share the same stage with them. Yet reality delivered a resounding slap to Vegeta's face. In the presence of Beerus, his Super Saiyan Blue transformation was utterly insufficient. He could only allow Beerus to toy with them at will. This feeling was more agonizing than being killed outright. A surge of uncontrollable rage erupted from the depths of Vegeta's heart. Do not underestimate me, you filthy cat! Vegeta roared. The azure flames around him growing even more ferocious and solidified, as countless bolts of blue lightning danced and leaped around him. His muscles visibly swelled, and his aura intensified beyond its previous might. Super Saiyan Blue Deep Blue. In the throes of fury, Vegeta astonishingly touched the threshold of an even higher realm. Oh! Beerus gazed at the rapidly escalating energy of Vegeta, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Has he broken through in battle? Quite intriguing. The Saiyan race is indeed fascinating. I shall end your life. Vegeta was utterly consumed by rage. With a deafening roar, he vanished from his position in an instant. The next moment, Vegeta appeared before Beerus. delivering a devastating punch infused with all his fury straight toward Beerus's face. Faced with this sudden and immensely powerful strike, Beerus finally felt a spark of interest. He concentrated his energy in his right hand. Bang! Vegeta's fist was caught by Beerus. A tremendous shockwave emanated from the center, rippling outward with force. There has been some improvement, but you are still far from adequate. Chapter 157. Beerus gets serious. Gogeta falls. Beerus's voice resonated coldly. The true realm of the gods requires absolute control. You are still quite distant from that. As soon as his words fell, Beerus exerted a slight force. Ugh! Vegeta let out a wretched scream, the intense pain jolting him back to reality. Beerus followed up with another punch. Boom! Vegeta's eyes rolled back, the wild blue aura surrounding him receding like a tide, leaving him to collapse like a puddle of mud. Vegeta! Goku exclaimed in shock, rushing forward immediately. But the unfortunate Vegeta struggled to rise, yet his body refused to obey. Do not move, Vegeta. Goku pressed him down. Beerus's strikes were indeed measured. He did not deliver a fatal blow. Hey, Kakarot, Vegeta weakly spoke. Let us use that. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta managed to utter those words. Goku paused, taken aback. Then quickly grasped the situation, his face reflecting astonishment. That? Are you referring to the fusion? Precisely. You cannot be serious, Vegeta? Goku struggled to believe it. Weren't you the one who despised that the most? And the ridiculous dance? Enough chatter. Vegeta growled. Is this really the time to discuss such matters? Do you wish to concede in such a humiliating manner? Goku found himself momentarily speechless. I do not wish to lose. Vegeta's voice brimmed with defiance. This is our sole opportunity. Kakarot, the only chance to make Beerus take us a bit more seriously. I do not want to miss it. Very well. Goku nodded firmly, his gaze sharpening significantly. I understand. Vegeta, let us create a ruckus once more. From a distance, Luo Feng and Whis listened intently to their exchange. Oh dear. Such a touching display of friendship, Whis remarked with a smile. It seems they are finally ready to unveil their ultimate move. Luo Feng also wore an expression of anticipation. Beerus hovered in the air, observing all of this with keen interest. Oh, fusion? Beerus stroked his chin. Very well, today I am in a good mood. So I shall indulge you. A smile of interest spread across Beerus's face. Hurry and begin. Let me witness the power of two Saiyans fused together. You shall undoubtedly regret this. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Come on, Kakarot. Wukong and Vegeta, positioned on either side, distanced themselves by several dozen meters. Both inhaled deeply, striking an exceedingly symmetrical, yet somewhat comical pose. With a swift motion, they extended their index fingers towards one another. Their movements were perfectly synchronized as they approached each other with peculiar strides. At the focal point, their fingertips precisely met. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted forth, radiating a formidable and terrifying aura from its core. As the light dissipated, a new warrior emerged in their stead, a fusion of Son Wukong and Vegeta. The most powerful combined fighter, Gogeta. Gogeta slowly opened his eyes, his voice resonating with an enchanting timbre as he calmly declared, I am the one destined to defeat you. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of azure divine energy erupted from within him, ascending to the heavens. Super Saiyan Blue. Upon merging, he not only inherited the powers of both warriors, but elevated them to an entirely new plane of existence. Oh, Beerus observed this novel adversary before him. A hint of amusement and mockery fading from his expression, replaced by a flicker of genuine seriousness. This power indeed held intrigue. In the blink of an eye, Gogeta's figure materialized right before Beerus. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a devastating punch imbued with terrifying strength, aimed squarely at Beerus's face. This blow was not only exponentially faster than Vegeta's previous deep blue form, but also tenfold stronger. Faced with this cataclysmic strike, a glint of intensity flashed in Beerus's eyes. He refrained from underestimating his opponent, raising his arm to cross defensively over his chest, successfully absorbing Gogeta's punch. A thunderous explosion erupted between them. A colossal shockwave radiated outward from their clash, sending ripples across the distant lake, which was instantly transformed into towering waves, while the hardened ground beneath them cracked and fissured as if plowed through. My, this power is truly astounding, Whis remarked, his face revealing genuine admiration for the two combatants. The fusion had indeed resulted in a qualitative leap in their abilities. Undeterred by the blocked attack, Gogeta continued his relentless onslaught, transforming into a whirlwind of blue afterimages, enveloping Beerus like a tempest. Boom, 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 boom. The two engaged in an ultra-high-speed, close-quarters combat. The blue light and purple figure intertwined, clashing and separating in the air, each encounter erupting with a deafening roar. The ferocity of their battle transcended the comprehension of ordinary beings. Under Gogeta's tempestuous barrage, Beerus found himself on the defensive. While he could still counter Gogeta's assaults, it was no longer as effortless as before. He was compelled to enter a state of total defense, retreating step by step. What's the matter, God of Destruction? As Gogeta launched his ferocious assault, he effortlessly taunted, "Is your strength merely at this level? Whatever happened to that lofty aura you had earlier? You wretched monkey." Beerus, incensed by his words, felt a flicker of anger ignite within his eyes. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a powerful wave of energy from within, forcefully propelling Gogeta back several dozen meters. "Excellent. You have successfully provoked me," Beerus remarked, flexing his wrist with a sinister grin. "As a reward, I shall allow you to witness a fraction of my true power. Just what I wished for." Gogeta retorted with a cold smirk, extending his arms wide. "Kamehameha," he bellowed, unleashing the iconic technique towards Beerus. Without flinching, Beerus conjured a terrifying purple energy sphere in the palm of his hand. He thrust the purple energy sphere forward, colliding it with Gogeta's Kamehameha midair. "Hold your ground." Gogeta's arms bulged with veins as he poured the vast, oceanic divine energy from his fusion into the Kamehameha with abandon. The blue beam momentarily pushed back the purple energy sphere, tipping the scales of victory in favor of this fused warrior. At that moment, the wills of Goku and Vegeta synchronized like never before. They sensed that while Beerus's power was unfathomable, it was not insurmountable. "Oh," Beerus observed the slowly retreating destructive energy sphere with genuine astonishment. "To think you could push back my energy. This fusion is indeed intriguing." However, Beerus's gaze suddenly hardened. "This ends now," he declared, exerting his might. The previously faltering purple energy sphere instantly regained its stability, then began to advance with an unstoppable force. "What?" Gogeta's pupils constricted in shock. "This is bad." Alarm bells rang in Gogeta's mind as he made a swift decision, ceasing the energy output and crossing his arms defensively across his chest. Almost the moment he completed his defensive stance, a tremendous roar reverberated as the terrifying purple energy sphere crashed into Gogeta with overwhelming force. Gogeta transformed into a streak of light, sent flying far away. Chapter 158. Gohan, what could be more important than spending time with my daughter? I want to go home. Amidst the dust and debris, a figure staggered to his feet. Gogeta was battered and bruised, his battle attire tattered. He coughed violently, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. "You truly are a monster." Gogeta's voice was laden with exhaustion. Beerus descended slowly from the sky, standing at the edge of the crater, looking down upon Gogeta with a commanding presence. "You are quite impressive," Beerus remarked, "to have pushed me to this extent after your fusion. You two Saiyans have much to be proud of." "Enough with the idle chatter," Gogeta growled. "Assuming a battle stance once more, the fight is not over yet." "Oh, is that so?" Beerus replied with a sly grin. "Are you certain?" As soon as the words left his lips, a soft sound echoed. The azure aura enveloping Gogeta extinguished completely. In an instant, a flash of white light surged forth, and Gogeta's form was separated into two individuals once more. The time for fusion had come to an end. How infuriating! Vegeta slammed his fist into the ground, his face etched with discontent. Goku was also gasping for breath, his body feeling as though it had been shattered, overwhelmed by the tremendous power of Lord Beerus. The harsh reality was undeniable. Even the mightiest of fused warriors appeared insignificant before a truly earnest god of destruction. Gohan hurried over to support the two. "Dad, Uncle Vegeta, are you all right?" "I'm not dead yet." Vegeta gritted his teeth, struggling to sit up. Beerus observed the disheveled duo, his expression returning to its usual languid demeanor. "Well then, let us conclude today as post-meal exercise. It was quite an enjoyable bout." "Oh dear, well done, everyone." Whis approached with graceful strides, lightly tapping his divine staff. Two gentle beams of light enveloped Goku and Vegeta, their injuries beginning to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Despite the defeat, Goku suddenly broke into a broad smile, devoid of any frustration, instead brimming with excitement. "Hey, Vegeta." Goku turned to the prince beside him, recalling their recent transformation into Super Saiyan Blue. I feel like I've grasped the essence of it. That sensation, that realm. Just give me a little more time. And I'm certain I can transform into Super Saiyan Blue using my own strength. Humph, Kakarot, you're still far from it. The realm of the gods is not so easily comprehended. Gohan, who had been listening to their exchange, chimed in with thoughtful contemplation. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, I think I can somewhat understand the sensation you're describing. Gohan spoke. When I transformed into Super Saiyan God, the way I harnessed that divine energy was quite similar to what you've described. Having already attained the transformation of Super Saiyan God, Gohan had one foot firmly planted at the threshold of Super Saiyan Blue. Now, with the live demonstrations from Goku and Vegeta, the metaphorical veil obscuring his path to Super Saiyan Blue had begun to clear. Oh, Luo Feng, intrigued, approached with a hint of a smile. It seems that this experience of being thoroughly trounced by Lord Beerus was not without its merits after all. Luo Feng turned to Beerus. Lord Beerus, what do you think of my proposal? Are you satisfied? Mediocre at best, Beerus replied with a slight smirk, though these Saiyans do possess some potential. Whis. Allow them to remain here for a while to train diligently. Of course, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a smile. Thus, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan officially remained in the realm of the God of Destruction, embarking on an arduous training regimen. Luo Feng, however, politely declined the invitation to stay. As for me, I think I'll pass. He stretched lazily. There are still numerous matters to attend to back on Earth, and I'm rather accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle. I can't endure such grueling training. The primary purpose of Luo Feng's visit was to redirect Gohan back onto the right path. With this objective accomplished, he now yearned to return to Earth and continue his leisurely existence. Whis, not wishing to impose, cheerfully remarked, Very well, Mr. Luo Feng. You are welcome to visit the realm of destruction again. Time swiftly passed, and months flew by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, under Whis' guidance, made remarkable strides in their powers. The training in the realm of destruction proved to be far more arduous than they had anticipated. In addition to intense combat training, Whis assigned them the responsibility of managing all the chores within the realm, from cleaning to lawn maintenance, without exception. He aptly named it, learning to control the fine application of ki in daily life. At last, during an intense sparring session with Vegeta, Goku successfully broke through his limitations. With a powerful shout, a magnificent blue aura erupted from within him, soaring into the sky. Super Saiyan Blue. How splendid. He had finally succeeded. Goku, feeling the surge of newfound power within, exclaimed in exhilaration. Shortly thereafter, Gohan also achieved success. Through meditation, he first entered the state of Super Saiyan God, then gradually transformed the divine ki into a higher level of manifestation. Ultimately, he attained Super Saiyan Blue. Thus, all three Saiyans had ascended to the realm of the gods. After achieving this monumental feat, Gohan promptly sought out Whis. Mr. Whis, I wish to return to Earth, Gohan said, somewhat bashfully. Oh, why is that, Mr. Gohan? Isn't the training here quite beneficial? Whis inquired with curiosity. I miss Dilly and Xiaofang, Gohan replied, scratching his head. Having been away for so long, he wondered if Xiaofang had grown taller or if she would call him daddy. The mere thought of his wife and daughter brought a radiant smile to Gohan's face, and his longing was nearly overwhelming. Whis observed him and nodded with an understanding smile. I see. While training is indeed important, family is equally indispensable. Very well. I shall escort you back. Thus, Gohan bid farewell to the fervently training Goku and Vegeta, following Whis back to Earth. Meanwhile, the unwavering training enthusiasts, Goku and Vegeta, opted to remain in the realm of destruction, striving toward even higher and more formidable realms. Chapter 159, Lord Frieza, we come to revive you. In the distant depths of the universe, an antiquated circular spaceship traversed the pitch-black sea of stars. Within the command room of the vessel, a diminutive, blue-skinned alien fixated intently on the star map before him. He was Sorb, the current leader of the remnants of Frieza's army. Since the demise of King Frieza on Namek, followed by his utter annihilation on Earth, the once feared Frieza army had disintegrated overnight. In just a few short years, the army's influence had diminished by over 90%, with only the most loyal old guards remaining alongside Sorb, hiding in remote star regions, living a precarious existence. As one of the most trusted advisors to Frieza, Sorbet, utilizing his exceptional intellect and the remnants of his dwindling prestige, managed to tenuously rally this band of battered remnants. Lord Sorbet, we have pinpointed the coordinates of the target planet, and the navigation system has confirmed its accuracy, exclaimed a soldier clad in tattered battle attire, hastily approaching to deliver his report. Excellent, Sorbet nodded, a fervent gleam igniting in his eyes. Convey my orders. Concentrate all energy to the engines. Full speed ahead. Target, Earth. Majesty Frieza, please bear with us a little longer. We shall resurrect you momentarily. Once we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, we shall summon the Eternal Dragon and restore the great Frieza to the realm of the living. At that time, under Frieza's command, we shall undoubtedly vanquish all foes and restore our former glory. The entire universe shall once again tremble beneath the feet of the Frieza force. The mere thought of such a future filled Sorbet with ecstatic tremors. Tagoma, Sorbet steadied his emotions and called out solemnly. At his summons, a tall alien equipped with a modern detector emerged from the shadows. He was Tagoma, the mightiest warrior under Sorbet's command and one of the few remaining experts among the remnants of Frieza's forces. Lord Sorbet, what are your instructions? Our singular objective for this journey to Earth is to secure the Dragon Balls without fail. There exists a formidable group of warriors on Earth, particularly a Saiyan named Gohan, whose strength is unfathomable. Therefore, we must proceed with utmost caution, avoiding any direct confrontations until we possess absolute certainty. Listen, Tagoma, Sorbet continued, I have activated all microspy cameras, which have infiltrated every corner of Earth. The latest intelligence indicates that a faction is currently searching for the Dragon Balls on our behalf. Our task is to trail behind them, and once they have painstakingly gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, we shall suddenly appear and seize them. This is the most prudent and secure strategy. Tagoma fell silent for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. Understood. I shall comply with Lord Sorbet's arrangements. Although he found this approach somewhat stifling, he had to concede that it was indeed the least risky option. Meanwhile, on Earth, in West City at Capsule Corporation, Gohan was leisurely reclining in a chair, with Android 18 seated beside him. Suddenly, a dazzling column of multicolored light descended from the heavens, landing upon the nearby lawn. As the radiance faded, the figures of Whis and Goten emerged. Ah, back already? Gohan greeted languidly. Master, Mistress, Goten exclaimed, his face lighting up with a smile as he hurried toward Gohan and Android 18. After several months apart, Goten's entire demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. He had grown significantly sturdier, his gaze sharpened, radiating a powerful aura from within. Ah, Mr. Gohan, Ms. 18, good afternoon. Whis approached with a light-hearted stride, beaming with delight. How have you been? My apprentice, I trust you have not caused any trouble in the realm of destruction? Oh, certainly not. Vis chuckled softly while covering her mouth. Mr. Gohan possesses remarkable talent. He has now mastered the transformation into and control of the Super Saiyan Blue's powers flawlessly. Indeed, one need only consider whose disciple he is. Luo Feng unabashedly claimed the credit for himself. Gohan, feeling slightly embarrassed by the praise, scratched his head and replied, Master, please do not jest. Compared to you and my father, I still have a long way to go. As long as you recognize that, it's enough. Luo Feng remarked with a sidelong glance at Gohan. Now that you have returned, do not neglect your training. Remember, even if you must tend to family matters, ensure you carve out time for practice each day. Yes, Master. I understand. Gohan responded emphatically. At that moment, the door of the villa was flung open, and Bidalai emerged, cradling Xiao Feng in her arms, her face radiant with joy. Gohan, Bidalai, Xiao Feng. Upon seeing his wife and daughter, Gohan could no longer restrain himself and rushed forward, enveloping them both in a warm embrace. I have returned. Welcome back, Bidalai said, her eyes glistening with tears. The tender reunion of the three was a heartwarming sight, reminiscent of a newlywed couple after a brief separation. Luo Feng turned to Vis and said, Vis, it must have been quite a journey for you. Please come in and have a cup of tea before you depart. Oh, I shall not be polite then. Vis replied with delight as she followed Luo Feng into the villa. Unbeknownst to them, a circular spacecraft, not of earthly design, had silently pierced the atmosphere and landed in a remote desert thousands of kilometers away. With a soft click, the hatch slowly opened. Salb and Tagma emerged first, followed closely by a contingent of soldiers from the Frieza force. Is this Earth? Tagma surveyed the desolate surroundings with a scanner, frowning slightly. The air was indeed fresh. Yet there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about it. Do not be deceived by appearances, Salb said coldly, activating the communicator on his wrist, which projected a three-dimensional image into the air. The image displayed Pilaf, Ashu, and Xiao Wu, who were bouncing along in a dilapidated jeep across a desert expanse. Our treasure hunters have located the sixth Dragon Ball, Salb remarked with satisfaction. Once they find the final Dragon Ball, we shall ensnare our prize. King Pilaf. Up ahead. The radar indicates something ahead. From the driver's seat, Ashu, clad in a purple ninja outfit, pointed excitedly at a massive mushroom-shaped rock. I see it. Of course. I see it. Pilaf exclaimed, gripping the steering wheel as the jeep jostled violently, nearly throwing him from his seat. Hurry. Go faster. Once I obtain the last Dragon Ball, I shall wish to become the king of the world. Wahaha. The jeep finally came to a stop beside the mushroom rock. The trio eagerly leaped from the vehicle. This is the spot. It must be right. Pilaf declared as he brandished a shovel and began to dig frantically at the location indicated by the radar. Before long, a sharp sound rang out. I found it. In a swift motion, Xiao unearthed a vibrant orange-yellow orb from the sandy soil. At last, the final Dragon Ball had been discovered. Ha ha ha. We have succeeded. We have triumphed. Chapter 160. Seizing the Dragon Balls. The tragic fate of Pilaf's gang. Beneath the mushroom rock, the scorching desert winds whipped up grains of sand, stinging their cheeks. Pilaf, Ashu, and Xiao gathered around the 7 orange-yellow Dragon Balls. Pilaf raised his hands high, bursting into a triumphant laugh. Ashu, wiping away tears with his sleeve, eagerly chimed in. Indeed, King Pilaf. Our years of toil have finally borne fruit. Yes, yes. Xiao clutched one of the Dragon Balls, her face brimming with uncontainable joy. Now, King Pilaf can truly become the ruler of the world. Of course, Pilaf proclaimed, striking a proud pose, his diminutive chest puffed out. He began to sketch grandiose visions of the future. When I make my wish to become the world's king, I will construct a capital more magnificent than West City, one that belongs solely to King Pilaf. The entire world shall bow before me. Ha ha ha. The trio reveled in their impending dreams, laughing heartily, oblivious to the circular spacecraft hovering silently thousands of meters above them, a vessel not of Earth's technology. In the ship's command room, Lord Sorb coldly observed the 3 animated figures below through a monitor. Lord Sorb, they have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, a soldier reported. I see. What foolish earthlings they are, laboring tirelessly to prepare a wedding garment for us, Lord Sorb remarked. Shall we descend now? Inquired the towering Tagma, unable to contain his eagerness to contribute to Frieza's resurrection. Not yet, Sorb replied with a sinister smile. Let them enjoy their moment a little longer. Though Tagma did not comprehend Sorb's cruel amusement, he complied with the order, standing silently to the side. Meanwhile, below in the desert, Pilaf and his companions had finally laughed to their heart's content. All right, enough laughter. Pilaf cleared his throat, adopting an air of authority. Now is the time to realize our grand dream. Ashu, Xiao, arrange the Dragon Balls. Yes, King Pilaf. They responded promptly, carefully positioning the 7 Dragon Balls together. Pilaf took a deep breath, adjusted his collar, and prepared to summon the eternal dragon. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from behind them. Thank you for your efforts. Treasure hunters. Who? The 3 of them trembled in fear, spinning around abruptly. They were met with a group of bizarrely dressed aliens, their appearances as diverse as their outfits. Who are you? Pilaf stammered, attempting to sound authoritative while instinctively shrinking back. Sorb, indifferent to his question, merely cast a disdainful glance in his direction, his gaze landing squarely on the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. Now, these treasures belong to us. A chilling smile spread across Salb's face, sending shivers down the spines of Pilaf and his companions. What? Pilaf's eyes widened in shock. You wish to seize my Dragon Balls? Dream on. I have labored tirelessly to procure them. Beware, King Pilaf. Asu and Xiao anxiously positioned themselves in front of Pilaf. Oh, Salb raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused. You 3 think you can resist? He subtly signaled to Tagma, who comprehended the cue and stepped forward. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura erupted from Tagma's being. The sheer intensity of his presence thickened the air, stirring up debris and summoning a fierce gale. Pilaf and his companions trembled, collapsing to the ground in utter defeat. How terrifying! Pilaf's teeth chattered, a palpable scent of fear emanating from him. Tagma advanced step by step towards them. Do not come any closer, Xiao cried out in terror. Tagma reached the Dragon Balls, bending down expressionlessly to retrieve each one, placing them into a specially crafted pouch. Throughout the ordeal, he did not cast a single glance at Pilaf and his cohorts. To Tagma, they were mere insignificant insects, unworthy of his effort. My Dragon Balls. My kingdom. Pilaf lamented as he watched the precious orbs being taken away, tears and mucus staining his face. Salb observed with satisfaction as Tagma secured the Dragon Balls, then turned to leave. Wait. At that moment, Pilaf summoned unexpected courage, struggling to rise from the ground, shouting at Salb's retreating figure. Who are you? Why have you taken my Dragon Balls? What do you intend to do? In light of your assistance in gathering the Dragon Balls, allow me to clarify. Salb's voice brimmed with fervor and reverence. We are the Frieza Force. Our singular purpose here is to resurrect our magnificent ruler, the Emperor of the Universe, Lord Frieza. Lord Frieza? The trio stood dumbfounded upon hearing this unfamiliar name. Who could this be? It sounded like a figure of great importance, yet they had no recollection of him. Salb chose to disregard these now useless insects. In a realm beyond, beneath a colossal tree of life, a diminutive figure was bound in a most humiliating manner by countless resilient vines against the trunk. He was none other than the former Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. At this moment, a swarm of delightful little fairies, clad in charming skirts and wielding magic wands, danced around him. Hand in hand, they encircled Frieza, repeatedly singing sugary melodies about love and peace in their overly sweet voices. La la la, we are the joyful little angels. Let us, with love, transform the wicked hearts. Mr. Frieza, cease your malevolent deeds. Love and justice are the true essence of the universe. Frieza tightly closed his eyes, his face contorted with anger and humiliation. For such a vile being as he, this environment, brimming with goodness and beauty, was more torturous than any infernal punishment. The incessant melody resonated in his ears, each note a relentless assault on his proud soul. Cursed monkey, cursed Lorenz, cursed Sun Wukong. Chapter 161. Wishing to the Dragon, Frieza revives once more. Frieza's mind was plagued by the images of his defeat at the hands of Lorenz and Sun Wukong. He vowed that should an opportunity arise, he would ensure those Saiyans tasted a suffering 1,000-fold worse than this. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The singing and dancing sprites and dolls seemed startled, shrieking and scattering in all directions. What? A flicker of confusion crossed Frieza's mind. What is happening? On the distant earth, amidst the desert, Lord Salb was calling upon the dragon, was he not? Tagma inquired. Indeed, Salb nodded. This place is sufficiently remote to avoid interruption. He took the bag containing the Dragon Balls from Tagma and carefully placed the 7 orange-yellow orbs upon the ground. Arise, dragon. Grant my wish. As Salb's voice resonated, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. The heavens darkened instantaneously, and the 7 Dragon Balls began to emit a resplendent golden light. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar reverberated across the firmament. The colossal dragon surged forth from the radiance of the Dragon Balls. State your wish. Any wish can be fulfilled. Salb, suppressing his inner excitement, raised his head and shouted with all his might, Dragon, please resurrect our great King Frieza. The dragon's crimson eyes flickered. This wish is simple. However, that being named Frieza has long since been obliterated by Sun Wukong, leaving not even a speck of dust. Even if I were to retrieve his soul from the underworld, it would merely be an incorporeal essence. What? Salb was taken aback, his heart sinking. He had calculated everything, yet had overlooked this crucial detail. Without a body, what good is merely reviving a soul? Cursed fate. How could this happen? Salb's heart plummeted into despair. Just as he was on the brink of hopelessness, the dragon's voice resounded once more. However, I can gather the scattered dust of his body across the earth and imbue it with vitality, allowing me to return his soul. Yet, merely animating this dust is insufficient to reconstruct his form. Dust imbued with vitality? Salb momentarily paused. Then his eyes ignited with ecstatic brilliance. It can be done. We can achieve this, he exclaimed with fervor. The Legion possesses the most advanced regeneration technology in the entire universe. As long as there is viable biological tissue as a foundation, King Frieza can undoubtedly be resurrected in perfection. Excellent. Salb immediately turned and commanded the soldiers aboard the ship. Quick, bring down our latest regeneration device. Yes. Soon, several soldiers descended from the ship, carrying a high-tech regeneration apparatus reminiscent of a medical chamber. Dragon. Salb once again shouted towards the sky. We are prepared. Please commence. As you wish. In the underworld, Frieza gazed curiously at the changes in the sky. Suddenly, an irresistible and immense force enveloped his soul. What is this power? Frieza's essence was forcibly torn from the clutches of the vines, transforming into a streak of light that surged toward the dark vortex in the heavens. Meanwhile, within the regeneration apparatus on Earth, a small collection of dust began to coalesce. This was indeed the remnants of Frieza, retrieved by the dragon from various locations on Earth. The entire regeneration device began to tremble violently. The nutrient solution in the culture dish bubbled as if boiling. The activated dust, enveloped in the nutrient liquid, began to wriggle, proliferate, and merge at a visibly rapid pace. Bones, muscles, nerves, skin, a complete body was being rapidly reconstructed. Before long, Frieza's body was fully remade. He slowly opened his eyes. I have returned. With a resounding crash, the glass dome of the regeneration device shattered under an immense force from within. Frieza floated up from the broken apparatus. King Frieza, Salb, Tagma, and all the soldiers of the Frieza Legion knelt excitedly on one knee, their voices resonating with the utmost reverence. We welcome the king back to the realm of the living. Ha ha. Frieza emitted a deep and sinister laugh. Very well, Salb, you have done excellently. Suspended in midair, Frieza greedily inhaled the fresh air of freedom. Salb, at your service. Salb replied with a bow. How long has it been? Reporting to you, King Frieza. It has been several years since your last demise on Earth. Salb answered cautiously. Several years? Frieza's gaze turned icy in an instant. So, that bastard Luo Feng has been living freely for several years? And that Saiyan monkey named Son Goku as well. How infuriating. Indeed, my king. Salb lowered his head, daring not to meet Frieza's eyes. Ever since your defeat by King Cold, our Frieza Legion has been in disarray. Currently, our forces have dwindled to less than 1/10 of their original strength. Humph, a group of worthless fools. Frieza snorted coldly, unsurprised by this revelation. Without his absolute dominion, it was only natural that such a disorganized rabble would fall apart. However, none of this mattered now. As soon as I return, the glory of the Frieza force shall soon be restored. Those who once betrayed me and took advantage of my misfortune will pay a most excruciating price, one by one. Frieza's gaze swept over the remnants of his defeated troops, ultimately resting upon Tagma. What is your name? He inquired. Your Majesty Frieza? Tagma replied, taken aback. I am Tagma, the strongest warrior under Lord Sorb. The strongest warrior? Frieza mused with keen interest as he scrutinized him. Oh, is that so? Frieza extended a finger, pointing at Tagma. Just as everyone anticipated a reward for Tagma, a violet beam of death shot forth from Frieza's fingertip. Splatter. Blood gushed forth. The sudden, excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from Tagma, who clutched his arm, staring in disbelief at Frieza. Why, Your Majesty Frieza? The others were paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Yet, a delighted smile adorned Frieza's face as he retracted his finger, casually remarking, because I despise those who claim to be the strongest in my presence. In this universe, the strongest is solely me, Frieza. Do you understand? Understood. Tagma gasped, writhing on the ground in agony, yet not daring to utter a word of complaint. Such as Frieza, capricious, cruel, and tyrannical. Only someone of this nature deserves the title of Emperor of the Universe. Chapter 162. Frieza decides to begin training. Sorb and the other soldiers kept their heads bowed low, terrified that they might be Frieza's next target. Ha ha ha. Frieza relished the sight of his subordinates, who were paralyzed with fear, laughing with delight. He reveled in this sensation, the absolute dominion of having all life groveling at his feet, wielding the power of life and death. Very well, remember this, in this universe. The strongest shall always be me, King Frieza. Sorb at your service. Sorb responded, startled, bowing deeply. Are those two Saiyan monkeys, Luo Feng and Sun Wukong, currently on Earth? Upon mentioning their names, Frieza recalled the torment inflicted upon him by the little sprite and the doll. He could hardly contain his eagerness to return that pain to Luo Feng and Sun Wukong 1,000-fold. Your Majesty, Sorb hesitated before pressing on. According to our previous intelligence, the Saiyan named Sun Wukong does not seem to be on Earth. However, Luo Feng should still be there. Excellent. One is sufficient. Once we eliminate that scoundrel Luo Feng, Sun Wukong will undoubtedly come rushing to his demise. Frieza's aura began to intensify. We shall depart at once. I want to personally tear that Luo Feng to shreds, making the entire earth pay for his demise. Yes, although the soldiers were filled with trepidation, they instinctively responded loudly, preparing to execute the orders. At that moment, a feeble and trembling voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Your Majesty Frieza, please wait. All turned to behold the speaker, none other than Tagma, the very individual whose arm Frieza had just ruthlessly severed. Frieza's movements halted as he slowly turned his head, his eyes gleaming with a perilous light. Do you have more to say? Solb, paralyzed with fear, frantically gestured to Tagma, his mind screaming, You fool! Are you seeking death? Silence at once. My Lord Frieza's subordinate believes we should not provoke the Saiyans at this moment. Solb's face turned ashen. This imbecile, what on earth is he saying? Frieza's expression grew increasingly frigid. Oh, pray tell, what was that? I did not quite catch it. Do repeat yourself. Tagma gritted his teeth, resolute in his desperation. We are treading on dangerous ground by seeking them out now. Your Majesty, you have only just been resurrected. Your body has yet to fully adjust. These years have surely seen their strength grow exponentially. We must plan meticulously. Though brash, Tagma was not without sense. To recklessly urge the recently revived Frieza to confront the Saiyans for vengeance would be tantamount to courting death. Ha ha ha. Frieza suddenly erupted into laughter. Are you suggesting that I, Frieza, would fear those two Saiyan monkeys? No, that is not my intent. Tagma hastily clarified. I merely believe. Enough. Frieza interrupted. In the blink of an eye, Frieza vanished from sight. Thud, thud, thud. Aha! Tagma emitted a scream even more harrowing than before. You are but a docile dog. Frieza reappeared, towering over the writhing and wailing Tagma, a cruel smile gracing his lips. A dog need only obey commands. When did it become your place to think for your master? Your Majesty Frieza? Spare me, my lord. Solb finally came to his senses, crawling desperately to Frieza's feet. Clinging to Frieza's leg, tears streaming down his face, he pleaded. Your Majesty. Tagma was merely momentarily confused. He is steadfastly loyal to you. I beg you, for the sake of his years of service to the Legion, spare his life. I implore you. Frieza slowly raised his hand, forming a fist. Though Tagma's words were a profound affront to his authority, he could not deny that the fool possessed a modicum of truth. Could he truly defeat the current Luo Feng? The memories of being crushed by Luo Feng resurfaced in his mind. Even that Saiyan named Sun Wukong had easily bested him. No, he, Frieza, is the sovereign of the universe. A monarch may be ruthless and arrogant, but must never be foolish. Vengeance, indeed, is of paramount importance. However, if the price of vengeance is yet another devastating defeat and death, then such retribution is utterly devoid of significance. Very well. Frieza coldly declared as he kicked Solb aside. In light of your unwavering loyalty in pleading for him, I shall spare his life for the time being. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Solb bowed fervently, as though granted a reprieve. Frieza levitated into the air. Solb, convey my orders. Return to our stronghold. Tagoma, that fool, has indeed offended me, yet he has spoken the truth. At present, I am not a match for Luo Feng. However, as a prodigy of the Frost Demon clan, I have never once actively trained since my birth. What do you think would transpire if I were to dedicate a modicum of time to earnest training? Ha ha ha. Relay the command. Return to Planet 79 at full speed. I shall embark on a year-long seclusion for training. Upon issuing his command, Frieza's gaze fell upon the bloodied Tagoma. As for him, Frieza instructed, bring him along and utilize the finest regeneration devices to restore him. In the coming year, he shall be fortunate enough to serve as my sole training partner. This will be his supreme honor. Oh ho 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 ho. Amidst Frieza's laughter, the enormous circular spacecraft slowly ascended, changing course and soaring into the depths of the cosmos. Chapter 163, The Birth of Golden Frieza, the terrifying Cosmic Emperor. On Planet 79 of the Frieza Force, Tagoma had just emerged from the regeneration device, his limbs reattached. Yet his body remained feeble. Before he could catch his breath, Frieza materialized before him. It seems you have recovered quite well, Frieza remarked with a smile. Now, let us begin. No, Lord Frieza. Tagoma's pleas were drowned out by a resounding explosion. In the training room, constructed of special alloys, a thunderous crash echoed as Tagoma's body slammed against the wall like a cannonball. Spurt. A copious amount of blood gushed forth. Opposite him, Frieza slowly retracted his fist, a hint of dissatisfaction gracing his features. You are far too weak. Tagoma, simply far too weak. Frieza shook his head, disappointment lacing his tone. Is this the extent of your resilience against such an attack? Lord Frieza. Tagoma lay on the ground, his consciousness beginning to fade. The medics hurriedly lifted Tagoma's battered form and exited the training room. Frieza remained, expressionless, observing the scene before him. To him, Tagoma was merely a slightly more durable punching bag. Now, the warm-up is over. Salb. Frieza's voice echoed in the vast training room. Lord Frieza, your subordinate is here. Salb, who had been waiting outside, hurriedly scrambled in. Adjust the training room's gravity system to the maximum. The maximum? Salb's body trembled uncontrollably. This training chamber, constructed with the pinnacle of Legion technology, possesses the extraordinary capability to simulate gravity exceeding 1,000-fold. Your body, Frieza merely cast a fleeting glance towards him. In an instant, Sorb felt as though an invisible hand had gripped his throat. Yes, I shall obey. Sorb dared not hesitate further, exiting the training room and inputting commands on the control panel. A low, resonant hum filled the entire chamber. Terrifying pressure descended instantaneously. Frieza's body swayed slightly, his feet deeply embedded within the specially crafted alloy floor. An unprecedented heaviness pressed upon him from all directions, causing every cell in Frieza's being to wail in agony. Oh, this is the sensation. An excited smile spread across Frieza's face. Luo Feng, Son Goku, await your reckoning. Soon, I shall return this torment to you 1,000-fold. Closing his eyes, the melodies of cherubs and dolls from the heavens echoed once more in his mind. It was a humiliation more torturous than any hell. Boom. Frieza's body erupted with an immense surge of energy, defiantly resisting the 1,000-fold gravity, wrenching his feet free from the floor. Then, he commenced his first punch with excruciating slowness. Days turned into weeks. A month later, Frieza had fully adapted to the 1,000-fold gravity. His movements, once clumsy, now flowed with grace. Every punch and kick resonated with a terrifying sonic boom that tore through the air. 3 months later, Frieza's physique had undergone a visibly striking transformation. His muscle definition became more refined, each part of his body brimming with explosive strength. The training chamber, however, had become riddled with damage, its walls pockmarked with countless craters. In the 4th month, a sudden roar erupted from Frieza within the training room. Not enough, not enough. This level of power is far from sufficient. I must grow stronger. Strong enough to make the entire universe tremble beneath my feet. Strong enough to make those Saiyan monkeys regret their very existence in despair. Frieza's energy surged at an unprecedented pace, wildly escalating. Crack, crack. Accompanied by a final earth-shattering roar. Boom. An indescribable golden energy erupted from within Frieza. The blinding golden light instantly consumed everything. Under the impact of this energy, the alloy walls of the training chamber began to melt away rapidly. Outside, Sorb, who had been waiting, was violently thrown back by the sudden surge of terrifying energy, crashing heavily against a distant wall, spewing a mouthful of blood. What is this power? Frieza, the king. The golden light gradually dissipated. The training room lay in utter disarray. A silhouette hovered silently in midair. Frieza's form was no longer the pristine white it once was. Instead, it was cloaked in a majestic and oppressive shade of gold. His skin gleamed with a resplendent golden hue, while the biological armor adorning his head, shoulders, arms, and ankles had transformed into a profound purple. Frieza slowly opened his eyes, casting a glance at his newly acquired physique, relishing the terrifying power coursing through him. A maniacal laughter erupted, reverberating throughout the entire base. I have succeeded. This power, this sensation, this is the true demeanor befitting the ruler of the universe. Frieza gradually clenched his fists. Let us name you Golden Frieza. Goku, prepare yourself. Your time of demise is nigh. Feeling the surge of newfound strength, an exhilarated expression adorned Frieza's face. Envisioning the moment when he would crush both Goku and the others beneath his feet. Salb, your subordinate is here. Salb trembled in response. Is that Tagoma healed yet? It will take a bit more time, my lord. Make it swift. Frieza scoffed. I have just mastered this newfound power and require a sturdy punching bag to test its might. Yes. Half an hour later, Tagoma, freshly extracted from the regeneration chamber, was once again cast into the training ground, now reduced to ruins. As he gazed up at Frieza, who floated above, radiating a dazzling golden light, his aura now 1,000 times more terrifying than before. Despair filled Tagoma's eyes. Lord Frieza. Oh, Tagoma, you appear quite frightened, Frieza observed from his lofty perch, a feline smile playing on his lips. Fear not. I shall be gentle, striving to grant you a few extra seconds of life. Come now. Unleash your full power and show me the fruits of your training over the past year. Why yes. Tagoma understood that he had no retreat. With a thunderous roar, a powerful aura erupted from within Tagoma, who transformed into a streak of light, launching an assault. Frieza simply lifted his hand and struck with a casual punch. Bang! With a faint sound, Tagoma's body was obliterated into a cloud of crimson mist under Frieza's effortless blow. Following the crisp sound, the training ground was left drenched in scarlet. Golden Frieza slowly retracted his fist, observing his golden knuckles devoid of any blood, nodding in satisfaction. Oh, it appears my mastery of power has advanced yet again. Salb, your subordinate is here. Salb, trembling with fear, crawled over almost on his knees. Clean up this mess and return him to the regeneration chamber, Frieza instructed nonchalantly. Such a durable punching bag is hard to come by. Do not let him truly perish. Yes, yes. Your command shall be followed, Salb exclaimed, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, and quickly summoned the medics to attend to the task. Frieza relinquished his golden form, reverting to his original appearance. After 4 months of frenzied training, the power of his golden transformation had stabilized to a degree, yet the consumption of energy within him remained fiercely intense. It was still insufficient. Frieza clenched his fists, contemplating that this level of power might effortlessly crush Son Goku, yet the enigmatic presence of that Luo Feng left him unsettled. The thought of Luo Feng's unfathomable strength extinguished any sense of triumph within Frieza, leaving only a profound sense of apprehension. He would not allow himself to falter again. Vengeance must be executed with absolute certainty. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Frieza's eyes. He resolved to continue his training. He would integrate this golden form entirely into his being, ensuring that those 2 Saiyan monkeys met their demise in true despair. Time swiftly passed during Frieza's almost self-torturous training. A year later, the base on Planet 79 was obliterated in a cataclysmic explosion, reduced to cosmic dust. A golden figure floated serenely in the void. It was Frieza. At this moment, Frieza's terrifying aura was more than tenfold stronger than it had been a year prior. He could now flawlessly command the power of his golden form, minimizing energy consumption to the lowest possible level. Ahahahaha. Luo Feng. Son Goku. I have returned. Your time of death has arrived. Frieza's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the cosmos as he waved his hand, signaling the colossal circular spacecraft behind him, which was accompanied by thousands of elite soldiers from the Frieza Force, as they majestically set their course for Earth. Days later, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, the voice of the system resonated in Luo Feng's mind. Ding! Detection of the Cosmic Emperor Frieza leading an army towards Earth, expected arrival in 1 day. The host is about to face a significant crisis. A divine choice has been triggered. Choice 1. Take Android 18 and escape Earth aboard a spaceship, wandering the cosmos while allowing Frieza to destroy the planet. Reward: none. Choice 2. Summon Son Goku and Vegeta, who are training in the God of Destruction realm, to lead Earth's warriors in a direct confrontation against Frieza's army. Reward: host's baseline combat power increased to 30 billion. Luo Feng's eyes flew open. Oh, Frieza? Resurrected? I almost forgot about this fellow. I choose option 2. Without hesitation, Luo Feng made his decision in his heart. Choice successful. Reward granted. Host's baseline combat power increased to 30 billion. Boom. An unfathomable surge of terrifying power surged into Luo Feng's body. His original baseline combat power of 15 billion had been doubled. He exhaled deeply, feeling his strength escalate once more. In the God of Destruction realm, Goku and Vegeta were engaged in an intensely fierce battle. Both had transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, their azure flames colliding in the air, each clash unleashing cataclysmic energy shocks. Goku forced Vegeta back with a punch, a gleeful smile lighting his face. Vegeta, your strength has increased again. Humph, enough chatter, Kakarot. Vegeta let out a cold snort and charged forward once more. Just then, a figure appeared among them without warning. All right, gentlemen, let's pause for a moment. It was Luo Feng. Luo Feng, what brings you here? Goku and Vegeta simultaneously halted, reverting to their normal forms, gazing with surprise at the suddenly materialized Luo Feng. There's trouble. Frieza has been resurrected and is now marching towards Earth with a formidable army. Frieza? Vegeta paused, momentarily taken aback, then scoffed disdainfully. That worthless fool dares to return? This time, I could obliterate him with a mere finger. After arduous training in the realm of the god of destruction, Vegeta's strength had transcended his former self. He regarded Frieza as a trivial adversary. Indeed, Luo Feng, Goku scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Frieza's power should be easily dealt with, right? Even if you don't intervene. Gohan on Earth could handle him with a single finger. Was it necessary to come all this way to summon us? In their eyes, Frieza's capabilities had long been surpassed, rendering him insignificant. Oh dear, things may not be as simple as you presume. At that moment, Whis approached with graceful strides, holding a cup of red tea. Mr. Whis. Luo Feng acknowledged with a nod. Whis smiled and remarked, as far as I know, the one called Frieza is a prodigious fighter. He has never trained even once since his birth. Never trained? Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. Indeed, Whis sipped his tea before continuing. The Frieza returning now may possess a strength quite different from what you previously imagined. Vegeta's expression turned grave, while Goku's eyes sparkled with an exhilarating light after a brief moment of surprise. Hee. So, does that mean Frieza has become incredibly strong? Fantastic. I've been lamenting the lack of a worthy opponent. I can't wait to engage him in a proper battle. Kakarot, you battle-obsessed fool. Vegeta shot him a glance, yet internally, his own fighting spirit ignited. Memories of the humiliation and torment he endured under Frieza's reign flooded his mind. The once lofty cosmic emperor, who regarded him as mere vermin, had been an eternal nightmare in Vegeta's heart. Frieza, Vegeta clenched his fists. This time, I shall personally shatter your arrogance and pride. Since the decision is made, let us proceed. Luo Feng smiled at the eager duo. He placed his hands on Goku and Vegeta's shoulders. By the way, Mr. Whis, Lord Beerus, would you care to join us on Earth for the spectacle? Perhaps you would like to sample Bulma's latest culinary creations? Oh, new delicacies? Whis's eyes brightened. Such an opportunity must not be missed. What say you, Lord Beerus? A resounding yawn echoed from a nearby recliner as Beerus lazily rose. His appetite piqued by the prospect of delectable food. Let us journey to Earth, he declared. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng vanished with Goku and Vegeta, while Whis lightly tapped his staff, transforming with Beerus into a radiant pillar of multicolored light, soaring toward Earth. Chapter 165. The arrival of Frieza and the commencement of battle in a desolate expanse on the outskirts of West City. The sky abruptly darkened. An immense, oppressive circular mothership slowly tore through the clouds, descending upon the barren land below. The ship's hatch creaked open, and with a rush, thousands of figures surged forth like a swarm of locusts, landing densely on the ground to form a colossal formation. They were none other than the elite soldiers of Frieza's army. Gohan was the first to arrive at the battlefield, hovering in midair. His gaze fixed on the ominous mass of Frieza as forces below, his expression gravely serious. Soon after, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Master Roshi arrived one after another. Gohan, what on earth is happening? Krillin inquired, his scalp prickling in alarm at the daunting sight before him. It's Frieza, Gohan replied somberly. He has been resurrected. What? The others gasped in astonishment. As they conversed, a diminutive figure gradually emerged from the shadow of the mothership, adorned with that signature elegant yet ruthless smile. It was none other than the former cosmic tyrant, Frieza. What a touching reunion. I presumed you Earthlings would be too frightened to show yourselves. Frieza remarked with a mocking tone. Frieza, why have you returned? Gohan demanded fiercely. Why? Have you not heard the grand jest? I have returned for vengeance. I shall repay you 1,000-fold for every humiliation and torment I endured. Frieza's gaze swept over the assembly, ultimately shaking his head in disappointment. Is it only you insignificant creatures? Where are the two I truly wish to confront? Where are Goku and that loathsome scoundrel, Luo Feng? Let him come forth to meet his demise. You need not involve my father or master in this fight. Gohan stepped forward, his aura beginning to rise. Your adversary is us. Just the two of you? Frieza sneered dismissively, waving his hand toward the army behind him. Since the main course has yet to arrive, let us warm up with you appetizers first. Soldiers, charge. Crush these insects. Yes, Lord Frieza, roared the thousands of soldiers, surging toward the warriors with thunderous cries. Everyone, be careful, Piccolo shouted. Key wave. Krillin was the first to strike, unleashing a barrage of rapidly spinning energy discs that sliced through the enemy ranks. severing several soldiers in half. Kamehameha. Tianjin Fan unleashed a powerful energy blast, piercing through the chests of one enemy after another. Piccolo, akin to a tiger among sheep, elongated his arms and swiftly sent dozens of soldiers flying. However, the sheer number of Frieza's soldiers was overwhelming, relentlessly charging forth with reckless abandon. There was no time to linger. Gohan's gaze sharpened. He would no longer hold back. A golden aura soared into the heavens, transforming Gohan's dark hair into a resplendent gold, crackling with vibrant electricity. Super Saiyan 2. Masenko. Gohan clasped his hands together, unleashing a robust golden energy wave, akin to a roaring dragon, that crashed violently into Frieza's ranks. Boom! The thunderous explosion resonated through the skies, and the powerful shockwave instantaneously vaporized hundreds of Frieza's soldiers. In but a single strike, nearly a third of the enemy was obliterated. What? The remaining Frieza soldiers were paralyzed with terror at this overwhelming might, their offensive faltering. So powerful. Is this what a Saiyan is? Gohan afforded them no respite. His figure vanished in an instant, transforming into a streak of golden lightning, weaving through the enemy ranks. Each appearance was accompanied by screams and explosions. In mere seconds, Gohan single-handedly decimated the 1,000-strong Frieza army. On the battlefield, aside from the warriors, only Frieza, Sorbet, and a tall, composed warrior remained standing. Oh! Frieza observed the wreckage strewn across the ground, his expression devoid of anger, instead revealing a hint of intrigue. Ahaha! Truly deserving of being Son Goku's son. Your power is commendable. Frieza turned his gaze toward Tagoma. Tagoma, the warm-up is over. Go, let him witness the caliber of our Frieza force's true elite. Yes, Lord Frieza. The warrior named Tagoma stepped forward. An aura far surpassing that of the previous soldiers erupted from him. As he advanced, a heavy, mountain-like pressure enveloped the entire battlefield. The intensity of this aura caused Krillin and Tianjin Fan to change color in shock. What immense energy! Krillin exclaimed. This guy is on an entirely different level from those previous lackeys. Gohan, be cautious. This one is formidable. Piccolo shouted. I understand, Gohan nodded. Having served as Frieza's exclusive training dummy for a year, Tagoma had danced on the precipice of death countless times. His body shattered and reassembled by regeneration devices time and again. This hellish experience had drastically transformed his power. Saiyan, what is your name? Tagoma inquired, looking down at Gohan with an air of superiority. Son Gohan. Very well, Son Gohan. Tagoma cracked his neck, producing ominous sounds. Lord Frieza has commanded me to play with you. I shall make you regret ever coming into this world through endless suffering. Enough with the chatter. Gohan shouted, launching the first attack. In an instant, Gohan vanished, only to reappear before Tagma. Confronted with this swift strike, Tagma stood firm, crossing his arms protectively over his chest. The collision of fist and arm erupted with a thunderous sound. A powerful shockwave emanated from the two, violently dispersing outward, lifting dust and debris from the ground. Gohan's pupils constricted in shock. Despite delivering a heavy blow, his opponent remained utterly unyielding. What? Gohan's heart raced in disbelief. Is this all I can muster? Tagma scoffed, his arm shaking violently as an immense force surged forth, sending Gohan skidding back several meters. Your attack is merely a tickle to me, Tagma contemptuously declared. Infuriated, Gohan steadied himself and charged once more. Their fists and feet clashed, igniting a fierce close-quarters battle. The golden figure of Gohan intertwined with Tagma's form in midair, colliding repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Each encounter reverberated with deafening roars. Ugh! In a moment of carelessness, Gohan was struck in the abdomen by Tagma's kick, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. Gohan! Krillin and Piccolo cried out in distress. Coughing, Gohan struggled to rise from the sand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, disbelief etched in his eyes. How could this be? Chapter 166, Ultimate Evolution, The Arrival of Golden Frieza. The power of his Super Saiyan 2 form had been utterly suppressed by his opponent. So weak, utterly weak. Tagma shook his head, disappointment etched across his face. I expected more from Goku's son, but he's merely a worthless showpiece. Tagma advanced step by step towards Gohan, his aura intensifying with every stride. You have no idea what kind of hell I have endured over the past year. The suffering I have faced is something a sheltered brat like you could never fathom. Each day, I endured thousands of attacks from King Frieza. My body was reduced to pulp daily. Then, I was tossed into the regeneration chamber to be reformed. Day after day, unending. Do you know? That kind of pain is enough to shatter anyone's spirit. But I survived. Tagma suddenly accelerated, appearing before Gohan in an instant. Delivering a punch. Gohan's pupils dilated as he instinctively raised his hand to block. Boom. The tremendous force cracked the ground beneath him, forcing him to bend his knees, nearly collapsing. Your strength, your speed, are of no consequence before me. Tagma grinned maliciously, his other hand gathering a purple energy sphere, aimed directly at Gohan's head. Die. Saiyan. Gohan. Get out of the way. Piccolo's anguished shout echoed from a distance. Gohan gritted his teeth, enduring Tagma's onslaught. Continuing like this, even if he could barely hold on, victory was unimaginable. Since Super Saiyan 2 was insufficient to resolve this predicament, he would unleash greater power to end this farce. An unprecedented and utterly distinct aura erupted violently from Gohan. Boom. The blue energy wave surged forth like a tsunami, instantly propelling Tagoma into the air. Tagoma tumbled through the sky several times before barely stabilizing himself, his face etched with shock as he gazed at Gohan ahead. In that moment, Gohan hovered serenely in place, an indescribable pressure emanating from him, causing Tagoma to tremble uncontrollably. What transformation is this? Fear resonated in Tagoma's voice. Super Saiyan Blue. In the distance, Frieza's smile faded, replaced by a grave expression. How intriguing, truly intriguing, he mused, observing Gohan with keen interest. Now he is worthy of being my opponent. On the battlefield, Tagoma suppressed the fear clawing at his heart. He could not believe that merely changing hair color could signify a qualitative leap in power. Enough with the theatrics. Die. Tagoma bellowed, channeling all his strength into his fist, transforming it into a streak of light as he charged once more at Gohan. At that moment, Gohan perceived Tagoma's movements as utterly sluggish, rife with openings. Just as Tagoma's fist was about to strike Gohan, his figure vanished. What? Tagoma's punch met only air. Alarm bells ringing in his mind. Behind you. A chilling voice whispered in Tagoma's ear. His body stiffened instantly. Terror coursing through him as an energy potent enough to obliterate him rapidly coalesced behind. Kamehameha. A brilliant column of blue light swiftly engulfed Tagoma's body. No. In a scream of despair, Tagoma was utterly reduced to cosmic dust. One strike, a swift execution. Krillin, Tien, and Piccolo stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide as they absorbed the overwhelming power Gohan had just displayed. Gohan. Krillin stammered. That transformation is Super Saiyan Blue, just like what Luo Feng used. Piccolo murmured, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Could it be that Gohan too? Frieza sat quietly in his hovering chair, his expression dark as a storm cloud. The training he had meticulously crafted over a year, reduced to mere fodder by a mere Saiyan brat in a single blow? This was nothing short of a public affront to the mighty Frieza. Oh ho 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 ho. Suddenly, Frieza erupted into wild laughter, clapping slowly as he did so. Bravo. Truly splendid. His eyes glinted with a morbid excitement as he looked at Gohan. Undoubtedly, he is the son of Son Goku. To push my most capable subordinate to such a brink, wielding a power that even astonishes me. Yet, Frieza's laughter abruptly ceased, his tone turning icy. Surely, you do not naively believe that this level of power is sufficient to defeat me? As the words fell, Frieza slowly rose from his hovering seat, suspended in midair. Allow me to demonstrate. Frieza's body crouched slightly, his fists clenched, as an indescribable, terrifying energy began to brew within him, ascending. Witness the ultimate evolution I, a rare genius among millions, have attained after a year of diligent training. Accompanied by a roar, Frieza's form became enveloped in a dazzling golden light. Boom. The entire earth trembled violently under this force. What power is this? Krillin shouted in terror, feeling as if his body might be crushed. How utterly terrifying. Tien Shin'en's face was also filled with disbelief. This power is several times stronger than the previous Tagoma and Gohan's Super Saiyan Blue. The golden light gradually dissipated, revealing a completely new figure suspended in the air. Frieza's once white and purple body was now entirely replaced by a majestic and oppressive golden hue. Golden Frieza has arrived. Chapter 167, Gohan Fails, and the Return of Luo Feng and Others. Oh ho 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 ho. Golden Frieza looked down at his brand new body, savoring the earth-shattering power within. and let out a satisfied, maniacal laugh. Can you feel it? This despair. Frieza's gaze locked onto Gohan. His eyes filled with a playful malice akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Come, son Gohan. Delight me. What's wrong? You look quite pale. In an instant, golden Frieza vanished and reappeared before Gohan. Frieza extended a finger and lightly touched Gohan's forehead, bring forth the momentum that annihilated Tagoma. Damn it! Gohan roared, pouring all his strength into a punch aimed fiercely at Frieza's face. However, Gohan's fist was effortlessly caught by Frieza's hand. Frieza applied a slight pressure. Ugh! A wave of excruciating pain surged, causing Gohan to let out a pained scream. Gohan! Bastard! In the distance, Piccolo and Krillin were frantic, yet utterly powerless to intervene in such a battle. This is the chasm that exists between you and me. Frieza delivered a brutal kick to Gohan's abdomen. Pooh! Gohan spat out a mouthful of blood. His body transformed into a streak of blue light, hurtling away into the distance. But it's not over yet. Gohan, enduring the agony, steadied himself in midair, rapidly clasping his hands together before his chest. Kamehameha, a beam of blue energy, thicker and more radiant than the one he used against Tagoma, surged powerfully towards Frieza. This is Gohan's strongest attack, wagering everything he has. Oh, you wish to use the same technique a second time? Then allow me to show you just how vast our difference is. Frieza bellowed, as the golden aura around him surged once more. Boom! Gohan's Kamehameha struck Frieza squarely. Frieza, with unwavering resolve, endured Gohan's Kamehameha. How is this possible? Krillin stood in bewilderment, scarcely able to believe his own eyes. Gohan, too, was struck with profound shock, as if all his strength had been siphoned away. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Frieza appeared before him. The game must come to an end. Frieza's fist struck Gohan's chest with a thunderous impact. Bang! The sound reverberated through the air. Gohan's body fell limply to the ground like a kite severed from its string, the azure aura surrounding him rapidly dissipating. With a resounding crash, Gohan hit the earth, sending plumes of dust soaring into the air. Silence enveloped the scene. All were rendered speechless by this overwhelming spectacle. Frieza, in his golden form, was undeniably formidable. Ha 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 ha. Frieza's maniacal laughter echoed as he descended beside the unconscious Gohan, casually nudging him with his toe. Truly feeble, Son Goku's son. I had anticipated a greater challenge from you, yet you proved to be so weak, so utterly unamusing. Frieza spread his arms wide, reveling in the ecstasy of victory, his arrogance and brutality casting a shadow over the entire planet. Now it begins with you, Son Gohan. Not just you. Frieza's voice turned venomous. There is also Luo Feng, Son Goku, and that self-important Saiyan prince, Vegeta. One by one, I shall crush you beneath my heel, allowing you to perish in endless despair and torment. Frieza lifted his foot, aiming it at Gohan's head, prepared to extinguish his life completely. At that critical moment, a thunderous voice rang out from afar. Stop! Yet Frieza's actions did not falter. Boom! His foot struck the ground, causing it to crack and a vast pit to form. What is happening? There was no sensation of striking flesh underfoot. Frieza's smile froze in disbelief. Gohan had vanished, leaving behind an empty chasm. Where is he? That little Saiyan has disappeared. Frieza abruptly raised his gaze, locking eyes on a figure 100 meters away. It was Luo Feng, who had used instant transmission to rescue Gohan. Mr. Luo Feng. Krillin, who had been on edge, felt his tension dissipate, nearly collapsing to the ground. Piccolo exhaled deeply, relief washing over him as his anxieties subsided. Frieza, upon recognizing the familiar silhouette, momentarily stunned, was soon overtaken by a deranged joy. Luo Feng. Frieza's voice brimmed with suppressed excitement. You have finally chosen to show yourself. I have awaited your arrival for so long. Luo Feng disregarded Frieza's taunts, gently placing Gohan on the ground. With a flick of his finger, a senzu bean flew accurately towards Piccolo. Take care of him. Wow. Incredible. Son Goku gazed at the shimmering Frieza, his eyes alight with admiration. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, casting a cold gaze upon Frieza. Luo Feng, have you witnessed this? This is the culmination of my year-long training. Frieza spread his arms wide, golden energy surging skyward, causing the very earth to lament under his immense power. Today, I shall make you pay. Just as Frieza prepared to savor the thrill of vengeance, a beam of light descended from the heavens. Beerus and Whis arrived at the battlefield. Upon seeing Beerus, Frieza momentarily froze, his golden aura instantly diminishing by half. Lord Beerus. Frieza's body quivered uncontrollably. He hastily suppressed all his energy, descending from midair, and respectfully bowed deeply towards Beerus, executing a profound 90-degree salute. I, the humble Frieza, was unaware of your esteemed visit, and I apologize for my failure to greet you properly. Beerus did not even spare Frieza a glance. He was engrossed in savoring a skewer of takoyaki that Whis had presented. Delicious. Quite delightful. I'm glad you enjoy it, Whis responded with a cheerful smile. After a brief pause, Beerus finally acknowledged Frieza, casting a casual glance in his direction. Oh, it's you, Frieza. You've been resurrected? Why yes, indeed, Lord Beerus. Frieza lowered his head even further. Internally, Frieza was on the verge of cursing. What was going on? Why was the god of destruction mingling with these Saiyans? Acting so familiar with them? How could he exact his revenge under such circumstances? Enough, enough, do not obstruct my view. Beerus waved his hand impatiently. You all fight amongst yourselves. I am merely here to enjoy the spectacle and sample Earth's cuisine. Yet, in his heart, Beerus mused, with that monster, Luo Feng, present, it would not be my place to intervene. Poor Frieza, you have no inkling of how terrifying your true adversary is. May fortune favor you. Upon hearing Beerus declare his non-involvement, the heavy weight pressing on Frieza's heart lifted somewhat. As long as the god of destruction remained uninvolved with his current power, crushing these Saiyan monkeys would be a trivial task. Frieza gradually straightened his posture, redirecting his gaze towards Goku and the others, a proud smirk re-emerging on his face. Did you hear that, Saiyans? Lord Beerus will not interfere in our grievances. Today marks your demise. Wow. Impressive. Frieza, you've truly grown stronger. Goku began to flex his wrists, brimming with eagerness. Hee, I can feel my blood boiling. Come on, Frieza, let me be your opponent. Chapter 168, Kakarot, step aside. Allow me to deal with Frieza? Goku stepped forward, his fighting spirit reaching its zenith. However, just as Goku was about to charge, Vegeta positioned himself in front of Goku. Kakarot, stand down. Goku paused, turning to Vegeta with a puzzled expression. Vegeta? What are you doing? This is a formidable opponent. I should be the one to engage first. Silence. Vegeta replied, not turning back, arms still crossed, his icy glare fixed upon the golden Frieza hovering in the air. That fellow, it's not your turn to intervene. Why is that? Sun Wukong scratched his head, perplexed. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong. Kakarot, let me ask you. Who was it that ultimately dealt with Frieza when he first descended upon Earth? I think it was me, Sun Wukong pondered. And when that creature known as the evil spirit wave appeared, who was it that effortlessly dispatched Frieza? Vegeta pressed on. It seems it was also me. Sun Wukong's expression grew somewhat awkward. Exactly. Vegeta abruptly turned towards Sun Wukong, his voice low and fierce. Twice. You have basked in glory on 2 occasions. That bastard Frieza humiliated me so many times. This time is my best opportunity to reclaim my honor. Flames of fury ignited in Vegeta's eyes. This time, it must be I, Prince Vegeta, who personally buries this scoundrel. Do you understand, Kakarot? Observing Vegeta's near-explosive demeanor, Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly. I suppose you're right. He scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. All right. Since you insist, I shall yield this time. You better give it your all, Vegeta. Sun Wukong stepped back, completely ceding the battlefield. In midair, Frieza listened to their exchange, his expression shifting from amusement to a grotesque distortion, ultimately transforming into a tempest of wrath. Yield to me? How dare you, you 2 damned Saiyan monkeys, treat me, the great Frieza, as some trophy to be passed around at whim. Boom. A golden aura erupted violently from Frieza's being, the terrifying pressure causing the very ground to tremble. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Frieza pointed at Vegeta below, screeching, Vegeta, you pitiful wretch who once groveled at my feet. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a tone? Humph, Frieza, are you still living in the past? Vegeta slowly raised his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. The current me is no longer the Vegeta you once toyed with. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant blue aura ascended skyward. Vegeta's dark hair transformed into a celestial blue, a powerful divine energy enveloping the entire battlefield. Super Saiyan Blue. This transformation, Frieza had just witnessed in Gohan. However, the intensity of Vegeta's aura far surpassed that of Gohan's. Oh, are you frightened, Frieza? Vegeta. feeling the surging power within him, wore a confident expression. This is merely an appetizer. Today, I shall let you witness the true strength of the Prince of Saiyans. Before the words left his lips, Vegeta's figure vanished from his position. What? Frieza was taken aback, immediately heightening his senses to the utmost limit. Right here. Frieza abruptly turned around, only to find that Vegeta had mysteriously appeared behind him. With a fist infused with tremendous power, he struck fiercely toward Frieza's cheek. In a moment of panic, Frieza could only raise his arm to block the impending blow. Bang! A resounding thud echoed through the air. The sheer force propelled Frieza backward like a cannonball. Ugh! Frieza rose from the cloud of dust, shaking his slightly numb arm, his golden visage etched with shock. How formidable! This Vegeta, with but a single punch, had instilled a sense of pressure within him. What is the matter, Frieza? Is this the culmination of your year of training? Vegeta hovered in the air, looking down at Frieza with a tone rife with mockery. It seems you're not so impressive after all. You dare to seek your own demise. Humiliated by one of his former subordinates, Frieza was consumed by rage. He roared, and his golden form transformed into a streak of light as he charged aggressively towards Vegeta. Thus commenced a cataclysmic battle. The golden and blue auras clashed violently in the sky, with each encounter unleashing energy shocks capable of annihilating worlds. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens appeared to tear asunder, while the earth lamented. In the distance, Krillin and Piccolo watched, dumbfounded and terrified. So powerful, Krillin stammered, astonished that Vegeta could hold his own against that monster. No, it's still not enough. Gohan, having just consumed a Senzu bean and restored his strength, observed the battle above with a grave expression. Although Uncle Vegeta is incredibly strong, it seems that Frieza's power is still on the rise. On the battlefield, as Gohan had surmised, after the initial probing, Frieza had fully adapted to Vegeta's rhythm and strength. Gradually, Frieza escalated his power, his offensive becoming increasingly ferocious and frenzied. Bang! Frieza delivered a powerful kick that sent Vegeta flying, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Vegeta, delivering a crushing blow to his back. Ugh! Vegeta grunted, his body uncontrollably plummeting toward the ground. Oh ho ho ho! Futile! Vegeta! Frieza spread his arms wide in the air, emitting a sickly cackle. No matter how you struggle, you will forever be but a monkey that can never surpass this king. Today, I will once again make you experience the despair of yesteryears. Frieza extended his hands, unleashing a barrage of purple death spheres that rained down upon Vegeta like a tempest. Chapter 169, Vegeta's Roar, the ultimate flash against Frieza. The dense swarm of death spheres sealed off all of Vegeta's escape routes. Rumbling. The cacophony of explosions melded into one, leaving the earth ravaged and scarred. Smoke billowing, obscuring the sky. Vegeta. In the distance, Krillin and the others felt their hearts leap to their throats. Oh ho ho ho, is it over? How dull. Frieza gazed at the devastation below, a look of boredom crossing his face. Do not be so pleased with yourself, Frieza. A thunderous roar emerged from the swirling clouds of dust. A cerulean figure suddenly broke through the veil of smoke, appearing before Frieza with even greater speed than before. At this moment, although Vegeta's battle attire bore some damage, the azure aura surrounding him burned more fiercely than ever. What? Frieza was taken aback. He had not anticipated that, under such relentless assault, Vegeta would emerge unscathed. I shall return to you the favor you just dealt. Vegeta's fists rained down upon Frieza with the ferocity of a tempest. Boom, 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 boom. The muffled sounds of impact resonated through the sky. This time, Frieza found himself entirely on the defensive. Faced with the wrathful Vegeta, he could only feebly raise his arms to shield his vital points, enduring the relentless barrage of blows. How infuriating! Frieza's heart raced with dread as he realized that Vegeta's speed and strength had ascended to a new echelon. Huh! Seizing an opening, Vegeta delivered a devastating punch to Frieza's abdomen. Gasp! A copious spray of golden blood erupted from Frieza as his body contorted grotesquely. But it was not over yet. Vegeta executed a knee strike that forcefully connected with Frieza's chin, propelling him skyward. Immediately afterward, with hands clasped above his head, Vegeta brought down a colossal hammer fist upon Frieza, who was still soaring upward. Boom! Frieza's body plummeted like a meteor, hurtling toward the ground with terrifying velocity. The earth was instantly gouged, creating a massive crater over a kilometer in diameter, as a cataclysmic shockwave flattened everything in its vicinity. Panting slightly, Vegeta hovered in the air. Although the fluid series of attacks had been exhilarating, it had also drained considerable energy from him. Is it over? Krillin inquired uncertainly, gazing at the seemingly bottomless pit. No, not yet. Piccolo shook his head gravely. Frieza's energy has only slightly diminished. He has not sustained any fatal injuries. Indeed, no sooner had Piccolo spoken than boom. A golden beam of light erupted from the center of the crater. Golden Frieza slowly ascended from the pit, wiping the golden blood from the corner of his mouth. His previously sickly smile now transformed into a more sinister grin. Vegeta, you wretched monkey, you have truly provoked my wrath. I admit, I underestimated you. Frieza cracked his neck with a series of audible pops. Your growth has indeed exceeded my expectations. However, the game ends here. You shall never comprehend the insurmountable chasm that separates genius from mediocrity. Frieza's power began to surge uncontrollably once more. Vegeta's expression grew grave. Come on, Frieza. Enough with the chatter. Vegeta growled, re-establishing his fighting stance. Oh, ho, as you wish. Frieza's figure vanished in an instant. In the next instant, he appeared above Vegeta, a golden tail striking fiercely towards the prince's head. Vegeta reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly raising his hand to block. A sharp crack echoed. The immense force caused Vegeta's body to plunge downwards. Umph, is this all you can muster? Vegeta scoffed, seizing Frieza's tail and intending to hurl him violently to the ground. You've fallen for it, monkey. A sinister smile crept across Frieza's face. At some unknown moment, a purple death beam had coalesced at his fingertip. Aimed at an astoundingly acute angle, it shot towards Vegeta's chest at close range. This is bad. Vegeta gasped in horror, but it was too late to evade. Thud. The purple beam pierced through his shoulder in an instant. Ack! Pain surged through him, and Vegeta involuntarily released his grip on Frieza's tail. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza swiftly turned, delivering a brutal kick to Vegeta's face. Bang! Vegeta's body spun like a top, hurtling away. Vegeta. Goku watched anxiously from a distance. Did you see that? Vegeta. Frieza laughed maniacally in midair. This is the chasm that separates you from me. No matter how strong you become, in my presence, you will always remain a mere plaything. Frieza began to teleport continuously, unleashing a relentless flurry of assaults upon Vegeta. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, even his tail and head were employed in an all-out barrage. Frieza utilized every possible means, mercilessly attacking every part of Vegeta's body. Bang, bang, bang. Under Frieza's frenzied onslaught, Vegeta found himself unable to retaliate, enduring blow after devastating blow. His wounds multiplied. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta bore the brunt of Frieza's heavy punches, memories flashing through his mind of the humiliation when Frieza had once stomped on his chest, rendering him powerless. With a punch, Frieza sent Vegeta flying, grinning maliciously as he proclaimed, "You were born to be my subordinate. Your father, your planet. Everything you hold dear was once mine. You can never escape this truth." Silence. That was the greatest disgrace for Vegeta as the prince of the Saiyans. I am not your subordinate. I am no one's subordinate. Stabilizing himself in midair, Vegeta unleashed a furious roar at Frieza. I am the prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta. An unprecedented fury surged within him, transforming into boundless power. Vegeta resolved to no longer engage in this futile struggle. He would deliver his most powerful strike to utterly obliterate this scoundrel before him. Vegeta abruptly distanced himself, halting in midair, arms outstretched, slowly bringing his hands together before him. A terrifying energy began to rapidly converge within his palms. Frieza, brace yourself for my ultimate move, and then descend to hell. The very earth trembled violently beneath the gathering energy. Vegeta, that fellow, intends to settle the matter with a single strike. On the ground, Krillin and Piccolo, among others, are already struggling to breathe under this terrifying energy. What an utterly fearsome force. Krillin's face is filled with horror as he feels the very earth trembling beneath him. Chapter 170. Frieza's Final Gambit. Goku, too, is shaken to his core, sensing the dreadful energy emanating from Vegeta. Oh! In midair, Frieza gazes at the charging Vegeta, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Ah, you think to use such ostentatious techniques against me? Vegeta, you remain as naive as ever. Yet, despite his words, Frieza perceives a hint of threat from Vegeta's move. He is not the kind of fool who would falter due to arrogance. Very well, if you wish to play. I shall indulge you to the end. Frieza sneers, raising his right hand. A colossal dark red energy sphere begins to rapidly coalesce at his fingertips, expanding. Allow me to showcase the mightiest move of King Frieza. This is a supernova capable of reducing planets to cosmic dust. Both combatants elevate their powers to their utmost limits. The battlefield is left with only two forces of cataclysmic energy, fiercely clashing and escalating. Frieza, perish. Ultimate Flash, accompanied by Vegeta's thunderous roar. The Ultimate Flash is instantaneously unleashed from his palm. A terrifying beam of light, imbued with the will to obliterate all, hurtles mercilessly toward Frieza. Ah, splendid. A mad grin spreads across Frieza's face. Disappear, along with this filthy planet. Supernova. Frieza forcefully thrusts the massive dark red energy sphere forward. Boom. In the next instant, the two forces of ultimate destruction collide violently in midair. Immediately, an incredibly brilliant sphere of light erupts. A terrifying shockwave of energy expands at light speed in all directions. The warriors in the distance find themselves engulfed in blinding white, unable to see anything. In the sky, the clash continues. The Ultimate Flash and Frieza's supernova fiercely compress and devour one another. At the interface of these energies, countless black lightning bolts erupt, tearing through space. Ah! Vegeta grits his teeth, pouring every ounce of his strength into the Ultimate Flash. Futile. Vegeta. Frieza's maniacal laughter pierces through the roar of energy, reaching Vegeta's ears with clarity. Your power ultimately has its limits. And I, King Frieza, am the greatest genius in the universe. My power is boundless. Push through. Frieza bellows, his golden aura surging once more. The size of the supernova expands dramatically. Vegeta's expression darkens instantly. An irresistible, immense force surged from the opposite side, gradually pushing back his Ultimate Flash. How infuriating. Blood trickled from the corner of Vegeta's mouth. His body was nearing its limit. The power of Super Saiyan Blue was nearly unsustainable. Am I to lose? No, absolutely not. I cannot afford to lose again to this scoundrel. Ahaha, do you see it, Vegeta? This is the chasm that separates us. Frieza observed the increasingly subdued Vegeta, a cruel smile spreading across his face. You are just like your deceased father. A complete waste. Now, follow in his footsteps and descend into hell. Father, King Vegeta, who, though proud, was ultimately obliterated by Frieza along with his planet. Humiliation, resentment, fury. No, I am not a waste. Vegeta's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot intensity. Boom! A power more profound and condensed than Super Saiyan Blue erupted violently from within him. The azure aura began its metamorphosis into a deeper realm. Deep Blue. Super Saiyan Blue Deep Blue. This state was the pinnacle of Vegeta's mastery. It transcended Super Saiyan Blue, further condensing and compressing divine power to reach an entirely new echelon. What is this? Frieza, on the opposing side, distinctly felt the sudden surge of power emanating from Vegeta, his maniacal laughter freezing into disbelief. This guy has grown stronger in the midst of battle. Frieza, transformed into Deep Blue, Vegeta felt an unprecedented, boundless power within him. He unleashed a thunderous roar. Buzz, the Ultimate Flash, which had been suppressed to its limits, suddenly radiated with overwhelming brilliance. Its size expanded several-fold. Boom! The Ultimate Flash, which had been retreating, instantly reversed the tide of battle with the reinforcement of Deep Blue power. In a manner both devastating and relentless, it pushed back, devouring and obliterating Frieza's supernova inch by inch. What? Impossible! Frieza exclaimed in horror. He desperately summoned his inner strength to withstand the advance of the Ultimate Flash, but all was in vain. My supernova at last, the Ultimate Flash, imbued with cataclysmic might, surged towards Frieza with ferocity. The shadow of death loomed over Frieza once again. No! A scream of terror escaped Frieza's lips. He could not comprehend why. Why do these Saiyans always manage to unleash unimaginable power at critical moments? Why, as the universe's foremost genius, am I repeatedly driven into such a wretched predicament by these inferior monkey races? Damn monkeys! Damn monkeys! As the Ultimate Flash threatened to engulf him completely, a glimmer of madness flashed in Frieza's eyes. He still possessed a hidden card. This was the true limit he had attained through a year of arduous training, kept concealed for the purpose of confronting Luo Feng and Sun Wukong. Initially, he had deemed it beneath him to reveal his strongest form before someone like Vegeta. Yet now, Frieza could no longer afford to be so dismissive. Chapter 171. The Unmatched Luo Feng. Astonished Frieza. You have forced my hand, Vegeta. Witness now the true power of me, Frieza the Emperor. Just as the ultimate flash was about to make contact with his body, Frieza erupted with a surge of golden energy, far more terrifying than anything before it. Boom! The sudden outburst of golden energy was utterly fearsome. The ultimate flash struck Frieza with a deafening roar. Could he withstand it? From a distance, Sun Wukong stared in disbelief. How much strength was this man still concealing? Sun Wukong's expression was one of unprecedented gravity. At the heart of the battlefield, Vegeta was equally shaken, his face a mask of incredulity as he gazed ahead. At the terminus of the ultimate flash, amidst the dazzling golden radiance, Frieza's figure was undergoing a remarkable transformation. His muscles visibly swelled, brimming with an even more concentrated, explosive power. His aura was now on a level far superior to before. This was the perfect form Frieza had achieved after a year of hellish training, fully integrating the power of his golden form and eliminating all weaknesses associated with energy consumption. Golden Frieza at full power. Ahaha. Frieza's sickly yet maniacal laughter reverberated throughout the battlefield. Do you see this, Vegeta? This is the true strength of your king. Your previous move did indeed surprise me. However, in the face of my perfect power, all your struggles are utterly meaningless. Now be gone. Frieza bellowed, unleashing his entire strength with ferocity. He extended his hands, directly grasping the ultimate flash that had struck him, and with an astonishingly brutish stance, he forcefully pushed the colossal energy blast back. What? Vegeta's mind reeled. How could this be possible? Frieza was actually repelling his ultimate flash. How could this man be so powerful? Aya! Vegeta roared, releasing energy waves from his hands in an attempt to redirect the ultimate flash once more. But all was in vain. The ultimate flash was being propelled back by Frieza with an unstoppable force, and its speed only increased. Damn it! The look on Vegeta's face was one of bitter reluctance. Helplessly, he could only watch as his most formidable strike, imbued with Frieza's terrifying power, hurtled towards him with unrelenting force. Was death imminent? Such an unwillingness surged within him. It was truly unbearable. In the minds of Bulma, Trunks, and Vegeta, the final images of their family flashed before their eyes as they slowly closed them. Ahahaha! Die, Vegeta! Frieza cackled victoriously, observing Vegeta on the brink of obliteration. Just at that critical moment, as the ultimate flash was about to engulf Vegeta, a hand suddenly pressed firmly on his shoulder. An irresistible force yanked Vegeta back with tremendous strength. In an instant, he was blinded by a flash, and a figure appeared, lightning fast, in his previous position, confronting the cataclysmic energy wave head-on. It was Luo Feng. Luo Feng! Vegeta cried out, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. Ahahaha! It's too late. You two shall become mere cosmic dust together. Frieza sneered, pushing his power to the utmost limit. The colossal ultimate flash loomed ever closer, its terrifying heat and energy warping the very fabric of space around them. Luo Feng gazed intently at the ultimate flash, his eyes sharp and unwavering. With no hesitation, a pure divine aura erupted explosively from within him. Luo Feng transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. The fearsome divine energy manifested as a visible shockwave, colliding fiercely with the oncoming energy wave of the ultimate flash. Crossing his arms, Luo Feng thrust forward with all his might. Huh! A deafening roar reverberated as his hands firmly braced against the immense energy beam. The raging energy battered against Luo Feng's body, causing the ground beneath him to crack and collapse under the horrific force. Aya! Frieza howled in madness, pouring every ounce of power he had into the attack, attempting to crush Luo Feng along with the entire planet. Get away from me! Luo Feng's arms bore the unimaginable weight of pressure, the blue aura around him flickering wildly. He slightly bent his legs, grounding himself, and in the next moment, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. Huh! With a thunderous shout, the power within Luo Feng boiled over. He surged forward with unparalleled strength and dominance, forcefully redirecting the massive energy wave upward. The energy torrent, once aimed straight at the ground, was forcibly altered in its trajectory by Luo Feng's absolute might. Boom! After a series of ear-splitting roars, the energy wave transformed into a radiant beam that pierced through the heavens, blasting out of the earth. The wind stilled. The residual energy slowly dissipated. Luo Feng gradually lowered his hands. The tumultuous blue aura around him calming, but still emanating an overwhelming pressure. Frieza's mouth gaped open, his mind blank. What had just transpired? Unleashing his most formidable power. Could it be that the devastating strike of Vegeta's ultimate flash was effortlessly repelled by Luo Feng? No, it is impossible. From a distance, Vegeta, having been guided to safety by Luo Feng's recent actions, knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, the deep blue aura surrounding him dissipating back to its normal state. He lifted his gaze towards Luo Feng's silhouette, his eyes filled with a complex tapestry of emotions, gratitude intertwined with profound shock. How incredibly strong, muttered Son Goku in awe. Oh dear, it seems our presence is no longer required, Whis remarked, gently swaying his staff. Meanwhile, Beerus indulged in another delightful treat, mumbling indistinctly. I've always said it. This fellow is a monster. Beerus's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. Poor Frieza. You have no idea what terrifying entity you have provoked. On the battlefield, Frieza's breathing escalated to a frantic pace. Ah! He roared, a terrifying wave of energy erupting from within him, more ferocious than ever before. Luo Feng, I will have your head. Chapter 172, Toying with Frieza. Luo Feng, fully charged and evading. With a roar, Frieza transformed into a golden streak of lightning. Charging towards Luo Feng, the air erupted with a terrifying sonic boom. Ha ha! Die! 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 Frieza shrieked in madness, unleashing a barrage of punches akin to relentless cannon fire towards Luo Feng. Simultaneously, his tail lashed out violently, aiming for Luo Feng's chest. In the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Luo Feng raised his arm, firmly catching Frieza's fists with his palm, while deftly pinching the incoming tail with 2 fingers. Each collision reverberated with a thunderous sound, sending shockwaves of terrifying energy rippling outward, carving immense gorges into the already ravaged ground. How can this be? No, impossible. A storm of disbelief surged within Frieza. This was wrong. The power he unleashed now was greater than when he faced Vegeta. Yet, why were all his punches so effortlessly intercepted by Luo Feng? Impossible. It cannot be. Frieza's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, bordering on hysteria. The onlookers in the distance were rendered speechless by the spectacle. Is this truly the strength of my master? Gohan gazed in astonishment. As a Super Saiyan Blue himself, he felt utterly powerless before Frieza. Yet, his master, Luo Feng, seemed to effortlessly block Frieza's full-force assault. How impressive, Son Goku remarked, captivated by the clash of the titans. Despite Frieza's newfound strength, he appeared almost childlike before the formidable Luo Feng. Observing the battle, Whis smiled and remarked to Beerus, it seems Mr. Luo Feng intends to toy with him. With his mouth full, Beerus mumbled indistinctly, why waste time on such a minor character? Finish quickly. I wish to indulge in new delicacies. On the battlefield, Luo Feng regarded the frenzied Frieza with a disdainful smile, feeling a sense of boredom wash over him. In the next moment, as Frieza launched another powerful punch, Luo Feng activated his Ultra Instinct and slowly closed his eyes. What? Frieza was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Luo Feng's actions. Had he given up? No, that energy emanating from him had grown even more terrifying. But there was no time for Frieza to ponder further. His fist was already upon Luo Feng. Regardless of your tricks, prepare to meet your end. Frieza's fist descended with great force. However, contrary to his expectations, he felt nothing upon impact. Luo Feng had evaded the strike with a slight tilt of his head, narrowly escaping the blow. What? Frieza was stunned. Without hesitation, he roared and amplified his power, attacking once more with both fists and his tail. Swish, swish. Luo Feng, keeping his eyes closed, seamlessly evaded every attack, his body swaying gracefully while leaving behind afterimages. Throughout the entire exchange, his eyes remained firmly shut. What sorcery is this? Frieza was utterly bewildered. In disbelief, he unleashed a barrage of relentless strikes. Punches, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, tail whips, and lethal beams shot forth from his fingertips. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless crimson death rays enveloped Luo Feng, yet he remained with his eyes closed. As he moved, he left behind trails of phantoms, and every beam fired by Frieza missed its mark entirely. Panting heavily after a relentless assault, Frieza paused, incredulous, as he gazed at Luo Feng. This creature is a true anomaly. What is it, Frieza? Luo Feng finally opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Is this the culmination of your year of training? Is this all the skill you possess? Luo Feng's scornful taunt severely wounded Frieza's pride. You merely hide like a coward. If you possess any courage, face me head on. He bellowed, his bravado wavering. Oh, Luo Feng chuckled softly. If you seek an early demise, so be it. Come forth, coward. Show me what abilities you possess beyond mere evasion. Frieza charged at Luo Feng, his golden fist imbued with earth-shattering power, striking down with ferocity. This punch distorted the very fabric of space itself. This time, Luo Feng chose not to evade. He raised his right fist and charged towards Frieza. The two fists collided midair. A thunderous explosion erupted. A terrifying shockwave radiated wildly from the two combatants, tearing the earth into countless fragments, and the sea surged upwards, forming towering waves of 100 meters. Frieza's body trembled violently. An overwhelming force surged from across the battlefield, causing Frieza to lose control and be sent flying by Luo Feng's punch. Ag! Frieza's anguished cries echoed in the air. Ultimately, his body crashed heavily onto a distant island. Boom! The entire island collapsed in an instant, sending countless stones flying. How is this possible? Frieza struggled to rise from the rubble, golden blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. The force of that moment's clash had left him utterly defeated. Frieza's aura plummeted. Just one punch, merely one punch. Sun Wukong swallowed hard, his voice trembling. He knew Luo Feng was formidable, but witnessing such a crushing scene firsthand was still a tremendous shock. Just how vast was the gap between himself and Luo Feng? In the skies above the battlefield, Luo Feng's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, he appeared behind Frieza, his right leg raised high. What? As Frieza snapped out of his daze, he saw Luo Feng materialize before him. Bang! Luo Feng's foot struck fiercely at Frieza's waist. The force of this kick far surpassed that of the earlier punch. Frieza's body bent in a grotesque arc, and he spewed forth another mouthful of golden blood from the intense impact. Cough, cough. Frieza was sent flying once more, this time in the opposite direction. His body tumbled through the air. Damn bastard. Chapter 173. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza, who questions his existence. Frieza managed to stabilize his form mid-tumble. He hovered in the air, his chest heaving violently, each breath igniting excruciating pain throughout his body. Bastard, bastard. Frieza let out a furious roar of defiance. He could not accept it. He absolutely refused to believe it. He was the Cosmic Emperor, a one-in-a-million genius. After enduring hellish training, he had achieved an unprecedented level of perfection. How could he possibly lose to a mere Saiyan? I have not lost yet. Frieza spread his arms wide, extracting every last ounce of power he had left. Boom! I will reduce you, along with this planet, to cosmic dust. Frieza's hands came together in front of his chest. A dark purple energy sphere began to swell rapidly. Die! The Emperor's ultimate judgment. A massive, terrifying dark purple energy blast surged forth with Frieza's roar, hurtling towards Luo Feng. In the face of this world-destroying attack, Luo Feng raised both hands, positioning himself at his waist. Turtle. A brilliant blue energy began to gather in the palms of Luo Feng. Wave. Key blast. Accompanied by a thunderous roar from Luo Feng, a terrifying azure shockwave erupted from his palm, boldly surging forth. The clash of two formidable energies resonated through the air with a resounding boom. A cataclysmic energy storm manifested into tangible shockwaves, sweeping in all directions. The earth was violently upheaved, while the distant ocean was forcibly parted, revealing the abyssal seabed beneath. Frieza's veins bulged ominously from his forehead. His visage contorted and grotesque from the strain of his exertion. He unleashed every ounce of his power without reservation. In the midst of this relentless battle, Frieza experienced a significant breakthrough in his strength, his power surging once more. Do you see it, Luo Feng? This is me, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, the epitome of true power. Frieza's maniacal laughter rang out. Your Kamehameha is being gradually suppressed by me. Indeed, as Frieza proclaimed. The robust dark purple energy beam was visibly pushing back Luo Feng's Kamehameha. How could this be? In the distance, Gohan's face was etched with horror. The energy Frieza unleashed had once again breached the critical threshold. Oh my, this is quite amusing. Whis observed the confrontation in the sky, a playful smile gracing his lips. It seems Mr. Luo Feng is encountering a slight predicament. Humph. Beerus, having swallowed a piece of takoyaki, glanced at the sky, his eyes devoid of concern. That fellow Luo Feng is merely toying with the situation. Die, die, die. Frieza, sensing his advantage, let out a more frenzied roar. The aura surrounding him blazed to its zenith, propelling the dark purple energy beam forward significantly. The scales of victory appeared to tip entirely in Frieza's favor. Yet, at the center of the energy storm, Luo Feng remained utterly unperturbed. Frieza, is this truly your limit? Frieza glared at Luo Feng, continuing to exert his power. To be on the brink of death and still defiant. No, I am merely stating a fact. Luo Feng chuckled lightly. Now, allow me to show you a power even greater. In the instant his words fell, a terrifying aura far surpassing Frieza's erupted explosively from within Luo Feng. The energy that had previously surrounded him began to collapse inward frantically, condensing. Super Saiyan Blue, full power. What is this? Frieza's maniacal laughter froze in an instant. The qualitative shift in power occurred in the blink of an eye. As Luo Feng transitioned into Super Saiyan Blue at full power, the stalemate was shattered in an instant. Hiya! Luo Feng bellowed. The Kamehameha, which had been relentlessly suppressed, suddenly surged in a violent expansion. The azure energy torrent swelled to more than 10 times its original size in a heartbeat. What? Frieza's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. No, it cannot be. Frieza desperately squeezed every ounce of strength from within, striving to hold the line. Yet, all efforts proved futile. Boom! The dark purple energy blast was utterly consumed, annihilated. The Kamehameha, imbued with terrifying might, surged fiercely toward Frieza. The shadow of death loomed over him once more. No! A heart-wrenching wail escaped Frieza's lips. Boom! The Kamehameha struck him squarely. Frieza could not even muster a scream as he was completely engulfed by the ferocious torrent of energy, transformed into a shooting star, violently hurled toward the horizon's edge. Luo Feng's figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared before the trajectory of Frieza's fall. Boom! As Frieza crashed through a mountain and emerged from the other side, Luo Feng awaited him. Slap! A crisp, resounding slap echoed as Luo Feng delivered a forceful blow to Frieza's face. Frieza was sent flying sideways, his mind a blank, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. In an instant, Luo Feng reappeared at his side. Bang! A heavy fist struck precisely at Frieza's abdomen. Ugh! Frieza's eyes bulged, his body curling into a shrimp-like shape, nearly expelling the remnants of his previous meal. The excruciating pain left him gasping for breath. Emotionless, Luo Feng grasped Frieza's limp tail. As Frieza attempted to struggle, he was lifted by an irresistible force. Luo Feng swung Frieza's tail as if it were a mere sandbag. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Frieza's body blurred in the air, creating sonic booms. Down you go. Luo Feng's arm exerted tremendous force. Boom. Frieza's body was violently smashed into the depths of the earth. A bottomless, massive pit appeared in the ravaged ground. As the dust settled, Frieza lay at the bottom of the pit, battered and bruised, his golden aura completely faded, reverting to his original white and purple form. His breath was faint to the extreme. Defeated. From the very beginning, there had been no chance of victory. At this moment, Frieza realized that Luo Feng had been toying with him all along. Chapter 174. Frieza's Collapse. Choosing Self-Destruction. Luo Feng's figure slowly descended from the heavens. He hovered above the giant pit, gazing down at the pitiful figure below with an indifferent expression, as though observing a toy he had grown weary of. At the bottom of the pit, Frieza struggled, attempting to prop up his broken body with his arms. Cough, cough, cough. Frieza coughed up more golden blood, appearing utterly tragic. Why? Frieza's voice trembled. How could you be this strong? Luo Feng offered no reply, simply watching in silence, as if waiting for Frieza to utter his last words. No, I cannot die. I do not wish to return to that hellish place. In Frieza's mind, a terrifying vision momentarily flashed before him, being surrounded by little sprites and dolls, day after day, subjected to their incessant singing and parades. This psychological torment was far more unbearable than the death of his physical form. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. Dignity, pride, the grandeur of a cosmic emperor? In the face of death, these held no value. Frieza's gaze suddenly shifted toward the distant figure of Beerus, who was leisurely savoring his meal. That was his last glimmer of hope, his final lifeline. Lord Beerus. Frieza summoned every ounce of strength to cry out for help. Struggling to rise from the pit, he crawled toward Beerus, pleading, Lord Beerus. Save me. I beg you. Please save me. This sudden spectacle left Krillin, Piccolo, and others in the distance utterly stunned. What on earth was he doing? Krillin rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the sight before him. He was begging Lord Beerus for mercy. Gohan's expression was one of complexity. The once arrogant cosmic emperor, who had just moments ago boasted of annihilating everything, now resembled a humble dog, kneeling and begging for life. The contrast was simply staggering. Vegeta scoffed, his face twisted in disdain. Humph, what a disgraceful creature. He has truly brought shame to the title of Cosmic Emperor. Meanwhile, Goku scratched his head, perplexed, and asked, will Lord Beerus actually save him? On the battlefield, Frieza's pleas persisted. Lord Beerus, as long as you are willing to intervene and save me, I, Frieza, am prepared to do anything for you. I will obey your commands forever. I shall serve you. Frieza raised his head, forcing a sycophantic smile, desperately promoting his worth. Are you not the god of destruction? Allow me to handle the destruction of planets. No matter how resilient the planets or stubborn the races, at your command. I assure you I will eliminate them without a trace, causing you no trouble at all. I implore you, Lord Beerus, in light of my usefulness, grant me my life. At last, Beerus paused his meal. He picked at his ear with his pinky, tilted his head, and cast a glance at the kneeling Frieza, his expression tinged with impatience. How bothersome, Beerus remarked with annoyance. You truly know how to inconvenience others. Upon hearing Beerus's response, a flicker of hope ignited within Frieza's heart. Yes, yes, I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall never dare again. I beseech you. I never said I would save you, Beerus replied, instantly plunging Frieza into despair. Huh. The smile on Frieza's face froze. Beerus yawned. If you wish for Luo Feng to cease, you ought to plead with him, not me. I have no authority over him. Frieza was utterly bewildered. No authority? But you are the god of destruction. Is there anyone in the entire universe whom you cannot control? Surely, Lord Beerus, you jest. Frieza questioned incredulously. Jest? Beerus shook his head, his gaze settling on Luo Feng. Frieza, it appears you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. That fellow Luo Feng is a formidable warrior whom even I acknowledge. He is not in any way inferior to me, the god of destruction. Frieza's mind went blank. What did Lord Beerus just say? He asserted that Luo Feng is on par with him, the god of destruction? How is this possible? This is utterly inconceivable. A god of destruction stands at the pinnacle of the universe. How could a mere Saiyan even be compared to such a being? Frieza, unwilling to accept this, fixated his gaze on Beerus, hoping to discern a hint of jest upon his face. Yet, there was none. Beerus's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Beside him, was merely smiled, gently tapping his staff against the ground, seemingly affirming Beerus's claim. It was over. Frieza's heart plunged into an unfathomable abyss. Luo Feng gradually descended before Frieza, looking down upon him. Do you have any final words? Despair. Utter and complete despair. Upon hearing from the lips of the god of destruction, Beerus, that Luo Feng possessed strength that rivaled his own, the last shred of hope in Frieza's heart dissipated into nothingness. He knelt upon the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Moments later, an eerie laughter emanated from Frieza's throat, a sound devoid of meaning. So this is how it is. I concede, Luo Feng, I admit defeat. As he spoke, Frieza propped himself up with his arm, unsteadily rising to his feet. His body began to emanate a faint, purplish-black glow. An extremely unstable energy was wildly gathering and compressing within Frieza. Distantly, Piccolo was the first to sense something amiss. This energy is ominous. This fiend intends to self-destruct. What? Krillin exclaimed in shock. Should Frieza choose to self-destruct with his current power, the ensuing explosion would obliterate the entire Earth, reducing it to cosmic dust. Ah! Frieza spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally, his body swelling like a balloon at its limit. Since I cannot survive, neither shall you. Let this accursed planet be my burial ground. Luo Feng, Goku, Vegeta, and all you insignificant insects of Earth, let us descend into the depths of hell together. Chapter 175, Frieza, welcome home. Frieza's body had expanded to a critical point, brilliant light erupting from every fissure in his form, seemingly on the verge of detonation. Bastard! Vegeta roared, attempting to rush forward to intervene. Goku and Gohan's faces also transformed in horror, acutely aware that the energy, once unleashed, would wreak cataclysmic devastation. Just as the situation reached a breaking point, Luo Feng moved. His figure left behind a faint afterimage, and in the next moment, he appeared before the rapidly expanding Frieza. What? Frieza's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. A fist, appearing ever closer in Frieza's line of sight, loomed larger and larger. Bam! A dull thud resonated as Luo Feng's fist struck Frieza's abdomen. The once bloated form of Frieza deflated instantaneously. The violent energy was forcefully repelled by Luo Feng's blow. Energy surged back, wreaking havoc within Frieza's body. His eyes bulged in shock, unable to utter a coherent word, as his body was sent hurtling backwards. Luo Feng, expressionless, teleported once more to intercept Frieza's flight. He extended his hand, gripping Frieza's neck with an iron grasp, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Attempting to self-destruct, Luo Feng observed the dying Frieza with an indifferent tone. You shall not have that opportunity. Frieza's limbs flailed weakly in vain, unable to budge Luo Feng's arm in the slightest. Luo Feng granted him no further chance to speak. With a powerful swing, he hurled Frieza into the sky as if discarding refuse. Subsequently, Luo Feng clasped his hands at his waist, assuming the stance for the Kamehameha. This time, he held nothing back. The azure power surged to its zenith. Terrifying energy rapidly coalesced within Luo Feng's palm, expanding. Such fearsome energy. Could this be the disparity? Frieza. Luo Feng's voice reverberated through the heavens. This time, there would be no resurrection. You shall be reduced to cosmic dust. Kamehameha, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A beam of light erupted forth, instantly catching up to the ascending Frieza. No. Frieza let out a desperate wail in his final moments. Boom. The torrent of energy completely engulfed Frieza. His body was dismantled inch by inch, annihilated. The might of the Kamehameha surged onward, racing into the depths of the universe, ultimately vanishing at the farthest reaches of the cosmic sea. The cosmic tyrant, Frieza, was utterly dead. With Frieza dealt with, Luo Feng's gaze shifted to the ship on the ground. A diminutive figure, filled with terror, frantically operated the control panel, seemingly attempting to flee. It was Sorbet. Luo Feng's eyes narrowed, and he casually raised his right hand, flicking his fingers in the direction of the vessel. Whoosh! A blue energy wave shot forth at the speed of light. Boom! The distant ship, along with Sorbet, was instantly obliterated into a brilliant fireball. The flames soared, illuminating everything around. Having completed his task, Luo Feng descended slowly to the ground. The terrifying aura surrounding him gradually subsided. Thus, Frieza's vengeance was conclusively put to rest. Gulp! Krillin struggled to swallow, watching Luo Feng's silhouette, feeling his throat parched. Just moments ago, Frieza's energy had completely vanished. Sun Wukong approached Luo Feng, his face a complex tapestry of excitement, shock, and a hint of bitterness. Luo Feng, you truly are a marvel, he exclaimed earnestly. That last move would surely pose a challenge even for Lord Beerus, wouldn't it? Humph. The god of destruction, Beerus, was just stuffing the last piece of dessert into his mouth when he cast a displeased glance at Sun Wukong. Do not compare me to him. Witnessing such formidable power has made even delicacies lose their allure. All right, the trouble is resolved. Let us return. Bulma must have prepared the victory feast by now. Meanwhile, in a realm entirely removed from battle and destruction, a vast expanse of verdant grasslands stretched beneath a warm, gentle sun, perfumed by the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Awareness, slowly coalescing. Frieza gradually opened his eyes. The first thing that met his gaze was a soft shade of pink. The texture was plush and elastic, wrapping his body tightly, rendering him immobile. This was where his memories lingered, frozen at the moment he was engulfed by that terrifying Kamehameha wave. What was happening now? Frieza shook his head, attempting to discern his surroundings. The warm sunlight, the fragrant flowers, and a jubilant yet unsettling melody approached from afar. Tap, 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 thump, thump, thump. Accompanied by the rhythm of drums and the blare of trumpets, a colorful parade came bouncing over a nearby hill. Leading the procession were several plush toy bears, clapping tiny hand drums, followed by a group of fairies flitting about with transparent wings, scattering petals. At the rear of the procession, a group of plump angels tooted golden trumpets. Upon catching sight of this spectacle, Frieza's expression darkened in an instant. This scene, this music, these wretched, nauseating creatures, no. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Frieza's lips. Why? Why here again? He thrashed wildly, but the threads binding him were astonishingly resilient. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not break free. The parade had reached the tree beneath which he was suspended. They halted and simultaneously looked up, their innocent, joyful faces gazing at Frieza. Look, it's King Frieza. He's back. An excited fairy clapped her hands. Welcome back, King Frieza, a teddy bear exclaimed, putting down its drum and waving its little arms enthusiastically. We missed you so much. This time, we've prepared a brand new welcome song for you. We hope you like it, chimed a chubby angel in a sweet voice. Like your heads. Frieza's eyes burned with fury, his visage contorted in rage. Shut up, you repugnant fools. Silence, all of you. I will kill you. Tear you into pieces. Grind you into meat paste. Frieza roared, expending every ounce of his strength in a furious threat. However, the creatures beneath the tree appeared to be entirely oblivious to Frieza's words. Wow, King Frieza still possesses such vigor. Listen, how resounding his voice is. It resonates with enthusiasm. He must be eagerly anticipating our new song. Everyone, music, commence. Chapter 176. Training suspended. The God of Destruction decides to vacation on Earth. As Commander Teddy Bear issued the command, familiar melodies once again filled this tranquil land. Welcome home. King Frieza, the flowers here bloom anew for you. The little bears beat the drums. Angels trumpet their horns. Together we shall remain, never to part. Ah! The agonizing screams of Frieza even drowned out the song. Silence. I implore you. Please cease. The agony of his physical torment only served to strengthen him. Yet this mental anguish drove Frieza to the brink of collapse. No, do not sing. I was wrong. I truly erred. Frieza began to beg for mercy. However, his pleas only elicited a more fervent response from the little fairies. King Frieza seems quite moved. Let us sing even louder. Let our sentiments reach him. Thus, the song grew ever more melodious. Petals rained down like droplets upon Frieza, suspended in midair. One fairy fluttered her wings and approached Frieza, gently placing a crown woven from the most vibrant flowers upon his head. Frieza's body trembled incessantly. Ultimately, he ceased his struggles and roared, helplessly closing his eyes. For Frieza, this was indeed a veritable hell. On the expansive lawn of the Capsule Corporation, an array of delectable dishes had already been laid out. On the massive grill, dinosaur meat sizzled enticingly, golden drippings falling onto the charcoal, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. A long dining table displayed an abundance of sushi, tempura, takoyaki, and roasted lamb. A feast for the eyes, piled high. Bulma, holding a glass of champagne, stood amidst the crowd, her face aglow with a radiant smile. Everyone, let us toast to yet another successful safeguarding of Earth's peace. Cheers. Cheers. Delicious. The meat is perfectly grilled, Goku exclaimed, his mouth stuffed with food as he mumbled his praises, his hands busily loading his plate with more grilled meats. Kakarot, you still eat in such an unsightly manner, Vegeta remarked from the side. Although his movements were far more graceful, his speed of consumption no less swift. He cast a glance at the gluttonous Goku, snorted disdainfully, and shoved a large piece of steak into his mouth. Oh my, the cuisine of Earth truly is endlessly delightful. Whis held a plate, savoring a piece of exquisite strawberry cake, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Hey, Whis, that pudding was mine first, Beerus grumbled, rapping the table with his fingers, cream still lingering at the corners of his mouth. Lord Beerus, sharing food is what makes it truly enjoyable, Whis replied with a smile, spearing another piece. Less chatter. Beside them, Gohan was recounting the thrilling battle to Bidalai and the nearby Xiao Fong, of course omitting the most perilous parts. Luo Feng, holding a glass of juice, stood alongside Android 18, observing the lively scene before them, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Satisfied after a hearty meal, Son Goku let out a contented belch and patted his round belly. Wiping his mouth, he turned his gaze toward Beerus, who was not far off. Lord Beerus. Son Goku suddenly sprang to his feet, excitement illuminating his face. When shall we return to the God of Destruction's realm to continue our training? I feel an overwhelming surge of energy. Beerus paused mid-chew, lifting his gaze to regard Son Goku. What's the rush? I haven't finished my meal, he replied. Just as Goku's words settled, a voice filled with tears unexpectedly rang out. Training. Training. That's all you think about. Chi-Chi, her eyes red, abruptly stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Son Goku. Look at you. How long has it been since you returned home after going to the God of Destruction's realm? Gohan is already married with children. As a grandfather, have you shown any responsibility? Have you taken care of the family's affairs? Now that the enemy has just been vanquished, you want to leave again. Do you even care about this family anymore? Chi-Chi's voice grew increasingly fervent, tears streaming down her cheeks. The once vibrant party atmosphere plummeted to a chilling silence. Everyone halted their activities, directing their attention toward the unfolding drama. Son Goku found himself at a loss, caught off guard by Chi-Chi's sudden outburst. I only trained to protect the Earth, he stammered, scratching his head in a feeble defense. Protect the Earth? Protect the Earth. Chi-Chi's voice rose an octave. It's always the same. You always have your reasons. But have you ever thought of me? Of this family? Goku, I'm really tired. Her tone softened, shifting from indignant reproach to a plaintive lament. She crouched down, covering her face as her shoulders trembled. Son Goku was thrown into a complete panic. The sight of Chi-Chi in tears was his greatest fear. Chi-Chi, please don't cry, he pleaded. The onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to intervene. Bulma sighed, preparing to step forward to offer comfort. Goku, Luo Feng's voice broke through. He placed a hand on Son Goku's shoulder. Chi-Chi is right. Goku looked at Luo Feng in surprise. Training doesn't hinge on a few months. You have indeed neglected your family for far too long. While battles and training are undeniably important, family is equally indispensable. How can one protect the entire Earth if they cannot even safeguard their own home? Son Goku lowered his head, realizing the truth in Luo Feng's words. Indeed, he had overlooked Chi-Chi for far too long. After each battle, his first thought was always to seek stronger opponents and endure more arduous training, forgetting that there was someone at home who had been quietly waiting for him, worrying for his safety. Son Goku raised his head, gazing at the still weeping Chi-Chi, guilt flooding his eyes. Chi-Chi, I'm sorry. Sun Wukong approached Chi-Chi and clumsily helped her to her feet, gently enveloping her in his embrace. It's my fault. I promise to spend more time with you and Goten in the future. Chi-Chi leaned against Sun Wukong's chest, her sobs gradually subsiding. A familial crisis. Through a few words from Luo Feng, quietly unraveled. Oh my, what a touching scene, Whis remarked with a smile. Beerus yawned, finding the spectacle rather tedious. Yet, upon glancing at the considerable spread of delicacies left on the table, he licked his lips. I've made my decision. We shall linger on Earth for a while longer. I haven't yet sampled all the culinary delights this planet has to offer. Whis nodded in agreement. I have no objections, Lord Beerus. For the gluttonous duo of Beerus and Whis, as long as there was food, it mattered little where they were. The realm of destruction was not an absolute necessity. Chapter 177. The Arrival of Kampa, the god of destruction of the sixth universe. Time flowed gently amidst this serene and heartwarming daily life. Months passed. At the boundary between the seventh and sixth universes, within a bizarre and surreal void, a cerulean beam of light traversed with unimaginable speed. Within this beam, a rotund figure resembling Beerus, a purple feline, sat cross-legged with evident impatience. He was Kampa, the god of destruction from the sixth universe. Vados, how much longer until we arrive? I feel as though I'm starving. Kampa complained, rubbing his round belly, directed at the angelic figure beside him, who donned priestly garments and held a staff. We shall arrive shortly, Lord Kampa, Vados responded with a smile. Kampa pouted and cautiously retrieved a large, multicolored egg, the size of an ostrich egg, from his robes. He brought it to his nose and inhaled deeply, a look of rapture crossing his face. Hee. This is the rare Dondoria egg from our sixth universe, laid only once every 300 years. Its exquisite flavor is enough to drive any creature in the universe wild. When I meet Beerus, I must flaunt it before him. I will show him what true cosmic cuisine is. I want him to be green with envy. Kampa envisioned the scene of Beerus surrendering to his culinary delights, unable to contain his triumphant laughter. Vados observed her god of destruction's immature display with a resigned smile and a gentle shake of her head. Lord Kampa, we have arrived at the realm of destruction of the seventh universe. The cerulean beam gradually came to a halt. Kampa eagerly dashed out. Beerus, come out. You coward. Kampa furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings. Strange, is that guy not here? Vados, staff in hand, lightly gestured, and a light screen unfolded before them. Just a moment, Lord Kampa, let me check. He must be hiding. Kampa declared, hands on his hips, with unwavering certainty. He knows I'm bringing an unparalleled delicacy and is deliberately avoiding me out of fear that my treasures will outshine his. What a coward. Bardos gazed at the information displayed on the luminous screen. Lord Kampa, you are mistaken. Lord Beerus is not hiding. Then where has he gone? Kampa inquired. Bardos turned the staff towards Kampa and the image on the screen shifted, ultimately focusing on a beautiful azure planet. According to my investigation, Lord Beerus and Whis are currently on this planet known as Earth. Earth? Kampa leaned in, curiously observing the celestial body on the screen. What is so special about this planet? It appears rather ordinary. For it to attract that lazy Beerus, it must be exceptional. Kampa stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that this planet has something even more delectable than my Dodoria eggs? The notion suddenly sprang to mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Kampa exclaimed with excitement, waving his arms. There cannot be food in the entire universe more exquisite than Dodoria eggs. Beerus must be there to carry out a destruction mission. Yes, that must be it. Kampa attempted to convince himself. Bardos observed Kampa's self-deception with a knowing smile, choosing not to expose him. Regardless of the reason, shall we not discover the truth by visiting? Let us go. Immediately, Kampa's impatience was palpable. He was determined to see for himself what could possibly entice Beerus to such a remote planet. Bardos, hurry. We must depart for Earth at once. As you command, Lord Kampa. Bardos' staff shimmered once more, enveloping the two in a cerulean glow. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from the realm of the gods of destruction. Meanwhile, on Earth, in the grassy expanse of Capsule Corporation, several comfortable lounge chairs were arranged side by side. Beerus, donning sunglasses, lay sprawled on a chair, basking in the warm afternoon sun, his belly rising and falling rhythmically as he slumbered peacefully. Whis sat gracefully nearby, holding a cup of red tea, with a small table before him adorned with exquisite macarons and tiramisu. Not far off, Vegeta sat cross-legged on the grass, deep in meditation. Bulma, dressed in casual attire, was watering the flower beds in the garden. Suddenly, Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes. That energy. He quickly looked up at the sky. Almost simultaneously, Whis, enjoying his tea, also paused. Oh my, what an unexpected visitor. Beerus, roused from his nap, twitched his ears, sensing something. He removed his sunglasses, irritated, and sat up from the lounge chair. Who dares to disturb my slumber? No sooner had he spoken than a cerulean beam of light descended from the heavens. As the brilliance faded, the figures of Kampa and Bardos appeared before everyone. Ah, Beerus, Kampa exclaimed, a provocative smile spreading across his face as he placed his hands on his hips, puffing out his belly. Long time no see. You seem to have lost some weight. Kampa, what are you doing here? Why am I not welcome here? Kampa raised his eyebrows with a sense of pride. I specifically came to find you. Find me? Beerus frowned, his eyes brimming with caution. Each time this rotund individual sought him out, it was never for anything good. Indeed, Kampa chuckled mischievously, lifting the egg of the Dodoria bird, which he had cradled in his arms, as if presenting a treasure. Behold what I have brought for you. The supreme delicacy from our sixth universe, the Dodoria bird's egg. Beerus's gaze fell upon the colossal egg. The Dodoria bird's egg? He scoffed, his expression one of disdain. I expected something of greater value. It is merely a worthless bird's egg. Worthless bird's egg. Kampa exploded with indignation. You uncultured oaf. This is a rare delicacy that takes 300 years to produce. How dare you belittle it? You are consumed by jealousy, naked jealousy. Jealousy? Beerus sneered. Kampa, have you lost your senses? This very planet is a treasure trove of the finest cuisine in the universe. A mere bird's egg dares to be flaunted before me? What did you say? Kampa's eyes widened in disbelief. Very well, Beerus. Since you insist on belittling it, let us have a competition. Allow you, a frog in a well, to experience what true gourmet food really is. Bring it on. I fear no one. Beerus retorted defiantly. Chapter 178. Is this really the universe's finest cuisine? The two gods of destruction clashed like two bulls, their foreheads locked in a fierce struggle, neither yielding an inch. The air crackled with invisible energy, releasing visible sparks of electricity. The grass beneath them began to fracture, radiating outward from their center. Meanwhile, Whis and Vados appeared unfazed, exchanging knowing smiles, accustomed to such antics. Long time no see, Whis, Vados said gracefully, lifting the hem of her gown with a slight bow. Indeed, it has been a while, Vados. You seem unchanged. Whis replied with a warm smile. Vados giggled softly, her gaze sweeping over Whis. You, however, appear to have gained a bit of weight. Have I? Whis pinched his cheek, feigning seriousness. Perhaps it is the delectable desserts of Earth that have contributed to my slight indulgence. Meanwhile, Bulma and Vegeta stood in stunned silence. Cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's brow. Who was that rotund fellow? Bulma whispered, pressing close to Vegeta. Vegeta remained silent. His aura is identical to Lord Beerus, another god of destruction, and judging by their conversation, he seems to be a brother to Lord Beerus? What on earth is happening? Is there more than one god of destruction in the universe? Hey, you two mortals over there. Kappa finally noticed Bulma and Vegeta. You must be the inhabitants of this planet. Quickly, summon your finest chef. Boil the egg of the dodo bird that I have brought, Kappa declared, lifting the enormous egg high above his head, his face radiating arrogance. I shall make that skinny monkey, Beerus, submit to me. Bulma was taken aback by Kappa's sudden command. Glancing between him and Beerus, whose expression had darkened considerably, she found herself at a loss. Humph. Kappa, you certainly know how to command others, Beerus retorted, shoving Kappa aside with an air of dissatisfaction. Bulma is my friend, not your servant. Friend? Kappa scoffed, sizing Bulma up with disdain. Beerus, you have truly fallen from grace. A god of destruction associating with mortals? Mind your own business. Beerus snapped back. All right, my lords, Vados interjected gracefully, stepping forward to separate the two impending adversaries. She bowed elegantly to Bulma. Dear lady, may I kindly ask for your assistance in preparing this egg? We wish to hold a small culinary competition with Lord Beerus. A culinary competition? Bulma paused momentarily. Very well, I understand. Noting the politeness in Vados' demeanor, she set down the kettle and clapped her hands. It's merely boiling an egg. A trivial task, leave it to me. With that, Bulma retrieved a universal capsule from her pocket and tossed it to the ground. With a soft pop, accompanied by a puff of white mist, a portable, fully automated cooking station materialized. Oh, what an intriguing little gadget, Vados remarked with interest. Bulma deftly operated the cooking station, carefully placing the enormous dodo egg atop it. Kappa observed his precious egg with a twinge of regret, yet for the sake of flaunting before Beerus, he steeled himself and waved his hand towards Vados. Vados, bring out a few more. Let everyone have a taste, lest they think me stingy. Of course, Lord Kappa. Vados replied with a smile, her staff glowing at its tip as 4 identical gigantic eggs appeared beside the cooking station. One for each of them, perfectly arranged. How would you like them prepared? Bulma inquired. Boiled, fried, steamed, or perhaps as an egg custard. Certainly boiled in plain water, Kappa declared without hesitation. Only the simplest and purest method of cooking can preserve the essence of the ingredients in their most exquisite form. What do you mortals know? Very well, as you wish. Bulma rolled her eyes, programmed the station, and it began its automatic workings. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted from the pot. At last, the eggs were ready. The cooking station automatically retrieved the 5 massive bird eggs, gently cracking them open with specialized tools. Kappa chuckled with delight, nearly drooling. What do you think, Beerus? Are you astonished by this flawless presentation? He seized a specially crafted ladle and took a generous scoop, bringing it to his mouth. As Kappa blissfully squinted his eyes, his rotund body trembled with excitement. This is the flavor. Kappa was utterly enraptured. Beerus, Whis, Vegeta, and Bulma, albeit with a sense of skepticism, each picked up their utensils to take a taste. In the next moment, their expressions turned somewhat peculiar. Beerus smacked his lips. His brow furrowed into a tight knot. How is it, Beerus? Is it so delicious that words fail you? Kappa looked at Beerus with eager anticipation. After a brief silence, Beerus disdainfully tossed his spoon onto the plate with a clatter. Ordinary. Beerus offered a 2-word critique. The flavor was too simplistic, aside from the overwhelmingly dull richness. There was no complexity to speak of. A subpar product. What? Kappa's smile froze on his face. Impossible. This is the egg of the Dodoria, the universe's finest delicacy. How could it possibly taste bad? I too find it somewhat. Bulma gracefully set down her spoon, dabbed her mouth with a napkin. Ordinary. And perhaps it's just my imagination, but there seems to be a peculiar fishy taste. Indeed. Vegeta nodded impassively in agreement. Even Whis, who was typically unpicky about food, merely took a small taste before smiling and placing his utensils down. It is certainly a very unique flavor, Whis smiled. However, it appears not to align with the aesthetic of our 7th universe. Why you all? Kappa was utterly dumbfounded by the nearly unanimous negative reviews. This was completely contrary to the script he had envisioned. Were they not supposed to weep with joy, kneeling in reverence for this supreme delicacy, acknowledging their own ignorance? How could they possibly react this way? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be your taste buds that are flawed, Kappa exclaimed, leaping from his chair and pointing at everyone. Your taste is simply lacking, Kampa. Beerus sneered, a victorious expression gracing his face. He crossed his legs and leisurely extended a finger, shaking it at Kampa. Now, let this unsophisticated glutton witness what true gourmet food is. Beerus turned to Bulma and said, Bulma, bring out that, what is it called? The noodles that you just pour hot water over and wait 3 minutes to eat. Let this country bumpkin try it. Oh, you mean instant noodles? Bulma immediately understood. Chapter 179. The God of Destruction Kampa conquered by instant noodles. Bulma turned and retrieved several containers of instant noodles in various flavors. Tonkatsu ramen, seafood. Spicy beef, what would you like? Instant noodles? Kampa's face displayed contempt upon hearing the name. It sounds like junk food. Beerus, you're not intending to fool me with such a thing, are you? Humph, just don't come crying to me for another bowl later. Beerus replied confidently. Bulma quickly boiled the water and prepared the instant noodles. 3 minutes later, as Bulma tore open the lid of the instant noodles, an exquisite aroma instantly enveloped the air. What is this delightful scent? Kampa's nose, uncontrollably, sniffed vigorously. His stomach, betraying him, let out a rumbling growl. Come, indulge. Bulma pushed a bowl of spicy beef-flavored noodles toward Kampa. He gazed at the bowl, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately could not resist the allure of the fragrance. He picked up a fork, twirled a small portion of noodles, and slowly brought it to his mouth. In the next instant, Kampa's eyes widened in astonishment. As the noodles entered his mouth, an indescribable, explosive flavor erupted in his palate. The bouncy, smooth noodles, enveloped in rich and spicy broth, assaulted his taste buds with fervor. Kampa's body trembled as if electrified. What is this? How can something be so delicious? Forgetting all dignity befitting a god of destruction, Kampa seized the fork and began voraciously slurping the noodles. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Meanwhile, Vados elegantly lifted a bowl of seafood-flavored noodles and took a delicate sip. Immediately, her expression shifted subtly. Oh my, a flicker of astonishment sparkled in Vados' eyes. What an incredible flavor. To achieve such a complex depth of taste merely by pouring hot water, the culinary culture of Earth is truly unfathomable. Observing Kampa's unbecoming demeanor, Beerus puffed out his chest with pride, his tail swaying joyfully behind him. So what do you think, Kampa? Beerus spoke with a tone of boastfulness. Now you understand, right? Your pathetic little bird egg pales in comparison to the delicacies of Earth. Slurp, so delicious, exceedingly delightful. Kampa's mouth was stuffed with noodles, leaving him no time to respond to Beerus's words. In no time, he devoured the entire bowl, broth and all, leaving not a drop behind. After finishing, Kampa licked the rim of the bowl, still yearning for more. Is there any left? Kampa looked up at Bulma. Bulma, feeling a bit flustered under Kampa's gaze, reluctantly retrieved several containers of noodles in different flavors. It was only when he could no longer fit another morsel, his belly round and full, that Kampa contentedly let out a satisfied burp. Ah, how delightful. Leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his plump belly, his face radiating an unprecedented happiness. Beerus, I concede. The cuisine on your planet indeed surpasses my dumpling bird egg. Only now do you admit it? It's too late. Beerus replied with a proud smirk. What does that even mean? Instant noodles on Earth are merely the most ordinary, one might even say, unremarkable food. What? Kampa sprang up, his round belly jiggling. Such a delectable treat is merely the most common. Of course, Beerus replied nonchalantly, there are 100, 1,000 things on Earth that taste far better than this. Kampa's breath quickened in excitement. Beerus, let us trade. With the 100 eggs of the dodo bird I have gathered, I offer you this planet. No exchange. Beerus replied curtly. Then I shall add another 100. No exchange. You, Kampa exclaimed, exasperated and yet powerless. However, there is no need for such despair. Kampa suddenly lifted his head. In your 6th universe, there exists a planet remarkably similar to this one. It is also called Earth. We have an Earth in the 6th universe? Indeed, Beerus nodded. The 6th and 7th universes are paired counterparts. Thus, planets that exist in our universe should theoretically also exist in yours. Is that true? Kampa's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. If the 6th universe possesses an Earth, does that mean I can relish this delectable instant noodles at any time? Kampa eagerly turned to Whis. Whis, quickly, help me find out where our 6th universe's Earth is. Certainly, Lord Kampa. Whis retrieved his scepter and pointed it into the air once more. A luminous screen appeared, swiftly scanning the star map of the 6th universe. Moments later, A hint of regret appeared on Whis' face. Lord Kampa, what is it? Have you found it? Kampa inquired anxiously. Whis shook his head. According to the records, our Earth in the 6th universe was obliterated long ago due to a foolish internal nuclear war. Silence enveloped the air. Destroyed? How could this happen? How infuriating. Those foolish Earthlings. Why must they be so disappointing? Kampa slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Such delicious food, entirely vanished due to your stupidity. Truly unforgivable. The more Kampa thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more he felt aggrieved. Why? Why should that fellow Beerus indulge in this culinary delight every day, while I can only gaze longingly? It is unjust. So terribly unjust. Kampa clenched his fists tightly. Purple destructive energy emanating from his being. Beerus. Kampa pointed at Beerus, his eyes ablaze with fury. This is all your fault. Huh. Beerus looked utterly perplexed. What does this have to do with me? I do not care. It is your fault. Kampa yelled irrationally. You made me taste such delicious food, only to inform me that I can never have it again. You are deliberately tormenting me. Today, I shall teach you a lesson to vent my frustrations. Do you wish to fight? Beerus also stood up, a glint of danger flashing in his eyes. Very well. I have long found you displeasing. Let us settle this. I fear no one. A terrifying aura erupted violently from both of them. Chapter 180, Kampa's Bet, the Super Dragon Balls. Boom. The energies of Beerus and Kampa collided. A terrifying purple flame intertwined in midair, unleashing countless bolts of pitch-black lightning. You two cease at once. Bulma gazed at the cataclysmic scene before her face paling in terror as a scream of horror escaped her lips. The garden she had painstakingly nurtured was instantly reduced to dust under the weight of this dreadful force. Humph! Kampa roared, leading the charge. His corpulent form erupted forth with an agility that belied his size, transforming into a violet streak as he dashed towards Beerus in an instant. Taste my hefty cap punch. Kampa's fist descended upon Beerus's face with ferocity. You think you can? Beerus scoffed, unflinching, and met the attack with a punch of his own. Boom. The two fists collided midair with resounding force. From the point of impact, a visible shockwave radiated outward in a circular frenzy. The cacophony echoed violently. Bulma's yard lay in ruins, and the sturdy walls of her home bore spiderweb-like fissures of terror. My house. Bulma cried out in despair. Damn it. Vegeta roared inwardly. These two brutes are holding nothing back. If they continued this onslaught, not only Capsule Corp but the entire Earth would be laid waste. Yet, Vegeta could do nothing. This was a battle between gods of destruction. With his current power, he would be nothing more than cannon fodder if he intervened. Oh dear, this is quite troublesome, Whis remarked, observing the fierce clash between the two deities with an air of nonchalance. If we do not intervene soon, this beautiful planet may very well vanish. No need to worry, Beerus replied with a smile. Let them blow off some steam. After all, it's been ages since these brothers have shared such camaraderie. At the center of the battlefield, after the exchange of blows, Beerus and Kampa both retreated momentarily. Heh, your strength has certainly improved, Beerus. Kampa shook his somewhat numb fist. You're not too shabby yourself, you overgrown fool. Beerus swung his hand. In the next moment, the two transformed into blurred shadows, engaging in a rapid-fire exchange of attacks in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed like an unending tempest. Their speed was astonishing. Even Vegeta could barely catch glimpses of their fleeting forms. As for Bulma, all she could perceive were two radiant orbs colliding, flashing in a chaotic dance, and the entire world trembling as if caught in a calamity. High above, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Destruction sphere. Kampa opened his mouth, unleashing a massive purple energy orb. You think you're the only one capable of that? Beerus's eyes gleamed menacingly as he too opened his mouth, unleashing a darker-hued sphere of destruction to confront Kampa's attack head-on. Boom. Enough. At that moment, the voices of Whis and Bardoss rang out in unison. The two finally took action, gently tapping their staffs against the ground. Thud. In the next second, in a frenzy of energy, Beerus and Kampa found themselves enveloped by an irresistible and gentle force. What had just transpired? Was it merely a gentle tap of the staff upon the ground that quelled the cataclysmic battle of the two gods of destruction? Truly, this was unfathomable. And that female angel, named Vados, possessed formidable power as well. Vegeta was profoundly shaken. Let today's morning practice come to a close, shall we? Whis said with a smile as he lifted his gaze. If this continues, my meticulously prepared afternoon tea will be left to cool. Lord Beerus, you have indeed lost your composure, Whis remarked, lightly tapping the ground with his staff, allowing the invisible force that restrained Beerus and Kampa to gradually dissipate. TCH. Beerus scoffed, descending from midair with a hint of displeasure still etched upon his face. Humph, you got lucky, Kampa retorted defiantly, threatening Beerus. If it weren't for Vados intervening, I would have knocked your teeth out. Huh, you talk big, but fear your own words. Beerus shot back, with your pitiful skills. No amount of training over the eons could ever touch a hair on my body. As the two were poised to bicker once more, Vados cleared her throat softly. Lord Kampa, she called, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it silenced him instantly. Since we cannot resolve this through force, perhaps we could explore a more civilized approach. A civilized approach? Kampa blinked in surprise. Indeed, Vados said, glancing at Vegeta beside her. Given that the root of our dispute stems from the culinary delights of this planet, which is safeguarded by these powerful warriors, why not each side designate 5 warriors to engage in a formal combat competition? A combat competition? This suggestion left everyone momentarily speechless. Oh, Beerus stroked his chin, seemingly intrigued. That is indeed an interesting idea. Hee hee. Kampa's face broke into a sly grin as he eyed Vegeta, who stood behind Beerus. While this Saiyan was formidable, he was merely adequate. Meanwhile, his own side was harboring several trump cards, especially that one. With this thought, Kampa's confidence surged. Very well, let us proceed as you propose, Kampa declared, slapping his thigh in agreement. We shall determine the ownership of this Earth through a contest. If our Universe 6 prevails, your Universe 7 must exchange your Earth with us. Exchange? Bulma exclaimed in disbelief. You can't just exchange Earth like that. Kampa cast her a disdainful glance, his tone dripping with arrogance. This is a pact between gods of destruction. Beerus raised an eyebrow at this. Kampa, your appetite is rather large. But what if you lose? Kampa hesitated momentarily, his eyes darting as he pondered the implications of defeat. The culinary delights of Earth are undeniably tempting, yet he hesitates to wager something of equivalent value. Observing his reluctance, Beerus scoffs, about to unleash a taunt. Humph, Beerus, do you think I am as timid as Kampa? Kampa, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on, instantly bristles, puffing out his chest with an expression of mock pain. If I lose, I shall surrender all 6 of my hard-earned Super Dragon Balls to you. Super Dragon Balls? This unfamiliar term leaves Beerus, Vegeta, and Bulma momentarily speechless. What are those? Beerus instinctively inquires. A smug look crosses Kampa's face as he gestures to his attendant, Vados. Vados, enlighten these simpletons. Of course, Lord Kampa. Vados replies with a smile, gently tapping her staff in the air. In an instant, a vast cosmic star map unfolds before them. Amongst the stars, 6 enormous orange orbs float serenely in the void of space, each radiating a soft glow. Chapter 181, Wagering Earth, the duel between Beerus and Kampa. They somewhat resemble the Dragon Balls on Earth, but they are simply colossal. Bulma's voice quivers in astonishment. Indeed, they are entirely different, Vados interjects, breaking her silence with a smile. These are the Super Dragon Balls. They were created by the dragon god Zalama in the 41st year of the divine calendar, being the original wish orbs and the progenitors of all Dragon Balls across the universe. After a brief pause, Vados continues. Each one has a diameter equivalent to that of a planet. Dragon Balls as large as planets. This notion utterly surpasses Vegeta and Bulma's comprehension. Ignoring their shock, Vados elaborates, when all 7 Super Dragon Balls are gathered, and the incantation is recited in the language of the gods, one can summon the eternal dragon. Its power far exceeds that of any dragon you are familiar with. Essentially, any wish you can conceive, no matter how grand, it can fulfill. What do you think, Beerus? Kampa observes the astonished expressions of the onlookers, relishing in his vanity. Wagering 6 Super Dragon Balls for a mere Earth, does that not carry sufficient weight? Are you willing to take the bet? Beerus chuckles softly. Oomph, this is rather intriguing. He licks his lips. Very well, I accept this wager. Excellent, Kampa exclaims, slapping his thigh in excitement. Now, what are the rules of the competition? Bulma interjects nervously, as this is her foremost concern. The rules are quite simple. Vados replies with a smile. The venue will be an unnamed star in the cosmos. Each side shall send forth 5 contestants to engage in a series of one-on-one elimination matches. Victory is achieved by either knocking the opponent out of the ring, rendering them unconscious, or forcing them to surrender. The use of weapons and the act of killing the opponent are strictly prohibited. Beyond that, there are no further restrictions. With that, Vados turns her gaze towards the two gods of destruction. The time for the competition has been set for 1 week hence. What do you think, esteemed gentlemen? I have no objections, replied Beerus languidly. Neither do I, Xiangpa interjected, already envisioning the scene of indulging in instant noodles after a victorious triumph. Excellent. It is settled then. Beerus, prepare to savor the taste of defeat. With a decisive flourish, Xiangpa turned and prepared to depart. We are leaving Bardos. A cerulean light enveloped them, and in an instant, they vanished from the scene. The lawn returned to its tranquil state, yet the hearts of all remained in turmoil. Hey, Lord Beerus. Bulma rushed forward, her face etched with concern and urgency. How could you agree so easily? If we lose, doesn't that mean the end of Earth? Rest assured. Beerus yawned and reclined back onto his lounge chair, exuding an air of indifference. How could we possibly lose? Vegeta, crossing his arms defiantly, emitted a cold snort. Though his exterior radiated confidence, a weight lingered in his heart. After all, their opponent was a formidable being from another universe, and their strength remained an enigma. However, Bulma was still apprehensive about finding 5 contestants. Are we adequately staffed for this? Indeed, that poses a concern, Beerus mused, stroking his chin. He turned to Whis. Whis, please contact that Saiyan named Son Goku. Certainly, Lord Beerus. The tip of Whis's staff glowed softly, projecting a small image. The moment the connection was established, Son Goku's vibrant face appeared. Hey, Whis, what is up? Mr. Goku, I have excellent news to share with you, Whis smiled. A combat tournament featuring powerful beings from 2 universes will take place in 1 week, and you, a combat tournament. Before Whis could finish, Son Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are there really powerful beings from other universes? His voice brimmed with uncontainable enthusiasm. Indeed. Fantastic. I'm in. I absolutely must participate. Son Goku bounced around in the projection, exhilarated like a child. Observing his carefree demeanor, Vegeta helplessly rubbed his forehead. This battle idiot. Well, that resolves one spot. Beerus waved his hand, signaling Whis to terminate the communication. Vegeta counts as one, and Goku as another. Gohan, being the disciple of Rashi and possessing decent strength, can be included as well. Beerus counted on his fingers. That brings us to 3, but we still need 2 more. Bulma exclaimed anxiously. What is the rush? Beerus shot her a glance, a knowing smile gracing his lips. With that fellow around, even if we field just 1 person, victory is assured. That fellow? Bulma hesitated, taken aback. Vegeta's body suddenly trembled, and in an instant, he comprehended who Beerus was referring to. The man. Beerus's gaze traversed the Capsule Corporation's building, directing his attention towards the uniquely styled villa not far away. Let us proceed, Whis. Beerus declared as he rose from his beach chair. We must extend an invitation to our strongest ace. Very well, Lord Beerus. With a gentle tap of Whis's staff against the ground, their figures vanished in an instant. Moments later, they materialized before the grand entrance of the adjacent villa. Beerus showed no courtesy, stepping forward and raising his hand to knock. However, before he could rap upon the door, it emitted a soft click and slowly opened inward. Behind the door stood Luo Feng, leisurely holding a steaming cup of red tea. I must say, the next time you two wish to reminisce, could you perhaps choose a more spacious venue? Perhaps on the sun? My tea is trembling in my cup from your ruckus. Beerus's face flushed with embarrassment. As the god of destruction, he found himself being chided in a manner akin to a neighbor reprimanding unruly children. Yet, he could not retaliate, for the statement bore truth. Moreover, Beerus had come with a request. Ahem. He cleared his throat, awkwardly retracting his hand in an attempt to salvage some semblance of the god of destruction's dignity. That was merely an accident. Just an accident. Is that so? Luo Feng sipped his tea, shaking his head in resignation. Chapter 182. Luo Feng agrees to compete. And Beerus nearly leaps for joy. Observing Luo Feng's nonchalant demeanor, Beerus felt that his authority as the god of destruction was being undermined. He cleared his throat with conviction, striving to regain control of the dialogue. Luo Feng, I have come to discuss a matter of great significance concerning the future of the entire 7th universe. Oh. Luo Feng blew gently on the rising steam from his teacup. Do go on. Coughing, Beerus realized that his initial approach had failed, and thus, with great reluctance, He recounted the wager with Kampa and the details surrounding the martial arts tournament between the 6th and 7th universes. Naturally, Beerus skillfully omitted the embarrassing detail that the wager had originated over a bowl of instant noodles, embellishing it instead as a sacred contest between two universes for the sake of honor and peace. Whis stood by, wearing his perpetual smile, refraining from exposing his master's subtle manipulations. And that is how the matter unfolded, Beerus concluded, puffing out his chest and adopting an air of inevitability. Thus, for the glory of our 7th universe, I have decided that you shall represent us in battle. After a moment of silence, Luo Feng raised his gaze, locking eyes with Beerus. Allow me to summarize, he said, extending a finger. First, you, in a fit of jealousy over your rotund brother, impulsively wagered our planet's sovereignty. Beerus's expression visibly stiffened. Luo Feng then extended a second finger. Secondly, you now find yourself devoid of confidence in securing a victory. Or perhaps you are simply fearful of defeat, prompting you to seek my assistance as your enforcer. How can you utter such words? This is for the peace of the universe. Enough of this self-aggrandizement. Luo Feng waved his hand in irritation. I have no interest in trivial competitions akin to children's games. You. Beerus instantly grew anxious. He never anticipated that Luo Feng would so decisively reject him, leaving no room for negotiation whatsoever. If Luo Feng refrains from intervening, relying solely on Goku and Vegeta against the unknown formidable opponents on Kampa's side, he truly lacks confidence, especially when considering Kampa's cunning and deceitful demeanor. Beerus was convinced that the rotund fool must have some formidable trump card hidden away. Luo Feng, you cannot act in this manner. Beerus disregarded the dignity of a god of destruction and leaned forward, speaking urgently. This is no trivial matter. The stakes involve Earth. Surely, you do not wish to see that gluttonous Kampa whisk it away, do you? Where would you find such delectable food afterwards? You and your wife reside here as well, do you not? Observing Luo Feng's continued indifference, Beerus gritted his teeth and finally relinquished the last shred of his dignity. Luo Feng, should you agree to intervene this time, I, Beerus, will owe you a favor. In the future, as long as it lies within my capabilities, I will not refuse any assistance you require. Upon hearing this, even Whis, who had been spectating nearby, slightly shifted his gaze. The favor of a god of destruction, what a weighty promise in the entirety of the 7th universe. Just as Beerus was earnestly persuading him, a notification echoed in Luo Feng's mind. Ding! Significant plot point detected. Divine choice has been triggered. Please make a decision, host. 2 luminous screens, visible only to Luo Feng, materialized. Choice 1. Remain uninvolved. Reject Beerus's unreasonable request and allow matters to unfold as they will. Reward. None. Choice 2. Accept Beerus's invitation. Represent the 7th universe in the combat tournament and achieve ultimate victory. Reward. Normal combat power increased to 50 billion. This choice was essentially a foregone conclusion. However, Luo Feng did not immediately acquiesce. Observing Luo Feng in contemplation, Beerus felt his heart leap to his throat, nervously wringing his hands. Beerus thought that losing face was of little consequence. If Earth were to vanish, how could he continue to indulge in culinary delights? Thus, Beerus was determined to persuade Luo Feng to participate in the tournament by any means necessary. Whis, standing nearby, watched the scene with great interest. To see the proud god of destruction, Beerus, so restless, one could surmise that only the individual before him could elicit such a response across the universe. Finally, Luo Feng raised his head and gazed at Beerus. Very well. The 2 words were softly uttered. Did you hear that? Lord Beerus, Mr. Luo Feng, Whis smiled, preparing to remind the now dumbfounded Beerus. I heard. Beerus's expression instantly brightened, the earlier tension and anxiety dissipating as excitement nearly caused him to leap from his seat. You agreed? You truly agreed. Indeed. Luo Feng nodded. Recently, I have been spending my time idly, feeling as though my body is on the verge of rusting. Occasionally, engaging in some physical activity proves to be rather refreshing. With a decisive choice made by Luo Feng, his baseline combat power has officially surged from 30 billion to a remarkable new threshold of 50 billion. Ding. The host has made a choice. Rewards have been dispensed. How splendid. How splendid. Upon receiving this affirmative response, Beerus excitedly twirled in place several times. Ha! You, Kampa, are destined to lose this time. You shall be left with nothing to your name. With Luo Feng in play, Not only 5 participants, but even if the 6th universe were to send 50 or 500, they would find themselves merely ground beneath his heel. Beerus could almost envision the scene of Kampa weeping bitterly as he surrendered 6 Super Dragon Balls, unable to suppress his laughter as he placed his hands on his hips. Observing Beerus's unrestrained delight, Luo Feng could only shake his head in resignation. When does the competition commence? In 1 week. Beerus promptly responded, his demeanor sobering. The location is the Nameless Star. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Notify me when the time comes. Absolutely. I shall personally come to fetch you, Beerus declared, thumping his chest with assurance. With matters settled, Beerus's spirits soared. He brazenly indulged in several cups of the finest red tea from Luo Feng before departing with Whis in a radiant flash. Luo Feng resumed holding his warm teacup, gazing out at the azure sky. The formidable beings of the 6th universe, are they? That individual known as Hit possesses a certain intrigue. He could serve as a worthy opponent. With a thought, Luo Feng summoned his personal attribute panel into his consciousness. Name: Luo Feng. Combat power: normal state 50 billion. Combat power: Super Saiyan Blue state 600 trillion. Divine realm: early stage of the 7th dimension. Core skills: Ultra instinct, divine secret technique. Destruction energy: forced spirit bomb, dragon fist, tenfold Kaioken, no side effects. Instant transmission, KO Shin version. Some basic skills have been folded. Passive divine skill. Destruction god authority immunity. Completely immune to any form of destruction energy attacks. Chapter 183. The 5th contestant. Piccolo takes position. Beerus and Whis reappeared on the lawn of Capsule Corporation. At this moment, Beerus exuded an air of confidence. His earlier tension and unease dissipated, replaced by an uncontrollable grin as his tail swayed joyfully behind him. Ha! It's done, Beerus declared, hands on his hips, to Bulma and Vegeta. Our strongest ace from the 7th universe has agreed to participate. Luo Feng has agreed? Bulma expressed her surprise, having thought that Luo Feng's character would render him uninterested in such matters. Vegeta merely snorted, remaining silent. However, his fists tightened at his sides. Although he had anticipated this outcome, hearing it confirmed stirred a tumult of complex emotions within him. Luo Feng loomed like an insurmountable mountain, casting a shadow over all the Saiyans. Naturally, Beerus raised his chin with a sense of pride. With me personally involved, is there anything that cannot be accomplished? Now, the participants are essentially confirmed. Beerus began to count on his fingers. Luo Feng, Son Goku, Vegeta, and that little brat Gohan. After counting, he nodded in satisfaction. Yes, 4 will suffice. With Luo Feng present, 1 is indeed enough. The 3 of you may consider yourselves mere spectators. Hey, Lord Beerus. A vibrant voice echoed from behind the crowd. Son Goku, clad in a pristine orange martial arts uniform, appeared on the lawn with an excited expression. I'm here. When does the competition begin? I can hardly wait. Kakarot. Vegeta frowned. Goku, you arrived at just the right time. Bulma approached them. Lord Beerus. Son Goku's gaze fell upon the god of destruction. Have we gathered all our fighters? With you included, we already have 4. Beerus replied lazily. 4? Son Goku paused, scratching his head. Wasn't he agreed that we needed 5? Enough with the chatter. 4 is sufficient. Beerus waved his hand impatiently. With Luo Feng here, victory is assured. The number of participants is inconsequential. That's simply 1 do. Son Goku insisted vehemently. It was agreed upon that it would be a 5-on-5 match. How can we proceed with 1 less? That is unfair. Unfair? You dare speak of fairness to the god of destruction? But no buts. I believe Goku has a point. A steady voice interjected. Gohan approached from a distance, accompanied by Biddy Lee and Xiao Fong. Since these are the established rules, it would be best to adhere to them. Gohan stated calmly. This is also a matter of respect for our opponents. A bunch of naive fools. Beerus scoffed, though he found their insistence tiresome. He could not be bothered to argue further. Fine. 5 participants it shall be, he said begrudgingly. Now, who shall be the 5th? In Beerus's eyes, apart from the Saiyans, the warriors of Earth were akin to mere insects. I do have a candidate in mind. Son Goku stroked his chin. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Piccolo. We can recruit Piccolo. Piccolo. Upon hearing this name, Vegeta's brow furrowed even deeper. That Namekian? What use could he possibly be? Do not underestimate Piccolo, Vegeta. Son Goku replied earnestly. He possesses not only formidable strength, but also an exceptionally calm demeanor and far greater combat experience than we do. In critical moments, he will certainly prove invaluable. Indeed, I also support the inclusion of Uncle Piccolo. Gohan nodded in agreement. In his heart, Piccolo was both a mentor and a father figure, one of the individuals he held in utmost respect. While Piccolo's strength may not match that of the elite Saiyans, his wisdom and tactical prowess are unparalleled. The Namekian, Lord Beerus, stroked his chin. Ah, it must be that green-skinned fellow who possesses the ability to regenerate, correct? His strength appears to be rather modest. Lord Beerus. Let him participate, suggested Whis with a smile. The more, the merrier. TCH, do as you please, was Beerus's eventual concession. After all, he had firmly latched onto the most substantial support in the form of Luo Feng. The addition or absence of the Namekian was inconsequential to him. Splendid. Upon hearing Beerus's agreement, Son Goku exclaimed with delight, I shall summon Piccolo at once. With a swift whoosh, Goku vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, he reappeared, accompanied by the serious-faced Piccolo. I have heard everything. A competition that determines the fate of Earth? Count me in. Excellent. This means all 5 representatives from Universe 7 are assembled. Goku joyfully proclaimed. Luo Feng, myself, Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo. Humph. Vegeta turned away, seemingly displeased at having Piccolo as a teammate. With the roster confirmed, it was time to prepare for the upcoming match. All right, since everyone is gathered, Bulma clapped her hands to draw attention. We have only 1 week until the competition. Time is of the essence. 1 week. Goku rubbed his chin, sensing the urgency of the situation. Just then, Piccolo, who had been silent, spoke up. A week is indeed insufficient. However, there is one place where we can gain ample time. All eyes instantly fixed upon Piccolo. Where? Goku inquired curiously. The hyperbolic time chamber. Yes, the hyperbolic time chamber. Goku exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his eyes lighting up. How could I have forgotten? Inside, time flows differently. A year spent within equates to merely a day outside. Fantastic. Bulma, Vegeta, and I will enter for training right away. Goku eagerly turned to Vegeta, his spirit ignited with fervor for battle. Vegeta, do you dare join me? Humph. What is there to fear? Vegeta coldly replied. Very well. It is settled. Bulma immediately arranged. Goku and Vegeta shall enter first. Once you emerge, Gohan and Piccolo will follow. I'm on board. Gohan affirmed, and Piccolo nodded in agreement. Great. Let us set forth. Vegeta. Goku could hardly contain his excitement as he dragged Vegeta towards the temple. Observing their departing figures, Beerus yawned. Such energetic fellows. However, no amount of training will alter the inevitable outcome. Beerus reclined back into his lounge chair, ready to resume his afternoon slumber. In his eyes, the outcome of this competition had been sealed the moment Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Chapter 184. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Goku and Vegeta. In the Celestial Temple, Mr. Popo stood guard at the entrance of the Hyperbolic Time Chamber and silently opened the door upon seeing Goku and Vegeta. Kakarot. As Vegeta approached the entrance, he suddenly halted. Once inside, I shall show no mercy. Huh, that suits me perfectly. Goku flexed his wrists, producing a series of crisp pops, his face alight with unrestrained excitement. Without further ado, they stepped through the door, one following the other. Boom. The heavy door slowly closed behind them. Goku took a deep breath, feeling the battle spirit within him begin to boil. Come on, Vegeta. He abruptly turned around, adopting a fighting stance. Vegeta responded with action. Boom. A brilliant blue aura erupted from Vegeta like a volcanic explosion. Super Saiyan Blue. Almost simultaneously, a similar flame ignited around Goku. The two terrifying energies clashed violently in this pure white space, creating visible ripples of energy. In the next instant, the two blue figures vanished. Bang, 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 bang. The pristine space erupted with a barrage of sparks. This was the explosive energy resulting from the collision of fists and feet at an extraordinary speed. Goku and Vegeta moved so swiftly that their forms were nearly imperceptible, appearing as two streaks of blue light, wildly entangled, colliding, separating, and colliding once more. Vegeta delivered a swift side kick aimed at Goku's ribs, but Goku expertly blocked it with his elbow. Clang! The sound echoed through the air. Goku used the momentum to flip backward, unleashing a flurry of kicks that left behind a series of afterimages. Vegeta crossed his arms in front of him. Bracing against the onslaught, his body jolted backward by the immense force, sliding several dozen meters. This guy's rate of improvement is still astonishing. Vegeta roared inwardly. His feet firmly planting on the ground, he transformed into a blue lightning bolt, charging forward once more. Fists, elbows, knees, legs, every part of his body became the deadliest of weapons. Time lost all meaning here. Days turned into weeks, and months passed as they fought tirelessly. When their bodies reached their limits, they consumed the sins of beings, instantly restoring themselves to peak condition, and then plunged back into an even more frenzied battle. Ha ha ha. Goku landed a punch that forced Vegeta back, creating a distance of several dozen meters between them. He flashed a grin, his fighting spirit reaching its zenith. Vegeta, the warm-up is over. Now, I shall get serious. Vegeta snorted coldly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Enough talk, Kakarot. King Kai Fist. Goku shouted with a roar. Boom. Beyond the azure divine energy, a deep crimson light erupted in a fierce explosion. Blue and red, two entirely different energies interwove and merged in an eerie dance, forming a new aura of unparalleled ferocity. The entire pure white space trembled violently under this force. 10 times. Goku's figure vanished in an instant from Vegeta's sight. What? Vegeta's body went rigid with shock. Bang! A heavy punch landed squarely in Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta's body instantly curled into a shrimp-like shape, his eyes bulging out as a wave of bile surged up from his throat. Ack! Vegeta emitted a muffled groan of anguish, his entire being propelled backward like a cannonball. Before he could regain his composure, a figure interwoven in red and blue materialized behind him. Subsequently, a torrential onslaught of attacks commenced. Bam! 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 Goku's fists and feet rained down upon Vegeta from all directions, each strike imbued with terrifying force. Vegeta found himself entirely at the mercy of his opponent. Damn it! Damn it! A furious roar echoed in his mind. Get away from me! Accompanied by a defiant shout. An even more ferocious aura erupted from within Vegeta. Boom! Super Saiyan Deep Blue. Huh! Vegeta unleashed a punch, the deep blue energy colliding fiercely with Goku's red and blue fists. Boom! An unprecedented shockwave erupted, radiating outward from the two combatants. The entire hyperbolic time chamber trembled under the weight of this force. Goku staggered back several steps, astonishment etched across his face. Vegeta, you rascal! Kakarot! Before the words could fully escape his lips, Vegeta's figure had vanished. Two brilliant flashes collided once more in a frenzy. Outside, a day's time swiftly elapsed. The sundial atop the heavenly temple completed a full rotation. The heavy door of the hyperbolic time chamber creaked open slowly. Two figures, slightly weary yet exponentially more powerful than when they had entered, emerged. Goku and Vegeta bore numerous scars, their martial arts uniforms tattered and torn. How do you feel? Gohan and Piccolo, who had been waiting outside, approached them. Haha, exhilarating. Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a satisfied smile gracing his face. I feel significantly stronger. All right, it's our turn now. Piccolo patted Gohan's shoulder. Let us go, Gohan. Gohan nodded emphatically, watching the formidable figures of his father and Vegeta. The fire of battle ignited within him. I cannot fall behind. I must become stronger as well. Gohan and Piccolo stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber. The door closed behind them. Uncle Piccolo, I look forward to your guidance. Gohan bowed slightly to Piccolo, his expression earnest. Piccolo nodded, his steady visage revealing little emotion. Gohan, let me see the extent of your current strength. Piccolo assumed a stance. Do not hold back. Unleash your full power upon me. Yes. Gohan's gaze sharpened. He did not immediately transform into Super Saiyan Blue, but instead elevated his energy to a mysterious state. Boom. Oh, impressive energy. Piccolo nodded in approval, yet his figure vanished in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared behind Gohan. Gohan tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the lightning-fast attack. Simultaneously, he thrust his elbow backward with great force. A dull thud resonated as Piccolo was sent hurtling away, losing control of his body. His arm tingled with numbness. How formidable! Is this mysterious state already beyond my comprehension? Piccolo thought, astonished, yet his resolve for battle intensified. Come again, he growled, extending his arms forcefully to ensnare Gohan. Gohan stood his ground, allowing Piccolo's arms to wrap around him. Piccolo exerted his strength, attempting to fling Gohan away. However, Gohan's feet remained rooted to the ground, immovable. Uncle Piccolo, this level is insufficient. The opponents from Universe 6 are undoubtedly beyond our imagination. You must adapt to a higher intensity of combat. As these words left his lips, a distinctly different power began to awaken within Gohan. Huh! Accompanied by a piercing scream, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Chapter 185, The Unknown Era, Rescuing the Apprentice Angel. A hum enveloped the air as Piccolo felt an unimaginable pressure descend upon him. This is the power of Super Blue. Uncle Piccolo, I'm coming. Gohan's voice echoed. In the next moment, his blue figure vanished. Piccolo could not discern Gohan's movement before he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. His body propelled away like a cannonball. Boom! In an instant, it felt as though his internal organs had been displaced. Coughing, Piccolo expelled a mouthful of purple blood, struggling to rise. A blue figure appeared before him. Gohan extended his hand, helping Piccolo to his feet. I apologize, Uncle Piccolo, I didn't control my strength well. No. Piccolo wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes devoid of despair. This is excellent. Only by experiencing this desperate gap firsthand can I unleash my full potential. Come again, Gohan. Yes. The ensuing moments became Piccolo's hellish training. Special beam cannon. Fierce spiral bomb. Piccolo unleashed every technique he possessed upon Gohan. With each crushing defeat and relentless challenge to his limits, Piccolo's potential was squeezed out like never before. His energy became increasingly refined and pure. Time passed. When Gohan and Piccolo emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, their auras had undergone a tremendous transformation. Thus, the four warriors of Universe 7 completed their pre-match enhancements. All were prepared. Only 2 days remained until the commencement of the match. The entire Earth basked in an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. Ordinary people were unaware that a gamble determining their fate was about to unfold in the distant reaches of the universe. Meanwhile, in another location, in the villa of Luo Feng, he lay leisurely on the sofa, watching a dull variety show on television. Android 18 hummed a tune while preparing a sumptuous dinner in the kitchen. It was at this moment. The voice of the system resonated once more within Luo Feng's mind. Ding! Abnormal fluctuations detected in the realm of causality. Special mission activated. The sudden system notification left Luo Feng momentarily stunned. A special mission? Mission name: The Rescue of Time and Space. Mission background: in a distant and unknown era, the Dark Dragon Realm's sovereign, the dragon god Salama's twin shadow, initiated a comprehensive invasion of the entire Omni-Universe. The Omni-Universe, in alliance with the dragon god Salama's dragon realm, valiantly resisted the war affecting countless timelines. 2 apprentice angels, under the tutelage of the High Priest, encountered an ambush by the vanguard of the Dark Dragon Realm and fell into a life-threatening crisis. Mission objective: proceed to the designated temporal coordinates to rescue the apprentice angels Bardos and Makalita. Bardos? Makalita? Luo Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Bardos was the angel of Universe 6, a sister to Whis. Meanwhile, Makalita was the angel of the destroyer god of Universe 11, Vermaud. How could these two, during their apprenticeship, have faced a crisis so dire that it could prove fatal? Moreover, it involved the dragon god Salama's kin and the so-called Dark Dragon Realm. This was a shocking revelation that had never even been hinted at in the original narrative. What could possibly exist to thrust 2 angels, even if they were merely apprentices, into such peril? A profound curiosity began to swell within Luo Feng. The voice of the system continued. Mission restrictions. This task carries an extremely high danger level, exceeding the host's current conventional combat capabilities. The system will temporarily bestow upon the host the experience privilege of the pinnacle level of the 8th dimension. During the mission, the host will unlock the temporary transformation into the Platinum God, the pinnacle of the 8th dimension. The Platinum God. A sudden jolt surged through Luo Feng's heart. Previously, while educating Beerus, he had experienced the combat prowess of the 8th dimension in a dream. However, that had merely been at the nascent stage of the 8th dimension. This time, he was catapulted directly to its pinnacle. One could only imagine how terrifying the adversary in this mission would be. Mission reward. Upon successful completion, the host's divine realm will be permanently elevated to the pinnacle of the 7th dimension. The base combat power will be permanently increased to 100 billion. Such a bountiful reward. Unprecedentedly generous. The divine realm would leap directly from the initial stage to the pinnacle, with base combat power effectively doubling. Such a reward was akin to soaring to the heavens in a single bound. Risk and reward are forever proportional. However, with the power of the 8th dimension's pinnacle, as long as he remained prudent, Successfully completing the mission should not pose a significant challenge. May I ask the host, do you accept this special mission? Acceptance. Luo Feng made his decision in his heart without a moment's hesitation. What a joke. A complimentary temporary max-level account experience card. Along with such generous rewards for completion, only a fool would refuse. Moreover, the words retreat had never existed in Luo Feng's lexicon. Mission accepted. Temporal passage constructing 1030701000. The passage has been successfully constructed. Please enter within 10 seconds. Almost instantaneously after the system's prompt, the living room before Luo Feng began to twist and fold violently. A pitch-black rift, its edges flickering with silver lightning, materialized out of thin air. Luo Feng, what is going on? In the kitchen, number 18 seemed to sense the anomaly in the living room and poked her head out to inquire. Nothing much. Luo Feng rose, a gentle smile gracing his face. I have an urgent matter to attend to and will be stepping out momentarily. Do not wait for me for dinner. Huh, going out again? Number 18 wiped her hands and stepped out, her beautiful blue eyes flashing with concern as she beheld the menacing rift. Where are you headed? To a very distant place. Luo Feng approached number 18, reaching out to tenderly caress her cheek. Do not worry, I shall return shortly. With that, he hesitated no more, turning to step into the dark rift. The rift closed instantaneously behind him. In an unknown era, countless shattered remnants floated like still dust in a chaotic void. This was the sixth universe, predating time itself. Chapter 186, The Eighth-Dimensional Dragon Envoy, Erold. At the end of the spatial passage lay a realm of profound darkness. Stepping forth, Luo Feng found himself standing on an endless void rather than solid ground. Before him, innumerable shattered stars lay scattered, remnants of a fierce battle that had recently taken place. Chaotic energy currents still lingered in the emptiness. Is this truly the sixth universe before time? Luo Feng surveyed the desolate battlefield, recognizing that the level of combat here had reached the caliber of a god of destruction. Ding. Task scene confirmed. Temporary permissions activated. Eighth-dimensional pinnacle divine realm experience rights granted. Temporary transformation into platinum god unlocked. Luo Feng raised an eyebrow. They're handing out experience cards right from the start. It seems this enemy will be formidable. At that moment, a brilliant energy beam erupted explosively from the depths of a distant starfield. Luo Feng's gaze locked onto the source. Two somewhat inexperienced figures were collaborating against a humanoid being clad in dark armor. One was adorned in divine robes, wielding a staff, her high ponytail dancing amidst the energy waves, none other than the infinitely youthful Bados. The other possessed spiraling twin tails, revealing herself to be Makalita from the 11th universe. At this moment, both bore a hint of youthful innocence, still merely apprentice angels. Yet the power they unleashed in unison firmly suppressed the invader from the 7th dimension. Makalita, Bados called out, her staff radiating dazzling light as rings of power imbued with the laws of the universe bound the dark-armored invader tightly. Leave it to me. Makalita understood instantly, raising her staff high overhead, coalescing an energy sphere compressed to its utmost, emanating a purifying sanctity. The final anthem. Boom. The luminous sphere descended, instantly engulfing the armored invader in its radiant embrace. As the light dissipated, both the invader and his armor were reduced to cosmic dust. With a gentle exhale, Babados revealed a faint smile, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. At last, the troublesome beings from the Dark Dragon realm had been dealt with. Indeed, their energy was peculiar, capable of eroding divine power. Margarita wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, still haunted by the encounter. However, they had finally eradicated the invading foes from the 6th universe. The two exchanged smiles, ready to ease their tension. In that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A shadow, as dark as midnight, materialized behind Margarita without warning. Be cautious. Babados cried out in alarm, his voice tinged with dread. But it was too late. With a swift motion, a hand cloaked in ebony dragon scales effortlessly pierced through Margarita's angelic robe, penetrating her very being. Margarita's body stiffened abruptly as she slowly lowered her gaze. Disbelief etched across her face as she stared at the hand that had breached her chest. Blood surged forth, staining her angelic attire a deep crimson. A mocking laughter echoed in her ears. Ah, two beautiful apprentice angels, your vigilance leaves much to be desired. The shadow gradually revealed its true form. a figure adorned with long, silvery hair, his countenance hauntingly handsome yet cruelly twisted, clad in intricately designed black dragon scale armor, and two massive dragon wings unfurling behind him. The aura he emanated was as vast as an abyss, far surpassing that of the previous armored invader. The 8th dimension, early stage, Dragon Master Lord, Barbados exclaimed, his teeth grinding as he recognized the newcomer. Lord withdrew his hand from Margarita's body, allowing her to fall limply into the void. He extended his crimson tongue, savoring the taste of angelic blood, a look of ecstasy washing over his features. Indeed, the blood of angels is exquisite. You wretched fiend. Barbados's eyes ignited with fury upon witnessing Margarita's grievous injury and the Lord's blasphemous demeanor. A terrifying force erupted from within Barbados, unprecedented in its intensity. This power, catalyzed by rage, shattered its previous constraints, reaching the same level as that of the fallen armored warrior. Peak of the 7th dimension. The Lord's face flickered with surprise. A last-minute breakthrough? How intriguing. I will slay you. Barbados's divine staff erupted with an unparalleled radiance, transforming him into a streak of light as he charged mercilessly toward Lord. Come forth. Lord cackled, standing his ground as he retaliated with a powerful punch. The clash of the divine staff and the dragon-scaled fist sent forth a cataclysmic shockwave, radiating outward in a frenzied circle from the point of impact. Surrounded by countless colossal remnants of celestial bodies, they were instantly reduced to dust under the impact of the shockwave. Thud, thud, thud. Bardos, shaken by an immense force, staggered backward, her arm gripping the divine staff, trembling violently. Yet Elrod remained steadfast, unmoving in place. The dimensional disparity lay before them like an insurmountable chasm. Is this all you can muster? Elrod scoffed dismissively. How utterly disappointing. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Elrod's figure vanished in an instant. Bang! Bardos barely had time to react before a devastating blow struck her abdomen, gushing forth. A spray of divine blood erupted as Bardos's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string. Sister Bardos. At that moment, a faint voice resonated. It was Margarita, severely injured, yet somehow stabilizing her stance. With her hands clasped together, the staff floated before her, enveloping Bardos in a gentle green light that rapidly healed her wounds. Simultaneously, countless silver chains emerged from the void, ensnaring Elrod in an attempt to hinder his movements. Bothersome flies. Elrod frowned, and with a mere tremor, those chains of law shattered into pieces. Nevertheless, his pursuit was momentarily obstructed. This brief respite allowed Bardos to regain her footing. Margarita, don't worry about me. Bardos shouted urgently. You must go. Seek aid from the High Priest. No. Margarita's response was resolute. I will never abandon my sister to flee alone. If we are to die, we shall perish together. Bardos's eyes reddened. There is no escaping now. Are we both destined to perish here today? Well said. Then let us die together. Elrod's icy voice echoed ominously in their ears. Chapter 187. Repelling the 8th dimensional dragon envoy. With that declaration, Elrod ceased his mockery. He swung his arms wide, the enormous black dragon wings behind him unfurling completely, obscuring the last traces of light in this star realm. Dark dragon annihilation. Boom. An indescribable force of darkness surged wildly from Elrod's being. This was a power of a higher order, imbued with the terrifying attributes of devouring and decaying all. The pitch-black dragon force transformed into a torrent of destruction, collapsing the very fabric of space in its wake, consuming even the light entirely. This strike was potent enough to obliterate this shattered star domain completely. Faced with this overwhelming assault, both Bardos and Margarita bore expressions of despair. They no longer had the strength to resist. Is this where it ends? A flicker of unwillingness crossed Bardos's mind as she instinctively shielded the injured Margarita behind her. In that critical moment, transform. Almost as the thought arose, the temporarily bestowed divine power belonging to the pinnacle of the 8th dimension within Luo Feng was ignited. Boom. An unimaginable storm of energy erupted violently, centered around Luo Feng. In an instant, the ebony locks of Luo Feng shed all color, transforming into a resplendent platinum hue. His brows followed suit, adopting the same radiant shade. A divine aura, transcending all existence, swiftly enveloped the entire star domain. The platinum deity. As the metamorphosis concluded, Luo Feng's eyes fluttered open. In the very next moment, his figure vanished from the spot, appearing before Bados. The dark torrent of energy, emblematic of demise and finality, loomed ominously close. Bados desperately shut her eyes. Yet, the anticipated death did not arrive. Time seemed to stand still. 1 second, 2 seconds. Bados opened her eyes in bewilderment. The scene before her rendered her utterly speechless. A tall silhouette had inexplicably positioned itself before her. The terrifying attack, imbued with the might of a dragon, halted before his outstretched palm, unable to penetrate even a fraction. What? In the distance, Elrod's sinister grin froze instantly. What had he witnessed? His formidable strike had been effortlessly blocked by a single hand. How could this be? This was utterly impossible. Who on earth are you? Elrod bellowed in sheer horror. Luo Feng turned, directly disregarding Elrod. A visage of impeccable handsomeness came into view for Bados and Makalita. Are you all right? Luo Feng inquired gently. Bados stammered, her heart racing uncontrollably. A blush, unbeknownst to her, crept onto her cheeks. Never in her life had she experienced such a tumultuous surge of emotions. Rescued from the abyss of death by a stranger in such a forceful and astonishing manner. A shock of immense proportions. I am fine. Bados lowered her head in a fluster. Unable to meet Luo Feng's gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you. She was gravely injured. Luo Feng's attention shifted past Bados, resting upon the weak presence of Makalita behind her. Ignored. Completely disregarded. Elrod watched the scene unfold, witnessing Luo Feng's unconcerned demeanor as he tended to Bados and Makalita. And fury consumed him. He was the dragon envoy of the Dark Dragon realm, a formidable entity of the 8th dimension. When had he ever been so scorned? Elrod unleashed a terrifying roar, his handsome visage contorting with unbridled rage. You dare to ignore me? Die. Boom. Elrod erupted in full force. He summoned his power to its zenith, his body beginning to undergo a draconic transformation, dark scales piercing through his skin to envelop him entirely. Subsequently, Elrod's form surged, his bones cracking under the strain, dragon wings expanding to an even greater magnitude, his aura tenfold more ferocious than before. Dark Dragon Roar Blast. Eyelid opened his mouth, unleashing a black energy sphere, compressed to its utmost limits, imbued with all his power and fury, hurtling towards Luo Feng and his companions with ferocity. With unwavering confidence, he believed this strike could plunge the very fabric of space into chaos. In the face of this cataclysmic assault, Luo Feng turned. A shockwave erupting violently in all directions. Die for me. Eyelid bellowed madly, squeezing every last ounce of his strength into the energy sphere. The black orb surged forward at an unprecedented speed. Luo Feng slowly brought his hands together at his waist, adopting a classic stance. Radiant golden light began to coalesce in the palms of his hands. Bados and Makalita held their breath, staring in awe at Luo Feng's silhouette. Qigong. As the final word fell, Luo Feng thrust his palms forward with tremendous force. Boom! A slender yet utterly pure pillar of platinum energy shot forth. In the next moment, the obsidian energy sphere collided violently with the platinum beam. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The dark dragon's roar, containing Eyelid's entire might, disintegrated upon contact with the platinum light. Boom! The terrifying platinum beam effortlessly crushed the dark dragon's roar. No, this is impossible. The power of the dark dragon was so easily dismantled. What kind of force is this? The platinum beam, having purified the dark dragon's roar, continued unabated, racing towards Eyelid with inevitable velocity. No, Eyelid let out the most anguished scream of his life. With a piercing sound, the beam effortlessly pierced through his dragon-scaled armor, impaling his chest. Immediately thereafter, a cataclysmic force erupted within Eyelid's body. Crack, 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 crack. The dragon-scaled armor shattered inch by inch. His body, beginning to transform into a dragon, was forcibly reverted to its original form. Gush! A torrent of black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spewed from Eyelid's mouth. He was violently hurled away, rumbling. At the far reaches of the star domain, Eyelid's form crashed through numerous colossal planetary remnants, ultimately creating an unfathomable pit on a long-dead gigantic planet. Chapter 188. Fierce Battle with the Dragon Master Eyelid. Has it ended? Makalita, clutching her chest wound, weakly inquired, her beautiful face etched with shock. One strike. Just a single strike. The 8th-dimensional Dragon Master Eyelid, who had driven the two sisters to the brink of despair, was annihilated in a single, devastating blow by this suddenly appearing man. Bados did not respond. Her eyes remained fixed on Luo Feng's silhouette, her heart racing uncontrollably. Who was this man? Deep within the abyss of the pit at the edge of the star domain, Ilad's body was embedded in the planet's core. His indomitable dragon-scaled armor now riddled with a web of cracks. How is this possible? Elrod's mind was engulfed in chaos. He was a dragon master of the Dark Dragon realm, a venerable eighth-dimensional powerhouse. How could he be so effortlessly defeated by some unknown interloper? The humiliation was unbearable, an indelible stain on his honor. A furious roar erupted from the depths of the massive pit, releasing a torrent of dark energy 1,000-fold more violent than before. The colossal, long-dead planet began to crumble from within under the force of this eruption, ultimately shattering with a resounding explosion. Amidst the endless light and dust, an immense shadow, vast enough to obscure the sun, slowly ascended. A roar, capable of shattering stars, resonated throughout the devastated starfield. Elrod abandoned his human form and underwent a complete transformation into a dragon. His physique swelled to an unimaginable size, each scale resembling a dark mountain, shimmering with a chilling hue. A pair of wings, vast enough to block out the sky, stirred the air with each flap, unleashing energy storms that tore through space. Elrod's aura surged, forcibly breaking through his limits to reach the middle of the eighth dimension. You have successfully provoked my wrath, the colossal dragon proclaimed. Insect, I shall tear you to shreds and cast your soul into the abyss of dark dragons, to be scorched for 10,000 epochs. He had been driven to reveal his ultimate trump card, achieving complete draconic transformation. If his opponent had been a renowned warrior, Elrod could have accepted defeat. But facing an utterly unfamiliar nameless foe was a profound disgrace. You two, step back, Luo Feng instructed his companions, Bados and Makalita. This scene may become quite overwhelming. Yes. Bados, awakening from her stupor, quickly grasped the still-dazed Makalita, transforming into a streak of light as they swiftly retreated into the distance. Only after they had distanced themselves by several million kilometers, feeling secure, did the sisters halt, their gazes fixed intently on the distant battlefield. Sister, do you think he can win? Makalita's voice trembled with an involuntary quiver. The oppressive aura emanating from Elrod was overwhelming. His massive form loomed in the starry sky, and merely gazing at him sent shivers through their bodies. I don't know, Bados murmured, her palms slick with sweat around her staff. But I can't shake the feeling that he doesn't seem the least bit anxious. At the center of the battlefield, facing the dark dragon radiating an aura of destruction, Luo Feng wore a curious smile. Oh, you can still transform? Now this is becoming interesting. With that, a thunderous explosion erupted. Luo Feng held nothing back as he unleashed the entirety of his eighth-dimensional pinnacle power in that moment. The platinum holy flames coalesced into a radiant beam that pierced the heavens, ascending skyward. The entire dark starfield was illuminated, glowing as brightly as day. What? Elrod was taken aback. Pinnacle. This fellow has actually reached the peak of the eighth dimension. Impossible. When did such a figure emerge in the universe of the Omni King? The immense shock momentarily halted Elrod's thoughts. Yet, almost instantly, a more ferocious rage surged forth. So what if you are at your pinnacle? Roar. Elrod unleashed a thunderous dragon's roar, and his colossal form vanished in an instant. The next moment, a gigantic dragon claw, capable of shattering stars, descended upon Luo Feng with the dark power of tearing through the laws of reality. In the face of this cataclysmic strike, Luo Feng advanced rather than retreated, meeting the massive claw with a single punch. An unremarkable fist, a minuscule hand, a tremendous dragon claw. The two collided with a jarring disparity. A visible ripple of pure white energy emanated from the center of the two, expanding in a circular frenzy. Wherever the ripples passed, the space shattered like a broken mirror, revealing a kaleidoscope of chaotic time and space behind it. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. Astonishingly, a clear crack appeared on Elrod's seemingly indestructible claw. Ag! An unimaginable agony surged through him, prompting Elrod to let out a pained roar. His massive form was forced to retreat repeatedly by the terrifying force contained within that punch. Is that all the strength you possess? Luo Feng's figure had mysteriously vanished from the spot. Roar! Elrod, in pain, bellowed, sweeping his colossal tail, imbued with overwhelming power. toward the position Luo Feng had just occupied. As the tail swept through, all meteors and fragments of stars were reduced to dust. However, this strike meant nothing but emptiness. Luo Feng appeared atop the sweeping dragon tail. He lightly tapped his toes on the tail and began to ascend along the dragon's spine, defying gravity. Luo Feng's speed was astonishing, so swift that Elrod's massive form could not react in time. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng had already positioned himself atop Elrod's dragon head. Luo Feng leapt into the air, raising his right leg high before bringing it down with tremendous force. Bang! The entire dragon head was ruthlessly smashed downward by the unparalleled might contained in that kick. Boom! The enormous dragon head crashed into the remnants of a nearby abandoned planet. In the distance, Sisters Bados and Makalita were utterly dumbfounded. They gaped, their beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. The scene before them transcended their comprehension. A diminutive human was relentlessly pursuing a dragon of planetary proportions, unleashing a furious assault. Am I dreaming? Makalita pinched herself hard, nearly bringing tears to her eyes from the pain. It certainly feels real. Bados' voice also wavered. As they beheld Luo Feng's invincible silhouette, their expressions, filled with shock, also bore a hint of admiration they themselves had not realized. Enough! A roar filled with endless humiliation and fury erupted from the shattered remnants of the planet. Chapter 189. The terrifying destructive energy that slays Elrod. Boom! In the center of the shattered remnants of a cataclysmic planet, a colossal dragon, vast enough to eclipse the very sun, surged forth, enveloped in a tempest of wrath. You cannot kill me, Elrod bellowed, his voice steeped in madness. You are neither a destroyer nor an angel. Your strikes lack the essence of annihilation. You can never truly extinguish my existence. Elrod erupted in maniacal laughter. Ha ha! The vitality of the Dark Dragon clan is beyond the comprehension of lowly beings like you. You shall never bring about my demise. You will merely perish here, consumed by my relentless endurance. Is that so? Came the calm and succinct reply from Luo Feng. In the next instant, he moved. There was no time for idle chatter. A deluge of ferocious attacks descended upon Elrod like a tempest. Luo Feng's form transformed into a streak of blinding platinum light, evading visual capture. He encircled Elrod's massive dragon body, unleashing an all-encompassing barrage of frenzied strikes. Bang! 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 The cacophony of relentless impacts resonated through the air. With each strike, a burst of platinum radiance erupted from Elrod's enormous frame. Aya! Elrod emitted a roar of excruciating anguish. Frantically, he swung his dragon claws and lashed his tail, conjuring a devastating maelstrom of energy. Yet, it was futile. All was in vain. Luo Feng's speed surpassed the limits of Elrod's reflexes. Every attack from Elrod merely struck the void, failing to graze even a fleeting shadow of Luo Feng. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's onslaught was unceasing. Get away from me! Elrod screamed in utter madness after enduring thousands of strikes. He opened his massive jaws wide. Breath of the Dark Dragon. Boom! A sweeping, fan-shaped shockwave erupted, aiming to force Luo Feng back. But Luo Feng stood firm, unyielding. The platinum flames of divine essence blazed even more fervently upon his form. Hiss! 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 Luo Feng charged headlong into the cataclysmic torrent of energy. What? Elrod's expression turned to one of horror. In the next moment, a fist, enveloped in platinum flames, pierced through the energy deluge and struck his jaw with resounding force. Crack! A deafening noise reverberated. Elrod felt as if his jawbone had been shattered into fragments. The massive dragon head tilted uncontrollably backward, causing his entire form to lose balance. In a heartbeat, Luo Feng unleashed a barrage of terrifying blows. Elrod's gargantuan body was forced into retreat, tumbling uncontrollably through the starry expanse. Sent hurtling away. In the distance, millions of kilometers away, the sisters Bados and Makalita were left utterly stunned. Their mouths agape. Their beautiful eyes reflected nothing but profound shock and emptiness. Sister, I feel as though that dragon master is on the verge of being shattered. Makalita trembled slightly. Indeed. Bados instinctively nodded. It is overwhelmingly powerful. This absolute force that crushes everything, this unparalleled manner of combat, leaves Bados in a state of utter bewilderment. At the heart of the battlefield, Luo Feng came to a halt. He hovered in the void, silently observing the beleaguered Elrod, whose body was drenched in blood. I've had my fun, Luo Feng uttered nonchalantly. Now, it is time to settle your fate. With a low growl, he unleashed Dragon Fist. A single punch surged forth, accompanied by a resounding roar that reverberated through the cosmos. A platinum dragon, forged from pure energy, erupted from the tip of Luo Feng's fist. The dragon's form swelled instantaneously, growing several times larger than Elrod's own draconic physique. With a thunderous crash, the platinum dragon, embodying overwhelming might, pierced through Elrod's final defenses, colliding forcefully against his dragon head. Elrod's massive body stiffened abruptly, the brilliance in his crimson eyes fading in an instant. The entire dragon fell into a brief state of rigidity. Now, Luo Feng reappeared above Elrod, slowly raising his right hand. A distinct energy, imbued with the essence of destruction and finality, began to coalesce within the palm of Luo Feng. It was a profound and unsettling shade of purple. Destructive energy. The violet orbs of energy expanded at an astonishing rate, gathering momentum. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. Ultimately, a colossal purple energy sphere, comparable in size to a small planet and radiating an aura of inexorable devastation, hovered above Luo Feng's palm. What on earth is that? Ma Khalida exclaimed in disbelief from afar. Destructive energy. Bados gasped. How is this possible? How could he wield the destructive energy that only a god of destruction can command? This aura was all too familiar to them. It represented one of the highest laws of the universe, embodying the forces of termination and annihilation. It was the divine authority that transcended all forms of energy. No, it can't be. Elrod, momentarily shaken from his stupor by the dragon fist, regained a flicker of awareness. As he beheld the planet-sized purple energy sphere, terror washed over him. Destructive energy. How could you possibly wield destructive energy? You are not a god of destruction. Die, Luo Feng stated expressionlessly, gently sweeping his arm downward. The enormous purple sphere of destructive energy descended upon Elrod with the force of a falling star, bearing an overwhelming menace. No. Elrod thrashed about in a frenzy, striving to escape. But it was too late. The moment he was momentarily stunned by the dragon fist sealed his fate. Bound by the destructive energy, Elrod found himself utterly immobilized, helplessly watching as the purple sun loomed larger in his vision. Boom! The moment the purple energy sphere made contact with Elrod's draconic form, it consumed him entirely. Moments later, as the violet light dissipated, the dragon envoy Elrod was utterly annihilated. Luo Feng gradually dissipated his platinum divine form, reverting to his usual appearance with black hair and black eyes. He turned to gaze at the two figures in the distance. Bardos and Ma Khalida hurriedly flew over and halted before Luo Feng. Thank you ever so much for saving us. Bardos bowed deeply, her tone steeped in the utmost respect. Had it not been for your timely intervention, my sister and I would surely have. I am Ma Khalida, and I am truly grateful for your assistance. Ma Khalida followed suit, stealing glances at Luo Feng, her cheeks slightly flushed. It was but a trifling effort. Luo Feng waved his hand, a gentle smile gracing his features. I am Luo Feng. It is a pleasure to make the acquaintance of two exquisite angels. Chapter 190. Journey to the Palace of the All-King Luo Feng. Bardos silently recited his name in her heart. Observing the warmth of his smile, she felt a blush creeping upon her cheeks. He is too close. The aura of this man brings an unexpected sense of solace. For the first time in her existence, Bardos experienced such an extraordinary feeling. W.E. Ma Khalida stood beside her, gazing at Luo Feng's handsome profile, rendered momentarily speechless. This man before them was powerful, enigmatic, and had saved their lives. Everything that embodied Ma Khalida's fantasies of a hero. Noticing the sister's flustered demeanor, Luo Feng chuckled to himself. They are still quite young. A thought flickered through his mind. Though Bardos and Ma Khalida were angels, their hearts bore a hint of Navet, far from the composure and tranquility found in later generations. Enough lingering. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. Luo Feng broke the slightly awkward atmosphere. Let us find a safer location. There may be even stronger foes yet to appear. Upon hearing of stronger enemies, Bardos and Ma Khalida's expressions instantly sharpened, shaking off their previous odd emotions. Indeed, now is not the time for such thoughts. Lord Luo Feng speaks wisely. Bardos quickly adopted a serious demeanor, bowing once more to Luo Feng. Thank you for your reminder. And again, for saving our lives. Lord Luo Feng, you are not from our All-King universe, are you? Bardos inquired cautiously. As apprentice angels under the Grand Priest. She and Makalita had at least heard of those who had reached the 8th dimension within the All-King universe, even if they had not encountered them personally. Yet, the name Luo Feng and his visage were entirely unfamiliar to them. Me? Luo Feng raised an eyebrow and casually replied, I am merely a passerby. A traveler of the cosmos who cherishes peace. A cosmic traveler? Bardos and Makalita exchanged glances, each discerning the same realization reflected in the other's eyes. Could it be that he is indeed an ancient powerhouse concealed in the depths of the cosmos? Bardos mused inwardly. The universe is vast, layered in time and space. It is not entirely implausible for there to exist hidden powers unknown to the Grand Priest. After all, they were merely apprentice angels with limited knowledge. Lord Luo Feng, since you intervened to save us, you must possess some knowledge regarding those invaders. Bardos's expression turned gravely serious. Our universe is enduring an unprecedented catastrophe. The invaders hail from the Dark Dragon realm, a malevolent world created by the fabled dragon god, Sarama, and his sinister twin. Their objective is to utterly consume and corrupt all time and space within our entire universe of the Omni King. A barely contained fury tinged Bardos's voice. This war has already ensnared countless eras and innumerable universes. It was during our mission to purge the 6th universe of its invaders that we fell into an ambush set by the dragon messenger, Elot. Had you not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Luo Feng listened quietly. The information aligned almost perfectly with the background data he had received from the system. The power of the Dark Dragon realm is terrifying. Figures like Elot are merely the backbone of their forces, with even more formidable beings looming above. Makarita added, her petite face etched with anxiety. Currently, there is scarcely a place in the entire Omni King universe that can be considered absolutely safe. At this juncture, Bardos lifted her gaze, her eyes blazing with intensity as she looked at Luo Feng. Lord Luo Feng, there exists a location that the Dark Dragon realm dares not tread, a forbidden zone. Oh, Luo Feng's interest was piqued. The Omni King Palace, Bardos declared with unwavering confidence. It is the residence of our Lord Omni King, and under the direct command of the High Priest. It serves as the absolute core of the entire Omni King universe, our final bastion. Our mission, dear sister and I, was to return to the Omni King Palace to report after vanquishing the enemy. Taking a deep breath, Bardos extended a heartfelt invitation to Luo Feng. Lord Luo Feng, your formidable strength and sense of justice mark you as no ordinary individual. I beseech you to accompany us to the Omni King Palace. On one hand, it is currently the safest place. On the other, with your power, you might be able to speak before the High Priest, adding a crucial force to our struggle against the Dark Dragon realm. Makarita nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Luo Feng. Indeed, Lord Luo Feng, your extraordinary prowess will surely earn the High Priest's admiration. The prospect of visiting the Omni King Palace, to meet both the Omni King of this era and the unfathomably powerful High Priest, ignited a profound curiosity within Luo Feng. His mission was to rescue Bardos and Makarita. While he had successfully saved them, the system had yet to indicate that the task was complete. This implied that danger had not been entirely averted. Ensuring their safe passage to the Omni King Palace might be the true completion of his mission. Furthermore, the Platinum God's experience time was limitless. He would be adequately prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Very well. Luo Feng nodded without hesitation. I shall accompany you. Wonderful. Upon hearing Luo Feng's agreement, both Bardos and Makarita beamed with joy. For reasons unknown, their presence felt infinitely reassuring with this man by their side. Let us not delay any further. We shall set forth at once, Bardos declared, turning her gaze towards Makarita. Makarita, can your injuries still withstand the temporal transfer? No problem, sister. Makarita patted her chest. Bardos nodded, choosing to say no more. The two of them simultaneously raised their celestial staffs. Buzz. The tips of the two staffs illuminated with a brilliant radiance. Two distinctly different, yet fundamentally intertwined divine powers intermingled, forming a spiraling beam of light. The beam shot into the heavens. A stable and enigmatic spatial passage, radiating with a spectrum of colors, gradually took shape. Lord Luo Feng, please. Bardos gestured invitingly towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded and stepped into the passage. Bardos and Makarita followed closely behind. The moment their figures vanished, the colorful spatial passage swiftly closed, disappearing from sight. The entire desolate star domain returned to an eerie silence. Time passed, though its length was uncertain. At last, The trio arrived at the Temple of the All-King. Chapter 191. The Invasion of Dark Dragon Saras. As the scene before them regained clarity, Luo Feng and his companions found themselves in a vast plaza. This was the outer perimeter of the All-King's palace. However, the anticipated tranquility and serenity were conspicuously absent. Instead, they were met with a battlefield in utter disarray. Boom, boom. The sounds of energy explosions echoed relentlessly. The ground of the plaza was riddled with bottomless craters. In every corner, dozens of suffocating auras clashed violently. How could this be? Bados and Makarita stood dumbfounded at the hellish sight before them. Even the All-King's palace had been invaded. This was the abode of the All-King, the sanctum of the entire universe. What kind of enemy dared to ignite the flames of battle here? Just as they were lost in thought, a jet of pitch-black dragon breath shot towards them from a short distance, targeting the three. Be careful. Luo Feng reacted swiftly. His gaze sharpened as he instinctively shielded the two women. With a wave of his hand, a platinum energy barrier materialized, intercepting the attack. Boom! The explosive aftermath of the energy blast sent debris flying beneath their feet. Luo Feng shielded the two women, retreating several hundred meters before stabilizing his stance. Stay close to me. For the first time, Luo Feng's tone bore a hint of gravity. He raised his head, surveying the battlefield. The situation was worse than he had anticipated. Above the palace, several ancient deities clad in various Destroyer of Universes attire were engaged in a life-and-death struggle with dragon warriors adorned in scale armor. These were the previous generation of retired destroyers. Beside them, several powerful official angels were locked in combat with their adversaries, the weakest among whom were beings of the 8th dimension. The entire All-King's palace had transformed into a battlefield of the highest caliber. It was Lord Ivan of the 1st universe and Lord Jean of the 12th universe. Makarita recognized two of the ancient deities, her voice laced with astonishment. Shouldn't they have retired by now? How could they possibly be here? Upon witnessing this, Luo Feng understood the gravity of the situation. It appeared that the war had escalated to a fervent climax, compelling even these retired deities to emerge. Luo Feng's gaze transcended the tumultuous figures engaged in battle and ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial palace. There, two figures stood in silent confrontation. One was clad in a blue priestly robe, diminutive in stature, yet bearing a smile that belied his significance. He was the Grand Priest, the overseer of the universe, the father of all angels. Opposite him loomed a man shrouded in darkness, his visage obscured, save for a pair of terrifying dark golden slitted eyes. Merely standing there, he distorted the surrounding space, causing it to warp and fracture. That is Saruth, the dark dragon god, exclaimed Bados, following Luo Feng's gaze in shock. The Grand Priest's adversary, the supreme ruler of the dark dragon realm, the twin dark aspect opposing the dragon god Salam. He had personally descended. As the Grand Priest regarded Saruth, the smile on his face gradually morphed into a look of gravitas. Saruth, the Grand Priest's voice resonated across the battlefield. You ought not to be here. A low, raspy laughter escaped Saruth. Ought not to be? Is there anywhere in this world that I, Saruth, am forbidden to tread? The Grand Priest sighed softly. Clearly, further discourse would bear no fruit. Then let us engage in battle. No sooner had he spoken than Saruth's dark golden, slitted eyes flickered slightly. Boom. A shockwave beyond the realm of description erupted from the very point where the two had stood in opposition. The shockwave obliterated everything in its path, space, time, causality, reducing everything to the most primordial void. The battling deities and dragon warriors were violently hurled back by this force, spewing divine blood. Retreat, Luo Feng commanded, grasping Bados and Makarita, as they narrowly evaded the core of the shockwave. Even the residual force left Bados and Makarita reeling, their souls trembling as if on the brink of collapse. Is this the pinnacle of the 9th dimension? Makarita stammered, gazing at the area that had been utterly annihilated. It is terrifying. Bados's complexion turned ashen. They were not even worthy to spectate such a battle. The Grand Priest, at the pinnacle of the 9th dimension. Saruth, the dark dragon god, equally at the zenith of the 9th dimension. Their powers were closely matched. Their conflict transcended the conventional realm. Each clash redefined the fundamental rules of the universe. Their forms flickered across countless timelines, colliding with cataclysmic force. Because of their battle, innumerable timelines were born and obliterated in an instant. This was the existence that stood atop the entire universe. Valinsects, as the three watched the unfolding battle, A thunderous roar shattered their concentration. A dragon knight, recently sent flying by the clash between the high priest and Salus, took notice of them. This imposing figure, adorned with a single horn, possessed a formidable power that had ascended to the 8th dimension, surpassing even that of Elrod, whom Luo Feng had previously defeated. Was he a disciple of the high priest? The horned dragon knight glared at Bados and Makalita, a cruel smirk flickering in his eyes. He disregarded Luo Feng, perceiving the man whose aura was almost imperceptible as a mere insignificant character. His true targets were the 2 apprentice angels. Die! He roared, his colossal fist enveloped in dark dragon flames, hurtling towards the trio with devastating force. Not good. Bados and Makalita's faces paled. They had only just regained some divine power and were utterly incapable of withstanding such an attack. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. Annoying. He shielded the 2 women behind him, instantly transforming into the Platinum God, advancing rather than retreating, and met the enormous fist with a powerful blow of his own. His fist radiated with a brilliant platinum light. The Horned Dragon Knight's sneer intensified at Luo Feng's audacity to engage him in a direct confrontation. Foolish insect. I will crush you too. His words were abruptly cut short as their fists collided with a thunderous boom. Bang! A heavy sound echoed. The sneer on the Horned Dragon Knight's face froze instantly. An irresistible force surged from Luo Feng's seemingly diminutive fist, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. Crack! 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 A series of sharp bone-cracking sounds emanated from his fist, spreading through his entire arm. The Horned Dragon Knight let out a wretched scream. His arm, covered in dragon-scaled armor, was rendered a bloody pulp from the impact, the bones fracturing at odd angles. He was sent spiraling uncontrollably backward, crashing into a distant, crumbling palace. Chapter 192. The Pinnacle of the 8th Dimension. Dragon Knight Rog, who on earth are you? Amidst the ruins, the Horned Dragon Knight clutched his mangled arm, eyes wide with terror as he stared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng couldn't even be bothered to cast him a glance. There was nothing to discuss with such a weakling who could not withstand a single blow. The situation had surpassed all expectations. This was no place to linger. Let us go, Luo Feng commanded, his voice resolute and without hesitation. He swiftly moved, grasping Bados and Makalita's slender arms. In the next moment, he prepared to teleport them away from the chaotic battlefield. However, just as the ominous signs of spatial fluctuation began to manifest, they abruptly ceased. Luo Feng felt as though he had collided with an unseen wall of iron and copper. A chilling, decaying force, imbued with an insatiable hunger, rebounded, momentarily halting the divine energy within him. Luo Feng's brow furrowed instantly. He remained unyielding, once again summoning divine power in an attempt to rend the very fabric of space. Yet, he met with failure. The entire realm of the divine palace had been irrevocably sealed. It was the formidable strength of Sarthes. Upon sensing this power, Bados's delicate visage instantly drained of color. Her voice trembled with an unprecedented quiver of despair. He has used his own power to confine the entirety of the palace's space. We are trapped here. Makalita finally grasped the situation, the joy of her recent rescue evaporating into thin air, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. There is only entry, no exit. The palace is a prison. Luo Feng immediately comprehended his predicament. That dark dragon deity known as Sarthes was indeed a force to be reckoned with. He intended to shut the doors and ensnare the entire divine palace, along with the high priest, all retired destroyers, and angels, in one fell swoop. Roar! The furious bellow of the unicorn dragon echoed, infused with boundless rage. I shall slay you. I will tear you asunder. Amidst the flying debris, the figure surged skyward once more, where blackened flesh at the severed arm writhed in a frenzy, visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. His crimson eyes fixated intently on Luo Feng and the 2 women. What an irksome fly, Luo Feng remarked coldly. This was not the time to engage with this creature. We must find a place to hide. Without hesitation, Luo Feng ceased his attempts to fracture the space and, grasping the arms of the 2 women, transformed into a streak of platinum light, hastening towards the farthest edge of the battlefield. For Bados and Makalita, being grasped by a man and whisked away at such speed was an unprecedented experience. The warmth radiating from his grip and its solid, powerful sensation quickened their heartbeats. Yet, at this moment, no one had the luxury to dwell on such thoughts. Moments later, Luo Feng successfully guided them to the brink of this sealed space. In the void, a colossal rock, resembling a small mountain, floated slowly. Luo Feng pulled the two women behind the boulder, momentarily concealing their presence. What shall we do now, Lord Luo Feng? Makalita clutched her divine staff tightly, her voice quaking uncontrollably. Fear and helplessness were etched across her beautiful countenance, though Bados forced herself to maintain composure. Her trembling hand gripping the staff betrayed her inner trepidation. Do not panic, Luo Feng spoke with calm assurance. Our task now is to safeguard ourselves while we await the outcome between the High Priest and Sarthes. He sought to soothe the two women. Instinctively, Bados and Makalita turned their gazes towards Luo Feng. There he stood, one hand in his pocket, leaning casually against the edge of the rock, his expression devoid of any sign of alarm. For reasons unknown, witnessing Luo Feng's serene demeanor remarkably quelled their inner turmoil. We must devise a strategy to break free. Luo Feng's mind raced with thoughts. A direct confrontation was certainly not an option. The spatial prison conjured by Salus represents the manifestation of the zenith of the ninth dimension's power. Even though he is currently merely an ephemeral experience card at the peak of the eighth dimension, not even a true eighth dimension pinnacle could hope to breach it. It is likely that even the High Priest himself would struggle to break free from within. The only chance for survival lies in awaiting the outcome of this war. Observing the evenly matched confrontation between the High Priest and Salus, it is uncertain how long this battle will endure. During this time, they must navigate the treacherous battlefield and strive to survive. At last, I have found you, insects. A thunderous roar erupted above the trio. It was the Horned Dragon Knight. His immense form loomed above them, casting a menacing gaze filled with bloodthirsty cruelty. This time, there will be no escape. The Horned Dragon Knight bellowed, offering no opportunity for Luo Feng to react. A colossal fist, enveloped in an even more ferocious black dragon flame, descended from the heavens, crashing down with tremendous force. He poured all his strength into this blow, intent on reclaiming the humiliation he had just endured, with interest. Just as Luo Feng prepared to strike back and eliminate this bothersome fly once and for all, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Kuda, cease immediately. A chilling voice resonated out of nowhere. Astonishingly, the massive fist that was already halfway down halted abruptly in midair. The Horned Dragon Knight, Kuda, transformed from fury to profound reverence, even tinged with a hint of fear. He swiftly retracted his fist and bowed his proud head in deference to the source of the voice. Lord Rog. Luo Feng's gaze sharpened as he turned to face that direction. There, suspended in the void not far away, was a figure that had appeared without notice. It was a man clad in black dragon scale armor, with short red hair. He emanated no violent aura, yet his mere presence exuded an oppressive force far exceeding that of the frenzied Horned Dragon Knight, Kuda, by 100-fold. The eighth dimension, at its pinnacle. What sent shivers down the spines of Bados and Makalita was that this dragon knight named Rog was holding something in his hand, an object that was a severed head. A head with silver hair, a beautiful visage, yet vacant, hollow eyes. It was the head of Lady Martinu from the 12th universe. Bados gasped in shock upon seeing the severed head, her body trembling in disbelief. Martinu, the official angel of the 12th universe, a genuine powerhouse of the 8th dimension. And now, her head was being wielded by this dragon knight. The implications were unmistakable. Oh, you recognize the owner of this head? Rog noticed Bados's reaction, a cruel smile spreading across his lips. With the nonchalance of discarding refuse, he flung the severed head into the boundless void. Then, Rog raised his hand, stained with golden divine blood, and wiped his cheek. A worthy opponent. Regrettably, it remains too feeble. In its final moments, it still prayed to the High Priest. A truly lamentable faith. Before them stood the terrifying Dragon Knight, who had personally slain an angel. Fear. An unprecedented terror instantaneously seized the hearts of Batos and Makalita. The Unicorn Dragon Knight, Kuda, now meekly hovered behind Rog, scarcely daring to breathe. His gaze toward Luo Feng had shifted from anger to a cruel, pitying glee. Why provoke anyone else when they had drawn the ire of Lord Rog? Now, this ignorant wretch was doomed. Chapter 193. The bait Rog offered. Rog's gaze fell upon the pallid faces of Batos and Makalita, rendered ashen by fear. His eyes seemed to appraise two intriguing collectibles. The High Priest's apprentice? Rog's gaze bore a hint of aggression. Quite promising materials, yet regrettably, still too immature. His gaze ultimately settled upon Luo Feng, who stood protectively before the two women. Rog's brow subtly arched, a mere flicker of interest. Rog scrutinized Luo Feng closely. This man before him exuded a peculiar aura. He neither radiated the distinct destructive energy of a destroyer nor the holy and orderly presence of an angel. Quite formidable. This was Rog's initial assessment. To have struck Kuda, a dragon knight of such caliber, with a single blow and caused injury, his strength was undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Yet, what intrigued Rog even more was the unique essence emanating from Luo Feng. The eighth dimension under the reign of the Omni King was vividly etched in Rog's mind. Devoid of any mention of this man. An anomaly. You cannot possibly be a warrior under the Omni King, can you? I have never heard of you. Rog inquired of Luo Feng, who remained silent, merely regarding him with a chilling stare, his body taut. This disregard incensed Kuda, who stood behind Rog. You scoundrel! Lord Rog is addressing you. What is this insolent attitude? Rog merely waved a hand dismissively. Kuda's roar was abruptly silenced, and he dared not utter another sound. Unfazed by Luo Feng's silence, Rog continued. A powerful warrior should not be buried alongside this decaying world, on the brink of collapse. Rog's gaze swept over the distant remnants of ancient destroyers and angels, still desperately clinging to existence, a trace of pity in his eyes. They resembled relics of a bygone era, clutching onto their pitiful glory, ultimately destined to meet the same fate as the severed head in my grasp, reduced to cosmic dust. And we represent rebirth. Rog spread his arms wide. In the Dark Dragon realm, a brand new order shall be established. A perfect world where strength reigns supreme, and the powerful possess everything. In that realm, there are no so-called deities, no taboos, only the most primal and unadulterated laws. Rog's voice resonated with an enchanting allure. Warriors like you should stand alongside the victors, not be swept into the annals of history with these failures. Rog's gaze refocused on Luo Feng, his eyes betraying an unmasked admiration. I offer you an opportunity. Join us. Submit to the great dark dragon god, Salus, and you shall acquire power and status beyond your wildest imagination. With your talents, you may even receive the personal blessing of Lord Salus, obtaining the esteemed dark dragon bloodline, becoming a being that transcends these so-called deities. Upon hearing these words, both Bados and Makalita felt their hearts leap into their throats. They anxiously watched Luo Feng, firmly believing that he would not acquiesce. Yet the vision painted by Rog was irresistibly alluring. The dark dragon bloodline, a formidable power capable of contending with the entire pantheon of the cosmic gods. Rog observed Luo Feng's reaction with an air of anticipation, his smile growing increasingly enigmatic. It seems that empty promises cannot sway you. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Bados and Makalita, a predatory, appraising look as if he were assessing merchandise. The strong ought to possess everything: power, status, and of course women. Rog's eyes swept over the two angels, their chests rising and falling with tension and fury, and his smile took on a sinister twist. These two were disciples of the high priest, individuals with the purest bloodline within the angelic race. They were exalted, filled with a laughable sense of pride and sanctity. Do you not find it immensely entertaining to trample upon such beings? As his words lingered in the air, Bados and Makalita's expressions turned even more horrified. Imagine this. Rog's voice, a devil's whisper, laced with lethal temptation. Simply nod, and they shall be yours. I will wield the power of the Dark Dragon realm to personally transform them for you. I shall erase their wills, distort their divinity, and turn them from noble angels into exclusive female slaves existing solely for your pleasure. Their holiness shall fall for you. Their pride shall be trampled beneath your feet. Their beautiful forms and formidable powers shall become your most loyal and perfect playthings. To possess two beautiful angelic slaves at your beck and call. Are you not satisfied with this gift? Boom. Shameless. Makalita could no longer restrain herself, her voice quaking with tears as she hurled furious accusations. You monster. Bados trembled with rage, her beautiful eyes ablaze with unprecedented fury. In your dreams, even if we die, we will never let you succeed. However, beneath their anger lay a deeper, more profound fear. They turned in unison to Luo Feng. What choice would he make? What if he chose to ally with the Dark Dragon realm? It was no wonder that Bados and Makalita were so anxious. Rog's offered conditions were insidiously cruel, yet tantalizingly tempting. For any male being, the allure of claiming two noble, beautiful angels as slaves was nearly insurmountable. In that moment, Bados and Makalita's hearts hung in the balance. They were terrified, truly terrified. Fear gripped them as they awaited the answer from the man who had just rescued them, providing them with an infinite sense of security. If Luo Feng chose to succumb to corruption, their fate would be 1,000 times more tragic than death itself. In that very moment, as Rog's words echoed, a chilling system notification reverberated in Luo Feng's mind. Chapter 194. Refusing the recruitment. Luo Feng unleashes his full power. Ding! A significant choice event has been detected. The ultimate selection has been triggered. Please make your decision. Two starkly contrasting screens materialized before Luo Feng's eyes. Option 1. Accept Rog's recruitment, join the Dark Dragon realm, and become the pawn of the Dark Dragon god, Salus. Reward: gain Dragon's power. Acquire Dark Dragon bloodline, which will completely replace the Saiyan bloodline. Penalty: permanently lose Destruction Energy, permanently lose Ultra Instinct. Option 2. Verbally reject Rog's unreasonable demands. Reward: gain Angel's power. Ability description: this is the supreme power that only the 8th-dimensional pinnacle angels can cultivate, one of the highest authorities in the entire King universe, far surpassing the destructive capabilities of the gods of destruction. Gazing at the two options before him, Luo Feng chuckled softly. To tempt me with 2 angels as slaves? How utterly laughable and pitiable, he mused disdainfully. Replacing the Saiyan bloodline with the Dark Dragon bloodline? Losing Ultra Instinct and Destruction Energy? Is this a reward or a punishment? Only a fool would choose the first option. Moreover, as someone from a future era, Luo Feng understood the ultimate outcome of this war better than anyone else. The invasion by the Dark Dragon god, Salus, appeared formidable, yet it would culminate in a catastrophic defeat. The foundation of the King universe was far deeper than these invaders could fathom. Joining the Dark Dragon realm now would be akin to purchasing a one-way ticket to hell, and a standing ticket at that. Such foolishness was not something Luo Feng would entertain. His gaze shifted to the rewards of the second option. Angel's power? A force that far exceeds destructive capabilities? A spark of intense curiosity ignited within him. Weiss had once mentioned that the realm of angels transcended that of the gods of destruction. Ultra Instinct was a divine secret technique exclusive to the angelic lineage. Now, this, Angel's power, seemed to promise an even higher echelon of ability. This reward was indeed intriguing. The entire deliberation process unfolded in Luo Feng's mind in less than 1/10 of a second. He raised his head, looking at Rog, who wore an expression of assured victory, then turned to face Barros and Makalita. This action instantly heightened the tension in both women. What was he about to do? Luo Feng's face broke into a gentle smile as he reached out, tenderly ruffling Makalita's hair. Do not fear. With me here, no one can harm you. With that, he pivoted once more to confront Rog, his smile vanishing in an instant. Are we finished? Luo Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. If this is the extent of your pointless chatter, then my response is simple. Luo Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened to an extraordinary degree. Get lost. A single word. Uncomplicated and direct, brimming with disdain and contempt. The smile on Rog's face slowly began to freeze. Behind him, Kuda gaped, his eyes wide in disbelief at what he had just heard. Meanwhile, behind Luo Feng, Bados and Makalita, after a brief moment of stupor, were engulfed by an indescribable surge of joy and excitement that coursed through their entire beings. He rejected him, and in such a forceful and domineering manner. Bados felt her legs weaken, nearly losing her balance. The heart that had been suspended in tension finally thudded back down. The overwhelming emotional tide brought tears to Bados's eyes, stirring a desire to weep. Makalita, too, erupted with a cry of joy, overwhelmed with emotion. How dare you tell Lord Rog to get lost? The first to react was the unicorn dragon knight Kuda. This dragon knight, whose arm Luo Feng had shattered with a single punch, instantly exploded with rage. You insufferable insect! Kuda roared, pointing at Luo Feng with manic fervor. Do you even know who Lord Rog is? Do you understand the magnitude of the blessing you have just rejected? It is a stroke of fortune beyond your wildest dreams that Lord Rog would consider you. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also dare to utter such arrogance. You are courting death. You are seeking your own demise. Kuda frantically stoked the flames of hostility. Lord Rog, please give the order. Allow me to personally tear this arrogant wretch apart. I shall grind his bones to dust. Rog looked at Luo Feng, the amusement in his eyes having vanished entirely. In its place was an abyss of coldness. Regrettably, I seldom extend invitations to others. You are the first. I had thought you to be an intelligent individual. It appears I was mistaken. Since you refuse to submit, then. Rog slowly raised his right hand. I shall have no choice but to take your head myself. The moment his words fell, a terrifying aura erupted explosively from Rog's being. In the distant battlefield, the fighting gods and dragon knights engaged in battle instinctively paused, sensing something ominous, and turned their gazes towards this direction in alarm. Who is so unfortunate as to encounter this madman? Rog? Rog's aura had locked onto Luo Feng. I admire the strong, which is why I initially intended to grant you a swift end. However, you have spurned my goodwill. Thus, I shall allow you to perish slowly amidst endless suffering and despair. As for the two beautiful angels behind you, I shall train them to become my female servants, forever at my side. A horrifying intent to kill materialized, enveloping Luo Feng. Faced with this cataclysmic pressure, Bado's and Makalita's hearts, which had just begun to settle, raced once more. Yet, Luo Feng's face displayed no hint of fear. He merely stretched his neck and then looked towards Rog. Perfect. I too wish to see. The so-called pinnacle of the 8th dimension, the Dragon Master, is truly formidable. The moment the words fell, a terrifying aura, far surpassing the previous one, erupted from within Luo Feng. The platinum-hued sacred flames soared into the heavens. Chapter 195. Luo Feng merges with angelic power. This power, the pinnacle of the 8th dimension. The expression on Rog's face, once twisted with cruel mockery, instantly solidified into an incredulous horror. Behind him, the unicorn dragon master Kuda stood as if struck by lightning, completely dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had been fervently shouting that he would tear Luo Feng to shreds. Yet now, confronted by the sweeping platinum flames, Kuda realized the magnitude of his grave miscalculation. The pinnacle of the 8th dimension. He, too, was at the pinnacle of the 8th dimension? Kuda's mind went blank. He finally understood why a mere casual punch from his opponent had shattered his entire arm. How could a typical 8th dimension being like himself provoke an entity standing at the apex of the same realm? What have I just done? At the same moment Luo Feng's aura erupted, he silently thought, I choose to. As Luo Feng made his choice, a boundless surge of divine power detonated within him. This was the power of the angelic race, the angelic force. The once violent platinum flames surrounding Luo Feng underwent a marvelous transformation upon contact with this power. The platinum radiance was imbued with a layer of pure, silvery halo. This is impossible. This power is not only the pinnacle of the 8th dimension, but also possesses the sacred rules of the angelic race. Who are you? You are clearly not an angel. How can you wield angelic power? Rog was baffled. A mysterious powerhouse at the pinnacle of the 8th dimension was already enough to astonish him. To his utter disbelief, Luo Feng, a being not of the angelic lineage, possessed angelic power. After a brief moment of shock, the expression of astonishment on Rog's face gradually faded, replaced by an exhilarating and bloodthirsty madness. Ha ha ha! Rog suddenly burst into raucous laughter, his voice brimming with greed. How intriguing! So utterly fascinating! Rog extended his tongue to moisten his parched lips, his battle intent surging to new heights. An unprecedented being at the pinnacle of the 8th dimension, a creature infused with unknown power and angelic force. Your very existence is a miracle. Rog's breathing grew heavy, the greed in his eyes nearly tangible. I shall kill you, devour you. Your power, your laws, your very essence will become the supreme ladder upon which I ascend to the 9th dimension. Boom! Accompanied by Rog's maniacal laughter, the pitch-black, inky dragon power transformed into a vortex storm that threatened to engulf the heavens and the earth, clashing violently with Luo Feng's platinum flames fused with angelic power, eroding and consuming. Today, your head shall be mine. Luo Feng paid no heed to Rog's tirade. Turning around, he spoke softly to the utterly dazed Bados and Makalita behind him. Stay back. Find a safe place to hide, and do not get caught in the crossfire. Yes, Lord Luo Feng. Bados and Makalita, snapping back to reality, nodded fervently. They were acutely aware that such a high-stakes battle was beyond their capacity to spectate. Remaining here would only make them burdens to Luo Feng. Exchanging a glance, they hesitated no longer, instantly transforming into two streaks of light and swiftly darting towards the far edge of the battlefield. They needed to find a secure corner without delay, ensuring that Luo Feng would not be distracted by their presence. In the very moment their figures vanished, Luo Feng and Rog moved. There was no unnecessary chatter, no flamboyant techniques. The two figures became a brilliant white and a deep black, colliding with a force that transcended the very concept of time and space. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted, forming a visible circular halo that spread wildly in all directions. Wherever the halo passed, the floating fragments of meteors were instantaneously reduced to nothingness. The initial clash was evenly matched. In the next instant, both figures completely vanished from their original positions. Bang! 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 Countless corners of the void erupted simultaneously with numerous bursts of energy. Luo Feng and Rog's speed had reached an inconceivable level. Each of their exchanges seemed to strike thousands of targets at once. On the other side, the Unicorn Dragon Knight Kuda, seizing the opportunity amidst Luo Feng and Rog's fierce battle, shook off his overwhelming fear. His gaze instantly locked onto Bados and Makalita, who were frantically fleeing in the distance. Lord Rog is entangled with that scoundrel. This is my chance. A tide of malevolence surged within Kuda. His fear of Luo Feng, stimulated by his instinct for survival, morphed into an insatiable desire to eliminate the two apprentice angels. If he could not kill Luo Feng, then he would destroy what he treasured. Kuda intended to capture those two angels. Then, before Luo Feng's very eyes, he would crush them alive. Die! Kuda roared, his massive form transforming into a streak of black light as he recklessly burned his divine power, racing towards Bados and Makalita at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, engaged in a high-speed confrontation with Rog, furrowed his brow. Seeking death, his formidable divine sense had already perceived Kuda's despicable actions with crystal clarity. To fight me and still dare to be distracted? Rog instantly caught the fleeting wave of emotion from Luo Feng, a cruel smile spreading across his face. An opportunity. You will perish. Rog seized this rare moment, pouring all his dark dragon power into his right fist without reservation. The pitch-black energy coalesced into a swirling vortex of darkness at the tip of his fist. With a powerful, forceful jab, he aimed directly at Luo Feng's vital chest. However, Luo Feng's reaction surpassed Rog's expectations. Faced with this potentially fatal strike, Luo Feng astonishingly stood his ground, refusing to evade. With a sudden stomp of his foot, a brilliant platinum flame infused with angelic power erupted around him, violently deflecting Rog's attack by mere inches and granting him a fleeting moment of respite. It was this infinitesimal fraction of a second that allowed Luo Feng to twist his form sharply, disregarding Rog's oncoming assault. His right hand extended, fingers splayed wide, as he aimed across the vast expanse towards Kuda, who was about to catch up with the Bateau's sisters. Get away! A chilling voice echoed across the battlefield. A beam of exquisitely refined platinum energy surged forth from Luo Feng's palm in an instant. This beam transcended the very concept of speed, having already traversed an immense distance to reach its target the moment it was unleashed. What? Kuda, who was grinning maliciously and extending his massive claws to seize Makalita, suddenly felt a terrifying force approach from behind. He had no time to evade effectively. Boom! The platinum beam pierced through Kuda's entire body from behind. Ah! Kuda let out a harrowing scream. He looked down to see a gaping void in his chest. More than half of his upper body had been utterly vaporized by this strike, reduced to nothingness. Dark dragon blood gushed forth like a fountain from the enormous wound. Kuda's colossal form was sent spiraling away by the force of inertia, crashing deep into the void, his fate uncertain. Chapter 196. The Power of Salus, Trapped in a Barrier. Seize the moment, claim the life. This is a principle ingrained in the very bones of all seasoned warriors. Just as Luo Feng was momentarily distracted by the explosion of Kuda, Rog seized this fleeting opportunity. Though the time was scarcely measurable for a peak 8th-dimensional powerhouse, it was more than sufficient. Die! Rog let out a furious roar that resonated throughout the universe. His muscles bulged instantaneously, as the terrifying power of the Dark Dragon surged unreservedly into his right fist. Dark Dragon Destruction Fist. Boom! Rog's figure appeared directly in front of Luo Feng. His fist, harboring immense power, surged forward in an unstoppable manner towards Luo Feng. With absolute confidence, Rog believed that even if his opponent was also a peak 8th-dimensional being, there was no way he could withstand such an assault while distracted. With the heart pierced and the opponent's head severed, this was the fate Rog had prepared for this audacious challenger. A cruel smile of a victor began to form on Rog's face. However, just as Rog's fist was about to make contact with Luo Feng's chest, an unforeseen change occurred. Buzz! Luo Feng's body erupted with a sudden silver radiance. Divine Secret Technique. Free Realm Intent. Activate. Rog's fist, in that instant, appeared to slow down in Luo Feng's eyes. Luo Feng's body instinctively responded with the utmost perfection, leaning slightly to the left. Such a seemingly trivial motion allowed him to narrowly evade Rog's lethal punch, which whizzed perilously close to his chest, creating a resounding roar that echoed across the vast emptiness. The sheer force of that punch was terrifying indeed. Rog's smile froze, his face a canvas of indescribable astonishment and bewilderment. How could he have evaded it? This was incomprehensible to Rog. In such a critical moment, how had his opponent managed to dodge his full-force strike? Just as Rog began to speak, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself forward. The fierce punch, shimmering with hues of platinum and silver, grazed past his head. Infuriated, Rog unleashed a torrent of blows upon Luo Feng, each punch raining down like a tempest. Yet Luo Feng danced through Rog's relentless onslaught, evading every strike. Even the edges of his clothing remained untouched. This was the ultimate freedom technique, a divine secret of the angelic lineage. Rog finally recognized Luo Feng's current state, his voice laden with incredulity. A mysterious powerhouse, not of the angelic race, wielding the power of angels, and now executing a supreme technique that even among true angels was seldom mastered. Who on earth was this individual? Was he a clandestine weapon concealed by the high priest? Cursed be this situation. The more Rog attacked, the more he felt a growing sense of dread and frustration. He possessed immense power, yet could not land a single hit on his adversary. This feeling of impotence drove Rog to the brink of madness. After a relentless barrage of strikes that met only air, Rog abruptly withdrew, distancing himself by several thousand meters while fixating his gaze upon Luo Feng. I admit, I underestimated you. Rog's voice had turned somber. I never anticipated you to be this formidable. Not only do you possess angelic power, but you can also wield the ultimate freedom technique. Very well. Rog grinned. Do not assume that your mastery of this technique renders you invulnerable. Your strength has indeed surpassed my expectations. However, do you think our Dark Dragon realm entered the war against the All-King universe unprepared? We have long been ready to counter your angelic lineage's secret techniques. As these words fell from his lips, Rog dramatically flipped his hand, revealing a fist-sized, pitch-black orb adorned with eerie dark golden patterns. The moment the stone appeared, it consumed the surrounding light, emanating a chilling, ancient aura of decay. Luo Feng's silver eyes flickered as he sensed a power resonating from that stone, akin to that of the dark dragon god, Sarath. Open for me, Rog roared, forcefully hurling the stone in his hand into the void. Buzz! The black stone erupted midair, not disintegrating into dust, but instead unleashing a series of visible black ripples. Wherever the ripples traversed, the space was swiftly tainted, transforming into an unfathomable abyss of darkness. In an instant, a colossal circular barrier, exceeding 10,000 meters in diameter, materialized with Luo Feng and Rog at its core. The barrier, semi-transparent and black, was adorned with countless dark golden chains and runes that flowed like living entities. From the outside, the entire barrier resembled a gigantic black crystal sphere, completely imprisoning the two within. This was the absolute cage of Lord Salus. Rog spread his arms wide, savoring the familiar and comforting power within the barrier. A fervent smile of control etched across his face. Now, this space was entirely shackled. Neither of us can escape from here. There is but one way to break this barrier. One among us must perish here. However, Rog's smile turned exceedingly smug. Within this barrier, the essence of Lord Salus's dark dragon power surged. Without the dark dragon bloodline, your speed, reflexes, and all abilities will be eroded and weakened by this power over time. Even if you possess the supreme skill of freedom, it would be futile. When your body can no longer keep pace with your so-called divine instinct, your doom will be sealed. Ultimately, I shall personally sever your head. Rog's voice echoed within the enclosed barrier. This was the true lethal strike prepared for the Angel clan by the Dark Dragon realm. The Angel previously slain by Rog had met his end due to the constant weakening inflicted by this barrier. The moment Rog's words faded, a system notification resonated in Luo Feng's mind. Ding. Host detected to be facing a formidable enemy, trapped in a lethal predicament. In the interest of the host's safety, the system will initiate an emergency protocol. Temporary reward granted. The host will receive a fusion of angel power and destruction energy. Duration, 5 minutes. Boom. Accompanied by the system notification, an unprecedented surge of terrifying power erupted within Luo Feng's body. Chapter 197. I have simply grown stronger. The originally distinct destruction energy and angel power began to forcibly merge under the irresistible might of the system. If destruction energy represents the epitome of annihilation and chaos, then angel power signifies the pinnacle of order and sanctity. These two diametrically opposed forces, which could even be considered inherently antagonistic, were now being twisted together. Buzz. The platinum flames enveloping Luo Feng underwent a transformative change. The original hues of platinum and silver began to intertwine and swirl wildly, ultimately being infused with an enchanting and noble shade of purple. That was the color of destruction energy. Platinum as the foundation, silver white as the pattern, and a hint of purple as the edge. These three luminous essences seamlessly merge, giving rise to an entirely new force. As the radiant flames ascend, even the absolute prison beneath Rog's feet emits a burdensome hum. The surface of the pitch-black barrier is adorned with countless dark golden runic chains, flickering and trembling wildly. It seems poised to shatter at any moment. This power. Luo Feng slowly clenches his fist. He can distinctly sense that his strength, speed, reflexes, and every function of his body are escalating at an astonishing rate. In merely a second, his prowess has more than doubled compared to when he initially unleashed the ultimate technique. Is this the force born from the fusion of angelic power and destructive energy? Rog, too, immediately perceives the change emanating from Luo Feng. The fervor and pride on Rog's face freeze instantly. He gazes at the silver-violet flames radiating from Luo Feng, a wave of intense unease surging from deep within his heart. What have you done? Rog's voice is filled with disbelief. Why? Why has this man's aura suddenly intensified beyond that of moments ago? In this barrier imbued with Lord Salus's primordial power, should not his strength be continually diminished? Luo Feng does not answer Rog. He merely offers a playful smile in response. You mentioned that there is only one way to lift this barrier. One of us must perish here, correct? Luo Feng stretches his neck. How fortuitous. In the next instant, Luo Feng's figure leaves behind a faint afterimage. Are you ready to meet your end? The chilling voice resonates directly in Rog's ear. What? Rog's pupils constrict sharply. Such speed. Without a second thought, Rog unleashes the full force of his dark dragon power, crossing his arms defensively in front of him. Bang! A fist enveloped in silver-violet flames crashes forcefully against Rog's arms. The dull sound of impact reverberates within the confined barrier. Rog feels an indescribable and terrifying force emanating from Luo Feng's punch, instantly penetrating his defenses. Crack! A crisp sound of bone fracturing pierces the air. The arms Rog used to block are instantly riddled with countless cracks. He is propelled uncontrollably backward, crashing violently against the barrier behind him. Boom! The entire absolute prison shakes violently. Puff! Rog tastes the metallic tang of blood in his throat, a torrent of dark divine blood erupting forth. He quickly stabilizes himself, his gaze towards Luo Feng now filled entirely with horror and fear. One punch. Just one punch. He has sustained an injury. In that fleeting moment of their clash, Luo Feng indeed senses that the fused power within him has been slightly eroded by the chilling dark dragon energy within the barrier. However, this erosion is exceedingly feeble, almost negligible. After all, it is merely a barrier crafted by external means, not a manifestation of Sarath's own power. Furthermore, with Luo Feng's newfound strength, this corrupting force is rendered largely ineffective. This barrier indeed possesses some intrigue, Luo Feng mused. However, it is ultimately inconsequential. Such a degree of weakening holds no sting against his surging power. Within 5 minutes, he could decisively conclude this battle. Damn! 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 Rog wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a primal roar. He could not accept this. He had meticulously woven an intricate trap, securing an absolute advantage. Why? Why was he still struck down by a single blow from his opponent? I will kill you. Rog descended into utter madness. He charged fiercely at Luo Feng. The dark dragon energy within him erupted like a volcano, coalescing behind him into a fearsome shadow of a black dragon. Dark dragon's essence, devour the realm. Rog thrust his hands forward with ferocity. Roar! The shadow of the black dragon instantly fragmented into thousands of smaller energy dragons, surging forth, roaring and clawing at Luo Feng with wild abandon. This was a widespread, indiscriminate attack. In the state of ultimate freedom, constrained within the barrier, Luo Feng would indeed have to exert considerable effort to evade such an onslaught. However, now, empowered by the fusion of angelic might and destructive energy, he felt no fear. A mere parlor trick. Luo Feng raised his right hand, fingers splayed, aimed at the oncoming tide of black dragons. Then, with a gentle grip, he unleashed a resonant wave. Buzz! A surge of silver-violet energy, harmonizing the sacred and the destructive, erupted from Luo Feng, forming a spherical shockwave centered around him. Where the shockwave passed, the thousands of roaring energy dragons were instantly evaporated, obliterated. Rog, struck by the energy wave unleashed by Luo Feng, emitted a pained scream. He was hurled back to the edge of the barrier, gazing at Luo Feng with the eyes of a man confronted by a monster. Impossible. This cannot be. Rog shrieked, his voice laced with despair and confusion. Why? Why is your strength even greater than before? Lord Saruth's absolute prison. Why has it not weakened you? Answer me. Rog struggled to comprehend. This barrier was the ultimate weapon devised by the Dark Dragon realm specifically to counter the angelic lineage. It was a terrifying prison capable of grinding even formal angels to dust. Yet, why did it seem to have no effect on this man whatsoever? No. It even appeared to have the opposite effect. This fellow had only grown stronger. Observing Rog's near collapse, a hint of derision crept onto Luo Feng's face. Who said there was no weakening? Luo Feng's voice resonated. There was indeed a reduction. It is simply that. Luo Feng slowly raised his right hand, a swirling mass of silver-violet energy forming in his palm. I have merely grown stronger. Chapter 198. Rog's final struggle, Luo Feng's limit-breaking power. Luo Feng's words reverberated in Rog's ears, driving him into a frenzy. He had grown stronger. Within this absolute prison, designed to sap the strength of its captives, he not only remained unweakened, but had, in fact, grown more formidable. What manner of creature was this? At that moment, Rog's mentality shattered completely. The ultimate weapon intended for hunting angels had transformed into an indomitable tomb, sealing his fate. Regret. An endless tide of regret. Had he known, had he foreseen that this individual was such a paradigm-defying monstrosity, Rog would never have resorted to the absolute prison. Without this barrier, even if he could not defeat him, he could have fled. With his mastery over the power of the Dark Dragon, Rog possessed unwavering confidence that he could escape the grasp of any eighth-dimensional pinnacle warrior. But now it was all too late. This barrier could only be breached through death. There was no possibility of escape from within. He had unwittingly crafted an inescapable prison of death for himself. No, I cannot perish. I have yet to ascend to the ninth dimension. I must not die here. The will to survive eclipsed all fear, and Rog's gaze turned crimson in an instant. Since escape was impossible, he had no choice but to fight with reckless abandon. Aya! Rog let out a frantic roar, channeling every ounce of his dark dragon power to its absolute limit. His draconic-scaled armor began to shatter with each passing moment. Even in death, I shall drag you down with me. Rog's figure transformed into a streak of black lightning, charging furiously at Luo Feng once more. At this moment, Rog forsook all defense, pouring every shred of his strength into his fists. Accompany me in death? Luo Feng regarded the frenzied figure rushing towards him with a derisive smile. You think you are worthy? In the face of Rog's desperate, all-consuming assault, Luo Feng advanced rather than retreated, meeting him head-on. Before absolute power, all struggles were but a farce. Boom. The two figures collided in an instant. A terrifying shockwave of energy erupted, centered on their clash, causing the entire absolute prison to tremble violently. Die? Rog's face contorted in rage as he desperately squeezed every bit of his power, striving to crush Luo Feng utterly. However, the next second, the madness on his face transformed into sheer astonishment. Crack! The sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed through the air. An irresistible, terrifying force surged from the tip of Luo Feng's fist, shattering his finger bones and rushing violently up his arm. Rog felt a numbing sensation in his arm, and he stumbled backward uncontrollably. Before he could comprehend the situation, Luo Feng was already upon him. Fast. Too fast. Luo Feng's assault showed no signs of abating. The second punch, the third punch, the fourth punch, fists enveloped in silver-purple flames, turned into a torrential downpour of strikes, mercilessly raining down upon Rog. No, this is impossible. Rog was utterly horrified. He sacrificed his very essence, wagering everything, only to be utterly crushed in return. Rog frantically swung his fists, attempting to fend off the onslaught. Yet, his feeble strikes, amidst the torrential barrage from Luo Feng, resembled mere mayflies shaking a mighty tree. The anguished cries of Rog disintegrated into fragmented echoes. Time was running out. It was over. Luo Feng's voice resonated coldly. All assaults abruptly ceased. The sky was engulfed in a whirlwind of silvery purple flames, which swiftly converged and compressed towards Luo Feng's right fist. As the flames surged, they ominously coalesced into the ethereal silhouette of a sacred and majestic platinum dragon, coiling atop his knuckles. The true form of the dragon fist was unveiled. In that moment, Rog, who had been battered beyond recognition, finally seized a fleeting opportunity to breathe. However, his face bore no trace of relief, only boundless terror. He sought to flee. Yet, within this cage, there was no escape. Die for me. Luo Feng's thunderous roar reverberated throughout the space. A fist infused with all his might surged towards Rog. Boom! Luo Feng's fist, enveloped in the dragon's phantom, struck solidly against Rog's chest, witnessed through the lens of his horrified, despairing gaze. The expression on Rog's face froze instantly. An indescribable, terrifying force surged into his being with cataclysmic ferocity, purification and destruction. Two extremes of power erupted simultaneously within Rog. Rog gasped in shock, struggling to lower his head. There, a massive, gaping hole appeared in his chest, transparent from front to back. Through that sanguine void, Rog could even glimpse the barrier behind him, flickering with runes. Ayaha! The delayed scream finally erupted from the depths of Rog's throat. Yet, even after sustaining such a devastating blow, Rog remained alive. As a peak dragon master of the 8th dimension, his vitality was astonishingly resilient. Roar! Just as Rog's body was about to collide with the barrier, he unleashed a dragon's roar. His battered form erupted with a surge of inky black energy. Crack! 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 The bones throughout Rog's body resounded with explosive cracks. His muscles writhed and expanded frantically. Thick, menacing dragon scales burst forth from beneath his skin, instantly enveloping his entire body. Rog's physique elongated and enlarged at a rapid pace. A ferocious dragon's head replaced his original visage. A robust tail whipped out violently from behind him. In an instant, Rog entirely relinquished his humanoid form, transforming into a colossal dragon. This was the ultimate manifestation of the Dark Dragon Master. Complete draconic transformation. The dragon formed Rog, though his aura became wild and chaotic, possessed a vitality that surged exponentially. The immense gash in his chest was visibly writhing, healing at an astonishing rate. Countless strands of black flesh intertwined like tendrils, striving to expel the invading silver-purple force from within. Roar! The dragon-like Rog fixed his burning, hate-filled dark golden vertical pupils upon Luo Feng, determined to resist the invasion of that terrifying power. He must survive. As long as he lives, there remains a chance. In a desperate struggle, Luo Feng observed the dragon desperately mending its wounds, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. Even if Rog were to survive today, his strength would be irrevocably diminished, rendering further progress impossible. However, Rog's opportunity for survival was fleeting. The 5 minutes were almost at an end. Luo Feng sensed the fusion power within him beginning to show signs of separation and ceased to squander time. He would harness his utmost strength to eradicate Rog from this world entirely. Boom! The power within Luo Feng erupted unreservedly. Silver-purple flames surged skyward, their might eclipsing even that of moments prior. The entire absolute cage emitted a mournful cry under the strain of this force. Countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared upon the barrier. The 8th dimensional limit was shattered. As the power within him threatened to dissipate, Luo Feng forcefully broke through his shackles, momentarily stepping into an entirely new realm. Slowly, he raised his hands above his head. The silver-purple flames raged in his palms, coalescing into a dazzling sun. Chapter 199. The High Priest and the Dark Dragon God Raditz. Buzz. An energy sphere, radiating a dangerous aura, rapidly formed in Luo Feng's palms. The silver-white sacred power intertwined with the dark purple destructive force within this sphere, compressing and creating an unprecedented balance. No, The dragon incarnate Rog let out a roar filled with utmost terror. His soul trembled. It was a primal instinct born of life itself, the deepest fear. He wished to flee, but Rog was ensnared by the barrier he had constructed. Left with no escape above or below, he could only watch helplessly as the energy sphere rapidly expanded in Luo Feng's hands. Feel it well. Luo Feng's voice echoed within the barrier like a death sentence. This is the final destruction prepared for you. At the instant the words fell, Luo Feng thrust his hands forward. The energy sphere, infused with angelic and destructive powers, was released. Its flight was not swift, even appearing somewhat languid. Yet in the eyes of the dragon Rog, this slowly approaching sphere locked onto his existence, sealing off all avenues of retreat. No. The dragon Rog unleashed his final roar, imbued with endless regret and despair. He furiously expelled his last remnants of dark dragon power in a futile attempt to resist. But it was to no avail. In the next moment, the energy sphere collided with the massive form of Dragon Rog. The immense form of the dragon Ragna was gradually consumed, disassembled, and obliterated by the intertwining gleam of silver and dark purple, inch by inch. Every trace of its existence in this universe was utterly and cleanly erased at the root by this single strike. Thus, a peak eighth-dimensional powerhouse vanished silently into oblivion. At the distant edge of the battlefield, behind a colossal boulder, Bados and Makalita sensed the tension in the air as they focused on the area shrouded by a black barrier. Although they could not witness the battle within, the overwhelming aura that surged skyward, nearly bursting the barrier, sent shivers down their spines. Particularly, the final surge of pressure, which briefly exceeded the limits of the eighth dimension, left the two apprentice angels breathless. Lord Luo Feng will surely be fine, won't he? Makalita clutched her divine staff tightly, her palms slick with cold sweat, her voice laced with concern. Of course, Bados responded, her tone resolute despite her own anxiety. Lord Luo Feng is invincible. At that very moment, a tremendous rumble erupted as an energy wave swept forth from the direction of the barrier, immediately followed by a crisp cracking sound that resonated throughout the void. The massive black barrier that had ensnared Luo Feng and Ragna was now riddled with countless fissures, before collapsing in a thunderous shatter. The entire barrier transformed into a myriad of black light points, dissipating into the abyss. The barrier was lifted. Bados and Makalita's hearts leapt into their throats. They fixated intently on that area. As the turbulent energy subsided, only one figure remained in the void. It was Luo Feng. Meanwhile, the once mighty eighth-dimensional dragon master, Ragna, had vanished without a trace, leaving not even the faintest whisper of its presence in this universe. The outcome was unequivocal. Did we win? Makalita gasped, covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Lord Luo Feng truly obliterated a bona fide eighth-dimensional dragon master? Bados trembled slightly, not from fear, but from excitement and admiration. She always knew it. She always knew that Lord Luo Feng was the strongest. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the entire royal palace, upon the battlefield where even time and space had dissolved into nothingness, the high priest and the dark dragon god Salus remained locked in confrontation. Their battle transcended ordinary energy clashes, entering a realm of higher rules and concepts. At the moment Ragna was completely annihilated, Salus' dark golden vertical pupils, which surveyed all existence, flickered with a subtle ripple. Ragna's aura has vanished? A hint of surprise crept into Salus' voice. Ragna was one of his most capable warriors, ranked among the top 10 dragon masters in strength, with the absolute cage in hand. Even when facing the elite angels under the high priest, Rog could stand invincible, even having the chance to counterattack. Yet now he was dead? Not even a trace of breath escaped. Was he besieged by those retired old gods of destruction? It seems that you old fellows from the All-King universe do possess some skill. Salus quickly reined in his emotions, a trace of cold laughter flashing through his mind. The death of a single Rog was insufficient to sway the overall situation. Salus gazed at the ever-smiling high priest across from him, releasing a low, rumbling laugh. High priest, I must concede, your strength indeed exceeds my expectations. Between you and me, our powers are closely matched. Even if we fought for tens of thousands of years, a victor would remain undetermined. Salus's tone carried a hint of admiration shared between warriors. In that case, shall we place a wager? Oh. The smile on the high priest's face remained unchanged, his interest piqued. What do you wish to bet? Salus pointed to the chaotic battlefield below. his voice imbued with absolute confidence and arrogance. Let us wager on our subordinates. We shall see whether the relics of your all-king universe can endure until the end, or if my elite warriors from the Dark Dragon realm will annihilate them entirely. Ultimately, whichever side's forces perish first shall be deemed the loser. A glint of greed flickered in Salus's eyes. The defeated shall willingly offer up their essence, allowing the victor to consume it, aiding their ascent to the fabled 10th dimension. What say you? This is an exceedingly cruel yet remarkably fair wager, betting the lives of all our subordinates for a chance at breakthrough. In response to Salus's proposal, the high priest gently shook his head. No need. The smile on the high priest's face took on a deeper significance. For you shall not have that opportunity. Chapter 200. The Arrival of Dragon God Salama. The high priest's words left the dark dragon god Salus visibly taken aback. Then, Salus laughed. Ha ha ha. High priest, are you jesting? Our powers are closely matched. Neither can overpower the other. Even if your all-king universe's dregs manage to fortuitously slay one or two of my inept subordinates, what difference would it make? The final outcome has long been predetermined. Suddenly, Salus's raucous laughter came to an abrupt halt. His dark, golden-slit pupils abruptly turned towards a certain direction in the void. The smile on the high priest's face grew increasingly profound. It has come. Buzz. At the point where Salus's gaze fell, a flicker of golden light ignited in the void. Initially faint, like a candle flickering in the wind, the golden light, in an instant, expanded uncontrollably, spreading forth. Ultimately, it transformed into a colossal golden fissure that pierced through the entire battlefield. A terrifying pressure, starkly opposed to the dark dragon's power, yet emanating from the same source, descended with a thunderous roar from that rift. At that moment, the entire all-king universe rejoiced in exhilaration. The aura that enveloped them obliterated the arrogance and confidence that once graced Sarath's visage, leaving behind only profound shock, horror, and a trace of deep-seated fear shimmering in his eyes. This presence was one Sarath would never forget. No, it's impossible. How could you be here? Under Sarath's incredulous gaze, a figure gradually emerged from the golden rift. It was a middle-aged man clad in a golden divine robe, bearing a striking resemblance to Sarath. Dragon God, Salama. Sarath gasped. Salama spoke, his voice calm yet authoritative. It has been a long time, my brother. Sarath's body involuntarily recoiled a step. His complexion drained of color. It was indeed the very brother who had exiled him from the main universe and stripped him of everything. Dragon God Salama. His brother. A formidable being of the 9th dimension who had slumbered for countless epochs, had unexpectedly appeared here. Why? Why are you here? Sarath's voice erupted in a hysterical roar, filled with resentment and bitterness. Aren't you supposed to be asleep in the void? How could you possibly know I would invade the all-king universe? Having believed he had successfully severed all ties to the universe, he was certain that no news could escape, especially not to Salama. No, I truly did not know your plan, Salama replied, shaking his head as he regarded his frenzied brother with calmness. However, the high priest sensed this calamity beforehand. Salama's gaze shifted to the high priest beside him, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Thus, I returned from the void ahead of time to await your grand arrival. The high priest smiled and returned the gesture. You flatter me, Lord Salama. Protecting the all-king universe is indeed my duty. Their exchange shattered the last remnants of hope within Sarath. A premonition? The high priest again. It became evident that from the very beginning, he had fallen into their scheme. High priest, Salama, do you believe that two of you working together can secure victory over me? I have plotted for countless epochs. The power I have amassed far exceeds your imagination. Today, even if both of you unite, I shall annihilate the all-king universe. Sarath roared, unleashing the dark dragon's power without restraint. The entire battlefield was engulfed by this ink-black, destructive energy. In the face of Sarath's complete fury, Salama's expression remained unperturbed, stubbornly ignorant. If that is the case, Salama's gaze met that of the high priest in the air. Let you sleep forever. The high priest understood immediately, raising his right hand in unison. Seal. Mark. Two utterly distinct, yet resonant voices, embodying the highest laws, surged forth simultaneously. Buzz. The high priest's hand erupted with a resplendent silver radiance, symbolizing ultimate order. Countless silver chains materialized from thin air, piercing through the abyss of destructive energy, swiftly entwining around the limbs of Saradas. Concurrently, a brilliant golden light, emblematic of supreme creation, burst forth from Salama's grasp. A golden cage, fashioned from myriad embryonic worlds, descended from above, enveloping Sarada's entirely. The power exhibited by these two beings, standing at the pinnacle of the cosmos, transcended the very essence of energy. No, bound by the silver chains and ensnared within the golden cage, Sarada's emitted a roar of pure terror. He struggled frantically, striving to escape the constraints of these two immutable laws. Yet it was all in vain. His destructive force was suppressed with unyielding rigor. "You shall not seal me." A flicker of resolute madness glimmered in Sarada's eyes. He intended to self-destruct his essence. Even in death, he sought to drag the entire omniversal realm into oblivion. "It is too late." The high priest's voice resonated coldly. The golden cage, in an instant, contracted. The flow of time within the cage was forcibly slowed by billions of times at that moment. Sarada's impending self-destruction was abruptly frozen in time. Immediately thereafter, Salama's authoritative voice reverberated through the void. "Exile." Boom. The golden cage imprisoning Sarada's, along with Sarada's himself, transformed into a streak of light, thrust into a realm even more profound and chaotic than the void. There, in the absolute abyss, neither time nor space existed. Unless an entity of equal stature intervened, Sarada's would remain eternally submerged. With Sarada's banishment, his confinement of this space dissipated. After accomplishing this, Salama cast a glance at the high priest. The return from the void and the exertion of his essence had taken a considerable toll on him. "The remainder is entrusted to you." The high priest inclined slightly. "Thank you for your assistance, Lord Salama." Salama uttered no more, merely nodding gently, as his golden form transformed into flecks of light, dissipating into the void, returning to his slumbering realm. Having completed these actions, the high priest's gaze swept across the entirety of the omniversal realm. Chapter 201, The Terrifying High Priest. At this moment, the dragon masters and warriors of the dark dragon realm remained oblivious to the fact that their deity had been utterly exiled. They continued to assault the warriors of the omniversal realm with fervor, their faces adorned with bloodthirsty grins. A swarm of ants. The high priest's eyes turned icy. Subsequently, he slowly raised his right hand. The terrifying power of the will of the laws coalesced upon the high priest's palm. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, a circle of imperceptible yet undeniably real waves of law radiated outward from the high priest's center, instantly spreading forth. This is the manifestation of the Supreme Judge's divine will. The ripples of power transcend time and space, enveloping the entirety of the Omni-King universe in an instant. It extends beyond the main battlefield of the Omni-King Palace, reaching the first universe, second universe, third universe, all the way to the 12th universe, which are currently under siege. All spaces, all dimensions, at this moment, are shrouded in the will of the Supreme Judge. In the 7th universe, on a planet being ravaged by the Dark Dragon Legion, a dragon envoy, who has just slain a planetary warrior, is about to burst into laughter. Suddenly, his movements freeze. With a pop, his entire being, along with his armor and weapons, vanishes like a burst soap bubble, utterly dissolving into nothingness. In the 11th universe, a powerful dragon envoy, comparable to a god of destruction, is relentlessly attacking the god of destruction of this universe. With a sinister grin, he unleashes a punch capable of shattering stars. Yet, his fist abruptly halts midair. The dragon envoy, in shock, realizes he is being disassembled, dissipating into the void. Simultaneously, in every corner of the Omni-King universe, whether they are formidable dragon envoys or ordinary warriors of the Dark Dragon realm, regardless of their actions, whether they are roaring, laughing maniacally, or battling, their bodies are forcibly frozen at this moment. Then, without a sound, they dissolve and vanish. In mere seconds, the invading forces of the Dark Dragon realm, numbering in the trillions across the 12 universes, are obliterated by the Supreme Judge with a mere snap of the fingers. This is the pinnacle of the 9th dimension, the might of the Supreme Judge. Erasure occurs in the blink of an eye. On the battlefield, all surviving warriors of the Omni-King universe stand in stunned silence. They gaze in astonishment at the enemies that had moments ago ensnared them in a struggle for survival, now evaporated into thin air. After a brief, breathless pause, they wonder, is it over? Have we won? A thundering roar of joy erupts, akin to a volcanic eruption, engulfing the entire battlefield. The jubilant cheers resonate across every starry sky. Lord Luo Feng, Accompanied by two gasps of surprise and delight, two warm and delicate figures collide into Luo Feng's embrace. It is none other than Bados and Makalita. The two girls, one on each side, tightly clasp Luo Feng's arms. They watch the cataclysmic battle from afar, witnessing every moment, from Luo Feng's entrapment to his explosive counterattack. In that seemingly doomed situation, Luo Feng unleashed a terrifying power that turned the tide and vanquished Rock. Now that the crisis has passed, the terror and worry that had weighed heavily on their hearts are finally released, leaving only boundless excitement, admiration, and a hint of affection that they themselves have yet to recognize. Thank goodness you're safe. I was truly terrified. I thought I would never see you again. Bados exclaims, clinging tightly to Luo Feng, her body trembling slightly, tears welling in her eyes. Makalita, likewise grasping Luo Feng's other arm, weeps like a rain-soaked pear blossom. The warmth of their delicate forms against him, accompanied by a faint, enchanting fragrance, reveals to Luo Feng just how shaken these two girls truly are. All right, I'm fine. Luo Feng gently patted their backs, soothing them with soft words. Stop crying, or you'll become little kittens. However, his attempts at comfort had the opposite effect, intensifying the girls' emotions. Just then, in a moment of astonishment for Luo Feng, Bados and Makalita seemed to share an unspoken connection, leaning in simultaneously. Kiss, kiss, too soft. Warm lips landed on Luo Feng's cheeks, one from the left and one from the right, then parted immediately. The air froze in that instant. Luo Feng stood there, stunned, the lingering softness and warmth still evident on his face. Bados and Makalita quickly regained their composure, their cheeks turning as red as ripe apples, the blush creeping down to their snow-white necks. They shyly lowered their heads, nervously clutching their staffs, too embarrassed to meet Luo Feng's gaze again. Does this count as being forcefully kissed? Luo Feng touched his cheek, feeling a mix of amusement and incredulity. Yet, observing the girl's endearingly bashful demeanor stirred an unusual feeling within him. Just as the atmosphere became subtly charged, a gentle voice unexpectedly resonated behind them. Bados, Makalita. The trio startled simultaneously and turned around. The high priest had silently appeared behind them. Father. Bados and Makalita quickly bowed, their blush still evident, making them appear somewhat flustered. It is an honor to meet you, Your Excellency. Luo Feng slightly bowed as well, a gesture of respect. There's no need for excessive formalities, the high priest smiled, waving his hand, his gaze settling on Luo Feng. In that moment, Luo Feng felt as though he was being seen through and through. The high priest scrutinized him with an appreciative gaze, assessing him from head to toe. You are quite remarkable, the high priest remarked, his tone infused with approval. Possessing the ability to master the ultimate technique in a form that is not angelic, and even managing to fuse the powers of destruction and divinity at a rudimentary level. More importantly, in the face of such dire circumstances, you did not falter but chose to protect my two inept daughters. Luo Feng. On behalf of the entire cosmic realm and personally, I thank you. The sincerity in the high priest's voice was palpable. Your Excellency, you flatter me. Luo Feng replied with composed humility. Bados and Makalita are my friends. Protecting friends is simply what one ought to do. Friends, you say? The high priest's smile deepened as he cast a knowing glance at his still shy daughters. Excellent. He nodded, seemingly very pleased with Luo Feng's response. Then, he shifted the conversation. You seem to be, not of this place. Bados and Makalita looked puzzled, glancing at their father in confusion. What does it mean that Lord Luo Feng does not belong here? Luo Feng paused for a moment. In the presence of such an entity, there was no need for concealment. The high priest had likely discerned long ago that he was not of this era. So, Luo Feng chose to admit it candidly. Indeed. I hail from the future. The high priest appeared unperturbed, merely nodding as if acknowledging a trivial matter. So it is. No wonder you embody both the causality of this era and transcend the fate of this time. There is no need for you to feel anxious. The high priest stated with a smile, the flow of time and space is not immutable. Your arrival may be a selection of destiny. I shall not interfere with your affairs. You need only to be yourself. This assurance undoubtedly provided Luo Feng with a sense of calm. At that moment, a notification echoed in Luo Feng's mind. Ding! The energy of the temporal marker is nearing depletion. The host will be forcibly returned to the primary timeline in 30 minutes. Countdown begins. 29:59. Luo Feng's heart steadied. Despite the thrilling battles experienced in this era and encountering the youthful Bodis and Makalita, this realm ultimately did not belong to him. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng inclined his head slightly towards the high priest. Your Excellency, I am grateful for your understanding. However, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the two angelic maidens beside him, their faces still flushed with emotion. I fear I must take my leave. What? Both girls' expressions shifted from shyness to astonishment and confusion. The war had only just concluded, and they had not yet had the chance to truly converse with Luo Feng. Why must he depart? Seeing the panic in their eyes, Luo Feng's heart softened as he explained, I do not belong here. My time has come. I must return. Return? Bodis and Makalita were utterly bewildered. Can't you stay a little longer? Bodis's voice was delicate, pleading with Luo Feng. She endeavored to appear mature, yet her eyes betrayed her with unshed tears. Makalita, however, was far more direct. She clung tightly to Luo Feng's arm, her previously halted tears now cascading anew. Do not go. Lord Luo Feng, please do not leave. We have only just. Her words faltered, unable to articulate the final thought. I just kissed you. How can you leave now? The softness of her body pressed close to him, her tearful pleas echoing in his ears, tugged at Luo Feng's heartstrings. He was not made of stone. Faced with the heartfelt pleas of the two young girls, how could one possibly remain indifferent? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the voice of the high priest resonated. Bardos, Makalita, Mr. Luo Feng is but a transient visitor from a distant future. His presence here meant to aid us in overcoming this calamity. Now that the crisis has abated, he must return to his rightful timeline. Lord Luo Feng hails from the future? The high priest offered them little time to ponder, continuing, to forcibly retain him would only disrupt the order of time and space, resulting in unforeseen and dire consequences. Do you wish to witness such an outcome? Bardos and Makalita shuddered simultaneously, instinctively shaking their heads. Of course, they did not desire that. It was merely their reluctance to part with Luo Feng. Observing the desolate expressions on her daughters' faces, the high priest shifted her tone. However, though the rivers of time flow separately, they are not eternally divergent. Her gaze deepened, filled with profound contemplation. As long as you continually strive to grow stronger, diligently pursue your cultivation, and aspire to reach higher realms, one day in the future, you shall undoubtedly reunite with Luo Feng. Upon hearing the high priestess' words, the two girls found renewed resolve. Indeed, father is right. As long as we become strong enough, we shall certainly see Lord Luo Feng again. Luo Feng, witnessing the rekindled light in their eyes, felt a weight lift from his heart. He bestowed upon them a sincere and radiant smile. The high priest is correct. Dedicate yourselves to your training. We shall meet again. At that moment, a gentle white light began to envelop Luo Feng's form. The forces of time and space commenced their operation. Luo Feng bowed deeply to the high priest. My lord high priest, until we meet again. He then cast one last lingering glance at the two girls, who were valiantly holding back their tears. The white light surged dramatically. In the next instant, Luo Feng's figure vanished completely from the spot. Farewell. Bardos and Makalita stood in stunned silence, gazing at the place where Luo Feng had disappeared, and tears finally streamed down their cheeks. Father, please guide us in our training. Seeing the fierce determination burning in his daughter's eyes, the high priest's face broke into a smile of satisfaction. Excellent. Time is the most merciless yet fair entity in the universe. For the immortal beings, the passage of time becomes even more elusive. Since the conclusion of the unprecedented war that swept across the entire royal universe, countless epochs have elapsed. The two once timid apprentice angels, who had followed Luo Feng with a mix of innocence and shyness, have long shed their naivete. Bardos and Makalita, having endured countless trials and witnessed the rise and fall of innumerable civilizations, experienced a remarkable evolution in both temperament and strength, growing at an astonishing pace. Ultimately, both Bardos and Makalita broke through, successfully ascending to the 8th dimension, becoming official angels. Main timeline: Earth, Capsule Corporation Villa. A slight distortion rippled through the fabric of space. The figure of Luo Feng materialized unexpectedly in the living room. A dizzying sensation of traversing through time and space caused him to shake his head slightly. Everything that had transpired in the past felt like an incredibly vivid dream, surging through his mind before gradually settling. He had returned. Luo Feng surveyed his familiar surroundings and let out a long sigh of relief. Though he had only been gone for a fleeting moment, it felt as if he had been away for centuries. Chapter 203. The Inevitable Occurrence. Luo Feng officially ascends to the 8th dimension. Oh, on the sofa, the seemingly bored No. 18 glanced up from a fashion magazine, her eyes flickering with surprise. Weren't you just leaving? How did you return in the blink of an eye? She set the magazine aside, curiously examining Luo Feng. Did you forget something? Ah, something like that, Luo Feng replied, meeting number 18's inquisitive gaze. Feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He certainly could not disclose that he had just visited the past, vanquished a formidable being at the pinnacle of the 8th dimension, and had been kissed by 2 future angelic maidens. Instead, he simply fabricated an excuse. I went out to test a new technique. It was faster than I anticipated. But it seemed rather mundane, so I returned. Although this explanation was rather perfunctory, it was plausible enough for someone of Luo Feng's unfathomable prowess. No. 18 scrutinized him for a few seconds, sensing an indescribable aura about him that seemed different today, yet chose not to probe further. Picking up the magazine once more and murmuring softly. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Luo Feng's mind. Ding. Host detected has successfully rescued Bados and Makalita, perfectly completing the time-space mission. Reward distribution in progress. Task reward. The host's divine realm will be permanently elevated to the pinnacle of the 7th dimension. Boom. The instant the system notification concluded, a vast and overwhelming energy materialized within Luo Feng's being. The first transformation was in his divine realm, the pinnacle of the 7th dimension. Following that, his combat prowess surged exponentially. In merely a second, Luo Feng's life essence experienced a terrifying leap. The force surged too swiftly and overwhelmingly, surpassing his instantaneous control. Crack, crack, crack. Centered around Luo Feng, the sturdy floor of the villa's living room, along with the walls and ceiling, suddenly manifested terrifying cracks resembling spider webs. The entire villa shook violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Number 18 immediately sensed the anomaly, her expression shifting. Luo Feng. You. Luo Feng quickly realized what was happening, his expression changing slightly as he desperately suppressed the nearly explosive energy within him. Buzz. The raging aura dissipated as swiftly as the retreating tide. Apologies, I lost control for a moment, Luo Feng said to number 18, offering an apologetic smile. However, just as he thought everything had settled, a sudden realization struck him. This sensation Luo Feng's pupils constricted sharply. It was the sensation of the 8th dimension. In a bygone era, empowered by the formidable forces of the system, Luo Feng briefly experienced the transcendence of that exalted realm. Now, having ascended to the pinnacle of the 7th dimension, coupled with that invaluable experience, the gateway to a higher dimension within him unexpectedly manifested. The opportunity for a breakthrough had arrived. Luo Feng instantly suppressed the elation and excitement surging within him, fully aware that he could not afford to break through here. Should he unleash his full might to breach the 8th dimension, the resulting energy surge would obliterate the entire solar system. Number 18. I believe I have gained a new insight and must find a secluded place to meditate immediately. Observing Luo Feng's unprecedented seriousness, despite her abundant doubts, number 18 nodded in agreement. She understood that Luo Feng never jested. Go ahead. Be safe. Rest assured, Luo Feng replied, offering her a reassuring smile. In the next moment, he pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. Whoosh. His figure vanished from the spot. Deep within the cosmos lay a desolate domain shrouded in silence and darkness. This place was devoid of life, filled only with the remnants of countless long-dead celestial bodies, silently drifting in the void. Here resided the most remote and barren wasteland of the 7th universe, a veritable dump of the entire cosmos. Whoosh. With a violent distortion of space, Luo Feng appeared atop an immense desolate planet, spanning thousands of kilometers in diameter. He surveyed his surroundings, savoring the profound stillness, and nodded in satisfaction. This was the ideal location for his breakthrough. Wasting no time, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Then, he released all constraints on his inner power. Now is the moment. Boom! An indescribable torrent of ferocity erupted from Luo Feng, coalescing into a radiant pillar of light that pierced the heavens. As the flames soared, the massive, desolate planet trembled violently, lamenting in response. The planet's incredibly hard surface cracked open, revealing countless bottomless chasms under the pressure of this overwhelming aura. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Break for me. Luo Feng roared within. He summoned all his inner strength, channeling it into an unstoppable torrent of will, crashing forcefully against the dimensional barrier that separated him from the 8th dimension. Buzz! The indomitable barrier of the 8th dimension quivered under the onslaught of this torrent of will. Crack! A resounding shatter echoed through the void. A tiny fissure appeared on the seemingly unbreakable barrier. Soon after, a second, a third. Ultimately, the eternal barrier that separated the 7th and 8th dimensions crumbled under the relentless assault of Luo Feng's indomitable will. In that instant of shattering, a tremendous and terrifying pressure erupted from Luo Feng, sweeping across the surroundings. The colossal planet beneath him could no longer withstand this dimensional force, and with a silent yet cataclysmic tremor, it disintegrated, transforming into a vast expanse of cosmic dust. The horrific shockwave spread outward at the speed of light, obliterating numerous planets within this desolate star domain. Meanwhile, Luo Feng remained suspended in the void of the universe. This was the realm of the angels. He had ascended to the early stage of the 8th dimension. In that very moment, the angel Weiss, leisurely savoring a dessert, abruptly paused. This aura belonged to the 8th dimension. How could this be possible? Aside from angels, how could anyone in this universe achieve such a realm through sheer will? Even Lord Beerus had yet to transcend to the 8th dimension. Luo Feng slowly opened his eyes. This was the 8th dimension, the power of an angel. He gently raised his right hand and clenched it softly. This experience was entirely distinct from the previous forced integration through the system. That had been a temporary endowment of power. Now, this was the true strength that belonged to Luo Feng himself. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, host, for successfully ascending to the 8th dimension. Updating attribute panel. A virtual panel, visible only to him, gradually materialized before his eyes. Name, Luo Feng. Final combat power, Super Saiyan Blue State 50 trillion, Divine Realm. Early stage of the 8th dimension, core skills, Ultimate Instinct, Divine Secret Technique, Destruction Energy. Angelic power, Force Chi Ball, Dragon Fist, Tenfold Kaioken, without side effects. Instant transmission, KO Shin version. Some basic skills have been folded. Passive Divine Skill. Immunity to Destruction God Authority. Completely immune to any form of destructive energy attacks. Gazing at the dramatically increased data on the panel, Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction. From this day forth, within the vast universe of the Omni King, he finally possessed the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with the most formidable beings.